Chapter 1. The Unexpected Voyage. Upon the vast expanse of the ocean, seagulls soared freely in the azure sky, their cries echoing the essence of liberty. Above the shimmering waters, a cargo ship, laden with goods, glided slowly across the surface. This vessel, with a displacement of 10,000 tons and a length exceeding 30 meters, was under the command of Captain Fowligan, who had navigated these waters safely for a decade. Having graduated from a maritime navigation program, Fowl had traversed the seas countless times, his experiences rich and varied. Now at the age of 29, he had encountered innumerable maritime perils and unforeseen incidents throughout his life. As he sat in the captain's quarters, his thoughts drifted to his beloved family. Alas, still no signal on my phone. I cannot reach my wife and son. I miss them dearly. I wonder if my precious son is behaving and listening to his mother today. Fowl mused, reclining in the control room, lost in pleasant reverie about his wife and son. This was to be his final voyage after 10 years adrift at sea. He had grown weary of the ceaseless wanderings. Had it not been for his substantial monthly salary of over $20,000, he would have resigned long ago. He had set a goal for himself. Once he amassed $100,000, he would return to his hometown to contribute to his country and spend his remaining days with his family. Unbeknownst to him, over the past decade, after accounting for family expenses, he had indeed reached that financial milestone. With this sum, he would no longer need to fret over money, and thus planned to resign and return home after this voyage. Upon my return, I shall indulge in the delightful meals my wife prepares, he thought with a smile. Just as Fowl was savoring these dreams, a commotion erupted on deck, with the word pirates faintly discernible amidst the clamor. "Captain!" The door to the captain's quarters burst open, slamming against the wall with a resounding thud. "What is happening?" Fowl, sensing the urgency in his crew's demeanor, felt a pang of unease. "There are pirates!" The crew member gasped, breathless and visibly agitated. "Pirates?" A chill ran down Fowl's spine. Although he had encountered pirates before, each encounter stirred a sense of trepidation within him. In this modern age, despite claims of peace, the seas remained unpredictable, with occasional pirate sighting Somali pirates being the most notorious. Typically, these marauders sought riches without resorting to violence, and encounters often ended without calamity. "Stay calm. Quickly, arm the high-pressure water cannons to deter their boarding," Fowl instructed, swiftly regaining his composure and issuing commands to his crew. Although he yearned to venture outside and confront the pirates, he could not leave the captain's quarters for even a moment. "Yes." Upon hearing Fowl's command, the crew swiftly dashed out to make preparations. Fowl then pressed the alarm button on the control panel, hoping to ascertain whether any patrolling naval vessels in the vicinity could receive their ship signal. Tap, tap, tap. Outside, the sound of gunfire erupted as pirates discharged their AKs. On the deck, the crew's cacophony mingled with a few shrill screams. Despite the chaos, the crew managed to set up the high-pressure water cannon on the deck, attempting to topple the pirates' small speedboats. It was evident that they had faced such situations before. Hearing the gunfire, Fowl, initially reluctant to venture outside, hurriedly opened the door to glance outside, feeling a surge of foreboding. Why are these pirates firing their weapons now? This is unusual. Fowl rushed onto the deck, observing the crew members still locked in a standoff with the pirates. They, too, were perplexed by the situation, clearly startled by the earlier gunfire. "First Mate John, what is happening? Where is this gunfire coming from?" Fowl inquired. "It's the pirates. They're firing upon us," the first mate replied, his pale face betraying a mix of panic and fear. First Mate John was a fair-haired Caucasian, usually amiable, but now his expression was filled with alarm. Fowl was equally astonished. How could this be? Even pirates, known for their greed, seldom sought bloodshed, as it would inevitably lead to relentless pursuit by the Navy. Historically, pirates would only discharge their weapons after boarding, rarely firing indiscriminately. For if pirates shot recklessly, the ship's security team would be entitled to defend themselves, leading to a fierce exchange of gunfire. However, due to the exorbitant costs associated with hiring a security team, coupled with the relatively low incidence of piracy in the Shanghai region, they had opted not to employ one. This left them in a precarious position should they encounter real pirates. Tap, 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 tap. Meanwhile, the pirates, growing impatient as the cargo ship continued to spray water at them, swiftly commanded a volley of shots before boarding the vessel. Once the gunfire erupted again on the deck, a black sailor let out a muffled groan and collapsed. Ship's doctor, Bob has been shot." The other crew members quickly converged around him. "Quickly, everyone, into the safe room. These pirates are desperate, and unlike any we've faced before." Seeing the dire situation, Fal issued an urgent command cargo could be replaced, but lives were singular and irreplaceable. The safe room was the ship's last line of defense. Designed specifically for such emergencies, even missiles could not breach its door. Typically, pirates would leave after plundering the ship's valuables. The deck was filled with the sound of hurried footsteps as everyone rushed toward the safe room, eager to ensure their entry before it was too late. Fal was no exception, yet he had an additional task: to return to the captain's quarters and press the alarm button once more. This was a stipulation outlined in the captain's manual. The first signal was to alert the nearby naval vessels, while the second was directed towards the shipping companies, headquarters, and the warships. Whether they would receive the signal was no concern of Fal's. This procedure was intended for scenarios where the crew might truly be held hostage, enabling the company's representatives to arrange for a ransom or to notify the naval fleet for the protection of the cargo ship. Often, pirates resorted to seizing hostages solely for ransom, thus refraining from gunfire. However, it was evident that this group of pirates did not fit that mold. Upon reaching the captain's quarters, Fal swiftly completed his task, only to notice the ominous sight ahead. Dark clouds twisted into a vortex, gradually expanding, with flashes of lightning illuminating its depths. What is that? A thunderstorm? Fal stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, realizing the dire predicament he was in, caught between a wolf and a tiger. There's no time. We can't change course. Regret washed over him. He should never have left the captain's quarters, as it had led the cargo ship to sail unrelentingly toward the tempest. Now, the cargo ship was helplessly drawn closer to the thunderstorm's vortex. The storm seemed to have materialized abruptly. Once the storm formed, the pirates made their departure, leaving behind the solitary vessel, which was slowly being pulled into the tempest. Unlike the ordinary crew's quarters, the captain's protective chamber was equipped with operational buttons and thus remained isolated. This separation meant that the crew had retreated to their own protective quarters, locked inside. Even if Fal made his way there, he would be unable to open the heavy door or relay any messages. The door would only unlock from the inside 3 days later. Consequently, his attempts to inform them to abandon ship and escape via the lifeboats had become futile. Alone, he had no chance of safely navigating a lifeboat to safety. Fal collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Is this truly how it ends? He lamented, gazing out at the tempestuous storm. It swirled like a tornado, surrounded by a shroud of darkness, punctuated by streaks of white lightning. The immense pull of the storm gradually drew the cargo ship closer. He felt as if the entire world was trembling, the violent motion causing him to fall to the ground. Utterly powerless to rise, the ominous thunderstorm roared, forming a colossal vortex that echoed with deep, rumbling thunder. Fal could only watch in despair as the storm's maw expanded before him, rendering him helpless to avert the cargo ship's fate of being torn apart within its depths. In his final moments, visions of his beautiful wife and adorable son flooded his mind. With a heavy heart, he retrieved a delicate necklace from his pocket, within which lay a photograph, a cherished family portrait taken 2 years prior. It seems there is no longer a way to accompany your growth, but the $1 million in my account should suffice for a life of affluence, Fal contemplated. After his demise, his fortune would undoubtedly be inherited by his son, who would no longer have to fret over financial concerns. As these thoughts permeated his mind, Fal's heart gradually found solace, and a smile graced his face. I, Fal Li Jin, have lived a life without regrets. Reflecting on his existence, he remembered that his Chinese name was Li Jin, while his foreign name was Fal Li General due to his parents' divorce in his childhood. He subsequently followed his father abroad to pursue opportunities. Under his father's guidance, he excelled academically, ultimately gaining admission to a prestigious university, where he graduated with a degree in maritime technology, embarking on a seafaring journey. Tragically, at the age of 18, a catastrophic workplace accident claimed his father's life, resulting in a settlement of $200,000, leaving the family bereft. T20, aboard a vessel, he met a fellow compatriot, and their shared heritage ignited a swift romance. Soon, she bore his child, and by 22, they celebrated their union in China, purchasing a home together. However, his lucrative position as a captain proved difficult to relinquish, forcing them apart, and he could only return to China during his limited breaks to cherish their time. Together, as their child grew and entered kindergarten, the child's mother remained remarkably patient, never uttering a word of complaint regarding her husband's absence, waiting for his voyages to conclude so that he could return to her side. Regrettably, fate is often cruel, and the heavens do not guarantee a life of happiness. Fal's heart ached with concern for their future, pondering how they would fare in his absence, and who would protect them from harm. Overcome with emotion, he wept as he gazed at the family portrait before him. In the end, he found no solace, As the tempest of thunder and lightning gradually engulfed the cargo ship, Fal's consciousness began to wane, and his last thought flickered. I do not wish to die. Chapter 2. Transcendence. Upon the vast ocean, the cargo ship slowly ventured into the tumultuous realm of the thunderstorm. It was swiftly consumed by the swirling tempest, disappearing from sight entirely. My heavens! Captain, that large vessel? It was sucked in and vanished. On the other side of the storm, the pirates who had long distanced themselves from the chaos gazed in horror at the unfolding scene, their hearts racing with fear. That ship was engulfed by the vortex and is now gone? How terrifying! Quickly, we must continue to flee from this storm. The leader of the pirates wore an expression of sheer terror. After the storm consumed the cargo ship, it gradually dissipated, leaving behind a tranquil sea devoid of any remnants. When Fal opened his eyes, a pale blue sky and an endless expanse of azure ocean greeted him. I am not dead. Rising unsteadily on the deck, Fal joyfully touched his body, only to be struck by waves of breathlessness, eventually collapsing onto the ground in a daze. Why does it feel like I'm struggling to breathe? FHR pondered uneasily within, acutely aware of his boat's discomfort in this unfamiliar environment. After a prolonged moment, he gradually acclimated and managed to stand upright once more. It feels somewhat akin to anemia. He reflected on his earlier state, not dwelling on it too long as he began to feel better. Oh, what are those pirates? Have they been frightened away by that maritime disaster? FHR scanned his surroundings. Only after failing to spot any trace of the pirates did he begin to relax. Haha, yet again, I have survived a perilous sea voyage unscathed. In a burst of joy, FHR couldn't contain his laughter. Alas, it seems I must wait 3 days before we can set sail again. Once the exhilaration subsided, he resumed his thoughts, recalling that his crew was huddled in the protective chamber, and he had no means to open the heavy door, forced to wait. For 3 days until they could emerge. I am feeling a bit hungry, perhaps I shall have something to eat. FHR rose and glanced at the screen to check if the nearby warships had received any signals, but regrettably, none had. The prospect of the pirates returning posed a significant dilemma. Ah well, what use is it to dwell on such matters? One must live in the present. I will first attend to my hunger, he resolved, calming his troubled mind. He then seated himself in the captain's chair, retrieving a box of crackers from the drawer and eating slowly, his gaze vacant as it drifted toward the sea. My dear wife, haha, I have survived. Lost in thought, FHR chuckled softly. He vowed that once this journey concluded, he would resign from his position. Gazing at the beautiful photograph of his wife within the locket, his heart surged with longing to be by her side. At that moment, a mighty whale's call resonated from the depths of the ocean. What is that sound? FHR stood up. A whale, perhaps. He peered out at the ocean's surface. Suddenly, a colossal creature, 100 meters in length, leapt from the water. Wow! FHR was astounded by the sight before him, his eyes fixed on the spectacle, a gaping maw large enough to swallow 3 eggs. What is that? Is it a whale? He thought, but such a size seemed impossible for a whale. It resembled a shark more than anything else. I must leave this place immediately. Turn the helm. Turn the helm. He glanced at the navigation system, only to find the ship, originally set to sail north, now displayed nothing at all. What is happening? Is the navigation system malfunctioning? With that, FHR retrieved a compass from the drawer, a precaution in case the navigation system failed or the signal weakened. Yet, the compass spun erratically, failing to provide any direction. What's going on? Where's my sense of direction? He exclaimed, shaking the compass. Could it be that the compass is broken too? This cannot be. FHR stared blankly at the compass, bewildered. Subsequently, he retrieved another compass from a drawer, which exhibited the same peculiar behavior. Then came the third compass, and it too was no different. This is inconceivable. It can only indicate one thing. My current heading does not lie within the previously charted waters. Fal had exhausted his supply of compasses for confirmation, as the vessel possessed only 3 in total. Yet, astonishingly, all had malfunctioned, pointing in erratic directions. Thus, the situation could either be attributed to a nearby magnetic field interfering with the compasses and signals, or to the compasses themselves being defective. In comparison to the latter, Fal found himself inclined to believe the former, for the likelihood of all compasses failing simultaneously was exceedingly slim. What should I do now? No, I must not panic. I must remain calm. The directionless Fal felt a surge of confusion, but he quickly composed himself. He swiftly turned the helm, steering away from the area where the giant fish had previously roamed. All that remained was to wait for 3 days, until they all emerged to discuss a strategy. He couldn't help but wonder about Bob's fate. Thoughts of Bob, who had been struck, filled him with concern. After all, Some of his crew had been with him for 3 or 4 years, forging deep bonds. Thus, a modern cargo ship sailed slowly through this sea of death, occasionally interrupted by the emergence of enormous fish that punctuated the stillness of the water. Meanwhile, in another part of the ocean, an ancient sailing ship adorned with a twin-bladed skull banner glided across the waves. This is a pirate ship, which originally did not traverse these waters. However, it was driven into this region by a relentless naval warship in pursuit of them. "Captain, there's a merchant vessel ahead." A man clad in a red bandana gazed eagerly towards the distant ship. "Onward, lads. Let us pillage and plunder," bellowed a towering man over 2 meters tall. They were indeed a band of pirates for whom looting, slaughtering, and taking lives formed the essence of their daily existence. "Steer the helm. Charge," shouted the crew. Brandishing knives and massive axes, their excitement palpable. Their distinguishing feature was their imposing stature, each standing over 2 meters tall. They sought riches and women, their eyes gleaming with greed as they awaited the moment their ship would draw near, ready to pounce. "Look, pirates!" The merchant ship, now aware of its pursuers, reacted swiftly. "Pirates!" The captain's eyes widened. "All hands, prepare your firearms and draw your blades," he commanded with urgency. Gradually, the 2 vessels drew closer, and the ragged, odorous pirates, brandishing their weapons, surged forth. "We cannot fight them head-on. We must rely on strategy, utilizing our firearms," the captain of the merchant ship pondered, observing the frenzied horde of 50 or so pirates. Then, like a tattered tapestry, the pirates parted to reveal their leader, a swaggering figure adorned with a pirate hat, brandishing a cutlass. "Hee, no matter how you flee, you cannot escape my grasp," the pirate leader proclaimed with a self-satisfied smirk. "Hand over your treasures and women, and perhaps I shall grant you mercy this day." Just as the pirate leader reveled in his arrogance, a barrage of smoke bombs suddenly rained down upon them from the sky, enveloping the pirates in dense clouds of smoke. "Cough, cough!" The pirates, caught off guard, faltered in confusion. "Seize them!" The leader's cruel expression emerged as he inhaled the smoke, leading to a fit of coughing. Bang, bang, bang. The smoke erupted with the sound of gunfire. One by one, pirates fell, yet many still madly charged forward, undeterred by the danger. They were, after all, outlaws. The moment they hoisted the Jolly Roger, their lives ceased to belong to them. The ships collided, and it was a battle of survival. The pirates surged forward, their blades slicing through the flesh of the merchant ship's guards, blood gushing forth, transforming the scene into a veritable battlefield. One after another, both pirates and guards fell. After suffering the loss of 5 or 6 lives, the merchant ship's guards shouted to retreat. However, the pirates seized this opportunity without hesitation. "I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1,000,000 berries. Why should I fear you spineless cowards?" The pirate leader, inhaling the thick smoke, let out a roar of fury, leaping over 3 meters into the air and cleaving a merchant ship guard in half with a single downward stroke of his blade. "This is bad. It's over." The captain of the merchant ship, witnessing such a horrifying scene, felt an impending doom. As anticipated, the shocking display of violence sent the guards fleeing in fear, their morale shattered. "Ha ha ha! My minions, go forth and slay them all. Leave none alive," the pirate leader bellowed, brandishing his large blade with maniacal laughter. Kill them!" The pirates charged forward, their cries echoing like wolves among sheep, mercilessly harvesting lives as if reaping wheat. One life after another fell to the brutal hands of the pirates. Half an hour later, only a few remained from the merchant ship's crew. All the men had been slaughtered, leaving only a handful of women, who were taken captive by the pirate crew as they departed. The deck lay in ruins, drenched in crimson blood, transforming it into a macabre spectacle. Chapter 3. Fowl's discovery upon the vast ocean. Countless seabirds soared gracefully through the sky. The sunlit waters sparkled magnificently, and amidst this beauty floated a cargo ship laden with goods. This vessel, measuring 30 meters in length, emitted a heavy hum as it propelled itself forward. This was the ship where Fowl found himself, 3 days having passed since their departure. In these 3 days, Fowl embarked on a wondrous journey, capturing every moment of the skies and the sea with his phone. Alas, despite sailing for 3 days, he had yet to glimpse land, and his phone lacked any signal. "Are we about to come ashore?" Fowl pondered, standing at the door of the watchroom for 3 long hours, anxiously awaiting. Suddenly, a noise startled him from the brink of slumber. "John!" Fowl exclaimed upon seeing his first mate, John, rushing towards him. These 3 days had felt exceedingly lonely, as though he had been abandoned by the world. Fal, what is wrong? Why have you been standing here? John inquired, gazing at him with concern. John, it's incredible. I believe we might have crossed over. Fal replied, uncertainty lacing his voice. Crossed over? Is that true? So, our collective illness a few days ago, when we all fainted in the watchroom, was due to this crossing. John reflected. What? Did you all experience a sensation of breathlessness, as if the surrounding space were compressing you? Fal exclaimed in astonishment. How did you know? Did you experience it too? John remarked. That may indeed be related to our crossing over. After all, we are not originally from this world. Fal stroked his chin thoughtfully. However, John, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, interjected, stop jesting. We must truly ascertain whether we have indeed traversed dimensions. Look. Here are the photographs I took on my phone, Fal replied, having anticipated the moment by retrieving his powered-off device. One by one, the other crew members emerged, gathering around Captain Fal. Where's Bob? Fal inquired, scanning the surroundings, but failing to spot Bob. The crew lowered their heads and removed their hats. Regrettably, Bob was shot in the chest and succumbed to his injuries, John said, anguish evident in his voice. I will always remember Bob, a crew member stated solemnly. John could no longer contain his emotions, tears streaming down his cheeks. Upon hearing this, Fal's expression darkened, revealing the pain he had dreaded. Bob was their dear friend. What shall we do now, Captain? Are there no naval vessels nearby to assist us? Has there been any communication from the company? They realized this was not the moment for sorrow, but rather for strategizing their next steps, and questions arose from the crew. That detestable outsourcing company. Why did they not dispatch a security team to safeguard this vessel? Someone exclaimed in anger. Alas, there is little we can do, aside from the exorbitant costs of security. There are various other formalities to consider, some of the seasoned sailors remarked. Indeed, why were these pirates so audacious as to open fire? Did the company not reach an accord with the pirates in this vicinity? Crew members debated among themselves. Typically, the company would preemptively pay a protection fee to the pirates, who would then refrain from harassing the cargo ships upon recognizing their flags. This was an unspoken agreement among all. I don't know. Perhaps they are new, inexperienced pirates. Some crew members speculated. This is truly unfortunate. What should we do now, Captain? Should we turn back? The sailors voiced their concerns. I wish to see Bob first. Fal said, his gaze dimmed. They parted, allowing him a narrow path to proceed. As he walked deeper, a foul odor of decay assaulted his senses. He knew without a doubt that it was Bob's scent. Yet, upon seeing Bob, Fal found himself less sorrowful than he had anticipated. Perhaps due to the weight of their shared experiences. He approached Bob, gently removing his cap and placing it over Bob's face. Memories of their encounters flooded his mind. Farewell, brother, Fal uttered softly before turning away, unwilling to linger. Everyone, assemble, Fal exclaimed loudly. His crew, including himself, totaled 21 individuals, but regrettably, Bob had passed away, leaving only 20. Originally, there were 8 senior crew members on board. Captain Farrell, First Mate John, Second Mate John, Third Mate Bob, Chief Engineer Jack, Chief Steward Fack, Second Steward Edward, and Third Steward Gnarl, along with 13 ordinary sailors. Now, only 7 senior crew members remained, as Third Mate Bob's demise was indeed a sorrowful occurrence. I am about to announce something incredible. You may find it hard to believe, but I assure you I speak the truth. We seem to have departed from Blue Star. Farrell declared to them. What? Departed from Blue Star? What nonsense. The crew erupted in a chorus of disbelief. My God. What the hell? Muttered one of the irate crew members. Captain, you must be joking, Second Mate John said uncertainly to Farrell. I am not jesting. Just look, Farrell replied, activating his phone and showing the crew the images on the screen. What is this? How can there be such a massive shark? Some crew members gasped in astonishment upon seeing the photographs Farrell had taken on deck. After a prolonged viewing, the 19 crew members remained skeptical of Farrell's assertions. However, their doubts began to dissipate when they observed a colossal 50-meter bird soaring through the sky. Farrell, this doesn't necessarily indicate we have traversed dimensions. It is also plausible that we have entered a mysterious region, akin to the realms depicted in King Kong, John speculated. That could very well be the case, Farrell pondered. Farrell, look. There's hope. A ship ahead. Suddenly, John rushed over, pointing excitedly at a distant dark shape. What is that? Quickly, the telescope. Farrell seized the telescope, peering toward the dark figure. It's a ship. But what flag is that? I have never seen it before. Wait, what is that? Corpses? So many bodies. Farrell was taken aback by the horrifying sight visible through the telescope. Should we approach? John inquired. I believe we ought to exercise caution, John, still shaken from the previous sights, suggested. Indeed, John, take a look. Farrell offered the telescope to them. What? John, after observing, stood frozen in shock, then handed the telescope to John, urging him to look. So many corpses, John gasped, equally astonished. Are we still going to approach that ship? John asked, bewildered. I think it is best to refrain from meddling, Farrell concluded. John said, come closer. If we do not make contact, how long shall we drift here? The compass navigation system has completely failed. Farrell placed a hand on John's shoulder and replied, all right, we shall heed the captain's words. Observing this, John had no choice but to express his agreement. John echoed his sentiment, as the captain and his two first mates had made their decision. The crew had no objections and resolved to follow their command. Chief Engineer Jack, Chief Mate Falk, along with the second and third mates, approached the vessel ahead. Fall issued the orders, and under Falk's direction, everyone began to busily prepare. Soon, with their cargo ship accelerating at full throttle, they drew within mere meters of the dilapidated merchant ship. As the two vessels drew near, they came to a complete halt. Fall instructed the sailors to prepare a gangway for boarding. A thick, acrid scent of blood permeated the air. Once the gangway was secured, Fall began to make his way toward the ship, followed closely by the sailors. Upon reaching the deck of the ghostly vessel, they were met with a horrifying sight. Countless enormous corpses lay scattered about, with severed heads, arms, thighs, and other dismembered limbs strewn across the floor. The deck was stained with congealed blood, a gruesome testament to the violence that had occurred. The sight was enough to make everyone retch. Fall was no exception. After a prolonged bout of vomiting, they finally ceased when their stomachs were emptied. How could these corpses be so massive? Asked a pale-faced sailor. The smallest of the bodies measured at least 190 meters, with some towering over 3 meters in height. Their crew, averaging only 170 meters, appeared diminutive by comparison. It seems I have truly crossed into another realm, or stumbled into an incomprehensible place, Fall remarked, his own face drained of color. I told you from the very beginning, but none of you believed me, Fall retorted. Now, I believe, John said with a bitter smile. Captain, what should we do? I am terrified. Jack, the chief engineer, spoke up, expressing a sentiment that belied his 27 years. The crew, comprised mostly of strong young men, lacked any elderly individuals. With 10 years of nautical experience, Fall held the most authority aboard the ship. We must return to our vessel, Fall said weakly, his pale face betraying his exhaustion. The crew then hurriedly retreated, scrambling back to their own ship. Once aboard, they retched once more before finally managing to suppress their discomfort. Although they had encountered corpses before, the brutality of this particular scene had left an indelible mark on their psyche. Chapter 4. Is this the world of the Pirate King? Upon the deck of the freighter, all individuals had gathered together. Fal, what should we do? Speak. We are all listening to you, Jack implored, shaking Fal's frame. Wait, hold on. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts. Fal was currently reminiscing about those towering figures, each 2 meters tall. Although they were indeed human, their robust physiques suggested something beyond mere humanity. The most unsettling aspect was that such formidable beings had fallen, one after another, amidst the bloodshed. We must return to that ship and search for clues, to see what it harbors. Fal contemplated for a considerable time before addressing the group. What? We are to return to that vessel? No, I wish not to. Jack's face turned ashen. Jack, John, and Joan exchanged glances and shook their heads in silent agreement, clearly shaken by the ordeal. Very well, Fack, take Jack below to rest for a while. Allow him to recuperate, Fal instructed Fack. Understood. Fack nodded and assisted Jack into the rest area. John, Joan, Edward, Gnarl, and you, follow me, Fal commanded. The remaining individuals were instructed to rest in place and maintain the upkeep of our vessel. Understood. The group responded in unison. Those accompanying Fal to investigate the clues were once more compelled to step onto that ship, which resembled a battlefield of demons. Fortunately, the group was mentally prepared, sparing them from further nausea or dizziness. Disperse, you search over there, you go that way, you proceed in that direction, Fal directed, gesturing to the others. Once the orders were issued, everyone commenced their tasks, while Fal himself remained active. He opened the small door beneath the deck and descended cautiously. The surroundings appeared ransacked, with items strewn haphazardly about. The ship's design seemed reminiscent of the previous century, leaving Fal perplexed as to why it still existed. There is a book here. Fal approached a wooden barrel upon which a book rested. Is this in Japanese? He remarked, intrigued by the text. Fortunately, as a graduate of a prestigious university, he had not only studied English, but also Japanese and German, making him proficient in 4 languages. Fal pronounced each character slowly. Is this not from One Piece? A book about devil fruits. Fal's heart raced as he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, an audacious thought surfaced in his mind, further solidified by what he had previously witnessed. Could this be the world of pirates? How could that be? It seemed impossible. Perhaps this book was merely a toy. Fal repeatedly sought solace within himself, yet his hands were not idle. He flipped through the pages of the devil fruit encyclopedia in his possession. He meticulously examined each entry regarding the Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia types. Astonishingly, this place indeed seemed to be the world of pirates, but how did I find myself here? Fal set the book aside, allowing his mind to wander aimlessly, before reaching into his garment to retrieve his necklace. How can I return to my wife and son? He stared blankly at the photograph encased within the necklace, only to place it back beneath his clothing. Since I am here, I must find peace, he reminded himself. Striving for calmness, Fal endeavored to steady his emotions, always recalling the words of his teacher. Only by maintaining a rational mind can one make the right choices. This sentence has aided him immensely. What should I do now? I must first ascertain whether this is indeed the world of pirates. After a moment of contemplation, Fal stood up once more, closing the book with the intention of searching for any significant clues. However, the chaos surrounding him indicated that there was nothing of interest nearby. Only the overwhelming stench of blood and dismembered limbs. Ah, what is this? A dagger. I shall keep it for now. Fal turned over a corpse, suppressing his nausea, and retrieved an exquisite dagger from its hand, adorned with diamonds, the authenticity of which remained uncertain. After meticulously searching the area to ensure there was nothing left to uncover, Fal departed and returned to the deck. Observing the others around him, who had found nothing, he disregarded his disappointment. The night was drawing near, and it was prudent to return to his own ship. Fal, John approached and poked him. What is it? Fal inquired, somewhat puzzled by his first mate's demeanor. I believe I have discovered something. Take a look. John produced a book from his pocket, the cover inscribed with Japanese characters, which he could not comprehend, thus seeking Fal's assistance. Is this a diary? Fal quickly deduced its nature. What does it say? John leaned in, eager for answers. One moment, no need to rush. Let us return to our ship first. Fal gestured dismissively. As everyone gradually returned to the deck, Fal instructed them to gather in the lounge. All were encircled around a large table, with 20 individuals present, creating a rather cramped atmosphere. Did you find anything? Jack inquired, his mood evidently improved. Yes, I have obtained crucial information, but first, allow me to finish reading this book, Fal replied. Everyone nodded in agreement, refraining from interrupting him further. The diary reads as follows. Day 1 of Lotada's sea adventure. Hee, today is truly a splendid day. I can finally set sail with Uncle Ong. Hooray, I am so happy. Day 2 of Lotada's sea adventure. Wow, I have encountered many enormous sea creatures. They are colossal. Thankfully, these creatures do not actively attack humans. Otherwise, we would be doomed. Day 3 of Lotada's sea adventure. How boring. This sea adventure is not entertaining at all. I wish I had never come out. Day 4 of Lotada's sea adventure. Boring, 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 boring. The diary is complete. Fal's lips twitched slightly as he gazed at the journal, which contained no significant information. However, it did mention a sensitive term, sea kings. Fal recalled that the formidable creatures in One Piece were indeed referred to as sea kings. His familiarity with the anime was limited, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Has anyone among you watched One Piece? Fal pondered for a moment before suddenly addressing his crew. The crew members, one by one, seemed momentarily taken aback. Captain, what's gotten into you? Why are you bringing up One Piece out of the blue? Have you caught a fever? John inquired, placing his hand on Fal's forehead. Enough. I am entirely serious. I am beginning to suspect that we have traversed into another world, one that resembles the realm of One Piece, Fal asserted, rising to his feet and slapping the table with fervor. There's no fever here. Why are you spouting nonsense? John asked, bewildered, as he rummaged through a drawer, presumably in search of a thermometer. Fal, please be serious, Jonah urged, unable to tolerate the banter any longer. I am indeed serious. I am not jesting, Fal declared, presenting the devil fruit encyclopedia onto the table. Look here, is this not the devil fruit encyclopedia? And those creatures depicted earlier are actually the Sea Kings from One Piece. Fal explained. Could it be that we have truly entered the world of One Piece? Edward inquired, rising with excitement gleaming in his eyes. A devoted anime enthusiast, Edward was particularly fond of One Piece and possessed an intricate understanding of its plot. Given the evidence at hand, it appears so. Fal nodded in affirmation. The crew exchanged glances, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they whispered among themselves. How could they have arrived in the world of One Piece? Fal, I believe you. What should we do now? Gnarl stepped forward, seeking direction. I am unsure. If this is indeed One Piece, then we should consume a devil fruit, Edward interjected, eager to seize the opportunity. It's not as simple as you think. Did you not witness the calamity aboard the previous ship? Fal retorted sharply. True, Edward conceded, his enthusiasm waning instantly. Chapter 5. Hidden Armaments. What a fanciful notion, to think one could eat a devil fruit. How absurd. John chuckled. Hey, John. If you found yourself in the world of One Piece, wouldn't you desire to consume a devil fruit? Edward countered. All right. Enough of this bickering, Fal interjected, positioning himself between the two and waving his arms. We ought to focus on how to return to our world. If this truly is One Piece, then we are in a perilous realm, Fal stated with gravity. Indeed, I support the captain. Jonah raised his arm in agreement. So what shall we do next? John glanced at Fal. I recall that during our passage, we were engulfed in a tempestuous whirlpool of thunder and lightning. Fal reminisced about that moment. Indeed, we were drawn into that vortex, and upon regaining consciousness, we found ourselves here, he affirmed. However, there is no sign of a thunderstorm vortex nearby, and the scene of that moment cannot be restored, which left Fal quite distressed. In my opinion, we ought to be grounded in reality. Now that we have arrived here, do you not desire the power of the devil fruit? Edward suddenly interjected. What is the devil fruit? Is it powerful? Inquired a crew member who had not watched One Piece. The devil fruit is, in fact, a fruit that grants immense power upon consumption, Edward explained. Where can one obtain the devil fruit? The crew members were intrigued, for who would not wish to embody the invincible stance of defeating hundreds, as seen in anime? I'm not certain. Perhaps it depends on luck, Edward replied before reclining on the ground. Do you all wish to return? Fal asked, having overheard their conversation. Oh. Think about it. Can you return now? How would you do so? Edward pressed his forehead. True, but my wife and children are still awaiting my return, Fal lamented, tormented by his predicament. In my view, we should first secure the formidable power here before contemplating our return, Edward suggested earnestly. I concur, echoed most of the crew members. Very well, let us proceed as you propose. After all, there is no thought of returning at this moment, Fal conceded helplessly. How shall we address the issue of sustenance? Although we have ample food now, what about weeks from now? Fal pondered aloud. Indeed, the others murmured in contemplation. John, come. Let us inspect the cargo we are transporting. Since we cannot return at present, we might as well explore the unknown. Fal suddenly recalled the goods they were carrying. Of course, how could I have overlooked that? We still have the cargo. John exclaimed with delight, as they were merely crew members tasked with transporting the goods. They had no knowledge of what they were carrying. Thus, upon completing each transport, they remained oblivious to the nature of their cargo, leading to the current situation where no one knew what it contained. Let us go, everyone urged as they made their way to the containers. Are we really going to open them? What if we return to our world? And who will take responsibility then? John queried Fal. We are on the brink of perishing here. Who cares about responsibility? Trust me, open them, Fal declared resolutely. All right. The containers rumbled open slowly, revealing the tip of the iceberg within. A collective gasp escaped the crowd as they beheld the scene before them. Disappointment washed over them as they recognized the Texas-branded vehicles. What use were cars now? It appeared that our current shipments consisted solely of automobiles. Fal glanced at the containers with a hint of dismay. Do not fret, John reassured him, patting his shoulder. As far as I know, we are transporting not just this single order, but several others as well. Is that so? Fal acknowledged. Yet deep down, he understood that most of the orders were inextricably linked to automobiles. The vessel is laden with a total of 24 containers. Soon, Fal, filled with hope, approached each container as if unveiling a mystery box. After half an hour of diligent effort, the sky gradually darkened, and moonlight cascaded upon the ship. They had long since distanced themselves from the decrepit merchant ship where the crew had met a gruesome fate. Among the cargo were 12 pristine automobiles, some timber and 2 crates of clothing. Having opened 18 containers, John reported back. Document this, Fal instructed a nearby crew member. There are still 6 containers left unopened, correct? Fal conversed with John. Indeed, the crew is weary. Let us continue later, as night has fallen, John replied. Very well. We shall use flashlights to open the remaining containers shortly and see if there are any unexpected treasures, Fal said, turning his head. To be candid, he felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that among the numerous containers, at least some useful items would emerge, perhaps even food. After a considerable time, the crew members managed to open the remaining containers, yet their discoveries only deepened their disillusionment. Are these 6 sports cars? Fal's lips twitched in disbelief. Fal, come here. Look at this, John suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Fal hurried over. It was the 2 containers brimming with clothing, which appeared to hold more than meets the eye. Deep within each container lay 2 black boxes. Could it be? Fal pondered with a spark of excitement. He had heard rumors of powerful individuals clandestinely smuggling arms to profit from warfare or acquiring munitions from overseas to arm their factions. If these were indeed weapons, the likelihood leaned towards the latter, given the presence of only 4 black boxes. Open it, Fal commanded. On it, John quickly retrieved a crowbar. With considerable effort from the crew, they finally pried open one of the black boxes. Inside lay a trove of AK rifles. I knew it. Fal's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed upon the cache, which visibly numbered at least 20. We must open the other box. I suspect it contains ammunition, Fal exclaimed, seizing the crowbar to pry open the second black box. I can't do it anymore, John. It's your turn, Fal said after struggling for 2 minutes without success. With the combined strength of the crew, they finally managed to open the box. To their astonishment, rows upon rows of ammunition were revealed, numbering in the thousands. Fal's eyes gleamed as he retrieved an AK rifle, loading it with ammunition. If only we had possessed this arsenal beforehand. John and John exchanged a bittersweet glance. Alas, poor Bob. Jack also lowered his head. The sound of gunfire echoed as the FAL, equipped with ammunition, discharged toward the horizon. Indeed, the FAL's operator had undergone firearms training. It is fair to assert that nearly everyone residing in the United States has received such training. Subsequently, the others retrieved their AKs, loaded them, and slung them over their shoulders, gaining a modicum of reassurance. Meanwhile, with collective effort, the 2 black boxes were opened, revealing over 20 AKs and thousands of rounds of ammunition. Where shall we go next? John inquired, a note of confusion in his voice. I have no idea. It seems as though there is no refuge for us in this world, John replied. Indeed. FAL, what is your perspective? You are the captain, and we shall heed your counsel, Jack remarked to FAL. Let us sail straight ahead for the time being and see if fortune favors us by leading us to an island, FAL responded, lacking a better plan. Very well. We shall follow Captain FAL's lead, the others concurred. The group first transported the ammunition crates to the lounge, then secured each container with locks. They proceeded to carry Bob's body to the freezer to prevent it from decaying. Once all tasks were completed, FAL declared, Now, let us set sail on the load number. Standing at the bow, he gazed into the distance. Indeed, their transport vessel bore a name, the load number. Chapter 6, A Devil Fruit Captain. It has been several days, yet still no sight of land. After 5 days of navigating the seas aboard the load number, the crew began to voice their complaints regarding the absence of any terrestrial sight. Aside from the previously encountered derelict and plundered merchant ship, no other signs of civilization were visible. Occasionally, enormous sea creatures surfaced, and above, one might glimpse flying reptiles or birds, but nothing else could be seen. Fal. Ahead lies an island, John shouted from the lookout tower. What? The crew instantly perked up. At last, we have reached land. This has not been an easy journey. Some crew members even shed tears of relief. All right, increase the power. Forward, FAL commanded. With the load number accelerating, it swiftly approached the island's shores. Upon docking, the crew descended from the deck. Take your rifles and remain vigilant. This is not our former world. Fal reminded them that previously a gigantic winged creature had snatched a crew member and carried him into the sky. Fortunately, the others had AK rifles, which allowed them to barely repel the beast. Thankfully, although the crew member was released from the creature's grasp, he sustained only minor injuries, a few fractures at worst. Gnarl, possessing a modicum of medical skill, swiftly set the crew member's bones back to rights, and after a few days of rest, he was mostly recovered. Take your guns and follow me off the ship, Fal instructed the crew behind him. Amidst the delays and hesitations, everyone eventually disembarked, leaving only Jack and Gnarl to guard the vessel. As Fowl and the crew set foot on solid ground, a sense of belonging began to swell within them. "Have we brought Bob down?" Fowl inquired of the others. "Yes, he is here," replied two crew members, guiding the lifeless form of Bob to Fowl's side. "Ah, there is an old saying in my homeland, dust to dust, ashes to ashes," Fowl remarked somberly as he gazed at Bob's body. The deceased was his longtime first mate, who had accompanied him through many adventures. Initially, Fowl had harbored reservations about Bob due to his temperament, which often led to violent outbursts. However, he gradually recognized that Bob was unlike others of his kind, and thus, he came to accept him. Bob had been one of the first mates under his command, but due to his volatile nature, he was demoted repeatedly, ultimately becoming a third mate. "Let us lay him to rest," Fowl said with palpable sorrow. The crew began to dig into the earth with the tools they had brought from the ship, working until the grave was deep enough to accommodate Bob's remains. After Bob was laid to rest, the crew commenced hunting. The provisions aboard the ship were limited, so the crew had been frugal with their rations. Now, with supplies dwindling, hunting was essential for sustenance. However, after proceeding several paces, one of the crew members exclaimed, "Look, is that a bear?" They stared in astonishment at a massive black bear, 6 meters tall and over a meter wide, crouched before a small fruit tree. The bear, having heard the commotion, turned its enormous head to face Fowl and the crew. With a thunderous roar, the bear made it abundantly clear that the crew had trespassed into its territory. "Fire!" The expressions on the faces of Fowl and his team were remarkably vibrant, as the scene before them repeatedly challenged their perceptions. Fowl, clutching an AK, pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. Each bullet struck the formidable bear, causing a fountain of crimson to erupt, inflicting immense pain upon the creature. In a frenzied charge, it smashed down upon the nearest crew member. Indeed, the unfortunate sailor was obliterated, his fragments scattering, drenched in the surrounding blood. Some crew members, unable to bear the horror, fled towards the rear. Where there was one, there followed another. Under the lead of the first, more sailors hastily retreated. In their earlier fervor to reach solid ground, they now yearned desperately to get back aboard the ship. "Fire! Shoot!" As Fowl witnessed this chaos, his eyes widened in despair. He understood that fleeing from such a behemoth was futile. Roaring, the colossal bear caught up with the fleeing sailors, delivering a devastating blow to each, its maw devouring them whole. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Observing the futility of escape, those around seized their AKs, shooting at the bear with abandon. Gradually, the bear's strength waned, while the crew's ammunition dwindled, their supply merely a single magazine. With a thunderous crash, the bear collapsed, clearly exhausted from its blood loss. Countless bullet holes oozing crimson. Was the bear dead? Many sailors wept, for they had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. It felt as though a scene from a film had come to life before them. Fowl surveyed his remaining crew. Originally, there had been 20, including himself, but now only 14 remained. Indeed, 6 had perished, and in such a gruesome manner. Fowl. John, collapsed on the ground, called out, "Wait, my leg is unresponsive." Fowl's expression darkened. Though he feigned composure, the bear's overwhelming might had profoundly reshaped his understanding of strength. The bear lay still. After considerable time, Fowl gradually regained his composure. "Fowl," John called once more. "What is it?" Fowl approached John. "Is that the devil fruit you mentioned earlier?" John pointed towards a fruit tree ahead. The tree stood prominently, the very one the bear had been guarding. The devil fruit. On the other side, although many lay limply on the ground, a few perceptive individuals remained alert. For instance, Edward recognized at a glance that it was a devil fruit. Had he not been rendered immobile, he likely would have consumed it immediately. Is this truly a devil fruit? Farrell hastened to the peculiar spiraled fruit on the tree and plucked it from its branch. He scrutinized the fruit, then glanced at the eager eyes of the incapacitated crew members scattered around him. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled the immense black bear, without their modern AK rifles. They stood no chance against it, let alone with just over 10 armed men. After a brief hesitation, Farrell resolved to consume the devil fruit before him, fully aware that his decision would likely incite discontent among the crew. Yet, who among them was more deserving of this fruit? How could anything taste worse than this? The flavor was unbearable, akin to tasting excrement, leaving his face flushed with discomfort. Nevertheless, fearing the potential loss of power from not finishing the fruit, he gritted his teeth and consumed it slowly. Eventually, he succumbed to unconsciousness, overwhelmed by the foul taste. As the crew, no longer incapacitated, gazed at their fainted captain, a myriad of complex thoughts surged within them. Let us carry the captain back to the ship, and also bring the giant bear along. As the first mate, John, held the most authority in the captain's absence, the crew divided into 3 groups, one to lift Farrell back aboard, another deliberating on how to transport the massive bear, and the third engaged in clearing the battlefield, searching for any additional devil fruits, for none could be certain they were not the protagonists of their own tale. However, due to the bear's immense size, the crew resorted to using daggers, meticulously slicing away at its flesh. In the captain's quarters, on the bed, Farrell found himself in a disorienting darkness. Where am I? He pondered, fear creeping in as he sensed the presence of wandering spirits surrounding him. He felt himself adrift in this ethereal realm, confronted by a dark, flame-like entity before him. What is this? Farrell reached out to touch the mesmerizing black flame, yet found it impossible to make contact. My head aches. He pressed his forehead as consciousness returned. Where am I? Is this my quarters? Farrell surveyed the familiar surroundings. Chapter 7. The Weakness of the Devil Fruit. Joan, are you there? Farrell called out toward the door, recalling that he had succumbed to unconsciousness after being overwhelmed by the devil fruit's acrid taste. Captain, you have awakened. Upon hearing Fal's voice, the crew member outside opened the door and looked at Fal, who was lying in bed. Where are John and John? He inquired. To Fal. There were only 3 individuals on the ship he truly trusted, his first mate John, second mate John, and the deceased third mate Bob. Although other crew members had sailed alongside him for numerous years, human nature varied, making complete trust a rare commodity. Fal, you're awake? John and John, having been notified, hurried over. What is the current situation? Fal asked. There are only 14 crew members left. We lost 6 to the Black Bear, John replied, lowering his head in sorrow. They were good lads. Fal reminisced about the younger crew members with a tinge of regret. There are many dangerous creatures on that island. I advise against approaching it. John suggested, shifting the topic. I plan to wait until the crew transfers the Black Bear's meat onto the ship before departing. Leaving? We cannot leave just yet, Fal asserted, feeling a surge of strength as he propped himself up. Well, John hesitated. Let us discuss it after we've moved all the bear meat into the freezer. Fal sighed. First, replenish the AK ammunition. Remember to bring an extra magazine next time. Fal issued his command. All right, I'll inform the crew, John replied. Fal, did you eat a devil fruit? John, who had been overlooked for some time, interjected suddenly. A devil fruit? I'm not sure. Perhaps, Fal said, glancing at John. What kind of devil fruit was it? John asked with a wry smile. I don't know. I haven't harnessed its power yet, nor do I fully understand it. It might not even be a devil fruit. Fal expressed his uncertainty. Regardless of its authenticity, Fal, some crew members are bound to have opinions about you now, John remarked. Yes, when I consumed that fruit, I anticipated the consequences, Fal said, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside as a group of crew members approached. Captain, you're awake. Did you eat a devil fruit? Do you feel any power now? A throng of curious individuals gathered outside, eagerly questioning Fal. I'm not certain. I'm not sure if it was a devil fruit, he replied. Fal was greatly disturbed by their incessant buzzing, prompting him to ask them to leave. John, you should go outside as well. I wish to be alone for a while, and please close the door behind you, Fal said, his eyes shut. All right, John, and John nodded before departing. Once the crew had vacated the space, Fal reclined on his bed, gazing at the ceiling with his eyes closed. Is this truly a devil fruit? Fal pondered, sensing a small, dark essence drifting within him. What is this? He longed to touch it, yet no matter how he reached out, he could not grasp it. Fal's consciousness focused intently on that elusive darkness, yearning to make contact with it. However, despite his efforts, he found it impossible to reach. After a prolonged struggle, he reluctantly abandoned his attempt. Where's this? Is this within me? Upon giving up, Fal realized he was surrounded by an expanse of emptiness, with only the dark essence hovering before him. Could this be my soul space? Fal thought, astonished. What exactly have I consumed? At this moment, he began to affirm that he had indeed eaten a devil fruit. Captain, crew members were knocking at the door. Coming, awakened from his reverie. Fal quickly rose to open the door. When he did, he found Edward standing there, holding an iron bucket. Edward, what is this? Fal asked, perplexed. Captain, if you truly have eaten a devil fruit, then water will sap your strength if it touches you. The devil fruit is cursed by the sea, and those who consume it become subject to the sea's curse. Edward exclaimed with excitement. Is that so? It does seem plausible, Fal reflected, recalling snippets from the anime One Piece. Then I shall test it and see if I truly weaken upon contact with water. He gestured towards the iron bucket Edward was carrying. Very well, Edward replied, his enthusiasm evident. If Fal indeed lost his strength upon contact with water, it would validate their arrival in the world of pirates. Fal then dipped his finger into the bucket and waited a moment. Nothing happened. As he uttered those words, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, and Edward's lips twitched slightly. Well, perhaps it's because only a small part of your body was submerged. Edward spoke with an air of disbelief. You merely need to dip a finger into the water. Who would expect it to yield any effect? Indeed, replied Farrell. But this iron barrel is rather diminutive. I can barely fit my hand in. Edward suggested. Then accompany me to the bathing area. We shall remove our garments. With a profound silhouette, Edward departed. Very well, let us go, Farrell responded, following Edward to the bathing quarters. Upon hearing their intent to verify the authenticity of the devil fruit, the crew members eagerly trailed behind, clearly drawn by the prospect of excitement. The bathing area was not far from the ship, and soon they arrived. Farrell stripped down and stood beneath the showerhead. Being all men and familiar comrades, he felt no hesitation in disrobing completely. Activate the shower, Farrell anticipated eagerly. In truth, he already suspected it to be the devil fruit. Yet he yearned to confirm whether it indeed belonged to the realm of pirates. As the fresh water cascaded over Farrell's robust physique, he was met with eager inquiries from the onlookers. What's the result? They clamored. I feel nothing, Farrell replied, puzzled. How can that be? Edward interjected. Oh, right. The devil fruit is merely cursed by the sea. We must use seawater. Edward smacked his forehead. But it's all water. Could there truly be a distinction? Farrell's mind was flooded with peculiar thoughts. I don't know, yet this world of One Piece is an animated realm. Can you truly elucidate its rules? Edward replied with a wry smile. Very well then, Farrell conceded, recognizing the need to dress and venture onto the deck. Let us disembark and conduct our experiment on the beach below, John suggested to Farrell. Agreed, he replied, slowly descending the ladder to the sandy ground below. The waves lapped rhythmically upon the shore, retreating and advancing. Once the crew had gathered, Farrell instructed them to prepare. He was aware that submerging even half of his body in seawater would render him utterly powerless. Farrell cautiously approached the shoreline, wading into the water as his crew maintained a respectful distance of about half a meter behind, ever vigilant. I'm beginning to feel it. It resembles a feverish weakness, he noted as the seawater reached his knees. The sensation of lethargy washed over him, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Gradually, Farrell's stability wavered, his body swaying precariously. Suddenly, with a splash, he fell unceremoniously into the sea. Farrell, John and John, witnessing the scene, shouted and rushed over. Chapter 8, 3 days' time. What does it feel like to be on the brink of death? Fal fell into the sea, feeling as though all strength had drained from his body, as if it no longer belonged to him. He vowed that once he emerged from the water, he would never again come into contact with even a drop of seawater. Fal, John, and the other crew members hurriedly pulled Fal from the water, each of them anxiously inquiring about his condition. However, a few individuals stood still, their eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. Edward's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed he had truly entered the world of pirates, he thought with exhilaration. Edward William, a robust German with a beard, was an ardent fan of manga and anime, particularly One Piece. Now that he was certain he had arrived in the world of pirates, concepts such as the Marine Six Styles, the 3 types of hockey, and the fruits of the Sky Island rushed through his mind. Edward's eyes shone with anticipation. Previously, he had felt envy towards Fal for having consumed a devil fruit, but now those feelings of jealousy were cast aside. What about the thunder fruit? He wondered about its current status and whether it had been consumed. Feeling fatigued, Fal began to recover his strength. His gaze filled with trepidation as he stared at the vast ocean before him. The sensation was akin to having his very soul detached from this world, leaving only the corporeal sense of touch behind. Fal, are you all right? John asked, concern etched on his face as he observed Fal's vacant expression. It's terrifying, Fal replied. Let's return to the ship and let Fal rest, John suggested upon witnessing the scene. The crew members helped Fal ascend to the ship, ensuring he was comfortably settled. Fal, how are you feeling? Fal had rested in bed for quite a while, with John vigilantly by his side, while the rest of the crew kept a watchful eye on him. I'm actually fine. It's just that the experience was overwhelmingly frightful, Fal waved his hand dismissively, forcing a smile. Really? You truly frightened us. By the way, Fal, could you describe that sensation to me? John inquired. Edward, peeking from behind the door, listened intently. At first, it was as if I couldn't comprehend what was happening. My strength inexplicably faded away bit by bit, Fal recalled. Once the seawater reached my waist, it felt like I was gravely ill, utterly weakened and devoid of energy, which is why I fell into the water. And then, Fal's eyes reflected a hint of lingering fear. I suppose that is what the sensation of death feels like. What is that feeling like? A question arose among the crew. It was challenging to articulate, as if the soul had departed from this realm. Fal shook his head, and the crew, observing his demeanor, refrained from further inquiries. Alas, have you acquired any power, Fal? John sighed. It seems it has become certain that we find ourselves in the world of the Pirate King. I am uncertain. Perhaps I have gained something, but the specifics elude me for now. Only time will reveal the truth, Fal responded, shaking his head once more. Witnessing this, the others sighed collectively and departed in their own directions, leaving the scene. This journey has yielded a devil fruit, yet it is a pity about those 6 crew members. John lamented. Do not be overly sorrowful. Perhaps death was their best fate, for our own future remains uncertain, John remarked as he gazed out the window. Indeed, this world is fraught with peril, John continued, also looking outside. Observing their shared focus, Fal turned his gaze to the window as well. There lay an expanse of endless ocean and vast sky, where seabirds soared freely, their cries echoing through the air. Gradually, the crew began to accept this new world, and time swiftly passed over the course of 3 days. During this interval, Fal diligently practiced the abilities granted by the devil fruit he had consumed, making some progress. Meanwhile, John, Jack, Edward, Gnarl, and the other crew members maintained the ship with great care. In recent days, the detestable black bear has been consumed by the masses. 14 individuals have feasted upon it for several consecutive days, yet they have not finished. However, it is worth noting that after indulging in the bear meat, the group has noticeably grown stronger and more robust. Fal, let us depart from here tomorrow, John said, gazing at Fal. Very well. Do remember to hunt for some game on the island, Fal replied. We shall, John responded before departing from Fal's chamber. In recent days, Fal has been engrossed in exploring the capabilities of his devil fruit powers, thus neglecting certain matters aboard the ship. Meanwhile, upon discovering the island housing the devil fruits, under Edward's guidance, the crew has been traversing the island in search of these fruits and hunting for game. Fortunately, they have not encountered any formidable beasts akin to the black bear. Rather, they have only faced creatures manageable by the crew. Inside the captain's quarters, Fal is alone, fiddling with the tendrils that wrap around his arm like flames. What are these enigmatic entities? Fal gazes curiously at the black tendrils adorning his arm. Aware that they pose no threat to others, he has come to realize that he can manipulate them, directing their movement throughout his body. Initially, the crew was astonished by Fal's abilities, but over the past few days, they have grown accustomed to the spectacle. Notably, he has discovered that some of the other crew members possess similar entities within them, varying in hue. Some are predominantly white, others green, and yet others red. However, only Fal has the ability to perceive these manifestations. The other crew members remain oblivious to the presence of such phenomena within themselves or others. This only deepened Fal's confusion regarding his fruit abilities. Sighing in frustration, he decided to step outside and check on John and the others. After fidgeting for a while, he ultimately surrendered to his inability to manipulate his powers. Fal opened the iron door of his captain's quarters and stepped onto the deck. Leaning against the ship's railing, the sea breeze caressed his face, sending his slightly longer hair fluttering backward. Ahoy, Captain! A crew member greeted him. Indeed, the weather is quite pleasant today, Fal replied with a wave of his hand. Indeed, Captain. What are your plans for tomorrow after we depart? Where shall we head next? The crew member inquired, a hint of uncertainty in his voice, as they found themselves isolated in this world, devoid of a home, relying solely on one another for solace. Well, I intend to sail eastward and explore the civilizations of this world, Fal declared. I've heard from Edward that this world is quite treacherous, full of pirates. Perhaps, Captain, we should refrain from aimless wandering. What if we encounter pirates? The crew member spoke with a pitiful expression, clearly averse to the idea of violence and conflict. I will take that into consideration, Fal replied, retreating to his captain's quarters, preparing to descend with his AK rifle to survey the surroundings. Inspired by the crew member's suggestion, He pondered the prospect of settling on this island, yet his yearning to discover a way back to Earth compelled him to venture forth rather than remain idle. Carefully descending to the water's edge with his AK rifle in hand, Fal gazed at the ocean before him, feeling an instinctive aversion to the water. Nevertheless, he stepped onto the sandy shore of the island. With protective footwear, he believed the seawater would not weaken him. Through meticulous testing, he discovered that only when the seawater made contact with his skin did he experience a debilitating weakness. "John," Fal called out to the crew members ahead who were also armed with AK rifles. "Hey, Fal, what brings you ashore today?" John replied with a smile. "Ha. What is this?" Fal inquired, noticing a group dragging a massive 2-meter deer. "Ha, we just returned from hunting." John and Joan exchanged amused glances. "Ah, splendid. That is delightful," Fal said, genuinely pleased. "Well, let us head back aboard," John suggested. Chapter 9. Exertion of strength. "Go ahead. I'll stay down here for a breath of fresh air," Fal said. "All right." Given that Fal wielded an AK rifle and possessed the powers of a devil fruit, the crew felt little concern for his safety. They proceeded to drag the massive deer alongside their ship, methodically dismembering it before bringing it aboard in portions. This is also a method they have employed in recent days to bring their prey aboard the ship. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible for them to hoist such large game. Far glanced at the bustling crowd without intervening. Ever since he acquired the powers of the devil fruit, he had embraced a newfound sense of freedom. Perhaps this apprehension towards Fal's devil fruit abilities is not unfounded. After all, no one can guarantee how an individual might transform upon acquiring such formidable power. Under the influence of the vast network of information on Earth, everyone is acutely aware of the implications of such matters. It is worth noting, however, that the smartphones of the crowd lay dormant, their batteries depleted, rendering them inoperable and seldom utilized for leisure. Moreover, the vessel is equipped with only a single power source, which solely sustains the satellite positioning system, rendering the data cables incompatible and preventing any possibility of charging their phones. The propulsion systems, on the other hand, rely on heavy oil as fuel. Fortunately, the ship has not been in operation for several days, resulting in a substantial reserve of heavy oil, sufficient to sustain their voyage for 2 to 3 weeks. Observing their busyness, Fal chose not to intrude, instead meandering along the shoreline. He discovered that, apart from humans, the living creatures around him also possessed those peculiar entities within their forms. Through extensive deduction, Fal surmised that these strange elements within them might indeed be what is referred to as the soul in the annals of Washia history. Could it be that these entities are, in fact, souls? Closing his eyes, Fal turned inward to examine the black, soul-like substance within him, a skill he had acquired upon consuming the devil fruit. "Entwine," Fal commanded, his arms swiftly manifesting numerous black, soul-like forms. If he were to introspect further, he would notice a significant reduction in the black souls within him. "Disperse," as he commanded the black souls on his arm to dissipate. The souls within him returned to their original size. So that is how it works, Fal mused, enlightened by this realization. As he continued his walk, he contemplated the potential applications of his devil fruit abilities. Upon spotting an adorable sea turtle ahead, he halted in his tracks. Perhaps this creature would serve as the perfect subject for his experimentation. With deliberate steps, Fal approached the sea turtle. The 2-meter-long sea turtle clearly held little regard for Fal, merely closing its eyes and stretching its neck to bask in the sun. The green, soul-like entity captivated Fal as he gazed at the enormous creature. He felt an inexplicable allure emanating from the turtle's interior. The turtle's shell was adorned with patches of green moss and various parasites scuttling about, yet the turtle seemed unconcerned. Observing the motionless giant, Fal gradually eased the tension in his heart and extended his hand towards the shell. Upon contact, the turtle evidently grew uncomfortable and stirred. "Is it possible to draw it in?" Fal mused with a hint of surprise. As soon as his hand touched the turtle's shell, it began to wriggle, clearly distressed. "I will absorb it." Fal exerted himself, tapping into the power of his devil fruit. It was quite a struggle, and after a while, he sank to the ground. At that moment, the turtle, relieved from Fal's attempts, swiftly retreated into the depths of the ocean, disappearing from sight. "I should have been able to extract that soul-like entity," Fal reflected, recalling how he had seen it being drawn towards him, albeit only slightly. Yet, the exertion had drained him significantly. Does wielding the power of the devil fruit require immense physical stamina? He pondered. "Well, I should head back. I feel rather fatigued." Rising, he murmured to himself, clearly feeling the toll of his recent endeavor. Soon, Fal slowly climbed aboard the vessel, his weary body dragging him down. Once on the deck, he collapsed onto the ground, staring up at the sky. "Captain." A few crew members spotted him lying there and hurried over, eager to ascertain what had transpired. "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Fal waved his hand dismissively. "Really? Captain, you seem rather weak lately," one crew member remarked awkwardly. "Haha," Fal chuckled, choosing not to respond further. After resting for a brief moment, he mustered the energy to return to his captain's quarters. Feeling a pang of hunger, he wondered, "Didn't I just eat?" After placing his AK rifle aside, he rubbed his stomach, puzzled. Could it be that utilizing my powers consumes a significant amount of stamina, which in turn must be replenished through food? He stroked his forehead, contemplating this theory. Perhaps that is indeed the case, and it seems that those in One Piece consume quite a lot. Maybe that explains it. Having discerned the situation, Fal ventured into the kitchen to procure some sustenance. On board, there exists no designated chef. The crew members typically fend for themselves, scavenging for food or preparing meals autonomously. Consequently, it is common for individuals aboard to collaborate in the culinary arts, transforming the act of cooking into a simple yet delightful gathering. Upon reaching the kitchen, Fal was greeted by several crew members along the way, as their outsourcing company collaborates with numerous universities, rendering most of the individuals on the vessel university students. They are predominantly youthful, primarily in their mid-20s, around the ages of 26 or 27. In this setting, Fal holds a position of considerable esteem, not solely due to his rank, but also owing to his extensive experience and maturity. Among his contemporaries with similar tenure, only Joan, and the deceased Bob share both his age and background. However, these individuals are not alumni of the same institution. They were merely assigned together by the outsourcing firm. Feeling quite famished, Fal extracted a chunk of bear meat from the freezer, weighing approximately 1.2 pounds. In the past, he would have deemed such a portion excessive. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he now felt it insufficient. He gathered some firewood, placed it beneath a pot, and ignited it with a lighter. The crackling of the wood heralded a roaring flame, which steadily cooked the meat within the pot. Fal gazed at the simmering bear meat with an almost ravenous intensity. Clearly starved, after a 10-minute wait, the meat was finally deemed ready. Without a second thought, he disregarded the risk of burns and retrieved it with his bare hands. Taking a hearty bite of the steaming bear meat. "Oh, how hot!" he exclaimed, fanning himself with his hands, yet he continued to devour the meat with relentless enthusiasm. Moments later, having finished the bear meat, he rubbed his now full belly, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Suddenly, he reflected on his current state and was reminded of a vivid term, pig. Indeed, he felt akin to a pig, alternating between eating and sleeping. With a hint of resignation, he hastened to the captain's quarters and collapsed onto the bed. Within moments, the sound of his snoring filled the air. Typically, Fal did not snore, indicating just how exhausted he truly was. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to the fatigue of having scaled a 1,000-meter mountain. "Why does it seem like the captain has been so lethargic lately?" pondered the crew members outside, recalling how Fal had failed to respond to their greetings earlier. Instead, he had retreated to his quarters, where his snores soon echoed, unmistakably signaling his slumber. "Ah, how I wish I could sleep too." One of the crew members was yearning for sleep, grappling with the lingering effects of the past few days, haunted by nightmares each night. Leaning against the railing, Edward gazed toward the captain's cabin, his thoughts drifting into the ether. "The devil fruit. I desire the devil fruit. I crave immense power," Edward fervently contemplated. After days devoid of success, his longing for the devil fruit intensified. Every day, he pondered that had his legs not given way that fateful day, he would have been the first to taste the devil fruit. Humph, the natural thunder fruit awaits me on Skypiea. Why dwell on such thoughts? Edward shook his head, seeking solace in the self-reassurance. Thus, each day passed in this manner, riddled with inner conflict. Chapter 10. The Sand Rat Tribe. The following morning, the radiant sun kissed Fal's face, rousing him from slumber. "Ah, how delightful!" Stretching luxuriously, Fal shouted at the blinding sun outside. Had there been anyone nearby, they would surely have been startled by his exuberance. The overwhelming comfort compelled him to vocalize his joy. Thus, he embraced his uninhibited self, feeling an unprecedented surge of vitality. After completing his stretches, Fal donned his attire and shoes, seized the AK rifle nearby, and stepped outside. "Captain." The crew greeted Fal enthusiastically. He nodded in response, acknowledging their respect. Typically, they would honor the captain with salutes, and Fal reciprocated with politeness. Awake at last, Fowl? John remarked, observing Fowl's spirited demeanor. Yes, I am awake. But why does your complexion appear so poor? Fowl inquired, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. Just a restless night, John replied, refraining from divulging the truth. Noticing John's reluctance to speak, Fowl shifted his gaze to the side where John stood. Actually, it's the aftermath of the recent harrowing experiences that has taken a toll on John. He hasn't slept well these past few days, John confessed, unable to withstand Fowl's scrutiny. Upon hearing John's revelation, Fowl felt powerless to alleviate John's distress, merely placing a comforting hand on his old friend's shoulder, silently conveying his presence. Indeed, regardless of circumstances, we remain the best of friends, John affirmed. Wrapping his arms around both John and Fowl, the three of them leaned their heads together, yet each harbored the haunting visage of a black man, the late Bob. They had once been the closest of brothers, but events had unfolded with alarming swiftness. Before they could comprehend the gravity of their situation, Bob had silently departed from this world. Fowl, when shall we set sail? After the three consoled each other, they commenced their serious business. Let us drift at sea for a night, Fowl said. All right, we'll follow your lead then. Tonight it is. John and John both nodded in agreement. Well, let us have the crew prepare, Fowl instructed his first mate, John. In matters of duty, they were bound by hierarchy, the captain, the first mate, the second mate, and others. Even though they were no longer on Earth, Fowl remained the stern and dependable captain in the eyes of those without strong opinions. I intend to search the island later. Would you like to join me? Fowl asked John. Deep down, he harbored a personal motive, eager to test his devil fruit abilities. Never mind. I'm not keen on returning to that island. You might ask others. Perhaps they would be more willing to accompany you. John waved dismissively. Count me in, John interjected, raising his AK rifle. Very well, Fowl replied. Does anyone wish to join me for one last visit to the island? Fowl inquired of the nearby crew members. Forget it. Forget it. The crew members waved their hands in refusal. After a few days of hunting, some crew members had begun to embrace a laid-back lifestyle, lounging in the crew lounge. However, a few exceptions remained, like Edward, who frequently ventured out with several crew members, hoping to encounter another devil fruit. All right, upon hearing this, Fowl ceased further inquiries and directly led John down the ship. He lacked the inclination to ask questions. Fowl, which direction shall we take? John pretended to be fierce, raising his rifle. Let us head that way. Fowl casually pointed in a direction. Okay, John nodded. The two continued onward, through their explorations over the past few days. They had learned that the depths of this island were home to ferocious beasts. Consequently, they primarily targeted the harmless creatures along the periphery. Wait. There's a large rat ahead, Fowl gestured. Before them stood a rat measuring 50 centimeters in length. In this world, it seemed as though many things had been magnified. John stared at the rat, having grown accustomed to such sights over the past few days. Let me take it down. Fowl intercepted John, who had aimed his weapon at the mouse and was poised to shoot. He steadied his AK rifle, intending to conduct an experiment. In his eyes, the mouse before him harbored a vibrant, greenish soul-like essence, evidently the spirit of the creature. Fowl was eager to ascertain whether the mouse's soul would dissipate upon its demise. With a sharp crack, the gun discharged. The mouse, which had been gazing sideways at Fowl and John, suddenly seemed to be struck by a heavy force, collapsing to the ground. It was a successful shot. Skilled in marksmanship, Fowl swiftly approached the fallen creature. He observed that the mouse's soul was gradually fading away, indicating its impending death. Curious, Fowl extended his right hand towards the mouse's body. He focused all his strength and energy into that hand, aiming to draw forth the mouse's soul. This endeavor required not only physical strength, but also mental fortitude, specifically the dark essence within him to absorb the mouse's spirit. To his astonishment, Fowl smoothly drew the mouse's soul into his own being. What are you doing? John inquired, approaching with a look of confusion. However, Fowl was too engrossed to respond, concentrating intently on merging the two souls within him. With relative ease, Fowl's dark essence transformed the mouse's green soul into black, uniting them as one. Clearly, the mouse's spirit was absorbed into his own. Why are you silent? John pressed, noticing Fowl's lack of response. At that moment, Fowl felt his body swell with energy, a sensation of increasing strength and heightened clarity of thought. Although the swelling was illusory, the augmentation of his power was genuine. Particularly his spiritual energy, his soul's power was markedly enhanced. Fowl. John waved his hand in front of Fowl's eyes. I'm fine, Fowl replied, snapping back to reality. What just happened? Were you lost in thought? John asked, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. Fal dismissed, reluctant to divulge the recent events. All right, John acquiesced, sensing Fal's desire for privacy. Shall we continue? Are we bringing this large mouse back as food? He said, eyeing the creature with distaste, yet aware that cleanliness was a luxury in this foreign realm. Let's take it back, Fal decided, dragging the mouse toward their vessel. Wait, there's movement. John halted Fal. What is it? Fal sensed something amiss and quickly chambered around. From the depths of the forest, pairs of glistening green eyes emerged, a horde of mice. 1, 2, 3, 10. I believe we must retreat, Fal. John's face had turned somewhat pale. Rat-a-tat-tat. Fal was unconcerned with anything else. He shot first and contemplated later. In his eyes, this swarm of rodents represented colossal spiritual energy. The mice were unable to evade the bullets, each one pierced and collapsing to the ground, convulsing for an extended period. As Fal continued to fire and advance, his hand assumed a claw-like shape, fingers splayed as if he were drawing in the very souls of the twitching mice lying on the ground. Is he truly that formidable? John pondered in astonishment at the carnage unfolding before him. Given the circumstances, he would have lacked the courage to pull the trigger, perhaps opting instead to flee. Observing Fal still engaged in shooting while the number of mice continued to swell, John could no longer remain a passive observer. He hastily raised his AK rifle, meticulously taking aim and firing at the rodents one by one. Retreat. As Fal noticed the increasing number of mice encroaching upon his field of vision, the initial thrill within him dissipated. His ammunition was dwindling. After absorbing the souls of several more fallen mice, Fal grasped John and urged him to depart from the scene. Surprisingly, the mice remained stationary, failing to pursue them. This group of mice, originally part of the Shatian tribe, is harmless to humans. Yet they are now mercilessly slaughtered by Fal. Each mouse stands, gazing with pitiable eyes at their kin lying in pools of blood around them. Chapter 11. The change of power. The two individuals approaching the ship finally breathed a sigh of relief. The contrast between the panting John and the slightly breathless Fal was stark. Goodness, Fal, when did your stamina improve so remarkably? John gasped. Ha ha ha, Fal chuckled, unwilling to elaborate further. At that moment, he was astonished by the tremendous growth of his soul, now magnified several times. He felt invigorated, brimming with vitality, as if an endless reservoir of energy radiated from his being. Let us board the ship quickly. It would be unfortunate if that horde of large mice catches up with us, Fal remarked, glancing at his AK rifle, now devoid of ammunition. All right, let us hurry. John concurred. Once on board and looking back, they noticed that the mice had not pursued them, indicating they had not followed. I'm exhausted. Today has felt like running a marathon with you, Fal, John said, slightly breathless. Ha ha ha, who could have anticipated such a multitude of mice? Weren't you all supposed to have cleared most of the beasts around here these past few days? Fal inquired. I'm not certain. We did manage to clear quite a bit, but that pertains only to the outer beasts. We dare not venture into the depths of the island, John replied. Very well. Fal nodded. Fal, I'm feeling a bit weary. I think I'll rest now, John said, his expression returning to normal. All right, Fal responded. By the way, are you truly not tired? We just ran so hurriedly, and I don't recall you having engaged in any training for such exertion. John observed with a look of curiosity on his face. Perhaps it is due to consuming the devil fruit, Fal said, not particularly inclined to conceal the truth. Oh, I see. John understood instantly and chose not to press further, waving his hand as he turned back to his quarters. As Fal watched John depart, he contemplated many things. Although he wished to keep certain matters private to avoid inciting jealousy, he ultimately decided to set aside his reservations, considering their relationship. In the captain's cabin, due to the ship's limited space, much of it was occupied by containers. Thus, most of the crew had to make do with shared quarters, where several employees rested on makeshift beds. However, Fal was fortunate enough to have his own captain's cabin, while others were crammed into rooms with 7 or 8 individuals sleeping side by side. My soul power has significantly increased once more, Fal pondered within his inner vision. Oh, I ought to consult the Devil Fruit Compendium to ascertain the nature of my own fruit. I have a strong inclination that my fruit's abilities are anything but ordinary. Rising from his seat, Fal approached the drawer and opened the second compartment, retrieving the Devil Fruit Compendium he had recently discovered aboard that ship. He scrutinized the text within the compendium with great diligence. 1. Zoantype. The Zoantype devil fruits grant the ability to transform into animals, encompassing 3 forms: human, beast, and hybrid. Additionally, there exist two rare categories within the zoan type, ancient and mythical. Ancient zoan fruits are derived from creatures that existed in prehistoric times or are now extinct, rendering them exceedingly rare. Mythical zoans embody animals or beings from myth and legend, and these fruits are even rarer than the natural type devil fruits. 2. Paramecia type. Paramecia type devil fruits allow the user to manipulate specific substances or induce extraordinary changes in their own body, rendering certain physical attacks ineffective. The consumer gains powers that surpass those of ordinary individuals, and their physique becomes distinctly unique. Some paramecia fruits can unleash abilities that can strike the corporeal forms of natural type users without the need for haki. This category is the most populous yet the most diverse, with abilities that are as varied as they are eccentric. 3. Logia type. The Logia type devil fruits are widely regarded as the most formidable among the three categories. The primary characteristic of a Logia user is the ability to elementalize their body. Ordinary physical attacks are rendered ineffective against them, with only haki or sea prism stone capable of inflicting damage upon the user's true form. The distinctions among the three types of fruits, although not extensively familiar to Fal, were nonetheless clear to him. After all, One Piece stands as a venerable pillar in the realm of anime. Anyone with a modicum of internet exposure is bound to have some inkling of it. The sheer variety of devil fruits depicted in the compendium astonished him. As he turned page after page, a sense of vexation washed over him, for the multitude of fruit types was truly overwhelming. Some bore peculiar shapes reminiscent of oddities, while others resembled fruits, and some were merely spherical with intricate patterns. He pondered how he might discern which fruit he had consumed, as he had carelessly devoured it without a moment's thought. Alas, it seemed futile to search for answers. Overcome by a dazzling array of options, Fal relinquished his quest for clues within the devil fruit compendium. Feeling a twinge of hunger, he absent-mindedly rubbed his belly, puzzled by his recent bouts of insatiable appetite. He could only attribute it to the devil fruit, particularly since his consumption had markedly increased. As he made his way to the kitchen, he gazed into the freezer and retrieved several pounds of bear meat. It was fortunate that he alone had partaken of the devil fruit. Had the others on the ship shared his fate, the provisions would scarcely last a few days. Fal reflected on this with a sense of melancholy. After finishing his meal, he returned to the captain's quarters and reclined on his bed. As he contemplated his stagnant existence, a sudden realization struck him. He had become excessively indulgent and lethargic. Should I not take some action? Fal mused quietly. In recent days, he has not offered any assistance or advice to the crew aboard the vessel. Fortunately, he enjoys a good rapport with the other members. Otherwise, the crew would have long expressed their discontent towards him. Never mind. Sleep is of utmost importance. With a yawn, Fal struggles against his weariness. He had slept soundly until nightfall, and had it not been for the noise outside the door, Fal would likely have continued to slumber. Fal, are you there? I'm coming in, called a voice from outside. Come in. I'm here, Fal replied. Upon hearing his words, the voice opened the door and entered. Oh, it's John. What brings you here? Fal inquired upon seeing him. Fal, were you sleeping? John asked. Well, yes, I was indeed asleep. Just woke up, Fal admitted awkwardly. Hearing this, John sighed and rubbed his forehead. Have you forgotten something, Fal? He said, his tone tinged with irritation. After a moment's reflection, Fal recalled that there was indeed something he had overlooked. Oh, right, we are setting sail today, leaving this place, he exclaimed, giving his head a light slap. I thought you had forgotten. After all, you are the captain of the ship. John retorted, visibly annoyed. All right, my mistake. Fal apologized. Lately, he had been feeling an inexplicable fatigue, a weariness that dulled his interest in many matters. Come on, we need to muster some energy. We are about to embark on a long voyage, John encouraged himself. Yes, I will, Fal nodded in agreement. I wonder what awaits us on the sea. This is not our familiar world anymore. We should prepare ourselves, John said resignedly before leaving the captain's quarters. Fal felt a tumult within him at these words. He needed to rise from the captain's quarters and head to the deck. Resolute in his decision, he quickly dressed and exited the captain's cabin. On the deck, the crew was diligently attending to their tasks. Some were hauling ropes, others were fueling the engines, and few were idling. In contrast to their industriousness, Fal felt a sense of inadequacy. Captain, we are about to set sail. The crew greeted him as he approached. Let us begin the voyage, just as we always do. Prepare for departure, he instructed. Fal issued the command. Nearby, John looked at him with exasperation. for they had been waiting for him to arrive and give orders for quite some time, while he had been asleep. Had Fal not come to issue directives at that moment, John and John would have taken it upon themselves to instruct the crew to commence their duties. Nevertheless, Fal, being the most authoritative figure aboard, was the captain of the vessel. Under his orders, the crew promptly began their tasks, and soon the great ship vanished from the coastline. Chapter 12. The Navy. The colossal vessel soared over the waves, cleaving through the cerulean waters as it bravely navigated its course. The armored bow pierced the surface, parting the shimmering sea to forge a path ahead. The surging waves, adorned with silvery froth, surged past the ship's sides, converging at the stern to create a tumultuous wake, leaving behind a gleaming trail that expanded across the distant sea, sparkling like a myriad of diamonds. On board the great ship were numerous robust crew members clad in white, diligently attending to their respective tasks. Their captain, a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, donned a white cloak emblazoned with the word justice. They were, without a doubt, the navy of this world, the valiant guardians of righteousness upon the vast ocean. Admiral Kyle. At that moment, a crew member approached the imposing figure of a 2-meter-tall, robust man, saluting respectfully. How goes the search? Have you uncovered any traces of the pirate crew? Admiral Kyle's somber gaze bore down on the sailor. Sir, we have yet to locate any sign of the pirate crew. However, we did receive a signal from the South Sea Division mentioning their presence, the crew member replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Very well, I understand. You may leave. Admiral Kyle gestured dismissively. Yes, sir. The sailor exhaled in relief and stepped back. Have we passed near the South Sea Division? A glimmer of intensity flickered in Kyle's eyes. Although the pirate crew he pursued was relatively weak, he had compelling reasons to continue the chase. He recalled, vividly, the day his family was slaughtered by the nefarious Skull pirate crew, robbing him of everything he held dear. Now, as a vice admiral, he had grown significantly, and encountering that pirate crew once more would ignite his relentless pursuit. Yet, due to their ship's peculiar speed, they had thus far eluded capture. Prepare to meet your demise, Kyle remarked coldly. Meanwhile, on the boundless expanse of the ocean, a cargo ship rocked gently upon the waves. This vessel was none other than the loadmaster, captained by Fal. Fal, it has been days, yet we have seen neither ship nor island, complained John. Fal murmured, leaning against the railing in response. Forget it. I'm done for now. I'm heading back inside, John grumbled as he departed. Fal's keen gaze shifted to the horizon. It had been 2 days since they left that island, and their aimless drifting had yielded no results. They occasionally faced assaults from sea beasts, though thankfully, these creatures refrained from excessive aggression, merely colliding with the hull of Fal's ship. The crew members typically brandished their AK rifles, and after a few shots, the sea beasts would retreat from their vicinity. Fal, our ammunition reserves are dwindling, John announced. What? Is it depleting so swiftly? How much do we have left? Fal inquired. Taken aback. Only about 3,000 rounds remain. We started with 7,000, and we've already expended 3,000 on the island and over 1,000 recently driving off sea beasts, John calculated. Well, we have no other option. We must conserve our ammunition. There are fearsome pirates in these waters, and so far, we have not encountered a single one, Fal stated with a serious expression. Understood. I will issue the orders shortly. John nodded in agreement. Very well. After their conversation concluded, Fal turned and returned to his captain's quarters. In recent days, he found himself increasingly fatigued and hungry. He made no conscious effort to restrain himself, leading to a routine of eating and sleeping in quick succession. This has led to his rare appearances outside the captain's quarters. Yet the noticeable enhancement of his physique is undeniably evident. He is acutely aware that all of this is a consequence of the devil fruit he consumed, which has brought him to this state of entanglement. Upon returning to the captain's cabin, Fal gazed at the dark soul energy coiling around his arm. Reminiscent of flames fiercely ablaze, he referred to it as black fire. During these past few days, he has not been idle in his exploration of the fruit's capabilities within his being. In his assessment, he has discerned that his fruit pertains to the realm of souls, likely classifying it as a paramecia-type fruit. Initially, he intended to consult Edward, who possesses considerable knowledge about the Pirate King, but upon catching Edward's gaze directed towards him, Fal abandoned this notion. After dispersing the black energy, Fal turned his attention to the other side. There, in his line of sight, he beheld a white, soul-like entity fiercely burning beyond the wall. This represents a capability he acquired after further development. It is akin to clairvoyance, enabling him to perceive the souls of living beings beyond any obstacles. This ability is quite practical. Additionally, he discovered that Fowls had significantly intensified, allowing him to extract a fragment of the souls of nearby crew members. Upon meticulous observation, Fowl noted that the souls of the surrounding crew members were subject to change, occasionally shifting from blue to red, and at times transforming to green. However, after their souls turned green, Fowl realized that they became particularly easy to absorb. With merely a thought, he could extract a substantial portion of the unfortunate crew member's soul. This led to the crew member feeling listless these past few days. Perpetually caught in a state of fever and cold, his body exceedingly frail. Following that experiment, Fowl no longer dared to conduct tests on the crew around him. Lying on his bed, Fowl stared vacantly at the dark soul within him. He was curious as to why the souls of others could change colors while his own remained perpetually black. Shaking his head, Fowl chose not to dwell on it any further. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Fowl glanced toward the entrance, where a yellow soul was wildly swaying. "Fowl! Fowl! Open the door!" cried the voice from outside. "What is it?" Fowl rose to open the door. Guess what happened? John spotted a ship from the lookout tower with his telescope. Upon opening the door, Fowl discovered it was John, who was joyfully recounting the news alongside John. "What? There's a ship? Hurry, take me there!" Fowl exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. John then took Fowl by the hand, leading him to the deck, where a small, elevated structure stood in the center. John and Fowl entered this lookout tower, which was affectionately referred to as such by the crew. Once atop the lookout tower, Fowl and John found the room filled with people. "Indeed, there's a ship," exclaimed one crew member. "The flag of that ship is so peculiar, resembling a blue seagull." A throng of crew members clamored for the telescope, each voicing their thoughts. "Captain, you're here. Quick, look at that ship," shouted John upon noticing Fowl and John. "Why are all the souls yellow?" Fowl pondered, observing the flickering souls of the crew. "Fowl." John suddenly pulled Fowl over. "Oh, I'm here," Fowl replied. "Why have you been so distracted lately?" John expressed his dissatisfaction. Let me take a look at that ship first." Fowl redirected the conversation. "Oh, I just remembered, that's the flag of the Navy from the Pirate King." Edward, who had been peering through the telescope for quite some time, exclaimed loudly. "The Navy?" The crew gathered around Edward, eager to hear more. "Does that mean we are saved?" Some of the crew members said excitedly. "Wait." Fowl gestured for everyone to cease their chatter. He gazed through the telescope at the massive iron vessel, his thoughts racing. "John, do you think we should approach that giant ship?" Fowl inquired, refraining from making a judgment, instead seeking John's opinion. According to Edward, if it truly is a Navy warship, then approaching should be safe, but I think it's best not to approach blindly. John remarked, "He is right. Even if we approach the warship, how shall we communicate? What rationale should we employ for our discourse?" John proposed. Upon hearing their suggestions, Fowl nodded in agreement. "However, we cannot simply depart. I believe it would be prudent to draw closer to the warship," Fowl stated. "Let us observe for a while first," Fowl decided resolutely. On board the warship, a soldier saluted and reported to Major General Kyle. "Sir, there is a vessel, presumably a cargo ship, approximately 300 meters to our left." "Cargo ship? Does it display a flag?" Major General Kyle inquired, holding a pair of dumbbells. "Report, sir. It bears a rather peculiar flag, comprised of red, blue, and white." The Marine responded. If it is not a pirate flag, then we need not concern ourselves with it." Major General Kyle expressed his dissatisfaction. "Understood." The Marine saluted and stepped back. Chapter 13. Major General Kyle. The cargo ship flying the red, blue, and white flag was unmistakably the vessel carrying Fowl and his companions. Known as the Load, the flag was clearly identifiable as that of the beautiful nation. The Load displayed 3 flags. To the left, the emblem of their contracting company. To the right, the identification flag of the Load, and in the center, the flag of the beautiful nation. Due to the necessity of navigating the seas, these flags must be flown to ensure that the warships can discern whether they are dealing with smugglers or pirates when encountering their cargo ship. As night descended, the sky quickly darkened, and Fowl and his companions relentlessly followed, leaving the sailors aboard the naval vessel rather exasperated. "Report, Major General Kyle. That cargo ship has been trailing us for half a day and shows no signs of departing." A Marine saluted. Then let us approach it. "I am curious to see what that cargo ship is up to," Major General Kyle declared loudly, each hand gripping a dumbbell for his workout. "Yes, sir," the trembling Marine responded. Following this, the warship began to turn, gradually closing the distance to Fal's load. "Fal, they are coming closer. Should we change course and retreat?" John asked nervously. "No need. Let us proceed forward. But remember to approach with goodwill," Fal replied, raising his AK rifle. "Understood." John's expression reflected a sense of impatience as he responded. Gradually, the two ships inched closer, until they were mere dozens of meters apart. The colossal iron vessel, measuring 100 meters in length and 50 meters in height, slowly emerged from the water, drawing nearer to the load. In comparison, the load appeared akin to a mere toy. Is this ship truly so enormous? Far observed the imposing steel giant before him, astonished. Previously, while observing the vessel through binoculars from a distance, he could not discern its grandeur and other remarkable features. It was only when the two ships approached one another that he recognized the vast disparity between them. As the two vessels, one towering and the other comparatively low, remained at a standstill, suddenly, a figure leaped from the elevated military ship. Thud! Major General Kyle, clad in a white cloak of justice, gazed down at the throng below. "Oh, are these individuals mere little people?" he exclaimed, intrigued. Standing at a height of 2.3 meters, he emanated an overwhelming aura of authority. While there were indeed shorter individuals in the world of pirates, they were a rarity, with the average height of regular folk hovering around 1.8 to 1.9 meters. Some even exceeded 3.0 meters. The average height of the group before him, however, was a rather comical 1.7 meters. "Far, why do I feel so uncomfortable?" "It's hard to breathe," John remarked, his face reddening. Far directed his gaze towards the others nearby. He noticed that they all bore flushed faces, their souls shimmering in shades of pale blue and green. "Oh, even my presence is too much for them to bear." Major General Kyle observed as the ordinary individuals around him collapsed under the weight of his aura, gasping for air, while only one person dared to meet his gaze. Far noticed that the giant's soul radiated a pure white. "Hello," he uttered awkwardly, feeling the weight of the situation as those behind him fell to the ground, leaving him unable to maintain his composure. Kyle, unable to hear clearly, crouched down. He found himself towering over everyone else. The first word that emerged in the mind of General Kyle, crouched down, was a demand for clarity. "Speak. What is it that you desire? Why do you persist in following my warship? Should your explanation prove inadequate, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." General Kyle's tone was decidedly brusque. "What? Foul?" Perplexed by the unfamiliar accent of General Kyle, gazed at him with confusion. The essence within Kyle began to morph into a vivid red hue. At that moment, his aura irradiated with an intensity akin to a primordial beast, causing everyone present, save for Foul, to succumb to unconsciousness from the overwhelming pressure. Foul, turning to observe his fallen comrades, felt the weight of a rising tension. He realized that failure to communicate effectively this time could lead to dire consequences. Regret surged within him. The man before him exuded an overwhelming strength that rendered him devoid of the courage to even pull the trigger of his AK rifle. As General Kyle's essence transformed entirely to a deep crimson, he stepped forward and crushed the skull of one of Foul's crew members beneath his boot. "You are toying with my patience." After shattering another crew member's head, he paused to contemplate, then began to retreat, clearly intending to depart. "Wait," Foul exclaimed, uttering a few phrases in Japanese to halt the imposing giant before him. It finally dawned on him that the towering figure spoke the language. Fortunately, his studies had equipped him with the ability to comprehend it. Otherwise, he would have been utterly lost. Yet, as soon as he uttered those words, he regretted it. Why had he halted the giant who seemed ready to leave? Surely, allowing him to depart would have been the wiser choice. Foul's expression soured as he glanced at the two crew members whose skulls had been crushed, loyal companions who had been with him for some time. Their sudden and senseless demise weighed heavily on him. His emotions were a tumultuous mix. Was he angry? No. Was he sad? No. Was he afraid? Not at all. Instead, he found himself enveloped in confusion, so overwhelmed by the pressure that even thoughts of vengeance dared not surface. "Oh, do you have something to say?" General Kyle's voice dripped with menace. "You have genuinely angered me this time. You had best provide me with an explanation." He stomped his feet, causing the entire vessel to tremble under his might. "I apologize. We merely sought directions," Foul replied cautiously in Japanese, his demeanor decidedly submissive, though the turmoil of his thoughts remained hidden from view. "Is that all?" General Kyle cast a sidelong glance at Foul. then unleashed a surge of power as he departed from the cargo ship. As General Kyle vanished from sight, Fal collapsed to the ground in utter defeat. This would be the most regrettable decision of his life, for it stemmed from his misguided belief that the Navy was a bastion of justice in this world, an absurd and ignorant notion that led to the unwarranted demise of his 2 crew members. Indeed, the world had irrevocably changed. At that moment, Far lowered his head, contemplating the deck before him, lost in thought. On the deck of the ironclad vessel, a Marine saluted and addressed, "Admiral Kyle, let us depart from here and pursue that pirate crew." Admiral Kyle replied as he left the deck for another location. "Yes, Admiral Kyle," the Marine responded with a serious demeanor, standing at attention. "Admiral, what about this cargo ship?" Another Marine inquired with a hint of confusion. "Humph. They are merely a bunch of ordinary people. There is no need to pay them any mind. Now, let us leave this place," Admiral Kyle said uncomfortably. "Yes." The Marines, sensing the Admiral's reluctance to elaborate, refrained from pressing further. Each one saluted and returned to their posts, resuming their duties. In truth, Admiral Kyle had contemplated bombarding the cargo ship to send it to the depths of the sea. However, reflecting on it, he deemed them merely insignificant fish, unworthy of wasting the munitions aboard his warship, nor did they merit such an act. What transpired this time ultimately proved to be a mere squander of his time. Amidst the resonant hum of the colossal iron vessel, it gradually departed from the expanse of sea before him, leaving behind only a cargo ship, motionless upon the water's surface. On the deck, Fal gradually rose from his kneeling position, gazing at the receding warship. A sigh of relief escaped him, yet his fists clenched tightly. At that moment, a monumental shift occurred within him, rendering him oblivious to the identities of the fallen crew members. His gaze remained fixated on the departing warship, and he silently vowed to repay them manifold in the future. Fal harbored a deep-seated resentment. Chapter 14. The Present and the Past upon the vessel named Lodestar. The awakened individuals regarded Fal, who sat slumped on the ground, with perplexity. "Fal, what transpired? What of the warship?" John inquired, clutching his head in confusion. Fal, remaining mute for an extended period, eventually articulated a sentence. "Chief Engineer Fack and the new crew member were killed, slain by that naval officer," he stated coldly. "What?" It was only then that the others noticed the 2 headless corpses upon the deck. A ghastly amalgamation of red, white, and yellow stained the shattered remains. "Fack!" Jack and Gnarl shouted in unison. Fack had been their closest companion, now lost without cause. "Fal, tell me, what on earth happened?" Jack implored, gripping Fal's collar in bewilderment. "It was that naval officer who killed them," Fal replied, his mood not permitting him to elaborate further. Having just lost 2 crew members, his spirits were far from buoyant. Upon hearing Fal's explanation, Jack and Gnarl let out a cry and rushed to Fack's lifeless body. "Is he truly gone? What on earth has happened?" Jack lamented, his despair palpable as he beheld the corpse. "What has befallen us? Why can't we recall what just transpired?" He vociferously questioned Fal. "You were all overwhelmed by the naval officer's presence. You fainted," Fal remarked slowly, a hint of derision lacing his tone. The others' faces froze at his words, unable to fathom such an outcome. At that moment, Edward's expression twisted into one of fury. How could this be? He had succumbed to the presence of a single individual? Why did that naval officer turn against us? We had no prior dealings with him. Jack and Gnarl pondered in torment. Why has it come to this? Had I known, I would have never approached those warships. With tears streaming down his face, Jack spoke in a state of despair. After the lamentations of Jack and Nal, the others gradually departed, needing time to process the events that had unfolded. As for the new crew member, no one felt sorrow for him, as he was not well acquainted with many aboard the ship. Fal, too, chose to disregard the cries of Jack and Nal, signaling for John and John to follow him. Upon arriving in Fal's quarters, John and John expressed their concerns. "Fal," John began, "did I truly err? Had I not chosen to approach that warship, they would not have departed." Fal did not immediately address John's query, but simply gazed intently at John and John, stating, "This is not your fault, Fal. After all, none of us could have foreseen such an outcome. We were merely foolish, ignorant, and naive." John sighed and shook his head. "Indeed, Fal. I merely did not anticipate the cruelty of this world," John interjected. "Thank you both," Fal nodded in acknowledgement. "The Navy is formidable," he added. "Yes, I understand. It is evident," John replied. At this juncture, the 3 men fell into a contemplative silence, their hearts brimming with unspoken words, yet uncertain of how to articulate them. Very well, let us leave it at that. I need some time to rest, Fal stated, ushering them out. All right, John nodded, then made his exit. I'll take my leave now, Fal. Do not be too hard on yourself, John followed suit, offering a reminder before departing. Once the two had gone, Fal remained seated on the bed, staring vacantly at the stains on the floor. He pondered how to confront this world and what demeanor he should adopt. After a prolonged silence, a surge of dark, fiery energy manifested in his arm, capturing his gaze. Moments later, tears cascaded down his face as he wept. Overwhelmed by a tumultuous mix of emotions, Fal retrieved a necklace bearing a family portrait from his chest, gazing at the joyful smiles of the three, reminiscing about his wife, his child, and the crew members who had perished. Yet, these memories seemed to drift further away until they vanished entirely. Outside, John expressed his concern. John, do you think Fal will emerge from this? His demeanor seems troubling. He will certainly pull through. Otherwise, he would not be Fal, John replied with a reassuring smile. Recent events have become increasingly absurd, yet the road ahead remains long. Who knows what we will encounter next? John mused. Indeed, John replied with a wry smile. We best remain vigilant, or we may not even realize how perilous our situation has become. John gazed out at the vast sea before him. I shall prevail. John responded with unwavering resolve. Thus, only 12 souls remained aboard the vessel, and the position of chief engineer had become vacant following the demise of Fark. The primary responsibilities of the chief engineer encompassed those typically assigned to the assistant chief engineer, with the second and third engineers sharing similar duties. Yet, no one dared to utter a word regarding this position, for in this precarious world, such roles were but figments of imagination. Despite the unfortunate passing of Chief Engineer Fark, Jack, with the assistance of Second Engineer Edward and Third Engineer Null, managed to fulfill his duties competently. Jack's responsibilities primarily revolved around the maintenance of the vessel S components and the oversight of its machinery, which did not render him excessively occupied. However, in the wake of recent events, the atmosphere aboard the ship had shifted considerably. Fal, for instance, seemed a transformed individual, spending his days confined to his quarters, engrossed in the study of his devil fruit abilities. Both John and John observed this with concern, fearing that Fal might succumb to illness from his intense introspection. Were these colors manifestations of the emotions of living beings? Fal pondered, reflecting on the intricate details he had previously witnessed. Whenever those around him experienced anger, the essence within him would take on a crimson hue, joy would render it a vibrant yellow, while fear would cloak it in green. With such significant progress, Fal devoted himself fervently to the exploration of his devil fruit powers. Yet, why did the essence within him appear black? Fal mused, wondering if it was a consequence of consuming the devil fruit. It seemed likely, he concluded. Then, aside from the ability to extract the souls of others, could the essence within him be harnessed to create other forms of attack? Fal gazed at the shifting black flames in his hands. Since witnessing the formidable power of that naval officer, he had nurtured a deep yearning for strength within his heart. For the past few days, he had been zealously attempting to harness the potential of his devil fruit, yet progress had eluded him. The development of such a power proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. He fervently recalled the comments he had perused in the realm of social media concerning the Pirate King. The musings of netizens often veered into absurdity, making it difficult to manifest their fanciful notions into reality. Had it not been for the unfortunate depletion of his mobile phone's battery, along with those of his fellow crewmates, he would undoubtedly have sought further clues regarding the Pirate King. He soon discovered that the endeavor of developing his devil fruit demanded an immense expenditure of physical stamina. Consequently, each day after his intensive training, he found himself retreating to the kitchen to indulge in copious amounts of food, only to succumb to sleep shortly thereafter. Lying on his bed, Fal stared at the ceiling of his room, contemplating whether he ought to engage in physical training to strengthen his body. Otherwise, his limited energy would be swiftly depleted each time. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door. Come in, Fal called out, responding to the sound. Upon opening the door, John entered. Fal, I must share some unfortunate news. I have discovered that our heavy oil supply is dwindling, John stated gravely, fixing his serious gaze upon Fal. What? The heavy oil is running low? Fal replied, already aware of the dire situation. For he knew it would only sustain them for 10 days to a fortnight at most. I had a feeling, he remarked. What shall we do next? John inquired. I do not know, Fal admitted, voicing the stark reality of their predicament. This left John, who was unprepared, feeling quite embarrassed. He could only place his hopes on the possibility of encountering something fortuitous. Otherwise, they would have to brace themselves for a life adrift at sea, Fal calmly remarked. Indeed, our provisions are dwindling, John replied. We are also low on ammunition. It can be said that we lack virtually everything, he told Fal. All right, I understand, Fal said, furrowing his brow. The dwindling food supply aboard the ship was indeed a grave concern. He recalled when they first set sail, provisions were abundant. During their time on that island, they had hunted for many days, nearly filling the freezer to capacity. Now, hearing from John that their food was running low was hard to believe. No, I must go and see for myself, Fal declared as he rose. He then followed John to the kitchen's freezer. Well, it is indeed scarce. We must devise a plan, Fal said with a frown. If it comes to that, I shall organize the crew to fish, John suggested. That could work, but I shall not venture into the sea, as you know the curse of the devil fruit. Fal replied, raising his hands in resignation. Yes, I am aware of the curse the sea holds for those who consume the devil fruit. Captain, a cacophony of frantic shouts echoed from the deck. What is it? Sensing something was amiss, Fal and John hurried outside. Pirates! No, they should be called brigands. A crew member exclaimed upon seeing Fal. Though there is no fundamental difference between pirates and brigands, the terminology had shifted due to their arrival in the world of the Pirate King. Brigands? Fal's heart sank at the mention. If the Navy was so ruthless, what manner of brutality could be expected from the brigands? In the distance, a pirate ship, constructed haphazardly from planks of wood and measuring several dozen meters in length, loomed over the sea, its flag displaying a menacing skull. The pirates aboard were filthy, exuding a foul odor of gunpowder and sweat. Their faces were mostly blackened and bruised, with unkempt beards, scarred skin, and hands marred by jagged nails. Yet their bodies were robust and formidable. Captain, there's a merchant vessel ahead. A large, filthy pirate shouted. Oh, a merchant vessel? Is it truly a merchant vessel? The pirate captain exclaimed with delight. Ha! It seems our band of nefarious brigands is in for a windfall. After confirming the merchant ship with his telescope, the captain laughed heartily. The pirate captain was a towering figure with a broad forehead, straight nose, and square jaw. His robust hands adorned in blue and red stripes. Onward, my crew. Let the waves guide us. May that ship hold ample beauty and fine spirits. He bellowed with glee. The pirate captain unsheathed his cutlass with a flourish, a cruel smile etched upon his face. Woohoo, let's kill. This time, do not attempt to snatch from me. I wish to carve with abandon. The cacophony aboard the ship resonated as some crew members busied themselves loading black powder into their firearms, while others meticulously polished their blades. The pirate ship drew ever closer to the cargo vessel that Farrell and his crew occupied. How can this pirate ship sail with such swiftness? The crew aboard Farrell's vessel expressed in trepidation. Quick, everyone, load your AK rifles and prepare to defend against the pirates, Farrell shouted, racing to the captain's cabin to retrieve his weapon. Upon hearing his command, the crew hastily sprang into action, armed with AK rifles. They were determined not to cower before the marauding pirates. In less than 10 minutes, the pirate ship closed the distance to within mere meters of the lodestar. It was evident that the pirate vessel had significantly adjusted its speed. Moreover, the lodestar, being a cargo ship, was not particularly slow. Bang, bang, bang. As the pirates approached the lodestar, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Fear gripped the hearts of the crew aboard the lodestar, and none dared to retaliate. Farrell was no exception. He felt a tumultuous mix of panic and exhilaration. John, Jonah, be ready. Don't let yourselves perish, Farrell cautioned them. Among his shipmates, he felt a deep bond only with John and Jonah, while his regard for the other crew members diminished, as managing so many was beyond his capacity. The cold sea breeze swept through, brushing against the crew. Farrell, take care, John and Jonah responded, exposed to the chill. The pirate ship soon loomed just meters away, and the pirates began to throw planks across the gap to form a bridge between the two vessels. Towering, fearsome pirates, each standing 2 meters tall, eagerly licked their lips as they charged onto the lodestar. Some crew members, armed with AK rifles, were caught off guard and were swiftly dispatched by the pirates' blades. Yet, as the souls of the pirates drew near, Farrell recognized this as an opportune moment. He quickly poked his head out, resting his AK rifle against his cover, and squeezed the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The AK rifle roared like a dragon, unleashing a relentless stream of fire. The pirates aboard the lodestar fell one after another. caught unawares by the deadly barrage. What is that? Is it the work of a devil fruit user? The pirate captain thought, dread creeping into his heart. It must be a devil fruit user. Retreat. A group of pirates, engulfed in dread, fled in panic. They had not anticipated the presence of a devil fruit user aboard this vessel. How could they possibly contend with such a formidable power? After witnessing the souls of those pirates turn a ghostly green following his barrage, Fowl lowered his AK rifle and charged forward. Meanwhile, the other crew members, upon hearing Fowl's gunfire, did not remain idle. They also emerged, rifles at the ready, to retaliate. One by one, the pirates fell as if reaped by the scythe of death. This stark reality revealed that these pirates were not part of a grand pirate crew, but rather insignificant marauders scattered across these waters. What kind of ability is this? What is happening? The pirates struck by the bullets screamed in terror, their faces contorted with fear. Now, all the pirates were overtaken by dread. Their resolve to commandeer the cargo ship diminished as they began to retreat. They could hardly fathom that this was merely an upgraded firearm from the technological realm, an automatic rifle. Perhaps they were unaware of the stark contrast between their single-shot musket, which required time to reload, and the rapid-fire weapon before them. Stop! Stop! Don't shoot, Fowl! John shouted, peering out from cover. As Fowl surged into the throng of pirates. Upon hearing John's voice, the crew aboard the ship ceased their fire. Everyone draw back, Fowl commanded, employing his fruit's power to gradually siphon the souls of the surrounding pirates into his grasp. He discerned that only the living beings, overwhelmed by fear, could have their souls extracted with ease, requiring nearly no exertion on his part. He intended to ensure that those who dared to assault his ship would face eternal regret. Kid, surrender your life. The pirate captain, suppressing his terror, advanced toward Fowl with a blade in hand. He had set sail with the expectation of facing death, but he had not anticipated such a swift confrontation. Fowl turned his gaze toward the captain, who was drawing his weapon, a smile creeping across his lips. With a swift motion, Fowl grasped the air, and the pirate captain's soul was deftly ensnared in his clutches. Holding dozens of souls, now resembling little orbs, Fowl gazed at them with a manic intensity. This is a manifestation of his devil fruit ability that he has developed over the past few days. He discovered that he could temporarily seize the souls within these living beings, but he also had the power to return them. Fowl, with the souls like small orbs in his hands, consumed them one by one. In this manner, dozens of towering, menacing pirates met their demise. Nearly a ragtag bunch. Fowl pondered as he feasted. His crew, bearing expressions of fear, gazed upon him. When Fowl turned to face them, they instinctively took a step back in trepidation. Fowl, is that really you? John was also taken aback by Fowl's current demeanor. Sensing a profound satisfaction, Fowl looked at John and reassured him. This is merely a facet of my devil fruit ability. There is no need for such dread. That is reassuring, John replied slowly. The pirates are deceased. Let us explore their ship for any treasures. With a smile, Fowl regarded the pirate ship ahead and, armed with his reloaded AK rifle, made his way aboard. As he stepped onto the filthy deck of the pirate ship, he frowned. The condition of the vessel was utterly appalling, reeking beyond his imagination. This is more disordered than I anticipated, Fowl remarked, peering through to discern the swaying souls beneath the ship's floor. Chapter 16. 3 fishmen. After leaving a small contingent behind to clean the battlefield, some of the crew arrived at the pirate ship. Fowl, let us search for provisions and fuel, John suggested as he approached Fowl. John, this type of vessel relies on sail power for propulsion, hence it lacks heavy oil. Fowl responded, slightly exasperated. Heavy oil was a fuel source from Earth that enabled ships to gain thrust for navigation across the seas. Oh right, I forgot we are in the world of pirates, John exclaimed as he slapped his forehead. So, does that mean the underwater world lacks fuel? He inquired. Not necessarily. Perhaps more advanced vessels possess fuel, Fowl replied uncertainly, as they had no way to gauge the technological landscape of the pirate world, which the anime had not clearly delineated. All right, you search the surroundings for supplies while I investigate the ship's lower quarters, Fowl instructed. Could there still be pirates aboard this vessel? John asked, loading his AK with a distinct sound. There are none, trust me, John. Fowl uttered but a few words before opening a hatch on the deck, revealing a passageway. As he gazed into the tunnel, he descended slowly, activating his unique ability of perception. This ability was not a supernatural power in the conventional sense, rather. It was a skill he had developed through the consumption of a devil fruit, enabling him to see the souls of other living beings through obstacles. With this enhanced vision, Fowl observed several wavering souls and cautiously approached them. Upon discerning their true positions, a wave of relief washed over him, for he realized that the souls were confined behind a sturdy prison door. It appeared that their owners were imprisoned within. In the dark, filthy, and damp confines of the dungeon, 3 massive figures loomed. Upon focusing his gaze, Fowl discovered that these were not human forms. Their azure, scaled skin, enormous, sharp teeth, and fish-like gills unmistakably indicated a non-human identity. Could these be fishmen? The thought echoed repeatedly in Fowl's mind. He recalled that the world of One Piece indeed featured a race of fishmen, alongside other races such as giants and long-armed beings. "Hello, do you still possess consciousness?" Fowl queried in Japanese, tapping on the prison door with his AK. "Who are you? What has become of those vile, treacherous pirates?" A faint and feeble voice of one fishman arose from within the cell. "They are all dead. I have slain them," Fowl replied. It dawned on him that the inhabitants of this world indeed communicated in Japanese. "Is it true? Have those pirates truly perished?" The fishman's voice was tinged with excitement. "Yes, they are all deceased," Fowl affirmed with a smile. "Then, will you set us free?" The fishman asked cautiously. Fowl contemplated the tightly shut prison door before drawing his AK and firing a bullet to shatter the lock. The door swung open, revealing the 3 formidable fishmen, 2 of whom lay motionless on the ground. Are they dead? He wondered, yet his perception revealed their souls still flickering within. If a living being were to die, its soul would disperse. Clearly, these 3 fishmen were not dead. Their bodies were merely weakened, evidently having suffered brutal beatings at the hands of the pirates. "Thank you. Thank you." The conscious fishman knelt before Fowl in gratitude. "There is no need for such formality. You must be starving. Please have something to eat," Fowl replied. Fowl, with kindness in his heart, retrieved several pieces of dried meat from his pocket. One might wonder why Fowl carried such provisions with him. The answer is rather simple. His laziness often led him to forego trips to the kitchen, particularly after exhausting sessions of developing devil fruits, leaving him both hungry and fatigued. Thus, he resorted to drying some meat to stave off hunger. Thank you," exclaimed a grateful merman, tears streaming down his face as he consumed a piece of the jerky. He then gently nudged his companions awake, gradually feeding them the sustenance. "Fowl, are you here?" John called down the tunnel, his AK at the ready. "Yes, I am," Fowl responded loudly. Upon hearing the voice, John hastened his way to Fowl. "This is astonishing," John exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of 3 imposing mermen. However, he quickly shook off his surprise. After the myriad of novel experiences he had encountered in recent days, he had developed quite the resilient heart. "These are mermen," Fowl said, nudging John. "By my word, they seem to be twice my size," John remarked with a wry smile. After a brief respite, the mermen regained some strength, and with the help of the central merman, they collectively expressed their gratitude to Fowl once more. "What are they babbling about? I can't comprehend a word," John muttered, aiming his AK at the merman. "Ha ha, that is Japanese. Of course. You wouldn't understand it if you haven't studied the language," Fowl chuckled, gently lowering John's weapon. "Japanese? That makes sense, considering One Piece is indeed a Japanese anime," John replied with a rueful grin. The 3 mermen, observing the exchange between John and Fowl in English, remained unfazed. After all, in a world with so many nations, different languages were to be expected. "Come with me, let us leave this place," Fowl urged the rejuvenated mermen. "All right," they responded in unison, nodding eagerly as they prepared to depart. How tall? How massive? As the mermen stood, Fowl and John realized just how significant the difference in stature was. "Surely they must be 3 meters tall," John exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the mermen, feeling diminutive in their presence, barely reaching half their height. "Surely not," Fowl echoed, equally astonished. Soon, they emerged from the tunnel onto the deck, where the other crew members, upon catching sight of the mermen, were equally taken aback. "Pirates?" a crew member shouted, leveling his AK at the newcomers. "Fool, that's our captain and John," another member called out, recognizing them. The crew member beside them witnessed the scene and promptly struck the pirate who had aimed an AK at Fowl and his companions on the head with his own weapon. "Ouch, that hurts," the pirate complained, rubbing the bump on his head. "All right, let us swiftly search this vessel for supplies. Upon our return to the load, I shall elucidate the circumstances," Fowl instructed the other crew members. "Aye," they responded, promptly springing into action. However, the pirate ship yielded little in the way of provisions. After a brief flurry of activity, they had thoroughly scoured the vessel. The pirate ship possesses over 1,000 pounds of food, along with various weapons such as machetes and firearms. One crew member exclaimed in surprise. Excellent. Let us gather those weapons and provisions. If any of you have a preference for a particular weapon, feel free to select one. Fal nodded in agreement. Subsequently, each member returned to the load, which gradually resumed its course, distancing itself from the pirate ship and sailing towards the horizon. Through inquiries made to the three fishermen, Fal learned that they had initially been captured by a group of slavers before being bought by the pirates, who forced them into arduous labor. Eventually, the pirates, realizing that they could not sustain the ship's labor demands with just the three of them, imprisoned them in a cell. They endured a prolonged period of deprivation, nearly succumbing to starvation. Chapter 17. The disposition of the fishermen. How have the three fishermen been faring? Fal inquired of his crew. At that moment, the load, having sufficient provisions transferred from the pirates and limited fuel, had ceased its navigation, drifting aimlessly upon the waves. The three fishermen are likely asleep now. They have been resting for a day and a night, so they should be waking soon, John replied, swiveling in his chair. It had been 2 days since their encounter with the pirates, and the crew members had begun to recover. Nevertheless, some were unable to withstand the psychological toll and tragically took their own lives on the deck with an AK rifle. The reactions among the crew were mixed. Some expressed sorrow, while others envied the courage of the one who had chosen to end their suffering. Perhaps, they mused, such an act was the most peaceful resolution for them, the ordinary sailors. Alas, our crew now numbers merely 10, excluding the three fishermen, John said, his eyes reddened. 1 was shot by pirates, 6 were crushed by the Black Bear, 2 fell to the Navy, another was slain by pirates, and now 1 has succumbed to despair. Fal shook his head. He held no particular sentiment towards the deceased. He could only surmise that each individual's fate is unique. Perhaps, had Fal not consumed the devil fruit, he might have remained an inconspicuous supporting character. Yet, having partaken of the devil fruit, his life was destined to diverge significantly. Initially harboring only the desire to return home, he underwent a profound transformation after his fateful choice. He yearned for vengeance, wishing to eliminate all those who opposed him. At times, Fal pondered whether, had he not ingested the devil fruit that day, he would still wander the seas he had traversed. He wondered if he might have returned to his previous life. However, upon reflection, he realized that without power, he lacked even the right to return home safely. Thus, he found peace, feeling remarkably at ease, among the crew. His spirit remained the most buoyant. He had ceased to think of home, not from a lack of desire, but rather because those thoughts lay deeply buried within his heart. Have we truly dwindled to such a meager number? Fal mused, stroking his chin. Indeed, it has only been a mere fortnight, and already 10 lives have been lost. The fragility of human existence is astonishing, John remarked, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Do not despair too much. We shall eventually return to Earth, Fal reassured him, patting John's shoulder. Let us hope so, John replied with a smile. Fal, I feel utterly unwell. Something is amiss, suddenly interjected Joan, standing nearby. What's wrong, Joan? Fal noticed something was off and, supporting Joan, inquired with concern. Are you all right, Joan? John rushed over, equally worried. I don't know. I feel dizzy and unwell. I need to rest. I want to sleep, Joan murmured, unable to maintain his footing as he collapsed into the arms of the two. Seeing this, Fal and John gently laid Joan on his bed. Joan, are you ill? Do you have a fever? John asked, feeling Joan's forehead. I can't tell. I'm just so dizzy. I'll sleep now, and we can talk when I wake up, Joan mumbled, then fell silent, succumbing to slumber. Fal, is he unconscious or merely asleep? John frowned, sensing something was amiss. It was unusual for someone to fall asleep so quickly. Perhaps he is just sleeping. Let him rest for now. We can ask him when he wakes, Fal suggested. Let us hope it is not something serious, John remarked, having noticed Joan's alarming state. It seemed as if Joan had suddenly fainted. Had they not been there, might he have collapsed to the ground? With Joan's condition troubling them, the two departed the room, allowing him the space to recuperate. This is Fal's chamber, yet there is no need for excessive formality at this moment. Let us proceed to observe the fishmen, Fal suggested to John. Fal, I remain quite concerned about John. Our vessel lacks a proper physician, John remarked, his brow furrowed with worry. There is little we can do. We shall address the matter once we encounter signs of civilization, Fal replied, casting his gaze aside, feeling equally powerless. Very well, let us go and see the fishmen. John nodded in agreement. Before long, under John's guidance, they arrived at a lounge where 3 enormous fishmen lay. Had the crew not been so drastically reduced, It is likely that there would have been no accommodations available for these three beings. The fishmen, snoring loudly, remained oblivious to the approach of John and Fal. Are they still not awake? Fal expressed his dissatisfaction as he observed the slumbering figures. After all, he was the one who had rescued them, provided sustenance and shelter. Yet these fishmen continued to indulge in their slumber. Perhaps they had endured great hardships aboard that pirate ship. Never mind, Fal, let us depart from this place, John urged, tugging at Fal's sleeve. Suddenly, one of the fishmen stirred upon hearing the noise. It is our benefactors, Little Spike, Little Shine, awaken. The awakened fishman nudged the two others beside him, attempting to rouse them. What is it, brother? The two newly awakened fishmen inquired. Benefactors. Upon first opening their eyes to see Fal, the fishmen bowed deeply in gratitude. What are your intentions moving forward? Fal received their homage with an air of composure. We wish to return home. Is that possible? The three fishmen pleaded earnestly. At this declaration, Fal's lips twitched slightly. It is possible, he responded without outright refusal. Really? We cannot thank you enough. I am at a loss for words. The three fishmen erupted in joy upon hearing his words. Hey, Fal, what are you all discussing? John interjected, poking Fal with his finger. Due to their conversation in Japanese, he had not comprehended a word of their exchange. Oh, they simply expressed a desire to return home, Fal clarified. Very well, let them go. Ah, if only they could remain aboard, John lamented, gazing wistfully at their massive forms. Such stature, if not utilized for labor, would indeed be a waste. Fal, let them undertake the maintenance of the ship and the cleaning tasks. We cannot allow them to feast without contributing, John suggested candidly, knowing they would not comprehend his words. Understood, Fal replied. Fal was indeed of the same opinion. The crew aboard the ship had succumbed to a profound lethargy, rendered listless by the terrifying events of recent days. Fal found himself at a loss. For no wages were being paid, and he could hardly expect them to take initiative. It was impractical for him to continually select individuals to perform tasks, nor could he designate a few to carry out the labor indefinitely. Initially, he had contemplated implementing a shift system. Today one would work, tomorrow another, but upon reflection, he realized the futility of expecting others to labor when he himself was not contributing. If you three truly wish to express your gratitude, I shall assign you some work. Fal proposed, contemplating the three fishmen before him. Yes, please, noble benefactor, we shall complete it diligently. The three fishmen responded with earnest nods of their heads. Indeed. As you can see, the ship's environment is rather untidy, and presently, there is no one to clean it, Fal remarked with a smile. Understood, noble benefactor, they replied, nodding vigorously. These lads are teachable, Fal mused, his previous dissatisfaction giving way to satisfaction. After providing a few additional instructions, the three fishmen took up iron buckets and mops, gradually beginning to clean the vessel. Come on, big brother, let's work hard. If we finish, we shall have food. I see. You need to exert yourself more, otherwise it won't come off. Enough with the scolding, big brother, I understand. The diligent efforts of these three fishmen infused a hint of vitality into the otherwise dreary cargo ship. Chapter 18. Scorching heat. John, are you awake? Fal inquired, observing John as he stirred from slumber. I'm so thirsty, Fal. Do you have any water? John's weak voice emerged. Yes. Fal responded promptly, quickly retrieving a glass of water from the table. This is Fal's cup, yet Fal has said nothing. They are old friends, and the years have diminished their formalities. How are you, John? They inquired, watching John drink water. I don't know. I just feel so exhausted, devoid of any strength. Am I running a fever? John murmured, closing his eyes and touching his forehead. Is it a fever? John, do we still have that thermometer on board? Fal asked. It should be around. Wait a moment. I'll go look for it, John replied, hastily exiting the room to search another chamber. Come here, John, let me feel, Fal said, settling on the bed beside John and placing his hand on John's forehead. You do seem a bit warm, don't you feel it? Fal remarked, one hand on his own head while the other rested on John's. I'm so tired, Fal. I can't understand why, John lamented, lying back with his eyes closed. It's all right, it should pass in a few days, Fal comforted him. Here it comes. John re-entered, holding the thermometer. Come on, John. Tuck this under your arm and stay still for 5 minutes. He positioned the thermometer under John's armpit. All right, John weakly responded. The room fell into a silence as they awaited the reading, their hearts torn between the hope that John was indeed feverish and the dread that he might not be. For if it were merely a fever, A bit of medication would suffice in their understanding, yet they had no supplies on board. Previously, during their voyages, illness like colds would occur, but after resting for a while, they would recover. If someone didn't improve, they would disembark to procure medicine. Hence the absence of any on the ship. Now, however, there was no medication available for John, and if his condition worsened after a period of rest, it would pose a serious problem. What is the temperature? John asked Fal. 37.7 degrees. He does have a slight fever, Fal replied, glancing at the thermometer. But it can't be just a fever, can it? If it were, why would John be like this? John leaned in closer to scrutinize the reading. What do you mean? Fal asked. Oh, it's just that he suddenly seems to have fainted, unable to stand at all. John exclaimed. Indeed. It appears that it is not merely a fever. It's quite possible that the fever is merely a complication for John, Fal said, his expression troubled. What shall we do? Fal, you need to make a decision. We have no physician on board, John urged, his tone anxious. There's nothing we can do. As of now, we haven't even located an island, and even if we did, there's no guarantee that a physician would be present there, Fal replied with resignation. Wait, Fal, don't we have those 3 new fishermen on board? We could ask them. John suddenly stood, recalling. Yes, didn't those 3 fishermen mention they wanted to return home? They are the original inhabitants of this world. After all, Fal remarked, tapping his forehead. I will go inquire about those 3 fishmen. You stay here and guard John. With that, Fal exited the room in search of the fishmen. On the deck of the ship, no crew members were seen wandering about. They were likely either in the lounge or the kitchen. Have you seen those 3 fishermen brothers? Fal asked a crew member lounging on a bed in the lounge. Captain, no, they are probably busy cleaning the ship, the crew member replied, standing up upon seeing Fal. Come now, you must muster some spirit. Observing the listless crew members stirred a pang of sorrow within Fal. Not long ago, they had been brimming with energy and enthusiasm. Since arriving in this world, the death of crew members one after another had dealt a heavy blow to those who remained. After searching for quite some time, Fal finally found the 3 fishermen brothers on the side of the ship, hanging from the metal siding, clearing away moss and debris. What are you 3 doing here? Fal asked, somewhat surprised. Upon seeing him, the fishermen greeted him in unison. Captain, come up here. I have something to discuss with you. Fal waved his hand, beckoning the fishmen. At his request, the fishmen ascended to the deck one by one. Captain, what would you like to ask? They inquired, standing before Fal. It's like this. My crew member is ill and requires medical treatment. Moreover, didn't you mention wanting to return home? Fal said, a hint of pleading in his voice. Captain, is your crew member unwell? May I take a look? The fisherman asked. Are you knowledgeable in medicine? Fal questioned, somewhat perplexed. Yes. Our elder brother Amon served as an apprentice at a medical facility for several years. Chimed in the fisherman ACI. Really? That is wonderful news. Fal exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. Follow me, he said, leading the way to John's room. The 3 fishermen set aside their mops, buckets, and other tools of their trade to follow Fal. John's room was situated in the captain's quarters, centrally located, so it was not far to walk. Knock, knock. Knock. Fal, you're back. John opened the door upon hearing the knock. I've brought them with me. One of the fishermen happens to possess some medical knowledge, which is quite a pleasant surprise, Fal said joyfully. Really? That is excellent news. John replied, his voice tinged with happiness. Wait, where are they? John searched left and right. Yet he could not find any trace of the fisherman. Outside the door, the fisherman argued, I told you not to eat so much. Look at you. Now you can't get in. Upon seeing the 3 fishermen loitering outside, 4 felt a sense of helplessness. It was evident that their enormous size prevented them from entering the somewhat narrow room. When the eldest fisherman, a man, caught Fal's gaze, he began to twirl his fingers nervously, clearly feeling embarrassed by the situation. John, let us assist John in moving outside, as it appears they cannot enter, For suggested. Indeed, they are rather large, John replied. Together, they carefully supported the feeble John, step by step, guiding him outside before gently placing him on the ground. Upon seeing John lying on the ground, the fisherman reached out with his large hand to feel John's forehead. However, due to the size of his hand, he could only extend a single finger to touch John's brow. It feels a bit warm. Has he suddenly lost all his strength, as if he were in a faint? A man remarked. Yes, that seems to be the case. 4 nodded in agreement. It appears to be heat poison, a common ailment. Have you never experienced heat poison before? How could you not know of this? A man's fish-like face was filled with confusion, unable to explain that they were not from this world. Fowler felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and simply shook his head in silence. Not wanting to press further, a man chose to assume they were simply uninformed. Heat poison is a common illness caused by a weakened immune system encountering viruses in cold air, leading to sudden outbreaks, the fisherman explained. Isn't that just a fever? Fowler inquired, glancing at John. What? Is it a fever? John, unable to comprehend their conversation, asked with confusion. I'm not sure. He mentioned it as heat poison. But the principle seems akin to that of a fever, Fowler replied, shaking his head. But why did John suddenly become so weak? He appears almost unconscious. A fever doesn't strike so suddenly, does it? John questioned rapidly. Perhaps it is due to the bacteria and viruses in this world being different from those in ours. Fowler speculated, unable to make sense of the situation. Chapter 19. The three kings stand divided, so how do we treat this ailment? Fowler inquired of the fisherman. Quite simply. Give him some cooling herbs and allow him to rest for a while, a man answered. Cooling herbs? Fowler was perplexed, as he had no knowledge of such a remedy. Do you not have any spare cooling herbs on your ship? It is a basic medicine, the fisherman responded, equally bewildered. No, we do not, Fowler admitted. Fowler could only shake his head. Very well, we shall search the vicinity for a nearby town where we might procure some supplies. Observing the unique demeanor of the merman. Man, he refrained from further inquiries. Upon hearing the merman's words, Fowler gazed at him eagerly, hoping he would lead the way. What troubles you? The merman inquired. I am unfamiliar with the route, Fowler admitted candidly. What? Is there no navigator aboard your vessel? The merman's eyes widened in disbelief. We have no navigator, Fowler replied. Do you not possess a map? The merman pressed, astonished. No, Fowler shook his head. And what of a compass? The merman continued, his astonishment growing. Behold, it is malfunctioning. Fowler retrieved the compass from his pocket. What have I gotten myself into? The merman felt dizzy. What kind of ship had he boarded? Previously, on the pirate ship. There had been a map. Why had they not sought it out? The merman slumped to the ground, despondent. We were unaware, Fowler confessed, his heart heavy with despair. What shall we do? The ocean constitutes 90% of the land mass, the merman lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the sky. What is amiss? Fowler, perplexed, asked. Is there still hope for John? John, nearby, interjected. Fowler shook his head. What? John? John's tears began to flow immediately. No, that is not my intent. Rest assured, John is not in immediate peril, Fowler said with a wry smile. Thank goodness, you startled me. As long as he lives, that is what matters, John replied, quickly drying his tears. So, are we now lost at sea? Without a sense of direction? The merman, ACI, remarked. Indeed, the older merman, man, responded with a resigned gesture. What does it mean to be lost at sea? Fowler's expression darkened. In the past, he had relied on the ship's satellite navigation system for guidance, which rarely malfunctioned, so he had never encountered the sensation of being lost at sea. This implies that if we cannot ascertain our navigational course, we may be ensnared in the ocean for eternity, the merman lamented. He had thought he was rescued, but it now appeared he had merely leaped into another cage. Is that so? Fowler murmured, his countenance grim. What are you discussing? Is there truly no way to save John? John asked, visibly distressed, as he struggled to comprehend their conversation, feeling like a mere bystander. Meanwhile, Fowler ignored John's discomfort and addressed the merman. Could you describe the surrounding waters to me? Initially, Fowler did not intend to inquire, wishing to avoid arousing the suspicions of the fisherman. However, upon reflection, he pondered the implications of the fisherman's doubt. What could it possibly change? You are unaware? The fisherman gazed at Fowler with evident curiosity. It is because we have long resided in a secluded nation, Fowler elucidated. I see. A semblance of belief flickered across the fisherman's visage, yet his heart brimmed with skepticism. Nonetheless, upon deeper contemplation, he recognized the lack of alternative explanations. Indeed, many nations lay hidden across various islands in this world. To my knowledge, there exist 4 principal seas: the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. Along with the New World and other maritime territories, the fisherman divulged. And my homeland, Fishman Island, he added after a moment of reflection. So, what is currently the most formidable force? Fowler inquired with eager anticipation. Could it be the era of the pirate king and the great treasure? His heart swelled with curiosity. It is the world government. The fisherman's large, fish-like face contorted into an expression of discomfort. Is that not obvious? Fowler's countenance mirrored his displeasure as he regarded the fisherman. Which pirate crew currently reigns supreme over the seas? Fowler rephrased his question. Pirates? Naturally, it is the Roger Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates and the Flying Lion Pirates. These represent the most dominant forces upon the ocean, the fisherman asserted. Roger Pirates? Fowl struggled to grasp the name, feeling it was unfamiliar, although he had indeed heard of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Flying Lion Pirates. He shook his head, recalling fragments from the anime One Piece he had watched on Earth. Roger Pirates? No recollection? Never mind, tell me about the current navy, Fowl prompted once more. Are you truly unaware of this? Have you not kept up with the news during your maritime journeys? The fisherman looked at Fowl with bewilderment. News? What news? Fowl pointed at the empty sky, perplexed. Well, there is little of merit to discuss concerning the navy. They are merely a band of aimless sea hounds, the fisherman remarked, a hint of disdain creeping into his expression. What is troubling you? Fowl inquired, noting the fisherman's discomfort. Those navy personnel preach justice, yet secretly. Each is more corrupt than the last, the fisherman reflected, memories glimmering in his eyes. At this, Fowl recalled the formidable and arrogant navy he had encountered. Enough of that. Tell me about the current admirals. Fowl redirected the conversation. Admirals? As far as I know, there are only two, Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Zifa, the fisherman replied. Hey, are you all finished chatting? At that moment, John approached, interrupting their conversation. John had already been relocated to Fowl's room, as Fowl feared that John might suffer from the cold while sitting on the floor. Once the transfer was complete, he walked over to inquire about the incessant chatter between Fowl and the fisherman, primarily because he could not comprehend their discussion. Wait a moment. Fowl has just heard the most crucial clue. Is it about warring states and Zephyr? Fowl asked. Indeed, these are the most widely circulated names across the seas. It is quite strange that you have not heard of them, the fisherman remarked. Fowl analyzed carefully, warring states, Zephyr, Roger's pirate crew. If warring states never became the admiral, does that not imply that the pirate King Roger has yet to usher in the era of great treasure? Fowl pondered, somewhat surprised. Huh, but the pirate King Roger? Roger's crew? Suddenly, Fowl found himself in a moment of confusion. As he continued to think, a smile broke out. Amused by his own folly. Isn't the crew of the pirate King Roger called Roger's pirate crew? How foolish of me. Fowl chuckled to himself. Hey, are you all right, Fowl? I am speaking to you, John said, noticing Fowl's distraction. Suddenly enlightened, Fowl realized that he was likely in the age of the pirate king. The era of the three kings contending for supremacy. I am fine. Do not mind me. Fowl waved his hand dismissively. But John is not well. Look at him. He is speaking with such weakness. Have you found a solution to his ailment? John shook Fowl's shoulder. Oh, right. In my thoughts about the era, I nearly forgot about John's condition, Fowl admitted, but now he found himself devoid of any immediate solutions. According to the fisherman, they were currently adrift on the sea, making it difficult to seek the cooling grass. Is there truly no other remedy for the heat toxin? Can it not heal itself? Fowl suddenly inquired of the fisherman. There is no other remedy. The cooling grass is the most effective antidote. Self-healing is possible, but it is quite challenging, the fisherman stated plainly. All right. Then you all may proceed with your tasks, Fowl said to them. Very well, replied the fisherman, who then led his two brothers away. Fowl, what is the situation? John asked urgently once the three fishermen had departed. It seems that we must rely on John's own resilience. We can only hope for his self-healing as there are no other alternatives, Fowl explained. Chapter 20. A news bird, huh? Is that so? John's surprise was evident upon hearing Fowl's words. He felt a mix of relief and concern, relieved that it was not a grave illness, yet anxious that John might not endure it. The sudden onset of John's affliction surely had its reasons. Please remind the other crew members to keep warm, Fowl advised. All right. I will inform them shortly, John replied. John nodded, remarking that this ailment, referred to as heat toxin, felt akin to a fever, nonetheless. He believed it prudent to remain vigilant. Farrell, somewhat exasperated, quipped that perhaps they could refer to it as an upgraded version of a fever. Indeed, Farrell responded, giving John a pat before departing. Subsequently, John made his way to the lounge where the other crew members congregated. The absence of many sailors rendered their shared quarters rather spacious. After explaining the dangers of the heat toxin, the crew acknowledged their understanding and pledged to keep warm. Has John contracted the heat toxin? Is he feverish? Jack inquired. One might say he has a fever, though it is somewhat more severe, John replied candidly. And how is he faring now? Jack asked, concern etched on his face. He is currently resting and should be fine. I believe he will recover in due time, John stated, stroking his head, clearly wishing to spare John from unnecessary disturbance. All right, do take care, Jack advised. Very well, I shall take my leave, John said before exiting. Edward, Gnarl, what are your thoughts? Jack asked once John had departed. Exercise caution in your precautions. That is undoubtedly wise, Gnarl replied, chewing on a piece of meat. Indeed, Edward said, his eyes darting about. As the days passed, his yearning for power intensified, particularly after witnessing Farrell unleash his devil fruit abilities with such ferocity. He had never desired something so fervently. He even contemplated the macabre act of opening Farrell's chest to consume his heart and thereby acquire his powers. Clearly, his mind was in a state of disarray. In the wake of their dear friend Fac's demise, the three of them languished in idleness, spending their days in a cycle of eating and sleeping. While the other crew members mirrored this lethargy, none exhibited a greater degree of indolence than they. Jack, Gnarl, Edward suddenly spoke up. What is it? They both turned to him. Have you ever considered leaving this place to stand on your own? After all, we dwell in the world of the Pirate King, Edward said, his gaze fixed intently on them. Perhaps today marks a pivotal moment for your destinies, Jack and Gnarl. Why would we leave here, Edward? Don't you find this world perilous? Jack countered, though his restless eyes betrayed his true feelings. As the ship's engineer, second only to the captain, and once earning a salary comparable to Farrell's back on Earth, it was impossible for him not to contemplate independence. Yet, he could not bring himself to abandon Farrell's guidance and protective embrace, fearing that the moment he stepped away, the cruel world would swiftly extinguish his life. Meanwhile, Gnarl remained silent, yet his upright posture revealed the turmoil within. What if I told you that I knew the locations of the devil fruits in this world? Edward lured. What? Really? Upon hearing these words, Jack's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Where? Edward. Gnarl beside him could not contain his excitement. Haha, do not rush. First tell me if you are willing to leave this place with me, Edward proclaimed loudly. At that moment, only the three of them occupied the room, with no one else present. Even if there were, Edward was unperturbed by the prospect of eavesdroppers. If you can procure a devil fruit for me, then I shall accompany you, Gnarl declared first. Upon hearing this, Edward licked his lips, casting a satisfied glance at Jack. However, Jack remained silent, his heart filled with uncertainty. Jack, make your choice, Edward tempted. Can you truly find a devil fruit for me? After much hesitation, Jack finally spoke. Haha, of course, my brother. Edward replied with a laugh. All right then, if that is possible, I will follow you. Jack resolved, gritting his teeth. Yet, how could they know that Edward was merely a reclusive otaku who enjoyed anime? As he traversed into this world, he fancied himself the protagonist. 15 days swiftly passed. Standing on the deck, Fal gazed out at the sea, which shimmered brightly at times and roared tumultuously at others. After a long vigil, perhaps not wishing to confront reality, he closed his eyes and listened intently to the sounds around him. Still, there were no clues of any islands. Must he truly remain adrift in this vast ocean? Fal pondered. Time flowed ceaselessly, and Fal spent another half-month aboard the ship, while John gradually healed with the passage of time. Each crew member underwent subtle changes as well. Fal, in the meantime, was steadily honing his devil fruit abilities, now capable of manifesting various weapon-like black flames. The ship, under the diligent efforts of the fishmen, began to reveal its charm. Other crew members gradually accepted their reality, their spirits slowly reviving. Each day was spent in either play or swimming in the sea. Caw, caw. A seabird with a small pouch around its neck alighted upon the ship's railing. Is this the newsbird that the fisherman Amen spoke of? Hearing the sound, Fal opened his eyes and looked at the newsbird. Thus, the man and the bird regarded each other for a long while. Can you speak? Fal inquired. If this newsbird could indeed converse, then they might have a chance at salvation. Caw, caw. The newsbird did not utter a word. It merely chirped twice. Among the newsbirds, not all possess the ability to speak. It is only a select few, the senior officials, that can articulate. Observing this reality, Farrell recognized that the foolish bird before him was also mute, prompting him to unleash his devil fruit power. Soul shock, Farrell exclaimed with a low growl. This is a newfound ability developed by Farrell, utilizing the power of the devil fruit to instantaneously disrupt the very soul within an opponent's body, rendering them unconscious. As Farrell unleashed his devil fruit power, the newsbird plummeted from its perch, but fortunately, Farrell's quick reflexes allowed him to catch it before it plunged into the depths of the sea. Gazing at the newsbird, Farrell thoughtfully retrieved a newspaper from its small pouch. This was the primary duty of the newsbird, to deliver news and reports to the inhabitants of the land from across the ocean. The headlines read, Pirate King Roger narrowly escapes capture by the naval hero Garp, and captain of the Straw Hat Pirates swiftly dispatched by an unknown swordsman. The Navy headquarters has commenced extensive recruitment drives. Farrell scrutinized the myriad of articles, his brow furrowed in discontent. Such a plethora of inconsequential information. After only a brief glance, he folded the newspaper and returned it to the small pouch. With the enormous bird in hand, a flicker of inspiration ignited within Farrell. He then departed the deck and retreated to his captain's quarters, where John, having recovered from his illness, no longer resided. Farrell secured the door tightly and employed his ability to awaken the large bird once more. Caw, caw, caw. Upon regaining consciousness, the news bird flapped its wings in a frenzy, alarmed by its unfamiliar surroundings. Outside the door, John pondered, is Farrell experiencing some sort of episode? Listening to the dismal cries of the bird emanating from the captain's quarters, he mused. Never mind, let us not disturb him. After all, he has been cooped up for quite some time and deserves a moment of respite. The now healthy John exchanged knowing glances with John. All right then, let's South vacate this place. With that, John led John away. Meanwhile, within the room, Farrell remained oblivious to John and John's misconceptions about him, preoccupied with the large bird he was handling. Stay still, Farrell admonished, indifferent to whether the bird comprehended his words. The news bird struggled for a time, but eventually ceased its resistance, gazing up at Farrell with a pitiful acceptance. Chapter 21. A glimmer of hope. The mournful cries of the news bird reverberated through Farrell's quarters. Can you understand what I am saying? Farrell inquired in Japanese. The news bird squawked loudly and chaotically, clearly unable to comprehend Farrell's words. That can't be right, ordinarily. News birds in the world of pirates possess intelligence, otherwise how could they deliver news? Farrell pondered. Now, I shall pose a question, and you shall provide an answer, or else, I shall roast you and feast upon your wings. Farrell threatened, pointing at the news bird. Caw, caw. The news bird, upon hearing this, became agitated, flapping its wings wildly in an attempt to escape from Farrell's firm grasp. You wish to flee? It won't be that simple. With a fierce expression, Farrell clenched the wings of the news bird, pinning it to the ground. Subsequently, he bound the creature with rope and placed it upon his desk. The news bird, emitting a series of despondent cries, clearly regretted its decision to remain aboard the ship. Humph, I know you possess wisdom. Rest assured, if you cooperate, I shall not harm you. Upon the completion of my task, you will be set free, Farrell declared. The news bird continued its plaintive calls. Yet none could decipher its incoherent lamentations. Can you write? Farrell inquired of the avian captive before him. If the news bird could indeed write, all would be well. The bird persisted in its morose demeanor, as if on the brink of demise. Were it able to speak, it would likely unleash a torrent of invective upon Farrell, followed by threats demanding its release. After all, the news bird represented an exceptionally formidable force in this world, one that no individual dared to confront. Yet Farrell, being an outsider, felt no such trepidation. Can you or can you not write? Farrell's patience began to wane. Should a crew member have been present, they would certainly be startled by the bizarre scene unfolding, one man interrogating a bird. Alas, it seems I am dealing with a foolish creature, Farrell lamented, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. How have I come to find myself in such a predicament? Am I losing my mind? He shook his head. Nevertheless, Farrell was not ready to concede. He planned to employ further tactics. It appears I may have to send this bird to the kitchen. Perhaps it will provide me with a satisfying meal, he remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the news bird erupted into a cacophony of frantic cries. Yet the ropes binding it were too tight for it to escape. I knew it. You, foolish bird, are indeed intelligent, Farrell exclaimed in a fit of rage. It seemed there was hope for their escape from the vast sea, allowing them to set foot on solid ground. Quickly, can you write or not? If you can, simply cooperate, and I shall release you immediately, Farrell urged the newsbird. Yet, the creature chose to disregard him, offering only a few subdued chirps before closing its eyes. This stirred a wave of anger within the hopeful Farrell. Instead of gazing at the newsbird, he directly retrieved a dagger from his drawer. With a sharp sound, the newsbird squawked in alarm upon seeing the dagger, causing a tumultuous stir within Farrell's heart. Is violence still effective in this world? Unbeknownst to him, his inner thoughts were gradually shifting. Can you write? He pondered, momentarily forgetting to inquire further as he brandished the dagger before the newsbird. The bird merely emitted a few low calls and lowered its head. With a sudden resolve, Farrell could no longer contain himself and plunged the dagger into the newsbird's wing. The bird squawked in distress. Can you write? Farrell reiterated, gazing intently at the creature. It seemed that the newsbird, resigned to its fate, bowed its head, truly incapable of writing. After all, have you ever seen a bird that uses its wings to write? Observing the submissive bird, Fal contemplated the possibility that it genuinely lacked the ability to write. Can you understand my words? He inquired anew. The newsbird nodded and emitted a series of peculiar calls. Excellent, Fal replied, a smile gracing his lips. Do you recognize the direction of the sea? He asked. The newsbird nodded again. Very well. With this, Fal ceased his inquiries. For he had begun to formulate a plan. It seemed that leaving the sea was imminent. Rising to his feet, Fal picked up the newsbird's small pouch that had been lying nearby. Previously, he had only skimmed through the newspaper without thoroughly examining the pouch. Aside from a heap of newspapers, he discovered a handful of coins resembling gold and a sleeping snail. Fal stared blankly at the items he had uncovered. Could these be the berries and the transponder snail from the world of pirates? He was not particularly intrigued by the berries but was captivated by the transponder snail, which was roughly the size of his palm. The world is indeed a peculiar place, where all living beings seem to be magnified, and everything appears colossal to them. It is possible that the high oxygen levels in this realm contribute to the robust and immense nature of its inhabitants. During their initial days in this world, they have distinctly perceived their transformations, experiencing remarkable muscle growth and various enhancements. Among them, Fal's transformation is the most astonishing, once flat-stomached. He has now developed a set of 4 well-defined abdominal muscles, a feat unmatched by others. However, Fal attributes these changes to his consumption of the devil fruit and his recent indulgence in gluttony, thus finding no surprise in his burgeoning physique. With a few jabs to the rear, the telephone bug stirred awake, gazing at Fal, only to doze off again shortly thereafter. Fal chose not to disturb it further, instead focusing on counting his newfound bounty of berries. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2001, 2002. The sight of over 2,000 berries illuminated Fal's eyes with excitement. What unexpected fortunes these berries could procure. He smiled at the pile before him. Meanwhile, the newsbird, still bleeding from a recent stab wound, squawked in disarray at the sight of Fal's treasure, which it had painstakingly gathered. What are you squawking about? Shall I give you another stab? Fal retorted fiercely. The newsbird promptly ceased its cacophony upon hearing this. Satisfied with the bird's response, Fal set aside the berries and rummaged through a drawer for something. At last, he found it, a roll of bandages. He approached the newsbird step by step, intent on tending to its wounds, for he had no desire to see it perish. Listen well, you must cooperate with me. Once we reach land, I shall release you, Fal instructed while bandaging the bird. The newsbird emitted a few strange calls in response before falling silent. With everything in order, Fal opened the door and departed, eager to share this good news with John and Joan. Captain, the fishermen greeted Fal with waves as he passed by. They were diligently cleaning. Despite their bleak hopes of returning home, their words, though seemingly empty, held a weight of sincerity. Fal acknowledged them with a nod and made his way to the staff lounge. Knock, knock. Joan, are you there? Fal called out while rapping on the door. The staff lounge comprised 5 rooms. Previously, they housed 4 or 5 individuals each, but now, each friend had their own room, and the fishmen occupied one as well, with some space still available. Ah, Fal, what brings you here? John opened the door and regarded Fal with a peculiar expression. What is the matter? Am I not allowed to come and play? Fal feigned annoyance. Have you finished relaxing? John inquired. What do you mean by finished relaxing? Fal responded, his face a mask of confusion. Chapter 22. The 3 confidants nothing, John replied, sensing that Fal was reluctant to elaborate. How odd, Fal mused as he stepped inside. His gaze fell upon the figure lying on the bed, John. At that moment, John was fiddling with his phone, which had long since run out of battery and shut down. Fal, what brings you here? Have you wrapped things up? John asked, though his eyes betrayed a strange mix of envy and curiosity. What's it to you? Even if I'm unoccupied, what is wrong with coming to play? Fal remarked, oblivious to John's gaze. Sure, John nodded. Humph, and what do I mean by finished? Why are both of you acting so strangely today? Fal scoffed. Upon hearing Fal's scoff, both John and John involuntarily shivered, remaining silent. I have some good news for you. Would you care to hear it? Fal attempted to break the silence, but seeing their lack of response, he abandoned his inquiry. What news? We're adrift at sea anyway. We might as well figure out how to recharge this phone, John suggested. And even if it were charged and turned on, what good would it do? There's no signal. Do you expect to watch One Piece in this world? Fal retorted. Ah, Fal, you truly understand me. That is precisely what I was thinking, John replied. TCH. And without a signal, you can't watch it anyway. Fal shook his head. What of it? I have single-player games on my phone. At least I can engage with those. It's better than doing nothing all day. If this continues, I might just lose my mind. John exclaimed, his emotions flaring. Seeing John's agitation, both John and Fal shook their heads in agreement. Indeed, they shared John's sentiments, each striving to occupy themselves, lest they lose the essence of life. They found it difficult even to sleep, having rested far too long, their spirits brimming with energy. Now, tell me, what is this good news? John asked, regaining his composure and pouting slightly. Well, don't be too shocked when I tell you, Fal said with an air of mystery. Oh, come on. Stop dragging it out and just tell us. John interjected, unable to bear the suspense any longer. Hey, guess what I caught today? Fal said, a smile playing on his lips. Could it be a bird? John and John's expressions simultaneously froze, exchanging glances filled with apprehension. What was he planning? Surely he wouldn't expect them to share a bird? That would be utterly terrifying. John's inner thoughts. Has Fal shifted his gaze towards us? I knew it. I had long perceived him to be such a person. John's inner thoughts. What is wrong with you? Fal, noticing the unease, inquired curiously. Nothing, nothing, nothing. The two hurriedly waved their hands. Such peculiar individuals. Fal scratched his head. All right, I won't keep it from you. In fact, I have indeed caught a bird today. And it's a news bird, Fal exclaimed joyfully. A news bird. The realization dawned upon them. They were not innocent souls themselves, having roamed far and wide. They instantly comprehended the implications of Fal's words. It is said that there exists a bird in this world that tirelessly traverses every corner, delivering news and newspapers. And most importantly, it possesses wisdom and the ability to speak. Having seen some episodes of One Piece, John and John remarked. Almost everyone aboard their ship had seen at least a bit of One Piece, as it stands as one of the most popular anime on Earth. With few having escaped its allure. Is it truly that? Fal. The two grasped Fal's shoulders. If it is indeed a news bird, it signifies hope for their escape from these waters, this vast sea. Indeed, yes. However, regrettably, that news bird cannot speak. But it is fine, for it possesses wisdom, Fal nodded. Cannot speak? John stroked his chin. Well, that's acceptable. As long as it can guide us. Communication will be somewhat challenging, John interjected. Indeed, Fal nodded in agreement. So, where is that bird now? Hurry, take us to see it, John urged, grasping Fal's hand. The bird is in my room. Come, follow me, Fal replied as he walked. All right, John, keep up. John followed in Fal's footsteps. Soon, the three arrived at the captain's quarters, which were integrated with Fal's room, separated only by a partition. Upon entering Fal's room, the trio gazed at the large bird, bound and with its wings wrapped, resting on Fal's desk, and exclaimed, "This bird is truly enormous." This is John's voice, tinged with astonishment. Before him stood a large bird, approximately a meter in size. Indeed, it was quite imposing. All right, let me awaken it, he declared. With that, Fal employed his devil fruit powers to rouse the slumbering avian creature. Caw-caw-caw. The great bird squawked noisily, yet due to its bindings, it could only squirm slightly. Shoo! Fal gestured for silence. The raucous noise of the bird was rather overwhelming. Upon seeing Fal's sign, the bird gradually calmed, ceasing all sounds. See, it possesses intelligence, Fal remarked, pointing at the creature. It is evident, John nodded in agreement. The feathers of this great bird are remarkably soft, John commented, stroking the bird's rear. John, be serious, Fal scolded, swatting John's hand away from the bird. Ahem. Feeling somewhat embarrassed after being reprimanded, John cleared his throat. Fal, have you inquired whether it can write? John pondered for a moment. I did ask. I even pricked it with a knife. So it is quite apparent that it cannot write, Fal replied, shaking his head. What a pity. If it cannot talk or write, how shall we communicate with it? John mused. I am contemplating that as well, which is why I summoned you all to brainstorm, Fal added thoughtfully. Well, I think we could have it respond by nodding or shaking its head, John suggested after considerable thought. That is a good idea. I had considered it before, Fal acknowledged. Then it's settled. Fal, shall we inform the other crew members about this matter? John decided. At this, Fal's eyes widened in surprise, and he looked into John's eyes, saying, What do you think, John? Observing this exchange, John's expression grew somewhat somber. Although those crew members had been aboard this ship for several years, could they truly be trusted? Not to mention the newcomers. John shook his head in contemplation. I only trust you and John on the ship, Fal said, placing a hand on their shoulders. Hearing this, both men felt a surge of emotion, affirming their mutual trust. All three had journeyed to this fantastical realm, each harboring their own thoughts and feelings. Perhaps those crew members believed in and were willing to follow Fal, but how could Fal ascertain their true intentions? Often, Fal wondered what his life would be like had he never consumed the devil fruit. Perhaps he would not even be captain now. Nevertheless, he believed that informing them was essential. After all, they were all on the same vessel, and any desire to leave this place would necessitate interaction with them. John said, Indeed, as colleagues who have spent considerable time together, there is no need to regard them in such a manner. John patted Fal's shoulder. I apologize. Perhaps my recent mental strain has contributed to these thoughts, Fal replied, rubbing his forehead. Fal, there is no need for your apology. It is perfectly all right. The two embraced him. Thank you both, Fal smiled at them. Ha, then I shall notify them, John remarked, observing Fal's relief with a smile. All right, go ahead. Fal chuckled as he watched him leave. Chapter 23. The rest of our lives. Upon hearing this, John chose not to linger any longer in Fal's room and proceeded to the quarters of the other crew members. The room was now left with only Fal and John, enveloped in a prolonged silence. Fal, while One Piece may be an exhilarating anime, it is undoubtedly a harsh world, John said, gazing at the bound news bird with a sigh. Indeed, it is a cruel world, Fal reflected, memories of fallen crew members flashing vividly in his mind. Fal, if we truly departed from this ocean and arrived in the towns of this world, what would you plan to do? Speak honestly with me, John inquired. Do you truly wish for my honest thoughts? Fal pondered, looking at John. Yes, John nodded. If given the opportunity to return to Earth, I would undoubtedly choose to do so, Fal stated firmly. And what if such an opportunity does not exist? John pressed. Then I would gradually develop my devil fruit abilities within the towns of this world, slowly growing stronger, and ultimately seek a chance to return to Earth. Fal replied with a serious expression. John, observing Fal, was momentarily speechless, rubbing his forehead in disbelief. Fal, have you never considered staying here? This place holds immense power and boundless opportunities. John's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed that John harbored his own ambitions. After all, in this world, every crew member was extraordinary. Each one was a hero in their own narrative, and as long as they persevered through the most arduous times, success would surely follow. Power? Opportunities? John, are you married? Fal inquired. No, John responded, a hint of resignation in his voice. And what of your parents? Fal probed further. Surely, you are aware of my disdain for them. John averted his gaze. But you know, my parents, my wife, and my children are all waiting for me back on Earth. Fal regarded John earnestly. All right, perhaps I am being too sentimental, John conceded. Upon hearing these words, John fell silent. Thus, due to their differing opinions, the two remained quiet in that small space, merely caressing the news bird. John, if we find a way back, will you come with me? Fal suddenly inquired. I'm not sure, perhaps I would. After all, if you leave and John departs as well, what purpose would I have in this world? John replied, Good brother. Hearing this, Fal laughed and embraced John tightly. Oh dear, how old are we? Why this display? Come now, loosen your grip, you're choking me. John protested, struggling. Ha. Seeing John's plight, Fal released him with a hearty laugh. Caw 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 caw. The news bird nearby also cawed loudly, as if mocking them. You foul bird. Fal exclaimed, lifting it up and scolding it. Caw caw. After enduring the scolding for some time, the news bird wore an expression of utter disillusionment. This man was indeed too cruel to it. All right. John took the news bird from Fal's hands. Humph. In a good mood. Fal refrained from further antics he would typically avoid. John, I will seek a devil fruit for both you and John, Fal declared, gazing at John. I believe in you. John smiled upon hearing this. The devil fruit is the most coveted power in this world, sought after by all, without exception. What of the news bird? Where is it? Suddenly, from outside, voices echoed. John had arrived, accompanied by the crew. You're here? Fal opened the door. What of the news bird? Is it true? Does it possess the wisdom to guide us away from here? After John explained to the crew, they all began to chatter excitedly. Here it is, John said, approaching with the bound news bird. Caw caw. Upon seeing more people, the news bird began to squawk frantically, genuinely fearing it might be cooked by this ignorant group. At that moment, it regretted not heeding its leader's advice to drop the news from the sky for safety. Typically, Those who received the news would pay with 50 or 100 berries, although some scoundrels would take the newspapers without compensation. It was precisely due to its greed that it had approached these unscrupulous individuals for trading the newspapers. Its frequent dealings had made it somewhat complacent regarding humans, which led to its unguarded capture by Fowl. Wow, is this the news bird? It's so large. Many crew members exclaimed curiously as they gathered around it. Meanwhile, Edward stood by, observing the news bird intently, lost in his own thoughts. Hey, how did its wing get injured? Some crew members, filled with confusion, inquired. Who could possibly inflict harm upon such a delightful seabird? Witnessing this scene, the crew members erupted with curses. Unbeknownst to them, the very individual they denounced stood before them. Their captain, ahem. With a slight twitch of his lips and a few coughs, Four stepped forward. Captain, many crew members greeted him, some harboring a flicker of respect for him, while others feigned it, as no one could truly tell. This newsbird is our key to departing from this sea. Four chose not to dwell on the crew's inadvertent insults. Well, we understand. So, Four, how shall we utilize it? Jack stepped forward, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Given that it cannot speak or write, I will need to engage in specialized communication with it to glean the information we seek, Four explained with expertise. All right. We shall heed the captain's counsel, many crew members exclaimed with excitement. Jack, who intended to assert that he should take the newsbird for communication, fell silent. Observing this, Edward nudged Jack, urging him to step up. Ahem, Jack coughed a few times, attempting to approach. Captain, if we leave this sea, where shall we go? What place awaits us? A crew member interjected before Jack could speak. Presently, aside from the newsbird and 3 mermen, only 10 crew members remained aboard the vessel, including Four, John, Jack, Gnarl, Edward, and 4 other ordinary crew members. Faced with the interruption, Jack could only retreat awkwardly, choosing silence. Edward, shaking his head in disapproval, regarded Jack. In his heart, Edward perceived Jack as somewhat feeble, acknowledging that apart from his adeptness in maintaining the ship, he had little else to offer. If possible, I suggest we seek employment in some developed towns, allowing us to earn a stable income for the time being, Four contemplated. They possessed no military might. Apart from a few dwindling bullets for their AKs, their combat capabilities were virtually non-existent. They lacked any extraordinary abilities, aside from Fowler's devil fruit powers. The rest could be deemed ineffectual. Ultimately, they were mere ordinary laborers on Earth, having only glimpsed the world through anime, yet knowing little of its reality. Upon hearing Fowler's words, the crew members ceased their clamoring and began to ponder. Is merely earning a stable income any different from my experiences in the original world? They all contemplated. No, I absolutely refuse to remain so meek. I must rise above. Edward was consumed by tumultuous thoughts. Captain, is it not a bit premature for some of the crew to raise concerns? He questioned. What is it? This is, for now, our best option, Fowl replied, his gaze stern and unwavering. Very well, then allow us a moment to deliberate, said the ordinary crew members, bowing their heads as they exited the captain's quarters. Upon hearing Fowl's words, their initial excitement and joy diminished, replaced by a profound sense of uncertainty regarding the path ahead. Indeed, who among them was not bewildered by the journey they had undertaken? Perhaps the road ahead was fraught with twists and devoid of hope, yet retreat was not an option. Chapter 24. The carnivorous fish of the sea fowl. I refuse to be so spineless. I shall carve my own path, Edward boldly declared, addressing Fowl directly with an unusual tone. At that moment, all his cunning schemes were cast aside. He was solely intent on countering Fowl's assertions. Yet, as the words escaped his lips, a twinge of regret washed over him, for it seemed incongruous with the sinister persona he had cultivated. But upon reflection, what could be done? Oh, and how do you intend to achieve that? Fowl inquired, intrigued by Edward's insolence. Though they often behaved like old friends, their dynamic was defined by a hierarchy, one that had only intensified after consuming the devil fruit. Fowl, if all you desire is a stable existence, then we are fundamentally different, Edward retorted, fixing his gaze on Fowl. And what kind of life do you seek? Fowl probed further. I wish to be the protagonist of my own story, Edward proclaimed with a hint of arrogance. Do you believe that is feasible? Fowl asked, his tone pragmatic. Why not? Edward replied defiantly. Very well, then proceed as you wish, Fowl said, unwilling to engage further with the fool before him. Just you wait, Fowl, Edward thought to himself as he departed with Jack and Gnarl, who continued to grumble and complain about Edward on their way out. Ah, my dear crew members, They have certainly undergone some changes, Fal mused inwardly. What is your perspective, Fal? John inquired. Each crew member harbors their own aspirations. This is a positive development. For at least they will have their own goals, Fal stated, though his true thoughts remained concealed. I concur. Once we reach land and encounter human civilization again, our cohesive unit may be on the brink of dissolution, John lamented. Among the 10 crew members, many would likely feel a sense of longing, reluctant to part from one another's support. Nevertheless, John, that approach is the most prudent, Fal asserted. I understand. It is the only method that ensures our survival. John nodded. I do not wish to witness the demise of any of my crew, he stated. Fal shook his head in response. I stand by you, Fal, John reassured him, giving him a pat on the back. Before this team disbands, I hope we all remain alive and well, Fal replied with a smile. Indeed, John added. Fal, they are quite unappreciative. I still believe your suggestion holds more merit. The speaker was John, who had spoken with the other crew members before they departed. Returning now to Fal's side. Each person has their own fate. My method is not necessarily the best, Fal remarked. Very well, let them think as they wish, John said. What should be our primary concern now? He pointed towards the news bird before them. Haha, precisely the thought I had, John chimed in with a laugh. Yes, indeed. Fal concurred. By the way, Fal, should we notify those fishmen? I couldn't locate them earlier. They are likely cleaning the hole beneath the ship. John chuckled helplessly. We'll inform them later, Fal decided. All right, John replied. The news bird cawed insistently, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. Ah, you great bird, you cannot escape my grasp, John exclaimed with a mischievous grin, holding the bound news bird aloft. The news bird squawked desperately, tears glistening in its eyes. All right, you two. Go outside and have a proper chat with the news bird. I shall take a nap, Fal remarked, feeling somewhat disturbed by the noise. Fine, sleep it is. The two replied, leaving Fal's room and closing the door behind them. Since the captain's quarters and Fal's room were interconnected by only a partition, the two found themselves amusing the news bird in the captain's quarters. After they left, Fal returned directly to his bed and lay down. I find myself missing you all again. I wonder if I shall ever return, he mused, retrieving the necklace from his pocket and gazing at the photograph within. Lost in memories. I cannot foresee what the future holds. He placed the necklace back against his chest, contemplating the possibility of never returning to Earth. Perhaps I would simply spend my life in this world, Fal thought. Suddenly, a dark flame coalesced around his arm, a manifestation of his devil fruit ability. I must continue to develop my powers. Strength is the only aid that can truly assist me. Fal continued to develop his devil fruit. As time gradually passed during his research, others engaged in their own activities. For instance, John and John amused themselves daily by training the news bird. The ordinary crew members enjoyed venturing into the sea to catch small fish, spending their days alternating between fishing and playing cards. Meanwhile, Edward and Jackal were busy plotting something every day. The three fishermen brothers, as usual, diligently kept the ship clean. It is worth noting that these three fishermen were indeed adept at maintaining cleanliness, ensuring that their vessel was spotless. In Fal's cabin, John looked at the now recovered yet still bound news bird and asked, "What are we going to do with this news bird?" Fal replied, "How should I know? Aren't you the one responsible for training it?" John responded with a hint of frustration, "I am, but it seems a bit dull." John interjected, "Come on. You spend your days either petting it or whispering sweet nothings in its ear." "That is not true. I just wanted to guide us properly," John protested, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "All right, let me handle it," Fal said as he took the news bird from John's hands. "Let me spend a few days with it." He gazed at the lethargic bird, contemplating its well-being. "Good. You can do it," John exclaimed joyfully. Over the past few days, he had tried every method imaginable to coax the news bird into guiding them, from pleading to enticing, to even threatening. "Let us allow it to rest for a while," Fal stated, placing the news bird on the table and leaving it unattended. "Fal, to be honest, whether this news bird can navigate is a pressing issue. Especially since it can't currently soar into the sky," John remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. "That is indeed a problem. What if it escapes into the sky?" Fal sighed in resignation. Suddenly, a series of rapid gunfire erupted from outside. The three of them exchanged worried glances and rushed out. On the deck, three fishermen wielded AK rifles that were minuscule compared to their size, their fingers barely able to squeeze the triggers as they aimed at the sea and fired. Over the days that had passed, it was clear that the diligent fishermen had earned the trust of the crew, learning to handle the AK rifles despite the language barrier. Amen. Asiai. Asien. What are you doing? Fal shouted, calling out the names of the three fishmen. Upon hearing his voice, they turned around. Captain, help us. We are surrounded by those carnivorous fish. The fisherman spoke to Fal in Japanese. What? Fal exclaimed, startled, and swiftly rushed to the railing to peer into the depths of the sea. Below, he beheld the four ordinary crew members encircled by a school of over 1 meter long black fish, one of whom was being viciously bitten. These were the same four crew members who had delighted in swimming and fishing in the ocean, yet today, fate had turned against them as they found themselves ensnared by the very creatures they once pursued. Previously, the fishermen had attempted to dissuade them from swimming, warning them of the unknown dangers lurking beneath the waves. However, due to the language barrier and their lack of comprehension regarding the fishermen's concerns, they had ignored his warnings. Chapter 25. The crew's fate. As they had repeatedly returned unscathed from their oceanic ventures, the fishermen had ceased to intervene, leading to the dire situation unfolding now. At the moment the fisherman heard their cries for help, he was engaged in cleaning, but quickly sprang into action, brandishing his AK and opening fire. What is happening? Fal asked, astonished by the sight of the four crew members, their souls glowing a deep green, contrasted against a swarm of pink-hued sea fish. John and John rushed over, inquiring about the commotion. Likewise, Edward, Jack, and Gnarl emerged from the cabin, drawn by the sound of gunfire. However, upon witnessing the alarming scene, they hastened back to their quarters in search of rifles. Rat-a-tat-tat, the bullets flew like fiery serpents, striking the carnivorous fish in an attempt to repel them. Ah, stay away. Don't come closer, cried the crew member floundering in the water, fear evident in his voice. Nevertheless, the ravenous fish paid no heed, steadily dragging their prey beneath the waves, tearing into them mercilessly. Fal watched helplessly as 2 crew members had already been devoured, with 2 more still surrounded. Due to the limitations of his devil fruit powers at this distance, he could offer no substantial assistance. Those without ammunition, hurry and fetch some loaded magazines, Fal commanded. Understood. The fishmen, who were initially out of bullets, swiftly returned to the cabin. Tat-tat-tat. Each individual continued firing, relentless in their efforts, for if they ceased even for a moment, the 2 remaining crew members might perish. Though many of the predatory fish fell victim to their onslaught, the remaining ones remained undeterred. This was their dinner for the evening. Why haven't the others arrived yet? It's been so long, Fal lamented, his AK now out of ammunition. Here they come. The fisherman hurriedly approached, responding to Fal's earlier complaint. Why are they so slow? The ship has ample space. It's not far. Fal expressed his dissatisfaction. Apologies. The merman, momentarily trapped by the door, continued to fire his AK. However, due to their delayed arrival, one of the remaining 2 individuals in the sea was dragged under and vanished. Yet, under the concerted efforts of the group, one after another, the predatory fish were repelled, and soon the souls of these creatures shifted from a vibrant pink to a fearful green, signaling their retreat. At that moment, only one of the 4 crew members swimming on the surface remained, while the other 3 had been pulled into the depths and met their demise. Quick, rescue him, Fal urged the merman. Upon hearing his command, the 3 mermen leaped into the water, retrieving the last surviving crew member aboard the vessel. Initially, they had intended to dive in and save the crew members directly, but apprehension regarding the potential aggression of the predatory fish held them back, forcing them to resort to their firearms instead. Although mermen are inherently drawn to the ocean, not all marine creatures harbor goodwill towards them. There exists a food chain and natural enemies even in the depths of the sea. What happened to your leg? Hurry, fetch a bandage. The rescued crew member was missing a leg, a grim testament to the earlier attack by the school of fish. My leg. My leg. Ah. Upon realizing his missing limb, the crew member, who had initially relaxed, was suddenly consumed by terror and screamed. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and he soon lost consciousness. Stop the bleeding. Falk anxiously observed the dimming soul. After developing his devil fruit abilities, he discovered that the essence of life was not a fixed entity, but rather fluctuated under various circumstances. It won't stop. Where's the bandage? John and John pressed on the bleeding crew member's thigh. Meanwhile, Gnarl and Edward rushed to the captain's cabin to retrieve the bandage, leaving Jack trembling nearby. Let me. The merman stepped forward, applying his powerful hand firmly. Instantly, under the merman's immense strength, the gushing blood from the crew member's thigh ceased. The group collectively sighed in relief. Saving one is better than none, Fal muttered, shaking his head. The other 3 who had perished were likely lost to the depths, their bodies consumed by the predatory fish. The bandage is here. Edward and Gnarl returned breathlessly, brandishing the bandage. "Quick, bandage him," Jack urged from the side. The group scrambled in confusion, unsure how to proceed with the bandage. "Allow me to tend to him. I have learned these techniques before." Upon noticing their unusual demeanor, the merman, a man, addressed Feyre. Hearing these words, Feyre nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the merman took the bandages from Edward and Gnarl. However, prior to bandaging, disinfection was necessary. Without Fire, a man remained stationary with the bandages in hand. Who is Fire? A lighter or something? Feyre inquired of his crew. "I possess a lighter, but it is in my cabin. I shall retrieve it immediately." Edward and Gnarl then hurried back into the ship's quarters. There were indeed several crew members aboard who smoked. Thus an abundance of lighters was available. Feyre gazed at his crew member, lying on the ground, barely conscious, and felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. It had not been long since 3 of his crew members had perished. Initially, there had been hopes for a stable life. Yet they had spent the past few days in uncertainty. Soon, Edward rushed over with a lighter in hand. The fishmen, having witnessed their use of the lighter, attempted to take it, but due to their large hands, they were unable to manage it and had to return it to Edward. "What is this?" Edward inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. The fishman could only gesture to his own size, as their spoken words were incomprehensible to the crew, leading them to communicate through gestures. Understanding the situation, Edward pressed the lighter's button, and a small flame erupted. Upon seeing the flame, the fishman, Amon, quickly retrieved a piece of discarded wood and gradually ignited it. Once the wood was ablaze, he directed the flame towards the wound of the crew member who had suffered a severe injury to his thigh. The previously unconscious crew member let out a strange cry and then fell silent. Bits of flesh were consumed by the flames, and due to the presence of blood, the thigh remained quite moist, requiring a thorough cauterization that lasted 3 to 4 minutes. "It's bandaged," the fishman announced, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Was all that Feyre could manage in response, nodding in comprehension. He, along with John and John, proceeded to lift the gravely injured crew member and carefully transported him to his quarters, followed closely by the fishmen, Edward, Jack, and Gnarl. "Feyre, do you think he will make it?" John asked from the side. "I don't know. He might pull through, or he might not," Feyre replied, shaking his head. "Sigh. You all keep an eye on him. I'll take my leave," Feyre stated, not wishing to linger. "All right, you go on ahead," John replied. "I'll stay here with John. Everything will be fine. You all can leave," John added. Thus, Feyre, the fishmen, Edward, Jack, and Gnarl departed from the scene. In the aftermath of the incident, there was little to say. Each person felt a sense of muted emotion. Perhaps they all understood their precarious situation and had come to terms with it. In Feyre's room, he sat silently on his bed for quite some time. "Oh well, if they're dead, they're dead. So many have already perished. What does it matter to me?" he mused, shaking his head with a wry smile. Before collapsing onto his bed, instead of dwelling on these futile thoughts, I might as well practice my devil fruit abilities or engage in meaningful conversation with the newsbird. With his head buried in his pillow, he contemplated, "Come on, newsbird, let us converse once more." Upon contemplating this, Fowl's spirits were instantly lifted. He rose and made his way to the location where the newsbird was bound tightly. The newsbird's eyes shimmered with tears, reflecting its profound anguish. Chapter 26. Fowl's devil fruit ability. After engaging in a profound dialogue with the newsbird, Fowl felt quite elated. His mastery of the devil fruit ability had progressed further, enabling him to resonate with other souls. This unfortunate circumstance has led to the tragic existence of the newsbird, which has been utilized by Fowl as a mere guinea pig. As Fowl contemplated the soul of the newsbird, which he had crumpled in his grasp, he pondered deeply. To my knowledge, the paramecia-type devil fruit grants the ability to assimilate objects in proximity into the essence of the devil fruit. Fowl murmured to himself. Yet, why am I unable to assimilate? Could it be that this devil fruit is not of the paramecia class? Fowl found himself perplexed. Even now, he remained uncertain about the true nature of his devil fruit, only aware that it pertained to the realm of souls. Having only seen a few episodes of One Piece, Fowl's recollection of its elements was rather vague. Could it possibly be the soul fruit of Big Mom? That seems implausible, Fowl mused. However, his mind could conjure no other devil fruits associated with souls. In an effort to ascertain whether it truly was the soul fruit, he took the lifeless newsbird into his hands. At that moment, the newsbird was devoid of any sound, evidently having been deceased for some time. Yet, It had not truly perished. Instead, its soul had been extracted by Fal and was now held within his grasp. Fal did not return the newsbird's soul, as he believed that a living being could endure a temporary absence of its soul without immediate consequence. His gaze shifted to the black flame-like essence within him, which represented his own soul, although he had yet to comprehend why his soul was black. That detail seemed insignificant for the time being. Conducting further experiments was of greater importance. Despite feeling weak, Fal utilized a newly developed ability to separate his black soul. This so-called development was, in reality, a process of repetitive experimentation until he achieved a satisfactory outcome. Now, in his right hand, he held the soul of the newsbird, while his left hand contained his own soul. With a pale complexion, Fal inserted his own soul into the body of the newsbird, intent on conducting an experiment. However, the newsbird did not awaken after he infused it with his soul. Half an hour passed, and regardless of what Fal attempted, the newsbird remained utterly silent. Faced with this situation, Fal was compelled to extract his soul and reintegrate the newsbird's original soul back into its body. Caw, caw, caw. Shortly after reintroducing its own soul, the newsbird awoke, its eyes filled with terror as it squawked frantically. It could not possibly be the soul fruit, for in his mind, Big Mom's soul fruit was associated with matters of lifespan. Fal contemplated. Furthermore, should not the soul fruit have already been consumed by Big Mom? How could I have possibly obtained the soul fruit? Fal pondered earnestly. Could it truly not be the soul fruit? Then what fruit could it be? The soul fruit? The spirit fruit? Or perhaps the absorption fruit? In the chaotic recesses of Fal's mind, confusion reigned supreme. Enough, he muttered, shaking his head, realizing that the more he pondered, the more disoriented he became. He decided instead to focus on establishing communication with the newsbird. Turning his gaze to the incessantly squawking creature, Fal found himself at a loss for words and actions, merely staring blankly at the newsbird. Suddenly, inspiration struck him like a flash of lightning. Although the newsbird was currently unable to communicate, it could still convey directions through nods and other gestures. The dilemma, however, was how a bird bound in place could indicate a direction. If he were to untie it, it might simply take flight. At that moment, Fal devised a plan to restrain the newsbird through a display of power. With his hand shaped into a claw, he gradually utilized his devil fruit abilities, extracting half of the newsbird's soul under its fearful gaze. Do you see this? Do you know what it is? Fal asked, shaping the bird's essence into a sphere. The now listless and dispirited bird could not possibly comprehend what it was. This, my dear bird, is your soul, Fal threatened. The newsbird squawked in agitation, its cries echoing with distress. Pleased with the effect of his intimidation, Fal continued, do you see? With just a slight exertion, it could explode, and you would perish. The terrified newsbird squawked desperately, perhaps pleading for him to remain calm. However, if you comply, I shall not harm you. I will return your soul, Fal assured it. The newsbird, in response, nodded twice with a tremulous head. Success. Fal felt a surge of joy at this development. After a moment's hesitation, he untied the ropes binding the newsbird. Freed from its restraints, the bird flapped its wings a couple of times, but remained still, evidently terrified. Very well, Fal said. As long as you behave, I will restore your soul and allow you to leave. There is no need for fear. He gently stroked the newsbird's feathers, eliciting another tremor from its frame. Good, he affirmed, securing the captured essence of the bird. After a few more soothing strokes, Fal stood and stretched, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Finally, it was done. He could now rest, curious about the expressions the others would wear upon hearing this news. Fal pondered joyfully, deciding against remaining upright and instead returning to his bed, intending to indulge in a delightful slumber. Meanwhile, in Edward's room, for more souls had perished that day. Edward, I am so frightened that I might meet the same fate, Jack expressed with a hint of despondency. Fear not, everything will improve, Edward responded, though his heart was heavy with unease. Beside them, Gnarl remained silent, lighting one cigarette after another. He was not a smoker by nature. Yet today he found himself unable to resist. Edward, perhaps we should heed Fal's advice. We could venture into town, secure stable employment, and later devise a way to return to Earth, Jack suggested earnestly. It was evident that each death deeply impacted Jack's psyche, forcing him to confront the grim reality. Although they had gradually come to accept the notion of death, witnessing the lifeless bodies still compelled them to empathize with their plight. I refuse to live such a cowardly existence, Jack. Have you considered the world in which we currently reside? Edward's voice rose in intensity. Jack countered. But what of the devil fruits? The 6 powers of the Navy? The 3 types of hockey? All these extraordinary abilities. Yet death remains a certainty, Edward, Jack lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Are you so afraid of death? What terrifies me more is to die without having achieved anything, to leave this world devoid of value. Edward replied with a newfound clarity. However, this sentiment was merely a quote he had come across while browsing videos on Earth, not originally birthed from his own thoughts. Do you truly believe that, Edward? Jack questioned incredulously. Indeed, Edward affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing Edward's words, Gnarl ceased smoking and gazed intently at him. You have changed. Edward, the old you would never have uttered such sentiments, Jack reminisced. If change grants me the strength I desire, then I would gladly embrace it, Edward declared. Closing his eyes, the 2 companions exchanged glances of newfound respect towards him. Very well, Edward, you have prevailed. I shall no longer mention the life Val suggested, Jack conceded. Clearly, Edward's words had garnered Jack's complete endorsement, leading him to believe that Edward would certainly achieve greatness in the future. Edward, I hope you will act as you profess, Gnarl added, giving Edward a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Chapter 27. The plan succeeds. The following morning, radiant sunlight streamed onto the still slumbering Val. Another day of monotonous repetition was about to commence. Val rose from his bed, contemplating a visit to check on the injured crew member. As Val pondered, he swiftly donned his attire, washed his face, and rinsed his mouth. He then turned his gaze toward the now unbound news bird, which was nestled in a corner, enveloping itself with its wings in slumber. Should he take it along? No, better to let it remain here for a few days, he mused. After locking the door securely behind him, he feared the news bird might escape. Soon, guided by his memory, Val arrived at the cabin where the crew member was. He found John snoring beside him while John rested on a chair. Val's attention shifted to the injured crew member lying on the bed. Where was his soul? Val gazed in surprise at the body of the crew member, whose spirit had evidently dissipated. It appeared he had been deceased for some time. The sight darkened Val's expression. Despite having been bandaged, the crew member had succumbed. It could have been due to infection or excessive blood loss. One could only lament the inadequate medical conditions that had prevented them from preserving the crew member's life. Sighing, Val nudged the still sleeping John and John with his foot. What is going on? John exclaimed as he was jolted awake. John responded more calmly, merely acknowledging with a sound. Val, what brings you here? John inquired upon spotting him. What do they think of him? Val shook his head, questioning John. What's wrong? Wasn't he sleeping soundly? John replied, bewildered. Meanwhile, John stepped forward, placing his hand on the crew member's body. So cold, he is passed, John stated. Dead? That can't be. John rushed forward upon hearing this. Their expression shifted dramatically as they grasped the truth. Let South leave this place. He is gone, and there is no need to dwell on it, Val declared, shaking his head as he departed. Why did he die? John asked, a hint of sorrow in his voice. It's quite normal, given our dire medical conditions. You know that well, John sighed. But he shouldn't have died like this. He was saved. John lamented, still burdened by grief. Enough, let us go. Just as Val said, he is passed. There is no point in lingering, John replied, shaking his head as he exited. Sighing several times, John followed in their footsteps. On the deck outside, John approached Val, asking, Is there something troubling you? Indeed, there is, concerning the newsbird. I have resolved the issue, Val replied with a smile. Really? How did you manage that? Upon hearing these words, John swiftly altered his expression and, with a hint of agitation, remarked, It is only through threats and violence that one can find the most effective means in this world. Indeed, replied Val. As John's excitement subsided, he asked, What is the matter with you all? At that moment, John, who had arrived late, inquired, What is going on? John, we are finally able to leave this place. John smiled at him. What? What do you mean? John asked, somewhat bewildered. I have resolved the issue with the newsbird. Val chuckled, patting his shoulder. What? You truly managed to solve it? John responded with disbelief. What? Do you not believe me? Val laughed. I believe, John affirmed. Very well, then. In a few days, I will further persuade the newsbird to guide us. But there are risks involved, Val expressed with concern. What risks? John inquired. While John perked up his ears to listen. I have not imposed any substantial constraints on the newsbird, so should it discover the truth, it may simply fly away. Leaving us helpless, Val said, shaking his head. Is that so? John pondered upon hearing this. Then we must take a gamble. If we win, we can leave this sea. And if we lose, we shall continue to drift, John chimed in. All right, then it is settled. Would you like to go and see the newsbird? Fal suggested. Let us go and take a look. Both of them nodded in agreement. Fal's quarters were not far, and they arrived after just a few steps. Upon seeing the newsbird, cowering and displaying an expression of fear, they were somewhat surprised. Is it really resolved this easily? John asked incredulously. Yes, Fal affirmed. How wonderful, John said, filled with curiosity about the land. Well, let us discuss this again in a few days, Fal stated. Time swiftly passed, and many events unfolded aboard the ship. When the fishmen and Edward learned of the crew members' demise, they all expressed their sorrow. Surprisingly, the ones most affected by the loss were not Fal and Edward, who had coexisted with them for some time, but rather the fishmen, who had only interacted with them for a brief period. This could be attributed to their deep sense of loyalty. However, it was soon decided, upon the suggestion of the crew, to cast the deceased crew member's body into the sea to prevent any unpleasant odors aboard. On the deck of the ship, John asked with concern, Fal, are you really going to let it go? What if it escapes? Indeed, Fal replied. Fal did not speak much, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Soon, John returned from Fal's room, carrying the newsbird with him. Cawing excitedly, the newsbird flapped its wings upon seeing the vast sky. Fal nodded at John, who promptly released his grip on the newsbird. With a cacophony of caws, the newsbird soared into the sky, circling the ship repeatedly while squawking loudly. After completing its circles, the newsbird did not return to Fal and John, but instead perched high above, observing them. Come here, sweet bird, John called out, oblivious to whether the newsbird understood his words. However, the newsbird remained still, clearly awaiting something. Fal regarded the wise creature before him, his mind racing. It was imperative that he did not let it escape. He thought to himself, swiftly extracting a fragment of his own soul to hold in his hand. Do you see this? This is your soul. If you guide us away from this sea, I shall return it to you, Fal declared to the newsbird in Japanese. The reason he did not present the newsbird's own soul was that he had no means to contain it. He had already consumed it after threatening the creature earlier. The newsbird squawked in confusion, flapping about, though it did not comprehend why its previously green soul had turned black. It understood that a wrong gamble could lead to its demise. After much hesitation, the newsbird returned to Fal's side, nuzzling against him, though it harbored deep resentment towards the humans before it. Excellent. Fal chuckled softly, restoring his soul to its rightful place. Observing the newsbird, he quietly activated his perception, noting the diminished size of the soul within the creature. Through his gradual experimentation, he discovered that as long as he did not fully absorb the soul of a living being, it would gradually restore itself, albeit with a reduced capacity. Thus, the newsbird's soul was now far less substantial than before. Go forth, show us the way. Once we reach the town, I shall return your soul and set you free, Fal said, stroking the feathers on the newsbird's neck in Japanese. Cawing excitedly, the newsbird responded. Upon hearing these words, the newsbird soared into the sky, fluttering about. Chapter 28, A Cache of Weapons. The radiant sunlight gently spilled over the ocean, shimmering like countless stars, illuminating a cargo ship laden with hope as it sailed towards the horizon. The release of the newsbird today was both a test and a gamble, intended to guide Fal and his companions through the skies. Consequently, there was no deliberate notification given to the merfolk or Edward and his companions. However, they still noticed the newsbird soaring aloft. Gnarl, Edward, look at the sky. Is that not the newsbird from Fal's chamber? Jack exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice. Huh, what is going on? Gnarl and Edward glanced upwards in response. Goodness, it truly is. Has the newsbird escaped? Quick, grab a rifle and bring it down, Edward shouted, rushing back to his room. Hurry, the rifle is in my room, Gnarl echoed, darting after him. After all, this was crucial to their ability to leave the ocean and reach dry land, marking it as a significant matter. Fal really ought to keep a better watch over that newsbird, Jack muttered as he made his way back. Soon, the trio was armed and ready with rifles, preparing to take aim. Just don't kill it. We only need to bring it down. Yes, aim for its wings, and make sure your shots are precise, Edward instructed his companions. Understood, they replied in unison, gearing up to fire. Not far from them, Fal and his companions were observing the newsbird soaring gracefully above the deck. Hey, Fal, John, what are those three doing? Why are they aiming AKs at the sky? The astute John nudged Fal and John. Huh, what are you doing? Stop at once. Fal turned, alarmed at the sight. Fal, your newsbird has flown away. Jack pointed at the bird in the sky, exclaiming loudly. Upon hearing this, Fal rushed over to the trio, hurriedly explaining, "You've misunderstood, it hasn't escaped." "What? Then why is it up there?" The three looked at him, puzzled. Fal was compelled to elucidate the entire situation in detail. "Is this truly the case?" Jack inquired, his excitement palpable. Meanwhile, Gnarl and Edward appeared quite pleased upon hearing the news. "Oh dear, you all nearly gave me a heart attack," John remarked as he approached. "This is partly our fault for not informing you," John admitted with a tone of regret. "Well, it's all right. Thankfully, no great mishap has occurred," Fal replied, relieved. Edward and his companions spoke somewhat awkwardly. As the farcical incident drew to a close, everyone visibly relaxed, and the trio, unwilling to linger, retreated to their quarters. "Fal, should we inform those three merfolk, just in case?" John suggested from the side. "Then you can go and speak with them," Fal replied. "Very well, I shall go," John said before departing to seek out the merfolk. Once John had left, only Fal and John remained on the deck. "Fal, do you think we should disregard that newsbird?" John inquired. "What? Do you believe it cannot comprehend our intentions or locate the mainland?" "Rest assured, it is far more astute than you," Fal jested. Thus, under their watchful gaze, the newsbird flitted back and forth repeatedly, bringing no tidings as night fell. "Fal, do you truly believe it will succeed?" This was John's voice. Having completed his errand with the merfolk and returned. "It should, shouldn't it? What is the matter? Are you all feeling fatigued?" Fal asked, detecting the weariness in their voices. "A bit," John yawned. "Then you should take a short rest. I will keep watch here," Fal suggested. "Fal, can you manage alone? Aren't you tired?" John queried. "Ha, I am far more alert than you. 2 days without sleep is no trouble for me," Fal replied, his energy bolstered by the consumption of a devil fruit. "Very well, we shall retire now. We await your good news." The two understood Fal's implication and chose to depart without further ado. Thus, the deck was left in solitude, with only Fal remaining, the solitary moonlight casting its glow upon him. Gazing at the moon, Fal caressed the necklace nestled in his bosom, lost in contemplation. With time to spare, Fal returned to the ship's hold in search of some items. "I found it," he exclaimed, gazing at a heap of blades before him. These blades were previously seized as trophies from a pirate ship. Initially, the crew aboard would occasionally toy with them, but as time passed, their interest waned, and the blades were carelessly left in the cabin. The length of these weapons contributed to the crew's disinterest. The fishmen, who initially sought to select a blade, found them too short, while others deemed them excessively long. The sharp edges of the blades caught the eye of Fal, who idly picked one up and murmured to himself. He noticed that the ammunition for the AK rifle was dwindling, likely to be exhausted soon, making him regard these blades as possessing significant defensive potential. After swinging the blade a few times, Fal took it to the deck. In his grasp was a long sword, approximately over 1 meter in length, its surface coated with a greasy substance that he found quite off-putting. He decided to take the long sword to his quarters for a thorough cleaning. "This is much better. It looks entirely different now," Fal smiled, speaking to the polished long sword. Yet, he still found it a tad too lengthy. Discontentedly, he regarded the sword in his hand. Perhaps the massive size of the creatures in this world was the reason for the enlarged dimensions of many objects. However, Fal felt utterly at a loss regarding these proportions. With no clear solution in sight, reluctantly, he returned to the deck with the freshly cleaned longsword, awaiting news from the messenger bird. "This wielding is quite uncomfortable," he muttered, shaking his head as he scrutinized the long sword in his grip. The length of this blade is approximately 1.5 meters, which, for the towering pirate standing at 2 meters, serves merely as a one-handed weapon. However, for Fault, who stands at a modest 1.76 meters, it becomes a two-handed sword. Fault slowly waved the long sword about in a chaotic manner, but after only a few swings, he had to put it down once more. "This sword is ill-suited for me," he remarked, gazing at the blade. "Alas, in this world, my height is indeed somewhat lacking." A bitter smile crept across Fault's face. "I must devise a means to grow taller. I refuse to believe that there is no way to increase my stature in this world." A spark ignited in his eyes. Long ago, he had harbored aspirations of attaining his ideal height, yet due to the closure of his growth plates, he had been left utterly perplexed. Now, in this world, he remained unconvinced that there were no methods to achieve his desired height. "Well, I suppose I should return it. It truly is too long and unwieldy. What if, in the heat of battle, I fail to strike my foe and inadvertently injure myself instead?" Fault pondered, a vivid image flashing through his mind. Lost in thought, he returned to the cabin and carefully placed the long blade back. "Ah, this one," he murmured, retrieving a 60-centimeter blade. "It appears to resemble a dagger used by that band of pirates." He contemplated the weapon that bore a striking resemblance to a dagger. "Nevertheless, while it may be slightly short for my tastes, it will suffice," Fault thought as he swung the blade with a sense of ease. Afterward, he undertook the task of cleaning it thoroughly, and once he achieved that, he brought it to the deck. He exhaled, gradually hacking away with the blade. "This should be adequate," he mused, examining the weapon in his hand. Yet, he couldn't help but think, this 60-centimeter length is rather too short. If I engage in close combat with this, am I not courting death? A vivid scene played out in his mind, where he charged at an enemy wielding this weapon, only to be felled before he could close the distance due to its inadequacy. Enough. What am I even imagining? Fault vigorously shook his head, attempting to cast aside the thoughts swirling in his mind. Chapter 29. The Enthusiasm of John Afterward. Fault could not resist the urge to dwell on those images in his mind. He found himself once again drawn to the imposing 5-meter-long sword. "How am I to choose?" he lamented. "To hell with it. I shall take them all." Fal stared at the array of weapons before him, one long and the other short, grappling with the arduous decision of which to choose. Ultimately, overwhelmed by uncertainty, he resolved to take them both. Boredom soon set in, prompting Fal to pick up the weapons and familiarize himself with them gradually. He began with the long sword, closing his eyes as he sought to connect with its essence. Swinging it gently, time slipped away, and before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. Despite the lengthy practice, Fal felt no hint of fatigue. The consumption of a devil fruit had significantly heightened his appetite and strength, bestowing upon him an almost enhanced vitality. The long sword, though unwieldy at first, began to feel surprisingly comfortable in his grasp. Curiously, he examined the weapon, and having grown accustomed to it, he decided to focus solely on training with the long sword. Returning the short blade to the cabin, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications, believing that mastering one weapon was sufficient. As night descended, the sky unveiled a breathtaking tapestry of stars. Beneath this celestial expanse, a lone figure danced in the moonlight, tirelessly wielding the long sword, Fal. Hours passed as he continued his practice, and despite his augmented strength, he began to sense a twinge of exhaustion. "That will be enough for today," he declared, setting the sword down and leaning against the ship's railing. "Has the newsbird brought any updates?" he wondered, lifting his gaze to the starry night sky. Yet, there was no sign of the newsbird, although it was likely not far away. According to his instructions and its own understanding, it should be searching for nearby islands within a kilometer of the ship. Sighing, Fal contemplated the necessity of finding a navigator for future voyages. Just as the fishmen had suggested, he knew he would need to venture out to sea again in search of a way back to Earth, making a navigator indispensable. What's the use of pondering such matters now? I should find something to eat. I am quite hungry, he mused, shaking his head as he made his way to the kitchen. As he entered, Fal was confronted by a veritable mountain of food. Yet he found himself at a loss regarding what to eat, for the fare before him looked rather unappetizing. The kitchen was stocked with an abundance of provisions, having been well stocked previously and supplemented by the crew's daily fishing endeavors, which had yielded a surplus. With many crew members absent, a considerable amount of food remained uneaten. A chef is certainly essential. I must find one soon, Fal concluded, feeling that without one, his appetite would remain unfulfilled. Within the depths of his thoughts, Fal contemplated as he retrieved a sizable fish, skillfully cleaving its body in two. He then extracted several pieces of wood from a nearby pile and ignited them with a lighter, gradually roasting the fish over the flames. Although this elaborate process was often unnecessary, at times they would simply slice off raw meat with a small knife, wash it, and consume it uncooked. However, the potential for subsequent stomach ailments often compelled them to opt for roasting instead. As he gazed at the charred fish before him, Fal felt a wave of aversion rise within him, yet he resolutely suppressed his nausea and took a bite. Once satiated, he belched contentedly and returned to the deck. His eyes fell upon a formidable 5-meter-long blade resting against the railing, and he could not resist the urge to grasp it once more. Gradually, he began to wield it, seemingly fueled by an inexplicable vigor, perhaps due to his recent meal. However, after a brief bout of swinging the blade, fatigue overcame him, and he realized he was once again drowsy. It was time to rest. He ceased his motions and looked up at the night sky. It must be well past midnight. He mused. Why had the newsbird not returned? Was it not weary? He stroked his chin in contemplation. Had he not witnessed the newsbird circling the vessel just moments ago, he might have suspected it had fled. Thus, Fal stood by the railing, silently awaiting the return of the newsbird. An hour passed, and he nearly succumbed to slumber when a sudden cacophony of cawing jolted him awake. You have finally returned, Fal greeted the newsbird. Any updates? He inquired. The newsbird, in response to his question, shook its head amidst a flurry of cawing. Very well, Fal acknowledged, having held little hope given that only a few days had passed since their endeavor began. The newsbird cawed again, and Fal, gripping the bird in his right hand and the long knife in his left, departed from the area. Finally back. Oh, I need a nap. He yawned as he collapsed onto his bed. The newsbird, too, erupted into a chorus of caws before closing its eyes, evidently fatigued as well. Soon, both man and bird descended into a deep slumber. When Fal next opened his eyes, daylight had arrived. Wake up, he exclaimed, energetically nudging the newsbird with his foot. The newsbird squawked loudly and stretched its body. Time to get to work. Fal chuckled darkly at the news, gagaga. Upon hearing his words, the newsbird flapped its wings and took flight, squawking in response. Subsequently, the man and the bird, having opened the door, resumed their respective pursuits. Upon encountering the sunlight, the newsbird soared into the pristine blue sky, while Fal commenced his practice with a long knife, originally intending to further develop the devil fruit. Fal found himself hindered by the lack of suitable test subjects, resulting in little progress. Consequently, he decided to enhance his skills with the long knife as a means of self-improvement. John and Joan, who had exchanged greetings with Fal, approached him. Wow, what a lengthy blade, Joan exclaimed upon seeing Fal wielding the long knife. Aren't you tired? John, having seen such a weapon before, expressed curiosity rather than surprise. You both might want to give it a try. I find it quite effective for personal enhancement, Fal replied while continuing his practice. Forget it. I doubt I could even lift such a blade, John replied with a wry smile. There are shorter ones, Fal mentioned. I'm not really interested in practicing, John admitted, acknowledging the truth of his disinterest. I'll give it a go, Joan declared, eager at the prospect of a shorter blade. Oh, you wish to practice with a knife? Fal paused his swinging to inquire. Yes, I think it looks really cool, Joan said, his eyes glimmering with enthusiasm. All right then. If you like it, Fal responded with a hint of resignation. So where is that shorter blade? Take me to see it, Joan urged excitedly. Let us go, Fal gestured. Okay, Joan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, John shook his head, believing it would be more beneficial to refine his shooting skills with a rifle. Soon, the three arrived at the storage cabin filled with various weapons, where they discovered a large assortment of arms. Here, Fal said, retrieving the short blade he had returned the previous night. Although termed a short blade, it was not particularly short. It merely seemed so in comparison to Fal's long knife. Wow, I think this suits me perfectly, Joan declared, waving the short blade. Why don't you find one for yourself? Even just for fun, it could bolster your abilities, Fal suggested to his first mate, John. No thanks. I honestly believe it's better to focus on improving my shooting skills, John expressed his true feelings. But, John, you know the rifle is nearly out of ammunition, right? Fal remarked, rubbing his forehead. Yes, I know, John replied with a forced smile. Choose one, just for self-defense, Fal urged. Very well then. Upon hearing these words, John relinquished his decision. Subsequently, amidst his repeated selections, he retrieved a musket from the pile of weaponry. What is this? Fal asked, gazing quizzically at the firearm in John's grasp. To be honest, I find this contraption far more intriguing. I have little affection for swords and knives, John said with a wry smile. Very well, Fal conceded, allowing John to pursue his interest in firearms, especially since there was still a considerable amount of gunpowder salvaged from the previous pirate ship. However, it is noteworthy that in the world of One Piece, various firearms and ammunition exist, albeit primarily consisting of antiquated single-shot muskets and some repeating firearms, with no automatic rifles available. Single-shot muskets operate by firing one bullet at a time and require reloading after each shot, while repeating firearms can discharge multiple rounds in succession due to their ability to load several bullets simultaneously. The distinction between these types and automatic rifles is quite pronounced, as the latter allows for continuous fire simply by pulling the trigger until ammunition is exhausted, showcasing a level of advancement and power. Let us proceed to the deck for training, Fal announced once all weapons were selected. Come on, I can hardly wait, John exclaimed, brandishing his short blade. Then let's go. I shall test the might of this musket, John replied, mimicking a shot with the firearm in his hand. Soon after, the trio ascended to the deck, each assuming their positions to commence training. "Ha, ha," John exclaimed, wildly brandishing his short blade while emitting peculiar sounds. John, could you possibly refrain from those strange noises? They are rather unpleasant, Fal remarked, disturbed by the racket. "Ha ha. All right," John chuckled before adopting a more serious demeanor. The three individuals were engrossed in their respective training. Fal held his longsword, relentlessly swinging it, determined to master its use until it felt second nature. Otherwise, when faced with adversaries, an unwieldy and unfamiliar weapon would only diminish his prowess. Occasionally, the sharp report of a gunshot would echo in Fal's ears, accompanied by the peculiar sounds emanating from John. Emerging from some point in time and space, this rendered Fal unable to concentrate on continuing his training with the longsword, compelling him to set it aside and gaze at the sea, lost in contemplation. Before long, the two individuals beside him ceased their amusing training and joined Fal. "Phew, this is truly exhausting. I need to head back and rest for a while," John panted, and upon uttering these words, he departed. "Fal, this gun feels quite comfortable to use," John remarked, seemingly unfazed by fatigue. "Take your time with the practice. With diligence, you shall grow stronger," Fal stated, his eyes reflecting profound depth. "Indeed, I understand, and I shall train diligently," John replied. Subsequently, both fell into silence, their gazes fixed upon the sea, enveloped in quietude. "Caw, caw, caw." At that moment, the newsbird suddenly landed beside Fal, pecking at his collar. "What is the matter?" Fal inquired, sensing something amiss. "Caw, caw, caw." The newsbird took to the skies, circling above and making a raucous noise. "Could it be? Have you found something?" Fal exclaimed with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Is it a town? Which direction?" John also noticed the unusual commotion. However, the newsbird could not articulate words, merely circling above their heads with its cacophony of calls. "John, quickly inform everyone on the ship to prepare for operation," Fal instructed. "All right," John replied curtly before dashing towards another room. Meanwhile, Fal, stopping on the deck, swiftly ran to his quarters and emerged with a pair of binoculars, racing back to the deck. "In which direction?" Fal asked the newsbird in Japanese. "Caw, caw, 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 caw." The newsbird landed on Fal's shoulder, fluttering its wings to indicate a specific direction. Observing the designated path pointed out by the newsbird, Fal raised the binoculars to his eyes, scanning the horizon. "Is that land? Are there any signs of habitation? It wouldn't be like that previous island, would it?" Fal questioned the newsbird. "Caw, caw." In response to his inquiry, the newsbird emitted a few caws and tapped its chest with its wings, conveying trust in its indication. Fal, acknowledging the newsbird's assurance with a nod, resumed his observation through the binoculars. Soon, under John's notification, the crew began to ignite the fuel and undertake the necessary operations to get the ship moving. However, due to the significant reduction in personnel aboard, the vessel remained stagnant for an extended period. Had it not been for the strength of the fishermen, who worked double, the ship would scarcely have begun to operate. Seeing the ship finally in motion, Fal did not linger on the deck but hurried to his captain's cabin, using the satellite communication system to relay their course in that direction. Gradually, as the ship navigated, it approached the dark spot visible through Fal's binoculars, which began to enlarge. "What is that?" Fal wondered, observing the island that grew larger, revealing several large vessels docked. Clearly, the isle was populated, and at last, Fal and his companions could cease their maritime drifting. Ultimately, as the ship exhausted its last reserves of heavy fuel, it neared the vast island. By Fal's decree, the vessel anchored at a random location. Docking at the island only incurs charges in designated areas overseen for anchorage, while the expansive regions generally remain free of fees. With the fuel load depleted, the freighter halted upon the ocean's surface, and the crew began to emerge from their workstations. "Fal, what should we do with the ship now?" John inquired of Farrell, while Edward and the others gazed eagerly at him, awaiting his response. "Let us remain here. There is no other suitable place to stop," Farrell replied, shaking his head. "What if there are thieves looking to steal the ship?" John questioned. "The vessel is devoid of fuel and cannot be set in motion. How could they possibly take it?" Farrell chuckled at this remark. "What about the items aboard the ship?" John pressed. "True enough, there are numerous other possessions on board." Farrell contemplated. "I believe we could sell everything on this ship, including the vessel itself." At this moment, the scheming Edward interjected. "Sell it? What do you mean?" Farrell fixed Edward with a curious gaze. "It means that once we reach land, we should disperse. In this vibrant world, each of us ought to forge our own path in life, Edward replied, meeting Farrell's eyes. Very well. Farrell and Edward exchanged glances for a long while, nodding in agreement. He was not at all surprised by Edward's sentiments or intentions. It was clear that Farrell had anticipated this eventuality long ago. Then let us commence. We shall sell the ship and its contents, and then divide the proceeds, Edward proposed. Agreed. Farrell nodded at Edward and turned his attention to the fisherman. And what of you? What are your plans? He asked. We will decide once everything is sorted, the fisherman replied, unhurried. Understood. Farrell nodded once more, then instinctively disregarded the newsbirds still observing him, calling out to those aboard the ship, prepare yourselves. We are about to disembark. Each person looked forward with anticipation at the land before them, until John and John removed a large plank from the ship. The large wooden plank serves as a means of contact with other vessels or as a bridge between them in the current situation. Once the ships are further anchored and suspended above the sea, John places the plank between the vessel and the land to serve as a walkway for several individuals. John, Jack, Noll, Edward, and the fisherman, you stay aboard to guard the ship, Fal instructs them, before descending the vessel with John. The newsbird, having picked up its small bag from the captain's cabin, follows closely behind. Chapter 31. The Kingdom of Sol Bay. All right, I grant you your freedom, Fal says to the newsbird that has been trailing him. Though Fal harbors other intentions, such as controlling it or even eliminating it, he ultimately decides to release it after much contemplation during their journey. After all, letting a newsbird go would not stir too much trouble, at least in Fal's mind. He then waves his hand dismissively and states, I have returned your soul. You are free now. Caw. Upon hearing these words, the newsbird feels no unusual sensation of having its soul returned. Instead, it takes flight into the sky, finally liberated after enduring for so long. Its emotions a tumultuous blend of feelings. However, instead of departing immediately, it circles above Fal and John, evidently contemplating something. Suddenly, a droplet of bird droppings plummets from the sky, narrowly missing Fal and John, who swiftly evade it. That wretched bird. We should not have let it go, John exclaims, grumbling. Come now, we have done it much harm. Fal responds calmly, unperturbed. Humph, I hope I do not see it again. It nearly struck me. John retorts with a scowl. Upon Fal's inquiry, they learn that they are situated in the South Sea region of the Kingdom of Sol Bay, ruled by King Sol Bay. The locals inform them that it is a rare autumn without snowfall, as much of the time is typically winter. In a store that starkly contrasts the surrounding architecture, Fal discovers, through inquiries with the residents, that this is the only establishment capable of salvaging ships, founded by a well-known local family. Is this the place, Fal? John asks. It should be, Fal replies, pulling open the door to enter the shop. The Kingdom of Solb is not particularly affluent, as evidenced by the surrounding structures. However, the families of Solb may tell a different tale. Excuse me, sir, may I inquire who you are? Asked the shopkeeper, eyeing the two rather diminutive gentlemen before him. Due to the region's subpar living conditions, the average height here is rather modest. Yet Fal and John are notably among the shorter individuals. Do you accept ship salvage here? Fal inquired of the proprietor. As the majority of people in this world converse in Japanese, and since only Fal possesses proficiency in the language aboard the vessel, he often assumes the role of communicator. Are you here to sell a ship? The shopkeeper asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Indeed, but that particular vessel has some issues. As you can see, replied Fal. Fal, are you truly going to sell it? John asked with an inquisitive tone, to which Fal merely nodded in response. Well, though it is somewhat regrettable, it is not our ship. It belongs to that outsourcing company, John remarked with a hint of disappointment. Ever since Fal consumed the devil fruit, his powers have gradually strengthened, leading John and Joan to regard him as their unofficial leader. What sort of issues does it have? If they're significant. The price may be rather low, the shopkeeper probed. Well, the ship lacks sails, but it is made of steel, Fal explained. Given that this world is predominantly occupied by sailing vessels, the concept of fuel-powered ships is foreign to them, rendering such discussions futile. Thus, Fal decided to inform them and suggested they modify the vessel to suit their desires later on. A steel vessel, you say? In that case, the price will certainly increase. Gentlemen, are you truly intent on selling? The shopkeeper exclaimed with surprise. Steel ships are relatively rare in this realm, as the techniques to make steel buoyant are exceedingly scarce, thus commanding a significantly higher price. Yes, indeed. You may consider how much berries you can offer for my ship, Fal stated, locking eyes with the shopkeeper. If it is indeed a steel vessel, I assure you it will not be valued at less than this amount, the shopkeeper asserted, extending a single finger. 1 million berries? Fal responded, somewhat astonished. No, it is 10 million berries, but the actual payment will depend on my assessment of the ship's quality, the shopkeeper replied, shaking his head with a smile. This is still a conservative estimate. Should the craftsmanship of the vessel be of high quality, the price could rise even higher, potentially reaching 100 million, a sum our family could certainly afford, the shopkeeper hastily added, concerned that Fal might reject the offer. Very well, Fal concluded. With a heart brimming with delight, Fal eagerly responded to him. With the acquisition of this 10 million berries, it appeared that Fal would no longer need to toil away in laborious jobs for a living. Let us agree on a time and place, the boss cheerfully suggested to Fal. Subsequently, after their discussions, they decided to reconvene in 2 days to assess the value of the ship. Fal, how did the negotiations go? John inquired while they were en route, having completed his discussions. Somewhat surprisingly, can you guess the conservative estimate? Fal replied with a smile. Could it be 1 million berries? John exclaimed, his excitement palpable. No, guess again, Fal teased. 200,000? 300? 400? John incrementally raised his guesses, each one infused with growing astonishment. No, it's 10 million berries, Fal feigned calmness. Good heavens. John's British accent burst forth. Ha ha ha, it seems we can live comfortably from now on, Fal said, genuinely pleased. Soon, with their swift strides, Fal and John arrived near their vessel and boarded it. Quickly, summon all the crew members, except for the fishmen, Fal instructed John. Understood, John replied, swiftly making his way to the crew's quarters. Before long, all crew members, barring the fishmen, were gathered together. I believe you will all be quite pleased upon hearing this news, Fal addressed them as they stood in a line. It concerns finances, if all goes well. This ship could fetch a handsome price, he explained. The reason I called you here is to discuss how we should handle the advanced technology aboard, including the high-tech vehicles and other sophisticated equipment, Fal continued. Fal, why not destroy them? I think it would be disastrous for us if these items were discovered, Jonas suggested. I concur, several crew members echoed in support. After deliberation, they collectively decided to dismantle the ship's fuel engine, satellite navigation system, and all the cars stored in the containers. Although this would leave only a steel shell of the vessel, installing sails should not be too difficult. In fact, if converted to a sailing ship, it might even perform better than before. Yet, whether the steel hull could be propelled by wind remained to be seen. As night fell, the crew, weary from transferring various items from the ship, enlisted the help of the bewildered fishmen due to the sheer size of some objects. Before long, from the depths of night to the break of dawn, the advanced equipment aboard was successfully gathered together. Let's leave some provisions behind, and ensure we secure those AK rifles and ammunition as well, Fal concluded. Fal addressed his crew, stating, let us gather all the superfluous items together. Once our dealings aboard this vessel are concluded, we shall set them ablaze in one grand conflagration. His gaze was resolute as he spoke. These technologies ought not to exist in this world. Soon, the day arrived when the shopkeeper would engage in a transaction regarding the vessel with him, and they all gathered at the agreed-upon location. Approaching with a smile, the shopkeeper stood behind several formidable men and looked at Fal, who wielded a long knife, asking, Sir, are you prepared? Fal, merely nodding in response, was flanked by John and John, both armed with AK rifles. While they appeared amicable on the surface, both parties remained vigilant of one another beneath that facade. Chapter 32. Diverging paths come, follow me, Fal signaled to the shopkeeper and took the lead. The shopkeeper chuckled lightly and followed closely behind. Before long, they traversed through a forest and arrived at a beach, the designated anchorage for Fal's vessel. This ship differs somewhat from my expectations. The shopkeeper's face revealed disappointment upon seeing the vessel. Oh, what is the matter? Is this ship inadequate? You may approach and feel for yourself. It is crafted from genuine materials, Fal inquired tentatively. It is smaller than I had envisioned. The overall structure is decent, yet it lacks any remarkable features, the shopkeeper replied with a slight shake of his head. Indeed, to the average observer, the vessel appeared rather ordinary. Apart from being constructed of steel, it possessed no other distinctive qualities. However, this ship boasts numerous advantages, such as its waterproof capabilities and ventilation structure. Fal gradually elaborated on the merits of the vessel. Enough. The ship does seem rather commonplace. Let us not linger on this. I shall simply state a figure. The shopkeeper interjected, no longer interested in hearing Fal's elaborations. Go on, Fal responded. 300,000 belly, the shopkeeper declared, holding up 3 fingers. No more discussion. Given its build, it is worth this amount. That is rather insufficient, Fal retorted, his expression darkening. In the midst of fluctuating emotions, even Fal felt somewhat overwhelmed. To be honest, the ship resembled an ordinary cargo vessel, merely a larger version of a steel freighter, devoid of any distinctive features, the store owner lamented. Upon hearing these words, Fal fell silent, contemplating for a considerable time. Initially, he had hoped to sell it for 1 million berries, and upon learning that a steel-crafted ship could fetch a price as high as 10 million, he was elated. However, hearing that it could only be sold for 3 million berries now dampened his spirits. Very well, come to my store when you have made your decision. I shall be waiting for you, the store owner nonchalantly remarked, observing Fal's indecision. Just as the store owner was about to leave with his subordinates, Fal interjected, wait. Oh? The store owner turned to look at Fal. I'll sell, Fal declared. Splendid. My subordinates will board the ship to inspect it for any issues. I will pay you a deposit of 1 million berries, and once the ship is equipped with sails and sets out to sea, I will pay you the remaining 2 million berries. How does that sound? The store owner chuckled heartily. All right, let us proceed according to your plan, Fal replied, wishing to avoid any complications. Subsequently, Fal and his companions followed the owner to his store, waiting for quite some time until the owner returned with his men. Ha. The ship has no issues, it's all set. Go fetch the money, the store owner said, seated comfortably in his chair. Clearly, he had already taken his men to inspect the vessel's load number, and the outcome was satisfactory. Little did they know that while the ship was structurally sound, the very materials from which it was constructed posed a problem, for it was not built with the structure of a sailing vessel, but rather that of a fuel-powered ship. Perhaps they would never comprehend why the ship could not be propelled by sails once it was launched. Pleasant collaboration. Fal smiled as he received a suitcase containing 1 million berries. Of course, the store owner chuckled lightly. With that, Fal and his companions chose not to linger and departed from the store. Hey, after their departure, the store owner called out to someone nearby. Yes, a figure emerged. Go. Instruct my men to pretend to be pirates and see if they can manage to take my money, the owner said, puffing on a cigar. Understood. With that, the figure gradually vanished. Meanwhile, on another street, Fal was questioned. So, what is the verdict? Is it 10 million? John's eyes sparkled with eagerness to touch the suitcase in Fal's hands. Forget it, it's only 1 million, Fal replied. How is it only 1 million? Upon hearing these words, John felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It was evident that the ship was inadequate. Nevertheless, there was no need to dwell on it. After all, they had struck a lucrative deal. Once they reached Edward and his crew and disposed of those items, they would leave this place. Fal, brandishing his long knife, spoke up. What is the matter? John inquired, noticing Fal's sudden alertness. Prepare to fire. We have enemies, Fal replied. What? Where? The two of them immediately readied their AKs, questioning the situation. Listen here, youngsters, surrender your possessions. Today, the great pirate is in a good mood and will spare your lives. At that moment, over 10 towering pirates, brandishing colossal blades and axes, emerged from the shadows on either side. The pirate captain in the center spoke with authority. The nearby residents of the Solbay Kingdom, witnessing this scene, fled in panic, leaving only the two confronting parties on the street. Upon observing this, Fal chose not to linger on words but promptly issued commands to John and John. What? The bewildered pirate captain inquired, unable to catch the instruction. The sound of gunfire erupted, a relentless barrage. Undeterred by the chaos, John and John, upon receiving Fal's orders, transformed into ruthless engines of destruction, not ceasing until every pirate lay defeated and their magazines were empty. Swiftly reloading, they scanned their surroundings, vigilant against any incoming adversaries. It was abundantly clear that they had come prepared. Let us depart. The stench of blood is becoming intolerable, Fal remarked as he sheathed his sword, drawing the dissipating souls into his being. All right, let's hurry. Obeying Fal's words, the two followed him in haste, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation, strewn with crimson blood, dismembered pirate remnants, and scattered shell casings. Shortly thereafter, having vacated that street, Fal, John, and John found themselves in a less chaotic environment, when John, trembling with excitement, exclaimed, "That was exhilarating." "Shoo, keep your voice down. We don't want to attract more pirates," John cautioned, gesturing for silence. though his quivering fingers betrayed his true feelings. Enough chatter. Let us move. Once we dispose of the evidence, we can leave this place, Fal urged, pulling them along swiftly. Not long after, their eyes fell upon a cluster of containers, confirming their escape from danger. Fal, you're back, Edward called out as he spotted them, stepping forward with curiosity. Fal merely nodded in response. So, did you secure the money? Edward's eyes glinted with interest. Yes, but there was a hitch. We only managed to get 1 million. Fal recounted the facts candidly. Good. Edward, licking his lips, appeared to harbor no doubts about Fal's account. All right, gather everyone, Fal instructed Edward. Fine. Though reluctant to heed Fal's orders, Edward complied. Soon, under Edward's persistent calls, Fal, John, Edward, Jack, Noll, and 3 fishmen had congregated. Now, I have several matters to discuss, and once our objectives are accomplished, we shall each go our separate ways. Fal, employing both English and Japanese, translated his words for the crew and the fishmen. Upon hearing his remarks, everyone nodded in understanding. In that case, I shall proceed to say that the first matter at hand is that I have acquired the berries from the sale of the ship, Fal declared. The second matter involves the immediate destruction of these items before we discuss the future paths for each of us. He glanced at every individual present, understanding his words. The group began to busily gather the firewood scattered on the ground. Before long, they had amassed a pile of debris, including vehicles from the open containers. Ignite it, Fal instructed. Chapter 33, 200,000 berries. Upon hearing this, John and the others utilized their lighters, gradually setting the abundant firewood ablaze. Soon, a roaring inferno engulfed everything in its vicinity, billowing thick black smoke into the air. The fire consumed the items bit by bit. While some residents of the Salb Kingdom noticed the smoke rising but, due to the distance, did not intervene as the flames posed no immediate threat to them. Hours slipped by, and soon nothing remained. Fal gazed with a complex expression at the ashes of what had once existed. For reasons unknown, he felt a deep-seated desire to eradicate these remnants from the world, perhaps fearing that they might fall into the hands of the unscrupulous. This was the very reason behind his insistence on their destruction. Among the multitude of belongings aboard the ship, Fal chose to retain only 6 AK rifles for himself and his 5 crew members, along with a scant supply of ammunition. He also kept some jerky and a long knife in his possession, while John carried a short blade and a firearm slung across his back. Let us depart from this place, Fal gestured to the others behind him. Together, they left the land of ashes and strife behind. Upon entering the Salb Kingdom and finding a suitable inn to stay, they gathered as a group. Edward, Fal addressed him. I intend to leave this place with Jackal. We wish to venture out on our own. Please grant us your permission, Captain Fal. Edward spoke respectfully. Very well. John, provide them with 300,000 berries, Fal replied, feeling an inexplicable sadness as he spoke to John. Understood. John, holding a suitcase behind Fal, opened it to count its contents before handing over 300,000 Bailey to Edward and the others. Subsequently, the 6 of them found themselves in a moment of silent contemplation, each feeling a twinge of melancholy. After all, they had once been colleagues from Earth, and despite recent tensions, they remained a close-knit group in this world. Make sure to handle the AK rifles with care. Conserve the ammunition, and remember, in times of trouble, do not panic. The AK rifle is key to resolving issues, Fal advised, unable to contain his urgency. We understand. Edward and his companions replied in unison. Come, let us share a hug, Fal said with a smile. Indeed, Edward echoed, also smiling. One by one, they embraced. And even the fishman was not forgotten in this exchange. Once all the hugs were shared, Edward and his party turned to leave without looking back. As they departed, Fal remarked, I never expected to feel a hint of sadness. During this period, he was not oblivious to the peculiar glimmer in Edward's gaze. He simply chose not to elaborate on it. Thus his heart was acutely aware that Edward would soon depart from his crew. Different aspirations lead to divergent paths. He recalled a saying from his parents. So, what do you intend to do? After a prolonged silence, Fal turned towards the fishmen. We wish to return to Fishman Island, our homeland, the fishmen brothers lamented in unison. And how do you plan to make your way back? Fal inquired. We do not know, the fishmen responded, a hint of helplessness in their voices. Perhaps you could take a merchant vessel. I have heard that such ships pass near your homeland. Although you may need to change course several times, Fal suggested. After all, it was impossible for him to escort the fishmen all the way to their homeland. Not to mention the journey's vast distance. What benefit would it bring him? Thank you, the fisherman said, disappointment flickering in his eyes. John, fetch 100,000 berries for them. Fal instructed John. Upon hearing Fal's command, John quickly retrieved the sum from a nearby suitcase and handed it to the fisherman. Thank you, the fisherman exclaimed, touched by the unexpected generosity. Be careful on your journey, and do not get captured again, Fal warned the departing fisherman. We will always remember you. Benefactor, the fisherman called out as they walked away. Thud. The sound that emanated when the fisherman closed the door was evidently due to excessive force, resulting in a rather loud noise. They had all departed. John gazed at the firmly shut door and murmured, We shall meet again, won't we? John, feeling a tinge of sadness, sniffled slightly. I suppose we will, Fal replied. Well then, let us rest well here tonight. We have matters to attend to tomorrow, Fal said, his eyes gleaming with determination. In this desolate place, can you believe someone would dare to raid us? It was obvious who was responsible for such mischief. Meanwhile, at the shipyard storefront, the owner was confronted by AE, who, with a hint of trepidation, reported, Boss, according to the descriptions from our men, our subordinates fell within mere seconds. It seems it was a devil fruit user, the shopkeeper remarked while savoring a puff of his cigar. Prepare 2 million berries for tomorrow. Understood, boss, AE responded, swiftly retreating into the shadows. Humph, even if it is a devil fruit user, I fear not if they lack awareness, the cigar-smoking owner scoffed. The following morning, the sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the faces of the 3 slumbering figures. I'm awake. I slept splendidly, John exclaimed, stretching lazily. Keep it down. You've won. But I'm not up yet, John grumbled, annoyed by the disturbance. All right, rise and shine. Freshen up. We have tasks to complete soon, Fal stated, already engaged in meditative practice to harness the power of his devil fruit. All right, the 2 responded, promptly getting out of bed. Fal's authority had grown considerably. When he spoke, John and John would obey without question. Once we deal with this matter, I plan to leave here, so let us prepare accordingly, Fal instructed them. Soon, the 2 were dressed and fully equipped, ready for action. As they exited the inn, Fal handed his AK to John. What is this? John asked, puzzled. I only need my long knife. Please unload the magazine from my AK for future use, Fal replied. Understood, John nodded. Their ammunition had dwindled, especially after the recent departure of Edward and his crew, leaving only a few spare magazines. Let us conserve our bullets, Fal advised, adjusting the long knife on his back. Agreed, John affirmed. Under Fal's guidance, the group returned to the previous storefront. John and John, both aware of the situation, refrained from asking questions. Well, what brings you here? The shopkeeper inquired, observing the fully armed trio. We merely came to check on the ship, they replied. Fal spoke, yet deep down, he remained uncertain, pondering whether to instigate a conflict. Were it not for the AK rifles, he doubted whether his modest skills would suffice to overpower the shopkeeper. The ship is in good condition, splendid indeed. I was just about to instruct my subordinates to seek you for this matter, the shopkeeper said with a smile, gesturing towards the 2 leather cases on the table. What do you mean by that, boss? I find myself a bit perplexed, Fal inquired, eyeing the 2 cases that resembled those in John's backpack. Oh dear, regarding the matter of the ship yesterday, I misjudged its worth and underestimated your ship's value. Here is the remaining Bailey. I apologize for any offense caused. Please, do accept my apologies, the shopkeeper spoke, neglecting any mention of the pirate affair. Oh, so it was about that. No worries. John, quickly, go accept those 2 cases, Fal instructed John with a smile. He thought to himself that this matter had been resolved rather amicably. Alas, had I not been preoccupied, I would have certainly raised a glass with you to express my apologies. I feel quite remiss, the somewhat dazed shopkeeper remarked. Well then, we shall not disturb you further. Please continue with your business, Fal replied as he took a step back. If there are any future dealings in ship trading, do not forget about me, the shopkeeper said with a bow. Rest assured, we shall not forget you. Our collaboration has been delightful, Fal returned the gesture. Chapter 34. Departing the kingdom of Sol Bay. Upon exiting the shop, the 3 men bore distinct expressions. Fal, what just happened? Is it truly resolved? John queried. Yes. Let us leave this place, Fal nodded. Must we depart? Wasn't it resolved? There was no conflict with that shopkeeper, John asked, a look of confusion on his face. Initially, they had speculated about the motives behind the pirates' plunder and contemplated deceiving the shopkeeper. Had he exhibited any signs of wrongdoing, They intended to rob the shop and make a swift exit from the country. However, with the shopkeeper being so accommodating, they found their plan untenable. "Where shall we go then?" John inquired, noticing Fal's silence. "Let us head to the caravan. This world is vast, and I am uncertain of our next destination," Fal replied, shaking his head. "Fal, why don't we settle here instead?" John suggested. Setting aside the issue of the ship. We cannot predict when the shopkeeper might discover the truth. Moreover, this place is not suited for us. We must take our leave," Fal concluded. Fal articulated the reasons. "Given the current policies of this nation, our existence here has become untenable. We are not native to this land. And let us not even mention the language barrier that prevents us from communicating with the local populace." Fal continued, "Then where are we to go? The world is vast, yet I find no refuge for us." John expressed his frustration. "Let us first head to the caravan, travel with them. And once we depart from this country, we shall deliberate further," Fal suggested, moving ahead while the two behind hurried to catch up. "Fal, we cannot simply wander aimlessly. We must possess a clear objective," John proposed. "Indeed, I have contemplated our course of action. I believe residing in a village near the sea would be a commendable option for us," Fal remarked. "Is that truly wise?" John pondered. "First, you two must master the common tongue here and enhance your capabilities before considering anything else," Fal advised. "Fal, I believe we should consider joining the Navy. Perhaps becoming part of this world's naval forces would prove to be a favorable choice," John suddenly suggested. "I have considered that. Yet you must first learn the prevalent language of this realm," Fal reflected, envisioning the image of a naval figure. "Very well, we shall follow your lead." John nodded in agreement. Before long, they arrived at a bustling area filled with numerous individuals bearing backpacks. Among them were travelers, residents of the Kingdom of Salb. Yet the majority were merchants laden with goods. This vessel, originally intended for the transportation of goods, also accommodates a variety of travelers, thereby generating additional revenue in the form of fares. "Fal, do you have any questions? Where is this ship headed?" John inquired, hindered by a language barrier. "The final destination is said to be Badalira, but they revealed little else," Fal replied. "Badalira Island, where might that be?" John pondered, scratching his head in confusion. "I have never heard of it," Fal admitted, shaking his head. "What towns are located on that island?" John pressed. "I do not know, but they mentioned that this merchant ship's ultimate trading point is a town on Badalira Island," Fal explained. "Shall we go there?" John asked, still baffled. "Fal, since I cannot comprehend their language, I will defer to your judgment," John added, equally perplexed. "Let us board the ship," Fal declared. Thus, the three of them ascended the merchant vessel and purchased 3 tickets. However, due to the considerable distance, the fare was rather steep, which caused John some distress. "Fal, 3 days of sailing is quite lengthy. I can hardly wait to reach our destination," John exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, the trio lay upon a large bed, each lost in their own thoughts. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, they opted to share a room instead of booking separate accommodations, though unfortunately, this did little to alleviate the ticket cost. What might Badalira Island be like? Fal mused, arms crossed. "John, is there truly no delectable cuisine in this world? Why has the food been so unpalatable these past few days?" Noting Fal's lack of response, John turned to him. "I am unsure. You should ask Fal." As he ordered the meals, John remarked. "Fal," John called, directing his gaze at him. What is it?" Fal responded, slightly irked at being interrupted from his reverie. "Did you even hear what I just said?" John retorted. "I did hear you. I was simply preoccupied with other thoughts," Fal replied. "What did I just say?" John shot up, locking eyes with Fal. You mentioned that you thought the sailing duration was rather long." Fal chuckled awkwardly. "And what else?" John pressed. "And what else?" Fal asked John, unable to provide a further response. "Oh," he lamented, "why the food here is so dreadful. If the homemade meals are unappetizing, why must the paid ones be equally distasteful?" John interjected, unable to contain his frustration. "I do not know. The meals on this ship are standardized for all passengers." Fal sighed in resignation. He too had sensed the unpalatable nature of the menu, which was hardly distinguishable from the flavor of his own culinary efforts. It was said that the world of pirates was replete with gastronomic delights, yet their journey had been devoid of any such experiences, offering instead a succession of unappetizing dishes. I yearn for fries. I crave a burger. I long for a cola," John bellowed as he lay on his back, staring at the ceiling. "Shoo, keep it down. We wouldn't want to disturb others. Remember, not everyone in this world is benevolent," John cautioned, signaling for silence. "What if I provoke someone?" I refuse to believe that his knife is swifter than my gun, John retorted, gesturing a firearm towards John. Oh dear, Fal muttered, unable to bear the scene and turning his back to them, preferring to ignore the commotion. Upon reaching Bartalara Island, it would be time to commence the development of my devil fruit abilities. I have been somewhat lax in that regard lately, Fal mused, conjuring black flames in his hand. Fal, I too desire the power of the devil fruit. John, who had been lounging behind Fal, peered at the flames in his hand. Next time, for sure, Fal replied. All right, you said it, John. Just don't try to snatch it from me when the time comes, John retorted with a smirk. Oh, don't worry. No one will contest with you, John said, shaking his head. Thus, the three languished in their monotonous existence for over 2 days, and soon they were approaching Bartalara Island. Having made numerous stops along the way, disembarking many passengers from the ship. On this day, a few individuals, idly awaiting their arrival at the destination while reclining upon their beds, were suddenly startled by a resounding noise. Bang! Accompanying this sound, the entire merchant vessel began to sway violently, rendering it quite unstable. Fal, what has happened? Have we collided with something? John inquired, his voice imbued with seasoned wisdom. The familiar sensation resembled that of a vessel colliding with an object, or perhaps something striking the ship itself. Before long, a cacophony of noises erupted from outside. I surmised we had encountered some trouble and suggested we prepare ourselves. Falt brandished his long sword and declared, outside, a medium-sized pirate ship was pursuing a massive merchant vessel. Cannonballs struck the merchant ship repeatedly, leaving its hull riddled with damage. What is happening? Have we encountered pirates? A corpulent man inquired, his face pale. I believe so. Generally. No pirate crew would dare assault a merchant ship belonging to the Bucks family, but it seems we have encountered an unexpected situation, replied the steward. A bespectacled gentleman in a tailored suit, maintaining an air of calm elegance. You can handle this, right? The plump man implored, shaking the steward's frame. Have faith. Our Bucks family guards are not to be trifled with. The steward adjusted his glasses and assured him. Chapter 35. The Hairy Pirate Crew. Moments later, the entire ship was abuzz with activity as the cannons began to be readied for battle. Typically, smaller merchant vessels or pirate ships lack heavy artillery. The installation of cannons is prohibitively expensive, the ship's structure may not support it, and various other factors complicate matters. However, both vessels in question possessed cannons, indicating that neither the pirate ship nor the merchant vessel was to be underestimated. With a series of booming blasts, both the pirate ship and the merchant vessel sustained varying degrees of damage. Still daring to resist? Soon you shall learn the meaning of suffering, bellowed a towering pirate with a beard that resembled unruly nasal hair. Prepare yourselves, lads. As we approach that merchant ship, follow me in a charge. The hairy captain laughed heartily, while his crew emitted sounds akin to monkey calls. Under the hairy captain's command, the pirate ship edged closer to the merchant vessel, firing cannonballs along the way. On the deck of the merchant ship, the steward, peering through a telescope at the advancing pirate crew, muttered anxiously, "This is dire. It is the hairy pirate crew, notorious for a bounty of 10 million. How could we encounter them here? Steward, what are we to do? This cannot be a pirate crew, can it?" Some panicked guests emerged from the ship's interior, questioning the steward in distress. "Do not speak. Return to your cabins and remain there," the steward commanded sternly. Upon hearing his words, the guests hastily retreated from the deck. This encounter promised to be a formidable challenge. The bespectacled man, having resolved the guests' concerns, leaned against the frame of his glasses, his expression grim. Attendants. At that moment, a group of guards wielding long swords hurriedly assembled. Quickly prepare the firearms. The pirate crew we are facing is no ordinary band, but the notorious hairy pirates. He gestured towards the cabin, urging them to depart. The hairy pirates? Upon hearing this, the captain of the guards turned pale. Although the hairy pirates bore a bounty of merely 10 million, in the treacherous waters of the Grand Line, they were hardly a significant threat. Yet in the South Sea, where many weak pirate crews roamed, the hairy pirates ranked among the more formidable factions. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Prepare at once, the bespectacled man urged. Only then did the guards shake off their daze and spring into action. Let us hope to reach our destination safely, the bespectacled man mused, clutching his palm. In the midst of the ocean, two ships exchanged cannon fire, drawing ever closer to one another. In no time, the distance between the vessels dwindled to mere meters. Closer. Closer, the captain of the hairy pirates remarked, digging into his nostrils with his unkempt nasal hair. As the ships neared, The pirates aboard would be able to leap across and engage in hand-to-hand combat, a skill at which the hairy pirates excelled. They had little affinity for long-range skirmishes, having already ceased firing. Meanwhile, in the quarters of Fowl, the sounds of conflict had subsided. "Fowl, has the noise stopped?" John inquired. "Shall we venture outside?" asked John, armed with an AK. "Be cautious, and do not stray too far from me," Fowl instructed, brandishing his long knife. Both men nodded in acknowledgement of Fowl's words, and he opened the door, allowing them to step out slowly. They observed that the corridor of the ship was nearly deserted. The guests who had previously emerged from their rooms had retreated to safety. "Fowl, shall we investigate?" John asked. Could it truly be pirates? How unfortunate to encounter them so frequently. John expressed his frustration. "There is little we can do. This world is called Pirate King for a reason. It is rife with pirates." Fowl replied with a wry smile. "Let us go and see if we can be of assistance." However, within his heart lay ulterior motives, for it was through absorbing the souls of others that Fowl's strength manifested. This desire to aid was influenced by his own ambitions. Under Fowl's command, they proceeded cautiously, with John and John carefully wielding their AK rifles in anticipation of any threats. The specialized cabin was not far from the deck. After walking a few dozen meters, the group had already exited the cabin and arrived on the deck. Outside, the deck was filled with guards standing in a line, each armed with a firearm, evidently on high alert for some impending threat. "How did you get out?" "Quickly. Return." The standing guards swiftly noticed Fowl and his companions. "What has transpired here?" Fowl, instead of retreating to the cabin, inquired with a furrowed brow. "We have encountered pirates. This is not a trivial matter. Please return to the cabin, or we cannot guarantee your safety should something occur," the guards urgently advised. "It's all right. We will be cautious," Fowl reassured them. "Very well, then I wish you luck." Seeing this, the guards ceased their interference and resumed their positions, weapons drawn, ready for any eventuality. "Attention! Pirates are approaching," the foremost guard shouted. A massive black sphere descended from the sky and landed on the merchant ship's deck, prompting the guards to fire their weapons in succession. In no time, a volley of shots had been discharged, and with their ammunition depleted, the guards hastily began to reload. As the firing subsided, the enormous black sphere gradually unfurled, revealing over 10 ferocious pirates wielding bladed weapons. Astonishingly, the sphere collapsed back into the form of a single individual, Captain Hare. "Ha ha ha, here I come," Captain Hare exclaimed, spreading his arms wide in laughter. "It is Captain Hare of the Hare Pirate crew." Some of the guards recognized him and spoke in hushed tones of fear. The infamy of the Hare Pirate crew stemmed from their captain, who had consumed the hare fruit, a devil fruit of the paramecia type. No wonder the guards were filled with dread upon recognizing him. "Indeed, it is I," Captain Hare boasted, his laughter echoing. "Captain Hare, would you grant the Bucks family a favor and spare us?" A bespectacled man stepped forward, his expression grave. "The Bucks family? What is that?" Captain Hare queried, casting a puzzled glance at the nearby pirates. "To answer your question, my lord, the Bucks family is a prominent family within the kingdom of Sorb," a pirate respectfully replied. "Oh, are they strong? Are they as formidable as my Hare Pirate crew?" Captain Hare inquired, a smile playing on his lips. "To answer your question, my lord, the Hare Pirate crew is unrivaled in this world." The pirate lowered his head in deference. "Ha ha ha. If they are not stronger than my Hare Pirate crew, then why should I spare you?" Captain Hare turned his gaze back to the bespectacled man. "How dare you? We are not to be trifled with," the bespectacled man retorted, transforming into a mirror-like figure, his voice fierce. He was the Mirror Man, having consumed the mirror fruit, specifically sent by the Bucks family to escort this merchant vessel. "Ha ha ha, come at me then." Captain Hare laughed heartily, an aura of countless strands propelling towards the bespectacled man. The pirates behind him shared a cruel grin, all rushing towards the guards still occupied with loading their gunpowder. "Captain, I think I may have soiled myself," one trembling guard stammered, clutching his firearm. "All hands on deck. Commence the blade battle," the captain bellowed, unsheathing his sword without a moment's pause. The two factions surged towards one another, creating a chaotic melee. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that most of the guards had perished without even putting up a fight, swiftly dispatched by the pirates' blades. Within mere seconds, the scene was awash in crimson, with countless dark red body parts strewn across the deck. Gigantic, wide-eyed severed heads soared into the air, and arms still gripping swords lay fragmented on the ground, trampled into oblivion by either pirates or guards. Chapter 36. The battle aboard the ship. "Farl, should we intervene? Is it time to open fire?" John inquired, his countenance pale as he surveyed the battlefield before him, reminiscent of a realm of carnage. "Hold on a moment, let them finish. I will instruct you when to fire," Farl replied calmly. They had endured numerous blood-soaked confrontations and thus maintained a semblance of composure. However, some guests who disregarded the warnings and emerged from the cabin were unable to withstand the horror, collapsing to the ground in fits of retching, while others fainted outright. "Haha, are there a flock of sheep here?" At that moment, a towering pirate wielding a colossal axe approached, adorned with a grotesque and vicious smile. "I am no mere sheep," he proclaimed. Hearing this, Fal let out a chuckle, gesturing dismissively to his companion before dashing forward with his long blade in hand. "Hey!" The burly pirate, noticing Fal's advance with the weapon, responded with a sinister grin and charged forward, axe raised. "Soul shatter," Fal uttered as he neared the formidable pirate. This skill, developed long ago, had the power to reverberate through the opponent's soul, rendering them unconscious. However, through his gradual understanding, Fal realized that only weaker beings could be easily incapacitated. The stronger the entity, the more resilient their spirit. Fortunately, this pirate was not excessively powerful, allowing Fal to effectively disrupt his soul. In an instant, the hulking figure's eyes rolled back, collapsing to the ground as Fal swiftly severed his head with one decisive stroke. "Impressive." The onlookers marveled at Fal with envious eyes. "I must consume a devil fruit someday," muttered John, pursing his lips. Meanwhile, John said nothing more, his grip on the AK rifle tightening. Elsewhere, the pivotal battleground determining victory lay in the clash between the Hairman and the Mirror Man. Strands of dark hair enveloped their surroundings, creating a somewhat comical scene with the Hairman's towering stature juxtaposed against the Mirror Man, who stood a meter shorter. Yet, no one dared to laugh, nor would they. "You won't be able to defend for long," the Hairman taunted, laughter lacing his words. However, the response did not come from the Mirror Man, but rather a series of sharp, mirror-like attacks. The Hairman primarily launched his hair as projectiles against the Mirror Man, who adeptly used his malleable form to defend against the onslaught. Clang! A sound reverberated as the strands of hair struck the mirrored body of the Mirror Man. A single misstep could result in him being pierced by the very hair he sought to evade. The Mirror Man unleashed a barrage, not merely confined to defense, sending shards of shattered glass hurtling toward the Hairman. "Not effective against me," the Hairman boasted, laughing heartily as he swept aside the mirror's shards with his hair. Then, as if struck by lightning, his hair stood on end and shot forth in unison. Trouble. The Mirror Man realized that the Hairman, possessing superior skill, was launching needle-like strands at him. With no defense against such an overwhelming assault of spiky hair covering his entire body, he could only transform his head and vital areas into mirrors to avert grave injuries. Yet, his thighs and arms were pierced, causing him to kneel upon the ground. "It seems victory is mine," the Hairman cackled as he approached the Mirror Man, prepared to claim his life. "You shall not prevail." Suddenly, the kneeling Mirror Man sprang upward, transforming into a sharp shard of glass aimed at the Hairman. "What?" The Hairman, caught off guard by the Mirror Man's unconventional attack, watched in astonishment. He quickly summoned hair to shield himself, but it proved futile as the mirror transformed into a blade, cleaving through his defenses. "Have I lost?" The Hairman, now severed in two, fell to the ground, disbelief etched across his face as he slowly drew his last breath. Gasping for air, the Mirror Man collapsed, exhausted after unleashing his ultimate move. This is the only skill he possesses that allows him to transform his entire body into a reflective surface. However, once utilized, it completely depletes his stamina, especially in his current state after prolonged combat. Is the old man dead? A pirate, witnessing the demise of the Hair Captain and the Mirror Man, exclaimed in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the seemingly invincible Hair Captain had perished in such a manner. "Quick, eliminate them all, and then finish off that powerless Mirror Man. This ship will be ours," shouted a pirate who was evidently the first mate. Although the other pirates were still reeling from the loss of their captain, they intensified their efforts to strike down their foes. The few remaining guards fell one by one, meeting a grim fate. "Fire!" commanded Fal, gesturing towards John and John. Rat-a-tat-tat. At Fal's command, John and John swiftly squeezed the triggers of their rifles, eliminating the pirates in their sights with precision. The pirates fell one after another into pools of blood, their incredulous expressions frozen in time. "Did we win?" a guest behind them exclaimed with astonishment. Having braced themselves for surrender, they were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events that led to their victory. On the pirate ship, The remaining crew observed the battlefield through their telescopes. "First mate, should we go down?" inquired a rather foolish pirate. "Go down for what? Can't you see the old man is dead? Hurry and flee," the first mate retorted, smacking the foolish pirate on the head. "Yes, yes, I hear you, sir," the foolish pirate replied. "Good, it pleases me to hear that. Quickly, issue the order to retreat," the first mate said, regaining some composure. Upon hearing this, the foolish pirate dashed below deck to relay the orders to the crew operating the ship. Once Fowl saw the pirate ship depart, he gradually released the tension that had gripped his heart and moved towards the battlefield, using his devil fruit powers to absorb the slowly dissipating souls. Refreshing. Once he had consumed all the lingering souls, Fowl's expression shifted to one of ecstasy. The sensation was so invigorating that even he found it exhilarating to gradually increase the essence of souls within him. After a considerable time, he finally absorbed all the fading souls aboard the ship. "The battle is over, Fowl," John said as he approached. "That was quite a swift confrontation," John added as he joined them. "Let us return to our quarters," Fowl suggested, having gathered the remnants of their victory. "Really? We're leaving just like that? Aren't we going to loot a little?" John responded, somewhat disappointed, as he began to search through the heap of bodies. Sigh. Fowl shook his head and lamented. What could possibly be of value among this pile of corpses? John expressed his helplessness, yet the two remained still for a considerable time, awaiting John, who was scavenging the corpses. Moments later, John approached with a collection of miscellaneous items. Alas, what a pity. There are hardly any valuables, merely a few scattered trinkets. John lamented, shaking his head. "Oh, but I did find a finely crafted pistol," he added, presenting it. Upon seeing the firearm, John's eyes widened with excitement, and he incessantly chanted, "I want it, I want it, I want it." "What?" John inquired, puzzled by John's incessant murmuring. Unfazed, John snatched the exquisite pistol from John's grasp, eagerly toying with it. Do you truly desire it that much?" John remarked, slightly bemused by the scene. "Let us go," Fowl urged from the side, eager to explore the newly acquired souls within him. "All right, but what about that mirror man lying there? Are we just going to leave him?" John pointed to the mirror figure on the ground. "Him? Let it be. Someone will come to clean up the battlefield. Let us move on," Fowl replied with a fleeting glance, dismissing the concern. "Then let us proceed." John, undeterred by the prior conversation, followed Fowl's lead, with John closely trailing behind, clearly enamored with the pistol. Chapter 37. Unpalatable food. Once back in their quarters, the trio refrained from further conversation, each opting to cleanse themselves and change attire before collapsing onto their beds. They possessed large backpacks, practical items salvaged from their previous venture, containing various garments and essentials. "Fowl, this world is perilous indeed, reeking of bloodshed," John remarked while gazing at the ceiling from his bed. "Indeed, which is why you both must strive to enhance your skills. Once the ammunition for the AK rifles runs out, how will you confront your foes?" Fowl replied, reclining as well. "Oh, there's no rush. We can train thoroughly once we reach Bartolira Island," John suggested. "I wonder if you two will actually follow through once we arrive at Bartolira Island," Fowl commented, closing his eyes. "Humph," John merely grunted in response, choosing silence thereafter. "Fowl, between that hairy fellow and the mirror man, who do you think is stronger?" John asked eagerly. "I'm uncertain. I lack confidence in my abilities. I may not stand a chance against either of them," Fowl admitted, shaking his head. "Really? That sounds rather perilous for this encounter," John exclaimed, surprised by Fowl's admission. "Of course, after all, they have been in this world far longer than I have, possessing far more experience in harnessing the powers of the devil fruits." "Fowl, that mirror man is not dead, right?" John suddenly inquired. "He is fine. When we left, I used my devil fruit ability to observe him," Fowl replied. "It's best if he's alive. Otherwise, it would be quite regrettable," John commented as he polished his firearm. Since John had acquired this exquisite pistol from John, he had not once set it down, even taking it with him into the bath. "John, look at you. Do you really adore that pistol so much?" John remarked from the side. "Of course, this pistol reminds me of a gift from my grandmother. They are remarkably similar," John said, caressing the firearm. "All right then, I'll get you some gunpowder another day so you can have a proper practice," John offered with outstretched hands. "No need. I already have some," John replied. "Well then, woohoo. This bed is undeniably spacious," John suddenly remarked after a moment of silence. The grand bed beneath them measured an astonishing 4 meters in length and 3 meters in width, making it a veritable expanse, especially for the three diminutive figures occupying it. Even with each person having their own space, the bed still felt remarkably roomy. Thus, the trio engaged in a leisurely conversation, and soon, amidst John's incessant chatter, John and Fal found themselves drowsy, eventually succumbing to sleep. Once they were both asleep, John too fell into a deep slumber. When the three awoke again, the night had already descended, and after the day's battles, they felt both physically and mentally fatigued, prompting a brief nap. "I'll go fetch some food. I'm a bit hungry," Fal announced as he rose. "All right, go ahead," John replied lazily. John appeared distinctly different. Upon awakening, he immediately began searching for his pistol, which he soon held in his hands, admiring it. Dressed, Fal ventured alone out of the room and into the kitchen. At this point, the merchant ship was impeccably clean. Apart from the irreparable damage on the hull, there was no sign of the fierce battle that had recently occurred. Clearly, the ship's crew had diligently tidied up, leaving not even a trace of blood. Ugh, more of this tasteless dry noodles. Is there truly no other food with flavor aboard this ship? Fal lamented, gazing at the unappetizing meal before him. This is one of the most commonplace meal options aboard this merchant vessel. In addition to this, there are other dry meat packages, dry powder meals, and so forth. Yet, without exception, they are all exceptionally tasteless, leading Fal to question whether these dishes could possibly have been crafted by a being endowed with taste. "Hey, kid, if you find it unpalatable, then step aside," remarked the chef, standing before Fal. "Are you the chef of this kitchen?" Fal replied, his countenance darkening at the remark. "Indeed, that would be me," the chef responded, a hint of pride flickering across his face, marred by dark blemishes. "Did you prepare all of this?" Fal's expression grew even graver upon hearing the chef's admission. Rather than feeling insulted by the chef before him, he harbored a deeper resentment for the head chef who subjected him to such flavorless fare daily. "Certainly not. I could never create such exquisite dishes. These culinary masterpieces are the work of Chef Duyu," the chef exclaimed, envy evident on his blotchy visage. "Where is he?" Fal's tone became markedly more severe. "What? Do you wish to see him? I must inform you, he is not someone you can simply summon," the chef replied. "Do not let me encounter you again." Fal glared at the chef for a prolonged moment before delivering his ominous warning and departing with 3 plates of dry noodles in hand. In this perilous world, Fal, who preferred to avoid unnecessary conflicts, would not easily engage in a confrontation. Why did this little brat make me break out in a cold sweat? The chef stood frozen for a moment, too intimidated to move, until Fal had exited with his 3 plates, at which point he wiped his brow and muttered to himself. Get up, everyone rise," Fal announced loudly as he entered their quarters, bearing the 3 plates. "Fal, you're back. Did you bring anything delicious?" Upon hearing his voice, John sprang up, resembling a pet eagerly awaiting its meal. Meanwhile, John, still toying with his firearm, turned his gaze toward the plates in Fal's hands upon hearing him. Since arriving in this world, they had spent their days in idleness, and now, only sleep or delectable food could significantly capture their attention. "Sigh, don't even mention it. It's yet another serving of dry noodles," Fal lamented as he placed the plates on the table. "What? Not again? My heavens. When will this monotonous existence come to an end?" John lamented, collapsing weakly onto the bed upon seeing the food. John chose to ignore the unappealing fare on the table, continuing to meticulously clean his firearm. "Fine, if you want to eat, then I shall," Fal declared. Faced with no alternatives, Fal could hardly endure the gnawing hunger within him and slowly picked up a fork to eat the dry noodles. The experience was utterly tasteless, resembling insipid water. The worst part was that even with careful chewing, he struggled to swallow. As Fal consumed the dry noodles, his face took on a distinctly green hue. John, who was stifling laughter beside him, could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Don't let me encounter the person who made this." With each labored bite of the dry noodles, Fal darkly mused, "I can't wait until I finish this." Finally, after painstakingly finishing his portion, he gingerly clutched his stomach and lay back down on the bed. He was about to sleep again, but it was not merely slumber he sought. As he gradually developed his devil fruit powers, he discovered that sleep enabled him to slowly digest the essence of every soul he had previously absorbed. Indeed, after each soul absorption, the essence did not directly convert into his physical form. Instead, there was a process. Previously, Fal could only facilitate the transformation into his purest strength by activating his devil fruit abilities. However, through his recent advancements, he realized that a good night's sleep could now complete the conversion of the souls he had absorbed, which made sleep all the more appealing to Fal. Really, Fal? Are you going to sleep again? How can you possibly sleep now? John questioned. Silence. Fal gestured for quiet. A good slumber aids in bodily health. You certainly can sleep. Sigh. I'm going to be bored again, John lamented. Chapter 38. On Batterilla Island, when Fal finally opened his eyes again, dawn had arrived, and bright sunlight streamed through the ship's window, illuminating his face. How blinding, he remarked, squinting at the harsh rays. You're awake, Fal, John and John said, performing push-ups nearby out of sheer boredom. Oh, when did you both start doing push-ups? Aspiring to become disciplined men? Fal teased. We woke up long ago. Having had enough sleep, it was just too dull, so we decided to work out, John replied while continuing his push-ups. Very well, Fal acknowledged. By the way, aren't you hungry? I just finished those dry noodles last night, and I'm already starving again, he lamented, clutching his stomach. Upon hearing this, both John and John halted their push-ups, their faces turning a shade of green. What is wrong with you? Fal asked, puzzled by their sudden stop. However, when he noticed that the 2 plates of dry noodles on the table had vanished, an expression of understanding dawned upon his face. Ah! John suddenly let out a cry, frantically resuming his push-ups, evidently agitated by the noodle incident. Meanwhile, John, sporting his greenish complexion, rose to retrieve his exquisite flintlock, meticulously polishing it. Don't let me find out who made that dry noodle, he warned. As John diligently wiped the musket, he chuckled heartily. Fulton, unable to contain his laughter, burst out in mirth, reminiscent of the moment when John had laughed at him before. Hearing the laughter, John increased his efforts in doing push-ups. All right, enough of that. You'll soon find yourself too fatigued to even walk, Fulton interjected, his laughter subsiding. I long for delicious food. Why must it be so challenging? John remarked as he rose to his feet. Let us tidy up. We are about to reach Baratillera Island, Fulton observed as John ceased his push-ups. Very well. Let us commence our preparations, John and John replied in unison, diving into their tasks. Fulton also stood up, dressing himself and readying all necessary items. After calculating their journey, they realized they had 3 days at sea and were on the brink of arriving at Baratillera Island. Once they had packed, the group found themselves lounging back in bed. Let me rest a moment. Those push-ups have left me quite fatigued, John said as he reclined. Baratillera Island has arrived. Baratillera Island has arrived. Soon after, the voices of crew members echoed outside. Instantly, the group sprang from their beds, each slinging their backpacks over their shoulders. There were 2 bags in total, a large one carried by John, filled with various substantial items, and a smaller one carried by John, though it was bursting at the seams with 3 leather cases containing a million belly. Fulton, on the other hand, bore only a long sword, shorter than his own stature. After all, he was the leader of their team. As they set foot on the soil of Baratillera Island, each uttered different exclamations. The sunlight is quite blinding. Fulton shielded his eyes. This is the essence of nature. John spread his arms wide. So exhausting, John groaned, bent over and gasping for breath. Although each harbored their own thoughts, it was undeniable that they formed a cohesive team. Where's the town? This must be a trick. John panted as he scanned the surroundings. I don't know. Perhaps it's not in this vicinity, but a distance away, John suggested. Let us follow that group disembarking. They surely know the way. Fulton pointed to those still leaving the ship. All right. John and John nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the group followed those with a sense of direction, ambling along aimlessly. Before long, John was darting about, much to the exasperation of Fulton and John. Alas, John was inherently restless, brimming with energy, reminiscent of a lively monkey. John, stop running about. Aren't you tired? Unable to bear the scene any longer, John addressed John, exclaiming, Oh my, the scenery here is simply breathtaking. Devoid of any ferocious beasts, filled instead with charming little creatures. Aren't they delightful? Wouldn't you like to come over and touch one? John replied from a distance. Upon hearing his words, both John and Fulton instinctively placed their hands on their foreheads. Indeed, Battellera Island was unlike the previous island they had inhabited. It was teeming with endearing, silly little animals and an abundance of exquisite flowers, which made them fall in love with the place almost immediately after disembarking. Come on, we must hurry. If that group moves too far ahead, we might lose them, John called out to John. All right, I'm on my way, John responded, reluctantly withdrawing his hand from the squirrel he had been petting and hastening to join John. Fortunately, this group isn't moving too swiftly. Otherwise, we would surely risk getting lost. John remarked. Let us hurry, Fulton interjected tersely, striding ahead of the two. Soon, Fal and the others caught up with the main party, swiftly arriving at their intended destination. This town resembles a bustling marketplace, with vendors selling their wares everywhere, far more lively than the streets of the kingdom of Salb. Fal, there are so many people here. John exclaimed with a hint of joy. They had finally stumbled upon a semblance of vitality in this harsh world. Indeed. Let us seek out someone nearby to inquire if there is any accommodation available, Fal suggested. All right, the two replied in unison, following Fal's lead. Excuse me, might you know of any places to stay around here? Fal politely asked a local resident in Japanese, casually pulling them aside. Are you newcomers? The resident responded in Japanese. Yes, we are just arriving and know very little. So Fal is kindly asking, John explained. Oh, but unfortunately, there are no places to stay here. You might want to check the nearby village. Perhaps they have something. The resident indicated a direction. Ah, isn't this a town? How can there be no accommodation? Fal inquired. Puzzled. The island of Batalira only has a town named Batalira, and it is quite far from here, the resident said, scratching their head. Then what is this place? Fal asked, somewhat bewildered. As you can see, this is actually a marketplace where we trade and acquire what we need, the resident patiently explained. After a brief exchange of directions, Fal expressed his gratitude. Well, thank you so much. No problem at all, the resident replied with a smile. Then walked away with a light step. Fal, how did it go? John, unable to comprehend their conversation, stepped forward. There is no accommodation available here. Fal simply shook his head. Ah, so does that mean we will truly have to wander the wilderness tonight? John couldn't help but exclaim. Not at all. Upon further inquiry, that resident mentioned there are a few villages nearby that might offer us a place to stay, Fal said with a smile. Clearly feeling fortunate to have encountered the right person. That's good to hear. John sighed in relief. Which villages are they? He asked. Several. And the closest one happens to be a village by the sea, aligning perfectly with what I previously described to you. Fal's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then let us depart and retreat into the wilderness. John shouted. Shh, could you lower your voice? John covered his eyes, admonishing him. This phenomenon has persisted on numerous occasions. It is worth noting that although John was lively in the past, he never exhibited such exuberance as he does now, which has caused considerable concern for John and Fal. Oh, if I'm happy, I must express it. How else can others know of my joy? John remarked with a smirk. What a nonsensical argument. Fal responded, shaking his head. Come, follow me. Let us journey to the seaside village. With a wave of his hand, Fal took the lead. Chapter 39. The Settled Few. Shouldn't we purchase some necessities, perhaps some blankets? John called out to Fal. Indeed, but this is not the opportune moment. We should first secure a place to stay. Fal replied as they walked. Very well, then let us be on our way. With that, John followed closely behind Fal and John. After departing the marketplace and traversing several winding paths, Fal and his companions finally arrived at the village mentioned by the resident. Fortunately, the villager did not deceive us, otherwise we would have faced dire consequences, Fal observed as he surveyed the modest village before them. Although not large, the village was dotted with quaint wooden houses, where villagers joyfully played. Excuse me, might you know of any available accommodations here? Fal inquired, stopping a villager. Who are you? The villager asked, eyeing them warily. I apologize for not stating our intentions sooner. We mean no harm. We merely seek a place to rest, Fal said politely. Are you outsiders? The villager asked. Yes, indeed. We simply wish to inquire if there is a place where we might reside. I truly apologize for the inconvenience, Fal responded. It's all right, but regarding housing, that decision is not mine to make. You must consult our village chief. The villager indicated towards a wooden house before departing. Following the villager's directions, Fal approached the wooden house he had been shown, which stood with its door wide open. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, is anyone there? Fal called out as he peered inside. Come in. A resonant voice beckoned from within. Let us go, Fal signaled to John and John upon hearing the voice. The interior was modestly adorned, containing only a table, a few chairs, and a bed, upon which lay an elderly man. Clearly, the voice had emanated from him. Have you come to? The elderly man within the dwelling rose to his feet and inquired about the purpose of Fal and his companion's visit. After Fal elucidated their intentions, the village chief readily accepted their proposal to reside in the settlement. Consequently, under the chief's guidance, Fal and his companions began to select a wooden house. Due to many villagers having left to pursue lives as pirates or join the navy, numerous wooden houses stood abandoned and scattered throughout the village. Thus, after careful consideration, They soon settled upon a wooden house that was neither too large nor too small, but perfectly suited to their needs. At long last, we can finally call this world our home, John exclaimed with palpable excitement. The sound caused the village chief to clasp his ears repeatedly, prompting him to urgently convey to John that his advancing age had rendered his hearing less effective, and to kindly refrain from such loud shouting, lest it damage his ears. However, John, oblivious to the chief's plea, assumed he was not being addressed and continued to bellow unabated. "Lower your voice, Fowl," having realized the situation, gave John a gentle pat on the back. "Why are you hitting me?" John turned his head, looking at Fowl with a look of indignation. "There is an elder present. He cannot withstand your boisterousness," Fowl admonished, delivering another light tap to John. I'm so sorry. I didn't notice. Truly my apologies." John quickly expressed his regret to the elderly man who remained watching him. Yet, the elder, unable to comprehend, merely turned his gaze toward Fowl. "He struggles with communication due to the circumstances of our country. I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident," Fowl explained on John's behalf. "It's quite all right. Just ask him to lower his voice." "It truly hurts my ears," the elder replied, rubbing his ears. Given the multitude of countries and languages in this world, the elder did not dwell on the matter too long. He simply waved his hand and departed. Soon, only John, still animatedly addressing the wooden house, John, who was already tidying up, and Fowl, who was fondling a necklace in his pocket, remained. In no time, with the swift efforts of the trio, the long-abandoned wooden house was restored to cleanliness. Fowl then retrieved a trunk containing some supplies and hurried to the market to procure blankets, bed covers, and other necessities. Setting about to elegantly adorn the dwelling, they did not intend to occupy multiple houses. Rather, the three of them agreed to share a single abode. Thus, all were diligently engaged in beautifying the interiors of their shared home. The cabin chosen by Fowl and his companions nestles against the towering mountains, while below, a scattering of other villagers' wooden abodes contributes to their contentment with the locale. Once they had arranged everything within the cabin, the trio commenced their serious discussions. "Fowl, when shall we begin our Japanese lessons, and who will instruct us?" inquired John and Jonah. "Tomorrow," Fowl replied while reclining on his bed. "I shall visit the village chief to inquire." The cabin, neither overly spacious nor cramped, prompted Fowl and his friends to bring in their own wooden beds from abandoned cabins, each claiming their own resting place. "Very well, Fowl, I'm hungry. Did you bring any food?" Jonah asked, patting his stomach. "I have a few freshly slaughtered chickens. Let us roast them," Fowl responded, rising to retrieve the chickens from his bag. This is a selection of food that Far purchased from the market. Due to the abundance of provisions, he acquired a considerable amount, resulting in a multitude of large and small packages upon his return. "Did you bring any seasonings?" John eagerly inquired upon noticing the chicken. "I have a few, but they are not of the finest quality," Far replied, retrieving several jars and bottles from his backpack that lay on the ground. "That's splendid," John exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "John, can you roast a chicken?" John, who had been listening to their conversation, interjected. "I suppose I can," John said, scratching his head. "Really?" John seemed skeptical. "Well, I did roast a chicken once during a picnic," John chuckled, still scratching his head. "All right then," John said, raising his hands in resignation. "Never mind. I'll take care of it." Far approached, holding the chicken. "Are you sure you can manage?" John asked. "If I can do it, we'll find out through trial." Far responded. "What if you burn it?" John snatched the chicken from him. Fine. If you want to roast it, go ahead, but don't mess it up," Far said, covering his eyes. John then dashed into the small kitchen of the wooden cabin to prepare the necessary items. Despite its modest size, the cabin was adequately equipped, housing a kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom. Before long, the kitchen began to emanate delightful aromas, the scent of John's roasting chicken wafting through the air. Drawn by the enticing smell, John and Far peeked in. "Wow, I'm drooling," John exclaimed, unable to contain his anticipation. "How's my skill?" John called out as he continued to roast the chicken. Not bad, Far admitted, also feeling a bit tempted. Having not tasted any substantial food since their arrival in this world, the fragrant roasted chicken was simply irresistible. "The chicken is ready," John announced, approaching with the roasted bird clamped in tongs. However, there were no plates on the table to serve the chicken, a clear indication that Far had forgotten to purchase them. "I'm sorry, I forgot to buy plates," Far said sheepishly. "No worries, just place it directly on the table." "It's clean enough," John replied, setting the roasted chicken down. The sight of the chicken, with its golden brown skin and various sesame seasonings, made everyone's mouths water uncontrollably. "It smells heavenly," Far remarked, almost lost in the aroma of the roasted chicken. Although this roasted chicken could not compare to the myriad of delicacies he had enjoyed back on Earth. For someone who had not tasted a hint of savory flavor in quite some time, this chicken was undoubtedly a culinary delight. "Let us dig in." Fal lunged forward. "Don't snatch it from me." John guarded the chicken, declaring, all right, don't be hasty. There are still a few more chickens left. I can roast another one after we finish this," John replied nonchalantly. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the golden sheen of grease on his lips, a clear indication that he had surreptitiously indulged in a roasted chicken. Chapter 40. The Bouncing Bunny Clan. In no time, amidst the tussle between Fal and John, the roasted chicken before them was entirely devoured. "So how does it taste?" John inquired with a proud expression. "It's indeed delightful, but it feels like something is missing," Fal remarked, picking at his teeth. "I sense it too. Doesn't this chicken lack a bit of salt?" John, comfortably reclined on the bed, commented. "Ahem. I didn't add any salt," John admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "What? No salt?" Fal exclaimed, somewhat astonished. "The salt you brought back was so large. Akin to a pebble. How could I possibly use that?" John retorted, a touch of irritation creeping into his voice. "Well, that's the only kind of coarse salt he had. There was little I could do," Fal shrugged. "Humph. Are you two still going to eat the roasted chicken?" John asked with a cold snort. "Let us have another. I'm still a bit hungry," Fal said, patting his belly. "Really? You're still not full after such a large chicken?" John responded, somewhat incredulous. "The chickens here are not of the same size as those on their home planet. Rather, they are grotesquely oversized, perhaps 2 or 3 times larger. Indeed, their appetites are quite substantial." "By the way, aren't you eating?" Fal asked. "Me? Hee. I've already had my fill," John chuckled. "What? You've already eaten? Did you consume an entire chicken by yourself?" Fal inquired, digging at his ears. "I don't have quite the same appetite as you. I merely had a small portion. Hee. I was saving the rest for a midnight snack." "But since you haven't had enough, you can have it," John said, smiling as he retrieved the half-eaten roast chicken from the kitchen to offer it to Fal. Before long, after Fal and the others had eaten their fill, they tidied up the remnants and found that night had fallen. "I'm tired," John remarked as he lay upon the central bed. "Tomorrow, I will arrange for a teacher to instruct you in Japanese. Once you learn, you won't need me to do everything for you," Fal said from another bed. "Fal, how long do you intend to stay here?" John asked from the bed at the far side. "We shall depart once we acquire the ability to navigate the seas safely," Fal contemplated. "All right then," John replied. "Time for sleep," John called as he covered himself with the blanket. The silent, tumultuous hours of the night gradually passed, and for this group, it was a rare opportunity to enjoy a peaceful slumber. "Ah!" A loud exclamation echoed within the wooden cabin, unmistakably John's voice. Where John and Fal?" John rose to find the adjacent beds empty. He quickly dressed, freshened up, and stepped outside the cabin in search of Fal and John. "John, why did you go out without calling for me?" John asked as he spotted John and Fal returning. "Oh, you're awake." Fal waved at John. "Of course I'm awake. Wait, who is she?" John asked, glancing at a woman standing behind Fal and John. "She is the language teacher I arranged for you. You must learn diligently," Fal explained. "Hello. You must be John," as Fal mentioned. The woman greeted, waving at him. "Fal, what is she saying?" John blinked in confusion and asked Fal. It appeared he truly could not comprehend her words. The woman awkwardly touched her nose. After being introduced by Fal, they finally became acquainted. The woman's name was Lugio, the granddaughter of the village chief. She had not been at her grandfather's house yesterday, which is why Fal and his companions had not seen her. However, today, during Fal's visit to the village chief, he fortuitously encountered Lugio, since she had little to occupy her time lately. She came here to teach John and Joan the language at the recommendation of the village chief. The primary reason, of course, was that Fal had generously compensated Lugio with a substantial sum of belly. Otherwise, she would not have taken the initiative to teach them. Inviting Lugio into the wooden cabin, John and Joan promptly took their seats, eagerly awaiting her instruction. "You must study diligently, strive to learn quickly, or else I will have to run around for everything," Fal advised John and Joan. "If I had known I would be transported to this world, I should have taken Japanese as an elective during my university days," John lamented. "Fal, this girl is truly beautiful. I think I might be in love," Joan candidly remarked. "Don't get ahead of yourself. Focus on learning the language instead. Besides, are you even taller than her? How embarrassing." And she already has a boyfriend, Fal chuckled, shaking his head. Ah, all right then, Joan replied, his head hanging low in disappointment. Under Lugio's attentive guidance, John and Joan made remarkable progress, yet for some reason, Joan's spirits remained low. Sigh, never mind. I'll practice my sword techniques instead. Fal observed Joan's unusual demeanor with a sigh. I wonder if there are any sword techniques here. I can't just practice aimlessly. Stepping outside with a long knife in hand, Fal pondered helplessly. Eventually, with no other option, he forced himself to practice without a clear direction. However, it was too long before he ceased his swinging. At this rate, I might as well focus on developing my devil fruit abilities, Fal said, shaking his head. Gradually, dark flames began to materialize in Fal's hand, a manifestation of his soul through the power of the devil fruit. Unsure of what to name it, he noted its resemblance to flames and its black hue, which led him to casually assign it that name. However, it lacked any real offensive capability, it was merely for show. He waved the dark flames dismissively. Just as Fal was at a loss for how to train himself, a large rabbit unexpectedly bounded into view. Ah, what a perfect subject for experimentation, Fal exclaimed, eyeing the rabbit. With a powerful leap, Fal soared into the air, bringing his long knife down in a fierce slash. However, the rabbit's agility allowed it to evade his strike. Oh, you little rabbit, you have some tricks up your sleeve, he remarked. With a playful spirit, Fal wielded his long blade, striking down repeatedly. Yet, the rabbit seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, evading his blows just a moment before they landed. Die! Fal shouted as he slashed diagonally once more. However, the rabbit, now merely a meter away, did not dodge again. Instead, it slightly shifted its body, causing Fal's blade to crash into the great tree before him. Stunned, Fal gazed at his ensnared blade, then turned to the rabbit beside him. There it stood, a mocking glint in its eyes, before delivering a powerful kick to Fal's chest with its robust hind legs. With a grunt, Fal was sent reeling, a trickle of blood escaping his lips not from injury, but merely from biting his own lip. I can't believe I was bested by a mere rabbit, he lamented, lying on the ground as he gazed at the sky. Yet, undeterred, he summoned the powers of his devil fruit to unleash a shockwave that sent the rabbit crashing to the ground. What bad luck, he muttered, rising to his feet as he spat out the blood, cleansing his mouth of the metallic taste. Fortunately, he had sustained no real harm, aside from the cut on his lip. Fal pondered, had I not used my devil fruit, would this rabbit truly have defeated me? In this encounter with the rabbit, the primary challenge lay in the creature's extraordinary agility, rendering Fal's attempts to strike futile. What should he do with this rabbit now? Picking up the long knife from the ground, Fal contemplated the large rabbit sprawled before him. Tonight, there would be rabbit meat to savor. After a brief moment of reflection, Fal utilized his devil fruit powers to draw the rabbit's soul into his own body. He then dragged the lifeless body of the sizable rabbit into his wooden cabin. Inside, Lugio was patiently instructing John and John with paper and pen. Wow, Fal, where did you find such a large rabbit? Exclaimed the observant John. In chapter 41. 2 months later, it was evident that John was in high spirits, exclaiming, tonight's feast is assured. Such a massive rabbit, bigger than I am, won't even fit in one pot. John's eyes sparkled with excitement. Isn't this from the group of bouncy rabbits in the back mountains? How did you manage to catch it? Lugio inquired, noticing the rabbit. Coughing, Fal scratched his head and replied to Lugio, I was merely practicing my swordsmanship when it suddenly charged at me. I nearly fell victim to its surprise attack. By the way, you should always be prepared with an AK when going out. These rabbits are surprisingly ferocious. I couldn't even match its physical prowess, Fal advised Lugio, then turned to John and John. Is it really that strong? John, momentarily pausing from his writing, stood up to inquire. Traversing this world is not as easy as one might think. I can't even defeat a rabbit, John lamented, reclining in his chair. Humph, how could this rabbit attack humans? They are generally docile. As long as you don't provoke them, they won't strike first, Lugio interjected after John and John finished speaking. Hee. Fal chuckled sheepishly, having been exposed. All right, let's refrain from attacking them in the future. They are quite gentle. Lugio puffed her cheeks adorably. Agreed. As long as the rabbit doesn't bother me, I won't bother the rabbit, Fal quickly affirmed. Hee. Now let us discuss how to prepare this rabbit, Lugio said, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Let's braise it. Braised rabbit meat is the most delectable, Fal suggested. Hey, what are you talking about? I don't understand, John interjected. And thus, the days passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. Lugio, let us go catch some rabbits today. Roasted rabbit meat is simply divine. John exclaimed in Japanese within the wooden cabin. Under Lugio's meticulous guidance over the past 2 months, John had made remarkable progress and had already mastered the Japanese language. Absolutely, Lugio responded, licking her lips with gleaming eyes. Meanwhile, Fal had undergone a significant transformation. Now standing at 9 meters tall, he boldly remarked, "Let us catch fewer rabbits. Otherwise, we might wipe out their population and have nothing left to eat." "You are certainly the one who enjoys eating the most," John remarked, wiping his hands on his firearm. "Indeed, Fal. Is it not the abundance of rabbit meat that has contributed to your height? You seem to tower over me," John expressed with a hint of envy. "Curious to know, are we?" Fal feigned mystery. "Of course I am. How is it that you have grown so tall?" "While both John and I have also experienced growth. It pales in comparison to yours," John retorted, pouting slightly. "Be content, you two. At our age, the ability to still grow taller is nothing short of miraculous," Fal declared, clutching his long knife. All right, contentment it is. Upon reflection, it does bring joy," John chuckled at his words. "Ha ha ha, no matter how much you grow. Will you ever surpass my height?" Lugio, standing nearby, looked down at them, hands on her hips, laughing. "All right then, let us return to discussing rabbit meat," John said, attempting to shift the topic with a laugh. "Let us go," Fal exclaimed, swiftly exiting the wooden cabin with his long knife in hand. "Wait for us," John and the others called as they hurried after him. In the back mountains, a group of large rabbits grazing seemed to sense something, their heads turning in unison towards one direction. "The demon has returned," the rabbits communicated amongst themselves. "Run," they cried, gathering and dashing towards safety. Unbeknownst to Fal and his companions, who were currently fixated on selecting the largest rabbit, they were about to cause considerable distress to the rabbit population. "That one, John. Shoot it." Fal pointed at the largest rabbit among the group. Bang. Following Fal's command, John swiftly aimed his firearm and struck the largest rabbit in the midst of the group. Under Lugio's guidance and language over the past 2 months, both John and John had not neglected their own training. John had not only mastered various powerful firearms, but had also honed his precision greatly. Whether it was the food, the air, or the geography of this world, Fal, John had experienced growth not just in height, but also in their physical and mental fortitude. "Let us eat rabbit," John exclaimed eagerly after bringing down the large rabbit with his firearm, jumping from the tree to the ground in excitement. "Hey," Lugio called out, following suit as she leaped down after seeing John land. Observing John and Lugio's daring descent from the 10-meter-high tree, Fal did not intervene. Clearly, John had been diligent in his training, and Lugio's strength was formidable as well, making intervention unnecessary. "What is the rush?" Fal shook his head, exchanging amused glances with John. The two then leapt down from the tree, departing from its branches. "Wow, this rabbit is enormous. How shall we cut it?" John pondered, holding the blade he had chosen from the ship earlier. "Let us drag it back and figure out how to cut it there," he decided. After absorbing the soul of the deceased rabbit, Fal spoke. "All right, let's go." John, grasping the lifeless body of the rabbit, inquired, "Do you need my assistance?" He observed the substantial weight of the rabbit's corpse, concerned that John might struggle. "You underestimate me, don't you? Just continue ahead," John asserted, gesturing forward. "Very well," John replied, choosing not to argue further. The group then began to make their way toward the wooden cabin at a measured pace. Along the journey, they formed a striking contrast in height. Among them, the female, Lugio, stood tallest at approximately 2 meters, followed closely by Fal at 9 meters, while John and John both measured around 85 meters. Although Fal had experienced rapid growth in height recently, John and John had also kept pace with their own growth. "Lugio, how are you so tall? Every time I walk with you, I feel so out of sorts," John lamented as he towed the massive rabbit corpse behind him. "Shorty," Lugio replied dismissively. Fal and John, who were walking alongside Lugio, chose not to comment on her remark and instead quickened their pace to distance themselves from her. "Hey, wait for me," Lugio called out, watching them hasten away. However, Fal and John only increased their speed, ignoring her plea. Before long, Fal and John arrived first at the cabin, with Lugio following shortly after. "Where is John?" Fal asked as he reclined on the bed. "I don't know. He might have collapsed on the way," Lugio remarked casually while munching on some snacks from the table. "Let him tire himself out. He insisted on pushing through," John said, wiping his firearm with a cloth. John had now fully embraced his role as a gunslinger, having long since exhausted the ammunition for his AK rifle, which Fal had insisted on destroying. It was unclear why Fal had been so eager to eliminate the rifle. Perhaps he feared that modern technology might fall into the wrong hands. Why is everyone leaving me behind? You all are trying to tire me out. Just as John finished speaking, John arrived, dragging the rabbit's corpse with effort. Oh, you finally made it. You're so slow. Lucio teased. Just look at what I'm dragging. A rabbit bigger than myself. John retorted, unable to contain his frustration at Lucio's mockery. Who was it that said he could handle it alone? John chuckled, covering his mouth to stifle a laugh. You all. I'm not talking to you anymore, John exclaimed as he flopped onto the bed. Laughter erupted among the group at John's exasperated expression. Soon, with the diligent efforts of Lucio and John, the fragrant braised rabbit was freshly prepared. Wow, it smells amazing. Lucio, your culinary skills are improving, John praised. I contributed too. You know, John chimed in. Yes, we know. You did well too, Lucio acknowledged. Upon hearing these words, John generously offered his praise. After all, complimenting others incurs no cost and invariably brings joy to them. John would never be so stingy as to withhold a kind word. I shall begin, Fal declared, as he deftly speared a golden-brown braised rabbit leg from the pot with his fork. Chapter 42, Western Knife. However, after failing to retrieve several pieces of rabbit meat, Fal soon felt discomfort. He swiftly made his way to the kitchen, emerging with a pair of slender chopsticks, exclaiming, Chopsticks are far superior. Fal, why do you always prefer these two slender sticks as your utensils? Are they truly effective? Lucio inquired, her curiosity piqued upon witnessing this scene. If you wish to know their efficacy, why not try them yourself? Fal replied. Meanwhile, John and John, who were well acquainted with Fal's peculiar habits, merely exchanged amused glances without further comment. After the group had satisfied their hunger, Lucio departed at the village chief's summons, leaving behind Fal and the others, who were tidying up the aftermath, lounging on their beds. Fal, let us forego training today. Look at me. I've dragged this hefty rabbit all the way, and I'm utterly exhausted, John lamented weakly from the side. Just look at yourself, John chuckled. Hurry up. When have you not concocted a myriad of excuses? Fal retorted as he rose. All right. I've never seen you so diligent before, John responded, finally getting up. Let us go, John declared, having already prepared his firearm. Once everyone was ready, they collectively stepped outside to a vacant patch of land behind the house. Fal, may I train alone? John asked, gripping his short blade. Absolutely not, Fal replied, and with that, he charged forward, wielding his long knife. Through 2 months of exploration, Fal had discerned that the most fundamental training yielded only marginal improvements to his physique, while one-on-one duels offered the most significant advancements. I have no desire to fight, John protested, reluctantly engaging with his short blade against Fal's long knife. The clash of metal rang out, and after a few exchanges, a loud crack resonated, causing both to cease their movements. This blade is no longer reliable, Fal remarked, examining the long knife in his hand, now marred by cracks. This was not a fine blade. It was merely a knife that Fal had carelessly picked from a heap of weapons. Let us replace it then, John said with a hint of schadenfreude. Unfortunately, there is no blade suitable for me, Fal replied, shaking his head. My musket is far superior, John remarked, mimicking the act of aiming. This knife is unlikely to last much longer, Fal said, glancing at the long sword in his hand. If it's no good, then it's no good. You're not a knife fighter anyway, John interjected. Upon hearing this, Fal fell silent, setting down the long sword before finally speaking after a long pause. I suppose I should focus on developing my devil fruit abilities. Hurry up then, John exclaimed, pleasantly surprised at the prospect of no longer being Fal's punching bag. Dream on, Fal retorted as he suddenly swung the long sword towards John. Watch out, John shouted, hastily defending himself with his short blade. After a fierce bout where Fal thoroughly bested John, the latter lay on the ground, covered in bruises. You should train harder, Fal said, shaking his head as he departed. Upon returning to the cabin, Fal placed the long sword on the table and reflected on the weapon that had accompanied him for 2 months, stating, ultimately, it is just an ordinary knife. If only it were a swift or fine blade. Fal mused. In the following days, he ceased practicing with the long sword, dedicating himself to the development of his devil fruit powers. However, it is worth mentioning that he still did not comprehend the nature of his devil fruit, only knowing that it likely belonged to the paramecia category and was related to the soul. Days later, Fal, where has Lucio been? She hasn't come to see us, John said, polishing his short blade. I don't know, Fal replied, shaking his head. Although Lu Jiu had initially been invited by Fal to serve as a language instructor for John and John, she had gradually become a close friend to them over the past few months. Should we go look for her? John suggested with newfound enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Fal and John exchanged glances and agreed, let us go then. The trio quickly donned their clothing and freshened up before heading to Lu Jiu's residence, which was not far from the village chief's house. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Jiu, are you home? John called as he rapped on the door. After a prolonged silence, he wondered, is she not at home? Perhaps she has gone out? She should have informed us if that were the case, John remarked. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Jiu, are you inside? John knocked once more. This time, instead of silence, a cacophony of falling objects and Lu Jiu's flustered voice could be heard from within. Could something have happened? Hearing a sound, John turned to look at Fal. It's possible, Fal remarked with a slight frown. He then approached the door and knocked, asking, Lu Jiu, are you all right? May we come in? Wait a moment. A flustered voice came from within. Quick, hide, followed by a series of hushed urgings. You can come in now, Lu Jiu finally said after a considerable pause. What's wrong, Lu Jiu? John inquired as he pushed the door open. Although Lu Jiu had not locked the door, Fal and the others refrained from rushing in, considering her gender. Ahem, I'm fine, just feeling a bit unwell, Lu Jiu replied, seated on the bed, coughing. Are you ill? Fal asked, his brow furrowed with concern. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed evidence of another presence in the room, as indicated by the large shoes beside Lu Jiu. No, it's just a minor cold, really, Lu Jiu quickly dismissed. That's a relief, John sighed in response. His gaze then shifted to a striking western sword hanging on a nearby coat rack. Wow, Lu Jiu, where did you get such a handsome sword? John exclaimed, rushing over to draw the impressive weapon, oblivious to the large red captain's coat nearby. Just as John unsheathed the sword, the sharp blade caused a sting in his eyes, prompting him to return it to its sheath. It's just an ordinary sword, Lu Jiu said hastily, fearing exposure as she rushed to the coat rack and discreetly rolled up the clothing, placing it aside. Can I borrow this sword for a few days, Lu Jiu? John asked, captivated by the weapon, unaware of Lu Jiu's actions. Huh. Lu Jiu was momentarily taken aback by John's request. What's wrong? Is it not allowed? John questioned, clutching the sword. It's fine, just for a few days, Lu Jiu replied, eager for him to leave. Don't worry, I'll return it once I'm done, John assured, drawing the sword again. But the discomfort it caused his eyes compelled him to sheath it once more. Thus, despite John's persistent attempts to draw the sword, he never managed to see its entirety. Well, Lu Jiu, you carry on. John, let us go, Fal said, sensing something amiss. We haven't had a proper chat yet. Are we leaving already? John protested, still holding the sword. Let us go back to training, Fal insisted, gently pulling John towards the exit. All right, but Lu Jiu, once you're done, you must come find us to play, John called back. Lu Jiu nodded from within. After affirming, she forcefully shut the door. Today, something about Lu Jiu seemed off. John held the western sword, deep in contemplation. We should leave quickly. Perhaps Lu Jiu's boyfriend has returned, Fal remarked, shaking his head at John. What? Lu Jiu's boyfriend? John responded, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Indeed, I recall Lu Jiu mentioning him to me in the beginning, Fal reminisced. Very well, John conceded with a nod. That sword you possess looks quite extraordinary, John interjected from the side. I can't say for certain, but its sharpness is almost overwhelming, John replied, a touch of exasperation evident in his tone. Let us be off. We can discuss it further at home, Fal urged, striding ahead while addressing the two behind him. Chapter 43, Development of Abilities. Lu Jiu, my sword is missing? A man crawled out from beneath the bed, addressing Lu Jiu. Please, send them away first. I nearly got caught just now, Lu Jiu said, covering her face in embarrassment. My sword, the man lamented, his voice rising in despair. Enough with the wailing. Can't you just go back and retrieve it? Lu Jiu snapped, irritated by his incessant noise. You're right. I can indeed go back and get it. The man perked up at her words. You unseemly creature. Lu Jiu, exasperated by his demeanor, delivered a swift punch to him. Thud. Ouch. That hurt. The man cried, crouching down while cradling his head in pain. Now, be quiet for a while and don't let them discover you, Lu Jiu said, clearly having calmed down after the blow. What about my sword? The man on the ground inquired. I'll retrieve it for you in a few days. Lu Jiu, unable to resist, playfully hit him again. Why do you keep hitting me? I acknowledge my fault, he exclaimed, dodging around while protecting his head. Stop right there. Lucio, now irate again, raised her fists and chased after him. Inside Fal's wooden cabin, John marveled. Wow, this sword is magnificent. He struggled to withstand its brilliance. It's rather long, and strangely, it feels somewhat familiar, Fal mused, also enduring the sword's dazzling light. This is a fine weapon, John remarked, averting his gaze due to its blinding glow. I must take it out for a spin, John declared, grasping the sword. Wow, this sword is quite heavy. I can't lift it with one hand, he noted, struggling to raise the blade. All right, let us put it back before you injure yourself, Fal advised, turning to him. What a pity, this sword is not mine, John said, sheathing it while running his fingers along its surface. Do you desire it? Fal asked, eyeing John. Of course, John replied eagerly. John lay on the bed, clutching a knife and fidgeting restlessly. But one must possess the skill to wield it, Fal remarked, drawing forth his own long knife to compare with the one in John's hand. What a pity, this knife does not belong to me. Alas, its master must be exceptionally formidable, John lamented as he caressed the blade. Enough of this. Instead of lamenting, you should dedicate your time to training and improving yourself, Fal replied, growing somewhat impatient with John's continual sighing. You all can remain here. I shall venture out to further explore my devil fruit abilities. He added as he stood up. I shall accompany you, John declared, rising in response. All right, count me in, John, still clutching his western sword, chimed in. Then let us proceed, Fal said, a faint smile gracing his face upon witnessing their enthusiasm. With nothing else to occupy their time, they had dedicated themselves to relentless training. Yet, through their perseverance, their strength steadily improved, rendering them almost unrecognizable compared to their initial arrival. Outside the wooden cabin, Fal was entwining black flames around his long knife. However, aside from bestowing a peculiar effect upon the blade, it served no other purpose. Fal, care for a spar? John suggested, drawing his western sword. No, I do not wish to overestimate my abilities, Fal replied, eyeing the black flames that encircled his long knife. Come on. Let us test the sharpness of this blade, John urged, waving his sword with enthusiasm. Fal, however, chose to ignore him, engrossed in his exploration of the black flame's potential. Although he had long since lost count of how many times he had attempted to discover any additional properties of the flames, he remained undeterred in his quest. TCH. How dull, John muttered, observing Fal's indifference. Meanwhile, John was diligently performing push-ups and sit-ups, alternating between the two, his fundamental training routine. Given their enhanced physical conditions in this world, completing hundreds of push-ups had become quite ordinary. I shall go hunt a few rabbits, Fal finally decided, unable to derive any further insights, and made his way to the hillside. Go ahead, John encouraged, swinging his western sword. Fal then ventured alone to the hillside, where, apart from rabbits, no other formidable creatures resided on the island. He's back. The group of rabbits, previously grazing, exclaimed in unison upon spotting Fal. Instantly, they scattered in response to their companion's alarm. With a swift motion, Fal cleaved the rabbit's body, observing the gradual dissipation of its green soul. Dark flames of spirit began to entwine around Fal's long blade as he brought it down with fierce determination. The rabbit's already fading essence was instantly severed in two, its purpose now fulfilled. This is all it amounts to, Fal remarked, gazing at the black flames coiling upon his sword. After dispelling the flames, Fal paid no heed to the rabbit's carcass, now halved on the ground. Instead, he slowly settled onto the earth, quietly watching the soul of the rabbit as it continued to fade away. My devil fruit holds little promise, he mused, contemplating his inner thoughts. Previously, the inhabitants of the planet he hailed from had asserted that there were no weak devil fruits, merely weak individuals. However, this notion seemed only partially accurate. Fal turned his introspection towards the soul residing within him. Despite his extensive efforts in harnessing the powers of his devil fruit, he had made scant progress, as if he had reached an impasse. He was even perplexed as to why his own soul manifested in black. Never mind, I shall take my time, he decided. Casting aside these thoughts, I wonder if my devil fruit is indeed the soul fruit. Rising to his feet, he resolved to seek out nearby prey. However, due to recent indulgences with his companions, this region was nearly devoid of wildlife other than rabbits, which explained why they were perpetually pursuing these creatures. I must learn a technique, otherwise my haphazard attacks are far too chaotic, Fal pondered, gripping his long knife. Suddenly, a beastly roar jolted him from his reverie, pulling him back to reality. Chapter 44. The Mountain Lord. What is this Mountain Lord? Fal exclaimed, taken aback by a yellow figure before him. During his time on Batalara Island, a coastal village, he had garnered some understanding of the territory. The island was predominantly ruled by jumping rabbits. Yet at its heart lay a few formidable beasts, rarely seen by anyone. How did it come to be here? Fal gasped, staring at the 4-meter-tall tiger. I must retreat. I am no match for this creature, he thought clearly as he began to back away, devising an escape plan. Yet, the tiger offered no opportunity for retreat. It lunged toward Fal with ferocity, its massive jaws roaring as it aimed to bite. But Fal was not one to succumb easily. He summoned the powers of his devil fruit and swung his long knife at the tiger. Soul shatter, Fal growled fiercely. This is a skill developed from his devil fruit. Yet the tiger was not entirely harmed by the shockwave unleashed by Far. Instead, the beast staggered, disoriented and swaying its head in confusion. A splendid opportunity presented itself. Far observed the dazed tiger, momentarily immobilized by the shockwave. Although the tiger had not succumbed completely to Far's attack, it remained in a state of bewilderment. Die! Far bellowed fiercely, bringing his long blade down with great force towards the tiger. With a muffled thud, the blade opened a significant gash across the tiger's chest. Alas, my blade is dulled and bears cracks. Had it been in better condition, this strike would have surely been fatal, he lamented, gazing at the flawed weapon in his hand. Roar. As the tiger sustained its injury, it quickly regained its senses, its fearsome visage fixated on the wound inflicted upon it. With a furious roar, it lunged forward once more. Shockwave. Far attempted to employ the same tactic, yet each activation of the shockwave inflicted damage upon his own soul. Roar. However, this time, the tiger had anticipated the move, darting to the side, evading the shockwave entirely. The tiger circled Far, maintaining a distance of several meters, letting out a series of ominous roars. Should I retreat? I wonder if I can take down this tiger, Far pondered, observing the wounded beast. In the midst of this confrontation, Far discerned that the mountain lord before him was not as formidable as the villagers had claimed. With newfound resolve, he charged forward, gripping his long blade tightly, intent on hunting the tiger. With a mighty swing, he descended upon the tiger. Yet, due to the tiger's exceptional agility, each strike failed to make contact. He aims to exhaust my stamina, Far realized, his thoughts racing after several rounds of combat. Roar. The tiger, unwilling to grant Far a moment's respite, lunged forward with a menacing roar, seeking to sink its teeth into him. Seeing this, Far refused to be passive. With no time to evade, he opted to block the tiger's gaping maw with his blade. Soul absorption. As the tiger loomed close, Far activated his devil fruit ability. However, the sheer magnitude of the tiger's soul rendered his efforts futile. This situation has led to a standoff between a solitary individual and a tiger. In the eyes of the tiger, which had been locked in this impasse with Fal for quite some time, a flicker of fear began to emerge. It sensed its very soul being gradually extracted from its body. However, due to its fierce resistance, the soul was not completely drawn out, but rather remained suspended in limbo. Fal, utilizing his keen perception, observed as the tiger's soul began to transform into a shade of green. He realized that once the tiger succumbed to fear, he would be able to effortlessly extract its soul. With a roar, the tiger, witnessing the gradual detachment of its essence, finally became overwhelmed by terror. Unbeknownst to it, revealing such fear would only facilitate Fal's task of siphoning its soul. Moments later, Fal remarked as he gazed at the motionless carcass of the tiger before him. This was far easier than I anticipated. It seems I shall have a delightful feast tonight. Straining slightly, he dragged the tiger's lifeless body, eager to return home. As he pulled it along, he contemplated the lingering soul within him that refused to be digested. With renewed vigor, he quickened his pace toward his quaint cabin. Recognizing that despite the mystery surrounding the tiger's appearance, its deceased form represented a substantial boon for him. Before long, having covered a short distance, Fal arrived near his cabin. Where on earth did this tiger come from? Questioned John, who had paused his training and sat on the ground with a western knife in hand, observing Fal. It is a mountain lord, Fal replied, glancing at the tiger's carcass. If there is but one tiger on this island, then it must be this one. Such a massive creature. How did you manage to acquire it? John inquired insistently. Did you simply find it? Fal, slightly irritated, responded, surely you jest. Did I hunt it down? John's astonishment grew as he beheld the 4-meter-long tiger. Is this truly your quarry? Indeed, Fal replied with a smile. Impressive. Both John and Jonah exclaimed, giving enthusiastic thumbs up. Yet, they now faced a dilemma. The tiger was too large to fit through the entrance of their cabin. which stood over 2 meters high. We could cut it up, John suggested. Tonight we shall feast on tiger meat, something I never envisioned in my lifetime. Jonah's eyes sparkled with excitement. May I borrow your knife, Jonah? Fal asked, eyeing the western blade in Jonah's possession. Certainly, Jonah replied, handing over the knife. It is quite sharp. The western blade, drawn from its sheath, gleamed with a sharp radiance that inevitably drew the eye. With swift precision, Fal employed the blade to cleave the tiger's carcass into 4 parts, the sound echoing in sharp bursts. While the task was executed with remarkable ease, Fal felt an inexplicable aversion to it. He sheathed the western knife and handed it to John, remarking, even if you were to fancy it, it is of no consequence. This blade does not belong to you. John accepted the knife and replied, true, yet I must possess a blade that is unrivaled in this world. Fal unsheathed a long sword from his back, observing the cracks along its length. Chapter 45. Tiger Soup. Fal, should we not summon Lugio? John suggested, as he placed the tiger meat into the wooden hut. Indeed, perhaps we ought to invite her to indulge in this feast, he continued, recalling Lugio. If you wish to go, then by all means, Fal responded nonchalantly. What do you mean by that? John inquired. It means nothing. I merely suspect Lugio is presently with her boyfriend, Fal explained. Then let us forego the idea. I shall not seek her out, John sighed. Yet, should we not at least call on her? It would be prudent for us to meet her boyfriend, John suggested, feeling somewhat uneasy. True. It remains a mystery why Lugio's boyfriend feels the need to avoid us, John expressed with some indignation. Very well, if you both wish to call on her. Then do so, Fal acquiesced. All right, I shall accompany John to invite her, John decided. Go on, you two, Fal said, having secured the tiger meat. With a final affirmation from John, he and John departed. Watching their retreating figures, Fal merely shook his head before closing the door of the hut. As he surveyed the neatly arranged tiger meat, he sank into a chair, reflecting on the fierce encounters with the tiger. He placed the long sword on the table, fixating his gaze upon it. Had this blade been sharper, that tiger would have perished with a single strike, Fal mused, shaking his head. I must devise a means to acquire a new blade, he declared with resolve. His thoughts then involuntarily drifted back to the western knife in John's possession. He had found it surprisingly comfortable to wield. Why dwell on such matters? It is not mine, Fal chuckled bitterly, shaking his head once more. He then reclined on the bed, staring at the ceiling, overwhelmed by fatigue, and gradually succumbed to sleep. During his slumber, Fal's spirit engaged in a fierce battle with the soul of the tiger, gradually consuming it bit by bit. Time passed languidly. Bang! The sound of the wooden door creaking open resonates. One cannot help but ponder the enigma surrounding Lugio's boyfriend. Their absence for a meal of tiger meat is undoubtedly a loss for them. Perhaps they are not at home after all, John mused, embracing his western knife. How could that be? I distinctly hear sounds emanating from within. They are surely at home, John retorted with a disdainful smirk. It is evident that they had attempted to invite Lugio and her boyfriend to partake in the feast, yet their efforts were in vain. In the midst of the conversation between John and John, Fal awakened from his slumber, stirred by their boisterous voices, his eyes slowly opening to a narrow slit. Upon realizing it was John and John, he promptly closed his eyes once more, plunging back into profound sleep. Why is Fal sleeping again? John lamented, placing his hand on his forehead in exasperation at the sight. Perhaps he has exhausted himself too much in the battle with the mountain lion. Let us keep our voices down so as not to disturb him, John replied softly. All right, John responded in a hushed tone. With that, the two fell into silence, turning their attention to preparing a stew of tiger meat. This endeavor lasted over an hour, allowing Fal to enjoy a restorative sleep. Eventually, he awoke, stretching languidly and feeling invigorated. You're awake, John greeted as Fal rose. Yes, I'm quite hungry, Fal said, glancing at John. John is still cooking the tiger meat. It will take some time, John remarked, polishing his musket while seated. Very well, Fal replied, no longer speaking further, as he donned his clothes and rose to his feet, feeling remarkably revitalized as he attuned himself to the sensations within. The spirit of the mountain lord proved to be quite beneficial to Fal. Perhaps it was due to the elevation of the mountain lord's essence above that of other beings, which allowed it to contend with Fal's formidable soul for an extended period. As Fal felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at his body, he rummaged through the cabin for some snacks to slowly appease his appetite, seated in a chair while awaiting the tiger meat stew prepared by John. Here comes the tiger meat soup, John exclaimed, carrying a bowl he had purchased earlier at the market. a peculiar smile gracing his face as he approached the table before Fal. The soup was exceptionally delicious, and everyone was eager to partake. John set the bowl of tiger meat stew on the table, announcing, "Please, help yourselves." "Then I shall not hold back," Fal replied, producing his specialized wooden chopsticks. "I have been quite hungry." Observing this scene, John set aside his firearm and approached with his knife and fork. "Haha, let us all indulge," John said, taking a seat with his utensils. The jovial group quickly devoured the entire bowl of tiger meat soup. "How does it taste?" John inquired eagerly, looking at Fal and John. "Delicious." John savored the flavor of the soup. "Is there more?" "It's not enough," Fal remarked, feeling that his hunger had not yet been satiated. "There is plenty more." "Take a bowl and serve yourself," John encouraged. "All right, I'm starving," Fal exclaimed, rising to fetch a bowl from the kitchen. "Have you had enough?" John asked John. "I'm full. Tonight's tiger meat is truly delightful," John replied with a smile. "Fal can certainly eat," John remarked, glancing towards Fal in the kitchen. "Indeed. Perhaps it's due to his considerable height advantage over us," John responded. "By the way, have you grown taller during this time?" John asked curiously. "I'm not sure. Perhaps I have. It's quite strange, really. I thought I would never grow taller in my life. But here in this world, I seem to be growing," John said. Puzzled. "I find it odd too, but since we've already traversed into this world, it wouldn't be surprising if we grew taller," John replied with a wry smile. "Indeed," John agreed. The sudden growth and their transition into the world of pirates certainly felt like a remarkable twist of fate. The two continued their lively conversation. While in the kitchen, Fal feasted as though he hadn't eaten in years, finishing off the remaining tiger meat stew. "Delicious," Fal mumbled, chewing on the succulent meat. Reflecting on the dry rations aboard the merchant ship, he shuddered at the memory. After finishing the tiger meat stew, Fal tidied up the remnants of the meal. "Where shall I store all this leftover tiger meat?" he pondered. Fal gazed at the 4 pieces of tiger meat that had been divided earlier, having consumed one. Only 3 remained. In this world, there was no refrigerator to preserve the meat, and he pondered the dire consequences of its spoiling. However, the truth was, such appliances existed. They simply had not obtained one. Chapter 46. The arrival of Lugio due to the absence of refrigeration. Fal and his companions subsisted on tiger meat for several consecutive days, during which their physical prowess was notably enhanced. "Fal, this tiger meat is truly remarkable. Ever since I began consuming it, I feel invigorated and full of life," John exclaimed while savoring his portion. "Come on, eat up. This is our last meal," Fal replied, focusing intently on his food. "Fal, you must seize the opportunity to catch another one," John urged. "Do you think tigers roam freely about? Moreover, the one we feasted upon is a rare specimen, not easily found." Fal shook his head in resignation. "But I recall the villagers mentioning that there are 2 others of equal strength. One a wild boar and the other a black bear," John said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Are you referring to the Boar King and the Tyrant? They are not to be trifled with," Fal replied with a wry smile upon hearing John's words. "Yet you managed to slay this mountain lord. How difficult could the other 2 possibly be?" John retorted with a smirk. "That remains uncertain. Their strength is certainly on par with that of the tiger," Fal reflected. "Then I shall join you and John to lend you support," John declared. "I believe that is a sound plan," John agreed from the side. "Very well. Settle on a time then," Fal responded, burying his face in the bowl of tiger meat. "How about tomorrow?" John suggested, glancing at John for confirmation. "I am agreeable," John replied. "Excellent. Then it is settled for tomorrow." "Fal, are you listening?" John asked. "Yes, I hear you," Fal replied with a tone of mild exasperation. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the air. "It's me, Lucy," came the voice outside. Upon hearing this, John glanced at John and Fal, and they exchanged looks of curiosity. "Go answer it," John urged. "I'll do it," John replied, rising to his feet and making his way to the door. "It smells delicious. What are you all eating?" Lucy inquired, her nose twitching with delight. "Tiger meat," John responded, staring dumbfounded at the enchanting Lucy before him. "What? Tiger meat? You mean the one from the inner island? The tiger?" Lucy exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes," John replied, beginning to grasp the situation. Today, Lucy looked particularly radiant, adorned in a lovely yellow dress and a charming straw hat. "Why didn't you invite me?" "What a pity," Lucy remarked, a hint of frustration in her voice upon hearing John's confirmation. "Humph, we called you before, but you didn't come. Now it's all gone," John retorted with a huff. Lucy fell silent for a moment, letting out a cold snort at John's words. "What brings you here today?" Are you done with your tasks? John asked, glancing around Lucy's surroundings. Well, I came to retrieve that knife, Lucy replied softly. Oh, you're taking it away? John said, feeling a pang of sadness at this revelation. Yes, the knife does not belong to me, so I cannot determine its fate, Lucy nodded. All right, just a moment, John said, a hint of disappointment in his tone as he returned indoors to fetch the Western knife for Lucy. Hee, I'll come back to play with you all another day. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, John, Foul, Lucy said, receiving the knife and waving to John and the others inside. Okay. John could only watch as her graceful figure disappeared from sight. John, has Lucy left? John and Fowl asked from inside. They had refrained from joining the conversation, quietly listening to John and Lucy's exchange. Yes, she just came to take the Western knife, John replied, a sense of melancholy lingering in his voice. However, John's sorrow stemmed not only from the knife being taken, but also from Lucy's reluctance to elaborate on other matters. All right, come and eat some tiger meat, Fowl and John said, sensing John's disheartened mood as they approached and patted his shoulder. Sure, John replied, turning back. After they finished their meal of tiger meat, the group ventured outside to train, a daily routine for them. I wonder when we will be able to master observation hockey and armament hockey, John mused while exercising. Indeed. Why is it so simple for others to acquire observation hockey or armament hockey, yet it remains so challenging for us? John was exercising alongside, responding to John. Fowl, what do you think? By the way, what is your devil fruit? John inquired. I'm unsure. I suspect it might be the soul fruit, Fowl replied, sitting cross-legged in meditation. But isn't the soul fruit Big Mom's devil fruit? John paused his workout and stood up to ask. Indeed, could there have been an unforeseen circumstance? John continued his exercise without interruption. Perhaps, or it could be that the soul fruit chose me, Fowl reflected, remembering the distinct black soul within him. It chose you? Why would it choose you? John looked at Fowl, puzzled. It must be due to the uniqueness of my body. Fowl pondered for a moment. What is so special about your body? Isn't it just 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth? John retorted. I don't know. Maybe I'll discover the reason once I fully develop my devil fruit, Fowl said, gazing inward at his dark soul. All right, I suppose you're impressive, John conceded. By the way, when will I get a devil fruit? John lay on the ground, pausing his workout. You might as well stop hoping. I heard from the villagers that even the most ordinary Zoan-type devil fruits go for several million on the black market, John chuckled. Ah, how pitiful. I also want a devil fruit, John exclaimed, staring at the sky. Enough, keep it down. If the opportunity arises, I will surely get you one. Fowl, disturbed by John's voice during his meditation, responded. I'll be quiet, John said, covering his mouth. Ha ha ha, John laughed heartily. All right, let us head back and rest. We have to face those 2 ferocious beasts tomorrow, Fowl declared, rising. Okay, let us go, John and John replied. After returning to their room, the group sat on the beds discussing their plans. Fowl, which beast should we hunt tomorrow? The wild boar or the black bear? John asked. We'll tackle whichever we encounter first, Fowl replied without elaboration, prompting John to speak first. Chapter 47. The mountain bandit king. My long sword may not withstand the next battle, Fowl remarked, wiping his sword after a long contemplation. How about we check out the market for you? Or we could visit the town another day to buy you a fine sword. And I could get a replacement as well, John suggested. John has a point. Acquiring a good sword is essential, John supported. John, how much berry do we have left? Fowl inquired instead of accepting immediately. We have about 2 million berry remaining. Recent expenses have been quite high, John replied after a moment of reflection. Will 2 million berry be enough to purchase a swift sword? Upon hearing this, Fowl contemplated while holding his forehead. Unbeknownst to him, within the price list of the Pirate King, blades of the swift variety and above were not particularly valuable, likely due to their manufactured nature. Yet, it was certainly preferable to the wretched weapon in his possession. Oh, Fowl, do refrain from being so finicky, John remarked with a sardonic tone. Very well. Shall we proceed to acquire a blade? Fowl consented, feeling a flicker of anticipation within. All right, let us set forth tomorrow. Postponing the hunt for those ferocious beasts by a day, John suggested. Meanwhile, a wild boar and a black bear were engaged in their own affairs, blissfully unaware that they had narrowly escaped calamity. At the break of dawn the following day, Fowl and John rose early, brimming with eagerness for their impending journey. Have you both awoken this early? John, just rousing from slumber, inquired with bleary eyes. Hurry up, we need to bring the Bailey along, Fowl said, polishing the long blade in his hand. Quickly, I can hardly contain my excitement. John waved his short dagger enthusiastically. The long blade Fall wielded and the short dagger John possessed were neither remarkable nor exceptional, merely ordinary weapons that had suffered considerable wear in a short span of use. In the hierarchy of weaponry within the realm of the Pirate King, the classifications were as follows: knife, swift knife, good swift knife, great swift knife, and supreme great swift knife. However, the term knife encompassed not solely this particular weapon, but also various forms such as swords, staffs, and spears. All right, I'm up," John declared as he rose. After the group had gathered their supplies and satiated their hunger, John took 2 leather cases filled with Bailey and headed towards the village chief's abode. Given the considerable distance from the town to the village, Fowler required the chief's precise directions to the town. "Chief, are you awake?" Fowler knocked on the door. Coming, the elderly chief replied, slowly making his way to open the door. After a brief inquiry, Fowler soon emerged from the chief's home with a small map sketched by the chief. Ready to venture towards the town. "Fowler, I suggest we include Ruju and have her accompany us," John remarked, glancing at the map with a hint of frustration. "Let it be. I have no idea what she has been up to these days. Perhaps spending time with her little boyfriend." Fowler shook his head. "Shall we not first visit the market?" John inquired. "No, let us head directly to the town," Fowler replied, shaking his head once more. Let us go," John said, stepping ahead while studying the map. On a nearby hillside, a smaller man asked the burly figure beside him, "Brother, why are we up so early today?" The robust man replied, "Early to bed and early to rise fosters good health. Do you understand?" He then playfully struck the smaller man with a fist. "Ouch, brother. You hit me again." The short individual, covering his forehead, sobbed softly. "Humph." The burly man merely snorted in response, choosing to disregard the shorter figure. "Brother, do you really think anyone is out here? It has been several days without a single soul. Perhaps we should consider returning home," the short one suggested, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "Return home? I am determined to become the king of bandits," the burly man retorted, his anger evident. "Oh dear, brother. Please don't hit me. Someone's coming." The short man quickly dodged the burly man's fist, exclaiming, "Is there truly someone?" The burly man's eyes widened at the sight. In truth, he had intentionally chosen the wrong position to avoid the throngs of people heading to the town. After all, those who passed by daily were always in groups. Heavily armed, there was no way the 2 of them could prevail against them. "John, did you take a wrong turn? How did we end up on this mountain?" Farl inquired, chewing on a blade of grass. "It shouldn't be. I followed the route drawn here," John replied, gazing at the crooked lines on the map. "Give it to me. I'll handle it," John interjected, taking the map from John. "Fine. Go ahead. I'm happy to lighten my load," John conceded, not pressing further as he accepted the 2 leather cases John held. "See, we definitely took a wrong turn. We should have gone that way," John said, exasperation evident as he examined the map. "Really?" John asked, feeling embarrassed. "I told you so." Farl waved his hand dismissively, spitting out the grass. Suddenly, a thin man was pushed out from the woods ahead, collapsing to the ground. Farl, puzzled, drew his long knife, alert to his surroundings. "Who is he?" John also set down the leather case containing their Bailey and drew the short blade strapped to his waist. "Stay vigilant," John cautioned, brandishing his firearm. Before them, the emaciated man glanced at them, then began to froth at the mouth and convulse. "Damn it." The burly man in the bushes scowled at the short one's feigned demeanor, observing the short man's pitiful state. The burly fellow leapt into the middle of the road, shouting, "This mountain is mine. This path belongs to me. No need to worry." However, upon seeing the weapons in Farl and the other's hands, the burly man scratched his head, looking dismayed. "Oh dear, Farl, it seems this tedious scenario is unfolding before us." John chuckled. "Look, we've got a few guides right here. Haven't we?" Farl merely smiled at this remark and replied, "Indeed, it appears so." John looked at the burly man and the thin figure lying on the ground, saying, "What do you intend to do?" The burly man, somewhat fearful, shouted at the approaching group, "What are you all planning?" "Nothing much, just hoping you could assist us. Once the task is complete, we shall let you go," Farl said, flicking the burly man's weapon aside with his long knife. "I assure you, I am not that sort of person." The burly man misunderstood in response. "Oh." Farl placed the long knife against the burly man's neck, saying, "Do feel free to resist." The robust man chuckled, "Foul, what is this individual?" John kicked the diminutive figure beside him, who was still frothing at the mouth and convulsing on the ground. Chapter 48. The Swiftblade and the Firebird Gun. If he is of no use, let us just kill him, Fal replied with a smirk. Very well, John responded, understanding Fal's implication, as he unlatched the safety of his firearm and aimed it at the twitching figure on the ground. Wait, the short man exclaimed, hastily rising to his feet. Oh, you're still alive? John laughed heartily at this scene. You're quite short, indeed, Fal remarked, observing the diminutive figure, who was barely half Fal's height, measuring just over a meter tall. What is this? A goblin? John commented, his face reflecting a myriad of expressions. Reporting to you, sir, I was born this way, the short man replied with a forced chuckle. The robust man, witnessing the short fellow's expression, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, covering his forehead and shaking his head. All right, by the way, are you bandits? John inquired. No, we are law-abiding citizens, the short man insisted with a grin. John, don't waste time conversing with them. We need to head to the town, Fal interjected, observing their dialogue. Understood, John replied. I won't bother you with much more. Do you know where the town of Battleira is? He asked the bandits again. The short man was momentarily at a loss for words, as the town was indeed far from their location, and he grasped the implication of the three before him, thus he was reluctant to guide them there. Speak. If you don't, you shall perish, John urged, raising his dagger. He was serious. Having traversed this ruthless world, he had already discerned its rules of survival. I know, the robust man behind the short fellow stepped forth, shielding the ladder behind him. If you know, then lead the way, don't attempt any tricks, or you shall witness whether my blade is swifter than your legs, John threatened. Yes, the robust man muttered, lowering his head. Following the guidance of the robust man and the short figure, they journeyed for approximately half a day before successfully arriving in the town. Fal, I find myself yearning for the automobiles of Blue Star, John remarked, gazing at Fal. You may depart now. You may not encounter individuals as benevolent as us again, Fal responded, disregarding John and addressing the robust man and the short figure. Yes, the robust man finally managed a semblance of a smile upon hearing this. They were not professional bandits. They merely engaged in occasional robbery, intimidating solitary travelers on the mountain paths. Who could have anticipated that this time they would encounter a fully armed group like Fal and his companions due to a moment of inattention? Let us explore this town. It must be around noon by now, John suggested. Certainly. John and Fal nodded in agreement. After their exchange, Fal and his companions departed, venturing into the heart of the town, while the burly man and the short, slender figure diverged in a completely different direction, leaving the town behind. Wow, Fal, I had no idea there were refrigerators here, John exclaimed, gazing at a shop in surprise. It was indeed unexpected, Fal remarked, somewhat perplexed by the technological advancements of this world. All right, let us first procure some blades for you two. We can discuss further once we have the weapons, John stated, showing little interest in the other two. Let us go, Fal and John responded to John's directive. Subsequently, through their aimless wandering, Fal, John, and John successfully discovered a shop that specialized in weaponry. The Armory? John read the shop's name aloud. Owner, you don't seem to have any high-quality weapons here, Fal remarked, bypassing the trivialities and directly inquiring as he entered the shop. Dear guests, may I ask if you are all here to purchase weapons, or? The owner redirected the question. Pretty much, Fal replied. What type of weapons do you require? The owner stepped out from behind the counter. Long swords, blades. And if you have any firearms, please recommend those as well, John interjected. Certainly. The owner beamed at this request, and soon began to showcase various weapons based on his recommendations. Fal, what do you think? John, after a lengthy observation, expressed his dissatisfaction towards Fal. I'm not particularly fond of them. Fal shook his head in response. Neither am I, John admitted, feeling somewhat disheartened. However, John found a firearm that piqued his interest, a fine long-handled gun. The Swiftblade? The Firebird gun? John inquired about the weapon the owner had mentioned. Indeed, this is a batch I received from the Kingdom of Salb, but due to the scarcity of firearm enthusiasts, it has remained unsold here, the owner explained, somewhat bashfully. How much is it? John asked, his eyes ablaze with eagerness. Are we going to be short on funds? This is a Swiftblade, John whispered to Fal, sensing John's eagerness. Let him be. If he likes it, let us purchase it, Fal nonchalantly replied. All right, John conceded. Well then, how about 2 million berries? The owner tentatively suggested, noticing John's fervent gaze. What? 2 million berries? John stood momentarily stunned. I could offer it for 1,000,000 berries. After all, this is a swift blade crafted by a master in the kingdom of Salb. The owner misinterpreted John's reaction and lowered the price. 800,000 berries. After a prolonged moment of shock, John finally responded, albeit uncertainly, deal. The proprietor pondered for a moment before readily acquiescing, as the price aligned closely with his predetermined threshold. When John grasped the Firebird gun, he felt as though he were ensnared in a reverie. Was this exquisite blade truly worth a mere 800,000 berries? After handing over the 800,000 berries, John approached, the Firebird gun in hand, posing his inquiry. Both Fal and John were momentarily taken aback by the question. The exquisite blade, boasting a craftsmanship rating of 50, the Great Blade at 21, and the Supreme Great Blade at 12, if memory served correctly. Fal scratched his head in confusion. Shouldn't it be rather expensive? John gazed at the Firebird gun in John's possession, expressing his disbelief. Let us select our blades first. Once we are finished, we shall gauge the proprietor's willingness, John suggested, observing the situation. Agreed. Both John and Fal nodded in unison. Soon after, as the proprietor hastily approached, having secured the 800,000 berries, he cheerfully inquired, Gentlemen, is there anything else you require? All my weapons are of the highest quality, and I am the sole merchant of arms in this town. I would like to see if you have any exquisite blades available, perhaps longer swords? Fal inquired. Indeed, I have several. Please, follow me. The proprietor replied with a smile, inwardly delighted at the prospect of a profitable day, having unexpectedly sold the previously idle Firebird gun. Fal examined a sword approximately 2.5 meters in length. What do you think of this one, esteemed customer? It is a superb weapon, the proprietor offered, stepping aside to showcase it. Pray, tell me more, Fal remarked, scrutinizing the long, slender sword before him. This is a genuine, exquisite blade with a craftsmanship rating of 50, known as the Sword of the Soaring Falcon. It is said to be the remarkable creation of a master craftsman from the land of blacksmiths during his youth. The proprietor elaborated meticulously. Oh, does this exquisite blade possess any unique qualities? Fal inquired, sensing the underlying implications in the proprietor's words. Certainly. How could a blade without a title possibly be classified among the exquisite blades of craftsmanship rating 50? The proprietor replied, somewhat embarrassed. Is that so? Fal acknowledged the proprietor's insinuation. Fal, this blade is quite impressive, John remarked, glancing at another sword hanging upon the wall. A katana, is it? Fal turned to observe the weapon in question as John's voice reached him. This is, in fact, an exquisite blade, the proprietor interjected, stepping closer to provide further details. Does it have a name? John inquired, his gaze fixed upon the sword. Indeed, it is called Itani, the proprietor responded thoughtfully. In truth, the sword bore no name. However, nameless blades were often sold at a lower price, and as they rarely attracted buyers, the proprietor whimsically assigned it a name. I shall take it, John announced, retrieving the katana from the wall. Ah, splendid. That will be 200,000 berries, the proprietor chuckled. The proprietor, upon witnessing the scene, chuckled and then, without further hesitation, John, who had no desire to haggle, counted out the sum from his suitcase and handed over 200,000 Baileys to the owner, shortly after placing the money down. The owner approached once more, his smile even broader as he gazed at Fal and the others. However, with their weapons already chosen, both John and John took a seat nearby, patiently awaiting Fal's decision. What is the price of this sword? Fal inquired, his eyes fixed on a long blade before him. The sword boasted an impressive length of 1.7 meters, with a well-crafted blade and a handle adorned with intricate patterns. Esteemed customer, this is a swift sword. The owner interjected. Indeed, what is the cost? Fal replied, wishing to keep the conversation brief. 250,000 Baileys, the owner proclaimed, the price sounding somewhat inflated. I shall offer 200,000 Baileys, Fal countered, his keen gaze piercing through the owner's facade of confidence. Very well, considering the fortuitous encounter with you gentlemen today, 200,000 it shall be, the owner conceded, feigning a pained expression. After the transaction was completed, John approached the owner to inquire about the capabilities of the fine firearm known as the Firebird gun. This firearm possesses a trigger that can adjust its firing intensity. The owner explained. Is that its only feature? John asked, somewhat disheartened. It seems so, the owner scratched his head, seemingly recalling something. Ah, I almost forgot. The interior of this gun includes a compartment for storing alcohol, he exclaimed, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Is that so? Please show me, John said, intrigued, as he handed the weapon back to the owner for demonstration. Observe, the owner said, extracting a small cylindrical piece from the gun's interior. Fascinating, John remarked, examining the item closely. This compartment can hold alcohol, and when this button is pressed, it ignites at the moment the bullet is fired, releasing flames toward the enemy. The owner elaborated meticulously. Understood, John nodded, indicating his comprehension. However, once the button is activated, all the alcohol will be expelled as flames, allowing for only a single shot. And the flames can only be effective at close range, the owner added, outlining the firearm's limitations. Upon hearing this, John quickly grasped that the weapon's special feature might not prove particularly useful. If the alcohol only ignites after the bullet is fired, what good does it do if I already have bullets? He pondered with a sense of resignation. Nonetheless, he recognized that the weapon could be advantageous in certain unique situations. So he did not feel entirely disheartened. Thank you, proprietor, John said as he took back the Firebird gun. Not at all. I should be thanking you. The owner replied with a smile. Let us be on our way. Upon witnessing this, Fowl, not wishing to linger, spoke up. Having already gleaned the reason behind the remarkably low price of the swift swords during his previous exchanges with the proprietor, he found no further inquiries necessary. Naturally, he refrained from asking about the name of the long sword he had acquired, perhaps sensing that the owner himself was unaware of the names of these swift blades, which dissuaded him from pursuing the question. Fowl, this katana is truly magnificent, exclaimed John, as he stepped out of the shop and drew forth the weapon, brandishing it with enthusiasm. I'm glad you like it, Fowl replied with a smile, burdened with two long swords, one being his original blade and the other the newly purchased sword, both lacking sheaths. Where shall we go now? John inquired, observing the bustling crowd in the town. Shall we head home? He suggested, putting a halt to his swordplay. Or perhaps we could explore a bit longer. Stay here for the night? Fowl proposed. That sounds like a splendid idea. John replied with a grin. He was now not only shouldering a firearm, but also had a pistol at his waist and was carrying a leather case filled with coins, appearing quite well equipped. Fowl, should we purchase a refrigerator to take back? Otherwise, those meats will spoil, John suggested. If you can manage to carry it, then go ahead. Fowl smiled. All right, John replied, raising his hands in jest. Let us first find a hotel, and then we can continue our exploration. Navigating through the throng, John led the way. Very well, Fowl concurred. Shortly thereafter, they found a suitable inn where they stowed their luggage, and it was already afternoon. I'm famished. Let us go grab a bite, John said, clutching his stomach. I've been hungry for ages. Let us hurry, Fowl replied with newfound enthusiasm. This inn not only provided lodging, but also offered meals, featuring a bar downstairs that served an array of fine wines and delectable dishes. Fowl, tonight we must indulge in a good drink. It's been quite some time since I've enjoyed a glass, John remarked, gazing longingly at the assortment of exquisite beverages on the bar. Indeed, let us savor a fine drink this evening, Fowl echoed, reflecting on John's sentiments. After procuring their food and drink, Fowl, John, and their companion casually settled into a spot. They observed that the surrounding area was filled with robust and formidable men, all equipped with various weapons, each one a formidable presence. Young man, may I take this seat? A burly newcomer asked with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Fowl and his companions stood up in unison, their height having reached the average level of this world, thus not appearing diminutive before the imposing figure. What do you intend to do? Perhaps sensing the extraordinary nature of Fowl and his companions, the burly man spoke with a hint of trepidation. It's nothing, John. Let South simply find another place to sit. Fowl, wishing to avoid any unnecessary trouble, replied, had I known I could test my drawing skills today, I would have brought my tools. John expressed a tinge of regret. Meanwhile, John said little more, merely brushing past the burly man. Although he had left his Firebird gun behind, he still carried a firearm. The burly man stood rigidly, caught in indecision, unsure whether to sit or remain standing. You lot. Halt, he bellowed, drawing the attention of everyone indulging in fine food and drink nearby. Oh, John turned his head, looking at the burly man with curiosity. What is it? Fowl also turned to face him. Do you know who I am? The burly man inquired, slowly turning around. Clearly, Fowl and his friend's indifference had provoked him. Really, Fowl? Must we be accosted even while dining? John lamented. Who you are is of no concern to us, Fowl retorted, disregarding John's complaint and addressing the burly man with irritation. Teach them a lesson. shouted the burly man's companions, egging him on. John, let South leave this place, Fal suggested, not wishing to stir trouble or attract adversaries in this world. Upon hearing Fal's words, John and John said no more and followed Fal's lead to exit. Did I permit you to leave? The burly man called out, mistakenly believing that Fal and his companions were intimidated. The trio paused momentarily but continued onward, ignoring his shout as they ascended to the second floor of the inn. Haha, look, they VE back down. The burly man's friends jeered. On the second floor, Fal remarked to John, though we do not wish to provoke conflict or enmity, we shall not cower either. Let it go, then, as long as our interests are untouched. We need not pursue this further, Fal explained. Very well, John replied, visibly relieved. What about our meal? Are we still dining tonight? John inquired, perplexed. Meal? Let us go fetch our knives, Fal responded after a brief pause. Downstairs, the burly man and his companions roared with laughter over the earlier incident. I never expected to encounter such blind fools today, the burly man's friend, sipping on potent wine, remarked. Humph, should I cross paths with them again? I will not show mercy. I shall ensure they do not escape unscathed. The burly man pounded the table and boasted loudly. At this moment, he had completely forgotten the timid scene when he was intimidated by the imposing presence of the Farrell group. Hey, big brother. Look at those people coming down. Aren't they the same few blind fools from earlier? His companion pointed at the Farrell group who had chosen another table. They dare to come down again. Just watch how I deal with them. The slightly inebriated giant declared as he rose from the table with a thud. He then sauntered toward the Farrell group's table, oblivious to the weapons they bore. I say, you lot, how dare you come down here? Are you not afraid of me? Before he could even point a finger at the Farrell group, John swiftly severed his finger with his katana. One more move, and I shall not show mercy. John reprimanded the giant with a fierce gaze. John, who spent his days hunting ferocious beasts in the mountains, was not someone to be trifled with. Just wait. You will pay for this. Amen, Ehua, come here quickly. The giant cried out in agony as he struggled to rise, clearly calling for his companions. His loud cries drew the attention of those around, who were now captivated by the unfolding drama. It seems we have a spectacle on our hands. Shall we place a wager? Let us see who will be the last one laughing. Various onlookers murmured excitedly. Such occurrences are quite commonplace in this chaotic place. Thus they displayed no signs of astonishment. Brother, what happened? His companions hurriedly gathered around him. Those brats severed my finger. I demand retribution, he exclaimed, clutching his injured digit. Fully sobered in that instant. Brats? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? How dare you provoke us? Upon hearing this, one of the companions drew a dagger from his waist and brandished it menacingly. However, within mere moments, John, wielding his weapon, had decapitated them all, their heads tumbling to the ground with a dull thud, followed by the heavy thuds of their lifeless bodies crashing down. Indeed, quite effortless, John remarked with a grin. The onlookers, who had previously been engrossed in the spectacle, abruptly diverted their gazes and returned to their meals with newfound focus. Boss, where are our food and drinks? Bellowed Farrell, seated at a table. Coming right up. The proprietor, having witnessed the entire scene, dared not delay in serving Farrell and his companions their ordered sustenance and fine beverages. Farrell, shall we ascend to the upper floor for our meal? John suggested, grimacing at the sight of the corpses. Indeed, it's rather off-putting. Let's retreat to our room, Farrell replied, lifting the dishes and drinks. Very well, John said, securing his weapon. Let us depart. John stepped over the bodies, leading the way. As their lodging was located on the second floor, it wasn't long before Farrell and his companions returned to their room, laden with food and drink. Inside, as they sat upon the bed enjoying their meal, John expressed his disappointment. I had anticipated a more thrilling encounter, perhaps against some elders. What a pity. Come now, do you think we are merely watching a television drama? John remarked, cracking peanuts nearby. Why is it that some individuals seem to long for their own demise? Farrell mused to himself, choosing not to engage in the banter. Just after they departed the scene, Farrell discreetly absorbed the souls of those slain, rendering them spiritless. Farrell, what are you muttering about? John leaned in curiously. Smack. Ouch. Why did you hit me, Farrell? You always pick on me. John pouted, clutching his head. What prompted you to lean in so close? Were you merely asking for that slap? Farrell chuckled. I merely wished to ascertain what you were rambling on about. John grumbled, rubbing the spot that had just been struck. You needn't have thrust your head forward. I wouldn't have hit you if you hadn't. Farrell smiled. All right, let us drink. John approached with a wooden cup in hand. Cheers. Fal raised the wooden cup to his lips and drained its exquisite contents in one swift motion. Observing Fal's contemplative demeanor, John and John chose to remain silent, quietly accompanying him as he indulged in glass after glass of fine wine. It was not until the trio had emptied every last drop of their shared libation that they ceased their revelry. "Fal, is there something you wish to express? Speak your mind. Don't hold back," John said, reclining on the bed with closed eyes, his cheeks flushed. The intoxicating potency of the wine had rendered the three of them thoroughly inebriated. "John, forgive me if I sound somewhat naïve, but I must ask, since your arrival in this world, have you ever longed for anything? Perhaps power, for instance?" Fal, equally flushed, lay back on the bed. "I desire it greatly, even more than my grandparents," John exclaimed with fervor. "I want it too," John interjected, throwing himself between John and Fal, his voice rising. "I do not wish for it, yet I feel compelled to want it. The truth is, I have not experienced true happiness since coming to this world," Fal admitted, wiping away tears. "More than power, my family and loved ones are what matter most to me, but I fear for my life. What if I were to perish?" Fal gazed up at the ceiling, his heart heavy with dread. I don't know, John's voice trailed off, gradually fading until the sound of his snores filled the air, leaving Fal to realize that he had succumbed to sleep. "John, what are your thoughts?" Fal inquired, prompted by John's rhythmic snoring. "What do you mean?" John replied, still in a daze. "Do you wish to return home? Don't you have a sister and a brother waiting for you?" Fal pressed. "I do want to, but it's precisely because of them that I feel invincible. Besides, my parents are gone. Whether I return or not matters little," John responded. "Very well," Fal acknowledged, recognizing the weight of John's family circumstances, and he fell into silent contemplation, staring at the ceiling. Eventually, he succumbed to drowsiness and drifted off into a hazy slumber. The following morning, Fal awoke with a groggy sensation, as if he had been struck. Rubbing his temples, he called out, John, wake up." Upon seeing John and John still snoring beside him, he urged them to rise. "What is going on?" they murmured, roused from their slumber. "Get up quickly. Aren't we supposed to be heading home?" Fal said, still somewhat dazed. "Home? What home?" John asked, bewildered, glancing around. "Are you daft?" "Of course, our little cabin," Fal replied, exasperated, rubbing his forehead. "Oh right. What time is it?" John asked, finally coming to his senses. "It should be early morning," John said, looking out at the sun streaming through the window. "All right, let us hurry and get ready," Fal urged. Eager to set off, Fal rose and spoke. "All right, I shall rise at once." The two echoed in unison. Shortly thereafter, Fal and his companions completed their preparations and, fully armed, stepped out of the inn's room. "Where have yesterday's corpses gone?" John inquired upon reaching the first floor, observing the spotless floor. "It is evident that they have been thoroughly removed. Of course, who would dare to dine and drink here if it were not clean?" John remarked, exasperated. "Let us depart quickly. We must leave this place," Fal urged. Once they arrived back on the bustling streets of the town, John asked Fal, "Should we not purchase a few more items? That refrigerator," he glanced at Fal. "However, it is truly impossible to transport it back," Fal replied, rubbing his forehead. "I wonder how this town operates. Unlike others that are by the coast, this one is situated inland," John complained beside him. "Hurry along. Although we cannot take the refrigerator, there are still other items we can acquire. Look around and see if anything catches your fancy," Fal suggested to the two. "Then let us go and explore further," John said. After some time, Fal and his companions emerged from yet another shop. "All right, enough shopping. We can no longer carry anything. Let us hasten our departure," Fal declared, laden with numerous bags. "These purchases consist solely of daily necessities, such as shoes and clothing. Well, let us hasten our departure from the town. I yearn to return home," remarked John, burdened by the heavy bags he carried. "This way," John instructed, unfolding a map as he recalled the route they had taken prior to their arrival. Soon, after approximately half a day's journey, Fal and his companions successfully returned to their wooden cabin, laden with their acquisitions. Once they had organized their belongings, dusk had fallen. Sated and content, Fal and his companions reclined on their beds, each engrossed in their own pursuits. I ought to bestow upon you a more pleasing name," Fal mused, cradling the swift blade he had procured from the town. "Hey, Fal, why didn't you inquire with the shopkeeper about the name of your swift blade?" John, who was polishing his katana, interjected. "Are you foolish? Can't you see that the shopkeeper had no knowledge of the weapon's name?" Fal retorted. "Very well," John conceded. choosing to remain silent as he continued to polish his katana. What sort of name should I choose? Fal pondered, embracing the long blade in contemplation. However, after considerable deliberation, he ultimately conceded defeat in his quest for an appropriate name. No name is needed. It is merely a weapon, he declared, placing the newly acquired swift blade aside. Chapter 52. The Soul Fruit. As dawn broke, Fal slowly opened his eyes. Time to rise. Today marks an important occasion, he announced, rising to grasp his new swift blade and striking it against his palm. His old long sword, along with John's short blade, had been buried together in the soil behind the cabin, a tribute to the first weapons they had wielded upon arriving in this world. John deemed this act superfluous. Awake! Awake! John exclaimed, springing into action upon hearing Fal's voice. The thought of the delectable tiger meat ignited an urgency within him. He could scarcely bear to linger any longer, eager to hunt the remaining 2 ferocious beasts on this island. Yes, I'm awake, John yawned, stretching lazily. Hurry and freshen up. I'll be waiting outside. Fal called as he stepped toward the door, the long blade in tow. As he emerged onto the open land outside the cabin, he began to swing the blade with increasing vigor. Ah, exhilarating! Fal exclaimed, his voice reverberating as he wielded the swift blade. There is indeed a distinct pleasure in a swift blade. Fal ceased his flamboyant movements and gradually summoned the black flames within him, allowing them to envelop the long sword, enhancing its visual effect significantly. Throughout these days, Fal had not paused in his relentless exploration of his devil fruit abilities. Whenever he found a moment's respite, he diligently honed his powers. After persistent endeavors, he finally uncovered the true potential of the black flames, transforming them from mere embellishments into formidable forces. With a swift motion, Fal unleashed a slashing strike towards the towering tree ahead, his sword wreathed in the black flames. Upon contact, the tree's trunk withered slightly, and its leaves turned a shade of yellow. It appears that striking the tree causes its vitality to be siphoned into me through the black flames, Fal mused, observing the scene before him. If the sword, imbued with black flames, were to strike a human, their soul's life force would likely be drawn into me as well. Leaving them in a weakened state, he contemplated further. Glancing at the flames entwined around his sword, he remarked, indeed, this resembles the soul fruit. I recall that it pertains to lifespan and vitality. Now that he recognized it as the soul fruit, the implications became clearer. However, he pondered why this fruit, originally belonging to Big Mom, had come into his possession. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he reflected, it must be related to the unique black soul within me. After much deliberation, he concluded that the black soul was the key to his acquisition of the fruit. Very well, let us continue practicing, he stated, swiftly rising to wield his sword once more. The black soul flames danced around the blade, rendering it strikingly impressive. Albeit his movements remained somewhat chaotic, yet possessed a certain rhythm. Fal had long desired to learn a martial style, but had been thwarted by the absence of diverse combat techniques on this island. According to the village chief, such techniques were exclusively mastered by esteemed families or mysterious races, inaccessible to ordinary folk. Fal, I am ready. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, causing Fal to halt his practice. John, what is this attire you wear? Fal inquired, observing John clad in the garb of a commoner from the pirate world. What do you think? It matches my katana quite well, John replied earnestly as he drew his blade. It does indeed complement it, Fal conceded. Fal, everything is prepared. Let us depart, John said, emerging from the wooden house, closing the door behind him while carrying a musket on his back and a pistol at his waist. All right, let us set forth, Fal affirmed. Fal secured his long blade behind his back, fastening it firmly within the straps. As his words faded into the air, the group departed from their original position, making their way towards the mountains behind the wooden cabin, which led to the heart of the island. Fal, there are so many rabbits, exclaimed John, perched atop a tree, his eyes glistening at the sight of the plump creatures below. Rabbit meat pales in comparison to that of ferocious beasts, John retorted, exuding a sense of disappointment. Let us hasten, for the inner region is not far from here. We may miss our chance to track down those 2 formidable creatures. Fal shook his head and leapt onto a tree ahead, declaring, onward. John, feeling the weight of his weapon at his side, urged the others. And soon they were leaping from tree to tree, swiftly advancing forward. During their training over the past few months, they acquired a skill, a technique imparted to them by Luju. Time swiftly passed as the group, led by Farrell, hastened their journey, and by mid-morning, they barely reached the inner perimeter of the island, where they encountered far more ferocious beasts than those found on the outskirts. Naturally, when it comes to one-on-one confrontations, the beasts here are seldom a match for the outer region's jumping rabbit tribe, akin to pets kept in captivity by the rabbits, forced to remain within the inner confines. It has been ages since I last saw a wild boar or a large lizard. I thought this island was solely inhabited by a swarm of rabbits, John lamented. Farrell replied, the inner zone is indeed different, yet aside from the 3 formidable beasts within, the others should pose no threat to us. There should only be 2 great beasts. Let us not forget that you killed that tiger, John interjected with a chuckle. By the way, Farrell, why would that tiger venture so far from the inner region to our outer side? John questioned, puzzled. I have no idea. I was equally astonished when I encountered it. Farrell responded with a wry smile. All right, we should hasten our search. Otherwise, we may not find those 2 ferocious beasts before nightfall, John said, brandishing his firearm. The gun in his possession was the quick-blade Firebird gun he had purchased, and it was time to practice its might. The shopkeeper mentioned that the Firebird gun can only unleash its true power when paired with hockey, Farrell remarked, gazing at the firearm in his hands. Hockey. After all this time, I haven't even seen a trace of it, John complained. Well, mastering the 3 forms of hockey in this world is no easy feat, Farrell sighed. Indeed, some individuals spend their entire lives without ever mastering it, let alone those of us who have only recently traversed into this world, John conceded, feeling a sense of relief. Chapter 53. The Boar King. As the afternoon wore on, Farrell and his companions, still blindly searching for the remaining 2 beasts, ultimately found themselves empty-handed, having uncovered no clues. Farrell, it's almost nightfall. We should head back, John said wearily. The day's exhausting endeavors had thoroughly depleted John, who had initially been filled with fervor. Are we really going back just like this? Farrell said, reluctant to give up. What else can we do? John replied, exasperated. Let us search a bit longer. If we truly find no leads, then we shall return, John cautioned, keeping his firearm at the ready. All right, the others agreed. And they resumed their aimless leaps among the towering trees. Farrell, look, there's a wild boar. John unsheathed his blade and swiftly dashed towards the wild boar that was contentedly nibbling on the grass beneath it. With a decisive strike, he brought his weapon down upon it. In a mere instant, the creature fell lifeless to the ground, without even a grunt to mark its demise. Foul. Let us take this boar back. It shall serve as our meal for the evening, John declared, hefting the modest-sized wild boar onto his shoulders. Well, today hasn't been a complete loss. At least we can savor a change of flavor, Fowl replied, leaping down from the tree to join John. It has been ages since I last tasted pork, especially wild boar. Just the thought is tantalizing, John admitted, a hint of saliva escaping his lips. Fowl, John, stay alert. John, who was still perched atop a tree surveying their surroundings, suddenly exclaimed, clearly having made an important observation. What is it? The 2 men abandoned their prize and returned to the tree. There was movement over that way. John pointed in a direction. Slowly, a massive boar's head emerged, followed by the rest of its formidable body, revealing itself fully to Fowl and the others. This wild boar towered at approximately 5 meters tall, with an imposing length that was hard to ignore. Is that the Boar King? John questioned, drawing his blade once more. Most likely, Fowl replied, retrieving his long knife from behind him. Strangely, the Boar King seemed oblivious to the trio lurking in the trees. Instead, it approached the carcass of the slain wild boar, nudging it gently with its snout, emitting mournful sounds from its throat. Is that its offspring? John remarked, moved by the poignant scene unfolding before them. Forget that. I just want to eat its meat, John exclaimed, brandishing his weapon. Engage, Fowl commanded, leaping to the ground and sprinting towards the Boar King with his long knife in hand. Roar. The Boar King, upon witnessing this sudden action, let out a furious bellow. Its eyes ablaze with rage, and took a few steps back, preparing to charge. Fowl, be careful. It's about to charge, John warned, aiming his firearm at the Boar King from the treetop. With a loud bang, John's shot found its mark, striking the Boar King in the head. However, the beast merely grunted in pain and continued its furious charge towards Fowl. Goodness, Fowl exclaimed, dodging the powerful advance of the Boar King. This boar seems rather difficult to capture, John observed, also evading the charge while voicing his concern. Got it. John, still perched on the tree, realized that the Boar King could not reach him from this distance. He quickly reloaded his firearm, preparing to fire once more. The gunshot rang out, and the Boar King bore another wound, yet it seemed unaffected in its pursuit. It appears we must revise our battle strategy. Getting close to this beast is currently unfeasible. Fea observed the scene before him and inquired, "What is the plan?" John shouted from the side. However, the boar, struck by John, showed no signs of slowing down as it charged towards John and Fea. "I will draw its attention. You maneuver behind to strike its rear," Fea commanded loudly to John. Subsequently, Fea disregarded all else and charged forward with his long knife, employing both soul shock and soul absorption, momentarily halting the boar's advance. "I will slay you, you piece of pork," John exclaimed, drooling as he approached the boar's hindquarters with his weapon drawn. Roar! Fea's soul shock had little effect on the beast, instead sending it into a frenzied state, largely due to the pain in its rear. This boar was evidently more formidable than the tiger they had encountered. Fea sighed in resignation. Even his long knife, aimed at the boar's head, became lodged against its tough skull. The boar's hind legs thrashed violently, sending John flying 10 meters away, causing his weapon to fall to the ground. John. Fea felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing this. Soul shock. Fea was compelled to use the technique once more, with dark flames enveloping his long knife as he struck fiercely at the boar. The blade, now shrouded in black flames, struck the creature, inciting further agitation within it, as its legs flailed and it charged at Fea. Yet, Fea was not one to stand as a conspicuous target. He deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the impact. He swiftly swung his long knife again, inflicting a long gash along the boar's side. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, hitting the boar and causing its blood to flow profusely. At last, overwhelmed by the relentless assault, the boar collapsed to the ground. John. Fea, anxious, rushed to John's side instead of delivering a finishing blow to the boar. "I'm fine, just a moment of carelessness," John replied, retrieving his weapon from the ground. Remarkably, since their arrival in this world, their physical constitutions had greatly improved, rendering John seemingly unscathed by the boar's kick. "I'm relieved to hear you are well," Fea remarked, exhaling slightly in relief. "Fea, stay alert." John, still perched in the tree, shouted once more. "What?" Upon hearing this, Fea quickly assumed a defensive stance with his long knife, scanning the surroundings with caution. "What is that?" John, also hearing John's warning, pointed incredulously at a direction. Emerging from the underbrush was yet another massive wild boar, grunting ominously. "Another boar king?" John exclaimed in astonishment. "No, this must be the mate of the pig king." Upon witnessing this scene, Fal immediately understood why the mountain lord had retreated to the outskirts. Chapter 54. The mate of the pig king. It was evident that the two pigs before them had usurped the territory of the mountain lord, effectively forcing the fierce tiger to abandon its inner domain. Under the gaze of the pig king's mate, Fal and his companions dared not act recklessly. The pig king rose again. Watching the creature shake its head and rise, John remarked with a hint of resignation. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed, and a fresh wound appeared on the side of the pig's head, clearly the work of John, who was still perched in the tree. "It hasn't he died?" John lamented from his vantage point, observing the pig king. The pig, struck by the bullet, staggered but managed to remain on its feet. Perhaps the black powder was insufficient to pierce the pig king's exceptionally hard skull, allowing it to withstand 2 blows to the head unscathed. "We need to devise a strategy. This beast is proving difficult to handle." "John, be cautious," Fal advised John. "I understand," John replied, wielding his weapon. "All right, I will confront the pig king. You deal with the other one. Once I have subdued the pig king, I will come to assist you," Fal commanded. "Understood," John nodded. "Move," Fal shouted, charging forward. "Die," Fal exclaimed as he reached the severely injured pig king, employing his soul-shattering technique in an attempt to deliver a fatal blow. However, the pig king's formidable defenses made it far from easy to defeat. Even after being stunned by Fal's attack, the slash of his blade failed to inflict any mortal wound on the beast. With a furious roar, the pig king sensed its life force dwindling. It realized that if it did not retaliate soon, it would meet its demise that day. Soul absorption. As Fal's obsidian flame-wreathed blade struck the pig king, he did not remain idle but initiated the soul absorption technique. Yet, whether due to the pig king's powerful spirit or some unique quality of its essence, the enraged beast struggled briefly and broke free from Fal's binding grasp. Slash. Seeing this, Fal was compelled to abandon the soul absorption and drew his blade once more to strike at the pig king's massive form. This time, despite having the opportunity to evade, the pig king chose not to retreat. When struck, its entire body convulsed violently, crashing toward Fal. Fowl was knocked back, hurtling 10 meters into a nearby tree. Observing this, the Pig King charged once more, relentless in its pursuit. Bang! As the Pig King was about to collide with Fowl, another gunshot rang out, halting its advance. This was John's black powder shot. Is it him again? The Boar King gazed at John, who was loading bullets atop a grand tree, harboring a deep-seated resentment within. This human had inflicted upon it the gravest of injuries, and should it succeed in this counterattack, it would undoubtedly savor the blood and flesh of the very being before it. Meanwhile, with the Boar King momentarily thwarted, Fowler seized the opportunity. Wielding a long blade entwined with dark flames, he swung it forcefully toward the Boar King's head. Stuck again? Fowler remarked, observing that his blade had penetrated only halfway into the creature's skull. Soul Drain. Fowler was compelled to invoke the Soul Drain once more, engaging in a fierce clash of spiritual energies with the Boar King. After enduring multiple strikes from Fowler's blade, which was shrouded in dark flames, it was evident that the Boar King's vitality had significantly waned, enabling Fowler to successfully maintain a standoff with the creature's spirit. It was somewhat taxing, Fowler noted, as he witnessed the two souls grappling before him. The soul of the Pig King greatly differed from that of the mountain tiger. It was not merely that the Pig King's essence was larger. More importantly, he exhibited not the slightest hint of fear towards Fowl. This unwavering demeanor prevented Fowl from successfully extracting the Pig King's soul with his soul-siphoning technique. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed as John fired his musket, unleashing a charge of black powder that struck the Pig King forcefully, causing a slight disturbance in his soul. Seizing this opportune moment, Fowl deftly absorbed the entirety of the Pig King's essence into his own being. Thus, the prolonged stalemate was finally resolved with Fowl emerging victorious. Truly, the Pig King was formidable, Fowl reflected as he gazed inward at the vibrant red essence of the Pig King coursing within him. In this battle against the King of Swine, Fowl did not find himself astonished by the creature's strength. Rather, he was taken aback by the King's consistently crimson soul. Through his exploration of the devil fruit, Fowl understood that a red soul signifies rage, indicating that the King of Swine was engulfed in anger throughout their confrontation, which starkly contrasted with his previous encounter against the mountain tiger. Fowl, come help me. On the other side, John cried out, frantically evading the relentless assaults of the King's mate. I'm on my way. Upon hearing John's voice, Fowl ceased his contemplation and swiftly made his way towards him. However, the King's mate was significantly inferior to the king himself, both in size and defensive capabilities, as well as in emotional disposition. After John successfully landed 2 shots, both Fowl and John unleashed their strikes upon the mate. Subsequently, following a powerful soul shock from Fowl, the mate's soul transformed into a hue of green, embodying fear. Seizing the opportunity, Fowl executed the soul absorption technique, extracting the mate's essence entirely. This is truly a formidable opponent, Fowl, John remarked, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion upon witnessing the demise of the King's mate. Yet, Fowl remained silent, standing still, introspective as he observed the several souls within him. The King's soul continued to thrash violently in a desperate attempt to escape, while the mate's essence shrank into a compact green mass. Fowl chose not to intervene, knowing that it would not be long before the instinctual thoughts of these two souls dissipated, gradually transforming into orbs of energy ripe for his absorption. This is a conclusion reached by Fowl regarding the development of the devil fruits. In Fowl's current understanding, he has discovered that the souls of living beings do not govern their physical forms. Rather, it is the physical bodies that nurture the souls, with the corporeal entities exercising dominion over all. However, once the soul departs from the living being, the entity inevitably perishes. Moreover, the soul itself lacks consciousness. Upon leaving the body, these souls gradually transform into 2 universal essences accessible to all. The true locus of thought resides within the physical form of the living being. How wonderful, Fowl remarked with a light chuckle, returning to reality. What's the matter, Fowl? John inquired upon hearing his voice. Oh, nothing. I am merely taken aback by the magnitude of today's findings, Fowl replied with a smile. Chapter 55. The Kind-Hearted John and the Wolf Pack Indeed. 2 large pigs and 1 small pig. How long will it take us to consume this bounty? John exclaimed excitedly, gesticulating animatedly. All right. Now we must ponder how to transport these pigs back, John said, descending from the tree and easing his vigilance. That's true, John responded. How about this? I will drag the boar while John carries the piglet, and together we can assist in hauling the sow. Does that work? Fowl proposed. I have to carry the piglet too? John replied reluctantly upon hearing the arrangement. I'll take it, John said, noticing John's unwillingness. Forget it. I'll carry it, John said with a wry smile. Thus, the three departed the inner area, with Fal dragging the boar, John carrying the piglet, and John aiding in transporting the sow. As night fell, John observed the setting sun and remarked, "It seems we one team make it back tonight. Why don't we start a fire here and cook the piglet? It's too dark to travel, and we're hungry," John suggested. Very well. Let us make a fire here, Fal considered for a moment before agreeing. Great. Do you have a lighter? John asked, his spirits lifting. No. Who would bring such a thing? I don't smoke, Fal replied. It should be noted that the three of them were unique on the ship, a trio of non-smokers. Which is why their camaraderie was so strong. Huh, none of you brought a lighter? What should we do? John said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. No worries. I have black powder, John interjected, halting and retrieving several black spheres from his pouch. The bag was an item he had deliberately purchased in town to conveniently store a substantial quantity of black powder. John watched, somewhat dazed, as John proceeded with his actions. With a dagger, John sliced the black spheres in half, pouring the black powder onto the ground and encircling it with several pieces of wood. Fortunately, it had not rained that day. Let's see what happens, John declared as he fired his weapon at the ground. In an instant, the black powder ignited, setting the wood ablaze with a roaring flame. John had initially intended to employ the special alcohol from his firearm, but deemed it too extravagant, thus resorting to this intricate process instead. Well done, John, John exclaimed, observing the towering flames. Subsequently, Farrell, John, and John all commenced their respective tasks. Farrell returned with a considerable amount of wood, placing it into the heart of the roaring fire to intensify the flames. John and Farrell then constructed a stand, positioning it high above the blazing inferno. Meanwhile, John meticulously skinned the little pig, gradually removing its hide and placing the prepared carcass on the stand crafted by Farrell and John. Perfect, John remarked, admiring the support structure for the pig. Let's get it roasted. I'm starving, Farrell urged John, who was turning the stand with renewed vigor. Before long, the pig was glistening golden brown. While nearby wild beasts cautiously peered at them, deterred by the imposing presence of Farrell and the others. The group, however, paid no heed to the lurking creatures and began to feast on the roasted pig. Though it lacks flavor, I must admit, it's quite well cooked, Farrell said, gnawing on a pig's leg. Indeed, without any seasoning, how could it possibly have tasted? John concurred, savoring the meat. Come now, in this desolate wilderness, where would we find seasoning? John sighed, shaking his head. All right, enough chatter. Let's eat, Farrell exclaimed, tearing into the pig's leg. Look, there are a few little wolves eyeing us, John remarked, tossing some pig meat towards the wolves. Don't give them too much, Farrell cautioned. Of course, I know better, John replied, throwing another piece of meat. The wolves, initially watching the group consume the meat, cautiously approached the discarded morsel. One wolf swiftly darted forward, snatching the meat from the ground, prompting the rest to converge and tear into it. This pack of wolves. Upon witnessing the scene, John chuckled, then deftly sliced off a piece of pork and tossed it towards the wild wolves. The creatures, upon receiving the meat, felt a reduction in their trepidation, cautiously advancing to consume the morsels scattered on the ground. However, once the wolves finished their meal, they made no move to depart. Instead, one by one, they raised their heads to gaze at Farrell and the others. Still not leaving? John challenged, attempting to intimidate the wolves before him. Yet, the wolves merely retreated a few steps, only to regroup and advance even more menacingly, baring their teeth as they approached. What? Do you still wish for more? John exclaimed in bewilderment, under the impression that the wolves were still hungry. John, Farrell interjected, rising and grasping his long knife with authority. John also stood, brandishing his Firebird gun. Yet, despite the unfolding scene, John's mind began to grasp the gravity of their predicament. He remained puzzled as to why his act of goodwill had resulted in such trouble. With haunting howls, the wolves, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light, encircled Farrell and his companions, closing in on them. What shall we do, Farrell? John expressed his discomfort. Fear not, we shall take down any that approach, Farrell reassured him, patting John on the shoulder as he remained vigilant. I'll handle it. John positioned himself in front of Farrell and John, pressing the button on his Firebird gun to release the alcohol. Bang! With a thunderous report, the alcohol ignited, sending forth a torrent of flames toward the encroaching pack. The scorched wolves, tails between their legs, fled in haste, leaving behind a few who remained watchfully fixated on Farrell and John. Die! In a fit of rage, John charged at the remaining wolves, wielding his weapon with fervor. Under John's swift strikes, none of the lingering wolves escaped, each falling victim to his blade. It is not your fault, John. Perhaps they merely perceived us as prey, John, having expended the flames from his gun, and Farrell, who had sheathed his knife, approached to console John. Chapter 56. Roasted pork. Thank you, John acknowledged, grateful for their support. Let us eat the pork swiftly. It is vital that we fill our bellies, Farrell encouraged, giving John's shoulder a reassuring pat before returning to the roasting meat. The group, understanding one another without words, quietly savored their respective portions of roasted pork. Farrell, shall we sleep here tonight? John broke the silence after a considerable time. Indeed, let us rest here. One of us will take turns keeping watch while the others sleep. Farrell contemplated before responding. Very well, I shall take the first watch. When the time comes, I will awaken you, John replied. Agreed, then I shall rest, Farrell said. Settling down, Farrell chuckled and lay on the ground, declaring, I shall sleep now. After listening to the exchange, John remarked nearby, as both of them drifted into slumber. Only John remained, quietly gazing at the flickering fire. Time slipped away, unmeasured by any timer, leaving John oblivious to its passage. He sat there, absorbed in the flames, with no intention of rousing Farrell or John to take their turn at watch. All right, let me take over. You should sleep, Farrell said, awakening and grasping his long knife. I'm not inclined to sleep, Farrell, John replied, seated before the fire. How can you forego sleep? Aren't you tired? Farrell yawned and approached him. Not particularly, John said, drawing forth the blade of Huition and polishing it in the firelight. Speak your mind. Have you not come to terms with it yet? Farrell inquired as he settled beside John. I have found some clarity, yet there remains one point I do not comprehend, John said, furrowing his brow. What point is that? Farrell yawned again. Farrell, it seems that my kindness only incites greater audacity in others. John gazed into Farrell's eyes. No, it is merely that your kindness is misplaced. You cannot extend it to a pack of ravenous wolves, Farrell responded, somewhat exasperated. I grasp your meaning, yet you fail to understand mine. John continued to polish Huition. What do you mean? Farrell reclined on the ground again. I mean, in this world, is my kindness truly unwelcome? John asked. Of course not. It is simply directed at the wrong recipients, Farrell chuckled, patting John's shoulder. I see. John ceased his polishing and sheathed Huition. Do not dwell on it further, brother, Farrell advised. Indeed, I shall retire to sleep. I have been weary for some time. John stood and stretched. Go on, sleep well, Farrell replied with a smile. Soon, John lay down and succumbed to dreams, while Farrell sat cross-legged, diligently honing his devil fruit powers, all the while alert to the sounds around them. Before long, awakened John switched places with Farrell for the night watch, and the hours swiftly passed as the three took turns. Let us hasten home, John called out early in the morning. All right, I understand, Farrell responded, still groggy as he rose. The group resumed their journey homeward, dragging their respective catches. Though many beasts lurked along the path, John ensured that none escaped his blade, preferring to err on the side of caution. Time hurried along, and by the rapid pace of their steps, they soon approached midday. At last, we are nearing home. I am famished, John exclaimed. John and John jointly dragged the boar, while Fowl single-handedly towed its smaller mate, a task that had been redistributed due to previous misallocation of labor. All right, we're almost home, Fowl remarked wearily, glancing at the quaint wooden cabin in the distance. Upon reaching the doorstep of the cabin, the group proceeded to divide their catch into several portions until every piece was secured within the confines of the dwelling. What a bountiful harvest this time! The cabin can scarcely accommodate it all, John exclaimed from his resting place on the bed. Hurry, I'm starving. You two should get to roasting the meat, Fowl said, exhausted as he lay back on the bed. The one who exerted the greatest effort this time was undoubtedly Fowl. Whether in the battle against the King of Pigs or while dragging the spoils back home, his contribution was remarkable. All right, I shall prepare some roasted meat for you, John stated as he secured the drawing tool back to his waist. Subsequently, he rose and picked up a piece of the King of Pigs meat, which had been divided into several portions, and together with John, they hurried towards the kitchen. Here, Farrell gently drifts into slumber. Yet within him linger two souls yet to be fully assimilated. During last night's repose, he managed to digest less than a third. When Farrell finally opens his eyes once more, he is greeted by the tantalizing aroma of roasted pork. This time, it was roasted pork once again, however. The distinction lay in the fact that it was the meat of the Pig King, complemented by an array of seasonings. The enticing aroma of the meat roused Fal from his slumber. "It smells wonderful." John, are you done yet?" Fal exclaimed as he rose, having alleviated a significant portion of his fatigue during his rest. "Almost there, just a moment longer," came John's voice from the kitchen. "Wow, that looks delightful," Fal exclaimed, unable to contain his anticipation as he rushed into the kitchen. "I must have a taste. I'm famished." With his mouth watering, Fal seized a knife and sliced off a small piece of the roasted meat. "It's not fully cooked yet," John cautioned, observing Fal's impatience. "That's all right. Just let me have a bite. Otherwise, I might starve right here," Fal declared, placing the hot meat in his mouth. Fine. Go ahead and eat," John relented, unable to bear the sight any longer. "Look at you," John chimed in with a laugh, having remained silent for some time. "This is delicious." "The meat of the Pig King is truly tender," Fal exclaimed, chewing heartily. "Once you're done, hurry outside. We still have more meat to roast," John reminded him. The space within the wooden cabin had become rather cramped after the forcible inclusion of the Pig King and his mate, leaving little room for Fal. "All right. You both carry on," Fal acknowledged, recognizing that his presence hindered John and John's efforts. He retreated to his own bed, remaining in a daze for quite some time. "I've only absorbed half," he reflected inwardly, yet he could already feel his body invigorated. "I should venture outside. The stench of blood within this cabin is unbearable," Fal declared, having stood silently for a while. Despite attempts to cleanse the space with water from the nearby well, the odor remained pungent due to the abundance of pork. Chapter 57. The arrival of Ruggiero. Once outside the wooden cabin, Fal found a spacious, fresh-air spot and seated himself cross-legged. In this moment of leisure, he resolved to continue developing his devil fruit abilities. "I'll finish absorbing the souls of the Pig King and his mate before progressing any further," he mused, observing the black essence within him gradually consuming the other two souls. Yet, unable to remain idle, he picked up a long knife from the ground and began to practice with it, eagerly awaiting news from John and John. "Fal, it's ready." After a short while, a voice echoed from within the cabin, fulfilling Fal's expectations. "Finally, it's done." Upon hearing the announcement, Fal swiftly halted his knife play and rushed back into the cabin, greeted by the familiar and inviting aroma. Upon entering the wooden cabin, the tantalizing aroma prompted Fal to rush into the kitchen without restraint. Ignoring the protests of John and John, he seized a large portion of the roasted meat and indulged himself, clearly famished. "Look at you," John remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. "Who could it be?" Fal inquired, glancing at John while savoring the meat. "It must be Ruggiero," John replied, and hurriedly approached the entrance to open the door. "Ah, Ruggiero, what a surprise to see you," John exclaimed, his face lighting up upon seeing her. "What? Do you have a problem with my arrival?" Ruggiero retorted, hands on her hips. With a twitch of her delicate nose, she dashed inside. "You all are hiding delicious food from me," she cried, lunging toward the roasted meat. As she voraciously devoured the meat, Fal and the others were left in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting their own intentions. Meanwhile, Ruggiero continued to relish the meal with unabashed delight. "Hey, where did this exquisite roast come from?" she queried, mouth full. "It's the meat of the Pig King," John finally spoke, coming to terms with the spectacle before him. Ruggiero, now resembling a carefree gourmand, paid little heed to anything beyond her feast. "What? The Pig King's meat? No wonder the cabin is filled with it. You all killed the Pig King," she exclaimed, astonished by John's revelation. "What brings you here today?" John finally asked, sitting beside her. "Ugh, don't even get me started." "I'm so furious," Ruggiero responded. "What happened? Tell me," John urged, curiosity piqued. Beside them, Fal and John were quietly attentive, their ears perked up to catch every word. "I can't divulge that. It's a secret," Ruggiero hesitated before replying. John shot her a skeptical glance, and the group then returned to their meal, focused on their own portions of roast. "I'm full," Ruggiero sighed, rubbing her belly and reclining on John's bed. Familiar with her demeanor, John and the others chose not to comment. "Hey, Ruggiero, have you resolved your issues?" John asked, observing her sprawled form. "Oh, spare me. The more I think about it, the angrier I become," Ruggiero said, sitting up. "Share with me what the matter is." John expressed his curiosity, stating, "I want to tell you. Knowing too much isn't good for you." Ruggiero flicked her golden hair and replied, "So, do you have any free time these days?" John suddenly inquired. "What is the matter?" Ruggiero asked, sensing something amiss. "Oh, it's nothing," John said, his face reddening as he felt he had misspoken. You all continue chatting. I'll take a nap first. Meanwhile, Fal, acting as a third wheel, chimed in. By the way, how did you hunt that pig king? What made you idle enough to go pig hunting? Lugio said playfully. We wanted to eat pork, Fal replied, wrapping himself in a blanket on the bed. Really? Is that the only reason you went to kill such a cute pig? Lugio said, somewhat surprised. I'm going out to practice my shooting, John interjected, unable to join the conversation. Go on, John said, playfully patting John on the backside. Right, wanting to eat pork is a perfectly normal reason to hunt pigs. Fal responded to Lugio. Well, thank you for your hospitality today, Lugio said, bouncing with joy. After a considerable time, Lugio continued to chatter away with John, much to his annoyance as he tried to sleep. I'll go practice my swordsmanship, Fal announced as he got up from the bed, realizing he needed a different method to absorb the pig king's soul instead of merely sleeping. Wow, Fal, you've grown to my height, Lugio exclaimed, surprised to see Fal standing at her level. Oh, really? I hadn't noticed I had grown so quickly, Fal replied, looking at Lugio. No way, Fal. You've grown taller again. It hasn't been that long, John remarked as he stood up to compare their heights. It's not just Fal who has grown. You must have grown too, Lugio observed carefully. That's good, John agreed. It's quite peculiar, considering I'm already in my 20s and still growing. It's absurd, John scratched his head. What is wrong with that? There's a certain man next door who is in his 40s and has grown over a meter, Lugio pondered. No way, that's exaggerated, John exclaimed in shock. Yes, some people are just born that way, growing late, Lugio said, pursing her lips. What a ridiculous world, Fal shook his head in response. But indeed, the world of One Piece is quite absurd, where one can gain superpowers simply by consuming a devil fruit. And the laws of science seem to bend when it comes to height. There are giants in this world. What does your height matter? Hearing Fal's words, Lugio curled her lips and remarked, All right, I shall go practice with my sword now. You two can chat. Fal picked up his long knife and said, Who wants to converse with him? I'm leaving too. Lugio placed her hands on her hips. Humph, I had no intention of engaging in conversation with you. John scoffed upon hearing this. Then let us all depart, Fal said, shaking his head, though inwardly he longed for solitude to enjoy a peaceful slumber. He was currently weary from the clash of two souls within him. Subsequently, Fal and the others exited to an open area, each attending to their own pursuits. John, not far away, was shooting at something in the trees. For some reason, Fal felt an increasing depletion of energy within him. Standing still, he intended to practice his swordplay while conversing with the soul within him. There, he observed the two souls clashing incessantly. One belonged to Fal, and the other was a fusion of the Pig King and its mate. However, the Pig King's soul, devoid of cognitive ability, merely flitted about in a primitive manner, allowing Fal's soul to absorb it continuously. It was shrinking rapidly. Fal contemplated the diminishing form of the Pig King's essence within him. Once, it had retained half of its mass, but now it was on the verge of complete absorption. Very well, I shall not interfere further. Let it be absorbed, Fal declared, withdrawing his introspection. He then began to wield his long knife vigorously, though for some inexplicable reason, each swing drained him further. It was time to practice. Yet his body grew increasingly feeble, forcing him to cease his relentless motions. I'm so tired, Fal murmured, leaning on the knife to support his wavering body. Meanwhile, the black soul within him, which had been steadily absorbing the Pig King's essence, ceased its consumption, yet its size continued to grow. Fal, what is wrong with you? John, who had been bickering with Lugio, noticed Fal's unusual state and rushed over. I don't know, perhaps I'm just too exhausted, Fal replied, propping himself up with the long knife. What is the matter with you? Lugio hurried over, her concern evident. Help me back. I need to lie down. I'm so fatigued, Fal said, extending his hand onto John's shoulder. Surely you're not ill? Lugio asked, noticing Fal's condition as she rushed to support him. I don't know. I only wish to sleep now. Let me rest for a while, Fal murmured, closing his eyes and leaning against John. We're not even at the bed yet, John exclaimed, supporting Fal's weight. However, Fal had already succumbed to slumber, his eyes shut tight. Is he unwell? Lugio wondered, supporting Fal. Let us get him back to bed. John, who was supporting Fal's body, soon managed to place him back onto his bed with the assistance of Lugio. What now? What has happened to him? Lugio inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. I don't know. I'll first seek out John, John replied, indecisively. Typically, when Captain Fowl was absent, it was First Mate John who would provide counsel. Thus it could be said that he was the true second-in-command aboard the vessel. Meanwhile, Second Mate John and the late Third Mate Bob were merely assistants, each possessing only rudimentary skills. Before long, at John's call, John, who had been shooting from a tree, was summoned to Fowl's side. "What has happened to him?" John asked, furrowing his brow as he placed his hand on Fowl's forehead. "He doesn't have a fever," John remarked, withdrawing his hand from Fowl's brow. "Fever?" Lucio, bewildered and unfamiliar with the term, echoed. "It means heat toxicity," John explained from the side. "Well then, should I fetch the village chief to examine him?" Lucio suggested upon grasping the meaning of fever. "John, Fowl had been saying he felt very tired and wanted to sleep before he dozed off," John stated, disregarding Lucio's comment. In such unusual circumstances, the more one knew, the greater the likelihood of making a correct judgment. "Let him sleep for a while," John replied after considering John's words. "Hey, did you all hear what I said? Shouldn't we call the village chief?" Lucio puffed her cheeks in frustration as no one paid her any mind. "There's no need. We can wait until evening to check on him," John stated. "He should be fine, right?" Lucio mused, gently touching her little head. "He should be," John concurred. When Fowl finally opened his eyes again, night had fallen, and he awakened under the soft glow of the moonlight. "How delightful," Fowl exclaimed, stretching his limbs. "You're finally awake?" John remarked, polishing his firearm. Since acquiring this splendid firearm, John had taken great care of it, even more so than his previous gun. "What?" Fowl responded, momentarily bewildered by the sound. This was not due to a lack of hearing, but rather because those two brief words resonated in his ears, magnified infinitely, revealing an abundance of implications. "Amnesia?" John said. Worry etched on his face as he reached for Fowl's forehead. "What's wrong?" Fowl, a hint of panic in his voice, stood up abruptly. In his mind, he could even hear the sound of ants scuttling around him. "Is something wrong?" John asked, his concern palpable as he gazed at Fowl. "Wait, John, I'm fine. Just let me take a moment," Fowl said, raising his hands to halt John's advance. "All right." John could only stand still, quietly observing Fowl, to prevent any further complications. As time passed, Fowl, who had remained motionless for an extended period, gradually began to recover. His mind had undergone a significant transformation, becoming remarkably clearer. Sitting on the bed, Fowl spoke. "Are you all right?" John inquired with genuine concern. "I am fine," Fowl replied, shaking his head. "Please leave. I need to rest a bit longer." He lay back down on the bed. "Are you truly certain there's no issue?" John asked, furrowing his brow. "There's no problem. You may go," Fowl gestured dismissively. "Very well." John complied with Fowl's request. Once John exited, Fowl lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, gradually acclimating to the changes within his body. The dark soul within had completely absorbed the essence of the Pig King. As Fowl introspected on the soul that had expanded exponentially within him, he wondered, how is it that my perception has altered so drastically upon awakening? Withdrawing from his introspection, Fowl quietly attuned himself to his surroundings. Could it be the observation hockey? A sudden realization struck him, leaving him astonished. Chapter 59, The Test. Could it be that the immense soul within me has bestowed upon me the ability of observation hockey? Fowl pondered after observing for an extended period. This serves as the most reasonable explanation for his acquisition of the observation hockey. Under Fowl's reasoning, he has come to understand that it was due to a profound transformation of his soul that he effortlessly attained the observation hockey. How intriguing. Lost in thought, Fowl nearly laughed aloud, marveling at such fortuitous occurrences. Unable to restrain his amusement, he chuckled. Subsequently, he meticulously employed the observation hockey to sense everything around him, potentially one of his most formidable skills for the future. His sensory perception had significantly sharpened. Could this truly be the observation hockey among the three hockey types in this world? Fowl pondered while utilizing his newfound ability. Outside, what is wrong with Fowl? Has he awakened? John inquired as he approached John. At that moment, John was diligently practicing his swordsmanship in that location, while Luju had already returned home due to the late hour. "He has awakened, but I'm not sure why he inexplicably sent me away," John replied, somewhat perplexed. "Sent you away?" John asked, puzzled, and then moved to the door, intending to knock and inquire about Fowl's condition. "No need," Fowl interjected, seemingly anticipating John's action as he opened the door ahead of him. "Fowl." John hesitated, gazing at him, clearly unaware of the changes Fowl had undergone. He wished to inquire further. "It seems I have awakened the observation hockey," Fowl candidly confessed. "What?" Both men exclaimed in shock upon hearing Fowler's statement. Observation hockey? Is it the same as the one I know? John stood frozen, staring at Fowler. Indeed, what other observation hockey could there be? Fowler retorted with a hint of irritation. No way. Fowler, how did you awaken the observation hockey? This is too surreal. John stepped forward, astonished. I don't know. Perhaps it's due to the peculiar nature of my devil fruit. Fowler shrugged. Moreover, I'm not entirely certain if it's truly the observation hockey. Further verification is needed, he added. Presently, he was merely experiencing a significant enhancement in his senses, leaving him uncertain if it was indeed the hockey or merely an illusion. What is the observation hockey like? John asked, unsure how to articulate it. Right now, I can distinctly perceive all movements around me. My senses have greatly improved. But that's about it, Fowler reflected. So, how do we verify whether you truly possess the observation hockey? John queried. I'm not sure. But I recall from the One Piece novel that those who possess the observation hockey can sense their surroundings even with their eyes closed. Should I give it a try? Fowler suggested half-jokingly. A novel? Are you referring to that story-like thing? John and John were not particularly well acquainted with the concept of a novel. Due to the peculiarities of foreign cultures, such literary works were not widely prevalent, resulting in a significant portion of the populace having never read one. Indeed. This might be somewhat perplexing for you, but just follow my instructions, said Fowler. Well, I hope you've truly awakened your observation hockey. John prayed with his hands clasped together. I certainly hope so, Fowler replied. Let me fetch a blindfold for you, John suggested. No need. Simply wield the blade towards me, Fowler said, closing his eyes. Remarkably, even with his eyes shut, he could still faintly sense John and John nearby, reinforcing his conviction in the awakening of his observation hockey. Isn't that rather perilous? John remarked, surprised by Fowler's words. Use the back of the blade, John suggested. Excellent idea, John responded, drawing the blade without hesitation. I'm coming, Fowler, he announced as he swung the back of the blade towards Fowler. Go ahead, Fowler encouraged, eyes still closed. John carefully wielded the weapon, cautious not to harm Fowler. Faster, Fowler urged after John's initial swing missed its mark. Be careful, Fowler, John replied, finally revealing his true strength as he increased his speed with the blade. To his astonishment, Fowler consistently evaded John's strikes just before they connected. Impressive, John thought, astonished. Unleash your full power, John. I can sense your shadow becoming clearer, Fowler remarked, tapping into his observation hockey. Shadow? John pondered, albeit his strikes remained relentless. However, even as John quickened his pace, Fowler continued to evade his attacks with remarkable precision. It truly is observation hockey, Fowler declared as he swiftly moved out of John's striking range. Is it really so simple to awaken? John mused, halting his attempts. I'm uncertain, but I believe the awakening of observation hockey is closely tied to my devil fruit abilities, Fowler explained. Congratulations, Fowler, John said, stepping forward. Indeed, Fowler. The gap between us is widening, John remarked with a smirk. That's why you need to accelerate your training, Fowler chuckled. Tomorrow we'll double our efforts, John declared, patting John on the shoulder. Double? No way, John retorted, brushing John's hand away. Ha ha. Upon witnessing the scene, both John and Fowler couldn't help but smile with delight. Following the successful demonstration of the observation hockey, the group had prepared a sumptuous feast to celebrate Fowler's newfound abilities. Ahaha, here comes the pork soup, Jonathan exclaimed, approaching the table where Fowler and John awaited, a peculiar grin on his face, as he presented the steaming dish. Let us enjoy it while it's hot, he added as he took a seat. This pork soup is exceptionally delicious, Fowler remarked, scooping a spoonful to savor the flavor. Quickly drink up, or it will cool down, John chimed in, serving himself a bowl of the savory broth. Indeed, do hurry, there's plenty more in the pot if needed, Jonathan replied with a smile. In Jonathan's eyes, bringing joy to his companions filled his heart with happiness. All right, let's drink, Fowler declared, downing a bowl in one go. Chapter 60. The knowledge of the 3 types of hockey. As the festivities unfolded, the group heartily consumed the pork soup, leaving no trace behind. The only lament was the absence of fine wine to accompany their meal. I'm full, Fowler said, resting his hand on his belly as he reclined on the bed. Time to sleep. I'm feeling drowsy, he added, wrapping himself snugly in the covers. Oh dear, this fellow is quite lazy, Jonathan remarked to John as they tidied up the remnants of their feast. Soon enough, dawn broke, and the morning sun bathed their faces in warmth, just as it had on countless occasions before. This feels wonderful, Fowler said, stretching and reveling in his excellent condition. Ignoring the slumbering Jonathan and John, he stepped outside, his long blade in hand. What a bright sun we have today, Fal mused, squinting up at the dazzling sunlight. However, guided by the village elder, Fal understood that they were currently in autumn, and with the passing months, winter's chill would soon arrive. Yet, he was well prepared, having acquired clothing suitable for both winter and summer. The captain's attire he once wore was now stored away, rendered unfit due to his growth. Presently, he donned a black short-sleeved shirt paired with black trousers, adorned with white cloth strips designed for carrying equipment. "Let us practice my observation hockey," Fal said, drawing his long blade from the wrappings at his back. He then closed his eyes, focusing on the surrounding environment, effortlessly slicing down the flies and mosquitoes that buzzed around him. This newly awakened observation hockey seemed far from rudimentary. It felt as though he had leaped directly from the basics to an advanced level, allowing him to wield it with remarkable proficiency. Never mind. No need to dwell on it, he thought, shaking his head. Bouncy rabbits? Today shall be the day I practice my swordsmanship on you. Under the perceptive gaze of Fal, who was endowed with the power of observation hockey, he discovered several jumping rabbits fixating their attention upon him. As soon as they were noticed by Fal, the rabbits emitted a series of frantic squeaks and hastily attempted to flee the scene. Trying to escape? It won't be that easy, Fal remarked with a smirk as he pursued them. One of the rabbits, while in flight, glanced back and, upon seeing Fal merely a few meters away, was so startled that it fainted and collapsed to the ground. Once the rulers of Bartaylor Island, these creatures had been mercilessly hunted since Fal and his companions had set foot on the island, as if they had encountered their natural enemies. Consequently, the remaining jumping rabbits had come to recognize these men responsible for the massacre of their kin, leading to one of them fainting in terror without any direct confrontation. "Is this really all you can muster?" Fal remarked disdainfully as he observed the unconscious rabbit before swiftly cleaving it in two with a flash of his blade. The remaining rabbits, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, scattered in sheer panic. "Not one shall escape," Fal chuckled at the unfolding scene. "It is essential to understand that this world is one governed by the principle of survival of the fittest." Prior to their arrival on this island, countless weaker creatures had suffered at the hands of the jumping rabbits. As Fal continued his pursuit, his long knife danced through the air, dispatching rabbit after rabbit, all the while reveling in the practice of his craft rather than utilizing his devil fruit abilities for an easier kill. After several minutes, he shook his head in disappointment, remarking, "Too weak," before departing from the site, leaving behind a grim tableau of rabbit carcasses. He had initially slaughtered them for their delectable meat, but at this moment, he lacked the inclination to return with any. Upon returning to his wooden cabin, Fal assumed that John and John were still lounging in bed and entered without hesitation. "Oh, Luju, what brings you here?" he inquired, noticing Luju seated upon his bed. "Humph, look at you all, and then look at Fal. You resemble a bunch of lazy pigs." Luju scolded John and John without responding to Fal. "Ha ha," Fal chuckled, finally grasping the situation. Luju had simply come to visit, only to find the others sprawled in bed like sloths. "Quick, get dressed. It's quite embarrassing," Luju said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she turned away. "How dare you barge in here and then criticize us?" John retorted as he hastily donned his clothes. John seized the opportunity while Luju had her back turned to dress himself, grabbing a few snacks before making his exit, utterly mortified by the scene. "Luju, have you eaten?" Fal asked. "I already had. Have they finished getting dressed?" Luju replied. "They're ready. You can turn around now." John heard a voice exclaim, "Humph, how shameless." Luju turned around and retorted, "Isn't it you who barged into our room?" With an expression of exasperation, John replied, "All right, are you hungry? Let's eat quickly and then head out for training." Fal addressed John, saying, "I'll just have a little something." John picked up a few pieces of jerky from the table. These jerky strips were crafted long ago, primarily to prevent the meat from spoiling. "All right," said Fal as he picked up a few pieces and stuffed them into his mouth. "Luju, shall we take a stroll?" he inquired, chewing on the jerky. His purpose for returning was to check if John and John had risen. And now that Luju had awakened them for him, he found no inconvenience in the matter. "What is the matter?" Luju responded, walking alongside Fal. "Do you know about observation hockey?" After a moment of contemplation, Fal decided to ask Luju. "Observation hockey? Of course, I do," Luju replied, somewhat astonished. "Could you enlighten me on it?" Fal asked. Certainly, Luju smiled, though internally she assumed Fal wished to awaken his observation hockey. As they conversed at length, Luju not only explained observation hockey, but also touched upon armament hockey and conqueror's hockey. "Luju, You possess an impressive wealth of knowledge, Fal remarked with a smile. Naturally, Lucio responded, pausing slightly. Thank you, Lucio, Fal expressed. You're welcome. So, do you wish to awaken Haki? Lucio inquired. I have already awakened it, Fal replied with a wry smile. What? Lucio stood there, momentarily stunned. Have you awakened observation Haki? Lucio asked in astonishment. It is known that awakening the 3 types of Haki is no simple feat. It requires not only 99% effort, but also that elusive 1% of talent, which stymies most who aspire to awaken them. Yes, Fal replied with a smile. Impressive, Lucio said, encouraged by Fal's affirmation. How did you manage to awaken it? She probed further. I'm not sure. It just happened all of a sudden, Fal smiled. Very well, Lucio said, noticing Fal's reluctance to elaborate further. Are we having lunch at my place today? Fal asked as he walked ahead of Lucio. Sounds good. It seems there's free pork to enjoy again. Lucio exclaimed joyfully. If you like it, eat your fill, Fal said, smiling at Lucio. Of course, she replied, wrinkling her delicate nose. Now that I've learned what I wanted to know, there is nothing else. Thank you once again, Fal stretched his body. Humph, you are quite fortunate. Ordinary people rarely have the potential to awaken Haki. Lucio crossed her arms. Oh, it seems I am indeed quite fortunate, Fal responded. Fal remarked. Suddenly, Lucio seemed to sense something, glanced at Fal, and said, All right, I won't keep you any longer. I'm heading to the market to buy some things. I will come back to find you later. Lucio, with her arms crossed, walked past Fal, taking the lead. Then off you go, Fal smiled at Lucio. However, once she departed, the smile on Fal's face abruptly vanished. This woman appears to be anything but ordinary. I wonder why I had not noticed it before. Fal pondered. Utilizing his observation Haki, which still failed to unveil Lucio's true nature. Just moments prior, when he had employed his Haki to closely observe her, she had detected it and concocted an excuse to leave. Fal stood still, gazing at the spot where Lucio had vanished, remaining motionless for quite some time. Sigh. I suppose I should leave as well, Fal sighed. In a spacious area near the wooden cabin, John, why are you up in the tree again? John remarked, exasperated. As he looked up at John, I'm practicing my shooting, John replied, aiming his firearm. What have you even shot? You've been at it for ages without a hint of prey, John waved dismissively. Of course, you wouldn't see it. John retorted as he reloaded his gun with black powder after firing. In the direction he was aiming, a distressed jumping rabbit lamented, squeak, squeak, squeak. The heavens have forsaken our kind. It was an inexplicable phenomenon. Occasionally, several jumping rabbits would perish without reason, leading the survivors to attribute their misfortune to the whims of fate. Meanwhile, the true culprit, John, remained oblivious. Ever since he had crossed into this world, he had embraced nature's law without qualm. You too, why aren't you training? Fal approached and inquired. No way, I'm clearly training. John interjected amidst his banter with John. And you, John? What are you doing up in the tree? Fal asked. I'm shooting. John raised his firearm in response. Enhancing your physical skills is equally important, Fal acknowledged. I know, John replied from his perch. All right, Joan, I'll train with you now, Fal said, turning toward Joan. Let us do it, Joan shrugged. Have you completed today's target? Fal asked. No, I've only managed 2,000 push-ups, Joan replied, sounding somewhat disillusioned. Thus, Fal began training alongside Joan, and eventually, John also joined in. By the time noon arrived, the trio, exhausted, returned to the wooden cabin. Honestly, I can't fathom why we set such a grueling training target to torment ourselves. John lay helplessly on the bed, expressing his hunger. I'll prepare a meal. Fal responded casually. Upon hearing this, John acknowledged that he was not merely Fal's assistant, but had also taken on the role of a cook, eager to contribute more to both Fal and John. Let me assist you, John chimed in. Sure, we still have plenty of pork. John picked up a piece of pork and said, Prepare more of the pork. Lucio will be joining us later. What? Lucio is coming? What for? John exclaimed. To have dinner, Fal replied, scratching his ear. All right then, John's voice echoed from the kitchen. Together with John, who was assisting him, John began to prepare the ingredients for a pork soup. Knock, knock, knock. I'm here to join for dinner. A series of knocks soon interrupted them. Lucio had arrived. Hearing the commotion, Fal stood up to open the door. You've changed your outfit again, but it certainly looks lovely, Fal remarked, gazing at Lucio, who was adorned in a little yellow dress. Of course, just look at who I am, Lucio said, striking a pose, clearly pleased with the compliment. Is that Lucio? The pork soup will be ready shortly, came John's voice from the kitchen. Hurry up. I'm starving, Lucio declared as she took a seat. All right, came another voice from the kitchen. Before long, John emerged again, a peculiar grin on his face, as he set the pork soup on the table. Could you not smile so unpleasantly? Lucio remarked, covering her ears. Oh, is it really that bad? John said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Let us eat. Foul. Disregarding the banter, immediately served himself a bowl of pork soup. I truly wish this could last forever, Lucio commented from the side. What is wrong, Lucio? Why do you say that? John inquired. Oh, don't ask too much. Just eat, Lucio replied, pursing her lips, respecting her wish not to delve further. John began to eat, and soon, the group finished the soup he had made. For many days that followed, life continued in this delightful manner, each day passing joyfully. Fowl diligently worked on enhancing his strength to return to his homeland, while John engaged in rigorous training. Lucio would occasionally visit the cabin to spend time with Fowl and the others. To prevent spoilage, all the remaining pork was turned into dried meat, consumed gradually day by day. Thus, 10 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Finally, the day arrived when a nightmare awakened them all. Fowl, we've run out of pork, John announced. What? Fowl responded, stunned by John's words. The days of comfort had lingered for so long that he nearly forgot that the meat of the king pig would eventually run out. Is it all gone? Fayer inquired. Indeed, not a morsel remains, John replied, standing firm. Then let us casually catch a rabbit to eat, Fayer suggested. Very well, I shall go and catch one, John declared as he dashed out with his weapon in hand. The others soon returned to their previous routine of consuming rabbit meat. Pork is far more delectable. This rabbit meat is too tough, John remarked, chewing on the rabbit. Fair, isn't there's still a black bear left in the interior? John continued, savoring his meal. I know what you mean. Let us go hunting for the black bear tomorrow and find ourselves something to do, Fayer responded, heartily eating. As promised, the following morning, Fayer and the others donned their gear once more and ventured into the interior, leaving Lucio to enjoy a solitary feast. There is not a trace of the black bear, John observed, scanning the trees with his weapon. Isn't that it? John pointed to a black bear lounging on a rock, basking in the sun. Oh, how fortuitous. I thought I wouldn't encounter a black bear today, John remarked, gazing at the sunbathing creature. I'll go and catch it. Tonight, we shall feast on black bear meat. Fayer waved his hand. Leave it to me, Fayer, John interjected. Stopping him. You? Alone? Fayer questioned, surprised by John's assertion. It should be manageable. You too. Remember to assist me, John replied, charging forward with his weapon. Having spent considerable time in this world, John, aside from Fayer's extraordinary combat prowess, wished to prove himself through battle. Come on, black bear, John shouted as he sprinted toward the sunbathing creature. The bear, startled by the challenge, sprang to its feet. Having resided in the interior for so long, it had never encountered a creature bold enough to provoke it, save for the other two dominant beings. Though it found it curious that those two had not appeared for quite some time. With a swift motion, John approached the bear, wielding his weapon to strike at its body. However, the black bear, having claimed dominion over the area for so long, was no ordinary foe. Its impenetrable hide and formidable claws rendered it a fearsome opponent. With a mighty roar, the black bear unleashed its powerful claws, realizing the impending strike. John had no choice but to halt his attack and shift to a defensive stance. Bang! At that moment, the sharp report of a gun echoed through the air, striking the leg of the black bear, a masterstroke by John. Meanwhile, Fowl remained undeterred, leisurely approaching the epicenter of the battlefield, ready to rescue John at a moment's notice. However, to the black bear, this seemed like a blatant provocation, igniting its fury. It let out a thunderous roar, rearing up to confront the diminutive human before it. The black bear's formidable physique was a sight to behold, robust and well-furred, with a face resembling that of a dog, a large head, and an elongated snout. Its eyes and ears were relatively small, while its powerful molars were impressively developed, with strong limbs and 5 sharp claws on each paw. Its short tail appeared to enhance its menacing demeanor. John, facing such a fearsome creature, swallowed hard, muttering something under his breath. The black bear, no longer inclined to engage in idle conversation, brought its massive paws crashing down, attempting to crush John between them. Sensing the imminent danger, John sprang into action, narrowly evading the bear's lethal swipe. Can John truly handle this? Fowl, observing the struggle from behind, expressed his concerns. Meanwhile, John was relentless, firing shot after shot, puncturing the bear's hide and causing blood to flow freely. This only served to enrage the bear further, increasing its ferocity and forcing John to dance around, evading attacks without the opportunity to strike back. Flowing slash. John, having narrowly avoided another assault, decided to counterattack, shouting his technique as he aimed his weapon at the bear. Yet, the flowing slash was merely a feeble display, a means to bolster his own courage. With a mighty swing, the bear struck John, sending him soaring several meters through the air, yet it too suffered, as John's weapon found its mark, causing blood to spurt from its eye. "John!" Fowl exclaimed. Worry etched across his face as he rushed to intervene before the bear could continue its assault. The bear, now seething with rage, let out a deafening roar, perceiving the human's tactics as utterly despicable, fighting in turns. Undeterred, Fowl confronted the bear, unleashing his soul shock to incapacitate the beast. Remarkably, the black bear could not withstand the force and succumbed, collapsing to the ground. So weak? Fowl pondered, his weapon wavering in uncertainty. He had intended to behead the creature, but recalled John's desire to vanquish the foe through his own strength, and thus he withheld the fatal blow. "John, are you all right?" John inquired, helping the fallen John to his feet. "Cough, cough, I'm fine. I can still battle it out for 300 rounds. John coughed twice and chuckled. "Then I shall leave it to you." Fowl approached John and said, You didn't kill it?" John inquired, gazing at the fallen black bear on the ground with confusion. "Of course not. It is your prey," Fowl replied, sitting on the ground with his long knife resting beside him. "Fair enough. Let me rest for a moment before I engage in a fierce battle with it," John remarked with an awkward laugh. "As long as you enjoy yourself," Fowl turned his head to say. After a while, the black bear, having been stunned into unconsciousness, shook its head and slowly regained awareness, looking bewildered at the group before it. "This black bear appears somewhat endearing. I cannot fathom why I feel this way." John stood up, holding his weapon. "Go for it, John," Fowl encouraged, pulling out some jerky from his pocket as he munched on it. To Fowl, the black bear posed little threat, having been easily incapacitated by his peculiar attack, signifying that Fowl could slay it at any moment. "Here I go. John, cheer me on," John shouted as he charged towards the black bear, yelling at the top of his lungs. "Roar!" The bear, witnessing the spectacle, also let out a mighty roar in an attempt to assert its dominance. Chapter 63. The defeated John. To John's surprise, the black bear did not rush forward to duel him. Instead, it turned and fled in fear, tail tucked between its legs. "Trying to escape?" John yelled as he dashed after it. Yet, the black bear paid no heed to John's pursuit, clearly intimidated by Fowl's strange assault. Observing this dramatic scene on the battlefield, Fowl shook his head at the sight of the massive bear being chased by the comparatively smaller John. Fowl quickly leaped up, using a nearby tree to position himself directly in front of the bear, blocking its path. "Roar!" The bear, seeing Fowl descend from above, roared in fright, displaying its trepidation. Fowl, noticing the bear's hesitance to advance, drew his long knife and pointed it at the creature, declaring, "Return now, or I shall strike you down." "Hey, Fowl, that is my prey. Please do not intervene," John called out from behind the bear. The bear, feeling trapped with a wolf in front and a tiger behind, let out a resigned roar. It was aware that it had once been a dominant force in this forest, yet it now found itself in such a lamentable predicament. The bear let out a roar to the sky, expressing its inner turmoil, before turning to charge at John, evidently having made its choice. "John, be careful," Fowl shouted. John, upon seeing the bear charge, quickly sidestepped to a corner, watching the bear intently. The eyes of man and beast locked in a tense standoff, one filled with eagerness, the other with indignation. "Come on." John stood firm, charging towards the black bear. Just a short time ago, he was an ordinary man. Now, he had evolved into a figure audacious enough to confront a bear head-on. The black bear roared in response, and the clash of man and beast ignited sparks in the air. The bear sustained a deep gash along its flank, while John was sent sprawling several meters away. "You underestimated me," John declared, rising from the ground to address the bear. Meanwhile, John and Farrell refrained from intervening. This was their duel, where the victor would claim glory and the vanquished would face disgrace. Thus began the fierce confrontation, a battle of brute force, with John repeatedly knocked to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, yet refusing to surrender. The bear, too, was in dire straits, its body marred by numerous deep wounds, drenched in crimson. "He cannot defeat it," Farrell remarked, observing from beneath the tree where John stood. "Clearly, but let us refrain from hasty judgments," John replied, aiming his firearm at the battlefield. May John emerge victorious. Farrell mused, stroking his chin. The struggle between John and the black bear was reaching its climax. Both combatants were utterly exhausted, staring each other down. Flowing slash. John shouted as he launched himself forward once more, unable to hold on any longer. The black bear, however, was not idle. One paw met John's weapon while the other sent him crashing to the ground. John called out, eyeing John's still form with concern. Has he lost consciousness? Farrell approached John's side, checking for a pulse. Yet, the black bear was undeterred by the circumstances. With remaining strength, it charged towards Farrell, intent on finishing John off. Unbeknownst to the bear, the gap between its strength and John's was vast, yet Farrell and John's involvement had afforded John the chance to battle the beast. Shatter the soul, absorb, Farrell uttered as the bear lunged at him. In an instant, the black bear collapsed, and Farrell effortlessly extracted its spirit from within. Leave the body intact for transport, Farrell smiled at the motionless bear on the ground. All right, time to head home, John declared, leaping down from the tree upon seeing the fallen creature. You carry him. I'll drag the bear, Farrell instructed. Very well, John replied. In the deep of night, having arrived at the wooden cabin, Farrell and John laid John upon the bed. Should I fetch the village chief? Will John be all right? John expressed his worries as he gazed at John's unconscious form. Just bandage him up. When he awakens, providing him with food should suffice, Farrell reassured, knowing that in this world, sustenance served as the finest remedy for healing. All right then. John furrowed his brow as he gazed at John lying on the bed. During the duel between John and the black bear, John had not pondered the situation deeply. However, once the confrontation concluded, he found himself at a loss, staring at John, who was covered in injuries. Are you hungry? Have some food, said Fal, who was chewing on jerky while offering a piece to John. Their stock of jerky was quite ample, as they had previously dried out excess meat to prevent spoilage. Have a bite. John accepted the jerky from Fal's hand and placed it in his mouth, then began searching for bandages. I think I'll sleep now. Digesting the bear's soul is rather exhausting, Fal yawned. You go ahead and rest. By the way, is it all right to leave that black bear outside the door? John inquired of Fal. Due to the late hour, they had not processed the bear into meat chunks, but had left the entire carcass outside. Who would steal such a large bear? Fal remarked as he settled into bed. All right then, sleep well, John replied. When Fal next opened his eyes, dawn had arrived. He had not woken naturally, but was instead roused by a persistent knock on the door from Lugio. Where were you all yesterday? What is going on with the black bear outside? Lugio entered when no one responded for a while. It's a long story, Fal said, still wrapped in his blanket, having not yet dressed. What brings you here, Lugio? John asked, blinking sleepily. What? Can I not come if there's nothing going on? Lugio exclaimed, hands on her hips. Come clean. Did you go to fight the tyrant yesterday? She abruptly changed the subject. Something like that, Fal replied resignedly. What do you mean, something like that? How could you have such an exciting adventure without me? Lugio shouted angrily at Fal's response. And what is up with this guy? She pointed at John, who was bandaged up. He fell, John said, his lips twitching. They couldn't very well admit that they had allowed John to duel the bear. A fact that would surely infuriate Lugio, who was closest to John. Chapter 64. The Awakening of John. What? How could this guy be so foolish? Look at him in this state, Lugio said in disbelief. Indeed, he is quite dim-witted, John replied with a bitter smile. Humph, today I am in a good mood. So I want to hold it against you, Lugio declared, placing her hands on her hips as she approached John. He is pretty badly hurt, she observed, gazing down at the unconscious John. Can you do anything for him? Fal asked helplessly. Of course I can, Lugio said, retrieving a jar of powder from her small backpack. What is this? Fal looked at the jar of powder in Lugio's hand and remarked, This is a special elixir crafted by me. Lugio opened the jar and poured out a small amount of powder, stating, It can allow the injured to swiftly regain their vitality. She then poured the powder into John's mouth, saying, Is it really that potent? John, standing nearby, expressed his disbelief. Of course, and you all aren't even feeding him food. Even if he wasn't killed by the fall, you'd surely have him perish from your foolishness, Lugio said, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. Ahem, Lugio, could you possibly spare us a jar of that powder? Fal interjected with a cough. Fine. Seeing your pitiful state, I shall grant you a jar, Lugio replied, tossing the jar to Fal. Be careful, she warned. Fal hastily caught the jar that Lugio had thrown, inadvertently exposing his well-built body, clad only in his undergarments, to Lugio's gaze. Fal, why aren't you dressed? Lu Jio exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Who told you to barge in without warning? There was no time for us to get dressed, Fal retorted, placing the powder jar aside and wrapping himself in a blanket. Humph, it seems this is still my fault, Lu Jio said, raising her hands in surrender. It is indeed your fault, Fal replied nonchalantly, unaffected by Lu Jio's earlier gaze upon him. Of course, Fal was wearing underpants, not completely undressed, which is why he paid no mind to Lu Jio's scrutiny. TCH, I'll step out for a moment. You two hurry and get dressed, Lu Jio said, rolling her eyes. All right, both of them agreed. Once they were appropriately attired, they called Lu Jio back in. What about the black bear? We can't leave it out in the sun for too long. Even though its rate of decomposition is lower than that of other animals, Lu Jio stated as she entered. It hasn't been exposed for long. Look, the sun has only just risen, Fal replied, lifting his long knife. Regardless, you should deal with it quickly, Lu Jio urged. By the way, when you take that powder, you don't need to use much, just a little will suffice, or it will be too nourishing, Lu Jio added after a moment of thought. Got it, Fal replied, chewing on some jerky as he walked towards the bear's carcass with his long knife in hand. Before long, noon arrived, and Fal had already cut the black bear meat into chunks and transferred it to the wooden cabin, where he was preparing lunch. In the kitchen, due to John's unconscious state following his injury, it was Lu Jio and John who were cooking. Meanwhile, Fal was cleaning his knife, while keeping an eye on the still unconscious John. It's ready, Lu Jio shouted from the kitchen. Lunch is served. Hearing her call, Fal set down his knife. Soon, the three gathered around the table, which was set with various utensils and bowls, and they warmly enjoyed their respective meals. This fellow still hasn't he awakened? John glanced sideways at the unconscious John and remarked, I'll go feed him. Fal stopped stuffing his mouth with food and said, then picked up a bowl filled with broth and approached the unconscious John. Hurry and eat. Get better soon. Fal poured the broth into John's mouth. John's lips trembled slightly after being fed, and he showed some signs of response. John. Seeing John's slight movement, Fal patted him and quickened his pace in feeding him the broth. After several more spoonfuls, John's reactions intensified. Could it be? This broth? Fal exclaimed with surprise. John, quickly, bring over a few more bowls of broth. Fal turned to John and instructed. Broth? John replied, puzzled, but did not slow his actions. Soon, he returned with 2 bowls of freshly served broth. Is John waking up? Lu Jio also approached to check the situation. However, Fal ignored Lu Jio and took the broth from John's hands, bringing it to John's lips to feed him again. John's reactions grew even more pronounced as he was fed, his entire body trembling as if he would awaken at any moment. Seeing this effectiveness, Fal increased his pace, not daring to slacken. Cough, cough. Finally, after several bowls, John awoke with a few coughs. Awake? John looked at John with delight. It's good that you're awake, Fal said with a smile. Fal, where am I? Awake, John asked. At home. Fal placed his hand on John's shoulder. At home. John widened his eyes and looked at Fal. Then why was it so hot? John, with wide eyes, questioned Fal in confusion. So hot. Fal, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he realized he had emptied the broth, replied. I see. No wonder he woke up. Fal's inner thoughts became clear. The broth he had fed was not some miraculous elixir, but rather a bowl of scalding hot water that had forcibly awakened the sleeping John. Cough, cough. It's good that you're awake, John, holding the empty bowl, said awkwardly, as he too had played a part in this. Ha. Meanwhile, Lu Jio was doubled over in laughter. Lu Jio, what are you doing here? John remarked upon seeing this. Why? Is it strange for me to be here? Why does everyone ask me why I'm here? Lu Jio, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly stopped upon hearing this. It is quite strange, John's weak voice replied. Ha. John and Fal exchanged a glance, and this time they burst into laughter. Subsequently, the awakened John indulged in a considerable amount of food once more. Though this time it was not the scalding meat soup, but rather dried jerky. After satiating his hunger, John reclined back on the bed and drifted into slumber, restoring his strength. Meanwhile, Lu Jio returned home, while Fal and John busied themselves with their respective pursuits. Chapter 65, Time and Farewell Before Long. Under the imperceptible passage of time, several months slipped by. In the clear sky, newsbirds flocked together, delivering newspapers while chirping melodiously. The winter had silently departed, giving way to the rejuvenating spring. By this time, Fal, John had been residing in this world for nearly a year. John, having recovered from his injuries, had grown significantly stronger, while John continued his rigorous training, gradually enhancing his abilities. However, it was Fal who had undergone the most remarkable transformation, not only in stature but also in his overall demeanor. Upon discovering that the devil fruit was the soul fruit, Fal's progress in its development accelerated rapidly. "Fal, I'm beginning to tire of this place," remarked the tall and robust John, grasping his longsword. Due to his continuous growth, John had reached an impressive height of 2.14 meters, while John had also grown to 2.15 meters. "Then let us depart," Fal replied, looking down at John while holding his long sword, which had ceased to grow alongside him, now measuring at 2.4 meters. "When shall we leave?" John inquired, cradling his firearm beside him. "Tomorrow," Fal replied coolly. "I wonder if Lugio would be willing to set sail with us," mused John, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Her? Forget it," Fal chuckled, shaking his head. "Today, she is likely out with that boyfriend of hers." "Oh, that boyfriend of hers is quite the enigma. I have yet to lay eyes on him," John sighed. "He might be someone of great significance. Even if you did meet him, it would likely bring you more harm than good," Fal pondered. "Well, true enough. But I can't stop thinking about that western sword of his. I must find an opportunity to acquire it." John drooled with anticipation. With his rapidly increasing strength, the sword at his waist was becoming increasingly inadequate. "If you possess the strength, then by all means, steal it," Fal said with a light chuckle. Under Fal's enhanced abilities, he found Lugio's depths ever more unfathomable, let alone her boyfriend. "Humph, then I shall give it a try," John declared. John hummed thoughtfully. "Fal, are we really leaving here tomorrow?" John inquired beside him. "If you wish, then tomorrow it shall be," Fal replied, glancing at both of them. "All right, then tomorrow it is," they decided after a brief contemplation. "I'll go inform Lugio and check on that foreign knife," John said, salivating. "Let us go together and see Lugio," Fal suggested. "Sure, let's go together," John nodded in agreement. Soon, the group, engaged in conversation, made their preparations and set off toward Lugio's abode. "Fal, we don't have much Bailey left," John remarked. "Rob," Fal replied, contemplating seriously. "Rob whom?" John responded, momentarily taken aback. "Rob those who are wealthy yet malevolent." Fal stroked his chin. "All right," John nodded. Meanwhile, John was completely oblivious to their discussion, muttering to himself, "I really want to see what Lugio's boyfriend looks like." "All right, we're almost there." Fal clapped John on the shoulder and pointed toward Lugio's house. "Okay," John shrugged. Upon reaching Lugio's doorstep, John knocked gently on the door. Hearing the knock, Lugio swiftly opened it and looked at John, Fal, and John, saying, "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me for the next few days?" "Lugio, we are leaving," Fal stepped forward to announce. "Leaving? Where are you going?" Lugio responded, still processing the information. "We're departing from here. It's ultimately too small." Fal explained. Having spent considerable time there, the group had gradually altered their initial perceptions. "Huh." Lugio stood frozen in surprise, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, John seized the opportunity to peek into Lugio's room, glancing around curiously. "Damn, this guy is always like this," sighed the man concealed in the shadows, feeling helpless. Having resided on the island for nearly half a year, Fal and his companions were no strangers to him, yet, due to the man's unique identity, they had never encountered him face to face. Subsequently, John stealthily squeezed into Lugio's room during Fal and Lugio's conversation, seemingly searching for something. "Found it," John exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the sight of a foreign knife resting beside the coat rack. Fal, engaged in dialogue with Lugio, entered the room and took a seat, eager to converse with her. "Fal, when do you plan to leave?" Lugio asked, her gaze complex as she studied the man before her. "Tomorrow, I suppose," Fal replied with a gentle smile. "Will you return?" Lugio looked deeply into Fal's eyes. "Yes," he assured her. Fal gently held Lugio's hand and spoke to her. "Very well." Lugio smiled softly, then turned away and retched slightly. "What is the matter?" Fal asked, gazing at Lugio, who had unexpectedly vomited. "I am fine. Just feeling a bit unwell," Lugio replied, caressing her abdomen. "All right then," Fal said, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar light as he looked at her belly. "Ahem, Fal. Let us depart. We have much to prepare." At that moment, John approached from behind Fal and cleared his throat. "All right, I shall not impede you any longer," Fal said, standing up to address Lugio. Okay," Lugio responded, though a hint of unusual light flickered in her eyes, revealing her unspoken thoughts. If she could, she too would wish to leave this island that had confined her for so long, but her identity held her back. Subsequently, Farrell and the others bid farewell to Lu Jiao and exited her room, gradually fading from her sight. Lu Jiao, that fellow has taken my knife again. A man emerged from beneath the bed, speaking with resentment once Farrell and the others departed. Roger, Lu Jiao approached, cradling her stomach as she caressed the man's cheek. What is wrong? Seeing her concern, Roger wrapped his arms around Lu Jiao's delicate form. I am fine, Lu Jiao assured him, embracing Roger tightly as they shared a kiss. Inside Farrell's wooden cabin, John, you truly managed to steal this Western sword, Farrell remarked, exasperated, as he watched John brandish the weapon. What do you think? Am I impressive? John boasted, waving the sharp sword. You need to return that sword at once, Farrell said, rubbing his forehead. All right, I understand. I'll just play with it for a couple of days, then return it tomorrow. Is that acceptable? John replied, his face a mask of dismay. Fine, Farrell conceded, choosing not to press further. Soon, Farrell and John began to pack their belongings, leaving John alone, still brandishing the Western sword. Farrell, we have only a few thousand berries left. Is that enough for us to leave? John inquired, opening his suitcase. Did we spend it so quickly? It should suffice. Farrell responded, glancing at the berries in the suitcase. By the way, Farrell, once we leave here, where shall we go? John asked, closing the suitcase filled with berries. Where do you wish to go? Or rather, where do you think would be appropriate? Farrell questioned, fixing his gaze upon John's eyes. John, meeting Farrell's gaze, halted his actions and sat deep in thought. I do not know, he finally uttered after a long pause. Then let us venture to the most prosperous place in this world, Farrell suggested casually. Farrell, how about we join the Navy? John suddenly proposed. The Navy? What purpose would that serve? Upon hearing John's words, Farrell was momentarily taken aback. The mention of the Navy swiftly conjured images of the formidable naval force he had initially encountered, the very one that had mercilessly slain 2 of his innocent crew members. It's because I can learn the 6 styles of the Navy, John replied. The 6 styles of the Navy? However, joining the Navy comes with substantial constraints, making it somewhat unsuitable for us, Farrell responded with a hint of reluctance. Very well then, John conceded, recognizing that further argument would be futile. Though he harbored deep-seated anger over the events of the past, he currently lacked the power to effect any change. Where shall we go next? John inquired after a brief silence. 2. Farrell hesitated, visibly troubled, with a singular desire to escape the island. He and his companions had never established a clear destination, leading to their present predicament. Never mind, let us just join the Navy, Farrell declared, slapping his thigh after a prolonged moment of contemplation. Despite his numerous reservations regarding the Navy, he acknowledged that there were no better options available in their current situation. Agreed, John replied, a smile playing on his lips. With their objective now defined, Farrell and his companions busied themselves, gathering essential items while leaving behind what was unnecessary. Although they chose to depart from this place, it would always remain their home in this world. As they prepared, time slipped away, and before long, they had everything packed. Is this all we're taking? Are we leaving everything else behind? John asked, surveying the neatly arranged belongings before him. Before him lay 3 bulging backpacks, filled with their clothing and various odds and ends. Let it all stay here, Farrell replied. Farrell, won't the things we leave behind be stolen? John interjected, leaning closer. Who would dare steal? Farrell retorted, his sharp gaze fixed on John. Having resided in this village for over half a year, many had come to recognize the strength of the 3 individuals residing in a wooden cabin atop a small hill, thus deterring any would-be troublemakers. Indeed, who would dare? Just watch. I'll chop them down if they try. John brandished his cutlass with a grin. All right, let us have something to eat. We shall depart by tomorrow, Farrell said as he settled into a chair and picked up some jerky. The following day, under the gentle rays of the morning sun, the 3 of them coincidentally awakened simultaneously. After hastily dressing and washing up, they quickly gathered their belongings. Each bore a bulging backpack and clutched their respective weapons. Let us go return the cutlass to Luigi, Farrell suggested, glancing at the others. Very well, they replied in unison. John, feeling utterly drained under the gaze of others, spoke weakly. After firmly locking the door of the wooden cabin, Farrell and his companions cast a final glance at the cabin and its surroundings before departing. Not far from Lu Jiao's home, Farrell quickly arrived at her doorstep and knocked on the door. Lu Jiao, open up. It's John, he called out. As the door swung open, Lu Jiao, clutching her abdomen, looked at John and the others, seemingly unfazed by their arrival. Have you eaten, Lu Jiao? John asked, somewhat faltering in his speech as he regarded her. Of course I have, But you didn't come to discuss that, did you? Lugio's gaze drifted to the Western-style knife in John's hand. Cough, cough. Right, John replied, feeling slightly embarrassed at being seen through. He then silently offered the knife to Lugio, eliciting a light laugh from her. John and Fal, standing nearby, feigned ignorance, turning their heads away. I've actually been waiting for you for quite some time, John, Lugio said with a gentle smile as she pushed the knife back towards him. What do you mean? John asked, somewhat confused. The owner of this knife has already left, Lugio said, her smile unwavering. What? He left? Then where am I supposed to put this knife? John exclaimed, feeling at a loss. This knife is named Ace. Its owner hopes you will treat it well and not lose it, Lugio said, still holding her abdomen. Really? John's excitement surged as he grasped the implication of Lugio's words. He then drew the knife, or rather, Ace, and began to wave it about in a display of his exhilaration. Lugio, Fal interjected, stepping forward. What is it, Fal? Lugio inquired, turning her attention to him. What would happen if John didn't return Ace? Fal asked, using his soul fruit to sense the faint soul within Lugio's belly. Then I would take Ace back. Lugio replied, biting her lip in hesitation. All right, I understand, Fal nodded in response. Seriously? I'm glad I came then, John remarked, surprised by their conversation. Fal, we will meet again, right? Lugio said, still clutching her abdomen. Absolutely. When we meet again, it will be your time for freedom, Fal said. Looking into Lugio's eyes. Clearly, during their time together, Fal had discerned something significant. I trust you, Lugio said earnestly, locking eyes with Fal and smiling warmly. Fal gazed at Lugio, who smiled warmly at him, and nodded. In that moment, her smile radiated beauty, surpassing all worldly treasures. Chapter 67. Joining the Navy. Upon reaching the coast at noon, Fal and his companions settled upon a large rock, surrounded by merchants awaiting the arrival of trade ships. Fal, where shall we go to enlist in the Navy? John inquired, his backpack slung over his shoulder and 2 blades sheathed at his waist. Though Bartolira lacked a naval base, an adjacent island housed a naval outpost. Let us board a merchant ship first, Fal suggested, pointing towards the vessel. After purchasing several tickets, they successfully embarked, stowing their belongings in their quarters before making their way to the deck with John. It feels familiar. It has been some time since we last sailed, John remarked, gazing out at the endless sea. Indeed, Fal replied, leaning against the ship's railing. Beside them, John unsheathed his twin swords, waving them about erratically while exclaiming something incoherent. I am now a dual-wielding swordsman, Fal and John declared, brandishing his blades. Are we truly going to become Navy personnel? How long will we serve? John posed, seemingly unfazed by John's antics. I am uncertain, but it appears there are no better choices than joining the Navy, Fal mused, shaking his head. I would argue that becoming pirates would be preferable. Seizing resources sounds enticing, does it not? John interjected, finally drawing attention to himself. Pirates? Fal pondered seriously upon hearing this. It is not entirely out of the question, yet being a pirate places one in a precarious position. Indeed, being relentlessly pursued by the Navy does not align with our style, John concurred. But what advantages does joining the Navy offer? John questioned, having sheathed his swords. Let us first master the 6 forms of the Navy, John suggested, pursing his lips. But is acquiring the 6 forms so easy? John countered. Enough. Let us take it one step at a time, Fal interjected, urging them to cease their argument. However, since we have arrived in this world, we cannot overlook the opportunity to learn the Navy's 6 forms, Fal asserted. Very well, shall we enlist directly? Should we demonstrate our prowess to see if we might gain certain privileges? John pondered, stroking the hilt of his sword. Let us refrain from that. We have yet to discern the Navy's true nature, and revealing our strength too soon would be unwise, John cautioned, shaking his head. Yet, I must say, John, I never anticipated you would acquire Ace, he observed, glancing at the sword in John's grasp. Indeed, I too was surprised that Lugio's boyfriend gifted Ace to me, John replied. John drew out Ace, saliva dripping from his lips. Beside him, Fal merely cast a fleeting glance before shifting his gaze towards the vast expanse of the sea. He held no fondness for this blade. In a matter of mere hours, they arrived at their intended destination, the location of the naval base. Once Fal and his companions had organized their backpacks and descended to the shore, he remarked, "This place is indeed quite different. This island is quite distinct from the previous Bartolira Island. As the vessels dock and one ventures further inward, a bustling town emerges. Upon entering the vibrant town, Before Fowl and his companions could explore the local wares, they arrived at the location of the naval branch. True to its reputation, the height of the naval base was unlike any other, towering at 50 meters, John remarked. Let us proceed inside, Fowl suggested with a nod. Stop. Just as Fowl intended to advance further, two naval officers stationed at the entrance intercepted them. No entry for unauthorized personnel. One officer brandished his firearm in front of Fowl. And what is the process for joining the Navy? Fowl inquired, gazing up at the officer who was significantly taller than him. Are the three of you here to enlist? The officer queried. Indeed, John replied, a smile gracing his face as he stepped forward. Well, you were fortunate to arrive during the spring recruitment season, typically. There are no enlistments at this time. The officer maintained a serious demeanor. Come, follow me. I will guide you to the recruitment entrance. Another officer, smiling, approached from behind. Thank you. The trio expressed their gratitude and proceeded alongside the officers. Are you three from out of town? The guiding officer asked as they walked. Yes. We have been staying on the nearby Batalira Island. John candidly responded from the front. Batalira Island? That place is not particularly affluent, the officer reflected, recalling his memories. Indeed. John pondered before answering. What motivates you three to enlist? After a brief silence, the officer shifted the conversation. Nothing particular. We simply wish to join the Navy for sustenance. John considered before replying. Oh, that sounds quite commendable. Serving in the Navy is indeed a worthy choice. The officer expressed mild surprise. He had escorted many to the recruitment center before and often inquired about their motivations for enlisting. Most others sought to capture or eliminate pirates. Ordinary individuals rarely pursued such a perilous profession. Well, here we are. I wish you good fortune. The officer smiled as he escorted Fowl and his companions to their destination before departing. How perplexing, John remarked as he watched the officer leave. Let us proceed. It appears those in line ahead are also here to enlist, Fowl pointed towards the queue. Clearly, they were not the only ones seeking to join the Navy. As many diverse individuals gathered at this location. After clarifying the situation with those in line, Fowl and his companions dutifully fell into formation, hoping to expedite their enlistment. Here you go. This is your identification number. The Naval Recruitment Center did not impose any difficulties on him, handing a wooden plaque to Fowler. Subsequently, under the Navy's instructions, Fowler understood that the official day of enlistment was still 10 days away, during which they were required to remain in the dormitory. At this moment, they were not yet true sailors. They must first pass a test before they could genuinely call themselves members of the Navy. All right, let's go. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Fowler gazed at the number 801 inscribed on his plaque, while John bore the number 802 and John 803. Following the indications on the plaque, Fowler made his way to their dormitory. Fowler, is this really our dormitory? Upon their arrival, John remarked with a grim expression. The room before them was permeated with a laying of sweat and body odor, featuring numerous bunk beds, clearly accommodating 12 individuals. Let us go in, Fowler said, pinching his nose in resignation. Once they had settled their beds and stowed their belongings, they quickly exited the room. Chapter 68. Punishment and new roommates. Let us head to the cafeteria. I'm starving, John said, two knives sheathed at his waist. Fowler and John nodded in agreement. Ensuring their weapons remained close at hand, despite the regulations prohibiting such items within the naval base. After finishing their meal, the group intended to explore the vicinity to familiarize themselves with the layout of the naval base. However, the base was vast, containing not only dedicated barracks and a cafeteria for new recruits, but also various training facilities and playgrounds. This naval base is truly enormous. It seems to occupy a fifth of the island, John commented beside him. Indeed, Fowler replied, nodding in agreement. We should head back to the dormitory. Didn't the recruiter specifically instruct us not to wander aimlessly? John interjected from the side, as the various trainees along the way cast their diverse gazes upon them. John felt an uncomfortable sensation wash over him. All right, let us return to the dormitory, Fowler remarked. Halt. Just as Fowler finished speaking, an unfamiliar voice resonated from behind him. Who are you? What brings you here to wander aimlessly? The voice belonged to a naval officer, who scrutinized Fowler and his companions with a stern demeanor. Sir, we are the new recruits who just enlisted this year. John stepped forward and replied. I can see that, but do you not realize that even as new recruits, you are not permitted to roam here? The officer retorted loudly. Each year, there are always a few unruly recruits who cause disturbances, which had led to the officer's unfriendly attitude towards them. My apologies, sir. We shall leave immediately, John interjected, positioning himself in front of Fal and John. Stop. Did I give you permission to leave? The officer extended his hand to block their path. Rules are rules. Even as new recruits, you must not violate them, or you shall face the appropriate consequences. He admonished Fal and his companions. Moreover, why are you carrying weapons? This is strictly prohibited, the officer warned. John was taken aback by the officer's words. I wonder what those supervising organizations are doing, allowing you to roam about here. The officer expressed his frustration. Enough. You will now assume a horse stance over there for 2 hours. This is the punishment you deserve. He pointed in a direction. Remember, do not even think about slacking off. I will keep a close watch on you, the officer added. He had never considered that Fal and his companions might defy the order. If they indeed did, the consequences would ultimately fall upon them. What should we do, Fal? John nudged Fal gently. Let us go. After all, this is our fault. Fal responded with resignation. Subsequently, Fal and his companions made their way to the designated spot indicated by the officer, obediently enduring 2 hours in the horse stance before they could depart. Thank goodness it was only 2 hours. If it had been several more, I might not have managed. John wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. Stop pretending. Even a 10-hour horse stance would hardly challenge you. John chimed in from the side. 10 hours? I'm not sure. I've never tried, John pondered, scratching his head. We have arrived at the dormitory, Fal announced as he opened the door. A familiar scent wafted towards them, though this time it seemed significantly lighter, perhaps due to the new roommate having tidied up a bit. Let us go inside, Fal said, pinching his nose. It's truly unpleasant. John pinched his nose, ceasing to inhale as he stepped into the dormitory. John, not lingering behind, soon followed him inside and obediently laid down. Hey, are you all here to enlist as well? A dull voice broke the silence of the dormitory shortly thereafter. Of course, the other roommates responded in unison after the voice echoed. The dormitory room is not only small but also overcrowded, which causes any dull sound to evoke numerous responses. Hey, where are you from? Inquired a burly man lying on the lower bunk next to Fal. From Bartalera Island, Fal replied, initially reluctant to engage with the voice. After a brief silence, he decided it would be unwise to leave a poor impression of unapproachability. Are you here to enlist as well? The man asked, his spirits lifting upon hearing Fal's response. Indeed, Fal answered. The conditions here seem rather unpleasant, the man remarked, observing Fal's taciturn demeanor. Certainly, it is rife with unpleasant odors, chimed in John, who was on the upper bunk. You're absolutely right. The man responded warmly upon noticing John's head peeking down. This stench was already present before we arrived. It clearly lingers from the previous cohort of sailors. Others in the vicinity echoed his sentiment. This odor is undeniably pungent, the burly man added. We'll just have to endure it. It's the only option we have, or else we wouldn't even have a place to stay, someone else commented. Gradually, through their interactions, Fal and his companions became more acquainted with one another, eventually learning that the burly man's name was Hao Zhuang. In addition to Fal, John, and the newly introduced Hao Zhuang, there were 8 other individuals in the room, each distinct in their own right. Hao Zhuang, your name truly suits your physique, John remarked as he stood beside Hao Zhuang, comparing their builds. Ah, don't mention it. This is all due to the hours spent farming back home, Hao Zhuang replied with a hint of pride. And you are no slouch either, quite formidable, and considerably taller, he added, patting John's shoulder. Clearing his throat, John puffed out his chest a bit and coughed lightly, acknowledging the compliment. Shall we dine together shortly? Mealtime is approaching, Hao Zhuang suggested, giving John a friendly pat on the shoulder, clearly demonstrating a burgeoning camaraderie. Sure, John replied casually. Is that your weapon? Hao Zhuang asked, directing his gaze to the 2 blades strapped at John's waist. Yes, John confirmed. They look impressive. I have a feeling these weapons are rather extraordinary, Hao Zhuang remarked, reaching out to touch John's knife. Ahem, these blades are merely ordinary weapons meant to maintain appearances. John deftly dodged Hao Zhuang's intrusive hand, positioning himself away. All right, Hao Zhuang said, sensing John's reluctance to allow him near the weapons, his disappointment evident. This interaction drew the attention of their other roommates, who began to look curiously at John's weapons. Isn't your weapon rather impressive as well? Upon witnessing the situation, John deftly shifted the topic. But this is merely an ordinary machete, Hao Zhuang remarked while picking up the cracked blade. Yet it suits your temperament perfectly, John replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Well, I specifically brought this knife with me before leaving. In these chaotic times, who doesn't carry a weapon for self-defense? Hao Zhuang commented, caressing the machete. Isn't it about time for a meal? Fal inquired, evidently feeling a touch of hunger. It seems so, John responded after glancing at the clock. The Navy cafeteria only serves complimentary meals during 3 designated times, from 6 to 8 in the morning, 12 to 14 at noon, and 18 to 20 in the evening. Given Fal's immense appetite, he would undoubtedly keep a vigilant eye on the clock, which explained his precise timing. "Let us go eat together," Hao Zhuang proclaimed with a grand gesture. "All right, let us head out," John smiled broadly. "Onward," both John and John declared as they dismounted their beds. "Are you all still armed?" Hao Zhuang asked in surprise upon exiting the dormitory. "Of course. What if someone tries to bully us?" John replied. "But isn't carrying weapons prohibited on the naval base?" Hao Zhuang questioned, still processing the situation. "That prohibition is directed towards the weak. Just look at those slightly higher-ranking officers. None of them are without their weapons," John remarked nonchalantly. "But we are new recruits," Hao Zhuang attempted to counter. "Oh, it's fine. Let us just go eat," John chuckled, stepping ahead of Hao Zhuang. It would be impossible for them to leave their weapons behind in the dormitory. For instance, John's ace was simply inseparable from him. Initially, Lu Jiu did not disclose the rank of this blade. However, her particular admonition prior to their departure made John regard this weapon with considerable importance. When Fal and his companions arrived at the cafeteria, they found themselves surrounded by individuals clad in various naval uniforms, which rendered them quite conspicuous, as they had yet to be assigned their own attire. Nevertheless, it was evident that the patrons were well aware that this period marked the naval recruitment days. Thus they paid little attention to Fal and his group. "The food here is not particularly appetizing," John remarked as he approached with a large bowl of rice and meat soup. "But it is filling," Fal retorted, already seated at the table, enjoying his meal. Meanwhile, Hao Zhuang and John partook of the sticky rice and dishes beside him. "Very well," John replied, somewhat discontented, and proceeded to devour his meal with the fervor of one who had endured days of hunger. After Fal and his companions finished their repast, they departed the cafeteria, engaging in conversation on their way back to the dormitory. "The regulations here are evidently not very stringent," Fal reflected. Despite the numerous rules and prohibitions established within the naval base, the scant adherence to them suggested a lack of discipline. For instance, while the Navy had explicitly prohibited the carrying of weapons within the base, Fal observed many individuals openly wielding sidearms or carrying muskets on their backs. This is also one of the reasons why the few individuals from Fal are armed yet remain unbothered, as the number of those who disregard the rules is simply too great to manage. It is indeed said that the naval base here is among the weakest in the South China Sea. Hao Zhuang remarked quietly. "Is that so?" Fal pondered upon hearing this. "So it seems we have indeed strayed from our intended path?" John interjected from the side. "Not at all. Even if this naval base is rather feeble, it is still a branch of the Navy," laughed Hao Zhuang. However, Hao Zhuang remained oblivious to the true meaning of John's suggestion of being lost, which was beyond his comprehension. "Very well, let it be," Fal waved his hand dismissively. Soon after, the group walked a short distance and arrived at their dormitory, where each lay upon their respective beds, some idly engaging in exercise. Before long, 10 days swiftly passed, during which Fal and his companions spent their time primarily eating and sleeping, allowing them to thoroughly unwind. All new recruits assemble. On that particular morning, a resonant voice echoed through the corridor, abruptly awakening all who were in slumber. "What is happening?" John grumbled, his bleary eyes barely open. "Is it the instructor?" Several individuals in Fal's dormitory responded quickly, rising to their feet. Upon hearing this, Fal swiftly realized that the day of the long-anticipated test had finally arrived, prompting the instructor to summon them for assembly. "Let us get moving then," John added, his urgency mirrored by the others in the dormitory as they hastily donned their clothes. For this was a matter of their future. "Form an orderly line and follow me outside," commanded the instructor, addressing the newly assembled recruits. The recruits, trailing behind the instructor, soon arrived at their destination, the training ground, where the instructor instructed them to line up in an orderly fashion. "Are we all set?" called out a naval officer stationed at the front. "Ready," came the resounding reply from all the instructors. "Excellent." The naval officer responded with satisfaction upon hearing the vigorous affirmation. After a prolonged silence, the officer remained mute, merely observing the gathered recruits. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the chief instructor for this testing period. Over the next 30 days, I shall conduct rigorous training, and only those who endure will earn the right to be called a sailor," he bellowed with an imposing voice that resonated clearly among the recruits, igniting a flurry of murmurs. "Silence," the chief instructor barked, his ire palpable. If I hear another sound, you will all be dismissed." His fury intensified upon hearing further chatter, prompting him to raise his voice even more. The recruits, upon hearing his admonition, ceased their conversations and turned their attention to him. "Very well, let the special training commence," the chief instructor declared with a grin, pleased to see the silence. "Today's training will consist of running. I hope you can persevere," he added, gazing down at the assembly. Chapter 70. Running for 5 hours under the chief instructor's command. The recruits' special training commenced swiftly. Bathed in the morning sunlight, hundreds of sailors trudged across the training ground, their heavy footsteps echoing. "If you can't keep up, feel free to give up. Once you quit, you can leave this place," the chief instructor shouted with a peculiar tone. "Foul, aren't you running a bit too slowly?" John remarked, moving with his distinctive stride beside Foul. "It's not that slow. You must understand. Many of these tyrants are merely ordinary people," Foul replied, shaking his head. "We have to run until noon. I haven't even had breakfast." Breathless, Hao Zhuang spoke. Under the explicit command of the chief instructor, all new recruits participating in the special training assessment were deprived of breakfast, forced to run incessantly until noon before they could partake in lunch. As the clock barely approached 7 in the morning, a full 5 hours remained until 12. This meant they were required to maintain a moderate pace of running for 5 continuous hours before they could finally rest. However, this posed little challenge for Fei and his companions. Their remarkably enhanced physical condition set them apart from the other recruits, who were hardly their equals. 3 hours later, the ranks of new recruits, numbering in the hundreds, have begun to dwindle as some succumb to exhaustion and collapse to the ground, marking their failure to pass the rigorous training assessment and sealing their fate of never serving in the Navy. "Can you still endure? If not, step aside," the chief instructor proclaimed, maintaining a steady pace alongside them. Yet, upon hearing these words, the recruits remained resolute, unfazed. "Excellent. This is the spirit that befits a soldier," the chief instructor thought to himself, smiling inwardly at the scene before him. The performance of this new cohort of recruits has significantly surpassed that of the previous one. Although a number of individuals succumbed to their physical limitations and fainted, the majority of the recruits persevered. Over an hour has now elapsed, and the conclusion of the run is imminent, heralding the beginning of lunch. At this moment, the team appeared disorganized, with only a few physically capable individuals still running. However, the chief instructor, observing from the shadows, nodded in approval, noting that many had surpassed the 4-hour passing threshold. Among them were a few promising candidates, including Foul, who maintained a natural breathing pattern while sustaining their speed. "All right, gather around," the chief instructor suddenly proclaimed, striding into the center of the field with a commanding voice. Upon hearing his call, everyone became alert and assembled together. "Wake those who have fainted after passing the threshold. Otherwise, let them be," he directed the other instructors. "What is going on? Have I been disqualified?" Many of the newly awakened recruits muttered in confusion. "You lot have indeed passed the threshold, so you are not eliminated. Get up," some instructors reminded them. "You lucky recruits barely made the cut. Otherwise, you would have been sent packing," the chief instructor bellowed in response to their murmurs. "And you standing ones, very well done," he added with a smile, addressing the fewer than 100 recruits who remained upright. He then walked over to a few individuals, gazing deeply at them, leaving behind a meaningful smile. "All right, it's time for dinner. Everyone is to assemble here by 1400 hours," the chief instructor shouted once more. "Yes," the recruits responded with a spirited chorus. "Dismissed," he declared loudly. The first special training test of running at a moderate pace for 5 hours had concluded, marking it as the most grueling session yet, with over half of the participants eliminated. "Foul, it's finally over. I've been starving," John said, patting his stomach as he spoke to Foul. "I'm hungry too," Foul replied, mirroring the gesture. Clearly, the run had not adversely affected them other than inducing hunger. However, it was unfortunate for Hao Zhuang, who seemed to have faltered and was eliminated. "It seems joining the Navy is no simple task," John remarked from the side. Yet, John's implication was not that the training was excessively intense, but rather that it was overly cumbersome. Having spent a full year in this world and undergone their own specialized training, they no longer viewed the Navy's special training with high regard. Indeed, it was not only troublesome, but also time-consuming. Fowl agreed with John's sentiment, saying, "Let us hurry and eat. I'm starving." By the time they finished their meal, it was already 1300 hours, leaving them with an hour of rest before the 1400 hours assembly. This led them to decide to return to their dormitory to rest for a while, while also checking on their friend Haojuan's current situation. "Where is Haojuan's bed?" John remarked, somewhat taken aback by the sight of the empty bunk upon their return. "Perhaps he has been sent home," John suggested. "But that seems rather sudden. And he didn't even bid us farewell," John pondered, scratching his head in confusion. "If he's gone, then he's gone," John replied, settling onto his bed. At that moment, in the 12-person room with Fowler, aside from Fowler and his companions, only 3 individuals remained, making the elimination rate rather striking. However, due to the lack of familiarity between Fowler's trio and the remaining 3, they chose not to intrude upon one another. "Fowler, I will take a short nap. Just wake me when it's time," John yawned. "All right, go ahead and sleep," Fowler responded, sitting on his bed while tending to his long blade. During this rigorous training session, the recruits did not part with their weapons. Instead, they chose to run while bearing them. Although this may seem peculiar at first glance, the presence of many others carrying weapons rendered it unremarkable. Even though the naval base strictly prohibited such practices, warriors and swordsmen, individuals who consider their weapons as embodiments of their faith, would never allow their arms to stray far from their sides. Thus, the chief instructor and the other instructors, witnessing this scene, refrained from commenting further, as they too were armed. After an hour had elapsed, Val and John arrived at the training ground to awaken John. Before the new recruits stood the chief instructor and the various instructors, all wearing solemn expressions, silently observing them. After a prolonged wait, the chief instructor finally smiled, announcing that it was 1400 hours. "Congratulations, you have successfully passed the naval test," he declared, his gaze sweeping over the assembly of new recruits. "What? We passed the naval test?" Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the ranks of recruits. Even Fal, John, and Jonah exchanged puzzled glances. "Silence. I understand you have many questions, but from this moment on, you are officially part of the Navy. Maintain military discipline." The chief instructor boomed, commanding attention. As the recruits quieted under his authoritative voice, he smiled with satisfaction. In truth, the naval assessment comprised 3 evaluations: physical fitness, attitude, and character, the chief instructor explained. The first round of running had already completed all assessments. "Thus you can now proudly call yourselves members of the Navy," he stated. "However, do not be too quick to celebrate. Your 30-day training is far from over," the chief instructor added with a mischievous grin. "After you collect your naval uniforms, the real training will commence." "I see, but it makes sense. After such an extensive testing period, how could they possibly eliminate everyone?" John reasoned. Fal nodded in agreement, while Jonah remained unconvinced, standing in place, speechless at the notion that they had passed. "Is it really that simple?" Jonah questioned, his previous doubts resurfacing. "Come on. You were just complaining about not wanting to be in the Navy and how long the tests took." John chuckled from the side. "That's not true," Jonah retorted, pouting slightly. "Let us go collect our naval uniforms," Fal suggested, pointing towards the queue ahead. "Once you don your naval attire, you must not remove it, not even while sleeping." The chief instructor shouted from the front. To be a true member of the Navy requires not only a heart of justice, but also the courage to face death without fear. The chief instructor continued to bellow without a moment's pause. His voice was truly thunderous. One might wonder if he had consumed a devil fruit associated with sound. John remarked as he dug into his ears. "Haha," John chuckled upon hearing this. Once they received their respective uniforms, having previously submitted their height and weight, the attire fit them quite well. "This is somewhat akin to a sailor's outfit, albeit rather unsightly," John said, adjusting the hem of his garment. The naval uniforms they had been issued were standardized, featuring long sleeves suitable for spring, adorned with the Navy insignia on the back. "It's not too bad." "It fits quite well," Fal commented, turning gracefully. He deliberately ordered this garment a size larger, as he is still in the throes of growth, which renders him uncertain about his own clothing size. "Assemble." Meanwhile, on the other side, the soldiers, having mostly changed into their uniforms, heard the chief instructor's commanding voice. Upon hearing the sound, the soldiers promptly assembled and stood together. "Today marks the commencement of your specialized training," declared the chief instructor upon witnessing the formation. "Your task now is to maintain a military stance until 1800 hours this evening," the chief instructor bellowed. He then proceeded to inspect the soldiers, alongside numerous other instructors, meticulously adjusting their postures. Once all the soldiers' stances were corrected, the instructors continued to patrol around them, observing their endurance. "Should you falter, you shall be immediately eliminated," the chief instructor stated as he moved alongside the soldiers. The few individuals standing at attention beside the chief instructor displayed expressions of considerable anguish. For the instructor's voice was exceedingly loud. He ominously declared that there would be no food tonight, and they would remain standing until the morrow. This pronouncement caused a visible shift in the countenances of all those still standing in formation, as the prospect of missing a meal was simply intolerable to them. After all, this world was an exceedingly chaotic one, where sustenance was regarded with utmost reverence. In certain less developed regions, food was even utilized as a medium of exchange. Therefore, the chief instructor bellowed once more, urging them to endure. The standing continued until the evening mealtime, and after Fowl and the others had partaken of their meal, they returned to the training ground. This time, the chief instructor did not require the soldiers to engage in any training activities. Instead, he simply briefed them before allowing them to return to their respective dormitories for a well-deserved rest. Fowl, will these pointless drills continue for another 29 days? John remarked glumly from the side. I don't know. Perhaps things will change tomorrow, Fowl replied, shaking his head. After all, this is merely the standard training intensity for ordinary naval personnel. What more do you expect? John responded with exasperation. Why don't we confront the instructor directly? I feel that these exercises are utterly futile, John lamented, a look of disillusionment crossing his face. Confront? How do you propose we do that? Fowl inquired, regarding John with intrigue. Simply declare that I possess remarkable strength? That's certainly how I feel, John retorted with a smirk. In truth, we have yet to define our own capabilities, Fowl said, lowering his gaze. I recall that in One Piece, the Navy ranks according to power levels, don't they? John interjected. I seem to recall that as well, John responded, his eyes lighting up with realization. However, that should pertain only to the naval headquarters, not this small naval branch. Fowl remarked, shaking his head. But isn't this branch quite substantial? John countered. I was referring to the overall strength of this naval branch, Fowl replied, rubbing his forehead. Ahem. John coughed awkwardly. All right then, let us diligently and obediently complete this special training, Fowl suggested. Very well, John sighed in response. In his view, while Fowl had many admirable qualities, his preference for a stable existence was something he found hard to commend. Subsequently, the remaining 29 days of special training swiftly passed by. During this period, Fowl and his companions were not overlooked. Upon recognizing their exceptional potential, the chief instructor resolved to implement even more rigorous training for them. This finally silenced John, who had incessantly complained about the inadequacy of training intensity. I have high hopes for all of you. Please do not let me down. The chief instructor remarked while observing the now taller Fowl and his companions, alongside a few others. They are among the most outstanding individuals in this naval branch. It is precisely due to their excellence that the chief instructor has resolved to report to the naval headquarters after the special training concludes, facilitating their advancement to a more promising future. Moreover, the perplexities that Fowl and his companions had harbored during this period have gradually been resolved. This naval branch is indeed quite deplorable, lacking even a machine to assess combat prowess, resorting instead to the most rudimentary methods of training to evaluate everyone's strength. Chapter 72, Naval Warship. Let us proceed to the naval headquarters, remarked a naval officer standing beside the chief instructor. Upon hearing his words, the assembled naval personnel began to march forward. Indeed, it was not only Falchion and John who garnered the chief instructor's attention. There were also a scar-faced individual and a tall female naval officer accompanying them. The tall female naval officer, Fowl, had not been seen by them until today, the day she was to depart from this place. It is likely that she hailed from the naval quarters adjacent to the female dormitory. Since they did not train in the same facility, they had never crossed paths before. Following a collective salute, everyone boarded the vessel that would take them to the naval headquarters. This vessel belongs to the naval headquarters, a warship of the Naval Command, its colossal hull perpetually radiating a silvery sheen. See, Fowl, I told you so, John remarked with a pout as he boarded the warship. What are you talking about? Fowl inquired, perplexed. I mean, we are surely not ordinary beings. Our stay here will be brief, John declared with an air of pride. Isn't that due to the recommendation from the chief instructor? John on the other side shook his head in disbelief. Eventually, under the guidance of the naval officer who escorted them aboard, they successfully located their quarters and arranged their belongings. Their luggage contained little more than the familiar backpacks and their weapons. Thus, the warship gradually departed, under the watchful eyes of the chief instructor and the surrounding crowd. In a swift passage of time, a few days later, John remarked, Fowl, we are soon to arrive at the naval headquarters of Marin Fando. Fal merely nodded in response. Aren't you excited? After all, it is the naval headquarters of Marin Fando. John asked, noticing Fal's lack of enthusiasm. What is there to be excited about? We have already arrived in this world, Fal shrugged. Meanwhile, John remained oblivious to their conversation, his gaze fixed intently on the distant horizon. Trouble is brewing, Fal suddenly announced, as if sensing something amiss. What trouble? John, who had been acutely aware of the unease, inquired. An enemy, Fal indicated towards the front. Yet there was nothing discernible in the direction of his finger. This is primarily a result that can only be discerned when the soul fruit of Farl is combined with the observation haki. The amalgamation of these two elements enabled Fal to perceive the malevolence emanating from the enemy even from a considerable distance. Indeed, mere seconds later, a small, dark silhouette began to emerge upon the surface of the sea, heading directly towards Fal's warship. Bang, bang, bang. The ominous black spheres in the sky magnified relentlessly, poised to strike the naval vessel. Enemy attack. With the scout's urgent cry, all sailors aboard the warship initiated their defenses. It's the whale pirate crew, exclaimed the lookout, his face draining of color. The very mention of the whale pirate crew instilled a profound sense of dread among the sailors. This highlighted the formidable reputation of the whale pirate crew, though it was amusing to note that the crew members themselves were not particularly formidable, and in fact, the entire pirate group lacked a single devil fruit user. The crew of this pirate ship predominantly consists of octopuses among the fishmen, colossal whalemen, and Lang of other sea-dwelling races. They harbor no intentions of assaulting the ordinary inhabitants residing on the islands or any others. Their ire is solely directed towards all matters pertaining to the Navy. The whale pirates? A somber-faced naval officer emerged from a chamber within the warship, responding to the calls of the scouts. This naval warship primarily serves to transport elite personnel from various naval divisions to the headquarters, thereby augmenting the combat strength of the elite forces. Should any mishap occur aboard this vessel, the responsibility would be monumental. The ship is equipped with a considerable array of personnel, including 3 rear admirals and a diverse contingent of soldiers. Each year, a warship such as this is dispatched to gather the elite from other divisions, typically under the guardianship of an admiral, to ensure the vessel's safe passage. However, this year, unforeseen circumstances have left other admirals ensnared in irremovable duties, resulting in the current predicament. All hands, prepare for battle, the commander of the warship bellowed. In a remarkable display, he soared into the air, intercepting all incoming projectiles with astonishing agility. Is that the moonwalk? John remarked with a hint of envy as he gazed at the figure suspended in the air. It seems significant events are about to unfold. We should depart swiftly, Fal said, furrowing his brow at the scene. He had no desire to become embroiled in this turmoil, nor did they possess the means to do so. 3 vice admirals gathered in one place, pondering the audacious thought of sinking my warship. How naive. The naval commander of this voyage, a vice admiral known as Stone Man, who possessed the superhuman abilities of the stone fruit, declared vehemently. The other 2 vice admirals were a brawny man endowed with the animal fruit of the rabbit variety and a slender woman possessing the tiger fruit. It seemed, for reasons unknown, that a misallocation had occurred, resulting in a peculiar mismatch of their respective powers. Rabbit, tiger, seized the opportunity to approach the whale pirates, commanded the Stone Vice Admiral with a fierce resolve. Understood, responded the 2, executing a solemn military salute before departing, intent on finding a way to infiltrate the whale pirates' vessel. Should they succeed in boarding the whale pirates, victory would soon be within reach, for the absence of formidable forces aboard the whale pirates' ship would facilitate their assault. However, was the feared whale pirates truly so easily vanquished? The answer was undoubtedly in the negative. Their attacks were characterized by long-range cannon fire and the onslaught of massive whales from beneath the waves. Boom. Without warning. From the unfathomable depths of the ocean surged enormous whales, crashing into the naval warships. Damn it. The Stone Vice Admiral's expression darkened with dread. They cannot breach my warship, he thought fervently. All gunmen, prepare to fire underwater, he bellowed. In response to his command, the naval marksmen readied themselves to shoot beneath the surface. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, the sky was filled with a relentless barrage of cannon fire, leaving the Stone Vice Admiral no respite. Moonwalk, the Stone Vice Admiral shouted, executing an intricate footwork that propelled him into the sky. Finger gun. Chapter 73, The Whale Pirate Scheme. As he soared into the air, the Stone Vice Admiral shouted once more, swiftly unleashing a barrage of strikes that shattered the incoming cannonballs, their fragments cascading into the ocean below. Whale pirates, he seethed, landing on the deck and glaring at the minuscule black dot that represented the whale pirates on the surface. It remained a mystery what techniques this pirate crew employed, granting them such extraordinary long-range capabilities. The naval vessels, with their moderate range, found themselves utterly helpless against the whale pirates, who loomed just beyond reach. They could only inch closer, striving to bridge the gap to the formidable crew. However, the seasoned whale pirates showed no inclination to afford the Navy any opportunity. Whenever the naval ships approached, the pirates retreated. When the ships drew back, the pirates pursued. The tactically astute whale pirates resembled a pack of cunning wolves assailing a tiger devoid of limbs. Fire, commanded the Navy, unleashing a barrage of cannonballs toward the whales, causing the naval vessel to sway violently. In the domain of the whale pirates, a formidable octopus merman addressed a one-eyed whale merman, "Brother, the naval warships have successfully entered our strike zone." The whale merman, whose physique was not as exaggerated as that of an actual whale, owing to his human lineage, stood at a modest height of just under 10 meters. Both the octopus merman and the whale merman belonged to the merman race. "Fire fiercely," the one-eyed whale merman exclaimed with palpable ferocity. "Splendid. Capturing them will yield us not only hostages, but also a substantial profit," chuckled the octopus merman in response. "This is all thanks to the information provided by our ally within the Navy. Without it, we would never have dared to assault the warship," remarked another octopus merman. "Now, focus on commanding the battle and cease your idle chatter," interjected a merman of indeterminate species, expressing his exasperation at their conversation. They were all high-ranking members of the whale pirates. In stark contrast, the naval warship was engulfed in panic. "Damn it, this group of whales is proving exceedingly troublesome," Major General Stone lamented as he observed the whales colliding with the vessel. "Is it truly impossible to escape today?" He clenched his fists in frustration. "No way. I am Major General Stone," he bellowed defiantly. Then, standing resolutely on the deck, he gazed towards a distant dark spot. "Here they come again," Major General Stone exclaimed, noticing countless dark figures emerging in the sky. It is evident that the intention is to incessantly deplete his stamina, forcing him into a corner. The familiar technique emerges from the stone, revealing itself. The shells, once shattered, plummet into the sea. "If there are a few more bombardments, I may not be able to hold them back," sighed Rear Admiral Stone, panting helplessly. "There are simply too many shells," and coupled with the fact that his devil fruit abilities are of no assistance in the current battle, he can only resort to this intense method of exhausting his strength to intercept the projectiles, striving to prevent them from striking the warship. "Whale pirates." Rear Admiral Stone shifted his gaze once more to the distant dark spot. Yet a wild thought lingered in his mind. If only he could use Moonwalk to leap onto the ship of the whale pirates. However, knowing it to be impossible, he could not help but entertain the notion. "I wonder how Bunny and Tiger are faring. Have they approached the whale pirates?" Helplessly, Rear Admiral Stone could only place his hopes on Bunny and Tiger. Meanwhile, Bunny and Tiger were not faring well at all. Originally intending to stealthily row their small boat towards the whale pirates, they were discovered midway by the fishmen patrolling beneath the sea. "What are those dark shadows on the surface?" wondered a few shark fishmen swimming in the water. They were the assault troops of the whale pirates, ready to strike as the warship sank. Could it be a small boat? I knew that every command issued by Rear Admiral Stone was spot on. One of the shark fishmen laughed heartily. Within the whale pirates, there was a brilliant strategist, a stone fishman, who guided their actions. "Capsize it," the shark fishman said with a cruel grin. If they could overturn this small vessel and send the humans aboard into the sea, would they not be at their mercy? After all, they, the fishmen, are the beloved of the ocean, belonging to the depths of the sea. "Charge," commanded the shark fishman, and they acted without hesitation. However, on the small boat, Tiger had already sensed the presence of the shark fishmen using his observation hockey. Bang, bang, bang. After explaining the situation to Bunny, who lacked the ability to use hockey, Tiger drew a firearm and began shooting at the fishmen beneath the waves. A firearm, the shark fishmen, realizing they were surrounded by bullets, hurriedly dodged. In this era, anyone sailing the seas, be they merchants, pirates, or navy, would certainly carry a weapon. "Little shark?" exclaimed another shark fishman, witnessing his comrades struck by the bullet. Yet, while evading the bullets, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as the injured shark sank into the depths. "Damn the Navy. You will pay." The shark fishman glared fiercely at the dark silhouette of the small boat above. He then swiftly entered a sprinting state, charging towards the bottom of the still-moving small vessel, crashing into it with tremendous force. Not good. Feeling the impact beneath the ship, Hu shouted, "Moonwalk." At the same moment, Tutu, who also sensed the jolt, cried out as well. Subsequently, Tutu embraced Hu and soared into the sky, for they were both wielders of devil fruit powers. Sinking to the ocean's depths would spell doom for them. Of course, Tutu, the burly man, possessed the rabbit fruit, while Hu, the girl, had consumed the tiger fruit. Therefore, the notion of a girl holding a boy was entirely irrelevant. "Fishmen, once I return, I will report this incident. Let them be severely reprimanded," Hu declared fiercely, still firing her flintlock into the vast sea. "What should we do, haha?" Tutu inquired, still cradling her. "What do you mean? What should we do?" "Use the moonwalk and charge forward," Hu retorted, striking Tutu's chest with her fist. "Very well. I shall do my utmost," Tutu replied, gazing at the distant whale pirate crew, which appeared merely as a dark speck on the horizon. The distance is certainly no trivial matter. Should he attempt to traverse it using the moon step, he might very well risk his life. It is important to note that the moon step is a technique predominantly characterized by explosive bursts of speed, which an ordinary person can scarcely maintain for more than a few seconds. With a determined resolve, the little rabbit, clutching the tiger in his embrace, gradually employed the moon step as he raced towards the whale pirate crew. It seems imperative to report this to the strategist. Meanwhile, a shark's head emerged from the depths of the sea, observing the figure above. Soon after, the sharkman submerged, harnessing his swift speed to glide towards the direction of the whale pirate crew. This is a contest of speed. Chapter 74, The Tsunami of the Whale King. "Brother, it appears that the Navy is on the verge of collapse," remarked a high-ranking member of the whale pirate crew. "Do not underestimate them," cautioned the fishman addressed as Brother Whale. "Once we sink their warship, they will be at our mercy." A glimmer of unusual color flickered in the remaining eye of Brother Whale. "It is time to set our plan in motion." "Strategist," Brother Whale called out. "Ho ho ho. At your command," replied a colossal stone fish lurking in the shadows. Then, a powerful undercurrent surged beneath the whale pirate crew's ship, revealing their signature trump card. From this dark current, a massive shadow surged toward the Navy's warship, dwarfing even the entire vessel of the whale pirate crew. Behold, a colossal sea king whale. One can only ponder the methods employed by the pirate whale crew to compel such a magnificent creature to serve their cause. It is well understood that anything bearing the title of king is no ordinary entity, and the sea kings are no exception. While ordinary sea kings are not an uncommon sight, they seldom exhibit aggression towards humans, displaying a rather amicable disposition. This 100-meter-long sea king whale glides through the waters, embodying a formidable tsunami as it charges towards the naval warship, radiating an aura of invincibility. Is that truly a sea king whale? On board the naval warship, Admiral Shertu gazed solemnly at the impending tsunami, his mind burdened with gravity. It is essential to recognize that not all sea kings are created equal. The weaker among them could scarcely withstand an assault from a naval lieutenant. Conversely, a formidable sea king presents an entirely different challenge, one that even he could not hope to repel. It appears that a full-scale offensive must be initiated, and he pondered why the cannon fire had ceased. Standing rigidly, he surveyed the ocean with a furrowed brow. Both Tutu and Hua seemed equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Turning his gaze once more to the surface of the sea, his concern deepened. If they were to have encountered the whale pirates, they should have secured victory by now. Yet, an unsettling silence lingered, heightening his anxiety. To encounter the whale pirates truly felt like a stroke of ill fortune. In frustration, Admiral Shertu let out a roar of helplessness. The current situation was dire, with no means of escape or offensive action available to him. Moreover, the multitude of whales beneath the ship relentlessly battered against its hull. Previously, he had organized an elite squad of naval swimmers to launch an underwater offensive against the whales. However, for reasons unknown, there had been no word from them, and it was increasingly likely that they had met with misfortune as well. Within the confines of the ship's cabin, Fal remarked, "It appears that this skirmish has become rather perilous." John, caressing the twin blades at his waist, observed the shattered glass scattered about, remnants of the ship's hull succumbing to the impact. "Indeed, I am aware," Fal replied. Through the synergy of Fal's soul fruit and his mastery of observation hockey, he was able to perceive an array of distant stimuli surrounding him. This allows him to possess a deeper understanding of the current battle situation than even General Stone. "What is the situation, Fowl?" John inquired, gazing intently at Fowl, who kept his eyes closed. He was well aware of the formidable combination of Fowl's devil fruit ability and his observation hockey. "The situation is dire," Fowl replied, his brow furrowed. "Beneath the battleship, there is a congregation of enormous whales and various sharkmen swimming in the vicinity." He continued, "Moreover, through my recent perception, I have detected an exceptionally large sea king-type whale charging towards us." Fowl suddenly rose to his feet, declaring, "The battleship may capsize as a result of this impact." As he opened his eyes, the news caused both John and John to draw in a sharp breath. The consequences of the ship capsizing were scarcely different from death itself. "I never anticipated that the methods of attack in the pirate world were so diverse. I had always believed that only the powers of devil fruits constituted a formidable offensive," John murmured, bowing his head. This truly took him by surprise. In his recollection, the world of the Pirate King was one dominated by the supremacy of devil fruits. "What shall we do, Fowl? Should we lend a hand?" John inquired, gripping Fowl's shoulder. "We are of little assistance in such a battle," Fowl replied upon hearing this. "Then let us make our escape," John exclaimed, somewhat excited by the notion. He could not help but feel a surge of excitement from Fowl's lips. He had caught a whiff of death. Yet, there were no ships in sight. John spoke up beside him. "No, there are some. I can sense a few small boats nearby," Fowl replied, casting a glance at John. "Where?" John inquired upon hearing this. "Pack your belongings and follow me," Fowl gestured. Outside the door, the Navy personnel from various departments were shouting and rushing towards the ship's hold, armed with their firearms. "Hey, what are you all doing?" A bewildered Navy officer, holding a gun, looked at Fowl and the others, who were burdened with backpacks. Soul shock. Without further ado, Fowl unleashed his power, sending the officer crashing to the ground. "Hurry up," Fowl urged. He had no intention of succumbing to such a life-threatening situation. "Stop," the Navy officers they encountered along the way called out. In their eyes, Fowl and his companions resembled deserters. More accurately, they were indeed deserters. However, as the Navy officers spoke, they were all swiftly incapacitated by Fowl's attack, lying unconscious on the deck. "Quickly, let's go," Fowl urged, sensing the position of the small boats. Meanwhile, on the upper deck of the warship, Admiral Stone was acutely aware of the unusual happenings below, his expression growing increasingly grim. "Damn it, even in such dire circumstances, they are still squabbling?" Admiral Stone gritted his teeth. Could it be that the fishmen are attacking? He pondered. "Forget it. Let's address the immediate problem first." He shook his head and gazed towards the approaching tsunami. "But how can we possibly withstand this?" he muttered, his voice filled with despair. It is essential to recognize that this was a tsunami, and those with devil fruit abilities could not touch seawater. Even a mere splash would sap their strength. Had it not been a tsunami, Admiral Stone might have managed to hold his ground or even engage in battle with the Sea Kings. "Those damned fishmen," he exclaimed, rising once more. If the tsunami successfully overturned the Navy warship, it would mean defeat for him, and in a fight against pirates, defeat equated to death. "Rabbit, can you hold on?" Tiger asked from Rabbit's embrace. "No problem." Rabbit gritted his teeth, pushing himself harder. Yet, they were only halfway through their journey, with the pirate ship looming ever closer, and Rabbit felt a wave of fatigue. Clearly, his stamina was nearly depleted. "If it gets too tough, let me take over," Tiger suggested from Rabbit's arms. "No way, I can't let a girl do it," Rabbit replied, determination etched on his face. "All right then," Tiger conceded. Hearing this, Hoo helplessly remarked, "Once we reach the whale pirate crew, I shall ensure that all these fishmen meet their demise." Rabbit, blushing fiercely, echoed with fervent intensity. "Indeed." Hoo nodded vigorously in agreement. It is worth noting that the number of Navy personnel who perished at the hands of the whale pirate crew is no less than several hundred, if not thousands. All of this is attributable to the unique structure of the ship belonging to the whale pirate crew, as well as the presence of their colossal underwater whale enforcers, which leave the Navy with no opportunity to showcase their combat prowess. "If only Admiral Garp had been here," lamented Tiger with a heavy heart. In this undertaking, although the formidable general was unable to participate, there remained the presence of Vice Admiral Garp. Initially, it was intended for Vice Admiral Garp to assume responsibility for this mission. However, for reasons unknown, he claimed to have an important matter to attend to and did not arrive, regardless of the insistence. Vice Admiral Garp must have had pressing affairs, for he would never have allowed this band of fishmen to act with such impudence. Upon hearing this, Tutu clenched her teeth fiercely. Yet, upon closer observation, one could discern that her body trembled slightly while cradling Ho. What a pity, Ho remarked, feeling a twinge of discomfort upon hearing those words. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Garp, situated in Marineford, wore a broad smile as he munched on the sun bay from his drawer. This time, he declined the voyage for a significantly important matter. He was eager to partake in rice crackers. It was almost time. Just wait, my fellow fishmen. Bunny's eyes were fixed intently on the pirate crew not far ahead. Oh, what is that? The strategist of the Stonefish, stationed at the lookout, was vigilantly observing the surroundings of the battlefield. A small black dot? Quickly, fetch the telescope. The strategist commanded, gazing at the speck in the sky. Yes, strategist. The fishman promptly retrieved the telescope and handed it to him. Are there two individuals? The strategist remarked upon receiving the telescope. Through the lens, the Stonefish strategist beheld an unusual pairing. A massive, burly man cradling a petite woman, swiftly approaching the whale pirate crew. It's a Navy Rear Admiral. Notify the crew below immediately and fire to intercept them. The Stonefish was taken aback. Indeed, the whale pirate crew lacked formidable combat strength, consisting mainly of highly agile fishmen. Understood. The fishman pirates quickly relayed the strategist's orders to their comrades below. Meanwhile, the shark fishmen, tirelessly swimming below, remained oblivious to the fact that the strategist had already spotted the two Navy Rear Admirals. Under the strategist's command, a well-equipped squad of fishmen swiftly organized into a line, preparing to fire their guns at the figures gliding through the air. Fortunately, I was well prepared. Otherwise, we would have truly fallen into their trap. Gripping his firearm, the Stonefish strategist mused. A Navy Rear Admiral, you say? The one-eyed whale brother approached and inquired. Yes, replied the Stonefish strategist. Shoot them down, the whale brother bellowed. Deftly dodging a gunshot and joining the fray, his face etched with fury, clearly harboring a tale of his own. Bunny, are you all right? Tiger, cradled in Bunny's arms, gasped as bullets whizzed past them. I'm fine, Bunny reassured, stifling the pain from the bullets that grazed her. She tightly shielded Tiger with her robust arms, advancing through the hail of gunfire. Witnessing this, Tiger, nestled against Bunny, wept silently. Within the Navy headquarters, Tiger had always sensed Bunny's affections, as Bunny sought every opportunity to profess his love. Yet, due to Bunny's imposing physique and muscular build, she had hesitated to accept his declarations, despite knowing the depth of his feelings. Bunny, once this voyage concludes, I will accept your confession, all right? Tiger said, nestled in Bunny's embrace. All right, Bunny exclaimed, charging forward through the storm of bullets. Just a little more. Just a little more. In the depths of Rabbit's mind, tumultuous thoughts raced. Regrettably, this voyage was fraught with challenges that rendered him incapable of showcasing his full prowess. Although Rabbit possessed the ability to wield armament hockey, he was acutely aware that he could not employ it, for to do so would deplete his stamina, leaving him unable to carry Tiger to their destination. Tiger, on the other hand, lacked the ability to harness armament hockey and was only adept at observation hockey, extinguishing any fantasies Rabbit had of Tiger replacing him in executing the moonwalk. Tiger's physical endurance was already significantly inferior to Rabbit's, compounded by the disparity in their weights, rendering it impossible for Tiger to carry Rabbit as they traversed towards the whale pirate crew. Those two Marines are approaching, cried the fishmen aboard the whale pirate ship. Yet, their firearms continued to blaze, each shot echoing with precision, revealing their rigorous training. Fire! Fire! Let them plunge into the sea, the strategist, Stonefish, exclaimed, his expression growing increasingly grim. Splash! But this was not the sound of Rabbit and Tiger plummeting into the ocean, it was the sound of their descent onto the ship. Rabbit, having landed heavily on the pirate vessel, tightly cradled Tiger in his arms and roared defiantly. This was his final ounce of strength, his last effort dedicated to shielding the woman in his embrace with a block of iron. Bang! 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 Bullet after bullet struck Rabbit's body, yet all were deflected by the formidable Navy 6 iron block. Unlike the Busashoku hockey, the Navy 6 could only be employed when remaining utterly still. At first glance, it appeared to bear no distinction from Busashoku hockey. However, utilizing the iron block demanded considerably less stamina, allowing Rabbit to muster the last remnants of his energy to wield it. Is he dead? The strategist, Stonefish, inquired cautiously, observing the motionless figure before him. Yet, he did not take a step closer. Instead, he gradually shifted towards the railing of the pirate ship, preparing for the worst. Tiger, nestled in Rabbit's arms, tenderly caressed Rabbit's chest. At that moment, the incessant gunfire outside abruptly ceased, indicating that the assailants had exhausted their ammunition. "You will all perish," Tiger roared, breaking free from Rabbit's embrace to confront the gathering of mermen. In a sudden transformation, his body surged, tearing through his clothing until only a snug white shirt and pants remained. Chapter 76. The Clash Between Brother Whale and Vice Admiral Tiger. This is the devil fruit of the animal lineage, capable of transforming into a tiger form. This is Rear Admiral Tiger. "Open fire," the strategist, Stonefish, exclaimed upon witnessing the spectacle. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets were fired one by one from the musket held by the fishman, whizzing past Tiger. However, how could Rear Admiral Tiger, a figure of such renown, be struck by mere ordinary musket fire? His agile form evaded the bullets with a grace reminiscent of a delicate paper fluttering in the air. "Paper drawing," Stonefish murmured darkly upon seeing this. Mastering paper drawing signifies that ordinary bullets could never hope to find their mark. It is important to note that when combined with observation hockey, paper drawing possesses the extraordinary ability to automatically evade attacks. Meanwhile, Tiger's elusive figure continued to appear beside the fishmen, not forgetting to launch counterattacks. Fierce Tiger Claw Strike. "Let all perish," Tiger roared, his body radiating heat. All the fishmen in the vicinity were torn to shreds, their remains scattered like petals across the pirate ship. Yet, was there truly no one aboard this vessel capable of matching Tiger's prowess? The fishmen surrounding their leader turned their gazes toward a singular direction. This is their final hope. Should this individual also falter, the mission to ambush the naval warship shall be deemed a failure. "Allow me to take charge." Under the watchful gaze of the fishmen, a towering 9-meter whale fishman approached from the rear. He is the most formidable force aboard this pirate vessel and holds the title of captain. Due to the close bonds he shares with the other fishmen aboard, he is affectionately referred to as Brother Fishman, Captain Latida of the whale pirate crew, with a bounty of 80 million berries. The Vice Admiral, Tiger, directed his gaze towards the whale fishman and spoke slowly. "However, you are far from my match. I shall grant you an opportunity. If you surrender, I may consider confining you within Impel Down." "Haha, you wish for me to surrender? Damn the Navy. That is impossible," Brother Fishman bellowed, laughing towards the heavens. Subsequently, the massive whale fishman charged forward, closing in on Vice Admiral Tiger. "You overestimate yourself," Vice Admiral Tiger growled. "It seems I shall have to exert considerable effort once more," he mused internally. He had never truly contemplated sparing this group of fishmen. Rather, he aimed to compel their surrender to facilitate an effortless extermination of them all. "Whale charge," Brother Fishman proclaimed as he thrust his colossal head towards Vice Admiral Tiger. Yet, what had previously proven effective now faltered. Did he not recognize the caliber of his opponent, a Vice Admiral of the Navy? With a sickening thud, blood erupted from Brother Fishman's head, a wound inflicted by Tiger's claw. In the next moment, with a powerful kick, Vice Admiral Tiger sent the whale fishman soaring through the air, causing him to spew forth blood. "Damn it, this wretched Navy," the injured Brother Fishman exclaimed as he quickly regained his footing. "Is today's ambush destined for failure?" Brother Fishman pondered, envisioning images of fishmen lying in pools of blood, his family, brothers, and friends. This is the secret he has long buried within his heart, the very pillar that sustains his quest for vengeance against the Navy. "No, absolutely not. I made a solemn promise to the deceased Amira. I vowed to her that the Navy would pay the price." Brother Whale unleashed a thunderous roar. Armed hockey. Whale charge. Brother Whale once again propelled his head towards Rear Admiral Hoo-Hoo. Yet this time, his forehead transformed into a dark abyss. This is the armament hockey, renowned in the world of One Piece for its defensive and offensive capabilities. However, the Whale Brother, who has only recently begun to learn this technique, struggles to master it with precision. It is crucial to understand that the three types of hockey are not as easily wielded as one might imagine. They are particularly taxing on one's stamina. If not executed properly, they can result in a significant depletion of energy, leaving the user utterly exhausted. There have been numerous humorous anecdotes within the One Piece universe of various hockey users collapsing due to improper usage, leading to unfortunate circumstances where they perished unnoticed. Thus, for someone like the Whale Brother, who is still grappling with the nuances of armament hockey, utilizing it in combat resembles a slow form of self-destruction. Armament hockey? Upon witnessing the whale brother's condition, Vice Admiral Tiger swiftly evaded the ensuing attack as if he were a mere piece of paper. The colossal tiger before the whale brother appeared to transform into a sheet of paper, evading the strike with an almost comical elegance. Yet this served as a substantial blow to the whale brother's morale. This rendered the brother whale's ultimate attack a mere jest, easily evaded. Impossible! Brother whale bellowed once more. His figure closing in on the formidable General Tiger, his fists enveloped in the aura of armament hockey, launching a tempestuous assault. Yet, General Tiger, endowed with the mastery of observation hockey and the finesse of paper drawings, proved to be a formidable adversary, effortlessly dodging each of Brother Whale's strikes. Are you finished? It seems it's my turn, General Tiger remarked, observing Brother Whale's cessation of attacks. With the swiftness of a fierce tiger, she lunged forward, her claws poised to strike at Brother Whale. It's over. Brother Whale gasped, collapsing to his knees, breathless. His stamina had waned significantly, leaving him in a state of utter exhaustion. Quick, save him! The strategist Stonefish shouted in alarm. Meanwhile, the octopus fisherman brothers would not merely stand by and watch Brother Whale meet his demise. They swiftly rushed to his sides, hoisting his arms in an attempt to extricate him from the perilous situation. Trying to escape? It's not that simple, General Tiger exclaimed, her eyes glinting with a fierce red light. Her claws continued to rain down, without pause, upon Brother Whale. Uft, uft, uft. The right side of Brother Whale was torn to shreds by the claws of General Tiger, and among the fragments was one of his octopus brethren who had supported him. No, the octopus fishman bellowed upon witnessing his brother transformed into a mist of blood and debris. Yet, this anguish did little to hinder General Tiger's onslaught, as the deadly strike of his claws was poised to descend upon him. At that moment, a gunshot reverberated through the air. The stonefish strategist, armed with a blunderbuss, aimed at General Tiger and fired a single bullet. Upon witnessing this, General Tiger had no choice but to halt, transforming his form into that of a mere paper drawing to evade the shot. Chapter 77. An escape from the sea once again. The remaining octopus brothers swiftly hoisted their wounded whale elder, who had lost his right side, away from the heart of the battle. The confrontation between Brother Whale and General Tiger culminated in a resounding defeat for Brother Whale. Retreat. Covering fire, bellowed the strategist, Stonefish. The sound of gunfire erupted like a timely rain, forcing General Tiger, under fire, to evade each shot with paper-thin dodges. She lacked the prowess of armament hockey. Tiger relied solely on observation hockey, unlike her counterpart Rabbit, who wielded the former. It was evident that General Tiger was the one skilled in observation hockey. Quickly, jump into the sea, urged the strategist Stonefish to Brother Whale. It is vital to remember that they are fishmen, the favored children of the ocean. Once they plunge into the depths, the sea belongs to them. Conversely, General Tiger, being a devil fruit user, was unable to submerge herself. Rendered powerless as she watched fishmen abandon the pirate ship like dumplings cast into boiling water. Helpless, she resorted to using chafe, leaving a few unfortunate fishmen sprawled on the deck. Rabbit then turned her attention to General Rabbit, who knelt on the ground. She approached slowly, enveloping him in her arms, realizing with a heavy heart that his body had already grown cold. In this battle, she emerged victorious, yet she lost the one who loved her deeply. I shall avenge you, Major General Hu declared, casting a resentful gaze towards the horizon of the sea. Indeed, Fowl, it appears the Navy has met with defeat, John remarked, laboriously rowing the boat. Yet, we are fortunate to have departed from there, otherwise we too would have plunged into the depths of the sea alongside the naval warships. A shudder of trepidation accompanied his words. Yes, amidst the recent onslaught of the Sea King whales, that naval vessel has capsized into the abyss, leaving only a few swimming sailors and the mortified General Stone in the sky above. Beneath the waves lurked the shark-like raiders, mercilessly reaping the lives of those Navy personnel adrift on the surface like a grim reaper wielding its scythe. Fallon John, swept away by the residual waves of the tsunami, found themselves adrift far from their original course. It seems these days will not be easy, thankfully. Our backpacks contain ample provisions, John mused, gazing at the endless horizon. Just as we were nearing the Navy headquarters, such an unforeseen calamity has befallen us, forcing us to abandon our plans to secretly learn the Navy's 6 styles. Row with urgency, Fowl urged, straining against the oars. Bear in mind, we are adrift on the open sea, fraught with myriad potential dangers. Moreover, as a user of a devil fruit, the capsizing of this small vessel would spell my demise. This compelled him to exert himself. "All right, row faster," John exclaimed loudly upon hearing this. John, witnessing the scene, had no choice but to grasp the oar and join in the rowing. The night wore on as they rowed, their exhaustion palpable from the relentless exertion. "I refuse to believe this. Once I awaken, I shall continue to row," John bellowed. "Fal, is there no news yet?" he inquired, reclining on the boat. Thanks to Fal's mastery of the soul fruit, combined with his mastery of Kenbunchika hockey, he possessed an extraordinarily vast range of perception, akin to that of a seasoned navigator. Throughout his exploration, Fal had indeed come to realize that his devil fruit was the soul fruit, intrinsically linked to the concept of life itself. "No," Fal replied, merely shaking his head. "Very well, inform me once you have results," John said, his spirit somewhat diminished as he lay upon the vessel. The precariously tilting vessel is exceedingly perilous, with the nearby marauding piranhas perpetually instilling a sense of dread. Meanwhile, on the other side, the capsized naval warship has left Admiral Stone, whose will to live has waned, to resort to employing the moonwalk technique to tread upon the air. In this encounter, despite his extraordinary prowess, he found himself unable to demonstrate even the slightest fraction of his formidable strength, helplessly witnessing one naval officer after another perish in the water. It was only after the number of sailors submerged had dwindled to a mere few that, for reasons unknown, all the fishmen mysteriously vanished. This has further incited the anger of the Stone General, who treads upon the moonlit path in this encounter. He has not slain a single foe, yet finds himself cornered to such an extent. This is indeed a rare disgrace for him, an indelible humiliation in his life. Subsequently, the ship of the whale pirate crew gradually approached him, igniting a flicker of hope within his heart, which had previously been consumed by despair. Swiftly, he stepped aboard the vessel of the whale pirate crew with a sense of purpose. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, the appearance of Major General Tiger provided him with all the answers he sought. "Bring aboard the surviving Navy personnel," he commanded. This was the last utterance of General Stone before he vanished from the gaze of General Tiger, who, perhaps he feared the stares of the surviving Navy personnel. "John, keep going. Over here." Early in the morning, John and John were vigorously rowing their small boat. Far was also strenuously navigating his vessel in a particular direction, constantly exuding his observation hockey, attuned to his surroundings. Keep going, John shouted, his face flushed with determination. This is a pleasure exclusive to men. In their escape from the sea, they have gradually come to regard the act of rowing as a form of exercise. The group appears to be engaged in a fierce competition, straining with all their might to paddle. As the afternoon wears on, I find myself overwhelmed. I can't go on. I'm utterly useless. Farrell, you two continue rowing. Let me take a break, John lamented, a piece of jerky clenched between his teeth. After a day spent rowing, he found himself at a loss for words. In this relentless rhythm of rowing, John had completely exhausted his ability to speak. This is truly oppressive. John swore that he had never been exploited to such an extent by capitalists before arriving on the Blue Planet. He now felt as if he were nothing more than a machine, destined to toil incessantly. "John, once you've rested, resume rowing," Fal said, increasing the intensity of his own efforts. They had to escape this vast sea before their provisions ran out. Otherwise, it would become their final resting place. One could say they were racing against time with sheer physical strength. Fortunately, their rigorous training on Bad Arila Island had instilled enough fortitude in them. Otherwise, they likely would not have mustered the courage to flee this ocean. "All right, Fal, you all carry on. I will rest for a while," John remarked. Chapter 78. The capsizing of the small boat. After a brief respite, John bellowed once more. "Today, it is either you or me that perishes," he shouted into the void. Then, radiating fervor, he summoned all his strength to vigorously row the oars. It appeared that returning to land was indeed no simple endeavor. Fal, keeping his eyes wide open beside him, remarked, "In recent days, apart from a brief 2 hours of light sleep at night, he has been either intermittently activating his observation hockey to perceive the surroundings or vigorously rowing the boat. It could be said that he has scarcely found a moment of respite. Fortunately, Fal had previously made slight modifications to his observation hockey, which enabled him to maintain a sufficient level of strength. "Fal, have you found any results?" John inquired, noticing that Fal had regained consciousness. "None," Fal replied with a shake of his head. Seeing this, John could only lower his head in disappointment. In the past few days, he had already posed the same question to Fal countless times, yet each inquiry had ended in regret, compelling him to continue fervently rowing. Fortunately, the small boat was equipped with an ample supply of spare oars. Otherwise, they would have exhausted them long ago. Rest assured, John, those who laugh last will surely be us, Fal said with a smile, gazing out at the vast ocean. The boundless sea loomed around them like a cage, trapping the few of them in its embrace. What a pity! I was too hasty before we departed. Otherwise, I would have ensured to bring the compass and maps. John lamented. I suggested you purchase them back then, but you refused. Look at our predicament now, Jonah retorted angrily. However, no one paid heed to Jonah's furious outburst, allowing him to vent like a madman. Let us continue rowing. We have no idea how far we have come, Fal remarked. All right, John nodded in agreement. Once again, the group synchronized their rowing, resembling a team of skilled rowers. The small boat glided across the sea with remarkable speed, akin to a car, and anyone witnessing such a sight would be compelled to gasp in awe. Time passed in an indistinguishable blur, and they were only aware that day and night had alternated countless times. The three companions' supplies were dwindling, as evidenced by the diminishing size of their backpacks. Hurry, row towards that direction, Fal suddenly exclaimed with excitement. What? John and Jonah, appearing somewhat gaunt, asked in confusion. Yet, in an instant, they comprehended the meaning behind Fal's words, and they once again rowed with renewed zeal. At last, I see a dark shape, Jonah shouted with exhilaration, his body surging with newfound strength as he stood in the small boat, vigorously rowing the surface of the sea with fervor. This rendered the small boat somewhat unstable, yet the exhilarated John and John paid little heed to it. Amidst the anxiety and trepidation of recent days, they have endured considerable suffering. Meanwhile, Fal, aboard the vessel, sensed the swaying of the small boat and, with a hint of concern, urged, John, sit down quickly or the boat will capsize. It is important to note that Fal is a user of a devil fruit. Having consumed one, he must avoid excessive contact with seawater. Should he come into contact with too much, he would become utterly powerless, and at this moment, he harbors an intense aversion to the sea. Clearly, the days spent navigating the ocean have reawakened Fal's awareness of the curse that the sea imposes on those with devil fruit abilities. However, the exuberant John was too consumed by his excitement to heed Fal's warning, vigorously rowing the oars with the fervor of a wild stallion. John, slow down, exclaimed the equally animated John, who had begun to sense the boat's instability. Fal gripped the sides of the boat tightly, fearing it might tip over at any moment. What? Too slow? Replied the overly enthusiastic John, glancing at the bewildered John. Don't worry, leave it to me, John assured, oblivious to John's true intent. In his fervor, John misinterpreted John's words, and the muscles in his body surged forth with newfound vigor. This is the power belonging to John. I am about to unleash it. John roared with fervor. Stop, John, Fal exclaimed urgently, attempting to intervene upon witnessing the scene. Yet, in the throes of his fervent determination, John paid little heed to his words. Standing upon the small vessel, John grasped an oar in each hand, vigorously propelling the boat forward. Under John's strenuous efforts, the small craft surged unsteadily towards the distant dark silhouette. The shadow gradually magnified in their sight, slowly revealing its true form. It was an island, teeming with lush forests, a vibrant oasis of life. John, Fal gasped in astonishment. At that moment, the small boat drew ever closer to the island. John appeared increasingly exhilarated, his hands whirling like the pistons of a running engine. Finally, the boat, having reached the island, capsized under John's vigorous paddling. Fal and the others watched as the island, now less than 10 meters away, slowly sank beneath the waves. However, John was unconcerned about any misfortune befalling Fal and John. After all, who among them, sailing upon the vast ocean, could not swim? Yet, John had forgotten that Fal, due to having consumed a devil fruit, was cursed by the sea, rendering him powerless upon contact with water. Glub, glub, glub. It was the sound of Fal inhaling a copious amount of seawater. A profound discomfort enveloped him, and these words echoed in his mind. This sensation, as he sank helplessly to the ocean floor, left him devoid of strength. He longed to wave his arms, to ascend to the surface as he once did, yet his limbs now felt as if they were devoid of sensation, unresponsive to his commands. As he ingested more seawater, consciousness gradually slipped away, plunging him into a state of unconsciousness and drowning. If no one were to rescue him, death would inevitably greet him. When I awaken, I shall certainly deliver a proper reprimand to that scoundrel, John, was Fal's final thought before losing consciousness. He harbored no fear of perishing in these vast waters, for he was certain that John and Jonah would not abandon him. As fate would have it, shortly thereafter, John, employing his adept swimming skills, retrieved Fal from the depths. Meanwhile, Fal and John floated on the surface, while Jonah remained, perplexed by the eerie stillness of the sea around him, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Here, John swiftly rescued Fal from drowning after dragging him onto the island. Remembering that Fal was a user of the devil fruit, John plunged into the sea in search of him. This left John, who was attempting to rescue Fal, utterly speechless. Chapter 79, The Island. How had he never realized how foolish John was before? John lamented, clutching his head. Fal's eyes slowly opened, and he weakly inquired, "Where's that scoundrel John?" "He went to the depths of the sea to save you," John replied, covering his eyes in disbelief. Fal, hearing this, was filled with confusion. "Wasn't he I already rescued?" he asked. "He went to save you only after you were brought to safety," John clarified. Upon hearing this, Fal shook his head in exasperation and finally managed to utter, "What a colossal fool John is." After a while, noticing that John had yet to resurface, John had no choice but to plunge back into the ocean in search of him. "Fal," John shouted as he emerged, covering his eyes. "I'm not dead yet." Seeing this, Fal mustered his weak body to approach John, exclaiming, "Fal, you're all right." John, upon seeing Fal unharmed, joyously tackled him to the ground. Fal, having abandoned his reprimand towards John, wearily patted his back, advising him to be more cautious in the future. After swearing an oath, John promised he would no longer engage in such reckless antics. Eventually, the group gradually recovered, and John regained his usual playful demeanor. However, the capsizing of the small boat had inflicted significant losses on them, resulting in the disappearance of many of their belongings. Their backpacks, for instance, had vanished without a trace. Fortunately, Fal and his companions had kept their weapons on their person, so those remained intact. Yet, John lamented as he pulled out his blunderbuss and musket along with a small pouch containing black powder. "They're all soaked. I wonder how long it will take to maintain them now." This caused John to whistle awkwardly as he made his way to the other side. "All right, let us carefully observe this place," said Fal, who had regained his composure as he grasped the long knife behind him. The recent plunge into the vast ocean has imparted upon him a profound understanding of the drawbacks of the devil fruit, rendering him increasingly wary of the sea. "Where's this place?" John squinted against the merciless sun. "I don't know, which is precisely why we must carefully observe our surroundings," Fal replied, shaking his head. "If you were to ascertain the identity of this wretched locale, it would be nothing short of miraculous. This place appears to be largely uninhabited. It does not seem promising." John added, "Yet, at least we have managed to escape the boundless sea," he lamented. "Fal, I find myself quite hungry," John remarked, clutching his stomach. Having previously unleashed a powerful attack and subsequently searched for Fal in the ocean, his strength had been entirely depleted. "Then let us venture into the jungle to seek some sustenance," Fal suggested, raising his gaze to the sun, which now hovered at its zenith, signaling that it was indeed time for a meal. "Very well, let us hasten our departure," John concurred, feeling the pangs of hunger as well. As they stepped into the thicket, they were surrounded by a variety of wild beasts, which scattered in all directions upon sensing the presence of Fal and his companions. "What remarkably sensitive creatures. They all fled," John remarked, drawing his twin blades. He was gradually evolving into a dual-wielding swordsman. "They run surprisingly fast," John noted, brandishing a dagger. As his firearms had succumbed to the water during the recent shipwreck and were temporarily rendered inoperative. "Look, there's another beast over there," John exclaimed, spotting a creature that appeared to regard them as prey. Dual slash. Without hesitation, John leaped into the air, bringing his blades down upon the beast. With a growl, the creature sensed John's formidable presence, and its expression shifted to one of sheer terror, paralyzed in place, perhaps cursing its ill fate for having provoked such formidable adversaries. Plop! The sound of the beast's severed head striking the ground echoed ominously. It was a small leopard. Upon witnessing the creature's visage, John remarked, "It appears this leopard must have observed us for quite some time, or else it would not have dared to confront us." Analyzing the situation, John added, "Starved. We should prioritize our basic needs before entertaining any other thoughts." Clutching his stomach, John continued to wield his twin daggers, relentlessly hacking at the leopard's carcass until it lay in several pieces. "Fal, John, do you have any fire?" John inquired, surveying the dismembered leopard. "My backpack is lost, and my firearm is waterlogged. It would be miraculous to find fire," John replied. Well then, I shall not concern myself with that. I am going to eat. Otherwise, I shall perish from hunger. John exclaimed. Without hesitation, he lunged towards the ground meat, hastily stuffing morsels of the leopard's bloody flesh into his mouth. Driven by an insatiable hunger. Throughout these harrowing days, his strength had been severely depleted, and sustenance had been scarce, rendering him unable to endure any longer. Observing this scene, Fal silently joined John in his grim feast, while John remained speechless, reluctantly beginning to eat as well. It was unclear when they had transformed into savage creatures, subsisting on raw flesh, yet only in their interactions with one another did their remaining warmth surface. Clearly, they were no longer the innocent humans they once were. In truth, if they truly desired to ignite a fire, it was not beyond their capabilities. However, the energy and time required would be substantial. At this juncture, they had no choice but to forego that option. In this unfamiliar and perilous environment, replenishing their strength to precedence. Once they had finished eating and wiped the remnants from their mouths, they leaned against the trees for support. I'm still a bit hungry. I have barely satisfied my appetite. John lamented, continuing to clutch his belly. Suddenly, Fal shouted from nearby, watch out, as an enormous and thick python descended from the trees, landing before John's astonished eyes. Isn't this a ready-made lunch delivered right to us? Fair, I commend you, John exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the colossal python before him. Subsequently, John launched a flurry of strikes, slicing the serpent into 8 portions. Fair, here is the snake gallbladder for you, a potent source of nourishment. John tossed a piece of the gallbladder towards Fair. Chapter 80, The Porcupine Man. John, are you aware that the snake gallbladder is actually inedible when raw? Fair remarked as he accepted it. Why is that? John inquired, bewildered. It harbors a multitude of bacteria. The detriments of consuming it far outweigh any benefits, Fair explained. Shaking his head. Where did you glean this knowledge? John asked, scratching his head. What? Isn't that common knowledge? Fair replied, somewhat flummoxed. Oh, come on, you won't eat it. But I will, John said, observing Fair's perplexed expression. With that, he snatched the gallbladder from Fair's hands and promptly consumed it. You, never mind, Fair sighed, shaking his head. After all, they had long ceased to be concerned about bacteria. Having consumed raw meat directly, what did they have to fear? Once they had finished sharing the snake meat, the group gathered together. Fair, there are indeed numerous wild beasts in this vicinity, John remarked, surveying the various creatures meandering about. This island, much like the one previously inhabited by the Fars, is teeming with ferocious beasts that adhere to the laws of nature. Barely having set foot on this land, the Fars soon found themselves confronted by numerous audacious creatures daring to challenge them. Very well, let them witness the prowess of my self-invented technique. The whirlwind slash. Observing the beasts lingering nearby, John unsheathed his twin blades, feeling provoked by their presence. Now, let us speak of John's original technique, the whirlwind slash. This technique is not merely a means for John to intimidate. Rather, it embodies a series of swift and proficient slashes honed through diligent training. The Gale Slash is fundamentally a rapid sequence of strikes, executed so swiftly that the enemy scarcely glimpses John's presence before meeting their demise. Is this not a chilling reality? Meanwhile, Fal shook his head and remarked, Ah, come now, I have not practiced in quite some time. John quickly interjected, Please, no? Observing John's fervor, Fal chose to refrain from further commentary and allowed him to proceed. With a swift motion, John merged his twin blades into one, swirling around Fal like a tempest. Instantly, the air was thick with the scent of blood, as the surrounding beasts were ruthlessly cleaved into pieces, leaving them no chance to escape. Phew, that was truly exhausting, John exclaimed, plunging his blades into the ground and leaning on them as he gasped for breath. John, is that all you can manage? John jeered at him. Oh, please. How could someone who relies on firearms comprehend the thrill of close combat? John retorted loudly. Humph, who says I am solely relying on guns? John replied, somewhat miffed. Enough of this bickering. Trouble is approaching, Fal interjected, addressing the two quarrelers. What? John questioned, confusion etched on his face. Little did he realize that his recent brutal slaughter of the surrounding beasts would attract a far more formidable predator. Roar. The sound of the approaching beast reverberated ominously. Before long, it grew increasingly closer, evidently closing in on Fal and his companions. What could it be? John shook his sun-bleached firearm, his demeanor shifting into one of heightened vigilance. A roar. The formidable voice of the beast drew nearer, until it finally came into view before Fal and his companions. Lo and behold, before him stood a humanoid porcupine, entirely adorned with quills. "What on earth is this?" John exclaimed as he grasped the twin daggers embedded in the ground. Upon hearing John's voice, the creature let out a furious roar and advanced menacingly toward him. "Do you intend to kill me?" John retorted, a spark of anger igniting within him. Since when has a beast learned to take advantage of a vulnerable moment? This is John's derisive laughter directed at the humanoid porcupine before him. Mini tornado slash. John once again unleashed his technique, charging towards the creature. In an instant, the humanoid porcupine and John collided. Moments later, John found himself behind the porcupine, propping himself up with his dual blades, clearly exhibiting signs of fatigue. The porcupine bore a ring of wounds around its body, inflicted by John's blades. Before them lay a humanoid porcupine, kneeling upon the ground, its body emitting a sound akin to the flow of blood. "What manner of creature is this?" Fal inquired as he stepped forward. "I have no idea," John replied, approaching as well. The porcupine was clearly at the brink of death. A closer inspection would reveal that it had been cleaved in two by John. "Goodness, I'm truly losing my strength," John remarked, using his twin blades to prop himself up. The surrounding beasts, which had gathered after John's lethal strike against the humanoid porcupine, scattered in panic, as if they were fleeing from an unseen terror. "This island indeed possesses a remarkable aura," Fal observed, taking in the scene around him. Utilizing his observation hockey, he found that he could only perceive events occurring outside the confines of the island. Venturing deeper felt akin to sinking into a quagmire, rendering him immobile. "John, are you all right?" John asked, moving to support John. "I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me?" John grinned, though only he was aware of the agony coursing through him, as he had forcefully employed one of his unique skills, leaving his muscles feeling as if they were being torn asunder. "All right, we must find a place to rest. Otherwise, we shall not sleep soundly tonight," Fal urged, having sensed that this island was far from ordinary, undoubtedly concealing formidable beings. Though he was uncertain whether these beings were animals or humans, he considered anyone capable of engaging him in battle to be a warrior of note. "John, can you still walk?" John asked. "If you cannot, I shall carry you," he added. "What nonsense is this? If I were unable to walk, I would simply collapse onto your back," John retorted, pushing John's supportive hand away, even as a smile crept onto his lips, betraying his true feelings. Well then, John thought to himself, let him be stubborn, he won't perish. Under Fal's keen perception, the group soon discovered a cozy little cave that could accommodate them. The remains of the earlier animals were not wasted, as Fal and the others collected them for their dinner. "This cave is quite pleasant," John remarked, surveying the naturally formed hollow. The exit of this small cave can barely accommodate a single person's physique, yet its interior is vast and mysterious. Chapter 81. The Cozy Little Cave. Were it not for their individual aspirations, they would have undoubtedly settled in this little cave. "Let us reside here for the time being," suggested Fal. "All right, but when shall we depart?" John inquired, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Sighing at the question, Fal remained silent, while John beside him exhaled a heavy breath. For over a year in this world, they had lacked a proper refuge, except for a stable 6 months on Bataira Island. Now, they found themselves back in a state reminiscent of a fugitive existence. "Let us first observe this island," Fal finally spoke after a prolonged silence. He sensed that this island held secrets yet to be unveiled. "Is there truly a need for further observation?" "It appears to be an ordinary island," John remarked, rolling his eyes. "In my opinion, Fal, we must be relatively close to the Navy headquarters." John, who had been quiet for a while, finally spoke up. "What do you imply?" Fal asked, intrigued by John's statement. "I believe we could seize an opportunity. If there are vessels navigating nearby," John gestured with his hands. Upon seeing John's gestures, Fal instantly grasped his meaning. John was suggesting they hitch a ride on a passing ship. The vast ocean is not so easily traversed. "It is a matter of luck," Fal acknowledged John's implication. "If this place is indeed not far from the Navy headquarters, there should be numerous ships sailing through," John added. "Let us leave it to fortune. With a stroke of luck, perhaps," Fal concurred. "Enough of this. I propose we construct a large wooden raft, stock it with provisions, and swim over," John asserted with an air of wisdom. Fal and John exchanged weary smiles. Aside from the challenge of locating other islands, they lacked the stamina required for such a voyage. They had previously rowed tirelessly on a small boat, and it had nearly reduced them from robust men to frail shadows of their former selves. "Perhaps there will be an opportunity," Let us first survey this island. For it is not as simple as it appears. Fal shook his head. Very well, it is getting late. Let us eat and rest well. I have not had a good night's sleep in days, John yawned. With that, the group ceased their conversation, sealed the cave entrance, and successfully kindled a fire using the method of friction. Hey, if lighting a fire is this easy, did I really need to eat raw meat before? As John grumbled while roasting the meat, he lamented, Ah, do not even mention it. Even if a fire had ignited at that moment, knowing your temperament, could you truly endure the hunger to roast the meat? After several individuals had finished cooking, they devoured every morsel, leaving not a trace behind, which resulted in each of them lying on the ground with swollen bellies. As the night deepened, they sealed the cave entrance and each settled down to slumber, lost in their own dreams. On this day, their slumber was particularly sweet, marking one of the most restful nights they had experienced in recent days. Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight streamed through the crevice of the cave, illuminating Fal's face, prompting him to stretch and rise early. Meanwhile, John and Joan remained immersed in their own serene dreams. Feeling a bit hungry, Fal placed his hand on his somewhat flat stomach and remarked on his hunger. He also felt a pang of thirst. However, this was easily remedied, for the vast ocean lay nearby. Although the ocean water was not directly drinkable after years of sailing, Fal knew well how to extract fresh water. After moving aside the stone at the cave entrance, he ventured outside in search of food and a water source. The sound of the stone shifting roused John and Joan, who inquired about Fal's intentions. I am off to find some food and water. You two should continue to rest. Fal replied with a smile before covering the entrance once more. As he surveyed his surroundings, he observed various wild creatures engaged in their own pursuits, some hunting for food, others sharpening their teeth, and some already in the throes of reproduction. With a powerful tremor, Fal arrived at a spot teeming with wolves, causing them to collapse to the ground, utterly incapacitated before they even realized what had transpired. A smile crept across Fal's face at the sight of the chaos. The tremor technique has become increasingly effective, he mused. In addition to this ability, he had developed numerous other skills. He also discovered that his devil fruit was indeed linked to lifespan, meaning many of his abilities pertained to longevity. Previously, he had conflated lifespan with vitality, though the distinction was minimal, so he chose not to alter his understanding, as vitality felt more apparent. After capturing the wolves, Fal departed, leaving behind the disorder. However, he had not abandoned this bounty. Rather, he sought to fetch some seawater using his specially crafted wooden ladle. As for the chaos left behind, any would-be interlopers would face dire consequences, for Fal possessed an extensive range of observation hockey. Once he extracted the seawater, he proceeded with his tasks and, when finished, he did not forget to move the remnants of his conquest to the entrance where Joan and John rested. With his efforts, morning had arrived. Joan, rise and shine. Breakfast is served. Fal called out, removing the stone that had blocked the cave entrance. Food. With his bleary eyes wide open, John suddenly leaped up and exclaimed. In truth, he had long been awake, acutely aware of the gnawing hunger in his belly, yet he lingered in bed, hindered by his own laziness. You two should go roast some meat. Fal pointed towards the dazed pack of wolves that had shifted nearby. Wow, so many. John's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fal, you are truly my good brother. He leaned over and planted a kiss on Fal's forehead. No kissing. Fal pushed John away, slightly flustered. Though this act was a customary greeting in the West, Fal, being a genuine Chinese, found it somewhat difficult to accept. In truth, he found it rather disgusting. After sending John and John off to roast meat, Fal busied himself with extracting fresh water. Chapter 82. General Wu. Once everything was in order, it was already noon. John, have you both rested well? Fal inquired of his companions. Yes, rested well, John replied. John, on the other hand, began to chatter away excitedly. Upon hearing their responses, Fal smiled gently. It is time to venture deeper into the forest. His curiosity was piqued by the fact that his observation hockey could not perceive all that lay deep within the woods. I'll follow your lead, John responded. After giving some instructions, the group set off towards the heart of the forest. Their desire to behold the island's scenery compelled them to proceed at a leisurely pace. By the time they stepped into the forest's depths, more than an hour had elapsed. Ah, this is the spot, Fal declared, halting in his tracks. Here, his observation hockey felt as though it was ensnared in a quagmire, rendered ineffective. Upon entering this area, he sensed an unmistakable difference. It seems to be due to the chaotic magnetic field, Fal noted, attentively scanning his surroundings with his hockey. A chaotic magnetic field can hinder your observation hockey? John expressed skepticism upon hearing Fal's explanation. While a chaotic magnetic field certainly cannot render my observation hockey entirely useless, it does impose limitations on its use. Fal replied with a chuckle and a shake of his head. Within his hockey, he discovered that it resembled a magnetic field, carrying his spirit as it traversed the surroundings. Thus, due to the chaotic magnetic field, it felt as though there was an impenetrable wall ahead, blocking his access completely. All right, regardless, you possess observation hockey. While I do not, so I cannot comprehend what it feels like, John lamented after hearing Fal's explanation. You should train diligently, aiming to unlock your own hockey as soon as possible. Fal sighed in resignation. In this world, he had long seen through everything. Only those who wielded such power could dominate all. Beyond the swiftly attainable strength of the devil fruits, the conqueror's hockey stood as the most formidable force in existence. Oh, it's not that simple, John retorted. The power that people in this world spend their entire lives seeking. How could I possibly possess it so soon after my arrival? With determination, I believe you will attain it, Fal replied, turning his gaze away. However, John had more to say, yet Fal gestured for him to cease his further words. What's wrong? John inquired in a lowered voice, observing the exchange. There are Navy forces. Fal closed his eyes, sensing everything within the range of his observation hockey. On the coast of the small island, a naval officer approached, saluting. Admiral, how are the experiments proceeding here? He asked. Report, Admiral. Everything is proceeding smoothly. The sailor exclaimed. That's good to hear. Admiral Kong instructed me to exercise caution. The admiral, known as Sengoku, remarked with a sigh. His formidable sword, which hung at his waist, indicated his prowess as a powerful warrior. It was evident that he was not a user of a devil fruit. He was one of the 3 warriors stationed at the naval headquarters. Known as the Gravekeeper Warrior, his reputation spoke volumes of his strength. Since all is well, I shall proceed with my inspection, Admiral Sengoku said with a nod and a smile. Meanwhile, Fal sensed the conversation among the naval officers. However, due to the limitations of his observation hockey, he could not discern the content of their dialogue, leaving him puzzled. Nevertheless, it was clear that the naval officer welcoming the group bore certain suspicious traits, primarily characterized by the chaotic magnetic field surrounding him. This serves as evidence that he emerged from the depths of the forest as a naval officer. The chaotic magnetic field enveloping him had previously obscured his presence from Fal. It is evident that these naval officers are exceedingly cautious, as if engaged in some clandestine activity. There is a secret, Fal muttered. What secret? John inquired, leaning closer. Over there, a group of naval officers. Fal merely gestured in their direction. What? John was taken aback. Shouldn't we hurry to join them? After all, we are also naval officers. John exclaimed with enthusiasm. They would eagerly welcome the opportunity to leave this island. And the arrival of a group of naval officers should surely be cause for celebration. Very well, but given the peculiarities surrounding us, it would be prudent to observe a little longer. Fal placed a hand on John's excited form, aware of John's eagerness to reunite with the naval officers and find a way off the island through them. However, the naval officers were shrouded in mystery, and Fal sensed through his observation hockey that one of them possessed considerable strength. Thus, advancing recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. It was wise to observe further before taking action. All right. John, upon hearing this, managed to temper his excitement. Fal, what should we do next? John asked from the side. Patience, let me observe them a bit longer, Fal replied, waving his hand and settling to the ground. However, Fal's stamina could not sustain the use of observation hockey indefinitely. Meanwhile, the naval rear admiral, lacking the same ability, could not discern Fal's scrutiny of them clearly. They sensed a slight discomfort, but could not pinpoint any issues within their awareness, and thus let it go. For now, let South rest in place, the rear admiral gestured. Yes. The group of naval officers behind him saluted in response. Rear Admiral, what is this? A naval officer approached with a look of confusion. He was the one who had greeted the rear admiral, the officer with the chaotic magnetic field. However, he bore another identity, a researcher from the 4th Biological Research Institute. Dr. Yuan Gu has been waiting for you at the institute for quite some time. The researcher bowed his head and said, Waiting for the experimental subjects I was to escort, I presume, the rear admiral chuckled. The researcher hesitated to articulate everything clearly. Enough, let me rest my team properly, and then we shall proceed to the institute, the rear admiral said impatiently, eyeing the evasive researcher. Chapter 83, the Biological Research Institute. Very well, let us expedite matters. The researcher conceded, choosing not to speak further. General Shangwu, upon seeing the researcher departing from his side, expressed his disdain. Every action he undertook was imbued with purpose. It was hardly the place for an ordinary researcher to question him. When the researcher approached to urge him on his course of action, it stirred a profound discontent within him. Yet, why did this subtle unease persistently linger in his heart? As a warrior, he held dear the weapons in his grasp and the unwavering fortitude of his spirit. The emergence of this disquietude within him was something he regarded with great seriousness. Such discomfort is seldom experienced unless something significant is about to transpire. After a brief interval of less than half an hour, the researcher once again urged General Shangwu to hasten his journey to the research facility. Upon hearing this, General Shangwu tightly grasped the hilt of his katana at his waist, remaining silent for a considerable time before ultimately acquiescing to the request of the researcher before him. Were it not for the orders of Marshal Kong, it would indeed be a wonder if you survived this day, General Shangwu thought grimly. Though he was a warrior and a naval officer, he was not one imbued with a sense of justice. On the contrary, he was a ruthless and cold-hearted naval officer, and it was this very ruthlessness that had propelled him to his current position and strength. This is precisely the reason why he was valued by the Air Marshal and entrusted with such a clandestine command. Let us proceed, shall we? Major General Shangwu fixed his gaze on the researcher's neck and addressed the group of naval officers behind him. Yes, the naval officers responded to Major General Shangwu's directive. However, they were not ordinary sailors. They were loyal subordinates of Major General Shangwu, each an elite with exceptional capabilities. We should hasten to the research facility. Dr. Yuangu must be growing impatient. Upon hearing Major General Shangwu's order, the researcher let out a sigh of relief, oblivious to the piercing gaze focused on his neck. Meanwhile, due to his sustained and precise observation of the naval officers, Fal began to feel his strength waning and eventually ceased his scrutiny. Let's move closer, he said to John and John. Very well. The two complied without further inquiry, following Fal's lead. Has that sense of discomfort vanished? Perhaps I was overly anxious. Major General Shangwu pondered as he sensed the unease dissipate. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. How could such a feeling arise and then simply vanish without cause? Major General Shangwu abruptly halted, lost in thought. Major General Shangwu? The naval officers behind him exchanged puzzled glances at his sudden stillness. It's nothing. Relay my orders to change direction, he instructed. Yes. The officers saluted and swiftly conveyed the command. Major General Shangwu, what is the meaning of this? The researcher inquired with a look of urgency. It is crucial to remember that his family remains at the research facility. He could not fathom the consequences of failing to deliver the experimental subjects on time. Young man, it would be wise not to question me further. Be mindful of your status, Major General Shangwu admonished, disregarding the researcher's plea. However, if the researcher chose to ignore this warning, the outcome could be quite different. Yet, as he attempted to voice further objections, a mere gesture from Major General Shangwu halted him, while several naval officers restrained him. Gradually, Major General Shangwu distanced himself from the researcher's presence. What could be the source of that discomfort? General Shangwu walked ahead, murmuring to himself. His heart was entangled in a dilemma. A warrior's heart must guide his judgment. A warrior cannot forsake his own heart, for to do so would be to deny the path he has chosen. Consequently, General Shangwu found himself leading the naval officers and others in a meandering course around the island. Occasionally, some unwitting beasts would emerge to obstruct their passage, but each was swiftly dispatched by General Shangwu's blade, felled on the spot. After another half-hour of wandering, General Shangwu and his entourage halted. Is this truly a product of Dr. Yuangu's experiments? How unique indeed, he mused, observing the feral werewolf before him. However, the werewolf, in a frenzy of irrationality, dared to challenge even the mightiest. It was evident that it could not withstand General Shangwu's prowess for more than a few exchanges before losing its head and collapsing to the ground. Although its strength was mediocre, it far surpassed the feeble villagers. General Shangwu gazed with a glimmer of fascination at the headless werewolf, which continued to writhe at his feet. Behind him, his colleague, the researcher, regarded the fallen creature with a complex expression, suggesting a deeper story between them. Let us proceed, General Shangwu declared after a brief moment. Having lost interest, he intended to walk for another half-hour to ascertain whether the discomfort he had previously sensed lingered. If it did not, they would then make their way back to the research facility. After an extended journey, General Shangwu found that the disquiet he had experienced earlier had vanished. attributing it solely to environmental factors. He continued onward with his companions towards the research institute, ready to report on their mission. Indeed, the ever-watchful Fal, who had been trailing General Shangwu, spoke with a grave countenance. "What troubles you, Fal?" John inquired, noticing Fal's serious demeanor. "It appears that the Navy officer has become aware of my abilities," Fal replied, disregarding John's concern. "Could it be that my powers possess some flaws?" He pondered, his expression darkening. For in the recent observations, Fal had realized they were retracing their previous steps. Had they truly circled back for no apparent reason? These were the thoughts that lingered in Fal's mind. Eventually, after perceiving only the rear of a naval fleet with his Kinbunchika Haki, they departed from that circle, proceeding in a different direction. It was through a series of ominous signs that Fal began to sense something amiss. Chapter 84. A host of savage orcs. "Come, stay close to them," Fal urged, his suspicions confirmed after several tests. "It seems I cannot employ this ability lightly against formidable foes," he remarked with a furrowed brow. "Fal, what's wrong? Has something happened?" John, who had noticed Fal's silence, inquired. They were perplexed by Fal's demeanor, as he remained tight-lipped, merely knitting his brow in thought. "It's nothing, just keep close," Fal replied, unwilling to elaborate. In his view, Kinbunchika Haki was not something that could be easily discerned. The ordinary form of this ability merely offered a limited foresight within a small radius. What he truly sensed was a vast domain of perception that intertwined with his soul. Thus, it appeared that the issue lay within his soul. The enemy could detect his scanning, which was certainly a troubling situation. Seeing Fal's state, John chose not to press further and stayed closely behind him as they trailed the naval group. The more Fal scanned, the more he felt the gravity of the situation. "I must find a way to improve this," he resolved inwardly, gradually coming to understand the intentions of the naval fleet. Were they escorting a group of prisoners? As Fal and his companions followed closely behind the Navy, they found themselves increasingly approaching the mysterious inner sanctum of the island. However, the limitations placed on Fal's Kinbunchika Haki grew ever more pronounced, making it increasingly cumbersome to utilize. Consequently, he chose to cease its use altogether, considering that it drained his stamina excessively. In the end, Fal and John resorted to observing the subtle traces left by the naval forces as they made their way to their destination. "Admiral Shangwu." A sailor saluted the admiral standing before him. "Have we arrived?" Admiral Shangwu did not spare a glance at the sailor, but instead surveyed the dilapidated structures around him. The buildings appeared in ruins, devoid of any human presence, surrounded by charred wood and the stench of decay. "Humph, these modified beings," he scoffed. After a prolonged gaze, General Shangwu let out a cold snort. Surrounding him, a multitude of dilapidated structures birthed an assortment of orcish beings, ranging from feral werewolves to feline humanoids. Their crimson eyes fixated upon General Shangwu and the naval contingent behind him. A primal roar erupted from one of the orcs, igniting a chorus of echoes among the others. The burnt wood and the surrounding stench of decay served as a grim backdrop to their presence. With a fierce battle cry, the first orc charged forward, initiating the assault. "Does your superior, Dr. Yuangu, lack the means to control them?" General Shangwu inquired, a frown creasing his brow as he turned to the researcher. The tumultuous horde of berserk orcs indeed presented him with considerable distress. Behind General Shangwu, the Navy personnel readied themselves for battle, leaving only the general engaged in conversation with the researcher, while the feeble crowd lay helpless on the ground. "No," the researcher replied, his neck retracting slightly. Upon hearing such a terse response, dissatisfaction brewed within General Shangwu. Currently, Dr. Yuangu was still conducting experiments. The rampaging orcs had been expelled from their confines only because the laboratory's cages could no longer accommodate them. Sensing the general's rising ire, the researcher hastily interjected. "Is that so?" General Shangwu, upon hearing this, responded, yet an unsettling vision of the frenzied orcs charging toward him surfaced in his mind, provoking a disquieting sense of foreboding. "Why does my warrior's heart falter with such erroneous perceptions today?" As his discomfort intensified, the general emitted a furious roar. However, the berserk orcs showed no regard for his outrage, relentlessly advancing toward the Navy. Observing that his men were beginning to falter under the relentless assault, General Shangwu resolved to offer assistance, fearing that they might be overwhelmed by the savage onslaught. At least, this was the conviction that resided within him. Lioness slash. He leaped into the air, drawing his katana, its blade glinting momentarily as it sliced through the air toward the horde of orcs. Unfazed, the orcs charged into the range of his attack without a hint of fear. Humph. Foolhardy, General Shangwu scoffed. As a vice admiral, he was not to be taken lightly. His extraordinary prowess warranted his rank. With swift precision, the orcs within his attack range were reduced to mere fragments. Only a few remained at the rear, having hesitated to charge forward. Nonetheless, the Navy was not to be underestimated, each soldier wielding their weapons with fervor to counter the threat. They relished the chaos of a collective skirmish. Once the berserk orcs were vanquished, General Shangwu turned his gaze toward the researcher. Are you not aware of the situation here? Why did you fail to report to me? His piercing gaze bore into the researcher. General Shangwu, I truly do not understand why, the researcher replied, his expression one of distress. It was crucial to note that the orcs had been dispersed across the island's periphery, with some even cast into the depths of the sea. Oh, what could have led to such a circumstance? General Shangwu gazed at the researcher with keen interest. I am uncertain, the researcher stammered. How did you manage to exit from here previously? General Shangwu inquired, having noticed the researcher's unusual demeanor. Such occurrences have not transpired before. I cannot fathom why they have congregated, the researcher replied, lowering his gaze. Among the slain orcs, he recognized those few that he had once cast into the sea. The question of their presence here weighed heavily on his mind, filling him with astonishment. Enough, lead the way, General Shangwu remarked. Discerning the researcher's distress, yet choosing not to probe further, a mere band of insignificant orcs hardly warranted his concern. Chapter 85, The Anomalous Laboratory. A group of orcs, whose strength paled in comparison to his own, did not command General Shangwu's attention. He was eager to complete his mission and return to his sanctuary, where 3, 4, or even 5 enchanting beauties awaited him. Upon hearing this, the researcher cast a complex glance at the corpses of the orcs strewn about, many of whom had once been his friends. Yes, General, the researcher said, bowing his head. Subsequently, he led the naval officers to a modest, narrow cabin. Before them stood the small dwelling that housed their laboratory. However, the laboratory itself lay beneath this cabin, concealed within a secret passage. After unlocking the passage with a key, the researcher guided the naval personnel into the basement. In truth, General Shangwu was aware of the laboratory situated beneath the cabin. He even knew of a hidden key concealed in the ceiling of the small room. This is to prevent the researchers from failing to reach them. In case the researchers perish along the way, the Navy left a contingency plan should they be unable to access the underground laboratory. The reason for the researchers to retrieve them is, in fact, to seek a legitimate exchange, a convergence of mutual respect. Before even entering the basement, the Navy was already met with a cacophony of anguished cries emanating from within. These were unmistakably human screams, sending shivers down the spines of even the most resolute sailors. It was a common occurrence for researchers to observe the unusual demeanor of the surrounding Navy and attempt to explain, but before they could utter a word, they were halted by Lieutenant General Shangwu standing before them. Just lead the way, he commanded, his gaze fixed upon the researcher. Complying, the researcher proceeded forward without further discourse. Yet, behind them, Lieutenant General Shangwu felt an increasing sense of discomfort within him. However, this discomfort had escalated to a warning emanating from the heart of a warrior, rather than mere unease. Whether it was due to the prior disturbances caused by Farl or the chaotic magnetic field of the area, it muddled his internal perception. Something feels amiss. As the feeling of discomfort intensified, Lieutenant General Shangwu instructed his subordinates to remain vigilant. He drew his katana, gripping it with both hands as he advanced step by step. Could it be that the unease I sensed earlier originates from this place? He pondered, clutching his sword. Everyone, please do not be alarmed. The doctor is experimenting with new species, which may explain the researcher's reactions, the researcher attempted to clarify. However, a mere glance from Lieutenant General Shangwu silenced him abruptly. Mind your words, he thought inwardly. Yet, could it truly be the result of Dr. Yuangu's experiments that elicited the disquiet within him? After hearing the researcher's explanation, Lieutenant General Shangwu relaxed his guard slightly, sheathing his sword once more. He held a profound respect for strength. Despite his own questionable character, the code of the warrior was something he revered deeply. But only after acknowledging that the strength of another surpassed his own. Meanwhile, Farl and his companions found themselves at a standstill upon reaching the dilapidated village. Surrounded by the slain bodies of orcs, Farl sensed the gravity of the situation. Clearly, a great battle had transpired here prior to their arrival. John stepped forward, drawing his firearm from behind him and loading it with ammunition. This weapon had become nearly ready for use during this time. However, we seem to have lost the target, Fal remarked, glancing at the chunks of flesh scattered on the ground. Reluctantly, Fal activated his observation hockey once more to survey the surroundings. Unfortunately, the chaotic magnetic field interfered with his ability, limiting his view to a mere small area. I propose we retrace our steps and launch an assault on that naval vessel, John suggested from behind Fal. If we succeed in our attack, look, we could easily board a ship and leave this place, he murmured. However, John and Fal paid him no mind. Although the plan sounded feasible at first glance, it overlooked numerous instabilities. For instance, what if there were formidable individuals aboard who could detect Fal's presence? Or perhaps there were traps laid out on the ship. To recklessly assault that naval vessel would be tantamount to offering oneself as a sacrifice. Let us carefully observe our surroundings for any clues, John advised, studying the disordered footprints on the ground. Following his lead, he soon pinpointed a narrow, dilapidated shack. It appears that the Navy is quite inept at erasing their traces. John scoffed at the footprints. It seems we have discovered the reason for their disappearance, Fal remarked with a smile. What should we do next, Fal? John inquired as he stood beside him. First, we need to find a place to conceal ourselves and observe, Fal replied. As I always say, blindly charging into an unknown and perilous area is a path to doom. Upon hearing Fal's words, John began their preparations. In the underground laboratory, a group of Navy personnel, led by a researcher, slowly approached the heart of the facility. They had been navigating this complex space for over 10 minutes, and it was evident that it was vast and intricate. As they neared the center of the laboratory, the sound of anguished screams grew increasingly louder, sending chills down their spines. Why does that sound seem so familiar? The researcher pondered, unnerved by the continuous cries. For some reason, the screams he had heard in the past 10 minutes felt hauntingly familiar. Could it be my brother? The researcher's mind raced with chaotic thoughts until he could no longer contain his frenzied desire, propelling himself forward. Admiral Wu, a nearby naval officer, remarked upon witnessing this scene. It's nothing to worry about. General Shangwu merely gestured with his hand, choosing not to impede the researcher. Yet, as he approached the heart of the laboratory, an increasingly intense sensation gripped his heart. Coupled with the eerie stillness of the surroundings and an array of bizarre phenomena encountered along the way, an unsettling feeling surged within him. Thus, he found himself in need of a scout. Chapter 86. Countless orcs. As the researcher dashed ahead, General Shangwu, accompanied by his naval forces, steadily advanced, moving forward with deliberate steps until they finally reached the center of the laboratory. The researcher halted abruptly, mouth agape, pointing toward the unfolding scene before them. What is this? Upon arriving, General Shangwu too found himself frozen in place. In the vast expanse of the laboratory's center, an innumerable throng of orcs congregated, jostling one another as they pressed toward the core. It was not until the researcher, unable to bear the sight any longer, let out a piercing scream that seized the attention of all the orcs surrounding the epicenter. Why is this happening? Why? The researcher collapsed to the ground, emitting a low growl of despair. In response, the orcs erupted into ferocious roars, lunging toward the researcher, tearing at him with wild abandon, each vying for a share. Retreat. Observing this chaotic scene, General Shangwu shouted urgently, finally realizing the source of the disquiet that had plagued him all along. This is no longer as simple as the previous scattered orcs. The orcs present here are seemingly endless, with additional hordes continuously surging forth from other tunnels. These are the masterpieces of Dr. Yuangu, the amalgamation of thousands of humans and beasts. Yet, the once illustrious Dr. Yuangu now lies slain at their hands. A poignant testament to the duality of his existence, born of them and perished by them. However, the naval officers, upon hearing the command of General Shangwu, hesitated to act. Despite their rigorous training as elite forces, they found themselves paralyzed by the grotesque spectacle unfolding before them. It was only when the beastmen, resembling zombies, surged forth with a crimson glint in their eyes that the naval officers were roused from their stupor. Lion's Cleave. General Shangwu, positioned at the forefront of the narrow passage, found himself unable to retreat in time. Instead, he resolved to delay the onslaught of beastmen, buying precious moments for the chaos-stricken naval officers clamoring for an escape. The narrow passageway could accommodate only 3 individuals, yet it was congested with a line of over 100. Consequently, confusion reigned. Those at the rear remained oblivious to the turmoil ahead, while those in the front quarreled over the retreat. Curse you lot. Come here and help. General Shang Wu bellowed, exasperated by the cacophony of his subordinates, whom he had never deemed so inept. While he valiantly resisted the encroaching beastmen, his comrades squabbled over who would retreat first. Samurai Lion's Cleave. As the beastmen closed in, he was compelled to unleash his ultimate technique, cleaving through the surrounding foes with precision. Meanwhile, the naval officers, still embroiled in their discord, were reluctant to position themselves at the back of the line. A few, recognizing General Shang Wu's perilous situation, charged forth to his aid. Yet, they underestimated the disparity in numbers. While they could handle one beastman individually, facing 2 or 3 proved insurmountable. The relentless tide of beastmen soon overwhelmed them, tearing them apart with savage ferocity. Only formidable warriors like General Shang Wu stood a chance against the relentless horde. Where do these frenzied beastmen come from? General Shang Wu exclaimed as he wielded his katana, the exceptionally sharp blade, Tian Kan, though it did not hold the rank of the illustrious Great Blade 21. It was nonetheless a formidable weapon. Armament Haki. He struck with unyielding force until a beastman breached his defenses, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. With no alternative, General Shang Wu activated his haki to shield himself from the beast's savage bite. Damn it! A bunch of useless fools. As the first orc breached the defenses, a second soon followed, and one by one, the orcs surged forth, gradually overwhelming General Shang Wu. In a moment of desperation, General Shang Wu turned his head towards the naval forces still in the midst of their chaotic retreat. To his dismay, he discovered they were embroiled in disputes over their escape, until they too were engulfed by the frenzied orcs. Armed haki enveloped him. A fierce flame ignited within General Shang Wu, as the armed haki swiftly enveloped his entire being, rendering him impervious to the bites of the approaching orcs. Perish, you worthless wretches. General Shang Wu resolved not to fend off the orcs behind him, for, thanks to the armed haki, they were utterly incapable of penetrating his defenses. At this moment, he chose to charge towards the retreating naval personnel. It was undeniably unwise to continue resisting the countless orcs here, for he would inevitably be torn to shreds by them once his strength was exhausted. Vice Admiral Shang Wu, you. The Navy personnel, huddled in the narrow passage, gazed in terror at the figure of Vice Admiral Shang Wu, whose entire body was enveloped in a shroud of armed haki. In a single stroke, he cleaved a naval officer in half. The poor sailor did not perish at the hands of the orcs, but rather fell victim to his own superior. Let them all perish. Vice Admiral Shang Wu roared, his face twisted in a grimace as he mercilessly slaughtered the Navy men before him, transforming the cramped passageway into a gruesome scene drenched in blood. Fragmented bodies fell to the ground in multiple pieces, inciting chaos among the retreating sailors who cried out in desperation. Help! Someone, please save me. This is the sentiment expressed by countless naval personnel still in the process of retreating. They merely wish to survive. In truth, if it were solely their small unit, the execution of the retreat order, albeit with some hesitation, could ultimately be accomplished over such an extended duration. However, trailing behind them is a group of despondent villagers, devoid of spirit. These villagers are the primary targets of their escort mission, yet unbeknownst to them, they have unwittingly become the harbingers of death. The warrior's divine line strikes. This marks the second time General Shang Wu has unleashed his formidable power. The first instance was among the orcs, where he mercilessly reduced them to mere fragments. This time, however, it unfolds amidst the Navy, as the warrior's divine lion slash transforms into a radiant arc of blade, cleaving through all naval officers ahead, whose faces are etched with confusion and terror, bisecting them effortlessly. General Shang Wu, why is this happening? Aren't you our most revered superior? Many of the fallen Navy members questioned. Bewildered, yet, consumed by the primal instinct for survival, General Shang Wu paid no heed to their inquiries, unleashing his skills with reckless abandon. Chapter 87. The three-way assault. You have only yourselves to blame. With a fierce countenance, General Shang Wu ruthlessly dispatched all naval officers who dared to stand in his path. He had granted them opportunities and time, yet they squandered it, transforming into mere obstacles in his way. Thus, he resolved, let them all perish. This is the inner contemplation of Major General Shang Wu. At long last, through his relentless efforts, he has forged a path to salvation. Hundreds of orcs, innumerable sailors, and those villagers met their demise at his hands. Although a few fortunate sailors and villagers managed to evade his strikes, it mattered little, for he was finally on the verge of escape. My strength is waning. I must leave this place swiftly. Major General Shang Wu cast one last glance behind him. The scene was hellish, with severed limbs scattered across the ground and frenzied orcs feasting on the bloodied remains. Hell, this was the thought that surfaced in his mind. Without a backward glance, he hastened away. At last, he had survived the ordeal. Upon opening the hidden passage's gate, he emerged into the light. A ray of sunlight fell upon him, transforming his once pristine naval uniform into a tattered crimson shroud. He appeared as a specter of blood. Any ordinary person who beheld him would likely faint in terror. In that moment, Major General Shangwu resembled a demon. After sealing the gate behind him, he placed a heavy stone upon it and sat cross-legged, gradually regaining his strength. He feared that a few fortunate sailors might have survived and could report him to the naval headquarters, which would pose a significant problem. Why did he still feel a sense of unease within? Closing his eyes, Major General Shangwu attempted to restore his vigor. For reasons unknown, the discomfort intensified after he departed from the underground laboratory. Could it be that it was not yet over? He opened his eyes once more. Meanwhile, Fal and his companions were gathering, observing everything. Good heavens, what has transpired? John whispered, astonished. What did he see? He witnessed a blood-soaked figure emerging from the hidden passage. Had he not believed that the world of One Piece was devoid of such Western fantasy elements, he might have thought it was a demon. Fal discerned that something significant had occurred. John turned to Fal and said, "Indeed, this person's condition is far from favorable." Fal sensed Major General Shangwu, who sat atop the gate. "Shall we proceed, Fal?" Upon hearing this, John immediately replied, "Kill." After a moment of contemplation, Fal no longer hesitated and charged forward. John swiftly readied his firearm, aiming at the seated Major General Shangwu. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, a bloodied hole appeared in the vigilant Major General's body. "A firearm?" General Shangwu, with an expression of disbelief, exclaimed. He had previously attributed the discomfort he felt in his heart to the ferocious orcs, never suspecting the truth that lay elsewhere. It was not until he felt the warm blood flowing ceaselessly from the wound on his shoulder and saw Fal and John charging towards him that he began to accept the reality of the situation. "So it was you little wretches. How dare you conspire against me?" As the realization dawned upon him, a fierce flame ignited within General Shangwu's heart. He vowed he had never experienced such fury before. Yet, he misjudged the entire scenario. For Fal and his companions had no intentions of scheming against him. It was merely a coincidence. Armament hockey activated. General Shangwu, gathering what little strength remained, rose to his feet and bellowed, determined to eliminate the adversaries before him in the shortest time possible. Lion's roar. He charged forward with a thunderous cry. Soul shatter. Upon witnessing this, Fal unleashed his skill. What is this? A devil fruit? The shock from soul shatter momentarily disrupted General Shangwu's movements, causing his subsequent attacks to falter for a few seconds. Twin blade slash. Seizing the opportunity, John rushed in, wielding his dual blades to clash against General Wu. Acquainted with Fal, John understood that he needed to secure the perfect moment for Fal to unleash his abilities. Soul Chaos Realm. Soul Absorption. Meanwhile, Fal, who had yet to draw his long sword, held a blue orb in his left palm that gradually expanded, enveloping his hand. This is a skill he has recently developed. Despite his small stature, this azure sphere possesses the capacity to expand to a diameter of several dozen meters. It can envelop the souls of his adversaries, rendering their thoughts perpetually sluggish under its influence. In his right hand, he wields a black sphere, a manifestation of his soul-draining technique, which he has magnified to an extraordinary degree through relentless refinement. "Do you dare to confront me?" roared General Shangwu, his gaze fixed upon John, who brandished twin blades. The blades of the two clashed repeatedly. However, due to the swiftness of General Shangwu's techniques, John could barely keep his blades raised in defense. Eventually, as General Shangwu sensed the powerful suction emanating from behind John, he realized the presence of a devil fruit user lurking in the shadows. Alarmed, General Shangwu sought to distance himself quickly, for remaining in close proximity to an unknown devil fruit wielder was far from a prudent choice. Yet, the formidable pull of the soul-draining technique relentlessly tugged at his own essence, making escape an improbable endeavor unless he first liberated himself from that overwhelming force. What is this? General Shangwu thought in shock as he contended with the soul competition against Fal while simultaneously clashing blades with John. He observed as a blue sphere gradually expanded, enveloping him, John, and the surrounding area within a diameter of several dozen meters. At that moment, both John and General Shangwu felt an overwhelming sense of lethargy. Their thoughts muddled and their capacity to respond to the situation diminished. Indeed, Fal had yet to fully master the realm of soul chaos, and John, trapped within it, was similarly affected. "You shall not defeat me, devil fruit user," General Shangwu exclaimed, grappling with the disorientation that clouded his mind. His physical strength waned, and the armor of hockey that he had summoned began to dissipate. Bang! The sound of a gunshot resonated, followed by a surge of pain from the wounds on General Shangwu's body. An incessant flow of blood gushed from a gaping wound. "It hurts," he cried, clutching his injury in agony. At this juncture, his stamina had dwindled to nothing, and the impact of this fatal bullet compounded his misfortune, robbing him of his combat capability. The pain from the gunshot intensified, sapping him of the strength to stand. "Am I destined to perish in this manner?" General Shangwu knelt upon the scorched earth, while beside him, the remnants of Tian Kan were also impaled in the blackened soil. A myriad of thoughts surged within his mind. Yet due to his existence in the realm of soul chaos, he found it exceedingly difficult to vividly recall any particular moment. It was as if his life were but a hazy silhouette, causing him profound anguish. Although John here is also within the realm of soul chaos, he does not suffer the same fate as General Shangwu, who is burdened by numerous augmentations. With a swift motion of his twin blades, John severed the massive head of General Shangwu, sending it soaring into the air. Even in that suspended moment, the gaze from the disembodied head remained shrouded in confusion. Observing this, Fal did not neglect to unleash his own skills, drawing the soul of General Shangwu into his being. "This is truly a remarkable tonic." "Dead?" John, gazing incredulously at the head he had effortlessly severed, uttered in disbelief. Meanwhile, John leaped down from a distant tree and approached, inquiring, "Is it resolved?" This is the voice of John, his face adorned with a radiant smile. "John, this sword," Far announced as he dispelled the soul chaos realm and approached the headless corpse of the kneeling General Shangwu. He drew the blade known as Tian Kan, which shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance in Far's grasp, as if declaring its sovereignty. "What a magnificent sword!" Upon hearing Far's voice, John swiftly snatched the katana from Far's hand. Admiring it closely, though it did not evoke the profound feelings that Ace did, it was undoubtedly a sword of distinction. John exclaimed, salivating at the prospect, then turned his gaze towards Far. "You can have it. That sword does not suit me." "I do not fancy it," he replied. Far observed John's insatiable desire and remarked that he was not fond of katana or Western swords, preferring instead the longer, sturdier blades. "John, do you want it?" John inquired, shifting his gaze towards John. "No, I do not wield swords," John replied, cradling his firearm. Then I shall take it," John exclaimed, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he gazed at the katana. Yet, in the next moment, a look of trepidation crossed his features. "Am I to employ the three-sword style?" John pondered, gazing at the Tian Kan with a troubled expression. Indeed, the katana in John's hand bore a name. Upon closer inspection, he noticed inscriptions on the blade in the characters of this world. Translated, it read, "Tian can suit yourself, as long as you are pleased." John chuckled to himself as he stepped away. He could already envision the future. John, with a sword clenched in his mouth and wielding a blade in each hand, reminiscent of Zorro. No, I have no desire for the three-sword style." After a brief contemplation, John quickly shook his head. The two-sword style was already sufficient for him to master, let alone the more challenging three-sword technique. Ultimately, after much deliberation, he resolved to stick with his previous two-sword style, simply replacing the swift blade, Hui Tian, with Tian Kan. Now, John's preferred blades would be Tian Kan and Ace, each hung at his waist for easy access, while Hui Tian was secured beside Ace as a backup blade. In this moment, Fal was not idle. He sought the body of the long-deceased General Shangwu. After all, such a formidable individual surely must have carried something of significance with him. After an extensive examination, Fal indeed retrieved a book on the 6 styles from the embrace of General Shangwu. It seemed he had kept this tome close, perhaps to study its contents, which prompted its presence. However, as Fal held the book, a wave of perplexity washed over him, for he had not witnessed General Shangwu employing even a fragment of the Navy's 6 styles during the battle. After pondering this conundrum for some time, Fal ultimately abandoned his thoughts. To dwell on such a futile question amidst the present circumstances would be decidedly unwise. It was possible that the powerful Navy officer refrained from using the techniques due to exhaustion, or perhaps he simply lacked the knowledge to do so, among various other potential reasons. Thus, there was no necessity for Fal to unravel this trivial mystery, lest he appear foolish. John, come over here," Fal called out to John, who stood at a distance. Upon hearing Fal's voice, the two hastily approached with inquiries. "What is the matter?" John asked as he walked closer, only to halt upon seeing the book in Fal's hands. Meanwhile, John, having sheathed his blade, approached with a joyful demeanor, his strides carefree. Fal, what is this?" John paused in his tracks, eyes fixed on the book Fal brandished. "Is this the Navy 6 styles?" After a brief silence, John was the first to exclaim. "No way. Could such extraordinary fortune befall us?" John stood frozen in disbelief at John's words. It is akin to stepping outside, having accomplished nothing, yet inexplicably acquiring a divine artifact and a manual of martial arts. However, let us not indulge in joy just yet. We must first vacate this perilous place, Fal remarked with a smile at the two. Indeed, the ground upon which they stood was fraught with danger. This was not solely due to the formidable individual who had emerged from the blood-soaked basement, but also because they needed to remain vigilant against unseen threats, such as potential naval reinforcements. "Hey, does he possess anything of value?" John inquired with a grin, gazing at the corpse kneeling on the ground. Unable to contain his curiosity, he began to rummage through the body, stripping it of its garments. "There's nothing left to find," Fal stated, covering his eyes in disbelief at the unsightly scene before him. It was truly a sight that was hard to bear. "I refuse to believe it. There must be more," John persisted, disregarding Fal's words as he continued to search the naval officer's remains. Had Vice Admiral Wu been resurrected to witness this spectacle, he might very well have succumbed to apoplexy. After an exhaustive search, John finally struck gold. With an expression of incredulity, he extracted a book from the officer's trousers. Fal and John, observing this scene, wore expressions that suggested they had stumbled upon a stroke of extraordinary luck. The Lioness-style technique. John slowly articulated the title embossed on the cover of the book. Upon opening it, he discovered it was replete with slashing techniques, which filled him with uncontainable joy, causing him to leap about in exuberance. The two onlookers were left speechless. After John reveled in his discovery for a considerable time, he gradually regained his composure, prompting the others to inquire further. Upon learning that it was a manual on samurai slashing techniques, their expressions were filled with astonishment as they gazed at John. "This is truly tailored for you," John remarked, his face brimming with enthusiasm. Once again, John turned to the naval officer's corpse, flipping it over in search of additional treasures. Yet, it seemed that his fortune had run dry. Despite thoroughly inspecting the officer's undergarments, he found nothing more. "Let us be on our way," Fal and John urged after waiting patiently for John. "Very well," he replied. Upon hearing this, John cast a lingering gaze upon the lifeless body and spoke. Subsequently, the group refrained from unraveling the mysteries of the basement. After all, the entity capable of inflicting such harm upon a being of immense power must possess extraordinary strength, whether it be a monster or a human. Before long, they returned to their cozy little den. John, as if he had discovered a new toy, incessantly fidgeted with the lion-style decision, while the heavenly remnant at his waist was drawn and sheathed repeatedly. Ace could only shed silent tears, for as a blade, it was unable to voice its lament. Otherwise, it would surely have reproached John, saying, "You heartless man, have you forgotten your old love in the presence of a new infatuation?" Farl and John, on the other hand, were engrossed in discussions of other matters. They deliberated on the ship that Farl had sensed, specifically the naval vessel. This represented their sole opportunity to escape the island, compelling them to ponder deeply. Following their deliberation, Farl and John resolved to proceed and observe the ship. Gathering intelligence is of paramount importance in any realm. After preparing in their cozy little den, the trio swiftly made their way towards the vessel that Farl had sensed. "Farl, what is the status?" John inquired while crouched atop a large tree, just a few hundred meters from the ship. Upon hearing this, Farl activated his observation haki to perceive the conditions aboard the vessel. As he gradually explored, his haki enveloped every aspect of the ship. The activities of several naval personnel unfolded in his mind like scenes from a film. "It should be fine. Let me take another look," Farl replied to John. The observation haki quickly encompassed the entire ship, and upon sensing the absence of any lingering presence akin to that of the naval officer they had slain, Farl breathed a sigh of relief. However, caution remained paramount. After all, should there be any entity aboard capable of negating his perception, Farl would find himself in dire straits. "Let us proceed, but I recommend we first infiltrate among the Navy," Farl suggested, tugging at his naval attire. However, due to their prolonged stay on the island and the recent maritime escapades, Farl's uniform had become tattered and worn. Unless one looked closely, it would be nearly impossible to discern that he and his companions were clad in naval garb. This is also the reason why General Shangwu did not recognize the naval uniforms worn by them even until the last moment of battle. "Shall we go?" John inquired. "But under what pretext should we infiltrate?" He further questioned. "Perhaps we should arrive candidly?" Fal suggested after a brief silence. "Very well," John replied. "Let us proceed without delay." Soon, Fal and his companions, clad in their disguises, appeared before the naval vessel. "Who goes there?" The sentry stationed at the lookout quickly spotted the group. A loud shout drew the attention of numerous sailors, who promptly raised their weapons, prepared for combat. "Friendlies, do not fire," John shouted, raising his hands. "Friendlies? Are they from the team that set out on a mission this morning?" The sentry pondered in confusion. This is impossible. How could they have transformed so drastically in such a short time? The sentry mused, contemplating the matter. Had he not been informed that they were allies, he might have mistaken them for the island's natives. Before long, at the behest of the naval personnel, the highest-ranking officer aboard the ship emerged. "Did I not say? Do not disturb me unless there is a pressing matter." The officer, visibly annoyed, exclaimed. "If they are outsiders, they are to be shot on sight," he continued. "However, Major, they claim to be one of us," a naval officer reported. "Oh, is that so?" The major perked up at this revelation. It was this very exchange that prompted him to disembark and approach Fal and his companions. "Is he truly the strongest on this vessel?" "In my view, he pales in comparison to John," Fal thought as he observed the major and the group of sailors trailing behind him. "Who are you?" the major finally inquired as he reached Fal. "Sir, we are the elite naval personnel from a previously ambushed branch," John interjected, stepping forward when he noticed Fal's silence. "Oh, the navy that faced the ambush?" The major stroked his chin thoughtfully. "That is indeed a tragic affair. However, since you are one of us, please come aboard." He concluded after a prolonged moment of contemplation. Is this not merely an unearned accolade? Yet, why does he feel an air of peculiarity? It seems as though he has forgotten something. Once Fal and his companions successfully boarded the vessel, smiles adorned their faces. "It appears to be quite effortless, Fal," John mused internally. Chapter 90. The phone bug. After Fal and his companions boarded the ship without incident, they were swiftly escorted to a private lounge. Meanwhile, the major returned to his quarters, a sense of unease swirling within him. It would be prudent to report this matter without delay. Rather than waiting for General Shangwu's return to make a decision, he contemplated. Initially, the major intended to wait for General Shangwu's arrival to discuss the situation. As the general was the primary authority on this ship, he was merely a humble major, had it not been for the critical nature of this mission. As indicated by General Shangwu, he would never have been entrusted with overseeing the vessel. Thus, he picked up a slumbering snail from the side. In this world, there exists a remarkable device enabling remote communication, affectionately dubbed the telephone snail. Gurgling softly, the creature awakened from its slumber as the major dialed the naval hotline. The telephone snail, no longer in a daze, opened its bleary eyes, emitting curious sounds from its mouth. Missy, this is the naval headquarters hotline." The voice emanating from the snail was not its own. It was an imitation of the voice on the other end. "Indeed, I am Major executing Mission 117. The major promptly briefed the hotline operator about the unfolding events. Following several exchanges between the major and the naval headquarters, both parties gained a comprehensive understanding of the situation. "Please hold on. I shall summon Admiral Stone," came the voice from the hotline. It appeared that this matter was not trivial. After their dialogue, the major successfully recalled the pressing question. A deserter? He pondered, a flame igniting within him. For the naval branch, a deserter was neither a grave nor a trivial matter. Yet for the naval headquarters, the defection of a sailor bound for their command was indeed significant. This is akin to a resounding slap in the face of the Navy headquarters. Moreover, under the directives of Vice Admiral Stone from a few days ago, a special team will seek him out. Otherwise, merely pursuing a deserter to confront a vice admiral would be a rather futile endeavor, as the vice admiral possesses little time to spare. Meanwhile, Fal and his companions are comfortably nestled in a plush bed, blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. Although it is merely a naval vessel lacking advanced combat capabilities, Fal, do we truly need to visit the Navy headquarters? John queried while digging at his ears. "I see no necessity for it. Look, the Navy's 6 styles are right here," he added, waving a book on the Navy's 6 styles before Fal. However, Fal furrowed his brow, activating his observation hockey to perceive all that transpired aboard the ship. Unfortunately, The limitations of his observation hockey prevented him from hearing the various sounds on the vessel, leaving him oblivious to the situation with the Major. It seems there are no formidable adversaries present, he thought, ceasing his use of observation hockey. I've been speaking to you, Fal, John exclaimed loudly, noticing Fal's indifference. I heard you, Fal replied with a resigned gesture. At times, John's exuberance leads him to behave inappropriately for the setting. Nevertheless, for such a young man, it is quite normal. Fal, I believe John is right. We ought to ponder this matter thoroughly, John interjected from the side. Yes, I heard you, Fal nodded in agreement. In my opinion, we really need not visit the Navy headquarters. It would be a waste of our time. Upon receiving John's agreement, he eagerly began to express his thoughts. Indeed, we cannot predict the kind of training that awaits us there. John nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Where do you wish to go? Fal inquired. True, if we were to enter the Navy headquarters with our current insufficient strength, we would be surrounded by numerous formidable opponents. Those powerful individuals could easily manipulate us at their whim. Thus, the thought of going to the Navy headquarters does not sit well with Fal. How about we return to Bartail Island? I miss Ruji, John suggested after a prolonged silence. The woman who had accompanied him for many years in this world was akin to a caring elder sister. Upon hearing this, Lujafar and John lowered their heads in contemplation. For Lujafar, Lujua was an emotional woman, and the time spent together gradually imparted certain insights. Conversely, John harbored no particular feelings for Lujua. He merely regarded her as a cherished friend. Given the disparity in their ages, individuals perceive relationships differently. For instance, a middle-aged man of 50, interacting with Lujua, would likely view her as a daughter, provided he harbors no ulterior motives. In contrast, a child under the age of 16, spending considerable time with Lujua, would most likely regard her as an elder sister. This delineation of age is an inescapable constraint for every individual. Naturally, there are exceptions, a few anomalies who may transcend such classifications. If one desires to do so, it is indeed possible. Far pondered for a considerable time before nodding in agreement. According to his contemplation, the priority should be to master the knowledge of the 6 techniques, thereby augmenting his strength. Only with an enhanced prowess could he gain further insights and accomplish more. Yea, exclaimed John, his delight evident as he gestured animatedly, eliciting smiles from both John and Far. Subsequently, they reclined on their respective beds. Given the presence of numerous bunk beds in the room, each had chosen their preferred spot. Silence enveloped them, and after a significant interval, it was unusual for Far not to meditate on his soul fruit, his thoughts seemingly adrift. Far, do you wish to return? A sudden voice shattered the tranquility of the room. It was John's voice. What about you? Far turned to John, inquiring. I don't know. After experiencing such a disjointed world, I feel indifferent to everything, John replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. What does that mean? Far asked, his brow furrowed in confusion as he gazed at John. Meanwhile, John listened intently, his ears perked up to the dialogue between the two. Chapter 91. Exposure. Far. What if we cannot return to our original world for an extended period? John paused, his gaze fixed on Far. Noticing John's intent expression, Far responded, Please continue. If we remain in this world for decades, will we still be able to go back? John continued. To put it differently, after spending decades here, upon returning to our original world, will we still be ourselves? With John's words, the room fell into a profound silence once more. This is a suffocating topic, akin to inquiring into one's own identity, origins, and purpose. This topic eludes any definitive answer. If one exists, it is merely a reflection of the individual's own understanding. Therefore, it is imperative to return promptly. Only by doing so can one ensure that all will be well. Upon noticing the silence of the two who had heard his words, John spoke up, suggesting, Why not set a goal? Within 10 years, what do you say? Far laughed in response. Anything is possible, as long as you can achieve it. John chuckled at this. Meanwhile, John stood aside, lost in despair. For him, returning to the former world seemed less appealing than remaining in the present one. Yet, if Far and John were to depart, who would remain to accompany him in this world? Was it Lugio? Or perhaps the departed, the unknown fate of Edward, Gnarl, and Jack? None of these thoughts are valid. Ultimately, John, unable to conceive any ideas, resolved to follow wherever Fal and John would lead. Upon reflection, the notion of returning to their original world seemed plausible. This thought elicited a smile from John. Despite the years spent at sea, John, Fal, and John had formed few friendships on Blue Star, their only companions being the long-departed crew members. Suddenly, a disturbance caught their attention. After a prolonged bout of laughter, Fal sprang from his bed, exclaiming that his observation hockey had detected unrest among the naval crew on board. This ability to perceive surrounding movements was automatic. Unlike the realm of observation hockey combined with the soul fruit, which possessed a much broader scope. "What's the matter, Fal?" John inquired. Rising swiftly to their feet, it appeared that the naval crew had stumbled upon something significant. Fal activated his observation realm, stating, "It seems our hopes of hitching a ride may be dashed." He grasped the long sword beside him, feeling increasingly out of sync with it amidst his augmented strength. In many instances, he refrained from drawing this blade in battles against formidable foes for fear that it might falter and hinder him, a sentiment that struck John as rather disheartening. Previously, John had suggested entrusting Ace to Fal, but Fal had consistently declined, claiming it was ill-suited for him. It seemed yet another confrontation loomed on the horizon. John withdrew 2 blades from his side, declaring, "Let us prepare for battle." With a smile, Fal replied, "Indeed, let us ready ourselves for the fray." The Major, accompanied by a contingent of knife-wielding sailors, approached the room where Fal and his companions were situated, exuding an air of confidence. "Is this the place?" the Major inquired, gesturing towards the door marked with a number. "Yes, sir." The sailors promptly responded with a salute. "You audacious little rascal, attempting to deceive me," the Major remarked, a sinister smile creeping across his face. With a swift motion, he kicked open the door to the room where Fal and his companions were located. The door crashed to the ground, and there stood Fal and his 2 comrades, unfazed, weapons firmly in hand. "Do not move," the Major commanded, drawing his sword and aiming it at them. "Deserters, if you know what is good for you, surrender and lie down. It will spare you some suffering." Observing the effect of his intimidation, the Major noted that Fal and his companions remained still, albeit with their weapons still tightly gripped. "How did you know?" Fal finally broke the silence after a prolonged pause. "What? Deserter, you lack the standing to question me," the Major retorted, irritation evident in his voice. "Now, lie down obediently and lower your weapons, and I will ensure your demise is swift and clear," the Major shouted again. However, Fal and his companions were not inclined to comply, their weapons still leveled at the Major. "Are you attempting to resist me, you deserters?" The Major's countenance darkened as he faced the weapons aimed at him. In his eyes, they were merely a group of inexperienced recruits daring to challenge a major of the naval headquarters. "Kill." Without further ado, Fal charged forward, with John closely following, while Jonathan readied himself to press the trigger of his firearm. "What audacity!" the Major declared, engaging Fal in a fierce confrontation. The sailors behind him roared with excitement, their eyes alight with fervor as they surged forward. In their eyes, this was a living testament to military merit, albeit one that would not be awarded to them. However, should they happen to be captured, it would surely earn them a glance of esteem from their superiors. "Now, let us witness the potency of the Firebird gun." As John noticed a small group of individuals rushing towards him, he murmured to himself. Coincidentally, upon boarding this vessel, he inquired of the Navy and filled his firearm with alcohol, fortuitously applicable at this moment. Subsequently, upon pressing the button in John's hand, a tongue of fire erupted from the muzzle of the gun, reminiscent of flamethrowers from the world he had previously inhabited. A substantial plume of gunpowder instantaneously engulfed the group of Navy personnel approaching him, transforming them into fiery figures. Fortunately, the spaciousness of the room allowed him to employ this skill. "John, be cautious. Do not spray me." Upon feeling the searing flames, John immediately shouted to John. Underneath this blaze, Fal and others, who were poised to engage with the Major, were compelled to retreat. "Rest assured, I am vigilant," John confidently assured. "Such a terrifying weapon." The Navy personnel, witnessing the scene, began to shout from behind. Chapter 92. Instant kill. The Major, with a darkened expression, surveyed the unfolding spectacle, the flames nearly scorching him. The cacophony of injured Navy members shouting further darkened his countenance, as if it were about to drip with despair. "Very well, cowards, you have successfully stirred my wrath." The Major cackled ominously and charged towards Fal and the others, skillfully navigating the erupting flames. "Fal, John, allow me to handle these petty minions," John exclaimed, excitedly brandishing his dual blades. The Navy personnel engulfed in flames became mere embellishments to his dramatic scene. "Go forth." Observing this, Fal resigned to the sidelines, sensing that this battle was not meant for him. "Die." The Major's heart ignited with fury as he realized these fleeing soldiers dared to disregard him. However, As the major drew closer to John, his expression swiftly morphed from anger to terror. What had he witnessed? He beheld the formidable blade known as the Celestial Ruin. This was none other than the personal sword of his superior, General Wu, a seasoned warrior who never parted with his blade. How could his cherished weapon surface in the hands of another? This even provoked a horrifying thought to spring forth in the major's mind. With a face etched in terror, the major rushed towards John, unable to halt his momentum. Dual strike. John observed this and, with a sinister smile, whispered under his breath. Following John's utterance, the two blades in his hand sliced directly towards the major, resembling twin bolts of lightning, too swift for the ordinary human eye to discern. There was no way to block it. The major's heart screamed in desperation. This time, he has truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Life is akin to a theatrical performance, where no one can predict what the next moment may bring. At this juncture, the major, devoid of any blade, charged toward the trio before him. He acknowledged that he had underestimated these three individuals. No, it would be inappropriate to say he underestimated them. As a deserter, he was merely a branch elite on the verge of reaching the naval headquarters. The major had completely disregarded the three of them. However, as the two blades struck him, a phrase from his master suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Never underestimate any foe. It proved to be a wise admonition. Iron block. Realizing he could not evade the impending strike, the major resorted to employing the iron block technique he had yet to fully master, hoping to thwart John's attack. Damn it! It stuck. The major shouted in desperation. To John, it appeared as though the advancing major had suddenly frozen in place, resembling a statue. What is this? Has he surrendered? John pondered. With a swift motion, the dual slashes descended upon the major from two distinct angles. One blade, the celestial slash, met resistance against the major's body, cutting only a shallow depth. In contrast, the other blade, the eye slash, penetrated effortlessly, severing him in half. The iron block betrayed me. The major's final thought was one of regret. His overconfidence and reliance on the incomplete iron block had led to his swift demise. His mastery of the technique was only partial, resulting in a half-hearted transformation. John's dual-wielding technique, attacking from two different angles, made the major's defeat appear to be mere happenstance. Yet it stemmed from a fundamental disparity in strength. Is this how it ends? Is this truly a major, so weak? John remarked, staring at the bisected corpse before him. Major. The onlooking Navy personnel gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. What did they witness? The major of the Navy headquarters had been instantaneously slain. It's all over. John, standing nearby, ceased his fiery assault, which had incinerated many of the surrounding Navy soldiers. Pathetically weak, but when did I become this strong? John smirked, sheathing his blades. He then turned his gaze to the group of Navy soldiers, who found themselves caught between advancing and retreating, pushing one another. Drenched in cold sweat. Hey, I ask you, do I need to take action? John said to them in a low voice. What? As the group of naval officers heard the news, their faces turned pale, leaving them at a loss for how to respond. Though they were the main naval force of this world, they were ultimately just ordinary individuals. As such, they were susceptible to a myriad of emotions, including fear, dread, and terror. Through the eyes of Farrell, who possessed the powers of introspection and clairvoyance, he perceived their souls gradually turning green. Green was Farrell's favorite color. Once they turned green, they became mere chickens ready for slaughter before him. Come on, charge at them. At that moment, a few higher-ranking officers shouted at their fellow, trembling comrades. He was one of the few whose soul had not yet turned green. However, despite the commanding officers bellowing, none dared to attack John Farrell and John. In fact, several officers, disregarding the shouts of their superior, knelt down in surrender. My lords, I capitulate, cried one of the kneeling officers. He was not foolish. He had witnessed a major's strength dissolve in an instant before the others, let alone himself. You scoundrel! You are unworthy, a disgrace to the Navy. The higher-ranking officer shouted. Die, traitor! With that, he drew his blade and struck at the surrendering officer. My lord, save me! The officer exclaimed, his countenance shifting dramatically. Ha ha! Since you have called me my lord, I shall grant you a reprieve. John laughed heartily upon hearing this. He swiftly stepped forward and kicked the attacking officer's blade away. The weapon soared through the air before embedding itself into the ground, thus determining the outcome of the confrontation. Upon witnessing the disparity in power, the attacking officer collapsed, kneeling in defeat. However, the difference was stark. The higher-ranking officer knelt in defiance against the enemy, while the surrendering officer knelt in a plea for mercy. As the other officers beheld the irrevocable scene unfolding before them, they too fell to their knees, casting down their weapons and crying out for mercy. What a pitiful bunch. Farrell remarked with a chuckle. What do you think, John? Let them be. They can assist us in sailing, Farrell replied with a smile. Aside from the surrendering officers, a few defiant souls stood resolutely, proclaiming their unwillingness to yield. As long as Admiral Wu returns, none of you will escape, they shouted, drawing their cutlasses against Farrell and his companions. The kneeling officer, upon hearing this, rose as well, brandishing his weapon towards the trio, determined to resist. As long as Admiral Wu returns. Yes, as long as General Shang Wu returns, none of you will escape, bellowed the high-ranking naval officer. General Shang Wu? Which one? Yet, standing before him, John did not impede his actions, for the words he overheard stirred a tempest of thoughts within him. Could it be that another general had yet to return? John felt a surge of anxiety. They had struggled against a severely wounded, exhausted general. The thought of contending with a fully capable, peak general was daunting. Fools, the general they speak of must be the one we have slain, Fal chuckled. What? What do you mean? As the naval officers who remained standing and still resisted heard this, their weapons clattered to the ground. Good heavens! What kind of adversaries had they encountered that even a vice admiral from the naval headquarters had fallen before them? That is splendid news, John thought, feeling an immediate sense of relief wash over him. The subsequent events would unfold with ease. Beneath John's sinister grin, those who dared to defy him met their grim fate. Their heads severed and sent flying like balls. The remains of their bodies were unceremoniously offered as bait to the ravenous fish in the sea. This prompted Fal and John, who frequently witnessed such scenes, to label him as perverse. During this interval, the naval vessel was also reactivated under Fal's command, sailing upon the vast ocean. Within the captain's quarters, the incessant buzzing of the telephone bug persisted, a source of annoyance. In response, Fal decisively crushed the bothersome device. Although he was aware of its purpose, he opted against the risk of answering it, fearing the potential consequences of being discovered. What a nuisance, Falk remarked, furrowing his brow. Is there not even a moment's respite for a midday slumber? He pondered. Unbeknownst to him, the telephone bug was a direct line from the naval headquarters to this vessel engaged in a special mission. Is there still no response? A grave voice inquired. Report. Air Marshal. Contact has not been established, the line operator replied anxiously. Intriguing. What could be the reason? After a prolonged silence, the Air Marshal finally spoke. Though internally he was seething with anger, his emotions in turmoil. This mission he had entrusted to Vice Admiral Shang Wu was of paramount significance. Such tasks are conducted under strict confidentiality, and in the past, they have been executed by various formidable generals without any incidents. However, this time, the esteemed General Shang Wu, favored by Marshal Kong, has encountered failure in this special mission. Not even the crew aboard the vessel could establish communication. He is acutely aware of the grave implications should this matter come to light. It is unfathomable that the Navy, which has long upheld the theme of justice, would engage in such inhumane experiments. If this were to be exposed, it would inflict a significant blow to the Navy, reverting it to its original form. Therefore, it is imperative he cannot allow any unforeseen events to transpire. Go. Issue orders to the naval admirals to locate and intercept this vessel sailing upon the ocean. Marshal Kong commanded with a fierce tone. Regardless of the identity of the pirates or the forces involved, they must not escape unscathed, he thought resolutely. Meanwhile, Fal did not perceive the insidious danger lurking in the shadows. He remained oblivious to the true nature of General Shang Wu's mission aboard the ship. All he knew was that he had seized control of this naval vessel. This cigar is quite exquisite. The things in this world are truly remarkable, Fal remarked, puffing on the cigar. Indeed, in this world, whether it be technology, cuisine, or species, everything diverged significantly from his original realm. After lingering in the captain's quarters for a while, Fal eventually departed. On the other hand, John reclined comfortably in a chair, surrounded by a cadre of Navy personnel attending to his needs. Yes, a little more to the right, a bit to the left, yes. Right there, John mumbled, convinced that he had fallen in love with this place and its way of life. Observing the scene, Fal shook his head and left the sunlit deck, opting to approach John. Although John was obedient and loyal, his somewhat dim-witted nature rendered him and Fal devoid of meaningful conversation. As Fal gazed at John, who was engrossed in his reading, a smile crept across his lips. It was only John who could truly resonate with him. John, how goes it? Have you comprehended it? Fal inquired, settling beside him. Yet, John remained fixated on the book in his hands. However, the volume was not a treatise on the 6 styles, Nor was it the lion's mane technique tailored for John's practice. Instead, it was a book he had discovered within the naval quarters, titled Fundamentals of Musketeers. This has rendered John, who is infatuated with shooting and captivated by firearms, utterly enamored. This book was not acquired from any particular location, but was seized from the very ship beneath their feet. Indeed, shortly after taking command of the vessel, Fowl ordered the collection of useful items on board. John, upon hearing this command, eagerly rushed to gather treasures and other belongings from the ship. Having already tasted the sweetness of knowledge, John would never pass up the opportunity to possess books that embodied the essence of civilized advancement, not to mention those tomes brimming with wisdom and the accumulated techniques of their forebears. Alas, due to the stringent regulations of the naval headquarters, there were no other valuable items found on board. Ultimately, they only managed to recover several 100,000 berries and 4 books concerning the fundamental elements of combat, one of which was the one John currently held. "Fowl, is that you?" John finally spoke after a prolonged silence. "This book truly contains a wealth of knowledge about combat," he remarked with admiration. "Do you like it?" Fowl inquired with a smile. "I do, but regrettably, it only covers the most basic knowledge of firearm usage," John responded, shaking his head. "What? Are you not satisfied?" Fowl teased. "Ha ha ha, I am content, but who wouldn't desire something better?" "No one wishes for inferior things," John replied, resting his chin on his hand. "Very well, when the opportunity arises, I shall procure something even better for you," Fowl retorted. After exchanging amused glances, both men burst into hearty laughter. Once their mirth subsided, Fowl finally revealed the purpose of his visit. "John, have you examined that book on the 6 styles?" Fowl asked. He had intended to be the first to delve into the volume concerning the Navy's 6 styles. However, due to various matters requiring his attention aboard the ship, he had not yet begun to develop the devil fruit abilities or study the 6 styles himself. Instead, he entrusted the book to John for preliminary exploration while he focused on commanding the vessel. Once the ship's affairs were in order, he approached John for an update. "This book is quite profound, Fowl. I find it somewhat difficult to comprehend," John replied, diverting the conversation rather than disclosing his progress. "Have you not even looked at it?" Fowl remarked upon hearing John's evasive response. Given their current capabilities, it was implausible that John could not grasp the contents of the book, especially considering his keen intellect. "Ahem. You caught me," John admitted, awkwardly clearing his throat. In recent days, once he obtained the book entitled The Essential Elements of Musketeering, he became wholly engrossed, neglecting all other matters to delve into its contents. "Very well, do share the explanation of the 6 forms with me." "I have completed my tasks and wish to study on my own," Fowl pondered, touching his forehead in resignation. After receiving the explanation of the 6 forms, he inquired, "By the way, John, what about the other 3 books besides the one you possess?" "Ah, they are in my room, placed upon the table," John replied thoughtfully. "Do you still need those books?" Fowl asked. "Not at all. They pertain to subjects that do not interest me," John stated. "Then I shall take them all." Fowl decided after a moment's hesitation. "All right," John nodded. He then handed the room key to Fowl, imparting a few instructions. "You may go retrieve them. I will remain here to study this book. Once I am ready to return to my room, I will seek you out." "Understood," Fowl affirmed, taking the key and embracing the book on the 6 forms as he departed. Upon arriving at John's room, Fowl collected the books from the table as mentioned and promptly returned to his captain's quarters without lingering. It was curious. Despite having previously held the position of captain and ostensibly grown weary of it, upon arriving in this new world, Fowl found himself rekindling his fondness for the role. Yet, as he contemplated, it was perhaps not the role of captain he despised, but rather the constraints imposed by those who sought to control it. Loathing the cage that confined him to this position, and disliking the nature of the work itself. Once liberated from that work, the freedom to act as he pleased revealed that he still harbored a deep affection for his initial aspirations. Seated in his captain's chamber, Fowl arranged the 4 books on the captain's desk. He carelessly placed John's key into a drawer. However, an unsettling sight greeted him. The revolting, green slime-covered telephone bug. The remains of the snail he had crushed. It was indeed nauseating, even more so than the deeds of John. Holding his nose, Fowl retrieved a cloth from the drawer, gingerly picking up the crushed snail and setting it aside. He then took out a clean cloth, diligently wiping away the slime from the desk surface. At last, he could thoroughly examine the books. Disposing of the 2 soiled cloths into the trash, Fowl felt a wave of relief wash over him. His spirits lifted. Each of these books possessed its own unique allure. Fowle's gaze settled upon the books before him. The 4 tomes included The 6 Principles of Medical Personnel, the Naval Regulations Manual, and the Fundamentals of the Longsword. After a cursory glance at their contents, Fowle casually discarded the least useful of them, the Naval Regulations Manual, into the trash bin. The remaining volumes would suffice to occupy his time for quite a while, as he anticipated a lengthy journey to Batalala Island. However, he remarked, as John indicated, we cannot proceed directly to Batalala Island. He then pinched the bridge of his nose, contemplating the considerable risks associated with navigating the naval vessel directly to the island, which would inevitably expose their position and invite potential dangers. We shall wait until we reach the South China Sea and then head towards the kingdom in that region, Fowle ultimately resolved. With that decision made, he turned his full attention to the books, intent on beginning with the Fundamentals of Medical Personnel. Given that this volume presented the greatest challenge to him, he adhered to the principle of saving the best for last, commencing his study with this particular book. The content of the Fundamentals of Medical Personnel was not extensive, and after a brief perusal, Fowle swiftly concluded his reading. The primary focus here is on fundamental injury management and the nomenclature of various ailments. Although Fowle has encountered a wealth of knowledge on this subject from Lu Jiao on the island of Batalala, it does not hinder his desire to further his understanding. After all, one can never possess too much knowledge. Upon finishing the reading, Fowle promptly placed the material in a drawer and retrieved the essential guide on the fundamentals of long-blade weaponry. The content of this book aligns remarkably with the weapons he employs, which has led Fowle to delve much deeper into his studies than he did with the previous volume. Chapter 95, Errors. Indeed. As he perused the fundamental elements of the longsword, Fowle remarked to himself, this book is indeed quite suitable for him, allowing him to immerse himself fully within its pages. However, it is regrettable that it merely serves as a basic guide to the fundamental combat techniques of the longsword. After contemplating it for a considerable time, Fowle let out a profound sigh, echoing John's sentiments. Following this deep exhalation, he perused the essential elements of the longsword techniques once more before placing the book into his drawer. It has been immensely beneficial to me. Should an advanced version become available in the future, I shall certainly acquire it, Fowle remarked, committing the contents to memory. Subsequently, Fowle's gaze finally alighted upon the volume detailing the 6 forms. Come now, I am eager to discover the essence of the Navy's 6 forms, he expressed with a hint of excitement. As he turned the pages, his eyes fixated on the text. He lamented the absence of a comprehensive account of all 6 techniques within this book. In his thorough examination, Fowle soon identified a significant flaw. The book did not encompass the entirety of the 6 forms. It contained descriptions of only 3, while the remaining 3 were conspicuously absent. However, Fowle discerned another intriguing detail. The pristine ink marks indicated that this book was freshly published. This suggests that the Navy officer, known as Vice Admiral Shangwu, had only recently acquired this book. This revelation might explain why the officer was unfamiliar with the techniques outlined within. Fowle mused. If that Navy officer had mastered the techniques in this book, who knows who would emerge victorious in a confrontation? Having gained a general understanding of the book's contents, Fowle eagerly commenced his practice. Among the explanations of the 6 styles, the 3 that exist are shaving, moonwalk, and paper drawing. Through his perusal, Fowle has also come to understand that the Navy's 6 styles are not accessible to everyone. This brings us to the concept of talent. Some individuals, devoid of such innate ability, may never even approach the threshold of mastery. Moreover, certain techniques of the Navy's 6 forms necessitate the guidance of a skilled mentor to be perfected. In the absence of such professional assistance, striving to master the Navy's 6 forms becomes an arduous and daunting task. Historical records within the teachings of these forms indicate that very few have succeeded in their endeavors without the support of others. Those who achieve mastery from scratch are typically the elite, the exceptional few among millions. Take the technique of paper drawing, for instance. It demands the presence of a highly skilled individual to continuously engage the practitioner's body through relentless attacks, allowing them to gradually touch upon the essence of paper drawing. Without a professional, one may struggle to gauge the weight of their own strength, potentially inflicting irreversible harm upon the practitioner's body. Other techniques also require auxiliary tools to facilitate ease of mastery. For example, the moonwalk is predicated on the ability to perform the shave, making the learning process considerably simpler. Perhaps it is best to focus on practicing the shave first, Fowle lamented. Although the reality diverged from what he had recalled, he resolved to adapt his training accordingly. After much contemplation, Fowl decided to prioritize mastering the shave before progressing to the moonwalk, and ultimately, the paper drawing. Initially, he had intended to start with paper drawing, as it is considered a lower-tier skill of observation hockey, making it easier to grasp with such abilities. However, after further reflection, he concluded that it was wiser to first cultivate the shave, which would allow for instantaneous bursts of speed. Prior to his training, Fowl understood the need to loosen his arms, fists, waist, knees, and feet. First, one must engage in a proper warm-up. Fowl recounted from the teachings of the 6 forms. He then positioned himself in a wide-open space, executing brisk steps at a 45-degree angle with his legs. Finally, one must accelerate to the very limits of their capability. Fowl declared, his feet leaving fleeting shadows on the ground as he roared. This has reached the limits of his capabilities, the pinnacle of his efforts. Simultaneously, he must channel the energy within him to his legs, circulating it around him. Farn remarked, observing the white lines meandering through his body. He then directed the peculiar energy described in the book to flow in a cyclical manner. As Farn recalled the memories in his mind, his legs began to accelerate increasingly, culminating in a tremendous sound that propelled him skyward. Farn, outside, John, having heard the noise, swiftly opened the captain's cabin door and exclaimed. He had originally come to retrieve his cabin key, as the daylight had begun to fade, necessitating his return to his quarters. However, as he approached the captain's cabin and was met with a resounding crash, concern washed over him. Upon entering, John discovered Farn sprawled on the floor. Farn, what happened? John rushed over to assist him, his voice filled with urgency. I'm fine, Farn replied weakly. At that moment, his legs felt as if they were being torn apart, akin to shattered fragments. Get up. Without hesitation, John hoisted Farn onto his back and placed him on a chair. Farn, tell me what transpired here. John's voice was anxious, his hand gripping the firearm at his waist. Nothing serious, I was merely practicing the Navy's 6th style. I didn't expect such an incident to occur. Farn felt compelled to explain. It was his eagerness that had led him to unleash all the power in his legs at once. However, due to his inability to control the energy coursing through them, an explosive reaction ensued. Indeed, 2 distinct forces had collided, and when their mutual strength became excessively powerful, an explosion was inevitable. Once Farn elucidated everything, he fixed his gaze intently on John. What is the matter? Perceiving Farn's unusual expression, John inquired. I'm hungry, John. Farn admitted. Very well, I shall procure some food for you and summon Joan to attend to you, John reassured Farn. In no time, John efficiently prepared everything, and Joan stood vigilantly by Farn's side. A series of dishes, each exuding the flavors favored by Farn and his companions, were presented before him by the chef. This was all at John's behest. He demanded not only that the food be prepared swiftly, but also that it be delectable. However, in this world, the sheer diversity of races has led to a wide array of palates. For instance, the Ichthyic folk, known as the fish people, have a particular penchant for dishes imbued with the flavor of seaweed, which aligns with their cultural aesthetic. Moreover, many among the human race, influenced by other species, have developed tastes that are exceedingly peculiar. Chapter 96, Delectable Delicacies. This compelled John to supervise the group of chefs closely, gradually refining their delectable creations. What is that aroma? It smells delightful, exclaimed Fowl. John, intrigued, leaned over to observe the array of exquisite dishes being presented by the chefs. Wow, John uttered in astonishment. In his eyes, these culinary masterpieces not only boasted an enticing fragrance, but also exhibited a remarkable variety in their presentation. Some dishes were vividly colorful, akin to a blooming garden, while others showcased exquisite craftsmanship, beautifully sculpted to perfection. Unable to contain his excitement, John swiftly began to transport each dish to Fowl's side with remarkable speed. Slow down, or you'll spill it, John cautioned. Each dish owes its success to his diligent oversight. Without his watchful eye, the chefs might have produced an entirely different culinary outcome. As John beheld the fruits of their labor, a subtle smile graced his lips. After placing the dishes upon Fowl's table, he settled beside him, eager to commence their feast. Everyone, please leave, Fowl commanded, dismissing the chefs with a wave of his hand once all the dishes were arranged. Yes, esteemed gentlemen, enjoy your meal. The chefs responded with utmost respect. As they exited, one deftly closed the door to the captain's quarters behind them. Fowl, I am ready to begin, John exclaimed, inhaling the delectable aromas wafting through the room. Go ahead, indulge, Fowl replied with a grin. Yet, His hands did not remain idle, reaching eagerly for the array of dishes before them. Observing Fal already savoring his meal, John and John felt no need for further ceremony, each relishing the exquisite offerings in their own manner. Delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite food, John proclaimed between bites. Indeed, each dish possesses its own unique charm, Fal remarked, chewing on a succulent piece of meat while holding a chicken leg in his hand. After sampling a few dishes, John wiped his mouth and commented, true to the pirate world, even the food is remarkably distinctive. He then excused himself from the captain's quarters, not out of a desire to leave, but rather because he had choked on his food and sought water. Before long, having quenched his thirst and returned with a large bucket of fresh water, John and Fal found that John had swiftly devoured all the food on their table. Among them, Fal had indulged the most, feasting with abandon like a ravenous beast, his belly now swollen and round. I cannot bear it any longer. I am stuffed, Fal groaned, clutching his distended abdomen. The excessive consumption had left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, after the meal, he distinctly sensed warmth coursing through his legs, soothing his wounds. Gulp, gulp, gulp. At that moment, amidst the mournful wails of Fal, an incongruous sound pierced the air. It was not the earlier chirping of the phone bug, which Fal had long since crushed and discarded. Has John fallen asleep so soon? John was the first to remark upon hearing the snoring. Indeed, the sound emanated from John, who had drifted into slumber, his snores filling the room. Fal could only express his exasperation. The captain's quarters contained but a small tatama mat and a few chairs. The mat, originally intended for Fal's rest, had been claimed by John. As dawn broke, Fal, feeling an unusual sensation in his legs, arose early. Beside him, John slept in a chair, while John occupied another. The previous night, considering Fal's injuries, John had taken it upon himself to lift the sleeping John and place him in a chair to allow him to rest. After transferring Fal to a chair, John intended to keep watch over Fal alongside John in the captain's quarters. It should be healing soon, Fal murmured, bracing himself as he slowly attempted to stand. However, upon closer inspection, one could observe that his legs trembled ever so slightly, and the expression on Fal's face shifted through a spectrum of emotions. The pain was excruciating. He had not anticipated such profound after-effects. Gritting his teeth, Fal was compelled to recline once more on the bed. He had never imagined that the act of learning to shave would inflict such severe damage upon his legs, rendering him unable to stand. This was, after all, a marked improvement. Just yesterday, he had been entirely unaware of his legs' existence. The muscles in his legs felt as though they had been entirely rent asunder, and his nervous system seemed to have vanished, leaving Fal incapable of utilizing his limbs, instead only experiencing waves of intense pain in his lower body. It was only on this day that he began to regain some awareness of his legs, gradually attempting to mobilize them. Yet, the overwhelming pain and the absence of reconstructed muscle tissue prevented him from standing for any considerable length of time. Fal, are you awake? As Fal stood there, John sensed something unusual and opened his eyes to gaze at Fal. Although Fal had not succeeded in walking, it appeared he had made a remarkable recovery. Well, I'm awake and hungry, John, Fal remarked upon seeing John's awakening. All right, I shall prepare something for you. And that lazy pig, John. Doesn't he seem to know how to wake up? John quipped. Haha, he has been awake for quite some time. He simply doesn't wish to rise. Fal replied with a chuckle. To his perception, John realized that John had indeed awakened earlier, but was unaware of the reason he remained in bed. Hearing Fal's teasing, John, still slumbering in his chair, whimsically kicked the table's edge, spinning his chair around. I'm so tired. Let me sleep a bit longer, John mumbled, his eyes still half closed. Witnessing this, John could only helplessly rub his forehead and sigh. With no other option, he resigned himself to prepare food for them alone. Along the way, John muttered to himself about John's newfound laziness. Ultimately, he could only attribute the cause to those naval officers who had been attending to John. Perhaps that's it. Humans do tend to fall into decadence, John pondered, scratching his head. However, he merely thought this in jest. The bond they shared was too strong for them to concern themselves with each other's flaws. After all, they had endured countless battles together, experiencing a myriad of events along their journey. Would they truly nitpick over such trivial matters now? Chapter 97. Naval warships upon the vast expanse of the ocean. Several uniformly colored ships sailed forth. They were all naval warships, currently united in a singular purpose, to capture a heinous criminal as described by Admiral Kong. although they were unaware of the crimes that warranted the mobilization of an admiral for the pursuit. They were acutely aware that each of them must be on high alert until the notorious criminal was apprehended. Admiral Zephyr. A group of serious-looking naval officers approached Admiral Zephyr and saluted in unison. "Have you found him?" Admiral Zephyr inquired, sipping from his cup of tea. "Report. Negative." The officer replied, his expression grave. "Then continue the search. Return only when you have located him." Upon hearing this, the veins on Admiral Zephyr's forehead throbbed with intensity. Understood. The Navy once again performed a salute, reported several matters, and then departed from the scene. Curiously, in this instance, the air marshal seemed somewhat abrupt. Or perhaps it was General Zephyr who smiled as he watched the two departing naval officers. Despite his outward demeanor of seriousness and indifference, his inner thoughts were quite the opposite. Within him, these individuals represented a fresh influx of vitality for the Navy. According to the latest intelligence, the criminals we are pursuing might merely be 3 deserters, General Zephyr pondered. Simultaneously, he began to sense an unsettling anomaly. A few deserters hardly warranted the mobilization of a general. There must be some clandestine secret involved, he mused as he set down his cup and lowered his head. The captain's quarters, where General Zephyr resided, fell immediately into a profound silence, the room echoing with not a single sound. Could it be those dark matters again? Zephyr muttered to himself, feeling as though the weight of years had suddenly aged him, as he slumped despondently in his chair. Am I truly acting rightly? Or am I in error? He gazed at the ceiling. His spirits began to wane gradually. Alas, only those righteous-hearted sailors uphold the order of this world. A flicker of a smile returned to his face as he recalled the group of young sailors he had mentored. At this moment, having uncovered many secrets, he, despite holding the highest rank within the Navy, felt lost and helpless. Only when he saw the just-hearted sailors he had nurtured could he genuinely rediscover the meaning of his existence. On the ship where Fal was located, supported by John, he gazed out at the boundless sea and remarked, "It has remained unchanged, no matter the time. It is still endless and vast." John echoed Fal's sentiment. Nearby, John was practicing with his twin blades. For reasons unknown, he seemed invigorated, spending the entire day engrossed in the lion's technique. Only now had he begun to train in the techniques and content of this martial art. John and Fal exchanged smiles at this sight. Fal was no longer in a position to practice such things, and John was certainly not suited for wielding blades. In truth, if Fal truly wished to train, he could still practice the techniques within the lion's technique. However, those techniques were entirely different from Fal's grand and sweeping strikes. After watching the lion's technique several times, Fal resolutely decided to abandon the practice. "Fal, how do you feel?" John inquired. "Better than this morning," Fal replied. He could sense his legs gradually regaining strength. "That's good. I was truly worried you might not be able to stand again." Upon hearing this, John let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "Alas, I have been reckless. I should not have been so hasty in practicing the shave." Fal sighed in response. Initially, he had believed that mastering the shave would be a simple task, yet it had surprised him with its complexity. Suddenly, Fal's expression shifted. "Quickly, John, give the order to change course," Fal shouted anxiously. Within his perception, he sensed a naval vessel, exuding a formidable aura, gradually approaching them. "What?" John queried, perplexed. However, upon hearing Fal's explanation, he promptly departed for the captain's quarters. "Fal?" Noticing John's departure, John stepped forward to support Fal, his brow furrowed in concern. "Something has happened. We must leave this place at once, John. Help me to the captain's quarters," Fal instructed urgently. Without further inquiry, John hoisted Fal onto his back and dashed towards the captain's quarters. "What is it, Fal?" John inquired mid-stride, the blades at his waist clashing audibly. "In the realm of my recently awakened observation hockey, I detected a naval warship," Fal disclosed. The naval warship differed significantly from a standard military vessel. The latter merely represented an ordinary naval ship, lacking the extensive firepower of a warship. Those stationed aboard a warship possessed strength far superior to that of their counterparts on a military vessel. Recognizing a naval ship is straightforward. One merely needs to look for the numerous cannon holes along its hull, a sure indication of a warship. "Ah, a naval warship?" John exclaimed in alarm. Among the 3 of them, Fal, the most powerful, was now severely weakened due to injuries sustained while practicing the shave. If they were to confront that naval warship head-on, they would surely be outmatched. Before long, John arrived at the captain's quarters, carrying Fal on his back. Inside, a gathering of naval personnel awaited John's orders to change course. If you wish to avoid death, move quickly. A formidable pirate is approaching us, John urged. Of course, he was wise enough not to divulge the truth, as such honesty might provoke rebellion among the surrendering navy. Upon hearing John's fabricated account, the naval officers hastily rushed outside, shouting in panic. Following the directive, the ship carrying Thal and his companions swiftly altered its course, evading the naval warship as it passed by. Fortunately, they had escaped danger unscathed. Falson let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he possessed an expansive domain of observation hockey. Otherwise, it would have taken a collision between the two ships for them to realize the impending danger. Chapter 98. A close call. Meanwhile, aboard the battleship that crossed paths with Falson's vessel, a certain vice admiral seated in the captain's quarters remarked, "What an unsettling feeling I just experienced." He was one of the vice admirals assigned to accompany Admiral Zephyr on the mission to apprehend the criminal. Alongside him, another vice admiral of the same rank was present, as the marshal had ordered the deployment of one admiral and two vice admirals for this operation to capture the fugitive. Consequently, several Navy ships were navigating from various angles to broaden the search for the criminal's whereabouts. It felt as though something were shrouding my face, the vice admiral reflected. Renowned within the Navy headquarters for his mastery of observation hockey, he possessed an acute sensitivity to the perceptions of his adversaries. This allowed the admiral to sense the presence of the observation hockey enveloping him. If it had been the usual perception during battle, it would not have carried such an ominous feeling. The admiral pondered carefully. It felt as though the observation hockey had been augmented by something else. Could it be the conqueror's hockey? The admiral mused, rising to gaze out the window. If the criminal he was pursuing possessed the observation hockey, this encounter would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. It is known that the conqueror's hockey awakens only in those with the potential to be kings. Impossible. I have felt the might of the conqueror's hockey. It could not be this sensation. The admiral exclaimed suddenly. Then he shifted his thoughts. Perhaps I have trespassed into the territory of a formidable sea king. I must leave this place at once. Little horse. With that, the admiral called out loudly to his trusted naval officer. We must vacate this maritime area immediately. I have sensed an imminent danger above us. There must be a ferocious beast, and we are no match for it, the admiral said, narrowing his eyes. Understood. Little Horse saluted and promptly departed to relay orders to the men under his command. Gurgle, gurgle. The admiral swiftly dialed a number on the transponder snail. Admiral Zifa. I have intelligence to report. He communicated into the transponder snail before hanging up the call. This is his style. He would never allow himself to be exposed to even the slightest danger. However, he was unaware that the presence he sensed was merely a modified version of the observation hockey, altered by Farrell. Farrell, are you all right? John inquired tentatively. I'm fine. The Navy ship has already departed, Farrell replied, exhaling a sigh of relief. He could hardly fathom the scenario had they encountered that Navy vessel at that moment. They would undoubtedly have been no match for the crew aboard that ship. Moreover, even their own Navy could have turned against them, uniting with the enemy, which would have exacerbated their predicament. It's a relief to hear that, John said, also releasing a breath of relief upon hearing Farrell's words. Fortunately, Farrell sensed it early this time, he added. Farrell, supported by John, merely smiled faintly at this. It appears that maintaining an intermittent awareness of the observation hockey is indeed quite necessary, Farrell contemplated. With the recent turmoil having subsided without incident, Farrell and the others reclined once more in their respective chairs, relaxing. John waved his hand, signaling the crew to return to their posts. Farrell, when will your legs be fully recovered? John inquired, returning to his nonchalant demeanor now that the crisis had passed. Soon, very soon. If all goes well, I should be nearly healed by the day after tomorrow, Farrell predicted. That's good to hear. Otherwise, our top combat power would remain diminished, John remarked. Casting a sidelong glance at John, the two exchanged a knowing look and burst into laughter. Subsequently, John did not linger in the captain's cabin, but went back up to the deck to practice his lion's roar technique. At this moment, only Farrell and John remained in the captain's quarters. John, could you bring me the Six Styles explanation from that drawer? I would like to review it again, Farrell requested. Due to an overwhelming sense of boredom, Farrell soon ceased his meditation on the soul fruit, having not engaged in it for long. During this period, he appeared to be ensnared at the threshold of the soul fruit, unable to step beyond. This left Thal at a loss, compelled to train in other areas. He pondered when he would make progress with the soul fruit. However, considering the current pace, he believed it was merely a matter of seizing an opportunity. Here you go, he said, Upon hearing Fal's words, John quickly handed a book to him. Receiving the book on the 6 styles, Fal nodded in acknowledgement and opened it, delving into its contents. His previous perusal had been too cursory, resulting in significant mishaps. This time, he resolved to study diligently. "I'll take my leave now, Fal. You can focus on your reading," John responded, not wishing to linger. "Go ahead, John. I can see you possess a natural talent for marksmanship," Fal replied with a smile. In this day and age, those who possessed such skills and maintained a passion for them were exceedingly rare. "Thank you." John waved his hand in dismissal and left the captain's cabin without looking back. After hearing the sound, Fal turned to gaze at the ajar door. "Well, I suppose this is a chance to clear my mind," Fal thought to himself, aware that standing was still quite challenging for him, making it impossible to close the door. Once he disregarded the open door, Fal swiftly entered a state of concentration. He flipped through the pages of the book in his hands, while the sea breeze slipped through the unlatched door, brushing against his face. The wind tousled Fal's hair, but fortunately, during his enlistment in the Navy, he had cut it short during the physical examination, so it was not excessively long. Despite the relentless wind creating distractions, Fal remained resolute, fixated on the book before him. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the cabin. The sound of the door, forcefully slammed shut by the relentless power of the sea breeze, echoed loudly. Indeed, the force was considerable, resulting in a resounding noise as the door closed. Chapter 99, Luck? It has been shut. At last, Fal's attention was drawn to that sound, and his gaze shifted towards the door. As anticipated, it was documented in the explanations of the 6 styles. This time, I had acted hastily. After observing the door for a moment, Fal redirected his focus back to the book. Through his meticulous examination of the 6 styles, he soon discovered that it encompassed not only the aspects of learning, but also contained numerous cautionary annotations warning of the perils associated with practicing the Navy's 6 styles. He was astonished to realize the significant risks inherent in mastering the Navy's techniques. As he perused the book filled with fatal warnings, Fal came to understand that not everyone was as fortunate as he. Many practitioners of the Navy's 6 styles had succumbed to the consequences of their transgressions. Countless individuals were unable to control the energy coursing through their bodies, leading to catastrophic collisions that resulted in their demise. Moreover, there were those unfortunate souls who inadvertently directed this energy towards their heart or brain, leading to instant fatalities. This has added a series of warnings to the explanation of the 6 styles, with some even directly cautioning that individuals who have not attained a certain level of spiritual power should refrain from training. However, the spiritual power is a detailed indicator of strength within the Navy system. The assessment of spiritual power is conducted by a machine, which is only available to the naval headquarters and certain well-developed naval branches. Until now, Fal, who had been in a branch that had not tested spiritual power, remained uncertain about his own level and the stage of his abilities. My strength should be fluctuating around the level of a naval rear admiral, Fal contemplated thoughtfully. Practicing the 6 styles of the Navy should pose no problem, he concluded after pondering. By the time he had thoroughly reviewed all the content of the 6 styles explanation, it was already afternoon. "It's time for a meal again," Fal remarked, gazing out the window. Life is so mundane, either eating or sleeping. John had returned to Fal's side and chimed in. Meanwhile, John was soundly asleep nearby, evidently exhausted from his continuous practice of the lion's roar technique. Just then, as mealtime approached, Fal furrowed his brow. Why are there so many Navy vessels today? He mused internally. In his perception, he detected a Navy ship. However, it was not the type of warship he had encountered before, but rather a standard naval vessel. Upon sensing that there were no formidable individuals aboard the ship within his perception, Fal let out a sigh of relief. "John, adjust the course to 178 degrees. He gestured towards John. "What's the matter, Fal?" John inquired, not immediately acting upon the command. Had it been John, he would have carried out the instruction without question. However, in Fal's presence, John understood the importance of being informed to effectively complete their task. "It's the Navy," Fal replied candidly. "The Navy?" John was taken aback. He had imagined pirates and various maritime disasters, but never the Navy. In the vast ocean, it felt akin to a diverse colony of ants swimming in a pond. Coincidentally, Fal and his crew encountered the same colored ants on the same day. "This is unusual," John said, frowning. Nevertheless, his actions remained swift as he relayed commands to his crew before returning to the captain's quarters. "Fal, what is your take on this?" John asked as he re-entered. "What is my take?" Fal replied, somewhat puzzled. "What perspective can I offer? If there's a mystery here, then it's merely that fortune has favored us, allowing us to encounter them. Fowl reclined in the captain's chair and remarked, "This should not be." Upon hearing this, John thoughtfully stroked his chin and replied, "One must always prepare for the worst. Only then can one effectively handle any situation." After a moment of contemplation, John fixed his gaze upon Fowl and said, "Very well. Prepare yourself." Understanding John's intention, Fowl realized he was about to make arrangements for an escape. It is only those like John, who dare to envision and act, that can truly thrive. "All right," Fowl acknowledged, and John promptly departed. However, he cast a glance at John that elicited a shake of the head. "John, stop sleeping. Rise and assist John. He cannot manage alone," Fowl urged with a hint of resignation. "Fine," John replied, stretching languidly as he lay on the bed. Despite appearing as though he were a dead pig in slumber, he could swiftly awaken at the slightest disturbance. Following Fowl's command, John hastily joined John and exited the room. Upon noticing the door left ajar, Fowl felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. Yet, before long, he unconsciously dismissed the open door, lost in his thoughts. In my current state, if what John anticipates as the worst truly transpires, can I genuinely escape? Fowl mused, his gaze fixated on the floor. At that moment, his initial perceptions began to shift. Subsequently, just as before, the ship on which Fowl and his companions resided crossed paths with a naval vessel, without causing the slightest commotion. "Fowl, could it truly be mere luck?" John inquired as he returned and took a seat. "Could it be coincidence?" Fowl replied, lowering his head. "I think not," John interjected, fully awake. "However, I must say, the most pressing matter now is to eat. Let us not dwell on trivialities." Indeed, Fowl nodded in agreement with John, who echoed his sentiments. At times, overthinking can lead to unnecessary troubles, and it is better to embrace a carefree ignorance to maintain happiness. "Have those cooks not finished the meal yet? How long has it been?" Fowl lamented. "Oh, do not get me started. Those chefs are utterly unprofessional," John retorted, covering his eyes. Upon hearing of pirates, they all panicked, shedding their chef's attire to prepare for battle. John recalled, a chuckle escaping his lips. "In my opinion, this is the essence of the Navy," Fowl remarked, amused by John's observations. "Haha, you should have seen how frightened they were." John could not contain his laughter, slapping his thigh in mirth. Meanwhile, John, who had overheard, fell into a profound contemplation nearby. At that moment, his mind was not preoccupied with the naval affairs. Rather, he pondered how he might successfully return to Batangas Island. "Gentlemen, this is your dinner for the evening. Please enjoy," came the announcement. Before long, several chefs approached, each presenting their meticulously prepared dishes. The vibrant array of colors not only promised delightful flavors, but also showcased a remarkable variety. "Let the feast commence," John exclaimed, waving his hand dismissively at them, signaling their departure. "Yes, esteemed gentlemen, please take your time," the chefs replied, graciously placing the dishes upon the table before retreating respectfully. After a long day, the results of John's training with the chefs were evident. One must admit that these culinary artists demonstrated remarkable cooperation. The most delightful moment of the day was about to arrive. John exclaimed joyfully as he plopped down onto a chair, sliding towards the table laden with exquisitely delectable dishes. Gazing at the array of mouth-watering food before him, John could hardly contain his anticipation, saliva pooling in his mouth and eager longing to indulge. Yet, due to the absence of Fowl and John, he restrained himself from diving in. "You two hurry over. Aren't you hungry?" John urged impatiently after waiting for a while. We're coming. One must first set aside the tasks at hand," John replied. "What kind of work is that? Reading and studying?" John exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Hurry over. Otherwise, I might just start without you," he added, a hint of displeasure creeping into his voice. At that moment, he noticed the two, barely able to suppress their laughter. It seemed they were deliberately teasing him, which left John feeling somewhat vexed. In a fit of frustration, he leaned over the table brimming with food, indulging in the delightful dishes before him. "I won't wait for you any longer," John called out between bites. To his surprise, the more he ate, the more irresistible the food became, rendering him unable to stop. John felt as if he possessed an insatiable appetite. If Fowl and John continued to disregard him, he might very well consume every morsel on the table until he burst. "Hey!" Fowl, displeased at the sight, promptly joined the fray alongside John, who was assisting him. "Let us see who can eat faster," John declared, continuing to savor his meal, even as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Fowl and John quickened their pace. "Is that a challenge?" They might have thought if their minds had voices narrating the scene. In the wake of their fierce competition, the food on the table rapidly vanished, leaving them all reclining in their chairs, clutching their full bellies. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to burst. John groaned incessantly. Val and John, each holding their round bellies, lay motionless in their chairs. The chefs prepared a bit too much this time. Yet I quite enjoy it, Val remarked, utterly reluctant to move. Next time, I'll have them prepare even more, just to see you stuffed. John chuckled in response. Haha. Sounds good, Val laughed, joining in the merriment. The group had not lingered long in the captain's quarters before several Navy personnel arrived to clean up their mess, ensuring everything was tidied away. This brought an overwhelming sense of comfort to the group, particularly to Far. So this is what it feels like to be served? It is rather pleasant. After living for more than half a lifetime, Far could not help but voice his inner thoughts. It is no wonder that many succumb to such a lifestyle. Upon hearing this, John also expressed his true feelings. Meanwhile, John had comfortably drifted into slumber, attended to by several sailors who were massaging him. What a veritable paradise on earth. Of course, the sailors were not there of their own volition. They were compelled to massage John daily under the duress of his threats. Initially, John intended to find a sailor masseur for Far and John as well. However, both Far and John vehemently opposed the idea. In their hearts, they could not tolerate the thought of strangers invading their personal space in such an intimate manner. John repeatedly warned John, stating that it was perilous. Yet, John seemed impervious to these warnings, disregarding them completely. It was not until he grew weary of John's incessant admonitions that he reluctantly acknowledged his vigilance, assuring John that he would not allow those sailors to harm him in any way. Only then did John cease his warnings. Far, observing this exchange, was reminded of a story from his former world, one well known throughout Huaxia, concerning the infamous Zhang Fei who was ultimately betrayed by the very soldiers or slaves he had once disciplined. The narrative unfolded similarly to John's situation, culminating in his own demise at the hands of those he commanded. John, you would do well to exercise caution, Far felt compelled to advise. Oh dear, Far. Have you become as cautious as John? John exclaimed in response. I speak these words for your own good, Far began, but was interrupted. All right, I understand, John replied, waving his hand dismissively, signaling for his attendants to depart. As they left, Far keenly observed the peculiar emotions emanating from the sailors, an amalgamation of anger and resentment. He noted the hue of their souls as they departed. Subsequently, as the sailors exited, Far could not restrain himself from utilizing his soul abilities to siphon a significant portion of their vitality. They faltered momentarily, their faces paling. Yet they managed to endure the physical discomfort and continued on their way, glancing back with lingering resentment. This ability pertains to the soul-absorbing fruit of Fal, which has undergone significant enhancements through Fal's development and progression. For instance, just moments ago, Fal was able to utilize this soul-absorbing power to extract the life force, or lifespan, from several naval officers, effectively drawing it into his own being. Consequently, these officers have suffered an irretrievable loss of a substantial portion of their lifespan, rendering them incapable of living for much longer. However, the drawbacks are quite apparent. This operation can only be executed on individuals of significantly lesser strength. Should the target possess formidable power, Fal is relegated to employing the original version of soul absorption to extract the essence from within them. Chapter 101. Soul Division and the Dark Side. Nevertheless, the advantages are equally conspicuous. After permanently siphoning the lifespan from these naval officers, Fal can distinctly sense the benefits derived from their stolen vitality, which proves to be quite advantageous to him. This is largely attributable to Fal's significantly enhanced mastery over the soul fruit, enabling such maneuvers. Had it been in the past, Fal would have found it impossible to execute such actions. Fal. John, witnessing the entire scene, could not help but exclaim, Hey Fal, how could you do such a wicked thing to my technician? Jonah further lamented, unable to contain his criticism. Having spent such an extensive time with Fal, the two had certainly discerned his subtle machinations. If those Navy men perish, who will give me massages? They are the best at it, Jonah shouted from the sidelines. However, Fal remained unperturbed, merely reflecting on Jonah's behavior, reminiscent of Zhang Fei, which left him feeling quite uneasy. Nevertheless, after absorbing the life force of those Navy men, Fal sighed internally, recognizing the futility of his actions. It was only through personal discovery or undergoing similar experiences that one could truly comprehend. After his inward sigh, Fal remarked, Indeed, It is only through personal experience or self-discovery that one can grasp the entirety of it. If you attempt to intervene or persuade from the sidelines, it may even foster feelings of resentment within those who do not understand. This is the essence of intelligence. What I know you do not. Thus, I am destined to hold a slight advantage over you, and those who confront me will inevitably find themselves one step behind. Humph. It's a pity for my few technicians. Seeing that Fal had ignored him, John could only snort in disdain. It appears that John remains oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Following this incident, Fal and his companions did not engage in further actions, each engrossed in their own pursuits. For instance, John continued to recline in his chair, indulging in a deep slumber. Meanwhile, John was dismantling his firearm, repeatedly assembling and disassembling it. This is a skill he acquired in the fundamental elements of the musketeer. According to the principles of musketeering, only those who truly comprehend their weapons can attain greater strength, enabling them to integrate the musket into an extension of their own being. This led John, having recently completed his study of the fundamental aspects of firearms, to incessantly disassemble his musket. He aimed to memorize the shape of each component. While an alarming thought surged within him, even in the absence of a musket, I could fabricate one amidst the depths of despair. This was the notion that occupied John's mind. Meanwhile, Fal, unsteadily leaning against the wall, made his way to his bed. Although John intended to offer his assistance, Fal promptly declined. Despite his severely injured leg not yet fully healed, he had regained a measure of mobility and saw no need to rely on others. Lying on his bed, Fal's mind wandered, fixated on the ceiling. Reflecting on his current skills, he realized he possessed no other techniques aside from the soul fruit. His observation hockey lacked offensive capabilities. Fal pondered, if I were to encounter a formidable vice admiral of the Navy, how would I contend with him? Indeed, at that moment, Fal replayed in his mind the faces of those he had previously battled. After a brief pause, he began to simulate a confrontation with a vice admiral. Contemplating the dire scenario, should he face an uninjured vice admiral, it was evident that Fal, lacking any mastery of skills, would be destined for defeat. What abilities do I currently possess from the soul fruit? I must clarify this first. Not long after, as Fal lay in bed deep in contemplation, he pondered the skills he possessed. At this moment, apart from his exceptionally acute observation hockey, he had mastery over abilities related to the soul fruit. The soul shock was an old technique, among the first few moves he had developed. Additionally, there was soul absorption, a skill with a long history. Alongside other time-honored abilities such as X-ray vision, introspection, and the discernment of soul colors, which bore little offensive capability. Among the earliest skills he had honed, the formidable soul chaos stood out. It allowed him to create a sphere that gradually expanded, enveloping all individuals within it, functioning as a debuff that weakened their mental faculties. However, there was also a unique technique that Fal currently controlled, which was still in the experimental stage and not yet practical. This skill was none other than a technique possessed by Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors in the world of One Piece. Many would be familiar with the homies that surrounded her, which were permanent soul manifestations created by splitting her own soul, capable of transmuting those souls into tangible forms. However, given Fal's current level of development, transforming them into tangible entities or creating permanent soul manifestations remained a distant aspiration. Presently, Fal could only split his inner soul into another temporary soul entity. Yet, this ephemeral soul was not particularly powerful. It could merely harass enemies through soul attacks. The repercussions on Fal himself were significantly severe, as the act of splitting his soul inflicted intense pain, enough to render him unconscious. Moreover, upon splitting his soul, his consciousness bifurcated, presenting him with 2 distinct perspectives, which greatly impaired his combat effectiveness. This led to Fal not having utilized this particular technique during times of combat. However, thanks to his continuous development and mastery of skills, Fal is capable of reclaiming the soul that has been split apart. This prevents it from dissipating into the ether, a sensation akin to gradually vanishing from the world, more distressing than death itself. Fal is determined never to endure such an experience again. Initially, this skill was merely a fleeting interest of Fal's, and thus it did not possess a formal designation. Yet now, with the refinement of this ability, Fal has bestowed upon it the fitting name, Soul Division. Furthermore, he has given the name of dark facet to the soul he has separated. Whether it is a manifestation of Fal's whimsy or a deeper intention remains uncertain, but the name certainly carries an air of melodrama. This occasionally led Fowl to ponder whether he should change his name. Chapter 102. The experiment. Only after thoroughly understanding all of his current abilities did Fowl finally find some semblance of calm. The skill of soul division still awaited further development. At present, it remained too feeble. Fowl placed great importance on this particular skill, although his legs had yet to fully recover, preventing his corporeal form from walking upon the ground. He found himself capable of freely manipulating his spiritual essence. Finding no fruitful thoughts, Fowl resolved to continue developing his devil fruit abilities to enhance his strength, with a particular emphasis on the soul division skill within his experimental endeavors. It is worth noting that in the original work of One Piece, the Yonko Big Mom harnessed this ability to its utmost potential. Fowl was confident that, given his own capabilities, he could indeed surpass Big Mom. With determination, he prepared himself, slowly closing his eyes. Each instance of soul division inflicted tremendous pain upon him, an agony that was nearly unbearable. Within Fowl's being, a dark soul, guided by his will, began the process of division. Before long, the soul split into two halves, with one half gradually detaching from Fowl's essence and hovering in the air. The pain was excruciating. As Fowl underwent the soul division, he found himself overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the suffering, pushing him to the brink of despair. During this period, the frequent episodes of soul splitting have instilled within him an inexplicable sense of dread concerning this variability. It feels akin to fear, a trepidation reminiscent of a subordinate encountering a superior. No, I shall not cower in its shadow. I am the true master. At this moment, Fowl's heart resounded with a loud declaration. Moments later, having completed the soul splitting, he emerged drenched in cold sweat. The perspiration soaked the sheets beneath him, causing his skin to cling uncomfortably. However, the repercussions of soul splitting extend beyond mere discomfort. A dark aspect of Fowl's divided soul floated in the air, incessantly drifting as if it had discovered a new toy. Yet, this dark aspect is not a mere child. It belongs to Fowl, to another facet of him. For the two are indeed one entity. At last success, the original Fowl, pale and weary, rose to his feet. Since the soul splitting occurs within Fowl's own body, the original did not emit a sound, thus not disturbing John, who was engrossed in studying firearms, and John, who was sound asleep. Fowl, what is the matter? You seem off, John inquired, sensing something amiss. It's nothing. I'm merely testing that skill. Just a side effect, Fowl replied upon hearing him. Very well, but do take care. Every time I see you like this, it feels as though you might collapse at any moment, John expressed, having witnessed this scenario numerous times. I will. Fowl assured him with those few words, then disregarded him. Instead, he focused on controlling the other aspect of his consciousness, which continued to drift aimlessly in the air. Indeed, having never experienced the sensation of flight, Fowl now reveled in the weightlessness afforded by the dark aspect's levitation, enjoying it immensely. It felt as though he had unlocked a new chapter in life, akin to controlling a character within a game. However, the dark aspect, governed by Fowl, was entirely unlike any game character. It was a soul that belonged wholly to him. The sensations of floating in the air were even shared between Fowl and this aspect. This compels Fowl to indulge in the dark side each time his soul fractures. After spending considerable time in this shadowy realm, he realizes that he cannot persist in this manner. Otherwise, the constraints of time would render the experience futile. Rising to a seated position, Fowl gazes at the dark essence hovering in the air with a vision beyond the ordinary. How might I preserve this entity eternally? Much like the way Big Mom cherishes her homies, Fowl contemplates as he observes the dark essence floating above. Although failing to absorb the fractured dark essence into his being would inflict damage upon his soul, he believes it prudent to secure its permanence. For even if his soul were harmed, he could potentially restore it by siphoning the life force or entire souls of others. Thus, the damage could be deemed temporary, posing no significant threat. Moreover, the splintered soul could indeed provide tangible assistance to Fowl. As he muses, an epiphany strikes him, illuminating his thoughts. John, awaken, he commands, utilizing his soul-shaking skill directed at John, who is not far off. What is it? What happened? John, startled by the jolt, rises with a shout, drawing the attention of John as well. Fowl, it's you again? John responds, somewhat irritated, having grasped the situation. Go, John, summon those naval technicians for me, Fowl instructs him. Given that those technicians have little time left, Fowl perceives them as the ideal subjects for his experiments. Oh, Fowl, are you eager to taste my technician's essence? John replies with a hint of excitement. Nothing is more gratifying than having one's peers validate one's actions. No, hurry and bring them here. Val insists. All right. I'm on it. John cheerfully replies, and in a flash, he departs, presumably to fetch the naval technicians. Before long, a group of lifeless-looking naval technicians is brought before Val, each one slumping as if on the verge of collapse. Upon their return to their quarters, they had already faced ridicule from their shipmates for appearing utterly drained. This is the consequence of being deprived of life by Val. One's vitality diminishes significantly, far from what it once was. Sir, is there something you summoned us for? Stammered the naval technician. In truth, he was so reluctant to utter even a single word that the mere thought of silence potentially leading to death compelled him to reluctantly speak. Humph. Val's expression was hardly better than theirs, yet his vitality surpassed theirs considerably. Hey, what has happened to you all? Why do you look like this? John, witnessing the scene, could not help but comment. Although he understood the reason behind their appearance, the absurdity of the situation elicited a chuckle from him. Mind your own business. Just sit there obediently, Val commanded John. Humph, I'm merely concerned about your well-being, John retorted. However, it appeared that not only could the recipient of the massage perish, but even the one administering it might meet a similar fate. Yet, under Val's oppressive authority, John reluctantly returned to his seat, sitting quietly. Humph, observing John's submissiveness. Val chuckled softly and then shifted his gaze to the group of naval technicians who had been brought forth. There were 4 naval technicians, all of whom had their lifespans absorbed by Val, standing before him, utterly dispirited. Let us begin, Val announced, gazing at the 4 naval men. As they looked on in confusion, Val activated his soul-sucking ability derived from the soul fruit, drawing their souls into his own being. Unlike the absorption of lifespans, which merely extracts fragments of the soul's essence, the absorption of souls involves the complete essence being drawn into Val's body. For instance, absorbing 10 years of a life means extracting 1/10 of the soul's essence while leaving the soul itself intact within the individual. Spare us. They pleaded in terror as Val unleashed his soul-absorbing power, sensing the imminent approach of death. Regardless, Val continued to consume their souls. Once the absorption was complete, he commenced experiments on their remaining physical forms. This experiment involves the incorporation of Val's dark essence into their bodies, though its success remains uncertain. As Val digests the souls within, his complexion gradually begins to restore itself. My technician, John, witnessing this, exclaimed loudly. He had assumed Val was summoning them for a massage. Val, how cruel you are. John, with tears streaming down his face, rushed to the lifeless forms of the fallen naval technicians. Technicians 001, 002, 003, 004. Your demise is so tragic, he lamented while cradling the deceased. In stark contrast, the technicians were in a state of death, their bodies slowly losing warmth. Undeterred, Val plunged his dark essence into one of the naval bodies. John, you are exceedingly bothersome. Step away, Val retorted, his ears pained by John's wailing. He was already preoccupied with the dual tasks of developing the devil fruit and did not need John's incessant interruptions. Upon hearing this, John, with a face full of despair, promptly closed his mouth and departed, his earlier cries feigned, but his current sense of grievance genuine. Val, you're so fierce. John muttered softly to himself as he sat down. Meanwhile, John, who had been examining a firearm, couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident to any reasonable observer that Val was engaged in an experiment, yet John continued to press forward. Failed. Val observed the naval body that had completely disintegrated. The remains of the failed technician were decaying at an alarming rate, far more rapidly than those of the other 3 corpses, soon losing all semblance of warmth. This is due to the recent experiment conducted by Val, which forcibly integrated the dark essence into the bodies, resulting in the death of numerous cells that were meant to retain heat. It must be done swiftly. Val glanced at the 3 remaining Navy corpses that still bore warmth. Although it was uncertain whether the lifeless bodies would allow Val's dark essence to exert control, they could not possibly be superior to the warm corpses. Initially, Val had intended to eliminate them one by one. However, to prevent any potential uprising, he decided to eradicate them all at once. This was also influenced by John, who summoned them all at Val's behest. Yet to avoid further complications for Val, he absorbed their souls entirely. Then came the second attempt. Failure. In the course of Val's experimental procedures, the Navy bodies collapsed one by one, beginning to decay. Yet, The act of embedding the dark essence into the Navy corpses became increasingly adept. The third attempt met with failure as well. Another corpse fell during Fal's manipulation. It was not until the fourth body that Fal, with renewed proficiency, attempted to integrate the dark essence into the Navy corpse. Success? A flicker of delight crossed Fal's face. However, embedding an unfamiliar soul into an ill-suited body was no simple task. Not only must Fal possess a high level of proficiency, but various prerequisites must also be met to truly activate the body. With a sigh, Fal observed as the dark essence slowly drifted out from the fourth corpse. It seemed that emulating the Four Emperor's Big Mom was indeed a challenging endeavor, Fal lamented. He then turned his attention to John. John, fetch me a few more Navy personnel, Fal instructed. In Fal's eyes, every sailor aboard the ship could potentially serve as his subjects for experimentation. The decision rested solely on his desire. Clearly, at this moment, Fal opted for the latter, driven by the ambition to enhance his power. Understood. John responded promptly, invigorated by the realization that Fal was not angry with him. Subsequently, John swiftly brought several innocent-looking Navy personnel before Fal, a triumphant expression adorning his face. The trembling sailors approached Fal, their voices quaking as they spoke. The reason for their trepidation lay in the decaying corpses on the ground. Though already in a state of decomposition, they could still discern their identities from the garments of the fallen. They were the very Navy personnel who had previously attended to that esteemed warrior. The quaking sailors thought to themselves, "Excellent." As Fal encountered the Navy personnel before him, it was evident that his words were not directed at them, but rather at John. With a gleeful chuckle, John reveled in Fal's praise. Without further ado, Fal, exhibiting no curiosity towards the Navy officers, commenced the soul absorption process, drawing their essences into his own being. In Chapter 104, titled Major Mousewolf, 1 by 1, the souls of the Navy officers were drawn into Fal's form, their physical bodies collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. The fifth time, Fal remarked, gazing at the Navy personnel who had fallen before him. Deep within, a flicker of hesitation stirred. Was it truly necessary to extinguish these lives for the sake of acquiring a new skill? Yet, dismissing such thoughts, he concluded that only through the augmentation of his own power could he achieve his goals. With a resolute shake of his head, Fal promptly initiated his fifth experiment. This time, John brought along 3 Navy personnel, each possessing a robust physique that far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Yet, before Fal, they appeared utterly inadequate. Even in his current incapacitated state, Fal could effortlessly vanquish them one by one using the powers bestowed by the devil fruit. The fifth experiment commenced swiftly. And under Fal's meticulous guidance, the entity known as Dark Face gradually acclimated to its new form. Just a fraction more. Fal concentrated all his attention on another aspect of his consciousness, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he sighed. Meanwhile, John, observing Fal's demeanor, merely sighed in return and resumed his examination of his firearm. Time passed, and despite Fal's diligent manipulation, the Navy soldier still collapsed to the ground in failure. What a pity, Fal lamented as he gazed at the lifeless body sprawled before him. It was so close, yet why could it not harmonize with his physique? Fal pondered intensely. The current Dark Face had undergone a significant transformation. Previously, the split-off entity could be likened to a separate version of Fal, with an almost identical similarity between the two souls. Now, however, for the sake of experimentation, Fal had drastically altered Dark Face's size and stature, leaving only a visage that mirrored his own. This marked the 6th corpse. Fal reflected on the lifeless figure at his feet. The Navy personnel aboard the ship were limited, and Fal could not afford to conduct endless experiments. Thus, he needed to expedite his progress. He could even sense the murmurs among the Navy about the missing soldiers who had yet to emerge. Let us begin. With that, Fal shook his head to dispel further thoughts and gritted his teeth. Dark Face, resembling an invader, forcefully penetrated the body of the Navy soldier, recklessly assaulting the cells within, intent on converting them all to his dominion. Under Fal's careful control, the 6th corpse slowly rose from the ground. This marks a monumental triumph in mastering this lifeless form. A significant success for this experiment. Succeeded? Fal pondered, gazing at the cadaver before him. Yet, as soon as Fal uttered those words, the body collapsed with a resounding thud against the ground. Another failure, he reflected, observing the 6 lifeless forms strewn about. Where had the flaw occurred? Fal scrutinized the decaying corpses on the floor, contemplating the enigma. With no revelations forthcoming, he resolved to conduct the experiment once more, his gaze fixating on the final naval cadaver. The seventh trial commenced. Fal closed his eyes and declared, once more. This time, the dark side surged forth with even greater ferocity, forcefully invading the seventh naval body. In that moment, the dark side resembled a merciless tyrant, ruthlessly slaughtering the cells within the seventh cadaver. Before long, the body that Fal had successfully infiltrated began to rise slowly. This time, I must uncover the source of the issue, Fal exclaimed, drenched in perspiration. This is all a consequence of his overwhelming mental exhaustion. Afterwards, it was the same old scene. Amidst the fruitless experiments of Fal, the seventh corpse collapsed with a thunderous thud, slowly beginning to decay. Another failure? Fal gazed at the scattered naval corpses, expressing his frustration. John, dispose of them. They are beginning to emit an odor. Yet, before his disappointment could linger for more than 2 seconds, Fal sniffed the air and remarked, "All right then." John promptly responded. Once John had thrown the corpses outside, Fal ceased his contemplations. "I am utterly fatigued. I shall postpone the next experiment. The mental toll is too great." Fal looked at the dark manifestation suspended in the air, which was gradually becoming translucent, indicating its struggle to maintain existence. It had begun to dissipate slowly. Observing this, Fal decided against continuing the experiment and reabsorbed the dark manifestation into his being. "Time for sleep," he said, reclining on his bed. The energy expended during this experiment had been profoundly draining. Soon, Fal succumbed to a deep slumber, entirely oblivious to a distant naval warship. "Major General." Several naval officers entered, saluting in unison. "How goes the search?" inquired the Major General, seated at his desk. "Report. We have yet to uncover any signs of enemy activity." The naval officer replied with a serious demeanor. "Very well, I understand. You may all leave," the Major General responded, unperturbed. He was part of the naval branch in this peripheral region of the South China Sea, and this voyage across the ocean had its purpose. The objective was to assist Admiral Zifa in confronting a group of criminals who had hijacked a naval vessel. As for whether they would succeed in their search, that was not his concern. He was merely following Admiral Zifa's orders to conduct a search. After all, who cannot merely go through the motions? Simultaneously, he served as the chief base commander of this naval branch in the South China Sea, and he was also the possessor of the mink fruit, a zoan-type devil fruit. The mink fruit. The mink is a unique creature akin to a weasel, possessing remarkable agility and a lithe physique within the world of pirates. This further enables the possessor of the weasel fruit to wield formidable strength and remarkable swiftness upon transforming into the weasel form. This was also the source of General Weasel's unwavering confidence. Naturally, as a major general, he possessed the requisite abilities that came with his rank. "It is night. Time to stretch my legs," exclaimed General Weasel. Ever since he consumed the weasel fruit, he had inherited numerous traits characteristic of weasels. For instance, his nocturnal habits often set him apart from those around him. While others slumbered, he was active. When they were awake, he found himself in a state of repose. Having sufficiently stretched his limbs, General Weasel ascended to the deck of his naval ship. Chapter 105. Betrayal. Each night, as he gazed out at the sea, he found its beauty utterly captivating. What is that ahead? General Weasel pondered, squinting at the water's surface. Indeed, possessing the abilities of the zoan-type weasel devil fruit, he had also inherited the gift of night vision. His nocturnal activities further augmented his prowess. Should I approach? He paused momentarily, contemplating. After all, his purpose was merely to assist Admiral Zephyr in this inconsequential task, which only required him to widen the search area. Ultimately, he resolved to investigate further. General Weasel swiftly descended into the ship's cabin and roused the sleeping sailors. Prepare for battle. Though the sailors awoke with bleary eyes, their ingrained training propelled them into a state of readiness. Soon, with the collective effort of the sailors, they began to navigate toward the direction indicated by General Weasel. Report. General Weasel. It's our own ship, a naval vessel. A sailor swiftly approached to relay the information. Ah, our own kind. That is reassuring, General Weasel remarked, relieved that they had not encountered a formidable pirate. However, uncertainty soon crept in as he inquired, "Are you certain it is our own?" "Yes, indeed," the reporting sailor, noting the general's doubt, responded with sincerity. "Then let us draw closer. Quickly, instruct your men to verify this naval vessel's signal," General Weasel commanded. "Could this be the target for our mission to assist Admiral Zephyr?" General Weasel remarked that he was utterly oblivious to the particulars of the current mission. All he was aware of was that Admiral Zephyr had abruptly issued an order for a search of the nearby waters. Due to the considerable authority wielded by the Admiral, General Weasel, who typically remained confined to the base, found himself compelled to undertake this task. Each time he set sail, he would offer a prayer, beseeching not to encounter formidable pirates. It is well understood that once one ventures into the ocean in this pirate-infested world, one's life is no longer one's own. Before long, following a series of operations conducted by his subordinates, it was confirmed that the naval vessel they were observing closely resembled General Weasel's target. Focus on them, General Weasel declared with a hint of excitement. He then proceeded to the captain's quarters to dial a number. The phone bug emitted a lazy sound. Reluctant to engage in work, Moses, General Weasel called out, and after a brief pause, a voice responded on the other end. Is this Admiral Zephyr? This is Weasel. General Weasel spoke cautiously into the phone bug. Regrettably, it was not Admiral Zephyr on the line, but rather a direct operator from the Admiral's ship. I am the direct operator for Admiral Zephyr. He has already retired for the night. After a thorough exchange between General Weasel and the operator, they devised a plan. Understood, General Weasel affirmed. Given that Admiral Zephyr was asleep, the operator would not easily disturb him. For a man of his rank would not personally respond to uncertain matters in the midst of his well-deserved rest. Ultimately, the operator conveyed to General Weasel, if you confirm that vessel is indeed the target, call back, and we will proceed to assist you. General Weasel was not surprised by the operator's response. However, it did not quite align with his tendency to take things easy. That would be splendid. If given the opportunity, it could yield a substantial military achievement, he mused. Gazing out at the vast sea, he swiftly issued orders for his ship to cautiously approach the naval vessel gliding upon the waters. If anything seems amiss, fire immediately. The Navy personnel relayed the command to one another. Meanwhile, aboard the ship where Far resided, he had succumbed to slumber due to exhaustion, oblivious to any anomalies. Perhaps he was simply too fatigued to withstand the strain. Or perhaps he found it hard to believe that they would encounter a third naval vessel within such a short span of days, which allowed him to sleep so soundly. Outside, a flurry of voices echoed, "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Do you see that naval vessel?" The captain of the naval squad commanded his subordinates. It was evident that they had betrayed Fowl and his companions. However, under the circumstances, such treachery seemed rather commonplace. It would have been more unusual had they remained loyal. Following a series of covert maneuvers by the Navy, Fowl's ship gradually approached the vessel of Major General Weasel. Inside the captain's cabin, John heard a commotion. "What is it? Why is there such a ruckus?" John inquired, his brow furrowed. Dark circles had begun to form under his eyes, a testament to his sleepless nights spent engrossed in the study of firearms. "Damn it," he exclaimed, unable to suppress his irritation as the cacophony continued to assault his ears. Typically, such noise would not have bothered him greatly. However, the intermittent bursts of clamor, which would suddenly swell and then fade away, left him in a state of disquiet. What on earth is happening? Why such chaos? Unable to endure the disturbance any longer, John exited the captain's cabin and barked at the hurried sailors outside. "Gentlemen, there is nothing amiss," they stammered upon seeing John, clearly attempting to conceal something. John scrutinized their uneasy expressions. Something is not right, he thought, his brow furrowing deeper. What exactly has transpired? Speak quickly, or your lives shall be forfeit, John said, his annoyance palpable as he drew a pistol from his waist, aiming it at the leading sailor. His already frail state of mind made it exceedingly difficult to communicate with these reticent naval personnel. Chapter 106. Perilous situations. This situation caused John to lose control of his emotions, prompting him to draw his pistol from his waist. "My lord," the leading naval officer exclaimed in shock upon witnessing John aim his firearm at him. Indeed, there seems to be a minor predicament. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, the officer lowered his head, gritting his teeth. Slowly, he approached John, as if preparing to convey something significant. "It is thus, my lord, perish," the naval officer muttered fervently, suddenly changing his demeanor as he neared John. After all, if death was inevitable, it would be far more honorable to embrace it, the officer thought to himself. What? John's heart raced as he confronted the naval officer standing before him. Had this group of sailors betrayed him? John pondered. This left him somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, John quickly adapted and raised his hand, aiming his firearm at the naval officer. If John were to be cornered in close combat by that officer, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for him. Bang! The sound of gunfire shattered the stillness of the night, and the entire ship erupted into chaos. "Damn it! Let us fight!" The group of sailors, witnessing their fallen squad leader on the ground, cried out with conflicted emotions. Typically, their squad leader had treated them well, and now he lay silently on the floor, a sight they found hard to accept. How infuriating! John grimaced at the sailors charging towards him. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to rely solely on the firearm in his hand. Drawing the dagger from his waist, he surged forward to engage the treacherous sailors. Why? The scattered sailors fell like livestock as John mercilessly slashed their throats. Kill! On the other side, the remaining sailors, who had been spectators until now, could no longer contain themselves and shouted in unison. Here they come again. John noted the growing throng of sailors surrounding him, his face paling. His close combat abilities paled in comparison to his marksmanship. He was no match for the gathered sailors before him. If it were merely 3 or 4 of them, it would be manageable. But the number before him far exceeded that. The encroaching sailors continued to multiply, their various factions eyeing John with murderous intent. They sought to eliminate him, to rid themselves of the oppressive John once and for all. No, John cried out in alarm. Should he be encircled by those sailors, it would spell grave trouble for him. Reloading his firearm would not allow for a swift defeat of his enemies. Realizing this, John had no choice but to return the firearm to his waist. He retrieved his fire gun from behind, preparing to press the button that would unleash flames. Having refilled the alcohol reservoir long ago. No, too close. Yet, confronted with the advancing sailors, John cursed under his breath. Bang! A gunshot took down the sailor nearest to him, but behind that fallen figure surged even more sailors. Retreat! John could only flee, shooting as he ran. The sailors behind, witnessing John's retreat, cursed in frustration. How can he run so fast? The group of sailors exclaimed, some of them even brandishing their pistols and aiming them at John. The sensation of bullets whizzing past him heightened the pressure he felt. A chilling dread enveloped him. Meanwhile, Fowl, who had discerned the unfolding situation as soon as the gunfire erupted, had been escorted by John from the captain's quarters to survey their surroundings. However, when he beheld the sight of John, besieged by a throng of sailors, he was taken aback. His astonishment was not solely due to the sailors' treachery, but rather at the apparent inadequacy of John's close combat skills. This is indeed a fatal flaw, Fowl pondered, resolving to subject John to rigorous training. Nonetheless, the speed with which he executed his techniques was impressive. After swiftly delivering his moves, the entire group of naval officers collapsed to the ground, their eyes rolling back. Fowl! John exclaimed upon spotting him. At that moment, he yearned to inform Fowl of the dire predicament they faced. However, Fowl merely waved his right hand, silencing John's impending words. I am already aware, Fowl remarked, meeting John's gaze. At the instant the gun fired, Fowl activated his observation hockey, surveying his surroundings. Within his perception, he discerned a warship gradually approaching their own vessel. The naval personnel aboard that ship appeared formidable. After conveying all pertinent information to John and Joan, Fowl asked, What shall we do? John, sensing urgency, responded anxiously. Given the current circumstances, with Fowl's legs temporarily incapacitated, how could they possibly fend off a fully loaded naval warship? It seemed that the naval vessel remained oblivious to their plight. Should it become aware, a barrage of cannon fire could dismantle their ship. Rest assured, that warship will not fire upon us, especially considering the naval officers aboard our vessel, Fowl reassured, noticing John's apprehension. Yet remaining here is not a viable option. Perhaps we should escape in a small boat, John suggested hastily, only to reconsider suddenly. Alas, how could we possibly row a small boat to safety? John shook his head in resignation. Previously, they had managed to slip away amidst the chaos of the battle between Admiral Stone and the whale pirate crew. Now, however, they found themselves targeted by both sides. How could they hope to overcome a technologically superior naval ship relying solely on human strength? What then? John inquired, his expression darkening. It appears our only recourse is to confront that naval warship head-on. John shook his head, expressing skepticism about their chances in the current battle. While he did not deem victory impossible, it could only be described as a 50-50 proposition. This can be regarded as the most perilous situation they have encountered since their arrival in this world. Amidst the vast expanse of the ocean, John and his companions can only emerge victorious. Failure is not an option. Should they falter, the boundless sea, devoid of escape routes, would become their grave. Let us fight. Here, Fowl exhibits not a trace of panic, as if this treacherous predicament bears no relevance to him. Chapter 107. Clash then let us battle. Upon hearing this, John slumped to the ground, idly loading ammunition, resigned to their fate. Their only choice was to engage in combat. Once John regained his composure and completed the loading of his weaponry, he departed to select an optimal sniping position. Fal had further words for John. Yet before he could utter more than a few syllables, Fal silenced him with a mere wave of his hand. "Let us prepare," Fal stated, remaining indifferent to John's presence. He was concentrating on something at hand, the souls of the fallen Navy personnel. As for the feelings of betrayal, Fal found himself at a loss for words. Yet the sensation was undeniably unpleasant. Thus, he opted to vent his frustrations in this manner. After consolidating the souls of the prostrate Navy, he swallowed them whole, digesting their essence. "Ah, what relief," Fal remarked, his brow unfurling in satisfaction. His gaze then shifted to John as he spoke. "John, the success of this battle rests upon your shoulders. Do not fear, I shall lend you my strength." Before John could respond, Fal continued, "Very well." Initially intending to articulate a myriad of thoughts, John found himself rendered speechless, his intentions distilled into a single word. He then, like Fal, sank to the ground to recuperate his strength, aiming to reach his pinnacle once more. Aboard the warship of Major Mousewolf. "Major Mousewolf." A scout approached him and saluted. Reporting in, Major Mousewolf replied, seated comfortably with a cup of coffee in hand. "Indeed, this world possesses coffee. Yet partaking in it here seems to confer an air of nobility. Only the aristocracy and those wielding immense power are privileged to indulge in such luxuries." "Yes," the scout responded, raising his head to meet Major Mousewolf's gaze. He proceeded to report on the current status of the warship, which had ceased its movement upon the ocean's surface. Major Mousewolf's eyes lit up at this revelation. "So there is indeed a problem?" he mused with a grin. "It appears this mission shall yield considerable accolades, perhaps even more than anticipated." With that, Major Mousewolf issued commands to the Navy. "Close in on that warship," he proclaimed with authority. "Understood." The sailors responded in unison. It seems that battle is once again imminent. This is the heartfelt expression of many naval officers. Under the command of the admiral known as Weasel, his warship gradually approached the vessel. As it fully revealed itself before the ship, the illumination bathed both vessels in light. In the darkness of night, the two colliding warships appeared strikingly incongruous with their surroundings. Then, after the Weasel admiral's ship transmitted a series of signals to the vessel, it received no response. Unable to contain their frustration, they finally charged towards the ship under the admiral's orders. A massive wooden plank was erected between the two vessels, and the naval officers intended to use this plank to board the ship that housed Fal. "Listen inside. You are completely surrounded." Before the naval officers could even reach Fal's ship, they began shouting loudly. "How noisy," Fal remarked, covering his ears. In a sudden turn of events, the charging naval officers collapsed onto the deck, with some unfortunate souls even plummeting into the sea. It is critical to understand that falling into the ocean in an unconscious state is a certain death sentence. "Oh, a user of a devil fruit?" the Weasel admiral, observing from the lookout with his telescope, remarked. Possessing night vision, he was indeed a true scout. This left the true scouts surrounding Major General Weasel at a loss. In the pitch-black night, they could only discern anything by the dim light emanating from the ship. Before them stood Major General Weasel, endowed with the extraordinary ability of night vision, effortlessly overshadowing them. "How enviable. I too yearn for such a power," the scouts murmured among themselves. "Ha ha ha. Envious, are you?" Major General Weasel exclaimed with a hint of pride upon overhearing them. "Work hard. With diligence, you too shall possess it one day." Not wishing to dampen the spirits of his soldiers, he quickly reconsidered his words. "Yes," the scouts replied, their hearts swelling with enthusiasm. "This is the recognition from Major General Weasel," they thought with excitement. Effort? Yet, the thoughts of Major General Weasel diverged sharply from theirs. If hard work were sufficient, what need would there be for talent? What purpose would fate serve? As he surveyed the battlefield before him, he pondered the heavy truth that some individuals are born at the pinnacle of this world. His thoughts drifted to the detestable celestial dragons, a group of malevolent tyrants who remain unpunished. Feeling increasingly disheartened, Major General Weasel issued a command to depart from this place. "Yes," the scouts responded in unison, saluting with fervor. Before him lay the fallen Navy personnel, and with a hint of boredom, Fal remarked, "Is this all there is?" As he spoke, he toyed with the myriad of pleading souls in his grasp. "Spare me. Great Admiral, save me." The agony, cried the terrified sailors. Yet, these anguished cries were audible only to Fal. Beside him, John remained undisturbed, recuperating in silence. The cacophony of the sailors' voices merged into a dissonance that seemed almost indistinct. Without careful attention, one might struggle to discern the words escaping their lips. How noisy, Fal sighed, furrowing his brow once more. This was not the first time today that the clamor had disturbed him, and it had begun to gnaw at his patience. How delightful, he mused, finally finding solace as he consumed the wretched souls of the Navy. At times, it is only through the most brutal methods that one can address the root of the problem. Oh, something approaches, Fal remarked, gazing intently in a specific direction shortly after devouring the souls of the sailors. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps belonged to Major Mouse Weasel, the distinct noise of his polished shoes meeting the deck. As a user of a devil fruit, it wasn't until his presence was fully revealed to Fal that he spoke. Chapter 108. The confrontation between John and the Navy, is it really him? Fal pondered, having glimpsed the complete visage of Major Mouse Weasel. Not only that, but the two individuals accompanying him were equally unremarkable. In Fal's perception, they were not to be underestimated. Humph, putting on airs, Major Mouse Weasel remarked after a moment of silence, having received no answers to his inquiries. It appears military merit is inescapable, he added, a fleeting glimmer of wisdom crossing his features. His perception revealed that the two individuals before him were not particularly formidable. At least, the one wielding two blades lacked strength. However, the other devil fruit user eluded his understanding, which caused him to remain stationary, hesitant to make his move. What should we do, Major Mouse Weasel? One of the Navy personnel beside him inquired, feeling a sense of impatience. Shall we proceed, Major? Just give the order. The other added, eager for action. Both were undoubtedly powerful figures aboard this Navy warship, elite members under the command of Major Mouse Weasel. In terms of strength and rank, they were exceptional. Charge. Upon hearing his subordinates' voices, Major Mouse Weasel issued a decisive command. The two subordinates wasted no time and surged forward, exuding an air of invincibility. Yet, Major Mouse Weasel remained firmly in place, allowing his subordinates to gauge the situation first, an approach he consistently employed. Observing this scene, John initially turned to Fal for guidance rather than engaging the enemy. However, as soon as he uttered Fal's name, a mere glance from Fal silenced him. Then I shall take the lead. Understanding Fal's signal, John shouted with fervor. He then summoned his strength, leaping into the heart of the battlefield. Lion's roar slash. John drew his swords, Ace and Tion Can, and bellowed. The lion's roar slash was a technique derived from the lion style, which John had finally mastered after days of relentless practice. Upon witnessing this, Fal thought to himself, indeed, talent holds paramount importance in this world. John had only practiced for a few days, yet had begun to grasp the lion's roar slash. Nevertheless, in John's eyes, this was not a source of pride. He was acutely aware of the numerous flaws in his execution of the technique. It's time to advance. Two Navy soldiers charged forward, shouting as they confronted John. Each soldier positioned themselves on either side, intending to flank him. However, John was not one to simply acquiesce to their intentions. He swung his blades, striking their bodies with precision. The sound of metal echoed as his blades met their flesh, akin to striking iron, an unyielding force. John exclaimed in astonishment. Having observed the Six Styles tutorial, he had a certain familiarity with the concept of iron body. Although the tutorial did not include exercises for iron body, it did provide a succinct description of its essence. Experience the might of us brothers. One Navy soldier laughed, noticing the dented edge of John's blade. Yet, the other soldier appeared to be in considerable distress, his face contorted in agony. Why does it feel as though the blade striking me is so incredibly sharp? I can scarcely endure it. He grimaced. Unbeknownst to him, the weapon that had struck him was none other than Ace, the legendary sword of the pirate king, Roger. Perish! John shouted at the two Navy soldiers before him. The duo, relying on iron body to withstand John's strikes, clearly viewed his swordsmanship as an affront. Twin blade slash. John cried out, swiftly retreating in preparation for his next move. This is a maneuver he frequently employs, far surpassing his proficiency in the recently acquired lion's slash. The Navy officer, oblivious to Ace's formidable prowess, still dared to stand before John, attempting to withstand this technique. In his eyes, mastering the iron block rendered him invincible. Meanwhile, another Navy officer had retreated several meters, his body still racked with waves of pain. Am I truly so weak? Is my mastery of the iron block still far inferior to his? The wounded Navy officer gazed at his comrade, who was still bravely enduring John's assault, and lamented his fate. Clearly, This setback had struck him deeply, igniting a silent vow within him to diligently practice the iron block upon returning to the base. Flash. Over here, John was unfazed. The blades in his hands swiftly descended upon the Navy officer. What? At the moment the Navy officer was struck, his expression shifted dramatically. This was utterly different from the slashes he had previously experienced. The last one felt akin to a mere dagger, while this time it was as if he were confronted with a cleaver, unable to withstand it. The naval officer cried out, but then, with a resounding clang, he was sent soaring into the air. He had been struck down by John's formidable slash. Thud! He crashed onto the deck, momentarily dazed, still attempting to rise. Yet John would grant him no such respite. He lunged forward, intent on extinguishing the officer's life. "Dare you!" shouted another standing naval officer upon witnessing the scene. This is indeed his brother. How could he possibly stand by and witness his slaughter? The standing Navy officer unsheathed his cutlass, clashing it against John's dual blades, sparks flying into the air. However, it wasn't long before the Navy officer's cutlass began to buckle under the force and sharpness of John's dual blades, slowly fracturing. "What?" the Navy officer exclaimed in surprise upon witnessing this. With a swift thrust, John's dual blades pierced through the Navy officer's weapon, shattering it completely and striking him directly. "Is this all you've got?" Meanwhile, the observing Major Weasel was no mere decoration. In an instant, he appeared by John's side, intercepting his strike and delivering a powerful punch aimed at John. Damn, what incredible strength! John managed to block the blow with his dual blades, but was still sent hurtling through the air. The blades were indeed exceptional, yet the wielder seemed lacking. Major Weasel observed John's dual blades intently, noting that they seemed somewhat unique. Curiously, he pondered why one of the swords felt so familiar. "It feels like I've seen it somewhere before," he mused, pursing his lips. Chapter 109. Stalemate. Enough of this farce, Major Weasel declared loudly after a brief moment of contemplation. "If your strength is merely this, then you might as well surrender." He then turned his gaze towards the seated Fowl, recognizing him as the only true threat among them, dismissing John entirely as insufficient. Kill. Due to Fowl's inability to walk, John realized that he was the only one capable of resolving the current predicament. With a fierce roar, he descended swiftly before Major Weasel, wielding dual blades that gleamed like the scythes of death, intent on reaping the life of the Weasel commander. Upon witnessing this scene, Major Weasel furrowed his brow in puzzlement. Why had the devil fruit wielder yet to make a move? The situation seemed ripe for a clash between the strongest of both sides. Yet Major Weasel could not fathom why Fowl remained motionless. Was it possible that he regarded me with such disdain? With a hint of ire, Major Weasel thought, as he deftly parried John's strike and then sidestepped, quietly observing Fowl. "Devil fruit user, why do you not engage?" Major Weasel inquired, unable to comprehend Fowl's inaction. However, the only response he received was Fowl's lowered head. Could it be that he was injured? Major Weasel pondered. Regardless, he decided that the truth would reveal itself through action. Though it was uncharacteristic for him to act impulsively, he felt compelled to abandon caution in the heat of the moment. The battlefield seldom allows for hesitation. If neither of them acted, would they remain in this stalemate indefinitely? Transform into Weasel form, Major Weasel bellowed. He aimed to deliver his most potent attack right from the outset, a strategy that allowed for a tactical retreat should it fail. As he shouted, his body began to morph gradually into that of a weasel, his stature seemingly magnified several times, exuding an aura of intimidation upon the deck. "Die!" Major Weasel's green eyes sparkled with malevolence as he charged toward Fowl. "Not good," John exclaimed, feeling a surge of concern upon witnessing this development. Yet Fowl remained steadfast, unmoving in his position. John lifted his gaze toward the approaching Major Weasel, contemplating quietly, Soul Chaos Realm. With a flick of his wrist, Fowl revealed a crimson orb which began to expand slowly. "What is that?" Major Weasel thought, a sense of unease creeping in. The unknown often breeds the greatest fear, and this moment was no exception, heightening Major Weasel's apprehension. "Die!" he suddenly shouted in an outburst of rage. As a major, how could I possibly fear my enemy? His eyes glinted with a fierce intensity, and his mind was consumed with a singular focus. To kill, to kill, to kill. Fowl, observing this, could not help but smile slightly, knowing the trap had been set. This is his newly developed advanced version, grounded in the primordial state of chaotic thought known as the realm of confusion. This time, Fowl had secretly added a special ingredient, one that not only muddled the mind but also significantly amplified the enemy's fury. However, The advanced version came with a drawback. The buff for mental chaos was considerably weaker than that of the basic version. Soul shock. Absorb. Fowl shouted as he faced the close proximity of the Weasel General. What just happened? The Weasel General exclaimed, jolted back to reality by the soul shock. This is utterly inconsistent with his character. How could he possibly charge forward in such an uncertain situation? Upon realizing this, General Weasel could only grit his teeth, valiantly resisting the soul-drawing force exerted by Fowl. At this moment, he not only sensed the various enhancements granted by Fowl's soul chaos realm, but also felt the incessant tugging at his own essence. With his mind clouded, General Weasel could only engage in a fierce struggle for his soul against Fowl. General Weasel? The onlooking Navy officers gasped in astonishment, for in their eyes, their General Weasel seemed to be inexplicably frozen in place, locked in a stalemate with the figure seated on the ground. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed. The sound of John's musket firing. A bullet struck General Weasel squarely on the forehead, eliciting a muffled grunt from him. However, thanks to the powers bestowed by the devil fruit and his weasel form, the bullet lodged firmly between the bones of his skull, protected by the defensive capabilities of his weasel state. It was evident that had he not transformed into his weasel form, he would have met his demise. How painful. Is this a gunpowder bullet? General Weasel shouted amidst his competition for souls with Fowl. Damn it. How could this happen? Then, witnessing the fierce struggle for their souls, General Weasel let out a cry of frustration. Had I known it would come to this, I would not have led the fleet into battle so recklessly. I should have awaited reinforcements. Reinforcements. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Yet, this only fortified his hold over the soul within him, as Fowl's pulling force felt increasingly diminished in his perception. An opportunity. Upon realizing this, General Weasel felt a surge of joy within. Humph, I underestimated you. Fowl, sensing his defeat in the struggle for souls, snorted coldly. He then shifted his focus, transforming the realm of soul chaos, anger, into that of fear. He intended to make General Weasel experience the depths of terror, thereby facilitating the extraction of his soul with ease. Kill him. Outside, witnessing General Weasel's immobilization in his struggle against Fowl, the Navy officers erupted in cries of alarm. They could not allow General Weasel to falter, otherwise, their fate would be dire. The entire Navy surged forward, eager to disrupt Fowl and shatter the stalemate. Do not forget about me. Yet, how could John, who remained stationary, remain idle? After delivering several blows to the unmoving General Weasel, John's actions only exacerbated his injuries, causing blood to erupt from his body. However, due to John's insufficient strength, he was unable to deliver a fatal blow to General Weasel. This left John in a state of deep frustration. Despite wielding such a formidable blade, it seemed he could not unleash its full potential. Chapter 110, The Accuracy of the Strike. Once I return, I shall train twice as hard, John exclaimed, having recognized his own shortcomings. If his strength had been sufficient, the Major General of Weasels would have already met his demise. Like John, he was merely a hair's breadth away from vanquishing the Major General. After landing a few blows on the Major General, John turned his attention away from them and faced the advancing Navy. Come on, John shouted at them. The Navy, witnessing John deliver further strikes against the Major General, erupted in furious cries. Although the Major General was often unreliable, he treated his subordinates well, or at least that was their perception. Subsequently, the Navy, drawing their sabers, charged forth, intent on halting John's assault on the Major General. Lion slash, John bellowed in response, his dual blades dancing swiftly in his hands. Slash, slash, slash. The lion slash, executed in a seamless series, swiftly cleaved through the oncoming Navy, leaving them sprawled on the ground. The advancing Navy, witnessing this scene, felt their fury extinguish, replaced by terror as they screamed. Slice, slice, slice. John's dual blades became akin to a reaper, felling every Navy man before him. Demon, demon. As one Navy member cried out in fear, panic ensued among all the soldiers. Brother, can you hold on? The two elite Navy members, previously injured, rose from the ground. Kill. We cannot allow the Major General to perish so easily, exclaimed one elite Navy member, forcing himself to stand. If the Major General's true strength had been demonstrated, we would never have found ourselves in such dire straits. The elite Navy member gritted his teeth, undeterred by their injuries. The two elite Navy members leaned on each other and charged towards John. Major. The retreating Navy, witnessing the unusual determination of the two elite members, aimed directly at John as they surged forward. This invigorated them one by one. Behold, there stands the esteemed lieutenant colonel. Charge forth. Their morale ignited. They all rushed forward with fervent shouts. It was them again. John recognized the two elite naval officers charging towards him. Initially, he had perceived them as formidable adversaries during their earlier encounter. However, after their skirmish, he discerned that they were merely individuals with a high defense and low attack. Given more time, they would undoubtedly prove no match for John. Defeated foes, John roared as he swung his twin blades towards them. To this day, he has not forgotten the humiliation of their earlier attempt to block his strikes with iron blocks. This is an affront to John. A colossal humiliation he has never faced throughout history. Brother, here he comes. Over there, an elite Navy comrade remarked upon seeing John charging towards them. As the two clasped one of each other's hands tightly. Come on, iron block. One of them, his lips stained with blood, shouted fervently. Still relying on this trick? Prepare to meet your demise. John, his eyes tinged with crimson, bellowed in response. The twin blades in his grasp swiftly descended upon his adversary, launching him into the air, while blood gushed forth from his mouth. Brother, witnessing his comrade hurled into the sky, uncertain of his fate. The remaining elite Navy member's eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth. Finger gun. At he, the elite Navy soldier, glancing at the hand he had just held with his brother, now released, hesitated for a moment before unleashing his ultimate technique. While he was practicing with the iron block, he inadvertently developed another technique of the Navy's sixth form, known as the finger gun. This also contributes to the fact that the hardness of his iron block is inferior to that of his brother's. The finger gun, one of the techniques of the Navy's sixth form, involves concentrating all bodily strength into the index finger, allowing the hardened fingertip to unleash a strike with lightning speed. The tip possesses bullet-like offensive power, capable of effortlessly penetrating both human flesh and steel. At that moment, the introduction of the firearm struck John's chest as if it were etched into reality. It was a hit. The elite Navy personnel gazed in delight at the index finger embedded in John's chest. With this strike, he aimed directly for the heart, intending to deliver a fatal blow. Simultaneously, this was a technique earned through the efforts of his brother, enabling him to unleash such a move. Pain surged through John, who, struck and bleeding, spat a mouthful of crimson onto the face of the elite Navy officer. The thrust of the spear not only pierced John's chest, but also carried with it a formidable force that resonated throughout his entire being. Bang! John. Upon noticing John's dire state, John was struck with astonishment as a bullet found its mark in the head of the Navy elite, whose face was adorned with an expression of surprise. He had been meticulously adjusting his scope, aiming to send the bullet into the eye of General Weasel or any other vulnerable spot, with the intention of delivering a fatal blow. However, the extreme difficulty of the shot had delayed his decision to pull the trigger. The lieutenant colonel, struck in the head by John's bullet. The elite Navy officer evidently lacked the defensive prowess of General Weasel, and the bullet cleanly penetrated his skull. His body collapsed onto the ground with a resounding thud. This caused the group of naval officers behind him to erupt in chaos. Their major general had been subdued, and without the presence of two commanders, their advanced combat capabilities were rendered futile. In agony, John, blood spilling from his mouth, sank to his knees, waves of pain surging through his chest. Was he nearing death? Dazed, John collapsed to the ground, producing a resounding thud. At that moment, he felt utterly drained, his vitality seeping away as if his chest were a gaping wound. John bellowed from his position as a sniper. Without regard for their tactical plan, he seized his firearm and rushed into the heart of the battlefield. He could not abandon John. After all, a pack of predatory naval officers lurked nearby. At the same time, a thought surged within him. He needed to close in on the weasel-like major general and deliver a lethal shot at close range. Thus, the battle between them could be deemed victorious. Has he perished? The sailors, witnessing John, who had previously resembled a devil, now lying silently on the ground, could not suppress their curiosity and leaned in to inquire. Deliver the coup de grâce. Slay him. Until the other sailors erupted in furious shouts. The naval officers dared to approach John, who lay motionless on the ground, step by step. Chapter 111, Victory. Kill him. Kill him. If we can slay him, we shall triumph. The hearts of the sailors roared with fervor. As the foremost sailor drew near, he beheld the still form of John and exclaimed, Merit. His mind, clouded by elation, had entirely forgotten the terror of being pursued by John. Die, you demon. He cursed vehemently, raising his cutlass high, intent on severing John's head. In that critical moment, a bullet struck the sailor's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Is there another one? The sailors behind gasped in horror. One John was already a formidable challenge. Now another appeared? Were they being driven to their doom? Fight! We cannot surrender so easily. The sailors rallied, their voices rising in a chorus of defiance. Some began to load their firearms, preparing to shoot at John. However, John was not inclined to comply with their wishes. Drawing a pistol with his right hand, he aimed at the nearest sailor and fired, while with his left, he grasped a blunderbuss and discharged it at another. Regrettably, due to the urgency of the situation, he had neglected to load alcohol, rendering him incapable of unleashing flames. What a pity, John remarked, his expression darkening. Yet, the throng of sailors before him granted him no respite. They surged forward, intent on his demise. The musketeers readied their guns, poised to fire at any moment. In the chaos of the battlefield, the non-professional marksman hesitated to shoot, fearing the tragic possibility of friendly fire. This prompted many sailors to draw their cutlasses and engage in close combat. Don't evade. A frenzied sailor lunged at John, striking at him repeatedly with his blade. However, due to John's extraordinary agility, he eluded the sailor's blows, which only served to heighten the latter's panic and frustration. In this tense standoff between Fowl and General Weasel, a sense of chaos ensues. What is happening? Is someone shooting at me? Is someone attacking me? Previously, John had fired upon General Weasel with his gun, while John had slashed at him with a knife. However, the immobilized general could only endure the blows. Yet, due to his formidable defenses, he had not sustained any fatal injuries. Stop cutting me. The general, realizing the dire situation, hastened to seize his soul in a desperate attempt to escape this predicament. However, the trap meticulously set by Fowl for him made any easy escape impossible. Despite his futile efforts, the general was unable to reclaim even a fragment of his soul. The once red essence began to gradually transform into green under the onslaught of John's strikes and John's gunfire. Success. Upon witnessing the complete transformation of General Weasel's soul into green, a faint smile graced Fowl's lips. The general soon discovered that his soul was no longer under his command. Being inexorably drawn toward Fowl, trapped in a realm of fear, he felt a profound sense of terror and despair. Ironically, this only accelerated Fowl's absorption of the general's essence, drawing it entirely into Fowl's being. John, what has happened to him? As Fowl absorbed 2/3 of General Weasel's soul, he was shaken by the sight of John pierced through the chest by a gun. Yet, bound by the necessity of absorbing the general's soul, Fowl could not afford to halt the process. Otherwise, the general would escape and revive. Unable to assist John, Fowl intensified his efforts to absorb the general's essence. Die. All of you. John, wielding a dagger, moved through the crowd like a merciless reaper, claiming the lives of the surrounding Navy officers. Bang, bang, bang. It was only when the Navy officers behind him trained their firearms on John that he ceased his onslaught and retreated to a safer position. Suddenly, a stray bullet struck John's left leg. That hurts, he exclaimed, taking cover and pressing on the wound. Thankfully, he had moved John out of harm's way just in time. Turning his gaze towards John, who lay on the ground, John wore an expression of concern. I wonder what has happened to him, he murmured, casting a complicated glance at John. Charge. Kill him. The shouts of the Navy grew ever closer. We have won. A voice, incongruous with the moment, rang out. As the source of the voice rose, it captured the attention of all the Navy personnel. What has happened to General Weasel? The soldiers, looking towards him, were met with a resonant call in their minds. Soulquake. In the face of Fowl's formidable devil fruit abilities, the entire naval force fell as if they were mere dumplings, collapsing to the ground without exception. Only John, who had been spared from Fowl's wrath, remained conscious. With a sudden exclamation, Fowl consumed the souls of all the fallen Navy personnel, drawing them into his being. John, how are you faring? He inquired hurriedly after devouring the naval souls, turning his head with concern. I am fine, though I am uncertain about John's condition, John replied, emerging from his hiding place, dragging his injured left leg, marked by gunshot wounds. Witnessing this, Fowl furrowed his brow. However, he had no time to attend to John's injuries. His priority was to check on John, who lay silent. John. With great effort, Fowl rose on his wounded legs and approached John, swiftly turning him over. The sight that met Fowl's eyes sent a jolt of alarm through him. John's vitality was draining steadily in one direction, and his soul was dimming rapidly. What a dreadful wound. Fowl gasped upon seeing the source of John's life force loss. A gaping wound, for centimeters wide, marred John's chest. In a flurry of panic, Fowl removed his own clothing and pressed it against John's chest to staunch the bleeding. He then skillfully channeled his own life force into John's body, stabilizing the dimming essence of his soul. Has his heart been pierced? Chapter 112, A Dilemma. John, limping towards John, gazed at the gaping wound with a pained expression. Fowl, can he survive? He asked, his distorted features betraying the tears he held back. Do not worry. He is not in immediate danger of death. We must prepare the necessary medical supplies swiftly, Fowl reassured him, then glanced at John's bleeding left leg. Very well. I shall gather the supplies, John conceded, dragging his injured leg in search of aid. John, is your leg all right? Fowl interjected, halting John's movements. It is nothing serious. Merely a graze from a stray bullet. The wound is minor, and once I find some bandages, I shall be fine, John replied with a wry smile. Never mind. I shall go instead. Upon witnessing this, Fowl raised himself with great effort. The condition of the three of them was far from ideal, each bearing various injuries. Only Fowl appeared less daunting, with injuries that were internal and currently in a state of recovery. In contrast, both John and John had suffered grievous wounds, gaping holes in their bodies, with blood flowing ceaselessly from their wounds. There's no need. It's merely a trifle. This pain is bearable, John asserted, pressing Fowl back down to the ground as he attempted to rise. Without further ado, he turned and strode towards their ship, leaving the scene behind. Very well, John, Fowl replied softly, then shifted his gaze to the still unconscious John. John, this has truly been a harsh lesson for you, Fowl murmured, brushing his fingers against John's forehead. I hope you can deeply reflect upon and learn from your shortcomings in battle, he added, withdrawing his hand. Alas, there is a significant loss of vitality, Fowl remarked, his brow furrowing. Though he had managed to stabilize John's rapidly depleting life force, it was merely a temporary infusion of vitality that Fowl had forcibly bestowed upon him. If John did not receive replenishment before this temporary life force was exhausted, he would inevitably drift closer to death. Later, while Fowl utilized his observation hockey to keep watch over the area to prevent the arrival of naval reinforcements, John approached him with an assortment of medicines and provisions. After such a prolonged battle, you must be quite drained, John said as he handed the food to Fowl. Indeed, quite so, Fowl replied with a faint smile, accepting the sustenance without hesitation. After tending to John's wounds and providing him with the necessary nourishment and fresh water, Fowl and John finally turned their attention to their own needs. Fowl, please help me extract the bullet lodged in my left leg, John grimaced, biting down on a piece of cloth. Understood. Fowl, not wishing to be overly sentimental, reached directly for John's injured leg. I found it, Fowl exclaimed, quickly locating the foreign object within John's left leg. Fortunately, it hasn't damaged the bone. It merely lodged itself between your muscles, he noted as he worked on extracting the bullet from John's wound. Once he successfully retrieved the projectile, he began to bandage the wound. Ah, that feels so much better. John sighed, lying back on the blood-stained deck, sweat pouring down his face. The pungent scent that permeated the air continuously assaulted his senses. Fowl, what should we do now? Having reclined for a brief moment, John soon rose from the ground. Is your left leg all right? Fowl asked. No problem at all, John replied, his eyes glinting with assurance. Then let us carry John to the lounge of our vessel, Fowl suggested. However, he quickly reconsidered, pondering the possibility of naval reinforcements conducting a search in the vicinity. This truly placed him in a predicament. On one hand, he had to guard against naval support and unforeseen maritime events, while on the other, he was responsible for John. Perhaps it would be wise to rest for the night before making any decisions. Fowl pondered for a moment before concluding. The night had gradually transitioned into dawn, and as they managed to drag John into the resting chamber, the first light of morning began to illuminate their faces through the window. Let us all rest for a while. I am utterly exhausted, Fowl said, collapsing onto the bed. Indeed, we are all quite fatigued, John echoed from across the room. Admiral Zephyr, there's news from Major Weasel regarding the search for the criminals. A naval officer burst into Admiral Zephyr's quarters, a look of excitement on his face. Carl, did we not agree that you would knock before entering? Zephyr exclaimed, his forehead furrowing in irritation at the breach of decorum. He felt powerless against Carl, the apprentice entrusted to his care by a dear friend. Ah, I was so anxious that I forgot, Carl stammered. Now what news do you bring? Zephyr inquired, gazing at his beleaguered apprentice with a resigned expression. Yes, Admiral Zephyr. At this point, Major Weasel has indicated. Carl began, immediately snapping to attention as he delivered the information weighing heavily on his mind. Is it near the southern seas? Zephyr mused thoughtfully upon hearing the news. Are you certain? He pressed. Reporting to you, Admiral. At least that is what Major Weasel has stated. Carl replied earnestly. Very well, let us investigate, Zephyr conceded, clearly lacking enthusiasm for the task at hand and not particularly invested in capturing the criminals. Yes, Admiral Zephyr. Carl responded promptly, saluting once more. Meanwhile, Fal had dozed off briefly, only to awaken soon after. Given the perilous circumstances surrounding them, he found it challenging to attain a deep sleep. Fal, what is the matter? John asked, awakened by the sounds of Fal stirring. Nothing, Fal replied, feeling a sense of relief as he utilized his observation hockey to sense the surrounding waters. I need to use the restroom, he explained to John before mustering the strength to rise. Are you unable to stand without support? Fal trembled as he attempted to lift himself. Chapter 113. The little mouse, standing in the open space, Fal's legs trembled incessantly, as if he might collapse at any moment. Upon witnessing this, John immediately stood up, intent on assisting Fal. It's all right, you need not worry about me. Upon encountering the situation, Fal raised his hand in a gesture of dismissal and made his way to the wall, leaning against it to regain his composure. In response to this, John could only acquiesce. Subsequently, Fal continued along the wall until he reached the restroom aboard the vessel. It was likely that the naval ship harbored some intriguing treasures. After attending to his needs, Fal propped himself against the wall, gazing at the Navy ship that was in close proximity to theirs. However, after much contemplation, he ultimately resolved against the notion of scavenging for spoils. Upon returning to the lounge, he once again roused the slumbering John. Are you hungry? Fal inquired, holding food in his hand. He had taken it from the kitchen along his way. Touching his flat belly, John nodded vigorously. Subsequently, he indulged in the food before him, pausing occasionally to sip some fresh water. Once John and Fal had satisfied their hunger, they both turned their gazes toward John, who remained unresponsive. Why isn't he waking up? John expressed his disappointment, yet continued to feed John and provide him with water. He should be waking soon. In Fal's perspective, however, a different scene unfolded. The signs of life force that had been steadily draining from John had completely vanished. The transient life force had not only been fully absorbed by John, replenishing his previously depleted vitality, but it was also generating new life energy. Fal felt a sense of relief that John's heart had not been pierced. Otherwise, restoring his lost life force would have been exceedingly difficult. It is fortunate that the elite sailor lacked proficiency with the spear, resulting in merely piercing John's chest rather than his heart, Fal noted. However, a mere chest wound would not account for John's prolonged unconsciousness. The true cause of his unresponsiveness lay in the force that accompanied the spear's penetration, which had inflicted damage throughout John's body. That's a relief, John sighed upon hearing this. How is your injury faring? Fal then inquired of John. It's nothing serious. I expect it will heal in due time, John replied, looking at Fal. I hope you recover swiftly, Fal responded. Let us search for some spoils aboard that ship, John suggested, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. A vessel bearing a naval rear admiral might hold something of value. Very well, let us proceed, Fal agreed promptly. This thought resonated with him. Had he known earlier, he would have contemplated searching for spoils on the naval warship while in the restroom. Yet, due to his physical limitations and the fear of unforeseen circumstances, Fal refrained from pursuing that vessel alone. All right, John and Fal reached a mutual understanding. Before long, with their mutual support, they returned to the blood-soaked battlefield, rife with corpses. The stench is truly unbearable, Fal remarked, his senses assaulted by the metallic scent of blood. There, John exclaimed, pointing emphatically. In the direction of his gesture lay General Weasel, sprawled in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open in shock as they approached. Let us go. Fal's eyes lit up at the sight. However, upon reaching the fallen general, he began to search his pockets in vain. Regrettably, nothing of value was found, save for a dagger concealed at his waist. Look at this, John said as he retrieved the dagger, noting its exquisite sheath and handle, which shimmered with a myriad of colors upon drawing it from concealment. Is it poisoned? John pondered, inspecting the blade. It certainly appears so, Fal deduced. Well, this is indeed a concealed weapon of lethal potential. John marveled. After all, who would traverse these blood-soaked, murderous seas without safeguarding themselves with a few hidden tricks? Quite impressive, Fal. I'll take it. It piques my interest, John declared, returning the dagger to its sheath. Take it. I hold little fascination for such items, Fal replied, shaking his head. Very well. With that, John placed the dagger into his small pouch. The two then resumed their search amidst the carnage, each uncovering additional trinkets. None of this appears valuable, John stated, laying his findings on the bloodied ground. There's nothing of worth here, Fal affirmed, tossing his useless discoveries into the sea. All right then, John responded, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Subsequently, they disregarded the scattered items and, with mutual support, departed from the scene, for none of the objects possessed any significant merit or utility. Shall we inspect that ship? John suggested, gesturing toward the naval vessel they had collided with. Let us do so. Moreover, there are a few little mice aboard, Fal remarked. A flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Little mice? John inquired, puzzled. Those are the Navy personnel who, due to proximity, were not incapacitated by the shockwave, nor had their souls extracted, Fal clarified. Very well then, shall we proceed to end their lives? Upon hearing this, John remarked that keeping such a group of individuals was of no benefit to them at all. Very well, Fal nodded in response. Shall we go then? John inquired of Fal. Subsequently, with each other's assistance, Fal and John finally located the plank that had previously connected their two vessels and stepped aboard the naval ship. You devils! You wretched devils! Shouted several surviving sailors who had huddled beneath the bed after John discovered them. Devils? John paused, somewhat taken aback. Had I truly become such a monster in their eyes? He pondered, momentarily immobilized. Nevertheless, he offered them no chance, and with a series of gunshots, one by one, their lives were extinguished by John's hand. Observing this, Fal could not help but suggest, you should take some time to practice close combat with John. Chapter 114, Arthur. He watched in dismay, finding the scene quite appalling. After firing a round, he would need to spend time reloading. This led John to spend several minutes merely dispatching that group of Navy personnel, even with Fal's assistance. Otherwise, those sailors would not have been so readily resigned to their fate. I acknowledge my significant shortcomings, John admitted, realizing the gravity of his inadequacies. It is best this way. Fal responded with a hint of resignation. Once they had dealt with all the remaining Navy officers aboard the ship, Fal and John formally embarked on their looting expedition. Wait, there are still a few more little mice beneath the ship, Fal suddenly remarked during their search. He had sensed the life signs of those few mice even before they entered. However, upon discerning that they were prisoners of the Navy, Fal felt no urgency to eliminate them. There are still a few little mice? John inquired, surprised. Indeed, for in total, deep within the ship's hold, Fal replied. Let us go and take a look, he suggested, leaning against the wall. All right, let us go see, John agreed. Upon reaching the depths of the ship, they were greeted by the sight of filthy cells. The air was thick with the stench of urine, body odor, and a medley of other foul odors that assaulted their senses incessantly. How foul! John exclaimed, pinching his nose. It is quite unpleasant. Bear with it, it will pass. Fal remarked, having anticipated the situation. Someone's coming. Over there. One of the prisoners yelled, springing to his feet. Though confined to the dank cell, they were not deaf and had long sensed the unusual activity aboard the ship. Brother, save me, cried one prisoner, prompting the others to join in their desperate pleas. What is this? John asked, gazing at them. We are innocent. We are wronged. You must rescue us, they shouted, their chains rattling as they gestured frantically. However, Fal paid little attention to the raucous prisoners and focused instead on the last cell. Through his perception, he sensed another life form imprisoned within. Strangely, upon noticing their presence, this being lay motionless on the wooden plank inside the cell. Hey, Fal called out, walking over to the steel door and tapping it lightly. Let me out. I know of a treasure. If you release me, I can lead you to it. There. The three imprisoned convicts were still shouting wildly, creating a cacophony. What a racket, Fal remarked, somewhat discontented upon hearing the noise. Shall I deal with them? John suggested, noticing Fal's tone of dissatisfaction. Very well, Fal replied. Those confined within this cell were undoubtedly no good, and even if they were to be slain by John, it would be well-deserved retribution. Please, no, spare us, O Great One, the convicts pleaded, hearing their conversation. However, before their words could fully escape their lips, Fal unleashed a soul-shattering force that sent them sprawling to the ground. Observing this, John, undeterred by the inconvenience, proceeded to deliver finishing shots to each of them. No need. Fal interjected, they are already deceased. Their souls have been absorbed into my being. He expressed a certain exasperation, for the repetitive process of John firing a bullet and then reloading was rather cumbersome. Well then, I shall not waste any more gunpowder, John said, somewhat awkwardly stowing away his firearm. Greetings, I am Fal. Let's make each other's acquaintance. With a flicker of interest, Fal directed his gaze toward a convict who had been ignoring him. He sensed something extraordinary about this individual, which prompted his approach. Otherwise, he would not have extended goodwill towards a mere prisoner. Fal. The convict turned upon sensing something amiss behind him. You are a devil fruit user? He inquired, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Indeed, I am a wielder of a devil fruit, Fal acknowledged without hesitation, feeling no need for excessive caution in the presence of a convict apprehended by a rear admiral. I am Arthur, also a devil fruit user, the convict stated as he rose from the wooden planks. His imposing stature and considerable height eclipsed even Fal's, causing him to loom over both John and Fal. Yet, Fal was not deterred by the height difference. Instead, his attention was drawn to the convict's handcuffs. Quite unique. Could these be sea prism stone handcuffs from the world of pirates? Fal mused internally. Hey, I am speaking to you, the standing convict barked, his frustration palpable as Fal neglected to respond. Oh, you wiped out an entire village? Fal was jolted back to reality by Arthur's words. But can you claim to have taken more lives than I? Not long ago, I slaughtered every sailor aboard this very ship. Fal retorted. What? Upon hearing this, Arthur's expression instantly changed. In this world, many villages are small in scale, and the villagers are mostly ordinary people. How could they possibly compare to the group of naval officers aboard this ship? Not to mention the formidable Major Weasel, who, in Arthur's recollection, could teleport behind him in an instant and render him unconscious. You are indeed powerful, Arthur eventually admitted after a prolonged silence. What kind of devil fruit do you possess? At this, Fal chuckled heartily. It is a Zoan-type devil fruit, the bear fruit, which allows me to transform into a giant bear. Arthur gritted his teeth, as it was this very fruit that led to the destruction of his family, leaving him as the sole survivor, a daily existence that felt like a torment. Zoan-type devil fruit, you say? Fal pondered deeply upon hearing this. Chapter 115. A new member. Hey, would you be interested in becoming my subordinate? Fal suddenly proposed after a long contemplation. Huh. Arthur's eyes widened in surprise as he stared at Fal. The previous Major Weasel had made a similar offer, but his refusal had resulted in his continued confinement in this cell. Although he was provided with food and all necessary supplies daily, it was still a form of torment for Arthur. He had even contemplated whether he should accept the next time Major Weasel came to visit. What would happen if I refuse? Arthur inquired, not rushing to a conclusion. Nothing much, but do you believe I would let you go? Fal asked, looking at the robust Arthur. I do not. Arthur shook his head. See, even when I speak the truth, you do not believe me, Fal remarked with a grin. He indeed intended to release him, but in the vastness of the ocean, where could he possibly go? Ultimately, wouldn't he just become Fal's subordinate anyway? All right. I will accept your offer, but I have one condition. Arthur nodded in agreement. What is your condition? Fal asked, intrigued. I hope to earn your respect, Arthur articulated slowly. Seems like this fellow is quite in need of affection, Fal mused, momentarily taken aback. He then resolved. I shall extend my utmost respect to each of my subordinates and crew. Very well, that is your promise, Arthur replied. Arthur spoke. After uttering this phrase, he appeared as though all his strength had been drained, collapsing against the wooden board behind him. In this world, he had lost nearly all friends and family. However, he now had a master to whom he must serve. A tumult of emotions surged within Arthur, leaving him uncertain whether his actions were right or wrong. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Fal Ridgen. Fal gestured for John to open the door. Arthur nodded and replied, I am Arthur Lindsay. I am John, John stated. Upon seeing Fal's signal, John promptly used his firearm to shatter the door lock. Once the prison door swung open, John observed Arthur, who was shackled with sea stone handcuffs. Let me assist you with my firearm to break those handcuffs, John said while loading the powder. Huh, those are quite sturdy. Are you certain you can break them with your gun? Arthur replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice. He feared that failing to free the handcuffs might result in a bullet striking him instead, which would be disastrous. Whether it can be done or not will soon be revealed, John declared as he aimed at the chain connecting the sea stone cuffs. Bang! A bullet, propelled by John's shout, struck the chain. Thank goodness, it didn't hit me, Arthur exclaimed, a wave of relief washing over him. However, the handcuffs remained largely intact, merely exhibiting a slight crack. How incredibly durable! What kind of handcuffs are these? John pondered, momentarily lost in thought over the resilience that even a firearm could not shatter. These are sea stone handcuffs, specifically designed to imprison those with devil fruit abilities, hence their extraordinary toughness, Arthur explained gravely. Let me feel them. I want to see if they are as legendary as they say. Intrigued by Arthur's confirmation, Fal reached out to touch the cuffs. What is this? Such a familiar sensation. As Fal leaned against John, he suddenly felt weak upon making contact with the sea stone handcuffs, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Arthur was quick enough to steady Fal before he fell. It's the same the first time, Arthur clarified for Fal. However, as one acclimatizes to it, it becomes much more bearable, although one still cannot use their devil fruit abilities. Very well, it seems I must keep these sea stone handcuffs safe, Fal jested. It appears that if a firearm cannot unlock them, then John contemplated the dilemma at hand. Let us find the key. I know it is with that Navy officer, Arthur informed John. All right, then let us proceed. With their plans set, Fal, John, and the handcuffed Arthur departed from the confines of the prison that had held Arthur captive for so long. Ah, this is the breath of fresh air. As Arthur stepped out of the cell, his eyes instantly lit up, and he exclaimed with fervor. His mouth remained agape as he inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the air. Yet, why did it seem permeated with a heavy scent of blood? After savoring the taste, Arthur pondered. And it was only after a few moments of contemplation that he recalled the words previously spoken to him by Fal. I have slaughtered every sailor aboard this ship. These are the memories that Arthur recalls in his mind. Why does it feel so cruel? After all, he is just like him. Reflecting on the memories, Arthur inquired, where is the Navy with the key? After wandering around the ship a few times, Fal couldn't help but remark, his leg and John's leg are both injured. They cannot withstand such constant movement. What is wrong with your legs? Why do you both look so pained? Arthur observed, having already discerned the issue. I was injured while practicing the Navy 6 styles, Fal confessed. I was shot by a bullet from that group of Navy, John sighed. Though the bullet that struck him was a stray, it compelled him to compare himself to Joan. If it were Joan, he surely would not allow such projectiles to touch him, John mused. After this reflection, he increasingly regarded the firearm in his hand as utterly useless. It seemed imperative that upon their return, he would need to seek counsel from Joan. John thought helplessly. All right, Arthur nodded in response. Do you need assistance? Arthur then asked the two of them. Yes, they replied in unison. Come, support me. It will be easier to walk, Arthur said, displaying his elbows. Even though he was handcuffed, it did not impede his elbows from allowing Fal and John to assist him. All right. The two did not hesitate, placing their hands on Arthur. From a distance, it appeared as though they were escorting Arthur to a prison cell. Found him. There he is. After wandering the ship a bit more, Arthur shouted. Is it him? John approached and pointed at the Navy corpse on the ground. Yes, the key is likely on him. He is the warden of this cell, Arthur confirmed. After John searched the so-called warden, he indeed extracted a small ring of keys from the warden's pocket. I am finally free, Arthur exclaimed loudly after being released from the sea prison handcuffs. The familiar power of the demons surged back into him, no longer feeling the weakness he had experienced before. I am glad you have regained your freedom. However, Arthur, do not forget our agreement, Fal suddenly interjected. I have not forgotten, Fal. I will never forget. In my heart. You are not just my master, but also my liberator, Arthur said, bowing deeply to Fal. That is well. Now, let us go. There are many treasures aboard this ship waiting for us to plunder, Fal said with a light-hearted smile. Indeed, Fal. Arthur lowered his head and spoke to Fal. Subsequently, after a flurry of searching aboard the vessel by Fal and John, although they did not procure anything particularly valuable, they did manage to gather some essential supplies. Among these items, some were rather heavy. Arthur, bearing 2 large bags filled with assorted odds and ends, remarked, these items are the fruits of their endeavors aboard the vessel. Comprising a compass, the flame required by John, medicinal supplies, maps, weaponry, sustenance, and various other essentials. Thank you for your efforts, Arthur. Let us return to our ship, Fal remarked, observing Arthur burdened with an assortment of belongings. I am fine, Arthur replied, his voice choked with emotion upon hearing Fal's words. Since acquiring this cursed fruit, no one had treated him with such concern. Following this, the recollections of Fal and John guided them step by step along the path leading back to their ship. Eventually, they arrived at a gruesome battlefield, replete with the lifeless bodies of sailors and dismembered limbs scattered about, the ground stained with congealed blood that seemed impossible to cleanse. So many corpses, Arthur exclaimed, his complexion paling at the sight. Although he had once committed acts of slaughter against villages, during those moments, He had been consumed by hatred and rage, leaving him no time to reflect on the devastation he wrought. You will grow accustomed to it, Arthur, John jested. Noting Arthur's reaction. Very well, I shall adapt, Arthur managed to respond, suppressing his nausea. Once they returned to the resting quarters where John resided, the trio began to partake in some food. What is this? Arthur inquired, glancing at the patient lying on the bed. This is my dear brother, John, Fal explained to Arthur. Due to a series of unfortunate events on the battlefield, he remains in a state of unconsciousness. After hearing John's explanation, Fal added, This marks the second time John has succumbed to such a fate. Let us see if he learns from this experience. John's irritation surfaced at this remark. John, you say? Arthur pondered aloud. Indeed, Arthur, John nodded affirmatively. Understood, Arthur replied, acknowledging the information. By the way, why is he still not awake? He lies there like a sloth. And I must tend to him. John lamented, exasperated, while addressing John on the bed. Cough, cough, cough. His shout inadvertently roused John, who began to cough violently. John? John's surprise was palpable as he rushed to his side. Fal also paused his activities and leaned in closer. Cough, cough, cough. Where am I? My body feels dreadful. John's weak voice emerged. Fal, John? Did we win? However, upon seeing Fal and John, his demeanor shifted dramatically. We have triumphed. John tightly grasped John's fingers and shouted. That will suffice, but may I ask why you feel utterly drained? Upon hearing this, John immediately relaxed. He attempted to rise with the support of his arms, but faltered and collapsed onto the bed. John. Both John and Fal rushed to support him. Oh, right, I just remembered, I was stabbed in the chest. As John fell onto the bed, his eyes narrowed in pain. His mind replayed the scenes of battle over and over again, with his final memory being that elite sailor poking his finger into his chest. He had been pondering why that sailor was able to pierce his heart with just a finger. In the end, he could not comprehend it. Feeling as if all strength had been drained from his body, collapsing onto the blood-soaked battlefield. It was a finger gun. That sailor struck you with a finger gun. John explained upon witnessing the scene. A finger gun. How could I have forgotten that? John exclaimed, his body suddenly moving restlessly. Internally, he chastised himself for his foolishness, having rashly approached the sailor simply because he was unarmed. It's a lack of combat experience, John lamented, lying on the bed in despair. But who is this person? Why have I never seen him before? Have I lost my memory? He then turned to Arthur and inquired, Who is he? He is Arthur. A subordinate recently recruited by Fal, John clarified, glancing at Arthur, who seemed at a loss as to what to do. Fal recruits subordinates now? John pondered, taken aback. Hello. I am John. He introduced himself to Arthur. I am Arthur. I have heard your name mentioned by both of them. Arthur nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, John replied with a smile, his eyes scrutinizing the standing Arthur. He appeared to be around 3 meters tall, with a robust physique, resembling a formidable warrior. However, John wondered about his strength. Do not underestimate him. He is a devil fruit user, John remarked, noting John's gaze lingering on Arthur. A devil fruit user? What kind of devil fruit? John asked, excitement bubbling within him. I possess the bear fruit, a zoan-type devil fruit, Arthur explained. The bear fruit. Does that mean you can transform into a bear? John's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Indeed, I can transform into a black bear, significantly enhancing my defensive and offensive capabilities. Arthur spoke with a hint of pride. Though he internally despised the fruit, the immense power it granted him was undeniable. This predicament placed Arthur in a paradoxical situation, as contradictions swiftly emerged, rendering him a being of duality. He simultaneously loathed the devil fruit while fervently adoring its formidable power. May I have a glimpse? John inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he gazed at Arthur. Meanwhile, both Fal and John turned their attention towards Arthur as well. This situation left Arthur, who had been confined in his cell without social interaction or a sense of presence for a prolonged period, suddenly feeling a surge of tension. Cough, I can manage. But due to the limited space, I fear I might not be able to fully unleash my abilities, Arthur remarked, scratching his head. Not able to unleash your abilities? John looked at Arthur, puzzled. Indeed, when I transform into my shadow form, my body undergoes a drastic change, increasing in height by several meters in an instant. Arthur elucidated. Wow, that's truly impressive, John exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder like a starry sky. In that moment, he resembled an eager young admirer. Cough, when the opportunity arises, I shall demonstrate for you, but transforming into my bear form consumes a considerable amount of energy, Arthur said, rubbing his nose. All right then. We shall wait for the right moment, John replied, nodding with a hint of disappointment. Once my injuries are healed, we must certainly engage in some sparring. John shifted the topic enthusiastically. Observing John's eager demeanor, Arthur found it hard to refuse and simply nodded in agreement. Fal, what should we do now? John and Fal, having lost interest, moved aside to converse. It appears this ship has likely lost its mobility. If we wish to get it moving again, we must patch up those leaks. While scavenging the military vessel with Fal earlier, John had not neglected to survey their current ship. It was evident. Upon hearing this, Fal fell into a state of contemplation. What about the ship where that General Weasel is located? Fal inquired of John. Although it is in significantly better condition than our current vessel, I did notice a few shortcomings. As for whether it can be operational, I must be honest with you, John replied. Shall we give it a try? Fal asked. Very well, let us transfer to that naval ship, John suggested, turning his head slightly. Once the two reached a consensus, Fal instructed Arthur, their only capable member, to commence the transfer. First, Arthur carried the immobile John to the lounge of the naval ship, then began relocating various necessities from this vessel. However, as he hoisted the two large bags once again, his expression shifted slightly. Was my previous effort excessive? Arthur pondered, burdened by the weight of the bags on his shoulders. Eventually, after Fal and John had successfully transferred, Fal instructed Arthur to start the ship. By the way, can you manage the operations here on your own? Fal asked Arthur. Trust me. Arthur confidently patted his chest and declared. Alongside John, and Fal, who previously served as professionals aboard modern ships, he expressed that navigating an ancient sailing vessel should be relatively straightforward. However, after waiting for Fal and John to maneuver their injured bodies aboard the ship, they found themselves utterly at a loss. This sailing ship does not seem so simple after all, John lamented. Let us study it thoroughly. I remember encountering operational details about such ships while perusing books, and my instructor had us specifically learn it, Fal remarked, rubbing his eyes. My instructor had us learn a bit as well, but when it came to actual operation, I truly found myself at a loss, John agreed, also rubbing his eyes in resignation. After an exhaustive period of study, Fal and John finally managed to get the massive naval vessel moving, steering it away from the area where it had collided with the previous ship. Yet, with only John, Fal, and Arthur at the helm, they were utterly unable to operate such a large warship. After fruitless attempts, Fal had no choice but to let it drift temporarily upon the vast ocean. Whether they would be discovered by the approaching naval reinforcements or search parties was left to fate. Let us discuss that once we have recovered from our injuries, Fal said, a hint of resignation in his voice. All right, let us leave it at that for now, John nodded in agreement. The ensuing days passed in a monotonous routine of eating and sleeping. Fortunately, they remained undetected by the naval forces. On the boundless ocean, the flag of a bluebird fluttered in the wind. Standing upon the deck was Fal, whose injuries had healed considerably during their recuperation, allowing him to stand and move once again. Although John had not fully recovered, they too could now move and stand, significantly improved compared to before. How on earth can one control the energy within? Fal pondered, pacing the deck with a book detailing the 6 naval techniques. Indeed, now that he was healed, he resumed his practice of the naval 6 techniques. However, this time he was wiser, avoiding blind repetition and instead solidifying his knowledge step by step. John, having faced a series of setbacks on the battlefield, approached Fal to inquire about practicing the naval 6 techniques. Under Fal's recommendation, he joined him in practicing the technique known as shaving. Fal, is this how it's done? John asked as he approached for guidance. Oh, don't rush it too much. Have you forgotten how I injured my leg? Fal admonished upon observing John's movements. Oh, relax. I've got this, John replied confidently. Hey, you always say that. Just wait until something goes wrong, and don't come looking for me, Fal said, covering his forehead in exasperation. Oh, don't be like that. Can't I just practice diligently? John pouted. Chapter 118. The plot is about to unfold. All of this is for your own good, Fal remarked, observing John's demeanor. All right. I understand, John conceded with a nod. Under Fal's guidance, John gradually began to rectify his erroneous practices. Continue training in this manner, and there should be no issues, Fal stated with satisfaction as he watched John practice. However, John struggled to control his body, finding it challenging to master the complex technique of shave. Noticing John's efforts, Fal chose to step aside and commence his own practice. After several days of contemplation, he had discovered a training method that suited him well. Although it was not yet perfect, Fowl was confident that with continued refinement, it would indeed become flawless. This is how it should be practiced, Fowl thought as he assumed the stance for shave, his feet rhythmically stepping in place. According to the Navy's 6 styles, one must surpass a certain threshold to achieve instantaneous movement. Fowl meticulously adhered to the various annotations in the 6 styles manual, making gradual progress with each deliberate step. The morning was devoted to practice. Yet fortunate for the diligent efforts of Fowl, both he and John encountered no significant issues. "Let us take a break. It is time for lunch," Fowl announced, pausing his exercises and addressing John, who was still engrossed in his training. Meanwhile, Arthur had already prepared the meal, having acquired culinary skills during his time at home. Consequently, Fowl appointed Arthur as the temporary chef. "How delightful!" John exclaimed, unable to resist the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Abruptly ceasing his practice, he dashed into the kitchen to investigate the source of the delectable scent. "Wow, Arthur, what are you cooking? It smells divine." Upon entering the kitchen, John was greeted by the voice of Joan. Fortunately, Joan had been recuperating well. Aside from occasional discomfort, he experienced no other significant issues. This led to the revival of the spirited John. However, during this time, John's resurgence was not merely characterized by his vivacity. He also diligently resumed his study of the lion's mane technique. "Is this merely a simple mushroom soup?" Arthur inquired, perplexed by the antics of the two. Fowl arrived shortly thereafter, drawn by the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Fortunately, Arthur's sense of taste remained intact. He feared that his palate had succumbed to the same decline as many others in this world. A thought surged through Fowl's mind. "Hurry and eat. I'm famished," John exclaimed, squeezed into the kitchen as he reached for the soup. "Then let us commence our meal," Arthur replied. Upon hearing the call to dine, Fowl swiftly joined them in the kitchen. After all, amidst the vastness of the world, nothing rivals the importance of a good meal. Time has swiftly passed, and it has indeed been a considerable while. Though they find themselves in unfortunate circumstances, they are, in a sense, fortunate. The naval fleet had encountered their warship on several occasions, yet thanks to Fowl's remarkable mastery of observation hockey, they were able to elude the Navy's pursuit with impeccable finesse. As they drifted across the vast ocean, Fowl and his companions finally spotted an island, a land touched by human presence. "Shall we stop here, Fowl? Will we simply abandon it?" John, burdened with multiple packs, pointed back at the Navy warship. "After all, it's not our vessel. There's no great loss if we let it go." Fowl shook his head, asserting, "In my view, the advantages of relinquishing this Navy ship far outweigh the disadvantages. After all, with just the 4 of us, we cannot afford to maintain such a grand vessel." "Very well," John murmured, lowering his head in disappointment. In recent days, the wounds of Fowl, John, and John have all completely healed, which has brought great joy to Arthur. The 4 of them, burdened with packs, arrived on a bustling street. However, due to the imposing aura they exuded, few dared to approach them. "John, go and inquire if there are any merchant ships bound for Battleira Island," Fowl instructed. "And what if there are no merchant ships to Battleira Island?" John retorted. "If that's the case, then any merchant vessels heading to the kingdom of Sorbii will suffice." Fowl pondered for a moment before replying. "And what if there are none heading to the kingdom of Sorbii either?" John pressed on with his questions. However, it was unnecessary to ask, as this inquiry had left Fowl feeling quite overwhelmed. "Enough with the trivialities. Hurry and ask someone," Fowl bellowed. All right. I shall do it at once." John, sensing the urgency, quickly set off to ask the passers-by for directions. "Arthur, see if there are any taverns or dedicated inns nearby," Fowl said after standing in place for a moment. Understood, Arthur was not as loquacious as John. He simply acknowledged and set off to fulfill the task. "How wonderful it is to be returning to Battleira Island," John remarked as he gazed at the sky, addressing Fowl. "Indeed, it has been long since we left. Yet I find myself longing for it already," Fowl mused, a figure flashing through his mind. "I wonder how Lugio is faring?" Fowl contemplated further. In a state of contemplation, Fowl, upon witnessing a flock of newsbirds pass by, observed a cascade of newspapers descending from the sky. "Are these newspapers free?" he pondered, gazing at the scattered papers on the ground. However, he found little interest in the newspapers strewn about and chose not to pick them up, nor did John. As men of a more advanced era, they held no fascination for such antiquated media and could hardly bear to glance at them. Before long, a cacophony erupted in the streets as passers-by picked up the newspapers, their faces contorted in disbelief. "Have you heard? The legendary pirate king, Roger, has been captured," He is to be executed by the Navy in 2 days. What? The pirate King Roger has been captured. By whom? How could this be possible? The myriad pedestrians, irrespective of their status, transformed in countenance upon reading the headlines, exclaiming in disbelief. To them, Roger was the pirate king, a man famed for conquering the seas and discovering the fabled treasure. Roger, the pirate king, has been captured? Fowl exclaimed, his ears perking up at the conversations around him, a spark of excitement igniting within him. Does this mean the era of the pirate king is about to commence? The legendary age of the great treasure. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Beside him, John sat in a daze, his thoughts running contrary to Fowl's. Is the story about to unfold? Am I now a character within this narrative? This was the contemplation swirling in John's mind. Fowl. A monumental revelation! A monumental revelation! Cried John, who had initially approached to ask for directions, but, upon finding the newspaper, hurried back. Arthur also ceased his work, returning to Fowl's side. The group gazed eagerly at the newspaper in John's hand, where the bold letters proclaimed, "The pirate King Roger has been apprehended by the hero of the Navy. He is set to be executed in Low Town," instilling fear among the pirates of the sea. In just a few short sentences, such an immense revelation was unveiled. This is akin to the ancient emperor in Fowl's mind being captured, facing execution shortly thereafter. It is important to note that in this era, many individuals are keenly observing the events unfolding at sea. Fowl, what shall we do? Should we go to witness it? The execution is merely 2 days away. John said to Fowl, what a rare and captivating beginning to the story. John, after all, cannot simply relinquish the opportunity to witness such a momentous event. Low Town, murmured Fowl, contemplating John's words. Then let us change course and head to Low Town, Fowl declared with a sweeping gesture. Splendid, John exclaimed, leaping into the air. As the imminent execution of Pirate King Roger looms, many merchants perceive a golden opportunity. Some seize the moment to establish a casino, wagering on whether the Pirate King will truly face execution. After all, this is the legendary king of the seas. How could he possibly be captured and sentenced by the Navy? Others, meanwhile, have opened a new route to Low Town, though ticket prices are exorbitantly high. Yet, this does not deter the curious spectators who eagerly purchase tickets to witness the spectacle. Nonetheless, a considerable number of individuals expressed their trepidation, remaining in their homes, anxiously awaiting the latest news. Some fervently hope for Pirate King Roger's escape from this grim fate, while others wish for his definitive demise. The group led by Fowl had already commenced their preparations for a journey to Rog Town, having procured their tickets for the voyage. In the dead of night, they found themselves aboard the merchant ship. I can't believe it. The food here remains as inedible as ever. Arthur, how on earth can you stomach this? John exclaimed, pointing vehemently at the unappetizing fare before him. Is this merely a standard sustenance? Haven't you ever experienced anything like it? Arthur replied, chewing his meal nonchalantly. For him, while it may have been distasteful, the unpleasantness was but a fleeting concern. All that mattered was the satisfaction of hunger. All right then, you are impressive. I concede to you, John remarked, giving Arthur a thumbs up. He then retrieved his cherished jerky from his backpack. This was discovered earlier from the abandoned naval vessel, perfectly aligning with John's taste. When Fowl and John beheld it, they exchanged a glance and then retrieved the provisions they had long prepared from their backpacks, each indulging in their meal. Once they had satiated their hunger, the group could no longer contain their excitement and made their way to the bustling deck, teeming with people. What lies above is not merely the presence of common folk. Rather, it is teeming with remarkable figures akin to Fowl. The guards aboard the vessel have undergone numerous transformations. In Fowl's perception, they are far more formidable than those on the previous ordinary merchant ship. We should reach Rog Town by the day after tomorrow, should we not? John remarked, gazing at the pitch-black sky from the bustling deck. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we ought to arrive. Especially since this merchant ship is not like the others we have encountered, Fowl replied, observing the extraordinary vessel beneath his feet. However, that does not explain why it has cost me so many berries, John interjected gloomily. It is worth noting that the ticket price was exorbitant, and John admitted he had nearly been unable to afford it. Fortunately, his meticulous search aboard the naval ship ensured that he would not miss witnessing the infamous beheading of Roger this time. Alas, what about our return fare? Must we part with yet another substantial sum of berries? John expressed his concerns, a hint of worry evident in his tone. This journey to Log Town to witness Roger's execution is fraught with inner turmoil for him. He secretly harbors a reluctance, as the risks are exceedingly high. Not only must he guard against the naval forces, but he must also contend with the multitude of notorious pirates lurking nearby, rendering the endeavor utterly imprudent. A single misstep could lead to disaster, and John is perplexed as to why Fowl would acquiesce to John's one-sided account. If we're out of money, we should just seize it, John huffed. Do remember, my relentless honing of skills is not merely for the purpose of defending against pirates and the Navy. All right. Whatever you say is correct, John retorted, wishing to avoid further discourse with John. Yet, if we do not witness the opening scene of this event, I am certain I shall regret it, Fowl mused, standing in contemplation. Although he was beginning to regret his previous enthusiasm about visiting Logtown, he adhered to his personal maxim: regret serves no purpose. Therefore, Fowl never allows himself to dwell on remorse. He chooses to confront every decision he makes, even when that choice may prove to be misguided, for it is his decision, and he sees no reason to evade it. Well then, I can only hope that this journey unfolds safely, John declared, raising his hands in a gesture of prayer towards the sea. This is the prayer he has learned in this world, a prayer to the sea. In this world, there exists a multitude of beliefs. Yet unlike those cherished on Blue Star, many of these faiths harbor malevolence. For instance, numerous pirates revere the Mother of the Sea. The deity they believe safeguards their maritime endeavors. This misguided faith leads many of these pirate adherents to blindly trust that the Mother of the Sea will protect them, fueling their reckless abandon as they engage in the plundering of merchant vessels and the slaughter of innocents. They are emboldened by their conviction that the Mother of the Sea grants them immunity from death, charging forth with an unparalleled fervor. This has instilled fear in many merchant ship captains regarding these fanatical pirates, a group that is utterly indifferent to the peril of their own lives. Each time they encounter them, the captains cannot help but curse. Cursed be the Mother of the Sea. Chapter 120. The Deathly Whirlwind. Haha, John. You still believe in this nonsense? John mocked as he observed. Of course, I do not believe. I merely conform to the local customs, John replied, shaking his head at John. Oh, this is not the John the first, remember, John remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Humph. John, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort and chose to disregard John's taunts. On one side, the group was leisurely gazing at the sky, while on the other side of the deck, a conflict had arisen. It's you, isn't it? How dare you steal my money pouch? A diminutive figure, barely 5 meters tall, shouted at a much taller man. Huh. What will you do about it if I did? The man retorted dismissively. How dare you disrespect me? The small man, incensed by the insult, jumped up in fury. Away, F you. The taller man called out softly, and 2 individuals appeared by his side, unmistakably formidable figures. Brother, you've stolen from someone again. Can't you change this peculiar habit of yours? Away remarked to the taller man. With this trash? There's no need to steal, just take it by force. He then cast a sidelong glance at the small man. You dare? The small man's face flushed red with indignation at the continuous mockery. You will pay for this. However, as the crowd of onlookers swelled, the small man resorted to shouting in place. This is the original sin of the week. Far, having approached to observe, merely shook his head after a brief glance. Indeed, that small man has done nothing wrong, John concurred with Far. This, truly a case of excessive bullying. John felt a surge of righteous indignation and pushed through the crowd, positioning himself before the bullied small man. So, you stole his pouch and now you're bullying him, is that right? John shouted, brandishing his twin blades. Far, noticing John's defense of the small man, glanced over but, recognizing that the assailants were far inferior to John, chose not to intervene further. Who is the meddlesome brat? So eager to stick your nose in others' business? Away exclaimed, drawing a massive axe from behind him. Hey, did you just insult me? John laughed upon hearing this taunt, initially intending to merely uphold appearances and express his sense of justice. He swiftly changed his mind after the insult. Why are you helping me? The small man asked, feeling somewhat surreal in the presence of John. It's nothing. I simply cannot stand by idly. John felt a swell of righteousness, as if he were maintaining world peace. I will repay you, but don't think of me as just a small man to be bullied. The small man's eyes sparkled as he spoke to John. No one will regard you as a mere victim, except for them. As soon as the small man finished speaking, another equally diminutive figure emerged from behind him, proclaiming, another one. Ha ha ha, a weakling, joined by another weakling? Upon witnessing the scene, all erupted into hearty laughter. Yet, in the next moment, before he could fully comprehend the situation, blood gushed from his throat, and he collapsed to the ground. It was that short fellow. Upon seeing this, Afu swiftly drew his twin blades, adopting a defensive stance. Brother, eliminate them. Quickly. The short man, observing the unfolding chaos, shouted with exhilaration. How could anyone aboard this vessel allow themselves to be bullied? Those without a modicum of strength would never dare approach Rog Town. A formidable opponent, no less than myself, thought Fowl, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Ahem. It appears my presence is no longer required, Jonah remarked sheepishly, witnessing the impressive display of the short man's brother. He discreetly retreated behind Fowl, realizing that such speed rendered him no match. You dare to slay a member of the Little Dragon pirate crew. Upon witnessing Oz's demise, the burly man readied himself for confrontation. Little Dragon pirate crew? The short man who had killed Oz froze momentarily. However, in the next instant, unheard of, death whirlwind. The assailant's body began to spin violently. The onlookers felt a sudden gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye, both the burly man and Afu lay motionless on the ground. Do not linger. Hurry and leave, lest you be caught in this turmoil. The crowd, shaken by the sight of death, scattered in panic. Only a few brave souls remained, observing in silence. Who dares disrupt the order of this merchant vessel? Upon witnessing the deaths of the 3 passengers, a group of guards quickly surrounded the 2 short men. Who might you be? However, the captain of the merchant ship merely waved his hand, signaling the guards to disperse. I am Death Whirlwind, Li Qiao, the short man who had slain the 3 men proclaimed. Upon hearing this, the captain did not retreat but instead fixed a keen gaze upon him. Should anything arise, seek me out in room 113. I, Death Whirlwind, am always at your service, he stated. Ha ha ha, your wish is my command, the captain replied, recognizing that Li Qiao was not one to be trifled with, and thus he departed. Fowl, shall we take our leave? Jonah inquired, picking his nose absent-mindedly. Indeed, but that Death Whirlwind, Li Qiao, is quite intriguing. He must possess the powers of a devil fruit, Fowl remarked candidly, glancing at the enigmatic figure not far ahead. Brother. The other short man dashed toward Li Qiao, embracing him tightly. Brother, you weren't bullied, were you? Li Qiao asked him. No, how could I possibly be bullied? The short individual who was consoled spoke with a hint of emotion. By the way, that person over there just spoke a great deal for me. And he pointed at John. Upon hearing his brother's words, Li Qiao also approached John. Oh, what transpired earlier is of no consequence. It was unnecessary to do so. John, seeing the small figure who had taken Bailey's side, quickly waved his hand in dismissal. Thank you. I have never experienced anyone coming to my aid like that before. The short individual continued speaking to John. Chapter 121, The Tale of Li Qiao. Ah, it was nothing at all, John replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the small one's words. Oh, by the way, my name is Lian, and I must express my gratitude for your assistance earlier, the bullied short individual said to John. Lian? That sounds remarkably similar to my name. Ha ha ha. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am John, John responded with interest. Brother, the Death Whirlwind, Li Qiao stood nearby, perplexed by the attention from Farrell. The person before him seemed quite intrigued by them. What is it, brother? Lian inquired upon hearing Li Qiao's call. Let us leave this place to avoid stirring up further trouble, Li Qiao suggested, shielding his eyes momentarily. The individuals before them were significantly taller, whether it be John, Farrell, or the others like John and Arthur over there. They stood at a mere 1.5 meters, gazing up at those towering over 2 meters, especially Arthur, who reached an astounding 3 meters, causing them to strain their necks in discomfort. Ahem, shall we not continue our conversation? Li Yin, however, was reluctant to depart. You all carry on. I shall take a look around, Li Qiao said, not wishing to linger further. He then walked toward the railing of the deck. Arthur, keep up. Farrell called out to the towering figure following him. What is this? Lian asked, observing Farrell and Arthur's keen interest in Li Qiao. Ahem. They are my brothers and friends, John replied, feigning a cough. How did Farrell suddenly become so interested in the Death Whirlwind, Li Qiao? Well, your friends are my friends, Lian remarked to John. Oh, that suits my taste. John immediately perked up with interest. The two then engaged in a lively conversation, seemingly inseparable in their newfound camaraderie. John, standing by, was uncertain of what to do and could only approach Fowl. What do you intend to do? Li Qiao, closely following Fowl, spoke menacingly. I merely wish to make a friend, Fowl replied, halting in his tracks. I apologize, but I am not particularly fond of making friends, Li Qiao said, glaring into Fowl's eyes. Well, that is indeed unfortunate. I had hoped for a meaningful exchange with a superhuman devil fruit user. Fowl feigned an intent to depart. Wait. Upon hearing Fal reveal his abilities, Li Qiao swiftly obstructed him. Speak plainly. What do you truly desire? If you do not provide me with a satisfactory reason, do not blame me for being impolite. Li Qiao's voice dripped with coldness as he brandished two daggers, gripping them tightly while staring at Fal. As I mentioned, I merely wish to befriend you. If you are unwelcoming, I can leave at once, Fal responded, feeling the pressure of Li Qiao's weapons. The soul chaos realm enveloped him. And although he genuinely intended to befriend Li Qiao, he would not remain passive in such a tense situation. Arthur stood nearby, ready to transform at any moment. Ahem, what is happening here? Calm down, John approached, perplexed by the standoff. I am Fal, he introduced himself, relieved to be extricated from the tension. I am Li Qiao. Though many at sea prefer to call me the Death Whirlwind, Li Qiao said, a hint of pride gracing his expression. I noticed your impressive speed. If I am not mistaken, it must be a type of superhuman devil fruit ability. Fal gradually engaged in conversation. Indeed, you too must be a devil fruit user, correct? Li Qiao inquired, his curiosity piqued. Haha, if you believe so, then it must be true. Fal chuckled to deflect the question. Well, then, let us leave it at that. Li Qiao's demeanor darkened, sensing Fal's wariness, as if preparing to depart. I too am a superhuman devil fruit user, Fal declared, hoping to convey sincerity. A superhuman devil fruit user? Li Qiao's gloomy expression brightened at the revelation. If the opportunity arises, we should have a contest, he suggested eagerly. No, I am not a combatant. My fighting prowess is quite limited. Fal hastily waved his hands in refusal. Very well, Li Qiao replied, observing Fal's demeanor and choosing not to press further. Did you come here upon hearing the news? Li Qiao asked again. Of course. Everyone aboard this vessel must have come for this very reason, Fal responded. Fal looked at Li Qiao and nodded in acknowledgement. The two engaged in a mutual understanding, leading Fal to learn of Li Qiao and Li Un's true identities. It turned out that Li Qiao had once been a pirate at sea. However, his crew was swiftly captured by the Navy due to their lack of strength. Many of the crew members faced execution, while others were imprisoned. Li Qiao was also incarcerated in a naval prison, subsequently transferred to Judicial Island. In contrast, his brother Lian was remarkable, being an outstanding scientist within the Navy. It was through Lian's efforts that he managed to rescue Li Qiao from the naval prison, yet they were forced to wander the vast ocean together after being discovered. Recently, rumors reached Li Qiao's ears that his idol, the Pirate King, had been captured and was to be executed. Consequently, he insisted that his brother Lian accompany him to Rogue Town to witness the events unfold. Is that so? Fal responded with a nod upon hearing Li Qiao's candid revelation of his identity. Indeed, Li Qiao replied, casting his gaze toward the sea. His confidence in his own strength emboldened him to share his story with Fal. As Fal got to know Li Qiao, he discovered a different side to him. Initially, he perceived Li Qiao as a cautious and taciturn individual. However, through their conversations, he realized that Li Qiao was, in fact, a gregarious and forthright little man who enjoyed engaging in discussions. Would you be interested in becoming one of my subordinates? Fal inquired when an opportunity arose. John, who was nearby, fell into deep contemplation upon hearing Fal's proposition. It appeared that Fal harbored some thoughts within him, John mused. Oh, what would compel me to become your subordinate? What benefits would that bring me? Li Qiao questioned Fal. Because of strength, Fal replied, gazing directly into Li Qiao's eyes as he uttered those words slowly. Strength? What do you mean by that? Are you implying that my strength is inferior to yours? Li Qiao responded, his tone tinged with anger. No, that is certainly not my intent. Fal hastily gestured in denial upon hearing Li Qiao's words. Your strength is formidable. However, what I mean is that if you rely solely on your own abilities, you may not be strong enough. Only by joining my crew can you truly enhance your skills and better protect your brother, Fal explained. Is that so? Li Qiao lowered his head in contemplation. But why should I believe that your strength is significant? He suddenly flashed a mischievous smile at Fal. How about we have a contest to see? Fal suggested in response. Very well, Li Qiao nodded, and in the next moment, a gentle breeze swept across the ship. You have lost. Li Qiao's voice echoed in Fal's mind. What is this? In the next moment, Li Qiao felt his thoughts begin to stir, descending into utter chaos. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Li Qiao gazed at Fal, questioning his own heart. The realm of soul chaos was growing increasingly formidable. Fal nodded in satisfaction. Such an eerie ability. As Li Qiao's mind gradually returned to reality, he looked at Fal. Yet, Fal left no opportunity for Li Qiao. and the shockwave of his soul soon penetrated Li Qiao's consciousness. In an instant, his thoughts were jolted yet again, causing him great discomfort. Just moments ago, he had been right in front of him, and now he had fled. Li Qiao pondered amidst the turmoil in his shaken mind. Foul, do you require my assistance? Arthur looked at Li Qiao, who was clutching his head in confusion, and spoke to Foul. No need, I can manage alone, Foul replied, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Leon, who was conversing with John, felt the disturbance and approached. He was well aware that the gust of wind moments ago was a manifestation of his brother's devil fruit ability. What transpired here? Li Yin inquired upon arriving. Brother. Upon seeing Li Qiao clutching his head, Li Yin gasped and rushed over. What happened to you, brother? Li Yin was deeply concerned, attempting to pry Li Qiao's hands away from his head. It hurt so much. At that moment, Li Qiao felt as if the world was spinning and his head was splitting. However, in a short while, he regained his composure and looked at Foul. What kind of ability is this? Li Qiao asked, puzzled. It pertains to the power of the soul, Foul explained candidly. Deep down, he was still somewhat astonished that Li Qiao had managed to escape his soul-shocking ability so swiftly. Had it not been for my lack of preparedness, Li Qiao retorted stubbornly. This time doesn't count. With a wave of his hand, Li Qiao took Li on and left. It was evident that the blow from Foul had been too great to bear. Li Qiao continued to contemplate Foul's earlier words. My strength is weak. I cannot defeat you. How dare he deceive me? As Li Qiao pulled Li Yin back toward their room, Li Yin kept asking what had transpired. Foul, why did you two come to blows? John, unaware of the situation, questioned Foul with confusion. I wished to recruit him as my subordinate, but he refused, that's all. Foul succinctly recounted. Huh. John was momentarily taken aback. What has prompted you to seek out subordinates recently? After a brief pause, he inquired of Foul. Clearly, he was contemplating something within. John stepped forward, casting a subtle glance at Arthur. No, I merely believe that our trio is rather feeble, he remarked. Far shook his head. Dismissing the two. Relying solely on the three of us will yield little accomplishment, he continued. Memories of his battle with General Weasel surged in his mind. Had their numbers been greater at that time, they would undoubtedly have avoided such peril. A mere band of sailors had managed to corner John and John solely through their overwhelming numbers. Far could not help but sigh each time this thought crossed his mind. Very well, continue. I shall not intrude, John nodded. Indeed, Far replied. Subsequently, John departed, lost in thought about John, leaving Arthur and Far behind. Are we not returning? Far inquired, as Arthur gazed at him, unmoving. Return? Of course, but the time is not yet ripe, Far elucidated. Not yet ripe? Arthur echoed, grasping Far's meaning shortly thereafter. He was waiting for Li Qiao to see if Li Qiao would arrive. Then let us wait. I shall keep you company, Arthur declared, seating himself on the grimy deck. Very well, Far responded, leaning against the railing while gazing at the sea. The two waited for quite some time, and as Far showed no intention of leaving, Arthur finally broke the silence. Far, are you hungry? Shall I fetch us some food? Food. At this, an unpleasant image of tasteless noodles flashed through Far's mind. Perhaps not. Let us wait a little longer, and we can return soon, he suggested, calculating the time. Very well, Arthur replied, somewhat dispirited by the prospect of further waiting. However, it was not long before the previously silent Far turned to Arthur and asked, Arthur, tell me your story. Far gazed at the picturesque sea view as he spoke to Arthur seated below. My story? Arthur queried, a complex expression crossing his face. It is rather lengthy. I fear you may lose patience. Arthur shook his head, his features betraying various forms of embarrassment. Speak freely. I shall listen intently, Far assured him, showing no signs of impatience. All right then, let me share my tale with you. Arthur rose to gaze at the boundless sea, exclaiming with a sense of wonder. In truth, he was reluctant to share his tale, for it was an exceedingly lengthy and sorrowful one. However, observing that Foul was eager to understand him, Arthur was unwilling to forego this opportunity. During this period, he had gradually regained friends, those two cherished words. Whether it was the carefree John or the sagacious John, both welcomed him warmly. With these thoughts in mind, Arthur began to recount his story. Initially, I was nothing more than an utterly ordinary commoner, hailing from a family that was not particularly blessed with happiness. Chapter 123, Arthur's Story. I had my parents and my siblings. A pleasant expression emerged on Arthur's face at the recollection. I also had friends from the same village, though they were not entirely reliable. Arthur continued. Yet, one fateful day, I stumbled upon a fruit nestled in the branches of a grand tree, instantly recognizing it as the legendary devil fruit scattered across the world. I was overwhelmed with joy. To be honest, I believed I would finally turn my fortunes around and ascend to the ranks of the noble class. Subsequently, I brought that fruit back home, sharing the news with my siblings and parents. As he spoke, Arthur's smile gradually faded. Ultimately, we all reached a unanimous conclusion. We would sell it and, in an instant, become prosperous. We would rise above the common folk. But where could we sell it? We had no suitable channels. Arthur lamented. Thus, we could only temporarily keep the devil fruit at home, awaiting my siblings to find an appropriate avenue. However, for reasons unknown, my siblings who went in search of a buyer inadvertently leaked this information. This led to much gossip among the villagers, and some even began to infiltrate my home at night, intent on stealing the devil fruit. Left with no other choice, I ultimately decided to consume the fruit to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. Consequently, I made the decision to eat the devil fruit. Since it was I who discovered it, my siblings raised no objections. They watched as I devoured the fruit. Of course, upon consuming it, I gained immense power so formidable that I became entranced by it. A peculiar expression crept across Arthur's face as he recounted this moment. Yet, it was precisely because I had consumed the devil fruit that my nightmares began. Arthur reflected solemnly. My friends distanced themselves from me due to my newfound strength, and many villagers gradually isolated my family. Many among them wore expressions unmistakably fueled by jealousy, yet their lips uttered accusations of demonic fruits. At this thought, Arthur's body trembled with indignation. One after another, they conspired, igniting a desire to incinerate my family. Numerous villagers commenced their preparations, intent on capturing me to dissect my body in search of that formidable power. A profound emotion, resembling hatred, emanated from Arthur's eyes as he declared vehemently, "Yet they have grossly underestimated my strength. I escaped in my black bear form. However, upon returning home, when I sought to flee with my family, I found them brutally slain by that very mob. The wooden cabin I had inhabited for many years was engulfed in flames that seemed insatiable." Arthur spoke with a hint of madness. I could see my friends and respected elders, all wearing smiles while observing this horror. I simply could not comprehend it. Why had it come to this? Ultimately, unable to contain my fury any longer, I transformed into the black bear and eradicated the entire village. Arthur exclaimed with fervor. As they perished, they cried out that I was the demon, oblivious to the fact that, in my eyes, they were the true fiends. Arthur shouted in frenzy. If only I had another chance, I would have devoured him from the outset, annihilating those wretched villagers. Suddenly, Arthur's expression shifted to one of regret. Alas! Yet you have witnessed the consequences of their demise, having been captured by that weasel-like general and imprisoned for many months. Arthur gazed at Fal. Why did you not choose to ally with the weasel general earlier? Fal inquired, perplexed. In this world, Fal could scarcely believe that the Navy would relinquish a powerful user of a devil fruit over such matters. Moreover, Arthur had committed no transgression. The villagers had slain his family. He merely retaliated in kind. Alas, it was the initial hostility towards that Navy that deterred me from seeking their alliance, Arthur replied, shaking his head. So, I suppose I have stumbled upon a great fortune? Fal regarded Arthur with curiosity. Better late than never, a phrase surfaced in Fal's mind. I suppose so, Arthur nodded. Nonetheless, I truly feel a deep sorrow for your tale, Fal observed, locking eyes with Arthur. He compared himself to Arthur and realized he was exceedingly fortunate. Perhaps he was the second Arthur, who merely consumed that fruit early on and lacked the misfortune of those ignorant villagers. Well, that is my story. Arthur leaned back against Fal, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him. After a long period of silence, he finally voiced the matter that had weighed heavily on his chest. Shall we wait any longer? Arthur turned to Fal and inquired. No more waiting. It's time to go, Fal replied after surveying their surroundings. It seems that Li Xiao is not inclined to join our team, he added with a hint of disappointment. Subsequently, Fal, accompanied by the relaxed Arthur, departed from the location and returned to their room. Upon entering the room, John, who was chewing on some food, greeted Fal with a question. You're back? Yes, I'm a bit tired, Fal responded as he settled onto his bed. Feeling hungry, he rummaged through his backpack and took out some food to satiate his appetite. Meanwhile, Arthur went to the kitchen and returned with a generous serving of noodles. Oh, damn it. Arthur, don't let me see that. It makes me nauseous, John exclaimed, suddenly finding his food less appetizing. Do you all truly despise such things? Arthur asked, perplexed. Do you know what it is? Honestly, I think it's even less palatable then. Well, you know, John retorted with a comparison. However, after uttering that line, he quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Oh, John, have you actually tasted that? John teased John. Arthur and Fal exchanged glances, their faces reflecting bewilderment. Absolutely not. How could I ever eat something like that? I was merely making a metaphor. John hastily clarified, his irritation evident. Laughter erupted among the group as they shared a light-hearted moment. As night fell, the few resting in the cabin were interrupted by a knock at the door. Arthur, could you check that? Fal suggested after confirming that his observation abilities were intact. All right. Having shared his story with Fal earlier, Arthur felt a greater sense of acceptance towards him and promptly opened the door. Is it you? Arthur said, somewhat surprised to see who stood before him. What is the matter? The visitors were none other than Li Qiao and Lian, leaning against the door frame. Is it Li Qiao and Lian? Fal inquired, peeking his head out. Yes, Fal, Arthur confirmed, allowing them to enter and showing them to their seats. Please, have a seat. After welcoming them, Fal gestured for them to sit down. What are your thoughts regarding the matter? Fal asked Li Qiao. I've come to a conclusion. I'm willing to join you. But only if you promise to call me first when there are good things involved, Li Qiao said, a glimmer of greed shining in his eyes. It turns out he, too, had a penchant for wealth. Upon hearing this, Fal pondered within himself, hey, I disagree. John, upon hearing this, leaped forth, shouting, oh, why do you disagree? Li Qiao, observing the scene, glanced sideways at John and inquired, on what grounds should good fortune be bestowed upon you first? John shouted back, drawing his weapon in a display of strength. Given the prior duel between Fal and Li Qiao, which had left Li Qiao at a disadvantage, John felt no trepidation about Li Qiao's potential actions against him, especially with Fal standing protectively in front of him. Li Qiao's expression darkened at these words, and just as he was about to retaliate, he was restrained by his brother, Lian. Oh dear, I implore you both, let us not resort to violence just yet, Lian said, exasperation evident in his tone. Then, noticing the restless demeanor of the two, Lian leaned in to whisper something to Li Qiao. All right. I can accept your proposal, Li Qiao replied after hearing what Lian had to say. However, there is one condition, he added, raising a finger, his gaze shifting towards Fal and no longer holding John's gaze. Speak, Fal gestured. I wish to be the treasurer of your group, Li Qiao declared, his eyes sparkling with ambition. Hearing this, John's excitement surged. After all, he had spent an eternity organizing useless treasures that consumed so much of his time. And he was thoroughly vexed by it. I agree. John was the first to raise his hand in affirmation. Hey, how can we entrust our treasures to him? John protested, somewhat displeased. Humph, if you refuse to consent, then I'm afraid we are incompatible, Li Qiao retorted, directing his gaze at Fal. Although it had been John who consistently challenged Li Qiao, Fal, as the leader of their group, had yet to voice any objection, which Li Qiao interpreted as tacit approval. Enough, John, do not continue. John has already expressed his agreement. Fal signaled for John to step back. With a huff, John could only let out a cold snort before retreating to the side. Welcome to my group, John exclaimed as he embraced the two shorter brothers. He had long wished to relinquish the burdensome role of treasurer, and now that someone was eager to take it on, it was fortuitous indeed. The two shorter brothers reciprocated the embrace, despite their comical height disparity. Now, tell me about your group, Li Qiao inquired, his ambitions glimmering in his eyes as he looked at Fal. What would you like to know? Fal responded, meeting Li Qiao's gaze. Your division of labor and mutual intelligence, Li Qiao stated. Very well, but you must also divulge everything about yourself, Fal replied. Fal nodded in agreement. Naturally, as a member of your group. How could we not understand one another? Li Qiao expressed his concurrence. Fal then succinctly elucidated everything to Li Qiao, providing him with a brief overview of their current situation. Are we not merely a pirate crew? Li Qiao remarked, somewhat disheartened upon grasping the reality. Without a name, where lies our prestige? How can we attract more formidable individuals to join us? How can we expand and strengthen our ranks? If possible, I suggest we establish our pirate crew at an opportune time, Li Qiao proposed to Fal. I shall consider it, but first, you ought to share with me the nature of your devil fruit abilities, Fal inquired, nodding. Very well, Li Qiao acquiesced after a moment of contemplation. Subsequently, Li Qiao and Fal exchanged revelations regarding their respective abilities. Under Fal's attentive ear, he successfully comprehended Li Qiao's devil fruit powers. A Logia-type devil fruit. Fal exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Li Qiao's account. However, Upon realizing it was a Logia type, Fal recalled his previous words to Li Qiao. He had been misled, believing it to be a Paramecia-type devil fruit. A miscalculation, Fal confessed to Li Qiao. What miscalculation? Li Qiao replied, somewhat perplexed. Fal then elaborated on his thoughts. After listening, Li Qiao acknowledged that he had indeed been taken aback earlier, but his surprise stemmed solely from Fal's ability to discern that he was a devil fruit user. Li Qiao, feeling that Fal had misunderstood him, chose not to elaborate further and simply went along with it. Is it the natural type devil fruit, the gale fruit? Fal pondered. Despite feeling a touch of surprise after Li Qiao's brief description, Fal was aware of a similar natural type devil fruit associated with Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the revolutionary army in the world of One Piece. According to legend, that wind-based devil fruit possessed immense destructive power, rivaling the tremor fruit of Whitebeard and the magma fruit of Akainu. It was revered as one of the three most potent devil fruits in terms of destruction within the One Piece universe. While there could be other powerful devil fruits, those three certainly held their esteemed reputation for devastation. A natural-type devil fruit. Upon hearing this, John immediately rushed over. Chapter 125. Approaching Lobetown. This is indeed a natural-type devil fruit, the supreme among the three varieties of devil fruits. Not only John, but John also hurried over, intrigued and gazing curiously at Li Qiao. This made John even forget the previous confrontation with Li Qiao. It was no wonder he possessed such arrogance. Fal glanced at Li Qiao, who wore a proud expression. However, how did such a character's previous pirate crew meet its demise? Fal pondered deeply. Could you show me the abilities of the natural devil fruit? John inquired curiously, poking at Li Qiao. Yet, due to John's relatively shorter stature compared to Li Qiao, their interaction appeared rather comical. Initially, John, who was drawn to the allure of the natural devil fruit, now resembled a child playing with a toy alongside John. At least, this was how it seemed to the disinterested Arthur, who couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Humph. The power of my devil fruit only reveals itself in moments of combat, Li Qiao asserted, pushing John and John aside. He had not forgotten how John had previously rejected him. Given his character, it was impossible for him to conceal anything from John. Well, that is indeed a pity, John responded, watching with disappointment as Li Qiao walked away. Nevertheless, through Li Qiao's narration, everyone had gained a general understanding of his devil fruit ability. The natural devil fruit of gentle winds aptly embodied its name. Its power akin to a soft breeze, allowing its wielder to be effortlessly carried to wherever the wind blew. In Fal's impression, this felt remarkably akin to shaving, almost like an advanced version of it. Is it really that powerful? Was it instantaneous? John inquired with a hint of curiosity. Perhaps it transforms into a gentle breeze. John mused, settling onto the bed. The lethality is not particularly strong. Upon hearing this, Fal contemplated, realizing it must be a lower-tier devil fruit, specifically the storm demon fruit. After recounting everything, Li Qiao mentioned that he had joined the group as a financial officer, thus necessitating his management of finances. Consequently, under his urging, John casually retrieved their respective backpacks, extracting numerous berries from within. Is this all there is? Li Qiao exclaimed in disbelief as he examined the handful of berries. This amount is even less than what I possess. This is all that's left, as we lost a significant amount of treasure due to some unforeseen circumstances. John explained to Li Qiao. Reluctantly accepting the situation, Li Qiao took a seat on a nearby vacant chair, the chaos of thoughts swirling in his mind. Am I supposed to support them? He pondered, struggling to comprehend. Meanwhile, having successfully integrated into the group, Li-En joyfully introduced herself and engaged in conversation with John, the two finding a comfortable rapport. However, upon hearing Leon's introduction, a flicker of surprise crossed Fal's face. A biological scientist? He regarded Li-En with a gaze that revealed an inexplicable intrigue. Though she had merely provided a brief description of herself, Fal discerned an underlying significance. Is it possible to alter biological forms? He mused, observing Li-En chatting with John. If so, Li-En could become an invaluable asset to their group. However, this notion would only solidify in Fal's mind once Li-En successfully realized her potential. Later, after conversing well into the night, Li Qiao and Li-En departed the room, bags of berries in hand. Yet, through John's eyes, there was an uncanny impression that the two resembled swindlers, gleefully departing with his wealth. Fal, are you certain there are no issues? I can't shake the feeling that they resemble con artists. He voiced his apprehensions. Despite the enjoyable conversation with Leon, John's sentiments remained unchanged. Rest assured, How could a nature-type devil fruit user possibly engage in such a lowly profession as con artistry? Fal merely shook his head and chuckled. In his view, if individuals like Li Qiao, filled with pride, were to be categorized as swindlers, it seemed he needed to reevaluate the world around him. All right. Perhaps I should reconsider my thoughts, John murmured to himself as he reclined back onto the bed. Time for sleep, it's getting late. Over there, Arthur lamented amidst the incessant clamor. Originally, he had intended to retire for the night. However, due to John and Leon's prolonged conversation, sleep eluded him, leaving him utterly exhausted. The night passed in silence, swiftly ushering in the significant day ahead. We must be nearing Rog Town, John remarked after rising and finishing his meal. It should be soon. He calculated. Almost immediately, a series of knocks echoed through the room. They needed not speculate, for it could only be Leon and Li Qiao. Who else would be so idle as to disturb them? John rose to open the door. Greetings, I am a steward aboard this vessel. Here to inform you that we are approaching our destination. Please prepare accordingly. Regrettably, it was merely a steward delivering news, leading them to misjudge the arrival of their friends. I thought it was Li Qiao and Leon. John exclaimed in surprise. Though it is not them, they should be arriving shortly, right? He glanced at the time and spoke to John. Meanwhile, Arthur and Fal, fully prepared, awaited further developments. Let us wait a little longer. If Li Qiao and Leon do not arrive soon, we shall seek them out, Fal suggested from his bunk. Agreed. In response, they all settled back onto their beds in anticipation. However, after a prolonged period of waiting with no sounds emerging, Fal could no longer contain his curiosity. Could there be an issue? He proposed. Come on, Arthur, let us check. He called out, rising from his spot. Yet, in the next moment, Fal halted, sensing the approach of Li Qiao and Leon. A series of knocks soon followed, and Arthur swiftly opened the door. How lowly one can be. Upon entering, they heard Leon muttering under his breath. It was likely he had once again been subjected to the ridicule of some individuals with questionable intellect. What transpired to provoke such ire? John inquired, placing a reassuring hand on Leon's shoulder. Just a trivial matter, quite routine. I have grown accustomed to it, Leon replied, momentarily venting his frustration before reverting to his usual demeanor. Chapter 126. Docking very well. John's mind quickly discerned the underlying issue. Leon and Li Qiao were otherwise commendable individuals. Yet they bore one irreversible flaw, their stature, standing at a mere 1.5 meters. This led to Li In often being bullied, but due to his insufficient strength, he could only endure the humiliation in the absence of Li Qiao. As for Li Qiao, whenever he attempted to insult or confront those who bullied him, it often resulted in their untimely demise. Are you all prepared? Fal approached the two who had successfully arrived and inquired. Everything is ready, Li In nodded in response. Then let us depart from here and await on the deck, Fal replied with satisfaction. Subsequently, the 6 individuals, all fully prepared, began their journey towards the crowded deck. Behind the throngs of people stood individuals exuding various auras. Yet, they all shared a singular purpose, to reach Rogue Town and uncover the truth behind the capture of the Pirate King, Roger. What fate awaits the Pirate King, Roger? I refuse to believe that the illustrious Pirate King could be apprehended by a mere band of Navy soldiers. It is simply inconceivable. On the bustling deck, each person voiced their opinions. Some expressed disbelief that Roger could be captured, while others, filled with animosity, hurled insults at him. The atmosphere quickly escalated into chaos as they exchanged words, leading to physical altercations breaking out on the deck. Hey, stop. A group of guards swiftly rushed to the scene of turmoil. If it had merely been a conflict among ordinary civilians or those wretched pirates, they would have turned a blind eye. What truly frightened them were the few fallen nobles within the crowd, individuals of notable status. Should anything happen to them aboard their ship, they feared the consequences would be dire. Wait, once we disembark, you'll learn what cruelty truly means. After being blocked by the guards, those individuals continued to spew profanities. Come on, are you saying I am easy to bully? With the guards' intervention, their shouts grew louder, until one of the admirers of pirates could no longer endure the taunts. Say that again. The admirer drew his large blade from his waist and struck fiercely at one of the provocateurs. Ah, a murder, cried the wounded man, clutching his injury. They had already lost comrades due to the madness stirred by the Pirate King Roger, slain by a horde of frenzied pirates. This situation has only intensified the animosity of those who already harbored disdain for the notorious pirate. Presently, one of the towering figures, a robust man standing at 2 meters, swiftly stepped forward to support the faltering body of his companion. Ah, I shall fight you. As the other comrades witnessed this, they immediately drew their weapons, striking towards the pirate. Thus, the two factions officially commenced their violent clash, a multitude of guards congregating in an attempt to restrain them. However, fueled by rage. They were merely ordinary guards of merchant vessels and stood no chance against the wrathful fighters. Ultimately, it was the formidable guardians stationed aboard the merchant ship who could no longer bear to watch and intervened, insisting that if any matters were to arise, they should be settled off the ship. Neither party is virtuous, Fowl remarked, sensing their aura from a distance. Within Fowl's perception, he discerned their souls steeped in bloodshed, tainted by the filth of violence. I initially felt some sympathy for the one who was struck, John muttered upon hearing this. Let us proceed. It bears little relevance to me. Fowl then directed his gaze toward the island that had begun to come into view. This must be the island where Lowtown resides. John speculated. It should be. Li Qiao exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement, unable to suppress a small outburst. What is it? John inquired, perplexed by the sudden sound. The source of the sound, however, quickly covered his mouth, his face flushing slightly. This truly does not align with his character. It undoubtedly belongs to his scandal. Rogtown is approaching. Just a few miles ahead from the islands lies Rogtown. The crew on the ship shouted excitedly. So that is the case, Fowl silently nodded, etching this revelation deeply in his mind. Dock the ship. Disembark. Upon the merchant vessel's arrival at the port, the captain called out loudly. Some skilled individuals aboard leaped onto the ground, unfazed by the modest height. However, those of lesser strength opted for the gangplank laid down by the ship, descending slowly. A noteworthy detail was that the first to eagerly jump ashore were the two factions that had previously clashed. How dare they insult my idol? The pirates glared with fiery eyes at the group of brothers. Are you all right, third? The leader gently placed the already bandaged third against a tree for support. I'm fine, came the weak voice of third. I will avenge you. The leader firmly grasped his hand, speaking with fierce determination. He then stepped to the forefront of his band of brothers. What significance does Roger hold for you? How can he incite such fervent admiration among you madmen? Before the brawl commenced, the leader voiced his confusion. It had been the same last time, which led to the loss of several brothers. This time, he was determined to alter that fate. Roger is not merely my idol. He is also my savior. How dare they insult my benefactor? The pirates grew increasingly agitated, unable to contain their fury as they surged forward toward the brothers. Die. The pirate raised his large blade high, aiming it at the leader of the brothers. Benefactor? The leader questioned, puzzled. This is a paradox, a contradiction that compels them to take action. The perplexed leader ceased to ponder further, drawing his weapon to engage with the pirates. Fowl, shall we lend them a hand? John suggested, his eagerness palpable. However, upon uttering these words, Fowl, exasperated, delivered a sharp admonishment to John's head. Do you enjoy meddling in affairs that do not concern you? Have you not learned your lesson? Fowl questioned John with an air of disbelief. All right, I understand, John replied, covering his forehead and retreating in haste under Fowl's imposing presence. Chapter 127. Rogtown. Ultimately, Fowl and his companions, unlike the spectators around them, chose to quietly depart from the scene. What became of the situation remained uncertain. I really wanted to witness the spectacle, John lamented, a frown marring his features. Yet, due to Fowl's authority, he had no choice but to follow suit. Well then, we are nearing Rogtown, John remarked, somewhat resigned. How could you possibly bring someone like him along? Li Qiao expressed his discontent towards John. In his eyes, John was not merely a loquacious individual. He often had a penchant for stirring trouble. This made Li Qiao somewhat unable to restrain himself. What is the greatest fear when navigating the vast ocean? It is the presence of individuals who cling to one's heels, burdening one with their troubles. One can never know when a foe might strike, especially in moments of vulnerability, and such calamities are precisely what someone like Qiao In brings. Yet, Li Qiao remains entirely unaware of the identity of this adversary or the reasons behind their aggression. The dread lies in being unjustly implicated. I will ensure that Qiao In exercises more restraint, Li Qiao thought. Noting Li Qiao's dissatisfaction, Fowl also felt a sense of unease. Very well. I appreciate your willingness to manage this situation. Otherwise, we will inevitably invite significant troubles upon ourselves, Li Qiao gravely addressed Fowl. After speaking, he chose to walk ahead, opting for the tranquility of ignorance. Hey, that little runt. Does he enjoy reporting on me behind my back? Qiao In stood agape, watching Li Qiao striding ahead. Thankfully, The distance between them was sufficient. Otherwise, if Li Qiao were to hear him, it would likely provoke another outburst. Indeed, it ultimately stems from certain shortcomings on your part. Fal concurred, directing his comments towards Xiaoen. My shortcomings? Xiaoen pointed to himself, perplexed. What flaws could I possibly have? He queried, bewildered. Flaws can be quite significant. Li Qiao, walking ahead, interjected. Li Qiao. At this, Xiaoen shouted towards him, increasingly irritated by Li Qiao. This individual had merely confronted him initially, yet has since continued to create trouble for Xiaoen. Truly, what a petty person, Xiaoen thought, forming a new impression of Li Qiao. Enough, Xiaoen, come here. I have something to discuss with you, Fal said, pulling Xiaoen aside. What is it? Xiaoen asked, retracting his head slightly as he was led away. Then came Fal's admonitions, urging Xiaoen to rectify certain flaws and imposing 3 major edicts upon him, to refrain from speaking indiscriminately, to avoid meddling in others' affairs, and to cease wandering aimlessly. Lacking personal supervision over Xiaoen, Fal also summoned Arthur to listen to their exchange. I will keep a close eye on him, Arthur assured Fal. Did you hear that, Xiaoen? Fal inquired, not acknowledging Arthur's words. I heard. I didn't realize they held such strong opinions of me. Xiaoen replied, feeling somewhat discontented after the reprimand. He previously did not consider himself the troublemaker Li Qiao described. Rather, Xiaoen simply desired a bit more freedom to do as he pleased, and he asserted that he had not caused any mischief at all. After completing his education, Fal returned to the forefront, harboring his own intentions regarding John. In his eyes, John was not the person Li Qiao had described. He merely feared that John might fall ill in Rog Town, potentially causing trouble. It is worth noting that many notorious pirates were present in Rog Town to witness the spectacle surrounding Roger. Fal and his companions were certainly no match for them. The group traversed in silence for some time before reaching the town of Rog. Typically bustling with civilians, the streets were now desolate, with shopkeepers furrowing their brows. They were compelled to operate their businesses due to the Navy's demands, otherwise, they would avoid attracting trouble. Rog Town has arrived, John exclaimed, surveying the nearby buildings. Is this truly the place where the pirate King Roger was executed? He pondered internally. Meanwhile, Fal remained stationary, keenly using his observation haki to sense his surroundings. A powerful aura enveloped him, leaving an unsettling feeling akin to a lingering black mist. Indeed, none of the individuals present here are ordinary, Fal remarked. Let's find a place to stay, John suggested. Then let us commence our preparations, Fal agreed with a nod. The group swiftly began searching for nearby inns and taverns. Unfortunately, due to Roger's renown, the taverns closest to the center had been seized by a horde of formidable pirates. It seemed they would have to settle for an inn on the outskirts, which came at a steep price. Li Qiao lamented as he clutched a handful of berries, feeling as though his wealth was steadily slipping away. Once they entered the inn and negotiated the price with the proprietor, they each retired to their respective rooms. In truth, they had only booked 3 rooms, with 2 individuals sharing one. Arthur, let us go outside and see if we can find something to eat, Fal suggested to Arthur, who shared his room. All right, Arthur replied, quickly stowing his belongings before departing with Fal. As the inn did not provide meals, they needed to seek out nearby restaurants. Initially, Fal had intended to rely on the provisions in his backpack, but due to his unfamiliarity with the area, he decided to accompany Arthur for a stroll and perhaps indulge in some local delicacies. Are we not inviting them? Arthur inquired. No, bringing too many people isn't advisable, Fal reasoned. Very well, Arthur nodded in response. After searching for quite some time nearby, Fal and Arthur finally located a restaurant, albeit one that was already filled to capacity. As they pushed open the 2 small folding doors, Fal was met with the sight of a row of robust men. They were a band of pirates. As evidenced by the weapons that each of them bore, no other faction would dare to assemble in such a manner. Ah, just a couple of lowly minions, remarked one of the pirates at the largest table as he gnawed on a leg of meat. He then averted his gaze, returning to his feast, showing no further interest in Fal and Arthur. He has encountered such individuals numerous times, evolving from initial reprimands to a state of utter indifference. Chapter 128. Can the dead be revived? The influx of visitors to Roger Town has been overwhelming, and those who have long occupied this restaurant are inevitably subjected to repeated disturbances. What brings you here again? One pirate, visibly displeased, brandished his spiked club menacingly towards Fal and Arthur. Hey you, I'm talking to you. Noticing Fal and Arthur's lack of response, the pirate's tone grew more aggressive. Ha ha. It would be wise for you to leave this place at once. The other pirates echoed, raising their mugs and taunts. Let us go? Wishing to avoid trouble, Fowl signaled to Arthur and prepared to depart. This only seemed to embolden the pirate, who mocked them as they left. Did you see that? Just a couple of insignificant fools, the arrogant pirate boasted. Enough. Didn't I tell you to behave? Suddenly, one of the men seated at the center table bellowed. The boastful pirate instantly wilted, trembling slightly as the effects of alcohol wore off. When dealing with such individuals, it suffices to drive them away without excessive confrontation. Those who dare to witness Roger's execution are not to be trifled with, the leader gravely advised. The other pirates paused their revelry, acknowledging his words. Outside the restaurant, Arthur expressed his irritation. Is that all we're going to do, Fowl? It's for the best. They haven't caused us any substantial trouble, Fowl replied, shaking his head. Having navigated society for so long, he was hardly ruffled by the words of a mere pirate. Shall we continue searching for another restaurant then? Arthur inquired. No, let us head back. Having already familiarized himself with the surroundings, Fowl saw no reason to linger. It's a pity we missed out on the delicacies, he lamented. The only regret being the lack of a delightful meal. Let us return to feast on the provisions scavenged from the naval ship, Fowl suggested. Shortly thereafter, Fowl and Arthur returned to their lodging. Fowl, where have you been? John approached them as they entered their room, unable to contain his curiosity. Just out for a stroll. Fowl responded. All right then, John replied, somewhat disappointed as he exited the room, having expected that Fowl and Arthur were secretly indulging in gourmet delights. Once John departed, Arthur turned to Fowl with questions. Although he couldn't comprehend why so many were drawn to witness the execution of the pirate king Roger, he understood the need for preparedness. Fowl, after we witness Roger's execution tomorrow, where shall we go next? Arthur inquired of Fowl. Shall we journey to Battleira Island? A spark of excitement flickered in Fowl's eyes as he responded, Battleira Island? Is that the homeland you often speak of? Arthur, puzzled, replied, Indeed, our homeland in this world. Fowl nodded in affirmation. What purpose shall we pursue there? Yet, Arthur remained somewhat perplexed and asked, For what reason? Fowl lowered his gaze to his hands and stated, To enhance our strength. Our current power is woefully inadequate. Should we encounter an adversary on par with a vice-admiral, we would possess neither the means to retaliate nor the ability to navigate the seas. He turned to Arthur, seeking his thoughts. Indeed, our strength is still too weak. Arthur remarked, his expression complex. Had he possessed strength or courage before, perhaps his family would have been spared. Lost in thought, Arthur reclined upon his bed, accepting the provisions Fowl offered, consuming them slowly. Alas, the dead cannot be revived, he murmured despondently. The dead cannot be revived? Fowl, hearing Arthur's lament, questioned with intrigue. However, upon reflection, he grasped the essence of Arthur's words. The dead need not remain lifeless, Fowl whispered, gazing at his hands. If my devil fruit powers are developed to their fullest potential, perhaps resurrection could indeed be realized. What? Fowl, what did you just say? Arthur exclaimed, suddenly animated by Fowl's murmured words. Are you suggesting that the deceased could be revived? He leaned closer, excitement illuminating his face. I merely posited a possibility. After all, the world is vast, and anything could happen, Fowl replied, gently pushing Arthur's eager visage away. Yes, yes, Arthur exclaimed, as though awakening from a deep slumber, his countenance now radiant with hope. Witnessing this transformation, Fowl smiled, for conversing with a despondent individual was far less gratifying than engaging with someone filled with vigor. Once their meal was concluded, Fowl and Arthur embarked on their respective tasks. Arthur, unable to contain his exuberance, transformed into a massive black bear, roaring incessantly. Much to Fowl's chagrin. I apologize. I'm just so elated that I lost control, Arthur sheepishly explained. To try to manage your emotions, Fowl advised, covering his head. After Arthur regained his composure, Fowl contentedly returned to his bed, resuming the development of his devil fruit abilities. It seems I must diligently cultivate my powers as well. I cannot afford to lag behind in progress. Upon witnessing this, Arthur felt a surge of fervor within him. He then joined Fowl, sitting on their respective beds to cultivate their own devil fruits. However, Arthur's progress was evidently distinct from Fowl's, often leading him to struggle with controlling his transformations. You must master your heart, Arthur, Fowl remarked, noticing Arthur's difficulties and pausing his own work to offer a reminder. I will, Arthur replied, his face flushed, reverting back to his human form, though his attire had become tattered, leaving only a pair of tight-fitting trousers. A sight for sore eyes, Fal muttered, covering his eyes and turning away from Arthur's nearly naked form. Ignoring Arthur, he resumed his own tasks. Thus, the two continued their endeavors well into the night, only ceasing when exhaustion overwhelmed them. Tomorrow marked the day of Roger's execution. As Fal lay in bed, he couldn't help but reflect on a particular moment that replayed in his mind, a segment that heralded the dawn of the great pirate era initiated by the Pirate King. Chapter 129, Pirate King Roger. While it is referred to as the Great Treasure Era, it is fundamentally the Great Pirate Era. The allure of the legendary treasure, One Piece, has drawn countless individuals, both human and otherwise, into the ranks of piracy. Although some pirates harbor noble intentions, the very act of being a pirate inevitably entails actions that cannot be deemed just. If such righteousness were present, they would not be pirates at all. After a prolonged contemplation, Fal finally quelled the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and surrendered to slumber. Everything awaited the dawn. With his final thought, he drifted into sleep. As the first light of dawn broke across the sky, Fal awoke with a start. Time to rise, he declared, his eyes snapping open at the sight of the emerging sunlight. Within the realm of his observation haki, he detected several presences that he could not penetrate. These auras were not on the island, but rather out at sea. They haven't come ashore? Fal deduced. It appeared that the formidable pirates were all watching from their ships, none daring to set foot on the island. Today was the day of Pirate King Roger's execution, a time when the Navy would be on high alert, making the island akin to a den of dragons and tigers. While they understood that the Navy would not provoke a conflict merely for their sake, the pirates remained cautious, refraining from landing on the island. Despite many pirate crews not disembarking, word spread rapidly within the pirate circles. Good heavens! The ghost skeleton pirate crew has arrived, exclaimed various crews upon receiving the news. That's the undead pirate crew. They've come too. Some pirate crews, stationed atop lofty edifices, peered through powerful telescopes, their voices echoing with fervor. It was the infamous Black Sea Pirates, a supernova of the New World. Within the realm of piracy, each individual was continually confronted with revelations that transformed their understanding. Today was a spectacle that unveiled the pinnacle of combat prowess within this world. As the island descended into an eerie silence, shops began to shutter their doors. One by one, awake at last, Fal remarked to Arthur, who had just risen. "Oh, has it begun?" Arthur, still bleary-eyed, inquired with a hint of confusion. "Not yet. Hurry and have something to eat. Significant events are on the horizon," Fal urged. The momentous occasion he referred to was the execution of the Pirate King Roger, an event none could have foreseen, for on this very day, Roger was indeed facing his demise. Many of the world's most formidable pirate crews had refrained from attending, unable to fathom that Roger could truly be captured and executed. "All right," Arthur replied, still dazed. Once everything was in order, dawn broke, casting sunlight that illuminated the edges of the world. "Fal, I'm ready," John declared energetically to Fal. "And what about the rest of you? Are you prepared?" Fal addressed the assembled group. "Let us go," Li Qiao exclaimed, his body trembling with excitement. Little did anyone know that he was the most exhilarated among them, though he managed to suppress his fervor for the moment. "Then let us depart." With Fal's command, they emerged from the inn, fully armed. A glance across Log Town revealed a throng of people gathered, with countless ships anchored just a mile away, their arrivals perfectly timed. "Will today truly be the day the Pirate King is executed?" a little girl asked, clutching her father's hand. "Indeed, my dear. It will definitely happen," her father replied, fighting back tears as he tightened his grip on her small hand. Is the era of rampant piracy upon the seas finally drawing to a close? Some felt a glimmer of hope rising within them. "No, I refuse to believe it. The Pirate King cannot be captured," others shouted, gripping their weapons tightly. Amidst the multitude, a cacophony of voices erupted. Some even resorted to violence over mere words, blood flowing freely. "Let us push further in. The view will be clearer," Fal suggested, gazing at the sea of heads before him. Fortunately, his height had increased significantly. Otherwise, he would have been unable to see anything amidst the crowd. "Kind-hearted Arthur, may I perch upon your shoulders alongside my brother?" In this moment of humility, the proud Li Qiao was compelled to approach Arthur with a reddened face. For at his modest height of merely 1.5 meters, he could see nothing, utterly unable to glimpse his idol. "No problem. Come up here, Li Qiao, Lien." Arthur extended his hands, addressing the two. "Thank you." At that moment, Li Qiao finally acknowledged the value of this team, expressing his gratitude to Arthur. Thus, Amidst the cacophony of countless voices and an amalgamation of various scents surrounding them, they waited patiently for a considerable duration. Meanwhile, some distinguished individuals remained aloof from the throng, observing from the heights of a few towering edifices. "What a swarm of filthy insects," a nobleman remarked, pinching his nose with a handkerchief. "My lord, please be cautious," his guards warned, ensuring his safety from the tumult below. On this day, a myriad of individuals from all walks of life converged in Roger Town, including those who would ordinarily never meet. Some exchanged glances filled with envy, while others embraced joyfully. Hours later, amidst the skeptical gazes of the crowd, a disheveled man was escorted to the gallows by several sweat-drenched naval officers. The two highest-ranking admirals and the fleet admiral stood atop the platform, silently observing the unfolding events. Countless naval personnel formed a perimeter around the gallows, wielding muskets and blades to secure the area. "It's the Pirate King," a voice cried out from the crowd. Following this exclamation, an eerie silence descended, halting all activities, whether between sworn enemies or cherished friends. Every individual ceased their actions, and the previously boisterous crowd fell into an unexpected hush. A torrent of thoughts surged through the minds of the multitude. Some were elated, others shocked, and many found it hard to believe. A few, driven by fervor, brandished their weapons, attempting to breach the gallows. Yet, these sparks of rebellion were swiftly extinguished by the naval forces, who quelled the unrest with lethal efficiency, instilling fear among the masses. Chapter 130. Go. I have placed all my treasures there. Amidst the profound silence of the assembled spectators, 3 naval officers briskly approached the platform where Roger stood. Although anxiety gripped their hearts, they pressed on. The officer at the center produced a pristine book from his attire. Gold Roger, age 53, a life of pillage and violence. A scourge of the seas. He proclaimed himself the Pirate King, leading countless pirates in assaults against kingdoms, towns, and villages, leaving an indelible mark upon the world. Due to the violation of Articles 15, 18, 30, 46, 47, 48, 50, and 1008 of the World Government Treaties, release is not permissible. The naval officer, holding a book in his hand, addressed the multitude gathered below for over half an hour. How could this be possible? The previously silent crowd erupted into a frenzy as they began to subconsciously accept the grim reality that today, the Pirate King, Gold Roger, would indeed face execution. After concluding his recitation, the officer did not linger but saluted the audience and, with the disciplined stride of the Navy, descended from the execution platform. Subsequently, another naval officer on the platform emerged with a pristine book, mirroring the previous officer's solemn recitation of various sentences. His expression grave as he continued for over half an hour. Once he finished, the crowd descended into chaos, some reckless pirates launching frenzied attacks against the Navy. Yet, amidst such an overwhelming military presence, they resembled ants futilely attempting to shake an elephant, falling one after another. Gradually, the remaining crowd fell into silence. "Let me go?" Over there, Li Qiao, with reddened eyes, gazed at the man on the execution platform. His crimson collar had darkened, his garments riddled with numerous tears, and his hair hung disheveled. He appeared utterly ravaged. However, the smile on his face remained unyielding. "Calm down for a moment, Li Qiao." Far used his skill to render Li Qiao unconscious before handing him over to Arthur. But why did that man look so familiar? Far glanced again at Gold Roger. His initial excitement had faded into an unsettling normalcy, as he realized he was trapped within a narrative derived from a manga, stirring a sense of panic within him and a strong desire to flee. "I too feel a sense of familiarity." John stepped forward to address Far. Meanwhile, John furrowed his brow, pushing through the crowd to get a closer look at the Pirate King, Roger. Once the second naval officer concluded his recitation of the text and regulations, he too departed with the same disciplined gait as the previous officer. The final naval officer, already prepared, presented his book and stood solemnly before the kneeling Roger. Execution decree. Carry out the execution of Gold Roger without delay. The Navy gazed down upon the notorious Pirate King, Gold Roger, as he boldly proclaimed his defiance. Upon hearing his words, the throngs of onlookers erupted into exuberant cheers, their spirits soaring with delight. Conversely, the supporters of Roger among the pirates turned ashen, their faces drained of color, teetering on the brink of fainting. "Gold Roger, do you have anything further to say?" the Navy inquired, closing the book and fixing a steady gaze upon him. Instantly, the crowd held its breath. each individual fixated on the man bound and kneeling upon the execution platform, fearful of missing even a whisper of his voice. Hee hee hee, do you desire my treasure? Roger's low chuckle echoed throughout the execution grounds. If you wish, I can bestow it all upon you. Seek it out. I have concealed all my riches there. After a brief pause to survey the crowd below, Roger addressed them once more. At that moment, a newsbird soaring through the skies captured a photograph of Roger kneeling on the execution platform, preserving the moment for eternity and disseminating it across the seas. Oh, the pirates, who had once been pale with fear, were suddenly transformed into a frenzy of elation, unleashing primal roars towards the heavens. Hurry, kill him. The fleet admiral, who had been watching intently, was taken aback by the sudden shift. His expression darkened as he shouted in alarm. He had never anticipated that Roger's impending demise would incite such overwhelming chaos. At this moment, it felt as if chaos had erupted. The throngs of pirates below suddenly went into a frenzy, all pushing back to flee from this place. They had just acquired the most crucial intelligence regarding the legendary treasure. One piece. Meanwhile, another group, those who had longed for the demise of the pirate king, Joel D. Roger, swiftly contorted their expressions, as if they had witnessed the tumultuous sea itself. Father, what is the great treasure? Inquired the little girl, gazing up at her father, who tightly clasped her hand. Yet her father, pale and paralyzed by shock, could scarcely respond to her question, frozen in place. On the execution platform, the head of the pirate king Roger was severed by the executioner, soaring high into the air. Nevertheless, the smile upon his face remained unbroken, as if he did not truly embrace death. Get out of here. With Roger's demise, the pirates screamed in unison. Move aside, brat, bellowed a pirate wielding a massive axe, glaring at the innocent little girl. In the next instant, her lifeless body crumpled to the ground, and the pirate left as he wished, leaving behind a heartbroken father who wept bitterly over the lifeless form of his daughter. The words of the pirate king reverberated across the sea, igniting turmoil and drawing countless individuals toward the ranks of the pirates. Leaves fluttering in the sky fell to the ground, reminiscent of Roger's fate. Was this indeed the destiny of Roger? Then, a gust of wind arose, lifting the leaves once more into the air, sweeping them past the frenzied pirates as they soared westward. After some time had passed, what had once been mere leaves completed an impossible task, landing upon the vast expanse of the ocean. Perhaps they were akin to that very leaf. Chapter 131. The Return 3 years later, on the island of Bartolomeo. Little Ace, you must listen to your mother. Do not grow up to be like your father, smiled Lucci as she gazed at the infant cradled in her arms. Hee hee hee. Little Ace giggled, grasping Lucci's finger. Ace was now 2 years old, and today marked his birthday. On this day, the individuals from Lucci's memories would return. It should be time. Why haven't they returned yet? Lucci pondered, glancing at the clock hanging on the wall. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock at the door jolted Lucci from her reverie. She promptly placed the infant in the stroller and hurried to open the door. You're back, she exclaimed, looking up at the 3 figures before her, her face beaming with joy. Indeed, we have returned, replied Fal, now towering at 33 meters, also smiling in response. Hey, let me see how little Ace has grown. It has not been long since we parted, yet I find myself missing him dearly. John, with a cheerful demeanor, rushed into the room, his head swiveling left and right as if in search of something. The door was somewhat low, and John had to bend slightly to enter the chamber. Among them, apart from Fal who had grown taller, the others had certainly not lagged behind. John stood as the second tallest, merely 11 centimeters shorter than Fal. John had also reached a height of 11 meters. It was quite a coincidence that all 3 bore a striking resemblance, each differing by exactly 11 centimeters from their respective heights. They measured 33 meters for Fal, 22 meters for John, and 11 meters for John. It seemed they had settled into their forms, as they had not grown any taller since reaching these heights a year ago. There was little that could be done. After all, their growth had been remarkably swift. Lucio remarked with a hint of embarrassment. Cough, is that my fault then? John replied helplessly, offering a wry smile to Lucio. Hee hee, isn't it indeed your fault? Lucio retorted playfully, pursing her lips in amusement. All right, today is little Ace's birthday. He is the true star of our gathering. Fal squeezed through the doorway, taking in the scene. Little Ace, giggle giggle. In that moment, Fal spotted John, who was playfully amusing Ace with his fingers, coaxing laughter from the little one. Let me have a look at Ace, Fal said, bending slightly as he approached. Here, take a look at this silly little one, John showcased Ace, who could be enveloped in a single hand. But the next instant, a thud resounded as something struck John's forehead. Ouch, that hurts, John exclaimed, immediately handing Ace over to Fowl while clutching his head. Humph, don't think that just because you've grown taller, I can't reach your head. I can still jump up and hit it. Lucio shouted at John, seemingly in a frenzy. I understand. John whimpered, covering his head as he was chased by Lucio, who continued to leap and strike at him. What an unruly pair, Fowl remarked, cradling Ace as he observed the commotion around him. Enough of this mischief. Today is Ace's birthday, he declared firmly, and the raucous duo fell silent instantly. Fowl then cast a deep glance at John, only to reluctantly avert his gaze. This fool, there is nothing I can do about John, Fowl muttered to himself. Humph, I better not hear you speak ill of my Ace. Lucio warned John with a fierce glare. I know, John replied, curling up in a ball, his voice barely above a whisper. Amusing, John couldn't help but chuckle. However, when Lucio turned her head and caught sight of John, the smile on his face instantly vanished. A fierce woman, not to be trifled with, he thought to himself. John quietly slipped out of the cramped room while attending to his needs. Come on, Lucio, gather your belongings and let us return to the ship. Fowl instructed upon noticing John's departure. However, upon hearing Fowl's voice, Lucio displayed an expression of reluctance, hesitantly responding to him. Before Lucio could make any further movements, Fowl snapped his fingers, causing all surrounding items to levitate in the air. I shall await you on the ship, he declared, cradling Ace as he exited the door. The belongings of Lucio, suspended in midair, followed closely behind Fowl. Fowl, wait for me. Jonah also stepped out, stretching his body and calling out ahead. What a delightful group of men, Lucio murmured after standing in place for quite some time, unable to suppress her thoughts. A smile remained on her face as she swiftly began her actions. After inspecting her surroundings, Lucio cast a complex glance around the room. Moments later, she too exited the room. Farewell, I shall not return, Lucio whispered to herself. She then ran towards the village chief's home, the only figure she considered a half-relative. Little Lou, what brings you here in such haste? The chief inquired with a knowing smile, as if anticipating her visit. I am leaving, Grandpa, Lucio replied, looking down at the elderly man before her. Though she knew he was not her actual grandfather, he felt far more familiar and comforting than the so-called D-clan. The notion of the D-clan felt like a shackle, binding her and preventing her from leaving this place. If you must go, then go, it is time, the chief said, watching Lucio intently. Grandpa, Lucio embraced the elder before casting a deep gaze at him and departing. The chief remained seated, his eyes fixed on her departing figure for nearly half an hour without blinking, his body rigid. Only when a ray of sunlight illuminated him did he realize something was amiss. Meanwhile, Fowl, who had been waiting on the ship with Ace in his arms, seemed to sense something, his gaze lingering in the direction of the village. I have arrived. Lucio suddenly appeared before Fowl, approaching swiftly with her agile figure, devoid of any belongings. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around the man before her. Let it out. It will be all right, Fowl comforted her, holding Ace in one arm while embracing Lucio with the other. Chapter 132, The Era of Great Treasures. I apologize for my indiscretion. After weeping in Fowl's embrace for an extended period, Lucio finally mustered the courage to speak, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Upon hearing her words, Fowl offered no immediate response, his gaze intently fixed upon Lucio, whose beauty radiated like the dawn. After a considerable moment of contemplation, Fowl could not help but exclaim, so exquisite. He was compelled to acknowledge that Lucio surpassed any woman he had ever encountered in beauty, without exception. In comparing Lucio to his wife, Fowl was struck by the realization that the esteemed position his spouse held in his heart paled in comparison to Lucio's splendor, which was at least a third more captivating. Contemplating this, Fowl furrowed his brow and extended the child, Ace, into Lucio's care. Please tend to him while I organize your belongings, Fowl instructed her. Lucio, fully aware of Fowl's capabilities, nodded in agreement and accepted Ace. Yet the blush on her face lingered. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, Lucio's luggage began to levitate once more, swirling around Fowl as if each item possessed a spirit of its own. This ability is truly remarkable, Fowl mused, delighting in the playful movement of the floating objects before he turned his attention to his tasks. This newfound ability is a novel skill that Fowl has only comprehended in the past year, derived from his dark side prowess. He has yet to bestow a name upon this skill, utilizing it merely for convenience. Notably, throughout the past 3 years, Fal has focused intently on developing his dark abilities. Frustrated by his inability to create Mihawks akin to the formidable Empress Big Mom from the original One Piece narrative, Fal suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. If progress eludes him with living beings, why not attempt the more formidable challenge presented by inanimate objects? This was a sudden, audacious idea that sprang to Fal's mind. And without hesitation, he swiftly commenced his work on the inanimate. Initially, he infused the essence of the dark side into various lifeless forms. After extensive experimentation, it became evident that Fal had made significant advancements in this capability. He discovered that the inanimate beings, once possessed by the dark essence, could engage in battle as if they were truly alive, fighting on his behalf. It is this that enables Fal to manifest such extraordinary abilities. This power, too, ought to possess a name, Fal murmured while gazing at the various objects surrounding him. After much contemplation without arriving at a suitable title, he casually declared, "Let us refer to it as soul control. Fal, I shall await you in your chamber. Do not let me hinder your tasks," remarked Luju, observing Fal immersed in his playful musings. "Go, rest well," Fal replied, placing one of the airborne items onto the deck of his vessel, addressing Luju. Luju's heart warmed upon realizing that the object Fal had sent over was, in fact, a baby carriage belonging to Ace. "I shall take my leave," she said, filled with warmth as she placed Ace into the carriage and departed. "Let us commence our work," Fal said with a smile, watching Luju leave. Subsequently, he found an empty room aboard his ship and arranged it meticulously, mimicking the specifications of Luju's chamber. In no time, with his remarkable memory, Fal had replicated every item within Luju's room. It would be an exaggeration to say it resembled it closely. It was, in fact, identical. With a smile, Fal admired the unchanged appearance of Luju's chamber. After ensuring there were no discrepancies, he exited the room. "From now on, this will belong to Luju. Do you remember, little ghost?" Fal spoke to the air as he stood on the deck of the ship. "I remember," came a distant response, followed by a wave that resonated in Fal's ears shortly thereafter. "That is all that matters," he replied with a satisfied smile, moving to the bow of the ship to gaze out at the vast ocean before him. It has already been 4 years since he arrived in this world, Fal reflected, his gaze filled with a longing for the horizon. In his mind, memories seemed to transport him back to 4 years prior when he was transporting goods across the seas of Blue Star. However, those moments have now faded into mere recollections. Just as Fal contemplated the expanse of the ocean ahead, a dull sound echoed from behind him. "This is Arthur, now a man marred by numerous scars." "Arthur, what troubles you?" Fal asked, instantly recognizing the voice. "Nothing much. I merely wished to converse," Arthur replied as he leaned against the railing beside Fal. "Then let us engage in conversation," Fal said, the longing in his eyes dissipating, returning to a state of normalcy. It has been 3 years since that fateful day when the former pirate king, Roger, ushered in the era of the Grand Treasure. Indeed, the number of pirates has surged, Arthur remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Yes, the Navy now struggles to contain those frenzied pirates, driven mad by the allure of riches, Fal observed, gazing into the distance. His thoughts drifted back to that pivotal day. After the pirate king Roger uttered those fateful words, he was swiftly executed. Yet his declaration ignited an era of relentless pursuit for the Grand Treasure. Some say the age of the 3 kings has passed, and we now reside in the era of the Grand Treasure. Others contend that the age of the 3 kings endures, merely diminished by the loss of one. We now inhabit the great pirate era, where the scale of piracy has tripled. However, it was on that fateful day when one of the former 3 kings, the Golden Lion, daringly challenged the entire Marine headquarters alone. His actions inflicted significant damage upon the Marines, from which they have yet to fully recover. Although this momentarily invigorated the pirates chasing the Grand Treasure, the Golden Lion was soon captured by the Navy and imprisoned on Judicial Island. This revelation made it evident to all that the era of the 3 kings had indeed come to a close. As for the events surrounding the fateful day when Pirate King Roger created an uproar, the inhabitants of Logtown were thrown into a state of chaos. The Navy swiftly encircled numerous pirates. However, due to the overwhelming disparity in numbers, it wasn't long before these pirates managed to flee Logtown. The same applied to Fal and his companions, as the formidable presence of the Navy, including 2 admirals and the fleet admiral along with various high-ranking officers, caused them to vacate the town. Perhaps they deemed the small-time pirates in Logtown to pose no significant threat. Chapter 133, Reminiscence. It is conceivable that the sheer multitude of adversaries was too chaotic, and a hasty assault could inadvertently harm civilians, thereby tarnishing the Navy's reputation among the populace. Hence, the high-ranking officers, including the fleet admiral and the two admirals, along with other commanding officers, merely exchanged glances filled with complexity at the tumultuous scene in Logtown. Subsequently, they all followed the fleet admiral aboard the Navy warships, leaving behind a small contingent of ordinary sailors and a few rear admirals to maintain order in Logtown. This allowed the group led by Fowl to escape from Rogue Town, opting for a small pirate faction where they systematically eliminated all the high-ranking members. They boarded the pirate ship, which even led the Navy to extend a gesture of goodwill, hoping that Fowl and his companions would join forces with them to vanquish their enemies. However, with a mind brimming with caution and vigilance, Fowl was far from inclined to acquiesce to the Navy's demands. Instead, he seized a few sailors and basic navigators from that pirate vessel, departing the waters of Rogue Town aboard the pirate ship. Subsequently, Fowl issued a directive to the navigator aboard the ship to set course for the Kingdom of Sorber. Do not inquire why they did not head directly to Battlura Island. It was simply that Fowl, engulfed in apprehension, was weighed down by myriad considerations. Thus, they reached the Kingdom of Sorber, utilizing it as a waypoint. Upon arriving at this interim location, Fowl employed his soul-sucking abilities to execute all aboard in a merciful manner, before departing and returning to Battlura Island. Thereafter, Fowl and his crew found solace and recuperation on Battlura Island. Eventually, under the incessant prodding of Li Jiao, Fowl conceived the idea of establishing a pirate crew. True to his character, he acted swiftly. This is the essence of Fowl's nature. Following several raids, he amassed a considerable treasure. Afterward, through various threats, he compelled local shipwrights to construct a grand pirate ship named Ghost Ship. Upon the vessel's launch, adorned with a skeleton flag crafted by the artisans, Fowl stood upon the deck, thus truly founding his pirate crew, which he aptly named the Ghost Blade Pirates. At that moment, Fowl gazed deeply into the distance, and on that day, their names appeared on the Navy's bounty list, each individual aboard earning a substantial reward, starting in the millions of berries. However, when others inquired why Fowl chose this name, he merely shook his head in silence. It was only later, through their daily interactions with Fowl, that he revealed the rationale behind naming his crew the Ghost Blade Pirates, because he yearned to be like a sharp sword, piercing through all who dared to obstruct him, leaving behind a trail of blood. The chilling expression of Fowl still lingers vividly in the minds of all the crew members of the Ghost Sword Pirate crew. Naturally, as they were all intimately acquainted with one another, they soon chose to selectively forget this incident. The little ghost that Fowl had previously mentioned referred to the infusion of all the darkness within him into the ghost ship. Thus, the dark essence vanished, leaving behind a spectral vessel imbued with the soul of darkness. Fowl harbored great hopes for it, wishing that one day it would transform into a true ghost, carrying him across the world as its name suggests. Eventually, the moment arrived when Fowl, determined to free Lu Jiao from her shackles, commanded a journey to Baratilala Island to personally retrieve her. This is also a promise made by Fowl to Lu Jiao, although it may be somewhat belated. A late promise remains a promise nonetheless. As long as the person to whom the promise was made continues to await his return, it shall forever hold its significance. Thus, he has come to fulfill it. However, there remains another promise unfulfilled. Fowl's thoughts drifted back to the Blue Star, to his wife and child within his family. You must return safely. His wife playfully made a face and laughed. Their son chimed in, calling out to Fowl, Daddy, Daddy. I certainly will, Fowl said resolutely, gazing at the two before him. Fowl, Fowl. At that moment, a rough and calloused hand abruptly shattered the memories swirling within Fowl's mind. What happened? Fowl murmured, returning to reality, somewhat bewildered. You seem lost in thought, Fowl, Arthur remarked, extending his rugged hand toward him. Apologies, I got distracted and my mind wandered, Fowl replied, feeling a bit sheepish as he addressed Arthur. Ha! Your state of mind is quite a rare sight. Today, I have truly witnessed something novel, Arthur chuckled, observing the embarrassed expression on Fowl's face. Hee, Fowl managed a wry smile. Moreover, Fowl, it seems time has come for you to replace your weapon. That long blade upon your back has surely seen better days, Arthur continued, glancing at the sword sheathed behind Fowl. It can still be wielded, though only to a limited extent, Fowl replied, drawing the long blade from its scabbard. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had slipped by. and Fowl had been relying on this very blade for over 3 years. The bloodstains had corroded it, leaving it rusted and pockmarked, while the edge showed numerous cracks as if it had struck something exceedingly hard. "Your observation serves as a timely reminder," Fowl said, inspecting the long blade in his grasp. Although he had carried this sword throughout, he had seldom needed it due to his increasing mastery of the soul fruit. It was primarily drawn only in the face of formidable foes for defensive measures. Coupled with Fowl's lack of attention to maintenance, it had become rather worn and antiquated. "It is indeed time for a change," Fowl declared, lifting his gaze and turning away. "You remind me to replace it? Surely. It is apparent to any discerning person that it needs to be changed," Arthur questioned in confusion. "No, what you reminded me pertains to something else entirely," Fowl replied, gradually lifting into the air with a unique grace in his movements. "This is the moon step. Through relentless practice over 3 years, he has mastered the third technique of the 6 styles explained in the manual." "Fowl, where are you going?" Arthur called out to Fowl, who was soaring in the air. "I am going to that mountain to rest for a moment, but I shall return shortly," Fowl said, pointing in a certain direction. Upon hearing this, Arthur lowered his head, feeling a sense of gloom. Perhaps it was due to a lack of innate talent that, until now, Arthur had failed to grasp any of the techniques from the 6 styles manual. Upon stepping lightly through the moonlit air, Fowl ascended a mountain, pausing at last in his ethereal gait. Chapter 134. Burial. It was the same familiar hill. Fowl gazed at the steadfast peak before him, a smile gracing his lips. Although he had only recently visited, each return after a brief absence brought forth subtle shifts within him. It echoed the journey from initial unfamiliarity to burgeoning familiarity, then to a tender affection, culminating in a serene acknowledgement. With that, Fowl unsheathed the swift long knife from behind him. Noting its slight incongruity with his stature, he tenderly caressed the blade. This long knife, which had accompanied him for over 3 years, stirred within him a distinct emotional resonance. "Old friend, you too have aged. Haven to you?" he remarked, observing the blade, which had not changed in length despite his own rapid growth. This unyielding constancy evoked a complex array of sentiments within him. Standing atop the peak, Fowl began to excavate the earth, creating a small pit sufficient to cradle his long knife. "Farewell, my erstwhile companion," he murmured as he finished digging. Fowl sensed a soulful pulse emanating from the blade, albeit its rhythm had grown increasingly languid. It had indeed aged. The long knife, worn by the trials of time, bore the marks of countless fissures. After gently stroking the blade one last time, Fowl placed it within the pit. "Moonlit steps," he called, casting a final glance back before gracefully departing with the mastery of his ethereal stride. On board Fowl's ghostly vessel, inquiries arose. "Where has he gone? I haven't seen him," Li Qiao queried, stepping out of the cabin with a hint of confusion. "I don't know. He mentioned he had something to attend to," Arthur replied, standing beside Li Qiao. "Today is little Ace's birthday. How could Fowl have something to do?" Li In interjected, incredulity evident in his tone. "Indeed, it is quite unreasonable. I've even prepared a cake for Ace," Li Qiao added, shaking his head. Over the years, the crew had grown close to Lu Jiao and Ace, regarding them as integral to their lives. Notably, Li In, who had no children of his own, had even entertained the notion of becoming Ace's godfather. However, after repeated rejections from Lu Jiao, he had relinquished that aspiration. Perhaps he truly has matters to attend to. Oh well, let us not dwell on it. Lying on the sun lounger, John let out a deep, rumbling voice. As John's prowess in this realm grew increasingly formidable, he began to embrace his true self with fervor. In fact, during one particular skirmish, he audaciously employed his own nasal mucus as projectiles against his adversaries. The outcome, of course, was a resounding victory for John. Now adept in the mastery of armament hockey, he could envelop his nasal creations, transforming them into bullets that struck any foe before him. Indeed, John had acquired the elusive armament hockey, a feat that even Far could not achieve. Remarkably, it was during a frenzied practice session of his own lioness roar technique that he fortuitously unlocked this skill. Perhaps John's innate talent is truly exceptional. Or perhaps the lioness roar technique inherently contains the principles of armament hockey, allowing him to grasp it with such swiftness. Ahem, I could hear whispers from a distance, as people were engaged in animated discussions. At this moment, Fowl, gracefully treading upon the moonlit air, suddenly descended onto the deck of the ghost ship, coughing lightly at the assembled crowd. "Fowl, you have returned," exclaimed Li Qiao, a smile spreading across his face. In truth, they had long sensed Fowl's presence. Their playful ruse was deliberate, intended to tease him. Fowl, however, was unfazed, accustomed as he was to their antics. "Yes, I have completed my tasks." He nodded in affirmation to Li Qiao. "By the way, where is your swift blade?" Upon hearing this, Li Qiao was about to respond. Yet an unsettling realization dawned upon him. He could not detect the familiar presence of that beloved blade within his perception. This is quite different from Fowl's unwavering attachment to his sword. "It has ceased to function, so I buried it." Fowl brushed past Li Qiao's shoulder and remarked as he advanced. "It has ceased to function?" Li Qiao pondered momentarily, but soon grasped the implication. The long blade, appearing so battered, would indeed be peculiar if Fowl chose not to replace it. "Let us proceed to celebrate little Ace's birthday," Fowl said as he walked towards the ship's cabin. However, due to the ship's considerable length, it took Fowl some time to reach Lu Jio's quarters. This ghost ship beneath his feet was remarkably large, surpassing many cargo vessels he had previously navigated. Its hull, entirely coated in black, extended over 30 meters in length and less than 10 meters in width, weighing several hundred tons. It was a mystery what materials had been employed to allow such a heavy vessel to float upon the ocean. Yet, compared to the mightier ships that dwarfed Fowl's ghost ship, his vessel appeared minuscule, akin to an ant beside an elephant. As Fowl gradually acclimated to this world, he even learned of super battleships capable of carrying entire islands. However, that warship belonged to a bygone era, having endured centuries of conflict and long since fallen into disrepair. Yet even now, the seas were teeming with pirates who fervently discussed the possibility of that ship being resurrected or reconstructed by a formidable power. Li Qiao had mentioned this matter to Fowl on numerous occasions, causing him considerable vexation, which ultimately led to the enhancements made to his ghost ship's current form. It is worth noting that while the original ghost ship was already deemed large in Fowl's eyes, the more discerning Li Qiao found it lacking. Thus emerged the upgraded ghost ship. At first, Fowl often pondered whether he would be able to navigate it. "Ah, right. I forgot to tell Lu Jiu that I have arranged her room." As Fowl stepped into Lu Jiu's chamber, a sudden realization struck him. It was entirely due to Arthur's peculiar reminder that Fowl had overlooked this matter. With the curious gazes of several crew members upon him, Fowl hastily exited the room, heading towards his own quarters, for he had previously instructed Lu Jiu to remain there. Chapter 135, A Big Family. Lu Jiu. As soon as he opened the door, Fowl called out to his room. What is it, Fowl?" Lu Jiu replied, drowsily lying on Fowl's bed. "Is everything arranged?" Fowl inquired. After glancing at the time, Lu Jiu asked, "Is it all set?" "Yes, it is." Fowl felt a wave of relief wash over him upon noticing that Lu Jiu bore no resentment for having kept her waiting. "That's good," Lu Jiu smiled. "Hey, why are you all here?" Lu Jiu then peered behind to see Fowl's companions, Joan, Arthur, Li Jiao, and Lin, standing behind him. As for why John was absent, it was because he had gone to the control room. Although the ship was not sailing upon the vast ocean, merely anchored beside an island, John could not help but check on things. Don't ask. It's simply that John, who serves as the first mate on Blue Star, has grown accustomed to it. During that time, the employee handbook of the company outlined several fundamental principles. John had navigated the seas for many years, and before each voyage, he would meticulously inspect the control panel in the captain's quarters to ensure everything was in order. After all, if there were any issues with the control panel while at sea, resolving them would become quite a challenge. Of course, it's to celebrate Ace's birthday, John exclaimed joyfully as he approached and lifted the toy Ace from Lu Jiu's hands. Hey, remove your filthy hands," Lien interjected, stepping forward to halt John's actions. "Huh, what are you doing, Lien?" John inquired, looking down at Lien with a puzzled expression. "Humph. Don't think I didn't notice you picking your feet and digging for boogers just now," Lien retorted, casting a sideways glance at Ace. Yay, Ace." Upon seeing Leon, stretched out his little hands, yearning for a hug. Among the group, aside from Lu Jiu and Fowl, it was Lien who frequently played with Ace, aspiring to be his godfather. John, while feeling a bit helpless about it, often found himself too occupied to engage in playful antics with Ace. Even if I had the time, I wouldn't play with this little brat. How dull." John mused internally. Goo, little Ace." Lien continued to amuse Ace, coaxing laughter from him. "Humph." John, feeling slightly jealous, turned his head and departed. "I'm off to find John a play. Call me when it's time for Ace's birthday party tonight." His voice echoed back as he walked away. Ha. Li Qiao exchanged glances with Leon, both erupting in laughter. Although they had become quite familiar with John over the years, Li Qiao never forgot how John used to tease him initially. Thus, in their daily interactions, Li Qiao would occasionally jab at John, laughing heartily whenever he felt annoyed. "All right, let us prepare dinner," Fal announced, addressing the group. As they were en route to Battleira Island, it was already getting late, and afternoon soon approached. "I'll go prepare dinner then." Arthur nodded in agreement. "Let us go." Li Qiao ceased his laughter and said, "Godfather is off to prepare dinner too. Don't miss me." Li En teased Ace, making a funny face at him. Hee hee. Ace burst into delightful laughter, his little hands flailing in the air. Once everyone had departed the room, only Ace, Lu Jiao, and Fal remained. "I'll take you to see your room." Fal smiled at Lu Jiao. "All right," she replied. Embracing Ace, Lu Jiao departed from Fal's chamber. Traversing the corridor of the ship, it would be more accurate to say the three of them, for without acknowledging Ace nestled in Lu Jiao's arms, he would surely wail in discontent. However, as the corridor between the cabins was rather brief, they soon reached the end. "This is it," Fal remarked as he produced a key to unlock the door for Lu Jiao. "You have a key?" Lu Jiao inquired with a smile. "After all, being a girl, you require a degree of privacy," Fal replied, handing the key to her. On this ship, the rooms lack keys, as the men prefer to leave their doors wide open. "How wonderful," Lu Jiao murmured softly, a wave of warmth flooding her heart. Yet, as she stepped into the room Fal had prepared for her, tears began to flow uncontrollably down her cheeks. This was a sensation she had never experienced before, one she had not felt prior to encountering Roger. After meeting Roger, influenced by the will of the D clan, she found herself engulfed in emotions she had never known. Although her romantic relationship with Roger brought her fleeting moments of joy, it was overshadowed by a myriad of other feelings: anger, anxiety, and fear. Roger had never once shown concern for her emotions, callously leaving her on the island of Battleira. Despite being a world-renowned pirate king and a captain who treated his crew well, he was certainly not a man who treated women with kindness. Perhaps the bond they shared was merely a manifestation of that so-called will of D. "What is wrong with you?" Fal asked, perplexed by the tears streaming down Rugio's face. In the next moment, Rugio leaned in and pressed her lips against Fal's cheek. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice softer than the flutter of a mosquito in the air. Then she joyfully cradled Ace in her arms and dashed to her room, collapsing happily onto her bed. Fal mused, "Thank goodness my wife is unaware, otherwise I would be doomed," as he touched the fragrant kiss on his cheek. Yet, at that moment, an unusual thought began to stir within him, possibly influenced by the prevailing notion of polygamy in this world. "What a mess, I don't want to think about it," Fal said, shaking his head to dispel the thoughts. He then entered Rugio's room and settled into the chair she had arranged. The room remained unchanged from the one that Rugio had previously occupied. However, there was one aspect that brought a sense of comfort to Farl, not due to any alterations. That was the height of the room. Finally, Farl no longer needed to stoop to enter. In that moment, he experienced the essence of limitation and the liberation from it. "Do you like it?" Farl inquired, gazing at Rugio, who was sprawled elegantly on the bed. "Yes, I adore it," Rugio exclaimed, rolling playfully from side to side, her voice laced with delight. "As long as you like it," Farl responded cheerfully upon hearing her words. He then turned his attention to Ace, who had been set aside by Rugio. "Do you like it?" Chapter 136. The welcome and birthday celebration. Observing Ace, who was laughing joyfully, Farl remarked, "It seems you also enjoy it." He then rose to his feet. "As long as you all are happy," Farl said to Rugio behind him. After waiting for a considerable time in the room, Arthur finally arrived, slightly late, and announced, "Dinner is ready. Come to the deck, it has all been beautifully arranged." Arthur winked at Farl. "Then let us proceed," Farl replied with a nod of his eyes towards Arthur. "My dear, today is a surprise just for you," Rugio said, holding Ace's small hand. Ace, brimming with joy, laughed heartily, as if he had foreseen the delight awaiting him. Together, Rugio and Ace, under the escort of Farl and Arthur, made their way to the deck situated between the bow and the cabin of the ghost ship. As night fell, the sky turned pitch black. Yet the grand table before Ace radiated an extraordinary brilliance. The table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, with a colossal cake at its center, designed to resemble Ace's likeness, scaled at a ratio of 10-1. "Wow!" Ace exclaimed, captivated by the spectacle before him, his voice filled with unrestrained joy. Rugio lifted Ace and placed him in the most prominent seat. The crew, responding to Arthur's call, took their designated places. "Wow, so much delicious food," John exclaimed, unable to contain himself as he grasped his knife and fork. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and saliva pooled in his mouth. "I'm digging in," John shouted, unable to wait any longer. "Hey!" Li Qiao observed this, and a gust of wind sent John soaring into the air. "What the—" John swore as he was blown away. "Today is Ace's birthday. He hasn't even started yet. So how could it be your turn first?" Li Qiao elegantly gestured with his hands. Laughter erupted among the group, all captivated by the scene. "Just you wait." Over there, John, who had been blown away, returned to his seat with a countenance of discontent, stepping lightly as if on the moon. "Let them wait. Who is afraid?" he muttered. Observing John's forlorn expression, Li Qiao felt an immediate uplift in his spirits and remarked, "All right, everyone, let's pause for a moment. Today is Ace's birthday." Unable to bear the tension any longer, Fal stepped forward and addressed the gathering seated around him. Noticing that everyone's attention had shifted towards him, Fal cleared his throat and continued, "First and foremost, let us extend a warm welcome to Lu Jiu and Ace." He scanned the faces of his crew, carefully assessing their reactions. Seeing no objections, he proceeded, "Moreover, this birthday celebration for Ace is not solely a commemoration of his birth. It also serves as a welcoming party for both Ace and Lu Jiu." Fal spoke earnestly to his crew. "Now that Lu Jiu and Ace have joined us, I shall certainly assign her a position." Fal lowered his head in contemplation before adding, "In my estimation, Lu Jiu is far from ordinary. Her combat prowess is formidable. Through the years of getting to know her, I have discerned the source of her strength. It stems from the bloodline of the D clan. After all, in this world, members of the D clan are rarely of trivial significance." Concerning the augmentation of the D family's powers, Fal was also somewhat uncertain, relying on the insights that Leon could provide regarding Lu Jiu's bloodline DNA. Indeed, Fal's decision to include Lu Jiu was not merely to fulfill a promise. There were myriad other motivations, such as Fal's desire to unravel the mysteries of Lu Jiu's lineage. During this period, Fal increasingly recognized the significance of Li N's presence. After sharing various simplistic notions about genetics found on Earth, the entranced Leon was swiftly awakened by Fal, joining the ranks of those dedicated to conquering the Jin clan. Although Leon had yet to make significant progress, Fal remained confident that one day Leon would deliver a satisfactory outcome. Glancing at his crew, Fal shook his head to dispel his thoughts and began to announce the matters at hand. Firstly, regarding the distribution of roles aboard the ship, Lu Jiu's inclusion would alleviate much of the pressure Fal faced as a navigator. Prior to this, Fal was not only tasked with commanding the crew and making critical judgments as captain, but also with the responsibilities of a seafarer. Despite John's assistance, Fal still found the burden somewhat taxing, for he could not afford to focus solely on these matters. His own strength required enhancement, and numerous adversaries awaited him ahead. Furthermore, prior to reaching Batala Island, Lu Jiu had mentioned her studies in navigation. After careful consideration, Fal decided to appoint Lu Jiu as the navigator. Once he had announced a few matters, Fal exclaimed, "Let the feast begin." The crew erupted in jubilant cheers upon hearing those words. "Ugh, this is so dull. Can you not be so tedious next time, Fal?" John complained, suddenly invigorated. "Oh, stop whining. It won't kill you," John retorted, glancing at Joe, who was still munching while grumbling. Joe attempted to counter, but the food in his mouth thwarted his response. The others, undeterred, began to indulge in their respective portions of food. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious, until everyone had eaten their fill of delectable dishes and drunk their share of fine wine, their bellies round and content. They reclined in their seats, thoroughly sated, save for Ace, who, being a mere child, had not been fed as much. "I can't take it anymore. I'm heading back to sleep," Joe declared, the first to rise, clutching his distended belly. "Oh dear, but Ace's birthday has yet to be celebrated." John gently pushed Joe back into his seat. "No more. If I eat any more, I won't be able to hold it." John hurriedly gestured with his hands towards John, exclaiming, "It sounds as though it is your birthday." John replied with a hint of exasperation. The others aboard the vessel, witnessing this, could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. Chapter 137, The Conclusion of the Feast. However, accustomed to John's whimsical demeanor after spending time with him, they chose to divert their attention to Ace. "Happy birthday, Ace." Lee, slightly inebriated, lifted the cake from the center of the table and directed it toward Ace. "Kiki." Ace, upon seeing this, began to drool profusely, his small hands eagerly reaching for the cake. "It's all yours. Take your time," Lee slurred as he brought the cake closer to Ace's face. It was only when Ace's entire face was buried in the cake that Lee sensed something was amiss. Hey, where's Ace? Lee, now quite tipsy, looked around in confusion, unable to locate Ace. Meanwhile, Fal, who was not as intoxicated, quickly rushed over and lifted Ace into his arms. All right, Lee. You should head back to your room and get some rest, Fal advised the swaying Lee. At your command, Captain, Lee responded promptly, before slowly making his way back to the cabin, swaying as he walked. Are they all this inebriated? Fal mused, a slight flush on his face, as he observed the crew sprawled across the table, mumbling incoherently. Ruji, too, was no exception, resting her head on the table, causing her appearance to suffer somewhat. Everyone should return to their quarters, Fal declared, utilizing his devil fruit powers to give their souls a gentle jolt. What just happened? John, startled awake, instinctively drew his twin blades, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The other crew members, similarly roused, adopted defensive stances, assessing their environment. It's you again, Fal? John shouted upon noticing that nothing seemed amiss. Could you refrain from toying with that ability of yours? He bellowed, clearly having endured such antics before. Everyone should return to their quarters. Sleeping here might lead to catching a cold, Fal reminded the now awakened crew. Upon hearing this, the crew members reluctantly lowered their defenses and swayed back toward the cabin, leaving behind a chaotic scene on the table. You can wash the dishes and clean up, Fal suggested, slightly channeling his powers to make the inanimate objects levitate and depart from the mess. Fal, carry me, came the plea. However, aside from the departing crew, two figures remained on the scene, one large and one small. Naturally, if there were no surprises, those figures were Lu Jiao and Ace. Upon hearing Lu Jiao's drunken ramblings, Fei turned to look at her, his head aching slightly. Lu Jiao, you've had too much to drink. You should return to your room, he remarked, observing her flushed face. No, I am not drunk, Lu Jiao insisted earnestly, her gaze fixed on Fei. The recent shock from Fei's overwhelming presence had already sobered her up. At this moment, she was merely relying on the lingering effects of alcohol for courage. Very well then, Fei replied, noticing the seriousness etched on Lu Jiao's face. However, he did not physically carry her, but instead utilized the powers of the soul fruit to make her feet move as if they were uncontrollable. Fei, Lu Jiao exclaimed as her feet were guided back to her room under his influence. You should also return, Fei said, glancing at Ace, who was filled with curiosity and showed no signs of inebriation. As Fei regarded this future Flame Emperor, he pondered deeper concerns. Would Ace still be the same Ace under my influence? Fei thought, filled with uncertainty. Or would Ace still tread the path that led to capture and execution by the Navy? This moment filled Fal with not just confusion, but an overwhelming sense of curiosity and desire. In this world, apart from his formidable devil fruit powers, Fal possessed another extraordinary ability, the foresight of the future. As he gradually acclimated to this realm, he began to entertain other thoughts. After dispersing the ideas swirling in his mind, Fal directed his attention towards Ace's legs and exclaimed. With wide eyes filled with curiosity, Ace stood up for the first time, letting out an excited shout. Following this, he mimicked his mother, moving as if his legs possessed a soul, and ran into the cabin. Witnessing such a humorous scene, even Fal couldn't help but chuckle. How intriguing. Perhaps I could develop this ability further, he mused with a smile. After surveying the surroundings and tidying the neatly arranged tables and chairs, a slight sheen of sweat broke on his forehead as he departed. Even he had his limits. The meticulous manipulation of the devil fruit to accomplish various tasks inevitably drained his stamina. Although this particular exertion had not been overly taxing, upon returning to his room, Fal lit the candle mounted on the wall. It seemed time to acquire some luminous pearls, he remarked, gazing at the flickering flame. However, this notion had merely lingered in his thoughts for quite some time. Various factors had hindered him from encountering a vendor for luminous pearls, preventing him from making a purchase. Once he had organized himself, Fal reclined upon his spacious, comfortable bed, which could easily accommodate his towering 3-meter frame. As he lay there, memories of various matters flooded his mind. For instance, he pondered the type of weapon that would suit him best. Despite his thoughts, he struggled to arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. A long sword would indeed be fitting. However, he could not find one that matched his current level of prowess. He thought with some frustration. Fal had made considerable progress in his abilities since 3 years ago. Although the initial advancements upon entering this world were modest, he now far surpassed his former self. The supreme great sword, Black Blade Knight, he mused, referencing the weapon of Mihawk from the original narrative. I believe I should have a goal, Fal's voice resonated within the confines of his room. Chapter 138. The Grand Line in the Early Morning. As the first rays of dawn illuminated Fal's face, he awoke, ready to embrace a new day. After uttering those words, Fal swiftly rose from his bed. Surrounding garments and various essential items were deftly manipulated by his spirit, each item adorning his body with an elegant grace. Once fully prepared, Fal exited his chamber. The convenience afforded by this ability was indeed remarkable, he mused as he strolled through the corridor of the ship. Upon reaching the kitchen, he satisfied his hunger before returning to his room, reflecting that he would wait for others to be ready as well. As he made his way back, he noted the serene silence enveloping the surroundings. Upon arriving at his room, Fal settled onto his bed, closing his eyes to enter a state of meditation. Meditation is an exceptionally practical skill that allows one to empty both body and mind. Whether a humble commoner or a formidable tyrant, all can utilize this technique to recalibrate their essence. After a prolonged period of introspection, Fal exhaled deeply, releasing a breath of tranquility. Within him lingered the toxic remnants of food, yet Fal's physique had become entirely immaculate. However, the internal state remained profoundly tainted, causing the very air he inhaled to regenerate these noxious gases within him. If circumstances permit, he vowed to acquire several practical skills. After expelling the noxious fumes, Fal, with a sense of idleness, reflected on his current state. He had mastered the 3 techniques outlined in the previous treatise on the 6 styles with remarkable proficiency. His various abilities and the powers of the soul fruit had reached a pivotal threshold, devoid of any sudden epiphanies. This left Fal in a state of ennui for several days. He could only sustain his existence through the development of intriguing minor abilities stemming from the soul fruit. For instance, at this moment, having ceased his meditation, Fal observed a game of Go, deftly maneuvering the pieces with his mind. This is the seasoning he adds to his mundane existence. Engaging in a game of chess with himself, Fal immerses himself for several hours at a time. It is only after the crew of the ghost ship has risen and begun their tasks that he sets aside the chessboard. Each session ends in stalemate, and Fal gazes at the arrangement of the Gamoku pieces. Casting a glance towards the bustling crew outside, he abruptly concludes the game and rises, calling out towards the door. "Are you all up?" His voice carries a hint of urgency. "We've been up for a while," responds John, who pushes open the partially closed door and steps inside. Everything is ready. John holds a cup of coffee, and each sip brings a look of satisfaction to his face. "You should drink less. There are only a few coffee beans," Fal remarks with a touch of exasperation, covering his forehead. It is worth noting that these precious beans were salvaged during a daring raid on a noble's castle, and they are not akin to the ordinary coffee beans of Blue Star. Their effects are far more potent, providing not only alertness, but also significantly enhancing one's capabilities. They evoke a sensation reminiscent of adrenaline, and most importantly, they possess no side effects. This is indeed a rare occurrence. Upon discovering the information regarding these coffee beans, Fal immediately resolved to procure a substantial quantity. However, despite the numerous advantages of this variety, its notable drawback is the sheer difficulty of cultivation. The survival rate is exceedingly low. Ordinary individuals are incapable of growing these beans, with only specialized scientists capable of nurturing them under optimal conditions. Consequently, coffee has become an exceedingly rare commodity, reserved for a select few nobles. Pondering this, Fal felt a twinge of frustration, particularly at the thought of why John insists on consuming a cup of this brew every morning, which has led to a dwindling stock of coffee beans. "Ahem. I feel uncomfortable if I don't have it for a day," John explained, perhaps sensing Fal's exasperation. "Fine, drink as you wish. When it runs out, I'll be curious to see how you manage," Fal replied with a hint of resignation. "Yay," John exclaimed, throwing up a victory sign, and continued to savor his coffee with a beaming smile. "Gulp. When are we departing, Fal?" John inquired, sipping his coffee. "We can leave right now," Fal remarked, observing John's comical demeanor. "Are we departing now?" John halted his drinking, testing the waters. "Yes, if everyone is prepared," Fal nodded in agreement, then stood and moved to John's side. John gazed up at Fal, who towered over him by a considerable margin, appearing somewhat astonished. "For some reason, every time I see your current stature, I can't help but compare you to your former self," John remarked, stroking his chin. "Oh, in what way do you compare?" Fal asked, intrigued. "Ahem." John coughed twice under Fal's scrutiny. "Let us hurry. They might be waiting impatiently for us," he said, his cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Sighing, Fal perceived the blush of shame emanating from John's soul. Unruly, Fal thought to himself. Perhaps John, being slightly younger and now in his prime, was simply grappling with such thoughts. Reflecting on this, Fal realized that everyone has had their moments of indiscretion in youth. Soon, Fal and the contemplative John arrived at the captain's quarters. Lucio had already risen early, equipped with a telescope, a map, and a compass. Serving as the navigator of the vessel, with a serious demeanor, he meticulously analyzed the route for their voyage to the ghost ship. Fal, are we truly heading to the Grand Line? John asked, uncertainty evident in his voice. Of course, there is no other place that can accommodate us, Fal affirmed. Fal reclined in the captain's chair, articulating the current predicament. With their formidable strength, they found the meager expanse of the South Sea too constricting for their ambitions. No naval force nor pirate crew could rival their prowess. After an extensive search of this maritime territory, Fal and his crew had exhausted the potential for discovering any more valuable treasures. Thus, Fal resolved to direct the Ghost Sword pirate crew towards the Grand Line. However, it is noteworthy that their endeavors in this region were not entirely fruitless. In addition to the substantial bounty of berries they had previously amassed, they had also procured an assortment of rare commodities. For instance, the coffee beans that John savored, capable of brewing exquisite coffee. Despite Fal's disappointment at not uncovering a suitable skill manual for their current stage of training, the overall haul was satisfactory. Certainly, the most significant find in this maritime venture was a devil fruit. Indeed, Fal's crew had once seized a merchant vessel and acquired this peculiar fruit. Initially, John had persistently expressed a desire to consume the devil fruit. However, after careful consideration, Fal decided it prudent to first ascertain the fruit's abilities. Upon investigation, they were met with profound disappointment, coupled with a sense of relief that John had refrained from consuming it. It turned out to be an unremarkable zoan-type devil fruit, specifically the sloth fruit, which granted the ability to transform into an exceedingly lethargic sloth. At that moment, John patted his chest and exclaimed in trepidation, "I certainly cannot transform into a sloth during battle." The crew, upon hearing John's words, could vividly imagine the absurdity of such a scenario. Consequently, they sealed the devil fruit away, intending to sell it later. "Let us set sail then," John declared after a deep breath. "The battles that lie ahead may be exponentially more challenging, yet it is only through such trials that we can attain greater rewards." With that, he relayed Fal's orders, and the crew sprang into action. "Raise the sails. Set sail," Li Qiao shouted, hanging from the rigging. Thus, the imposing vessel of the ghost ship began to stir, gracefully gliding upon the ocean's surface. "Little ghost, let us ascend." Fal sat in his chair, observing as John and John departed for their work. He silently mused. After Fal infused the entire dark essence into the ghost ship, it became akin to another Fal, possessing the same immense spiritual power. Consequently, the ghost ship birthed a remarkably formidable ability, levitation. However, this was not levitation above the sea, but rather in the air, enabling a genuine ascent. Nevertheless, due to the current inadequacy of the dark essence's spiritual power, the ghost ship could not sustain itself airborne for extended periods. Thus, it was incapable of soaring directly into the sky for a prolonged flight. In simpler terms, it could only hover briefly. Prolonged levitation would lead to a collapse. The consequences of such a failure would be dire, resulting in a precipitous descent into the ocean. Even if the vessel remained intact, it would inevitably capsize. Therefore, Fal would only activate the levitation ability of the ghost ship when absolutely necessary. Understood, the ghost ship replied upon receiving Fal's command. Then, defying its previous reliance on wind for navigation, the ghost ship ascended into the air. "The captain is utilizing this ability again," Arthur remarked as he walked along the railing, witnessing the ghost ship drift away from the sea. Upon seeing this, Li Qiao also employed his devil fruit powers. The power of the light wind devil fruit instantly enveloped the ghost ship, accelerating its speed. Although it had been previously activated, the ghost ship, lacking any propulsion, could not harness the abilities of the light wind fruit. Only in such moments could the true potential of the light wind fruit be realized. Ahead, several merchant vessels navigating the sea witnessed this spectacle and began to shout excitedly, "Look, it's the ghost ship." Upon hearing this, the crew of the merchant ships leaned out to watch. The ghost ship radiated an eerie black halo, rendering it quite uncanny. "Wow, it truly is a ghost ship. The legends are real," exclaimed one young man. The guards aboard the merchant vessels curiously gazed at the floating ghost ship, engaging in animated discussions. "Prepare for battle," That is not merely a ghost ship. It is the ghost captain's ability from the ghost sword pirate crew. Suddenly, the leader of the merchant ship shouted, snapping many back to reality, their expressions shifting from curiosity and delight to pallor and terror. The ghost sword pirate crew. The passengers aboard the merchant ship were filled with terror, their screams echoing in the air. It is worth noting that the bounty for the crew of the South Sea was a staggering 10 million per individual, while the entire pirate crew's bounty amounted to nearly 100 million, which understandably instigated their panic. The guards, too, grew tense, forming defensive formations, some brandished blades, while others crouched with muskets at the ready. However, deep down, they all understood that if the ghost sword pirates sought to kill them, they would possess no capacity for resistance. The ghost ship, under Li Qiao's devil fruit abilities, began to soar through the sky. Yet, it was not long before the vessel's propulsion slowed considerably, ultimately crashing onto the sea's surface, creating massive waves. The ocean around the ghost ship became a tumultuous spectacle, sending the crew of the merchant vessel staggering as they struggled to maintain their footing amidst the surging waters. Finally, as the waves settled, the crew on the merchant ship ceased their swaying. However, their stomachs continued to churn, leading many to succumb to nausea and expel their contents into the sea. The ghost sword pirates. Yet, some seasoned sailors remained unaffected by the tumult, gazing in terror at the pirate ship, which was neither large nor small compared to their own. Nevertheless, those aboard the ghost ship, including Fowl and his crew, had little interest in this ordinary merchant vessel. Let us depart. There is nothing of value here. Merely a group of common folk, Fowl remarked, having employed his observation hockey to assess the situation. TCH, I had hoped to test my blade, John replied, sheathing his sword. The Tiankin throughout the years, John's artistry had been marred by his battles, ultimately leading to its burial by his own hands. At that time, John had shed tears, feeling a profound attachment to his art. Let us hurry. Once we reach the Grand Line, the treasures of those merchant vessels will be far more substantial, John urged. Really? John's eyes sparkled with excitement as visions of his future adventures on the Grand Line filled his mind. I shall seize all the treasures from their hands, he mused, referring to the so-called nobles and pirates. With that, the ghost ship set sail, leaving the merchants in awe. Fortunately, we have narrowly escaped. The merchant captain, feeling utterly drained, collapsed onto the deck. Quickly, report to the nearby navy. The ghost sword pirates are in these waters. They must be apprehended. Then the captain of the merchant vessel rose and shouted vehemently, expressing the profound embarrassment that this band of pirates had inflicted upon him. However, the sailors aboard the merchant ship remained silent. But what if? The captain exclaimed in sudden anger. What if the ghost blade pirate crew holds a grudge against us because of this? The sailors bowed their heads in response. Observing their bowed heads, the captain of the merchant vessel fell into deep contemplation. He is not ignorant of such a simple truth. Rather, it is the fury that has completely consumed him at this moment. Once awakened by the sailor's sudden realization, the captain of the merchant ship found himself drenched in cold sweat. He commanded the crew to continue their voyage. After a prolonged silence, he instructed his sailors. Aye, came the resounding response from all who heard him. Meanwhile, the enormous pirate ship, sailing across the sea, was now a considerable distance from the merchant vessel. This colossal pirate craft exhibited a speed unlike that of ordinary sailing vessels. It seemed as if the natural winds were particularly favorable to the pirate ship, allowing its velocity to remain unyielding. It appeared akin to a speedboat, carving two distinct wakes upon the surface of the ocean. The vessel in question is none other than the Phantom Blade pirate ship, belonging to the notorious Faller. Under the meticulous guidance of Lu Jue, the ship steadily navigates towards the Grand Line. Is it all right? Is this the right direction, Lu Jue? John inquired as he deftly maneuvered the helm of the ghostly ship. It should be, Lu Jue replied, glancing at the erratic compass. The map is accurate and the wind direction is normal, she assessed with professionalism. Meanwhile, Four observed Lu Jue, who was assuming the role of the ship's navigator, with a smile gracing his face. It seems I might not have much to do after all, Four pondered, a hint of uncertainty clouding his thoughts. Yet, if that is the case, it could become rather dull, he mused, absently toying with his captain's hat. The captain's hat, adorned with intricate patterns, was a deep black, resembling the traditional triangular hat of a pirate captain. Seeing that there was nothing more to occupy his time, Fowl decided to leave the captain's quarters. As he traversed the corridor of the ship, the sound of his footsteps echoed around him. Eventually, he reached a corner at the lowest part of the ship. where a peculiar room resided, a place known among the members of the Ghost Blade pirate crew to be approached with caution, though adherence to this rule varied among them. Upon opening the door, Fal stepped inside, the sign above the frame declaring, Biological Laboratory. Lien, how is the experiment progressing? Fal inquired as he settled onto a chair at the table. Fal? Lien turned to face him. The experiment is proceeding smoothly, however. I have yet to make significant progress regarding the genetic aspects, Lien lamented, cradling his head in frustration. No rush. Take your time, Fal reassured him. But I have discovered something intriguing regarding the blood sample of Lugio. Lien exclaimed, a smile illuminating his face as he looked at Fal. An intriguing discovery? Fal stood in astonishment, perplexed. Indeed. Following your specific instructions, I dedicated considerable time to studying Lugio's blood cells, Lien recalled. I found that the cells in Lugio's blood differ from those of ordinary individuals, not only in appearance, but also in size, Lien asserted confidently. However, considering the multitude of species in this world, if the only differences are in appearance and size, it shouldn't be too surprising, should it? Fal queried. Certainly not merely that. Lien's voice rose slightly as he gazed at Fal. He then stepped away, retrieving several blood vials from a nearby incubator. Among them are test tubes containing the blood of a normal person, Lugio, Ace, and a merman. Only through the comparison of their cells can the secrets within be unveiled. Fal, come here quickly, said Lien, securing several blood samples in a stand. Upon hearing this, Fal approached, and Lien handed him one of the magnifying glasses. With your keen eyesight, you should be able to discern the differences in the blood samples of Lugio and Ace compared to the others, Lien instructed. All right, let me take a look, Fal replied, examining the lively cells through the magnifying lens. However, being inexperienced in this field, Fal could only arrive at the conclusion Lien had already suggested. If one were to ask Fal, he would merely state that the cells of Lugio and Ace appeared more vibrant and abundant compared to those of an ordinary person. I haven't noticed anything particularly special, Lien, Fal remarked, still scrutinizing the samples. The implication of Fal's statement seemed to undermine Lien's hypothesis, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, Lien had no choice but to open a hatch, revealing 3 living individuals confined within cages. Let me out, please. I have money. I have money. As soon as the hatch opened, a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes rushed forward, kneeling before Lien and shouting. How did he awaken? Lien pondered, gazing at the young man before him. In the next moment, the young man suddenly collapsed to the ground. Clearly a result of Fal's soul-shattering technique that had knocked him down. This young man is impressive. He managed to withstand my power. Fal observed with some surprise as he looked at the fallen youth. These young men were previously captured noble bullies from a nearby town. They had been imprisoned here, only revived at specific intervals by Fal, who fed them to ensure their survival. After all, they were part of Lien's experiments and could not be jeopardized. Fal held Lien, the scientist, in high regard. Upon seeing the young man on the ground, Lien promptly closed the hatch once more. Chapter 141. Dominance. It seems I will need to fetch some chains, Lien stated after securing the hatch. Initially, he had not considered this group of ordinary individuals a threat, which is why he carelessly placed them there, leading to the recent incident of the young man bursting forth from the chamber. Cough, cough, that was my oversight. I apologize, Fal said, somewhat embarrassed. This is not your fault, Fal. Perhaps they have developed a resistance due to your continuous soul-shattering technique, Lien jested. Resistance? Upon hearing this, Fal also chuckled. The essence of the soul exhibits no resistance. It was merely my inattention that caused the tremor to be mild, he remarked with a laugh. Haha. Enough talk. Let us observe the results of my experiment. Lien lifted the young man from the ground and placed him gently upon a table, ensuring he lay flat. At that moment, the young man's rhythmic breathing served as confirmation of his vitality. Do you see? This is the outcome of my experiment, Lien exclaimed. A hint of madness in his demeanor as he approached another incubator to retrieve a syringe containing a vial. This was extracted from the blood sample of Lugio. Injecting it into another's body will evoke a formidable aura, Lien declared to Fal. Formidable aura? Fal's eyes widened at the revelation. No wonder I felt an inexplicable strange energy aboard the ship that day, he recalled, reflecting on Lien's words. I dismissed it as merely a potent presence. But it seems it was indeed your creation. Certainly. It took countless trials for me to induce such power within that individual, Lien proclaimed with fervor. Acknowledging the many experimental subjects he had sacrificed, a pang of regret washing over him. However, Due to its fleeting nature, I did not mention it to you, he added, casting a proud glance at Fal. Then why reveal it now? Fal, intrigued by Li Un's implications, inquired. It seemed that his choice to visit Li Un had been fortuitous after all. Ahem, it is merely because you came to see me that I felt compelled to share. Li Un confessed candidly, his intentions devoid of ulterior motives. Ah, well, Fal responded, a hint of disappointment evident as he nodded. Nevertheless, he gestured for Leon to continue with the experiment. Make sure to perceive it carefully. Leon instructed, his voice rising with emphasis. I will be attentive, Fal affirmed, his focus sharpening. With no further ado, Leon approached and inserted the needle into the young man's carotid artery. He then retreated behind Fal, awaiting the results in silence. Before long, both Fal and Leon, who had been intently observing the young man, felt a surge of formidable energy wash over them, akin to a sea breeze brushing against their faces. Upon sensing this aura, it seems I was half joking, Fal remarked. Ahem, this is merely the preliminary stage. Greater advancements are surely forthcoming, Li En responded, a touch of humility in his voice. I believe in you, Li En, Fal asserted, placing his hand firmly on Leon's shoulder. I will not let you down. Leon spoke with unwavering confidence. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Fal had already experienced disappointment. Casting a glance at the young man lying on the table, whose aura of dominance had ultimately led to his demise, one could observe the gradual decline in his temperature and breath. It seemed he could no longer endure. In that moment, as Fal observed everything, a realization dawned upon him. Perhaps if he sought out a more formidable individual, the outcome might differ. With this thought, a renewed spark of interest ignited in Fal's eyes. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the lifeless young man, Leon swiftly retrieved a small knife from nearby, methodically slicing away piece after piece of flesh from the corpse. These were fresh samples for his experiments, after all. As he performed the grim task, he muttered to himself. Initially, he had harbored a strong aversion to such experiments. However, after heeding Fal's counsel, he had come to accept it. This change was primarily due to Fal's earlier assertion. These individuals have no idea how many lives they have destroyed. They deserve to be cast into hell. Fal's words reverberated in Leon's mind, transforming him into someone who now willingly embraced the macabre nature of his work. Once he had concluded this gruesome task, Leon carried the young man to a nearby gate. Beyond it lay a small opening leading to the sea, where he could discard the body as one would refuse. This so-called ocean resembled a vast receptacle, bearing the refuse of all who traversed its waters. However, unlike the seas of the blue planet, this world's ocean contained an array of peculiar substances. Among them was a harmless acid, seemingly designed to decompose waste. Any refuse cast into the sea would be entirely broken down within a span of 10 days to 2 weeks. This is also the reason why the seas of this world are so pristine, so clear, and so azure. However, beneath this beauty lies the burden of refuse discarded by those who do not cherish the ocean. With a deep sigh, Leon expelled a breath. Having felt as if he were being submerged in the depths of the sea, his strength was not formidable. Prior to joining Fal's team, his physical condition was exceedingly frail. It was only due to the support of his younger brother that he had managed to survive. Yet, after joining Fal's team, his lack of interest in cultivating his abilities, coupled with his modest talent, positioned him in an awkward predicament, significantly stronger than the average individual, yet infinitely weaker than those in the Ghost Sword pirate crew. Nevertheless, in Fal's eyes, this was sufficient. One must not forget Leon's identity as a scientist. A creator, an explorer, he could be regarded as a pioneer of human knowledge. Without such unconventional explorers as scientists, humanity would never have ascended to its current civilization. The title of scientist may vary across eras, which has led many to underestimate him. Work hard. I have high hopes for you, Fal said to Leon with satisfaction. Trust me, Leon responded with a knowing glance. Chapter 142. The Zealot of the Sea. Subsequently, Fal no longer interfered with Leon's endeavors and picked up an apple that lay beside him, preparing to depart. This apple should be edible, right? He inquired before leaving, glancing back at Leon. Ha ha ha, Fal, I am merely a biological scientist, Leon replied with hearty laughter. Upon hearing this, Fal felt entirely reassured and exited, apple in hand. Nothing much to do, he remarked, munching on the apple while surveying the corridor. He soon decided against any further actions and returned to his room in a daze. He intended to delve deeper into the study of his devil fruit abilities. From time to time, John would come by to report to Fal and inquire about various matters. Day by day, time passed, and they were on the brink of embarking on the grand voyage. Foul, it's time. On that day, John peered through his telescope at a few dilapidated ships on the distant horizon, remarking that they appeared to belong to a band of pirates. As he observed the tattered vessels sailing in unison, he noted their flags, which bore a singular emblem, a skull with both hands raised in a gesture that seemed to beseech the heavens. Have the fanatics of Mother Ocean emerged? Foul, upon hearing this, leisurely picked up a nearby cup and sipped the fresh water within, responding with a calm demeanor. These fervent devotees of the Mother of the Seas have been mentioned previously, though their rarity has rendered encounters exceedingly infrequent. They primarily navigate the Great Sea route. Thus Fowl has not once crossed paths with them throughout his voyages over the years. It is said that this phenomenon possesses a historical significance. John, peering through his telescope, remarked, "Indeed, it seems to have emerged long before the era of the triumvirate, only to decline in recent times." Meanwhile, Lugio set aside her tasks and approached, intrigued. "Oh, is that so? I had long believed this was a recent occurrence," Fowl replied leisurely as he sipped on his fresh water. "Its history surpasses the combined ages of all of you," Lugio noted with a smile, her tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. This revelation cast a shadow of embarrassment over John and Fowl, who were somewhat uninformed. "Perhaps you could enlighten me on its history," Fowl suggested after a moment of awkward silence. "There is not much to recount. Its era of prominence was several centuries ago, and it has since begun to fade," Lugio explained as she settled into the chair beside Fowl. "It's rare to catch a glimpse of them nowadays. I estimate that in another decade or two, they will vanish entirely from this world." She picked up Fowl's cup and took a sip of its contents. "That is my cup," Fowl remarked with a hint of exasperation. Lugio merely shot him a knowing look, disregarding his protest as she continued to drink. Observing her brazen demeanor, Fowl felt a mix of resignation and amusement. Suddenly, the captain's quarters were thrust open with force, accompanied by a heavy thud. "Fowl, have you heard?" John exclaimed, bursting through the door. "What is it?" Fowl inquired, observing John's urgency. "You must see this latest news. I just intercepted a message from a newsbird," John declared excitedly as he approached. "What news has you so exhilarated?" Lugio and John, intrigued, also drew near. "An auction, the unparalleled great blade," Fowl murmured, his eyes gleaming as he perused the newspaper. "It appears its presence has finally been revealed," he added, a flicker of excitement in his voice. "Is it the Black Blade Knight?" Upon hearing this, John inquired with a hint of confusion. He was aware that some time ago, Fowl had developed an interest in this particular blade and had been in pursuit of it. However, due to Fowl's limited abilities and the lack of any leads, he gradually relinquished this ambition. It wasn't until recently, after Fowl had buried his cracked dagger, that his interest in the weapon was rekindled. "Surely, with my current prowess, I should be able to rival it," Fowl mused internally. In truth, the legendary Supreme Dagger was not as extraordinary as the tale suggested. It was merely a weapon crafted by human hands. Although many warriors and swordsmen held their weapons in high esteem, to those of formidable strength, it was ultimately just an instrument to enhance their capabilities. Perhaps in the days of yore, wielders did form a unique bond with their weapons. "Fowl, are you planning to go somewhere?" John asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It seemed he had grown weary of their endless voyage across the sea. "Why not?" Fowl replied, setting down the newspaper. Upon hearing this, smiles blossomed among the group, for nothing mattered more to them than Fowl's happiness. However, the pressing concern was the fanatics approaching them from a distance. John raised his telescope to his eyes, scrutinizing the few dilapidated ships ahead. Clearly, those vessels were now closer than before. "Let us keep it simple. Let John handle it. I trust he is eager to stretch his legs." Fowl reclined back in his chair. "Kiki, leave it to me," John exclaimed with a mischievous grin as he drew his twin blades. "Be careful," John cautioned. Lugio was also preparing something for John nearby. "Put this on." "This armor belonged to Roger," Lugio remarked, having already confided everything to Fowl and the others. "No need. This will suffice. They're just a bunch of rotten fish." John burst out the door, stepping lightly as he departed. As he gazed at the three decrepit pirate ships drawing ever nearer, John's excitement and anticipation swelled. On the shabby vessel of the sea fanatics, which had been monitoring the movements of Fowl's ghost ship, a voice echoed, "The Mother of the Sea shall bless us." The captain, with his hands clasped in prayer, beseeched the vast ocean before him. The pirates behind him followed suit, their gestures reflecting deep reverence. Chapter 143, Slaughter. Yet, once their fervent prayers concluded, each pirate extended their tongues, unsheathed their weapons, and cast malevolent glances towards the horizon. Had it not been established that one could not plunder the treasures of their own kind? The leader of the fanatics exclaimed, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. Indeed not. The throng of fanatic pirates echoed in unison. Then let us annihilate them. Let us seize their riches, take their women, and plunder all that belongs to them. The leader, shedding his previous piety, abandoned all restraint. It was as if the devout demeanor he had just exhibited was a mere fade. Hurrah! All the pirate fanatics cheered with unrestrained joy. Until, suddenly, John descended from the heavens. Is it you who wishes to plunder my treasures? John questioned the group of pirates, who were momentarily rendered speechless. Who is he? Could he be a messenger sent by the Mother of the Sea? Some of the fanatics pondered, bewildered. Is he here to thwart us on behalf of the Mother of the Sea? Two of the pirates promptly knelt before the ocean in prayer. No, no, no. I have come to eradicate you all. John clarified for them. Kill him. The leader of the fanatics shouted, still confused. Though he did not comprehend how this individual had descended from the sky, he recognized him as an enemy and thus felt no inclination towards mercy. Ha ha ha. I relish this, John remarked, observing the chaos among his adversaries. With that, his twin blades, no longer resting upon the ground, commenced a whirlwind of destruction, harvesting the lives of his foes. Slaughter. It invigorates me, John exclaimed with fervor, weaving through the throng of fanatics. Around him, enemies were torn to shreds by John's blades. A crimson mist enveloping the scene, permeated by the stench of blood. Ah, no. Is this the assassin sent by the Mother of the Sea to slay us? The fanatics screamed in disbelief. They could not fathom why the deity they worshipped would dispatch such a harbinger of death. They were but a band of petty pirates on the fringes of the Grand Line, after all. To hell with the Mother of the Sea. I have long harbored disdain for her. My blade is far more useful. Some of the fanatics, witnessing this carnage, transformed, their expressions hardened, tongues licking their blades as they charged forward. Yet within mere seconds, they too were reduced to a mist of blood by the frenzied John, returning to the embrace of nature. Ah, Mother of the Sea, save me. Some fervent zealots, filled with dread and terror, rushed to the edge of the ship and leapt into the abyss below. Perhaps they believed that the vast ocean before them would offer them salvation, a chance to survive upon its waters. However, once they plunged into the sea, the scent of their blood instantly attracted the surrounding carnivorous fish. It is crucial to note that this area lies perilously close to the great shipping lanes, teeming with ruthless predatory creatures. They surge forth in a frenzied swarm, engulfing the unfortunate soul entirely. Why? Has the Mother of the Sea forsaken me? The zealot, submerged in the depths, raised his middle finger defiantly towards the ocean. Gradually, he was devoured by the relentless fish, leaving behind only a small patch of blood to bear witness to his existence. Such a scene perpetually unfolded, as John transformed into a relentless machine of slaughter, seemingly tireless. I despise this. Had I heeded my sister's words, I would never have ventured into these waters. The zealot leader shouted in regret, realizing they were no match for John, merely victims of a one-sided massacre. Moments later, as John continued his relentless advance, the zealot could no longer endure the fear that gripped his heart. He raised his firearm to his own head and pulled the trigger. The resounding bang marked the end of his life. Ah, it is over. John observed the heavy sin of blood that surrounded him. Yet the excitement in his eyes remained undiminished. When did I become like this? After lingering in place for a while, John gazed at his blood-soaked hands. Perhaps it was in that moment that he grasped the brutal truth of nature's survival of the fittest. Whatever, there are still 2 pirate ships over there. My work is not yet finished. With renewed fervor, John directed his eager gaze towards the 2 dilapidated pirate vessels still sailing upon the sea. Surely, anyone who encountered John at this moment would be filled with terror. Would you dare face him? On the ghost ship, the crew waited anxiously. Where is John? Ruccio asked impatiently. Do not worry, he is fine. You can have complete faith in John's prowess, Fal replied calmly, sipping from his cup of fresh water. Very well. Ruccio nodded seriously in response. Indeed, before long, a clean and refreshed John returned to the ship, having been drenched in the blood of others. He had taken the time to cleanse himself in the ocean. The carnivorous fish, drawn to the scent, had delayed him further. I'm back, John shouted as he entered. Seeing him, Ruccio finally let out a sigh of relief. It is good that you have returned. Lucio revealed a smile as she gazed at John. Is everything resolved? John inquired. Oh, when I take action, it is but a piece of cake, John proudly declared, giving a thumbs up. Look at you, John chuckled upon seeing his expression. All right, it was merely a minor obstacle, Four interjected as he stood up. At that moment, the thought of the supreme blade awaiting him set his heart racing with anticipation. Change course. Let us head to that remote island, Four commanded. He then turned to Lugio, asking, is that acceptable? You must have faith in my abilities. Lugio retorted, somewhat displeased. Very well, let us sail, Four nodded, resuming his seat. He mused that although the intelligence had come rather late, they should still make it in time. However, the news of the auction had spread beyond Four. Numerous pirates and others had also redirected their courses towards the island. Moreover, this auction featured not only the supreme blade but a plethora of other items, including devil fruits. Chapter 144. The small pirates heading to the auction under Lugio's nautical expertise. The ghost ship swiftly altered its course, navigating towards the route leading to the island. As time gradually passed, the second day arrived. Occasionally, they spotted various dilapidated pirate ships and some medium-sized vessels. Clearly, they were also drawn by the news of the auction mentioned in the newspaper. Many of them were once commoners or had ordinary professions. But the words of the former pirate king, Roger, from years past had inspired countless individuals to join the ranks of pirates. "Four, there are so many pirates," John remarked, observing the occasional sighting of pirate ships. "They are merely a bunch of ordinary people. They are of no consequence," Four responded nonchalantly. "True, just a group of commoners." John laughed in reply. Yet, in reality, these pirates were anything but ordinary. Each possessed their own unique skills. However, in the eyes of some, they could indeed be regarded as mere commoners. "Let us sail faster," urged Li Qiao to increase the speed, "so we may reach the island sooner," Four said, holding up the latest newspaper. "I will instruct Li Qiao to boost the power," John replied with a sly smile before darting out, presumably to stir up trouble with Li Qiao. "Four, at this pace, we should arrive there shortly," he added. John analyzed from the side, noting that the earlier they arrived, the better. Four nodded in response. After that, the two fell into silence, engrossed in their own tasks. Interestingly, it was said that a formidable pirate crew in the latter half of the Grand Line disbanded due to a single devil fruit. As Four perused the newspaper in his hands and stumbled upon this intriguing tidbit, he couldn't help but chuckle. These pirate crews are quite different from ours. They only care about their own interests, John reflected. "We're not so different," Four replied. No, we are indeed different," John quickly countered. "Why? Let us hear it," Four said, now intrigued and looking at John. "I believe our crew resembles a big family. Unlike theirs," John said with a smile, shaking his head. "A big family? Is that so?" Four mused, leaning back in his chair, reminiscing about the various unique aspects of their crew. "But that must be built upon our formidable strength," he added, reclining further. Given that he had progressed at a pace unmatched by anyone else aboard, Four's prowess was indeed on a different level. Although he had recently reached a plateau, surpassing him remained a formidable challenge for others. "Strength, do you truly believe that?" John pondered silently. It appeared Four's perspective diverged from his own. However, upon reflection, Four's reasoning was not without merit. In this world, without strength, the Ghost Blade pirates would not have been established, nor would they be able to navigate these vast seas. "Well, securing that supreme blade is our utmost priority," Four suddenly declared, rising to conclude the discussion. Yet, upon noticing John's expression of protest, he could not refrain from adding, "John, remember, if I had not consumed that initial devil fruit, we would not be where we are today." Four looked earnestly into John's eyes. "I understand your point, Four. I merely wish to convey that our team feels more like a family," John replied with a wry smile. "No, that is not quite it, John. Whether my power is earned through my own efforts or granted by fate, it is still real," Four asserted, gazing at his outstretched right hand. "If anyone dares to strip me of what I have now, I shall shatter them with the strength within me," Four declared vehemently. "Do you grasp my meaning, John?" he inquired after revealing his truth. "I understand what you mean," John replied. John nodded and said, "It is good to understand. Once, we were the best of friends. And even now, it is a blessing to have you, John." Four smiled as he gazed at John. "If you are weary, do not hesitate to tell me," John reassured, placing his hand gently on Four's shoulder. "You need not express such sentiments now. Rather, you should contemplate how to enhance your strength to alleviate the burden upon me." Four replied to John. After all, in certain perilous situations, it is indeed exhausting for Four to bear the weight of gravity alone. This was one of the reasons that excited Four, as it was recorded in the newspaper about the supreme great sword. "I will," Four replied thoughtfully as he resumed his seat. It appeared that Four was not as invincible as he had imagined. he too experienced fatigue. Subsequently, Fowl departed from the room and ascended to a small lookout established on the mast of the ghost ship. "Lucio, how are things?" Fowl inquired, confined within that limited space as he reached the lookout. "Everything is going well, progressing steadily in the right direction," Lucio responded, gazing into the distance with a telescope. "Once again, 2 pirate ships are engaged in battle. I've witnessed this no fewer than 3 times since this morning," Lucio lamented. "There are indeed far too many pirates here. It truly lives up to its reputation as the Grand Line, a route frequented by formidable individuals," Lucio remarked. "However, we are quite distant from the Grand Line," Lucio, Fowl pointed out, revealing a flaw in Lucio's statement. "Ahem, I am aware," Lucio replied, blushing as he addressed Fowl. "This is nothing short of an affront to a navigator. Had it not been for Fowl, Lucio would not have worn such a countenance." "It's good that you understand. Otherwise, I might have thought you unprofessional," Fowl remarked in jest. "Fowl!" Lucio exclaimed, her face flushed a deep crimson. After a brief uproar, tranquility returned to the small lookout tower. "These must be the pirates heading to that auction," Fowl stated, revealing the truth. Chapter 145. The Lawless Zone. "Then it seems that auction is indeed quite extraordinary," Lucio mused. "However, why have I never heard of it before? It truly is enigmatic." She pondered. "Oh, is that so?" This remark piqued Fowl's interest, igniting a spark of suspicion within him. In the blink of an eye, the ghost ship sped toward an island, positioned far beyond the fringes of the Grand Line. While it could scarcely be considered part of the Grand Line, it existed within the narrow confines of the South Sea. Yet, numerous small pirates had integrated it into their narratives of the Grand Line to demonstrate their prowess. "Such a plethora of pirate ships," John exclaimed upon setting foot on the island. "So, this is yet another lawless zone," Li Chao observed, eyeing the armed pirates surrounding them with faces etched in malice. "In this world, there exist regions beyond the reach of the world government, particularly where no legitimate royal authority governs. Such places become lawless zones, teeming with infamous outlaws and pirates, where no one dares to enforce justice. All that remains are predatory brigands, necessitating a constant vigilance. Let us disembark. The ship is securely anchored," Fowl instructed the group behind him. "I shall remain aboard." "Let John and John accompany you," Li Chao replied to Fowl. "Very well. You, Lucio, Arthur, Liane, and the still silent Ace can keep watch over the ship," Fowl teased. "Rest assured, we shall take excellent care of the vessel." Li Chao gestured confidently toward Fowl. "Agreed," Fowl nodded. With Li Chao's strength, he felt at ease departing alongside John and John. After all, upon first encountering Li Chao, Fowl had sensed that his prowess was on par with his own. Even now, John, who had caught up, was just beginning to match Li Chao, who remained one of the second strongest forces aboard the ship. Nodding affirmatively, Fowl soon arrived at the auction house, where several attendants stood at the entrance. Hey, is this the right place?" Carefree John boldly seized the newspaper detailing everything discussed at the auction and inquired of the attendant stationed at the entrance. "Indeed, gentlemen. However, the auction has yet to commence, and I apologize for any inconvenience," the attendant replied with a polite smile directed at John. Unbeknownst to John, however, was the sinister reality lurking behind the smiles of these attendants. "Well, it appears I am in the right place, Fowl," John remarked, nodding in satisfaction. "As long as we haven aired in our destination, that is acceptable. Yet, since we've disembarked, let us explore a bit. It has been quite some time since we procured essential supplies for the ship," Fowl suggested contemplatively. Upon hearing this, both men nodded in agreement. "Here, this is all the pocket money Li Chao entrusted to me," John declared, emptying his pockets of all the Bailey he possessed. "Is this all?" John frowned at the meager amount. Fowl, too, furrowed his brow. They had not intended to purchase anything when they disembarked. Hence, they had not brought ample Bailey. "Shall we return to ask Li Chao for more?" John said, a mischievous glint in his eye, aware that this particular individual valued his Bailey above all else, which would surely cause him considerable distress if approached. "All right, let us go back then," Fowl nodded in agreement. The three then retraced their steps, oblivious to the multitude of gazes that had been drawn to them the moment John revealed his Bailey. "Follow them," one of the leaders hissed menacingly. Although they perceived the trio's lack of imposing presence, emboldened by their numbers, they silently trailed behind. "Fowl, can you sense it?" John queried. "I sensed it long ago," Fowl replied, adjusting the grime on his attire. "What?" John, lacking the keen perception of observation hockey, stared blankly at the two. They are merely weaklings. No need to concern ourselves, Fal stated dismissively after a brief assessment. It seemed Fal regarded the band of pirates with disdain. Yet, as they neared the ghost ship, the persistent crowd trailing them began to irk Fal. Soul control, Fal multitasked, invoking his skill while walking. As he unleashed this ability, several individuals from the following crowd suddenly began to act erratically. "What are you doing, third?" The leader exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the third member brandishing his weapon and striking wildly. The surrounding comrades halted, attempting to restrain the deranged third member. However, in the next moment, another individual, originally intending to intervene, also succumbed to madness, brandishing his weapon towards the crowd. Sixth, the companion, struck directly on the carotid artery, gazed at the sixth man in disbelief, shouting out in horror. With a countenance marked by disbelief and resentment, he collapsed to the ground. The crowd descended into chaos, blood and dismembered limbs flying in every direction. In that moment, they all seemed to have succumbed to madness, turning their weapons upon one another. As bodies fell, the leader turned with a shocked expression towards the three returning figures of Fal. It was him. The leader of that frenzied mob seethed with resentment. "How amusing it is to witness their self-destruction," John laughed openly, unrestrained by any sense of propriety. They had brought this upon themselves. After observing the lifeless forms, Fal coldly departed from the scene. "Wait for me, Fal." John hurried after him. Only John remained behind, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he finally exhaled deeply. Yet this sigh was not for the deceased, but rather for Fal, who was gradually becoming more ruthless and cold-blooded. "What does it matter to me? As long as he remains who he is, that is sufficient." After much contemplation, John found clarity, and his expression softened. Chapter 146. Shopping. Once the three returned to the Phantom ship, they briefly chow on the situation. "What? Shopping?" Rugio, who was tending to Ace, suddenly erupted. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as they turned towards Fal. At that moment, Fal understood completely. "I want to go. I want to go," Rugio exclaimed, clinging to Fal's arm. "But what about Ace?" Fal replied with a, "Oh, I want to go. Leaving Ace there is fine. It was just like this before, wasn't it?" Rugio pouted charmingly at Fal. "Perhaps we can have Lien look after him. He is eager to care for Ace as well," she continued to coax Fal. "All right. I suppose I have no choice," Fal conceded with a hand on his forehead. Under everyone's gaze, Li Qiao shakily produced several large bills of belly from his pocket. "Hurry. Go now," he urged Fal, suppressing his own pain. "It's still not enough." John, observing from the sidelines, suddenly sprang forth with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Li Qiao froze, as if struck by lightning, his head snapping to face John. "Take a bit more," Fal remarked as he assessed the insufficient amount of belly in his hand. "At your command, Captain." Upon hearing this, Li Qiao returned to his cabin as if on the verge of tears. Shortly thereafter, he approached Fal with an air of utter exhaustion, presenting several substantial burly notes. Observing this, Fal nodded in satisfaction before accepting the notes from Li Qiao's trembling hands. However, it was still insufficient. Yet, John, standing nearby, shouted out in dissatisfaction. It was only after Fal had departed that John made a face at Li Qiao and quickly fled the scene. John. This left Li Qiao, radiating frustration, in his wake. Subsequently, the four companions set off together, embarking on a fervent spree of acquisition on the island, eagerly purchasing various goods. "Big brother. Look, it's a woman. A beautiful woman," many pirates exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Rugio. "Fool, did you not witness the gruesome fate of those who came before?" Yet, the leading pirate, aware of Fal's previously displayed prowess, promptly chastised them. Some seasoned pirates expressed indifference, having grown accustomed to beauty, and thus remained unimpressed by Rugio. Not all pirates were as naive as those unacquainted with the world. Had they been, they would not have achieved such success today. "Fal, what a lovely dress!" Rugio exclaimed, tugging at Fal's arm, her voice exuberant, her feminine nature barely contained. Behind them, John and John stood vigilantly, acting as their protectors, unperturbed by the various nefarious figures and pirates surrounding them. A few ill-fated pirates attempted to provoke them, but before they could utter a word, John swiftly dispatched them into pieces. "What a repugnant lot! Their blood is even black," he remarked disdainfully as he wiped his blade with a handkerchief. After a considerable time, the group, laden with bags of all sizes, prepared to depart. Chapter 147. Equitable Exchange. "Fal, look at that garment," Rugio suddenly exclaimed, directing her gaze towards a shop. "Good day, sir and madam," The shopkeeper greeted them with a gentlemanly bow. This establishment operates on a basis of equitable exchange and does not accept burly. I apologize for the inconvenience, the shopkeeper explained, as confusion flickered in the eyes of Fal and his companions. Yet, Fal discerned the shopkeeper's extraordinary aura, indicating that he was likely a formidable user of a devil fruit power, certainly surpassing John in strength. After wandering the islands for quite some time, it was indeed a rare sight that captured Fal's attention. The garment in question was truly remarkable. As Fal gazed at the outfit pointed out by Lugio, he noticed it was a simple black captain's coat. What set it apart were the myriad golden red patterns adorning it, accompanied by a matching captain's hat. It appeared quite splendid, at least in the eyes of Fal and his companions. "Fal, you would look splendid in that attire," Lugio exclaimed with a bright smile. "The texture is also quite exquisite," she added. Yet, Fal stood transfixed, for he discerned the extraordinary nature of the garment. "My dear lady, you possess a discerning eye. This piece has a storied past," the shopkeeper remarked with a self-satisfied grin directed at Lugio. However, to Lugio, his expression resembled that of a menacing criminal. "Oh, might you enlighten me on its uniqueness?" she inquired politely, concealing her apprehension. "This coat was recently procured by my companions and me from a treasure map recorded by my grandfather. It is untouched by flames," the shopkeeper elaborated, though the authenticity of his grandfather's treasure map remained dubious. At least in Fal's eyes, anyone who believed the shopkeeper's words would indeed be a fool. Untouched by flames? At this juncture, John, who had been listening intently, interjected with keen interest. "Indeed, sir. Would you like to test it?" the shopkeeper offered to John. "Let us give it a try," John replied eagerly. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper nodded, then retrieved a wooden stick from behind him, igniting it with a sudden spark of flame. "What manner of ability is this?" Fal exclaimed, astonished. One must note that in the original tale, only Ace's fire fruit could conjure flames from thin air. Now, the shopkeeper's sudden manifestation of fire raised Fal's suspicions. "Haha, it is merely a small trick," the shopkeeper said as he produced a peculiar lighter from the shadows. Quite the clever concealment. Fal chuckled upon seeing the oddly shaped lighter. He realized he had been overly cautious, allowing his imagination to run wild, mistakenly believing the shopkeeper to be the possessor of the fire fruit. In this world, lighters indeed exist. However, the peculiar shape of this particular lighter momentarily startled Fal. It was only after the shopkeeper provided further explanation that Fal managed to lower his internal guard. "What an intriguing little object," John could not help but exclaim. "Sir, do you fancy it? If so, you may acquire it by offering an item of equivalent value," the shopkeeper enticed. "Ahem, I don't really need it," John replied, immediately coughing twice in response. Hurry, let me see the uniqueness of that garment." John, unable to contain his excitement, shouted from across the room. Patience, the shopkeeper said as he handed John a flaming stick. "What does this signify?" John questioned, puzzled. "Sir, did you not express disbelief? You may test it for yourself," the shopkeeper suggested, gesturing towards the garment. "All right, I shall not be polite," John responded, somewhat taken aback. He cautiously placed his hand near the flaming stick. "That's quite hot," he exclaimed, retracting his hand immediately. No longer doubting the shopkeeper's words, he swiftly positioned the flaming stick beneath the garment. Indeed, it did not ignite. Turning to Fal, John remarked, "It has some merit." Fal gazed at the extraordinary garment with keen interest. In his eyes, the flaming stick posed no threat, and neither did the garment. This could only attest to one conclusion: the garment truly possessed extraordinary properties. If the flames could not scorch it, it would undoubtedly prove useful in certain exceptional circumstances. "Now, how shall we proceed with the trade?" Fal inquired with growing interest. "As previously stated, an equivalent exchange," the shopkeeper replied with a smile. Observing the shopkeeper's scarred visage and his peculiar attire, Fal fell into contemplation. "What is it that you desire for this equivalent exchange?" Fal asked the shopkeeper. "If you possess any treasure maps that I require, I would be quite interested," the shopkeeper chuckled. "A treasure map? I do not have one," Fal shook his head. "Other items are also acceptable." The shopkeeper gazed intently into Fal's eyes, as though a negative response would prompt him to dismiss them immediately. However, it soon became evident that this was indeed the case. "I have no other items," Fal replied, shaking his head once more. "Then I'm afraid you are not welcome here," the shopkeeper concluded. The dissatisfied boss reprimanded sharply. Amidst his scolding, the silhouettes of two burly men emerged from behind the gates. In Fal's view, though they lacked the strength of the shopkeeper, each was still a formidable opponent. comparable to Arthur. They were likely wielders of devil fruit abilities. However, I possess something here that I believe you will not refuse, Fal said with a sly, mysterious grin. What is it? The shopkeeper inquired, his interest piqued. Come here and see, Fal beckoned, reaching into his pocket and then raising a clenched fist into the air toward the boss. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? The cautious shopkeeper hesitated to approach. Of course not, Fal replied with a smile, shaking his head. Just open your hand. Seeing this, the shopkeeper became even more wary and shouted directly at Fal. Soul shock. At this moment, Fal decided against further schemes and unleashed his lethal technique. What? Charge at them. The shopkeeper, momentarily dazed, attempted to rally his companions. However, in the next instant, he collapsed to the ground, swaying unsteadily. Similarly, the two burly men positioned not far behind were also felled by Fal's soul shock. Witnessing this, John and John rushed forward to block the unfolding events within the shop. This rendered the passers-by trudging along the swamp-laden path oblivious to the events unfolding nearby. Soul absorption. Fal exclaimed once more, and the souls of the shopkeeper and the two burly men were drawn into his very being. Within Fal, they cried out in disbelief, their wails echoing in the void. This illustrates the disparity between Fal and their strength, as well as the gap that exists between him and John, and others. If Fal desires it now, then the individuals aboard the ghost ship are not his equals. Do you see, John? This is the convenience that power bestows upon me. I can attain whatever I wish, Fal remarked, casting a sidelong glance at John. I understand, Fal, John replied with a resigned nod. Lugio, take them to a concealed place within the house, Fal commanded Lugio. Fal, are they all dead? Lugio asked, still somewhat unwilling to accept the reality before her. Is it truly because of this that Fal has killed them all? Should this not merely be a routine transaction? Of course not, my dear Rugio. Quickly, drag them away, Fal said, having spun a lie to Rugio. No, I refuse to believe that. However, how could Rugio, possessing the power of observation hockey, fail to perceive their demise? She retorted directly to Fal. Obey me. This world is inherently cruel. Do you not understand why Roger perished? Fal admonished Rugio in a lowered voice. Very well, I comprehend, Fal. Upon hearing this, Rugio accepted the grim reality before her and ceased her hesitation, swiftly removing the bodies of the fallen from the scene. Wait, Rugio, bring that lighter over here. Suddenly, John called out to Rugio. Rugio responded reluctantly. It seems her heart retains a semblance of kindness until she fully immerses herself in the brutal pirate faction. One can never truly believe she would act in a callous manner. On the other hand, John's thoughts diverged. He was indifferent to the fates of the individuals before him. They were merely casualties, as Fal had stated. Their prowess paled in comparison to Fal's, thus their demise was inevitable. Yet, what troubled John most was Fal's psyche, his inner turmoil. He feared that Fal might gradually distance himself from them, evolving into a genuinely ruthless pirate within this world. However, John's worries were unfounded. From the very beginning, Fal's objective remained singular. That was to return home, regardless of the events that may transpire. Nothing could obstruct Fal's conviction or hinder his desire to reunite with his family. Meanwhile, John maintained his carefree demeanor. Perhaps he had already seen through it all, or perhaps he simply did not care. Regardless of their internal struggles, Fal advanced step by step, feeling the texture of the garment. It was remarkably resilient. After scrutinizing and touching it for some time, Fal ultimately concluded. He then eagerly removed it and retreated to a concealed area within the house to don it. It fits perfectly, Fal remarked as he spun around. It is vastly superior to my previous attire. He could not help but praise. However, what truly astonished him was the sensation of a soul emanating from the garment. Hey, 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 Fal called out to the soul within the clothing. Yet, after a brief wait, he received no response. In his impatience, Fal decided to consume it. He extracted a fragment of his own soul and devoured the soul residing within the garment. Only then did the clothing become fully responsive to his command. He then retrieved the hat and placed it upon his head, resembling a pirate captain. John complimented. Fal, I have made a discovery. There. The idle John was rummaging through the shop's other items. After discarding some peculiar trinkets, his greatest treasure emerged in the form of a book he held in his hands. The Blade's Intent. Feyre approached and pronounced the title of the book. Upon seeing a singular character inscribed on its cover, Feyre felt an undeniable sense of the book's significance. Hand it over to me, Feyre requested, taking the book from John. All right, John nodded in agreement. He then resumed his search for more items until a few customers entered the shop. "Where's the shop owner?" one of the newcomers inquired. "I don't know." Fea quickly dismissed the question, wishing to avoid further complications. "Are we ready?" After checking with John, who signaled an affirmative with an okay gesture, Fea addressed the group. "Let us depart." He stepped out of the shop first, with the others closely following his lead. "Strange, the shop owner should be here often," remarked one of the customers lingering outside, unaware of the scene within. It was only upon entering the shop that they were met with sheer astonishment. How could it have transformed like this? The group gasped, their faces contorted in disbelief. They never anticipated that a shopkeeper of such formidable strength would meet his demise. Clearly, they needed to reassess the influx of pirates arriving on this island. As they made their way toward the ghost ship, Lugio trudged behind Fea, burdened with various items. John walked alongside, contemplating the spoils acquired from the shopkeeper. "This dagger is quite impressive," he remarked aloud. Hearing this, John leaned in closer to join John's musings about the items. "What's wrong? Are you still unhappy?" Fea inquired of Lugio, unable to bear her discontent any longer. Lugio replied, her mood visibly dampened. Observing this, Fea chose not to press further, but instead silently activated the Soul Chaos realm of joy, enveloping Lugio within it. "How about now?" Fea teased, playfully tickling her side. Chapter 149. The Prelude to the Auction. "What are you doing?" "Oh, please stop, that tickles." Indeed, as Lugio was embraced by the joyous energy of the Soul Chaos realm, her spirits seemed to rejuvenate magnificently. "Are you still feeling unwell?" Fea asked, his face beaming with delight as he looked at her. This tactic has proven to be infallible, playing an indispensable role for both Li Qiao aboard the ship and others such as Arthur. This is one of the reasons they have truly integrated into the Ghost Sword Pirates. After all, how could a captain who can consistently manage their emotions allow discontent to fester among his crew? Thus, in Fal's perspective, his views diverge sharply from John's. Each time John counters Fal, the essence of Fal's argument about strength is precisely this. With power, one can wield control over all. This is a sentiment Fal once conveyed to John. "How peculiar, it no longer pains me." "But Fal, why did you act in that manner before?" Lugio halted and questioned Fal. "Silly girl, what you perceive is merely the surface," Fal replied, gently patting Lugio, who stood a head shorter than him. "Surface? What do you mean?" Lugio inquired. "What you witnessed today was me vanquishing him and seizing his possessions. But can you fathom the scene from yesterday when he slaughtered those innocent souls?" Fal subtly guided Lugio. "No, I cannot." Upon hearing this, Lugio dispelled the turmoil within her and addressed Fal. "However, Fal, could you refrain from treating those innocent civilians in such a manner in the future? They truly are pitiable." Suddenly, Lugio embraced Fal and asked, "Rest assured, I will heed your words," Fal replied, stroking Lugio's head. "Then that is agreeable." At that moment, Lugio wore a contented smile. Thus, the journey of Lugio, from initial joy and happiness to eventual discontent, reached its conclusion. Upon returning to the ghost ship, Lugio transformed back into her former self, a stark contrast to her earlier gloomy demeanor. "You purchased all these items?" When Li Qiao, Arthur, and Lien, who was attending to Ace, observed the numerous bags Fal and his companions carried, astonishment graced their faces. "And Fal, where did you acquire that outfit? It looks rather splendid." Li Qiao could not help but commend Fal. "Where else could it come from, but purchased with berries?" Joan retorted cheekily to Li Qiao. Indeed, upon hearing Joan's remark, Li Qiao's previously astonished expression reverted to one of displeasure. "Joan!" Li Qiao shouted at Joan, transforming into a gust of wind to teach him a lesson. However, Joan was no easy target, although Li Qiao wielded a natural-type devil fruit. Ordinary individuals could not strike at his true form. It is essential to note that Joan was not an ordinary person. Possessing the ability of armament hockey allowed him to easily counter Li Qiao. Sighing at the impending scuffle between the two, John shook his head in exasperation. Meanwhile, Lugio displayed a mischievous smile from the sidelines. "Let us tidy up these items, pack what needs packing, and change what needs changing." Fal pretended not to notice the two individuals engaged in a quarrel. Given the ongoing conflict between John and Li Qiao, such scenes had become commonplace, prompting Fal to increasingly disregard their disputes. "When will they cease?" Lugio inquired of Fal. "I cannot say. Perhaps they will stop when they grow weary." Fal replied with a shake of his head. Subsequently, he departed alone, retreating to his own chamber. His return was not prompted by any particular event. Rather, he intended to thoroughly examine a certain tome. "Let us unveil this book," Fowl declared as he laid it flat upon the table. What manner of book could this possibly be? With a sense of curiosity and anticipation, Fowl mused silently. He had already sensed the uniqueness of this manuscript. Perhaps he had finally discovered a volume that resonated with his essence. As he opened the book pertaining to the artistry of the blade, Fowl began to vocalize the words inscribed within. Thus, he perused the pages for an extended period until, in a fleeting moment, he sensed an overwhelming aura. What a formidable presence! Fowl paused his reading and gazed towards a particular direction. It seems that the pursuit of the supreme great blade will prove quite arduous, he pondered. After concluding his exploration of the tome, Fowl found himself utterly perplexed by its contents, leaving him to wonder, is it not suited for me? Abandoning further contemplation of the book, he resolved to wait until he acquired a truly fitting blade before considering anything else. As time swiftly passed, the day of the auction drew near. On this day, a multitude of formidable warriors from the vast oceans had gathered here, clearly drawn to partake in the auction. Are you prepared, John? John inquired, taking a deep breath. The presence of so many powerful individuals instilled a significant amount of pressure upon their group. I have been ready for quite some time, John replied, polishing his firearm. Although he had slightly altered his combat style over the years, he resolved to maintain the firearm as his primary weapon. Additionally, he had taken the initiative to learn some rudimentary techniques involving daggers. This has transformed him into a figure reminiscent of both an assassin and a gunslinger, much to John's amusement. Despite his formidable strength compared to the average individual, he has not yet developed his abilities to a satisfactory level. Among the crew aboard the ghost ship, he occupies a position that is neither particularly high nor low. Let us proceed as usual. Let Arthur, Leon, and Lu Jiu remain on the ship while Li Xiao provides covert support, Fowl instructed the group. Observing that both were adequately prepared, it was evident that Fowl had intentions that extended beyond merely attending the auction. Understood. After all crew members acknowledged, Fowl departed the area alongside John and John. They found themselves once again traversing the island's streets, laden with mud and surrounded by numerous dilapidated structures. A clear indication that this island was no stranger to conflict. The sole advantage of this island lies in its absence of wilderness, where one can readily encounter throngs of people upon arrival. However, this is also attributable to the island's relatively modest size, compounded by the previous battles that have laid waste to many areas of this isle. Has the Navy made its presence felt here? As Fowl could discern whilst traversing the island. Chapter 150. The Navy Admiral. The Admiral gazed at the Navy personnel who had disembarked, and with a furrowed brow, Fowl remarked. Under his scrutiny, he unexpectedly detected the presence of Sengoku, accompanied by two vice-admirals. It appears this auction is far from ordinary, Fowl mused. As he walked along the path, Fowl sensed the formidable aura emanating from the vessels that had anchored nearby. In his perception, he realized that each individual possessed strength rivaling that of John. It is worth noting that John's prowess currently surpasses that of a typical vice-admiral, rendering the average vice-admiral no match for him. Upon hearing Fowl's murmurs, both John and John lowered their heads, lost in thought. Gentlemen, do you possess entry tickets? Upon reaching the entrance of the auction house, four well-dressed men with distinct auras stood before them, barring their way. Entry tickets? Fowl inquired, his brow knitting in concern. Indeed. And if you lack them, a family invitation or recommendation will suffice for entry, one of the men explained to Fowl. It appears that such credentials are requisite for gaining access to this auction. Fowl contemplated silently. I forgot to bring mine. Subsequently, Fowl addressed the man before him. I apologize, but without an entry ticket, invitation, or recommendation, you cannot enter. The man gestured dismissively to Fowl. Following this motion, the three others stepped forward, encircling the entrance of the auction house. Very well, I shall retrieve it. Fowl nodded in acquiescence to the man. As he departed, he took note of the distinguished nobles and fearsome pirates producing their invitations, committing their appearances to memory. Fowl, where shall we procure this item? John queried with a hint of frustration. He had prepared himself for a grand showdown, but it seemed this opportunity would not allow for such a display of prowess. Where shall we procure this item? Why, by seizing it, Fowl replied with a cunning smile. Then, within the realm of Fowl's observation hockey, he effortlessly pinpointed a group carrying the desired item. Act now. Upon arriving at the location of the identified group, Fowl wasted no words and initiated his assault. The bystanders on the street, unperturbed, stepped aside to allow Fowl and his companions space to maneuver, wary of incurring collateral damage. Who goes there? Startled by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Fowl, The individual felt a jolt within. However, upon witnessing his four companions collapse one by one beside him, he instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. "Surrender the invitation you hold in your hand," Fal declared, locking his gaze onto the man's eyes. The man did not falter, not due to his own formidable strength, but rather because his companions, akin to loyal guardians, possessed far greater power. His steadfastness stemmed solely from the invitation card clutched in his hand, which prompted Fal to deliberately circumvent him within the realm of his soul-shaking presence, allowing him to remain upright. The individual, whose gaze was met directly by Fal's, clenched his fists in frustration. 3. Fal declared, unwilling to engage in further trivialities, opting instead for a direct threat. Had he known it would be so troublesome, he would have preferred to simply incapacitate him all at once. At that moment, such thoughts coursed through Fal's mind. 2. Fal issued another command, warning that if the man failed to surrender the invitation, he would indeed face dire consequences. I concede. Under the looming threat of imminent demise, the man quickly relented, handing over the invitation card to Fal. "Let us depart." With the invitation now in his possession, Fal made no delay. The crowd that had gathered dispersed tumultuously in the wake of his exit, leaving behind only the weeping individual and the 5 others who had succumbed to unconsciousness upon the ground. Is it limited to 4 individuals? Fal pondered upon reading the annotations on the invitation. The reverse side bore several dissimilar stipulations, outlining restrictions for the bearer. Nevertheless, as Fal intended to accompany only 3 individuals, he chose to disregard that particular clause. After thoroughly reviewing the regulations and finding no violations, he secured the invitation once more. "Let us go." After addressing his companions, Fal returned to the entrance of the auction house. "Halt." The familiar quartet of burly men blocked their path with a commanding shout. "I have retrieved the invitation," Fal declared, presenting the card to the men. "You may enter." Although aware of Fal's previous actions, the men did not impede their passage. This is the established protocol here. The very essence of survival. As long as you possess strength, you can shatter anything. With a mere acknowledgement, Fal entered. Although he sensed that the 4 burly men were not as formidable as John, he nevertheless detected a far more potent aura within the auction house. Upon stepping inside, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, undoubtedly emanating from the perfumes of the attendees. As he glanced around at the opulent surroundings, Fal merely took a cursory look before proceeding deeper into the auction. "Fal, where shall we sit?" John inquired as they ventured further into the venue, facing an endless array of seats. "Here," Fal replied, locating an ordinary seat according to the number on the invitation. Spotting the vacant spot with only 5 occupants, he casually took a seat in the center, while John nonchalantly settled beside him, adopting a rather nonchalant demeanor. At that moment, the auction was bustling with numerous individuals taking their places. Contrary to his initial expectations of a boisterous and chaotic atmosphere, Fal found himself enveloped in a surprisingly tranquil ambience. "The attendees are all significant figures," he remarked, absorbing the atmosphere. "Could I be a rival to Sengoku?" Fal mused, directing his gaze toward a prominent seat at the top. There sat Sengoku, who had long since arrived at the auction, accompanied by several vice admirals. Their eyes met in a moment of mutual recognition. This is no ordinary individual, Sengoku reflected, withdrawing his gaze to address a nearby vice admiral. Could it be a pirate? The admiral sank into contemplation, now grappling with thoughts about the future of the Navy, burdened with anxiety. The inconsistency in the Navy's strength only amplified Sengoku's concerns for its future. Chapter 151. The starting bid is insufficient. The auction gradually settled into a rhythm, with the seats becoming increasingly filled with attendees. As the auction unfolded, it became evident, just as Lu Jiao had remarked, that it was far from the simplicity it initially suggested. In the shadows, 3 formidable individuals emanated an aura that caught the attention of Fal. At this moment, Fal wore a somber expression, acutely aware of the distinct energies radiating from various powerful beings around him. It seemed that the audacious plan of seizing the opportunity might have to be abandoned, he lamented. Both John and John also sensed the overwhelming presence of the strong individuals seated above them, their oppressive energy making it difficult to breathe. Among them was not only the renowned admiral of the Navy, Sengoku, but also other unknown powerhouses. Though they may not possess Sengoku's might, they were certainly beyond the duo's capabilities. Fal explained to John and John that these unknown entities were beyond his experience in the original narrative. Indeed, this vast world was teeming with formidable individuals. As for their absence from the original story, it could be attributed to their yet-to-be-revealed appearances or perhaps their demise. Surrounding them were numerous supernova pirates, John remarked with a complicated expression. Within the auction venue, the atmosphere grew increasingly raucous, with some pirates clamoring for the auction to commence, while certain nobles expressed their discontent with the surroundings. The cacophony of voices converged into Foul's ears. After a prolonged interlude, the heavy doors of the auction house were finally sealed by the burly guards, signifying the impending commencement of the event. Foul intuited. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a host approached the auction stage. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, friends, welcome to our special event, and thank you for attending this auction, the host announced, employing a device to amplify his voice across the expansive gathering. This individual appeared quite formidable. However, Foul was not focused on such matters. His expression darkened further. In his perception, the host, despite his strength, lacked the commanding presence of Admiral Sengoku, appearing somewhat diminished in comparison. Within Foul's perception, he was aware that he was the second most formidable individual in the entire venue. Fortunately, the two dominant sea kings from the old era, who possessed the most formidable powers on this ocean, had not attended. Otherwise, the auction would undoubtedly have become far more lively. Did they deem the items up for bid unworthy? Foul pondered this question. However, he was also perplexed as to why the Navy would dispatch an admiral to this event. Meanwhile, the auctioneer, after delivering the opening remarks, was about to commence the auction. Once the auctioneer stepped aside, the auctioneer and her accompanying assistant approached the stage with the items for sale. A lavishly packaged item was placed at the center of the auction platform, clearly identifiable as a devil fruit. As all present could see, this particular devil fruit belonged to the paramecia type, specifically the sway fruit, which possessed the power to unleash force with a mere wave of the hand. The starting bid was set at 100 million berries, with each subsequent increase required to be no less than 1 million berries. The auctioneer's voice grew increasingly fervent as she addressed the audience. 100 million and 1 million berries. Following her declaration, the crowd began to place their bids. 130 million berries. Some exclaimed, their eyes glinting with desire. Although this was merely a paramecia-type devil fruit, the high-ranking individuals present did not regard it with much esteem. Nevertheless, many from the lower tiers placed great value on this devil fruit, each exhibiting an expression of determination to acquire it. 130 million and 300,000 berries. Gradually, the bids escalated, reaching the pinnacle offered by those from the lower echelons. In the midst of this bidding, the voices of other bidders began to dwindle. The entire auction hall fell into a profound silence, broken only by the rhythmic sound of the auctioneer's gavel. Going once at 130 million and 300,000. Going twice. Going thrice. With a resounding thud of the gavel, the ownership of the devil fruit was confirmed. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully bidding on the item. If time permits, we can proceed with the transaction, the auctioneer announced to the victorious bidder. The second in command was promptly dispatched to pay, while the third was sent to retrieve the devil fruit. In the back room, a simultaneous exchange of money and goods transpired, and the third successfully acquired the coveted devil fruit. With a glint of eagerness, the leader, upon seeing the devil fruit, promptly stuffed it into his mouth, enduring a grimace as he consumed it. It was rumored that finishing the entire fruit would grant one even greater powers. Whether this claim held any truth remained uncertain. The leader's expression twisted into a grimace as he contemplated the situation. Upon witnessing this, the others, including Foul and his companions, bowed their heads in disappointment. It was indeed a pity. The fruit appeared to be a remarkable devil fruit. Foul mused to himself, contemplating the prospect of seizing the items acquired at the auction once it concluded. However, to avert such unforeseen circumstances, numerous individuals consumed the devil fruit before the crowd, thereby rendering it unattainable for others. This will help to avert numerous unforeseen incidents. Moments later, the second item was slowly brought forth by her attendant under the auctioneer's proclamation. Next up for auction was a mesmerizing ring, imbued with the power to enhance one's physical prowess. The auctioneer exuberantly introduced this item, setting the opening bid at 100 million berries, with increments no less than 1 million berries. The auctioneer continued, "Darn, is this the amount of berries we are required to present? Foul, do you think we have enough money?" Upon hearing the auctioneer's announcement, John, feeling somewhat disheartened, inquired of Foul, "How many berries did you bring?" Foul also questioned John, sensing a shortfall. "I hardly brought any berries. I thought we could simply seize it without much fuss," John replied innocently. "Well, it seems our hopes of acquiring the supreme great blade have been dashed," Fal lamented, covering his face in resignation. Now, tell me, how many berries did you actually bring? Fal pressed John again. Just a few tens of millions. John responded with a wry smile. Well, that's not even enough for the opening bid, Fal said, clearly distressed. Chapter 152, a coffin? It appears we can only watch as they auction off these items. Fal turned his attention back to the others. John, make sure to remember the faces of those who successfully bid on items, Fal commanded. Understood, John nodded in acknowledgement. Gradually, amidst the spirited bidding of the crowd, the ring imbued with magical powers was sold for 120 million berries. Each item was displayed before the eager bidders, including luminous blades, powerful cannons, and ordinary Zoan-type devil fruits, all of which were purchased at their respective prices. Among them, Fal had high hopes for a Paramecia-type swift transmission devil fruit, which was acquired by a supernova pirate who consumed it on the spot. This supernova pirate was indeed formidable, flanked by several equally impressive comrades. It is worth noting the significance of the term supernova in the pirate world. Supernova refers to newly emerged pirates whose bounties exceed 100 million berries within a short span of time. Thus, any association with the term supernova, whether it pertains to the crew or the individual, signifies considerable strength. Keep in mind that after 3 years of sailing, Fal and his crew have only amassed a bounty of a mere tens of millions. The disparity between them becomes apparent through this comparison. However, a bounty does not necessarily reflect one's true strength. Take Fal for instance. Despite possessing a mere 10 million bounty, he is capable of single-handedly overpowering that renowned newcomer. Eventually, we reached the final few items, which heightened everyone's anticipation as they fixated their gazes upon the auction stage. This is the third-to-last item we are to present, a tome that chronicles the cultivation and application of the 3 forms of hockey. The auctioneer's voice resonated throughout the venue. Do not compete with me for this. This book is mine. Instantly, a cacophony of voices erupted in response. It must be noted that this is a sacred text detailing the process and application of the 3 forms of hockey, a veritable divine manuscript. It is no wonder that the crowd was in a state of ecstatic excitement. After all, those who master the 3 forms of hockey are certainly not nameless individuals upon the vast sea. Yet, amidst the fervor of the auction, there were some individuals who remained remarkably composed, as if the object being auctioned was merely an ordinary book. Among them were Fal and other formidable figures such as Sengoku. Fal, John exclaimed, his eyes burning with fervor. There's no need for such eagerness. Acquiring this book won't enable you to cultivate hockey. Fal shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. Why not? John inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. It is well known that the cultivation of the 3 forms of hockey requires inherent talent, Fal replied methodically. If mastering the 3 forms of hockey were so simple, it would be commonplace by now. Not to mention, only those with the potential of a king can awaken the conqueror's hockey. That is not something determined by mere talent. It is bloodline. Bloodline is what dictates such abilities. This is also the reason why Fal sought to study the genes of Lien's Lugio. All right, I understand now. After a brief pause, John's enthusiasm waned as he stated this to Fal. He then leaned back in his seat, quietly observing the pirates and nobles in the hall vying for bids on that cultivation book. It was not until half an hour later that the book was finally acquired for an astronomical price by a noble. At the moment of possession, the noble clutched the tome protectively, as if guarding a prized possession, fearful of anyone catching a glimpse. Fal chuckled upon witnessing this. The minor interlude swiftly passed, and the next item was brought forth by the auctioneer's assistant. Next, you shall behold the treasure of the sea, a Zoan-type devil fruit of mythical beasts. The auctioneer proclaimed with resounding confidence, drawing the attention of those nearby, including Fal, who recognized the rarity of a mythical beast akin to the power of a natural-type devil fruit. However, upon hearing the price, Fal relinquished any intention of bidding and instead focused intently on the forthcoming spectacle. Time slipped away like grains of sand, and after an hour had elapsed, the coveted devil fruit was finally claimed by a bidder. The exorbitant price forced Warring States to grit his teeth and suppress his urge to continue the bidding. For his mission was to secure the legendary blade, the Black Knife Knight, for the Sky People. Everyone, please settle down, he announced, as the mythical beast's auction concluded. The entire venue dimmed, leaving only the spotlight illuminating the auction stage, which heightened the vigilance among the attendees. What followed was the most anticipated item of the evening, a legendary blade. The auctioneer, brimming with excitement, declared, the origin of this knife is steeped in mystery. Its acquisition fraught with difficulty, and at long last, We have obtained this magnificent longsword." He spoke with earnestness, yet many in the crowd, including Fal, remained skeptical of his fervent claims. The presence of this knife here may be attributed to the butterfly effect brought about by Fal's arrival in this world. Or perhaps it was destined to be auctioned here. It could also be due to a myriad of other reasons. However, the only thought occupying Fal's mind at this moment is the desire to possess that supreme blade. "I must have a long knife that is suited to me," he fervently contemplates. At this instant on the auction stage, after the auctioneer has concluded his introduction of the supreme blade, several individuals emerge from behind, bearing the item. To everyone's astonishment, it is a coffin. The emergence of this object incites a wave of confusion among the crowd. For it is not the legendary supreme blade, but merely a coffin. "I believe many are perplexed, just as I was upon first seeing it," the auctioneer notes, sensing the audience's bewilderment. However, this item has not been substituted for any particular reason, he adds with a hint of jest. Rather, the supreme blade is housed within this coffin, as it serves as its sheath. The auctioneer suddenly exclaims with fervor. Following his explanation, he instructs his attendants to open the coffin, revealing the blade within. The blade is pitch black, adorned with a chaotic floral pattern. Its long tang forming a cruciform shape with the hilt and blade, embellished with blue and green gemstones, creating an aura of dark elegance. This is the supreme great blade, the Black Blade of Night. Chapter 153. The opening bid is 100 million berries. The auctioneer, with a proud expression, called out to the crowd below. "I bid 110 million. Exclaimed a young man. "You insolent brat. You think you can acquire this weapon with such a trifling sum? I bid 130 million. Soon, following the auctioneer's announcement of the price, a flurry of bids erupted from the audience. However, in reality, the supreme great blade is not worth as much in this world. Even less than a rare devil fruit. Its true value lies in its rarity and the fact that it has been wielded by renowned figures. Thus, genuine supreme great blades seldom appear on the market for sale or auction. Yet today, an unknown source has managed to bring forth such a blade for auction, prompting many to lavish exorbitant sums for this weapon. Acquiring a supreme great blade is indeed a matter of great pride. I bid 860 million. Before long, the price of the supreme great blade, Black Blade of Night, soared to new heights, causing those with limited means to withdraw, leaving only a handful still vying for it. "Young master, shall we place another bid?" An elderly man inquired, addressing a disabled youth seated in a wheelchair nearby. "There is no need. Even if we were to acquire this long knife, we might not be able to keep it," the youth replied with a sense of resignation. Indeed, it was well known among the bidders that this long knife had a previous owner. The reason for its appearance here remained a mystery. According to certain rumors, it was said that the owner of this auction house had defeated the blade's original master, claiming it as a trophy, and intended to humiliate the former owner by auctioning it off. "I bid 900 million, bellowed a one-eyed brute upon hearing the surrounding bids. "Today, this supreme great blade is mine." The one-eyed man's eyes sparkled with determination. "Captain, there's a high-ranking general eyeing us intently. Even if we win the bid, we may not be able to keep it." One of his subordinates cautioned. "Fool, what do you know? Once I possess this long knife, I will gain fame, power, and strength." The one-eyed man retorted fiercely. "Moreover, with that blade in my possession, I may not even be outmatched." He extended his tongue defiantly, gazing up at the seat occupied by the naval general. Indeed, he was the captain of the ruthless pirate crew, boasting a bounty of 1.5 billion berries, and was convinced that his strength was on par with that of the general. 1 billion. On the other side, upon hearing the bid from the one-eyed dragon, the captain of a supernova pirate crew expressed his eagerness to contend for it. 1 billion. Upon hearing the offer, the one-eyed dragon cast a penetrating glance in his direction. "A supernova, is it? I shall remember you," he thought fiercely to himself. This scene was observed by the naval admiral seated high above. 1.2 billion. After a moment's hesitation, Sengoku ultimately decided to place his bid. This price does not exceed the limits of his endurance. 1.3 billion. The seat beneath the warring states was quoted by the one-eyed dragon in a somewhat frenzied manner. This has gradually approached his limit, which has caused the one-eyed dragon's current state to be somewhat unfavorable. Sengoku hesitated for a moment before making another offer. If the bid increased any further, it would surpass the intrinsic value of the blade itself. Furrowing his brow, Sengoku contemplated this. 15 billion. Dog Navy. I wonder if you dare to raise it again. The one-eyed dragon suddenly stood up, shouting towards Sengoku above. Meanwhile, the spectators seated nearby withdrew from the bidding process, their expressions indicating they were merely there to observe. 15 billion. This amount is sufficient to procure an exceptionally valuable devil fruit. This prompted numerous bidders to contemplate the situation with dismay. Damn it, those ruthless individuals. The one-eyed dragon murmured, gazing down at the crowd that shouted at him. 1,510,000,000. I cannot accept this renewed bid, he exclaimed, incredulity etched on his face. 1,510,000,000. Is there no higher offer? The auctioneer proclaimed exuberantly from his position. Admiral, just you wait. The one-eyed dragon, who had initially intended to place another bid, suddenly reconsidered and withdrew from the auction. Second mate, third mate, summon the crew to the ship. Today, I intend to make a grand move, he commanded his subordinates. The captain, upon hearing this, hesitated, but the one-eyed dragon's men urged him to intervene. Hurry, otherwise I shall boil you for dinner. Do not mistake my words for jest. The one-eyed dragon threatened, his gaze fierce. Seeing this, the subordinate could only nod and retreat. Following the auctioneer's fervent calls for bids, after 3 announcements, a gavel struck down, finalizing the ownership of the supreme blade. The auction was nearing its conclusion, with luxurious curtains cloaking the auction stage. The auctioneer and his attendants gradually withdrew. When the host reappeared, he first expressed gratitude to all participants, then announced the end of the auction. At that moment, everyone began to rise from their seats, preparing to depart, while a few lingered behind, uncertain of their intentions. Within this narrative, there exists a cyclopean figure, alongside some overconfident supernova pirates and Fowl. Fowl, what should we do? Should we leave this place? John inquired of Fowl. In John's perspective, the current scene suggested that once Admiral Sengoku exited the auction, a fierce battle was imminent. Although he was aware that the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be Admiral Sengoku, he still feared that the tumult of this conflict would ensnare him. John, return to the ghost ship and wait for Little Ghost to come and retrieve me and John, Fowl said, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. Understood. I comprehend your meaning, John replied, having grasped Fowl's intent at once. He then departed alongside the throng exiting the venue. Meanwhile, after the host declared the auction concluded, Admiral Sengoku and several of his accompanying rear admirals proceeded backstage with a few attendants. This is the Supreme Great Blade, Blackblade Knight, remarked several distinguished figures clad in black to Admiral Sengoku. Blackblade Knight? Sengoku opened the coffin and gently caressed the blade's surface. Long ago, it was merely known as Knight, he reflected, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. All right, Crane, please bring forth the berries. After a moment of reminiscence, Sengoku directed one of the female rear admirals beside him. Everything is accounted for, Rear Admiral Crane responded, handing a black leather case to the figures in black. After verifying and counting the berries owed, the figures returned the case to Crane. It appears there remains 900 million? Crane assessed upon opening the case. Indeed. This time the marshal entrusted me with 6 billion berries. Fortunately, it suffices, Sengoku expressed with relief. He had indeed contemplated forcibly seizing the supreme great blade from others. Yet the principles of justice emblazoned on his flowing cloak restrained his actions. Were he to undertake such an act, it would undoubtedly contravene the tenets of Navy justice, regardless of whether the target was a heinous pirate or another. Once the transactions were successfully completed, the figures in black prepared to depart with the case. There may be a throng of adversaries awaiting you outside. For your safety, I advise you to linger here for a while, one of the figures suggested to Sengoku before their exit. After all, they dared not act recklessly within the confines of the auction, but beyond its threshold. The situation could change drastically. Rest assured, with my strength, I have no need to fear them, Sengoku confidently retorted. It is best that way. With that, the figures in black took their leave. Who was that? Rear Admiral Crane inquired of Sengoku once the figures had departed. Just an old friend, he replied. Buddha Sengoku smiled and remarked, however, it is the differing allegiances that render our meeting challenging. He then closed the coffin and addressed Crane, let us depart from this place. Very well, replied Vice Admiral Crane with a nod. Meanwhile, another Marine Vice Admiral hoisted the coffin onto his back, prepared to follow Sengoku out. At the auction venue's entrance, a rather repugnant pirate licked the blade of his knife and called out to the one-eyed dragon, Captain, we are all set. Heh. Your disposition aligns with my wishes. Unlike the third one, the one-eyed dragon smirked. Apart from the one-eyed dragon's crew, several other overconfident supernova pirates were also present, each harboring hopes of seizing an opportunity or driven by other motivations to engage in battle. Fal and Joan were no exceptions, perched atop the auction house's roof. Once we leave the venue, the environment here is like heaven and earth, Joan remarked as he surveyed the muddy ground below. Just then, the weather began to shift. Dark clouds enveloping the area. It looks like rain is imminent, Fal murmured, gazing at the ominous sky. Let it rain. It won't affect the battle. Joan scoffed. No. It will have an impact. If it pours, it will certainly influence things, Fal replied with a hint of anticipation. In the world of One Piece, rain does not strip the abilities of devil fruit users, provided it is merely light or moderate rain. However, heavy downpours could exert some influence, albeit with a low probability. Fal's fleeting excitement waned, and he stiffened, bracing himself for action. Before him, at the auction venue's entrance, Sengoku and several admirals emerged with an air of grandeur. The sight of the illustrious Marine Admiral Sengoku left all the pirates poised to intercept him momentarily stunned. Damn it, he doesn't regard me at all. The one-eyed dragon spat vehemently onto the ground. Captain, shall we engage? His excited pirate subordinate inquired eagerly. No, let us wait a moment longer. Once he approaches, we will strike with calculated precision, the one-eyed dragon replied with a sinister grin. Despite being aware of the nefarious intentions surrounding him, Marine Admiral Sengoku continued to stride boldly down the empty street. This, indeed, embodies the confidence that resides within him, the confidence befitting a great general. Charge forth, my comrades, he commanded, prompting the eager members of the Supernova pirate crew to spring into action. In what was once an empty street, a multitude of pirates suddenly surged forth. They rushed towards Sengoku with fervent cries, while some, endowed with the powers of devil fruits, began their transformations. Merely a horde of pests from the vast seas. Sengoku sighed deeply, expressing his discontent. This horde of pests seems impossible to eradicate. Even when vanquished, they breed anew, causing Sengoku endless frustration. Shave. Point the spear. In that fleeting moment, the vice admirals surrounding Sengoku sprang into action, engaging in combat with a throng of pirates. The coffin, wielding the supreme great blade, was brought to Sengoku's side, standing upright beside him. The supreme great blade. Upon witnessing this, a supernova pirate licked his lips and shouted in excitement, charging forward recklessly. Overestimating oneself. At Sengoku's furious roar, a golden hand emerged, crashing down upon the audacious supernova. Bang! In that fleeting moment, the supernova was hurled towards a building, which then collapsed thunderously upon it. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on Sengoku, who had once again reshaped their understanding. Is this the prowess of an admiral? We are utterly no match. Some pirates exclaimed in terror, for the renowned supernovas had perished at Sengoku's hands without uttering a sound. The pirates' initial cries of defiance swiftly transformed into tones of fear and dread. Die! Yet a few supernova pirates remained unconvinced, charging recklessly towards Sengoku. Buddha's palm. Sengoku bellowed in anger. It was this very group of pirates that had caused countless ordinary civilians to vanish from existence. Boom. Sengoku's colossal hand smashed down upon the supernovas, obliterating them as one would squash cockroaches, leaving their remains splattered upon the ground. Killing them would merely soil my hands, Sengoku remarked, observing the remnants of the supernova pirates, now reduced to a viscous substance. He understood that eliminating these few pirates would serve no purpose, and his wise gaze scanned the battlefield. He knew that unless the source of the pirates' frequent emergence from the sea was eradicated, they would remain an inexhaustible menace. Chapter 155. Collision, but what could he do? Sighing at this realization, Sengoku expressed his frustration. At this very moment, the battlefield was irrevocably altered following Sengoku's swift annihilation of the supernovas, prompting the scattered pirates to flee in every direction. Do not pursue them, Sengoku commanded the pursuing vice-admirals, for in his eyes, he perceived a far greater picture, not merely the few pirates before him, but the thousands that roamed the seas. Yes, the vice-admirals responded, returning to his side. Suddenly, a purple beam of light struck the vice-admirals from the right, incapacitating them. Sengoku, I warned you that you would pay the price. The one-eyed dragon now appeared before Sengoku. Though he had witnessed Sengoku's formidable display of strength, the one-eyed dragon, confident in his own power, decided to confront him. After all, his crew had completely surrounded the area. Go, my second-in-command, plunder all the treasures from those defeated pirate crews, he commanded, all while striding before Sengoku. Clearly, he was feasting upon his current gains while coveting even more. A ruthless figure, with a bounty of 1.5 billion. He was the possessor of the supernatural purple light devil fruit, reputed to be a formidable pirate dominating the first half of the Grand Line. As Jean Guo observed the scene, he became serious and remarked, a bounty of 1.5 billion. It is crucial to understand that such a sum is devoid of any embellishment. A pirate with such a substantial reward can hardly be an ordinary individual. Moreover, his strength exceeds even that amount. The one-eyed dragon chuckled sinisterly. Indeed, it is commendable that the Marine Headquarters Admiral remembers my information so meticulously. Surrender the supreme great blade in your possession at once. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. The one-eyed dragon suddenly threatened Jean Guo with a menacing glare. Humph! A mere pirate dares to be so audacious. Jean Guo's face flushed with indignation. It was typically he who hunted pirates. Never had he imagined a pirate would attempt to hunt him. Goma Goma no. Buddha form. Jean Guo ceased his idle chatter and transformed without hesitation. His devil fruit, an animal-type mythical beast, allowed him to morph into a colossal Buddha, radiating golden light and resembling the revered figure. Purple light, heed my command. The one-eyed dragon, witnessing this transformation, ceased to delay any further. A fierce battle was imminent. The pirates surrounding him unleashed their respective devil fruit abilities. Some transformed into sheep, others into dogs, and some into snails, showcasing an array of bizarre powers. Despite having been ambushed earlier, the injured Vice Admiral managed to rise, ready to confront the adversaries. Hand of the Great Buddha, Jean Guo, now in Buddha form, forcefully struck towards the one-eyed dragon. A golden shockwave, imbued with the radiance of the Buddha, coalesced in his hand and was launched towards the one-eyed dragon. The dragon's preemptive purple light was instantly shattered by the force of the shockwave, scattering into a myriad of violet specks. What? How is this possible? Faced with such overwhelming pressure, the one-eyed dragon finally recognized the chasm separating him from Jean Guo. As you wish. Purple light gourd. Reveal yourself. The one-eyed dragon, no longer displaying the nonchalance of before, unleashed his true strength. The shockwave, infused with the Buddha's radiance, surged forward after dispersing the dragon's purple light, crashing into the ground and causing it to fracture extensively. Stamp of the Great Buddha. Noting that his initial strike had not connected with the one-eyed dragon, Jean Guo began to focus earnestly. In an instant, a wave of pressure even greater than the previous shockwave manifested, hurtling towards the one-eyed dragon with an unstoppable force. What immense pressure! What is this force surrounding me? The one-eyed dragon's countenance turned pale, feeling as if he were ensnared and rendered immobile. Boss. Fortunately, a crew member beside the one-eyed dragon utilized his unique devil fruit ability to transport him from the confines of the oppressive space back to his side. What is this? The fruit of transfer possesses the extraordinary ability to instantaneously relocate a target from its original space to another realm. Sengoku's expression grew increasingly grave, showing no concern for the destruction wrought upon the ground by his great Buddha seal. It appeared that he was confronted by an adversary far more formidable than a mere ruthless individual. Sengoku murmured to himself, as Admiral Crane and several other mid-ranking officers, who had suffered defeat, retreated to his side, all bearing injuries. Sengoku, we cannot hold on any longer, Admiral Crane exclaimed, clutching the gaping wound on her chest. Despite her employing the powers of her wash-wash fruit to render several pirates utterly exhausted, the remaining pirates, along with a few other admirals, were simply unable to withstand the onslaught. Understood. All of you, fall back behind me, Sengoku commanded, having observed their injuries. It was remarkable that they had managed to endure thus far, having initially been wounded by the one-eyed dragon while dispatching numerous pirates. Very well, heeding Sengoku's words, they trusted him and retreated behind him, convinced that his strength alone would suffice. Golden Buddha seal. With his comrades now safely behind him, Sengoku unleashed a powerful roar, fully releasing his formidable might. A mere band of pirates dares to challenge me? His voice trembled, not from fear, but from indignation. Violet light gourd. Heed my command. Emanate. After being transported to safety, the one-eyed dragon finally concentrated on unleashing his ultimate technique. The violet light gourd, capable of emitting an intensely radiant glow, generated an excruciatingly hot temperature that could melt anything on the ground, be it objects or individuals. In an instant, Sengoku's golden Buddha seal transformed into an immense hand that enveloped 1,000 meters, striking towards the one-eyed dragon's pirate crew. Meanwhile, hidden behind his crew, the one-eyed dragon unleashed the violet light gourd, its mouth seemingly releasing some substance directed at Sengoku's location. Ah, Captain, The golden Buddha seal rapidly descended, crashing mightily against the ground, causing many pirates to be crushed under its immense pressure. Only the pirate possessing the transfer fruit, alongside the one-eyed dragon, managed to escape the golden Buddha seal's range, thus ensuring their survival. Chapter 156. Violet Light Gorda. My pirate crew. The one-eyed dragon bellowed in despair as he beheld the devastation wrought by the great Buddha seal. All my hard work, utterly destroyed. He roared fiercely. Yet, the substance released by the violet light gourd did not vanish with that strike. It erupted into a blinding radiance that illuminated Sengoku's position. I was careless. My eyes. Sengoku cried out, his eyes scorched by the blinding light, leaving him unable to open them. Sengoku, are you all right? The general he gazed at the scorching waves of heat ahead, deeply concerned as he addressed Sengoku. Fortunately, Sengoku's transformation into the colossal form of the great Buddha enveloped the severely injured vice-admirals, shielding them from further harm. Don't come out. Hearing this, Sengoku felt steam rising from his body, yet he remained steadfast, enduring the radiant onslaught before him. What is that, Feyre? John, who had been discreetly observing from a distance, was suddenly blinded, his voice filled with terror. Stay still, John. Hide well. Thankfully, Feyre had sensed something amiss and had closed his eyes just as the light erupted, thus escaping unscathed. I can't see. Feyre, I can't see. The darkness before John filled him with an uncontrollable panic, prompting him to cry out. In response, Feyre firmly pressed John down beneath the cover, calming him. It's all right, John. Once we return, I promise to have your eyes healed. Feyre endeavored to soothe John. Hearing this, though still unsettled, John ceased his cries and remained in place. Albeit the darkness continuously enveloped him, instilling a lingering fear. Meanwhile, even in his great Buddha form, Sengoku's body began to exhibit signs of distress under the extreme heat. I cannot endure this any longer. Follow my command, wash away the heat from my body, and swiftly retreat with the other vice-admirals. Run as far as you can. After devising a strategy, Sengoku issued a directive to He. Understood. He nodded vigorously upon hearing the order. Using her abilities, she restored Sengoku to normal and prepared to evacuate. Sengoku, I cannot retrieve that coffin containing the Supreme Blade, he remarked, glancing at the coffin exposed to the blinding light. Forget about that for now. Quickly retreat. Sengoku, overwhelmed by the resurgence of heat, shouted in frustration. All right, we will withdraw. Vice Admiral, he affirmed. Subsequently, she deftly gathered the vice admirals as if they were mere garments, leading them to the safety of the auction building. However, even the opulent auction house could not withstand the relentless onslaught of Sengoku's protective stance against the vast purple radiance. Gradually, the structures began to dissolve into the ground, as if melting like water. Become a sacrifice beneath the purple light. In the distance, the one-eyed dragon, witnessing the dire situation of Sengoku, emerged from his state of regret and despondency, exuberantly shouting. Yet, deep within, he understood that his purple glowing gourd would not be of much consequence to Sengoku for long. His comrades had perished. Beside him, the transferee, feeling quite disheartened, addressed the one-eyed dragon. Why are you crying? Hold it back. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed dragon turned to his subordinate, his heart heavy, and bellowed. What shall we do now? After being reprimanded by the one-eyed dragon, the transferee regained his composure and replied, Let us depart. With just one strike, our pirate crew has been rendered non-existent. The one-eyed dragon bowed his head, his demeanor dark. At that moment, he finally grasped the disparity in strength between himself and the naval admiral, realizing that there are always greater powers in the world. He no longer yearned for the Supreme Blade. He merely wished to rebuild his pirate crew and return to the grand waves of the Grand Line. However, in his current state, utterly exhausted from channeling the purple glowing gourd, he could no longer entertain thoughts of the Supreme Blade. Moreover, it is worth noting that the island had been severely fractured by their attacks, cleaved into two halves, one where Sengoku stood, and the other where the one-eyed dragon resided. Fortunately, the one-eyed dragon made a smooth escape from the island, leaving Sengoku to endure the continuous emanation of the purple glowing gourd. Have they all departed? Sengoku inquired, sensing the surrounding stillness. At this moment, Sengoku's Buddha form had diminished considerably, his body coated in a viscous golden liquid. Upon confirming that Crane had successfully evacuated, Sengoku chose not to linger, nimbly leaping beyond the reach of the purple glow. What remained was the coffin still basking in the gourd's radiance, alongside the auction house that had already begun to melt away. Initially, when the purple glow illuminated the auction house, they intended to send someone to intervene. However, upon experiencing the gourd's power, they hastily retreated from the auction site. The coffin, under the gourd's light, gradually began to dissolve, revealing the blade of the black knife, Knight. The liquid from the melting coffin danced upon the black knife as if imbued with life. Should no one remove it during this time, the coffin would inevitably succumb to the prolonged exposure of the purple glow, transforming into mere liquid. Yet, in the next moment, the coffin containing the supreme blade, black knife, Knight, appeared to float as if animated by a spirit. "We cannot allow it to dissolve so easily," declared Fowl, meticulously controlling the spirit attached to the coffin. However, interestingly, he had just felt a slight burning sensation as the fragmented soul entered the realm illuminated by the purple glow. This compelled Fowl to take it seriously, as this was, up until now, the only ability capable of inflicting harm upon the soul, aside from his own powers. Truly a remarkable devil fruit. After sensing the searing heat of the soul affixed to the coffin dissipate, Fowl could not help but express his admiration. Shortly thereafter, the coffin, having melted significantly, flew to Fowl's side. The supreme great blade, Black Blade Knight, was now within his grasp. Fowl gazed at the coffin with a hint of surprise. Chapter 157. The master of Black Blade Knight, he had anticipated that he would have to endure a fierce battle to acquire this blade. To his astonishment, Admiral Sengoku had inadvertently left himself vulnerable, allowing Fowl to seize this opportunity. Sengoku, blinded by the purple light, was completely unaware of Fowl's subtle movements. He could only rely on his observation haki to sense the location of the supreme great blade. Damn, this cursed purple light even affects the perception of observation haki. Sengoku, feeling vexed after failing to perceive the situation properly, gritted his teeth in frustration. "It seems I must wait for that purple light to subside. I hope no further mishaps occur," Sengoku remarked, feeling the burning sensation in his eyes. Merely being illuminated by the purple light for an instant had left him with indelible damage. Now, he had no means to restore his vision and could only await his return to the Navy headquarters for further examination. The purple light from the gourd illuminated the surroundings for over 10 minutes, causing the auction hall to melt into a mass. The soil beneath transformed under the purple light, resembling a sea of lava, releasing waves of heat intermittently. "Sengoku, are you all right?" Within the realm illuminated by the purple gourd, Vice Admiral Tsuru had successfully tended to several severely injured rear admirals. After briefly attending to her own wounds, she led a contingent of naval officers to this location. "I'm fine, just lightly injured." "Quickly, go check for the supreme great blade," Sengoku instructed upon sensing Tsuru's presence with his observation haki. "Understood." Tsuru nodded in response and began searching for the supreme great blade's whereabouts. However, despite her diligent search, she found no trace of the coffin containing the Black Blade Knight. "Nothing." "Sengoku, are you certain it was over there?" Tsuru approached Sengoku, her brow furrowed in confusion. Could it have melted under that purple light? She speculated uncertainly. Impossible. Even if the coffin were to melt, that blade would never be destroyed. Sengoku immediately refuted her assertion. Yet, within the range of his own observation haki, he could not sense the presence of the supreme great blade either. Damn it, it must have been stolen by someone. After perceiving nothing, Sengoku roared in frustration. If this were indeed the case, then his mission would be deemed a failure, and the expenditure of 1.5 billion berries would be in vain. However, the failure of the mission was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the marshal's opinion of him and his recognition. "I found it." Ignoring the injuries he sustained, Sengoku seated himself and concentrated fully on unleashing his observation haki. At last, upon leaving the island and entering a vast expanse of sea, he sensed the presence of the supreme great blade aboard a small vessel. "Follow my command. Pursue the ship heading towards Sea Route 441 with all your might." Sengoku immediately rose and issued orders to the naval officers. Meanwhile, Fowl, who had unwittingly stumbled upon the supreme great blade, remained oblivious to Sengoku's awareness of the ship, engrossed in his examination of the magnificent weapon. "Fowl, are you certain Sengoku won't come after us?" John inquired, watching Fowl intently. "He shouldn't. After all, I believe my soul concealment will hold," Fowl replied confidently. Yet, he felt it prudent to remain vigilant. After all, no one knew the true strength of the Marine Admiral Sengoku's observation haki. After a moment's contemplation, Fowl resolved to prepare for any eventuality and instructed John accordingly. However, Recalling that they had already traversed several nautical miles under the cover of the ghost ship, Fal allowed himself to relax. "I will inform the others to be on guard," he said, and John nodded in response. "Go ahead," Fal replied. With that, John nodded once more and exited the room, leaving Fal alone. This coffin is truly peculiar. It appears to be healing itself, despite having once been melted. Once John departed, Fal redirected his full attention to the supreme great blade. Through his perception, he made a new discovery. He detected a form of self-healing energy emanating from the coffin. This energy bore a striking resemblance to the structure of a soul, yet it was distinctly not a soul. A marvelous coffin. Unable to comprehend this phenomenon, Fal turned his gaze away and let it continue its slow recovery. Black blade, knight, the supreme great blade? Fal then looked at the weapon in his hand. Black blade, knight was its name, or more accurately, simply knight. The term black blade referred to a weapon that had been enveloped in the wielder's haki during battle, leading to an evolution of the blade over time. Yet, why do I perceive two distinct auras emanating from this black blade? Fal pondered, examining the long sword in his grasp. These two auras belong to the very essence of Knight's master, and it was precisely these two auras that enabled Knight to evolve into the black blade. One aura constituted approximately 40% of Knight's transformation, while the other accounted for around 60%. It seems that truly claiming this long sword will not be an easy endeavor. Fal meticulously observed Black Blade Knight. If these two auras remained intertwined with Black Blade Knight, it would not only affect Fal's wielding of it, but also lead to a lack of control when Black Blade Knight sensed its true master. Fal then plunged the blade into the ground beside him. The long sword stood impressively, towering over Fal by more than 2/3 of his height, fitting him remarkably well. However, a dilemma arose. To truly claim a Black Blade, one must possess the haki of armament. Fal mused as he glanced at Black Blade Knight, realizing he lacked such power, which meant the two auras would persist within it. Humph, do they dare to constrain me? With this thought, Fal placed his hand on the hilt of Black Blade Knight, only to be met with a surge of resistance emanating from the blade itself. The auras surrounding Black Blade Knight were not beyond dispersal. The resistance from Black Blade Knight irked Fal deeply. He then fixed his piercing gaze upon the blade's core, where dark energy swirled. I wonder if my soul power can expel the aura of Black Blade Knight's true master, Fal contemplated. Without hesitation, he began to infuse his soul energy into Black Blade Knight. Chapter 158. The pursuit by the Navy. A torrent of soul energy surged forth, flooding into Black Blade Knight. Once inside, Fal's spirit aggressively occupied the space, forcing the two dark auras to contend with his essence for dominance. However, the two auras, having long established themselves within the blade, were formidable adversaries. A fierce clash ensued as the soul energy collided with the dark auras, striving to dissipate them. The haki of armament. I have sensed that essence on John, Fal reflected, continuously channeling his soul into Black Blade Knight. Before long, with his relentless infusion, Fal's spirit managed to seize a small fraction of territory within the blade. Yet, the effort left him somewhat drained, having only claimed 1% of the space. He gazed at Black Blade Knight with a hint of resignation, recognizing the arduous journey ahead. After a brief period, Fal ceased his infusion and once again grasped the blade. His soul's claim over Black Blade Knight had transformed the once pitch-black blade, imbuing it with a unique aura, where there was only darkness. Now a radiant black light emanated from Black Blade Knight, infused with the essence of Fal's spirit. When he fully occupies it, might it not be fitting to rename Black Blade Knight as Soul Blade Knight? Upon reflecting on this, Fal expressed his curiosity. Oh, the coffin has already regained much of its form. Has the restoration occurred so swiftly? He then diverted his attention from the black blade in his hand to the coffin. The coffin, which had lost much of its substance before being brought aboard the ship, had astonishingly restored itself to nearly 80% of its original state. It seems I can return the Black Blade Knight to its rightful place, Fal remarked as he placed the blade inside the coffin. However, he pondered, how am I to transport this coffin? Am I to carry it on my back? Fal fell into deep thought. Wouldn't that appear rather peculiar? He mused, imagining himself bearing the coffin. Yet, dismissing these concerns for the moment, he secured the coffin in a cloth bag and slung it over his shoulder. It should be manageable, especially since I am quite tall, he said after glancing at his reflection, feeling somewhat satisfied. I'm exhausted. I ought to rest. After taking only a few steps, Fal, feeling quite fatigued, set the coffin down and reclined onto his bed. The exhaustive effort dedicated to imbuing the coffin with his soul had left him not only spiritually drained but physically weary as well. Sensing his fatigue, Fal decided to consume some meat and lay down for a brief respite. However, before long, John burst through the door, exclaiming, "Fal, a naval warship is pursuing us." John, visibly flustered, called out to Fal. After all, he could not afford to be disoriented. If his suspicions were correct, and a naval admiral was indeed in pursuit, they would be in serious trouble. Pursuing us? Upon hearing this, Fal, who had been utterly spent, sprang to his feet. "Take me to sea," he commanded, adjusting the coffin on his back. Through his mastery of observation hockey, he sensed the presence of the naval warship. If the formidable aura emanating from the ship was accurate, it could very well be Admiral Sengoku. "Let us go." Without dwelling on the unusual sight of Fal carrying the coffin, John led the way. With each footfall echoing heavily upon the deck, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. If Sengoku was indeed aboard, it signified that a monumental battle was imminent. Such a cunning and ruthless individual possesses such an unexpected skill. Upon hearing the description of Sengoku, Crane expressed her indignation towards him. If the news agencies were to catch wind of this, it would undoubtedly become a sensational headline. "Oh well, it was merely an unforeseen circumstance. I shan't dwell on it." Sengoku responded nonchalantly. "He is just another moderately powerful pirate, unworthy of my deeper contemplation." Reflecting on the recent surge of pirates at sea, Sengoku felt a tinge of disappointment. "Once I ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral, I shall initiate significant reforms." Then, Sengoku was filled with fervent determination. Indeed, the Sengoku of today remains the same fiery soul, undiminished. "Have the pirate ship caught up yet?" he inquired of Crane after regaining his composure. "At our current cruising speed, we should catch up in no more than half an hour," Crane replied, her expression one of tactical analysis. "I can sense the formidable aura emanating from that ship, so we must exercise utmost caution." Upon hearing this, Sengoku felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was not mere arrogance. With his current prowess, few could stand against him upon these vast seas. Meanwhile, on the ghost ship commanded by Fal, he was stationed at the lookout, peering through the telescope handed to him by Ruju. "It seems we shall soon be upon them," Fal remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. What truly unsettled him was the realization that Sengoku had managed to detect their presence despite the layers of subterfuge set in place by Fal. "Is it the Navy again?" Ruju expressed her discomfort. During the time she was nearing the berth of Ace, the Navy had relentlessly pursued her. Had it not been for Fal's intervention, Ruju might have only just given birth to Ace by now. If Fal had not intervened, she might have perished due to these circumstances. "Indeed," Fal replied, casting a sidelong glance at Ruju. "Then let us prepare for battle." Upon hearing Fal's affirmative response, Ruju bit her lip, resolute. "But we may not be able to prevail." Fal, however, paid no heed to Ruju's current state as he addressed her. The weight of his words plunged Ruju into silence. She understood all too well the dire consequences should they falter against the Navy. As the captain of the Ghost Blade Pirates, Fal would face execution, while the others would be imprisoned. Although Ace might have a slim chance of survival, in this treacherous world, how could he endure without Ruju? "Fear not. We may not even be pursued by them," Fal reassured, observing from a distance through his telescope. Fal noticed the despondent expression on Ruju's face and offered her words of comfort. "Really?" Ruju inquired, biting her lip as tears welled in her eyes. "Yes," Fal replied briefly, choosing not to engage further and descending from the lookout tower. Chapter 159. Temporary safety. As Fal's figure receded from her sight, Ruju murmured softly. However, Fal paid her no heed and proceeded directly to the deck of the phantom ship. "Shall you ascend?" he commanded quietly as his feet touched the deck. Moments later, the phantom ship began to expend a substantial amount of its internal soul power in response to Fal's voice. With this considerable consumption of soul energy, the ship gradually began to float into the air. "Li Qiao, accelerate." Fal's voice resonated in Li Qiao's ears as he took control of the entire vessel. "All right, I've been waiting for this moment," Li Qiao responded with unwavering confidence. The energy from the phantom ship's flight, combined with his ability from the Wind Devil Fruit, enabled the ship to shift into a high-speed mode. "Watch out, that ship is flying into the sky." In this moment, the Crane, still observing the ghost ship, quickly detected its unusual behavior and hastened to report to Admiral Sengoku. "What? It has ascended into the sky? How is that possible?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku displayed a look of astonishment. After all, individuals capable of making a vessel float and soar into the air are exceedingly rare. and they are all formidable beings without exception. Sengoku swiftly made his way to the bow of the ship, seizing a nearby naval sailor's telescope to begin his observation. How can this be? However, when he truly witnessed the ghost ship floating, he was struck with shock. The last time I saw a ship flying in the sky was during my encounter with the Lion's flying pirate crew, he reminisced, a hint of nostalgia crossing his face. Yet, before long, the look of reminiscence faded, replaced by a flurry of strategies racing through his mind. Ships that can float in the air are exceedingly rare, Colonel Tsuru. After a moment's contemplation, Sengoku immediately summoned Tsuru to his side. I'm here. Upon hearing Sengoku's call, Tsuru quickly jogged over, saluting with utmost seriousness. Investigate this. It cannot possibly be the work of nameless individuals. Sengoku's expression turned grave as he regarded the ghost ship. Full speed ahead. He commanded the Navy with a loud shout. He had to catch that sailing vessel today. Otherwise, this mission would be deemed failure. Sengoku was acutely aware of how the distasteful celestial dragons would seize the opportunity to criticize him, possibly even reporting him to the Five Elders. He still aspired to become a marshal, and a series of failures would undoubtedly be a significant setback to his promotion. The Navy sprang into action, with everyone exerting their utmost effort, and the speed of the naval warship gradually began to increase. However, with the ghost ship soaring in the sky, further accelerated by Li Qiao, there was little chance it could be easily caught by the naval vessel. Fortunately, the ghost ship didn't ascend to assist us while we were on that island, John remarked, observing through the telescope as the ghost ship receded into the distance, becoming a mere speck on the horizon. Stay vigilant. The crisis is far from over, Fowler cautioned him without a hint of relaxation. I know, but at least we've managed to resolve the immediate crisis, haven't we? John replied with a smile. Indeed, Fowler nodded in agreement. However, as Fowler pointed out, the crisis had not been averted. The ghost ship's continuous flight in the sky was unsustainable, as it demanded an immense amount of spiritual energy, which would render it incapable of floating again until its energy was fully replenished. Let us urge Li Qiao to accelerate further. This speed feels inferior to our sports cars back on Blue Star. At this moment, observing the ghost ship drifting away from the naval warship, John, having momentarily relaxed his vigilance, approached with a jesting remark. Don't fool around. With a wave of his hand, John motioned for John to step aside. Soon, the soul energy of the little ghost was nearly depleted, signaling that the ghost ship was about to descend. After soaring through the skies for a brief period, Fowler sensed that the vessel could no longer endure, prompting him to alert those below. Received, came the response, as everyone affirmed their readiness for the impending landing. Only when the entire ghost ship glided slowly onto the sea, creating towering waves, did it fulfill its purpose. It appeared that the necessary souls to be replenished were increasing once more. Upon touching the surface of the water, Fowler sensed that the ghost ship had exhausted its supply of souls, murmuring to himself. Subsequently, Fowler activated his heightened perception, sensing everything upon the sea. It seemed they had distanced themselves significantly from the naval warship, allowing for a temporary respite from concern. With his observation abilities engaged, Fowler, having detected nothing amiss, finally relaxed his guard. Weary from exertion, he soon returned to his quarters, collapsing onto his bed. So tired, Fowler, already fatigued, succumbed to slumber almost immediately. Shortly thereafter, John entered Fowler's room, intending to report something. With a cheerful demeanor, he gestured animatedly behind John. However, upon witnessing Fowler's limp form sprawled on the bed, both fell silent in unison, discreetly exiting the room. Meanwhile, on the naval warship, Sengoku sat solemnly in his chair, hands clasped together, elbows resting on the table. Have we already drifted beyond the range of my observation? Sengoku inquired, his expression grave. This incident has profoundly impacted him, at least in his current state, as he never anticipated that a pirate crew would so easily seize the opportunity. He promptly instructed the naval branch of the Grand Line to expand their reconnaissance efforts, ensuring that they locate that pirate ship. Subsequently, Sengoku issued a command loudly towards the door. Yes, sir. Within moments, the naval officers outside, having heard Sengoku's orders, saluted and presented themselves before him before departing. Sengoku, I have unearthed some information regarding a ship capable of flight. Coincidentally, Crane appeared at that moment, brushing past the departing naval officer. Oh, let me see the documents, Sengoku replied to Crane. Upon hearing this, Crane placed all the documents in her possession onto Sengoku's desk. Here they are. Please take a look, Crane said earnestly. The flying pirate crew of the Golden Lion, I am aware of this, Sengoku remarked as he began to peruse each document rapidly. A scientific genius from the East Blue who claims to have a ship that can soar? No, it cannot be him, Sengoku murmured as he skimmed through the files. The jet pirate crew from the West Blue? However, the captain capable of flight is deceased. So it cannot be him, Sengoku stated, opening another file. The Ghost Blade pirate crew, a formidable group that has recently emerged in the South Sea. It was only upon reaching this document that Sengoku halted his swift examination of the files. The captain's abilities remain unknown, possibly related to the soul. The South Sea Naval Branch has repeatedly sought assistance from headquarters, yet to no avail. Sengoku read the description of the Ghost Blade pirate crew with a grave expression. In mere moments, his keen intellect discerned the anomalies surrounding the Ghost Blade pirate crew. How could such a powerful pirate crew arise in the South Sea? Set this document aside for now. I shall revisit it later. Despite the numerous folders still in his hands, Sengoku opted to momentarily disregard the Ghost Blade pirate crew and continued his review. Thus, the Ghost Blade pirate crew managed to evade this crisis for the time being. Time swiftly passed, and soon the dawn of the following day arrived. I'm so hungry, Fal awoke, his stomach grumbling, yet feeling the substantial restoration of his spirit. A look of joy illuminated Fal's face. He quickly attended to his personal hygiene, donned his clothing, and hoisted the coffin onto his back. This coffin was truly remarkable. It had completely restored itself and bore no visible difference from its previous state. Observing the coffin behind him, Fal felt a surge of intrigue. Without further contemplation, he exited his chamber. The corridor was enveloped in an eerie silence. However, as Fal peeked into the other rooms, he found them devoid of inhabitants. Could it be that they were all awake? He mused. Yet, upon reaching the captain's quarters and spotting John, who had succumbed to slumber atop his desk, everything became clear to him. A wave of discomfort washed over Fal. In such dire circumstances as last night, it was astonishing that John could so easily drift into sleep, leaving a multitude of responsibilities to others. But within moments, Fal shook his head, dismissing those thoughts. His gaze shifted to the sofa, where John lay sprawled in an unrefined manner, deep in dreams. Let them rest, Fal decided, opting not to disturb their peaceful slumber. This scene was reminiscent of the previous night, a return to the endeavors of John and John. Before long, Fal chose to venture into the kitchen. His hungry stomach demanded attention. It seemed he would have to prepare a meal himself. Not wishing to rouse Arthur from his dreams, Fal set to work, igniting the stove, adding water, and commencing the culinary process, transforming the ingredients into a delectable dish. Delicious. My homeland's cuisine is truly the finest, he praised as he devoured the meal, savoring each bite. After finishing and feeling satiated, 10 minutes had already elapsed. Activating his observation hockey, Fal sensed no unforeseen occurrences and returned to his room. He retrieved a book, its significance evident to him. He valued this tome greatly. Had he not lacked a suitable blade previously, he would have likely embarked on the path of mastering the sword's intent long ago. The intent of the sword lies in the heart. Grasping the weapon, Fal began to peruse its contents, whispering the teachings of sword intent aloud. It appeared that to truly cultivate sword intent, one must possess a blade that harmonizes perfectly with oneself. Once he deciphered all the knowledge contained within, Fal finally grasped the essence of sword intent. It was merely a concept that emerged from a profound connection with one's blade, aimed at enhancing the synergy between the wielder and the sword to unleash greater power. But what if my sword is utterly uncooperative? With that thought, Fal's gaze drifted back to the coffin behind him. Blackblade Knight, oh Blackblade Knight. Determined to cultivate the essence of the blade, Far removed the coffin from his back and unveiled the supreme great sword. Oh, it appears different from yesterday. Yet, as Far grasped the Blackblade Knight, he sensed something amiss. Previously, under the illumination of purple light, the coffin had transformed into a viscous liquid, along with various other impurities that clung to the blade's surface, rendering it rather filthy. Far had intended to clean it when time permitted, but upon retrieving it today, he was astonished to discover its transformation. All the grime had vanished? What could be the reason for this? Questions arose in Far's mind. Could it be an issue with the coffin? He then shifted his gaze towards the coffin, murmuring softly. Observing the now restored coffin and the remarkably pristine longsword in his hand, Far suddenly comprehended everything. Could it be that this coffin possesses the ability to not only repair itself? He mused. However, before long, he cast the matter aside, choosing not to dwell on it further. After all, regardless of the circumstances, it was ultimately a fortuitous occurrence for him. The two distinct auras still lingered within the confines of the black blade. Far redirected his focus to night, remarking, "It appears that eliminating these two auras will prove to be quite a challenge." A sense of frustration washed over him. Yet, he pondered, "If I were to repeat my actions from yesterday, it would not only be a tremendous strain on my body, but also an immense waste of time. I must devise a method to eradicate both auras entirely." With newfound resolve, Far declared, for an idea began to take shape in his mind. If there exists a continuous influx of souls, could it not be possible for me to expel the auras from within the black blade in a remarkably brief span of time? This was a sudden and audacious thought that sprang forth in Fal's mind. However, the feasibility of this idea would only be determined when Fal set it into motion. Chapter 161. A commanding progress time passed slowly until Fal's crew gradually began to awaken. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed from the other side, immediately capturing Fal's attention. "Fal, are you awake?" He turned to see John, who had already roused from slumber. "Of course, I'm just a bit fatigued." "A brief rest will suffice," Fal remarked, halting his contemplation of the enigmatic black blade. "That's good to hear," John nodded in response, taking a seat beside Fal. "The naval forces have not pursued us any further," John finally articulated after a moment of contemplation. "I am aware," Fal replied. "They must have awakened as well." He inquired of John. "Yes, they are all up. Arthur has even begun preparing a meal," John said, clutching his slightly deflated stomach. "Fal," came a voice as John hurried over, knocking on Fal's door. "What is it?" Fal turned to him, questioning the disturbance. "Lucio asked me to inform you that there is an island a few nautical miles ahead. She wants to know if you wish to make a stop." John pressed his lips together before relaying all the information Lucio had conveyed to him. "Where are we now? Did Lucio mention our location?" Fal pondered for a moment before voicing his uncertainty. "Yes, she indicated that we have strayed far from the Grand Line, and our current position should be along our previous route to the Grand Line," John elucidated. "Is that so?" Upon hearing John's words, Fal lowered his gaze to the floor. "Then we shall not dock. The naval forces are still in pursuit." After a lengthy silence, Fal finally spoke. "Inform Lucio to alter our course and circumvent the original route to the Grand Line." Suddenly, Fal remembered to convey his subsequent orders to John. "All right then. I shall relay the message," John affirmed before departing. "Fal, Arthur should be finishing the meal shortly. Shall we head to the captain's quarters?" John stood up, addressing Fal after John had left. "Very well, let us go," Fal replied, glancing at the long blade in his hand with a sense of resignation. He stored it back in its coffin and accompanied John to the captain's quarters, with nothing pressing to occupy his mind. Fal perused some intelligence reports laid out on the table, his hands involuntarily reaching for the documents. However, these were merely outdated pieces of information from several days prior. Seeing no useful information recorded above, Fal crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it into the trash. There was no other choice, after all. "We're adrift in this vast ocean," John lamented, sitting in the captain's chair with his hands raised in resignation. "However, perhaps we could manipulate the entire phone book. Subjugate a faction to serve our interests and have them gather intelligence for us." Upon hearing John's suggestion, Fal's expression darkened immediately, prompting John to add, "This plan holds merit. We should implement it when the opportunity arises." At this, Fal's demeanor improved slightly. Meanwhile, the ghost ship began to turn slowly under Lucio's command, an unseen force permeating the surroundings. Various objects aboard the vessel began to tilt slightly to one side, while Fal stood immobile, seemingly unaffected by gravity. "I need to attend to some matters. I will step away for a moment." Suddenly, as if sensing something, Fal lifted his head and addressed John. "All right, go ahead. But don't forget to eat later," John replied, feeling a bit dizzy as he pressed his forehead. "Rest assured, how could I forget about eating?" Fal responded with an inscrutable expression before striding out of the room and back to the cabin. The reason for Fal's sudden alertness was due to an issue arising from something that Leon was researching. Consequently, Fal hastily made his way here, pushing open the sealed door to the laboratory. "What is happening?" "I just sensed a powerful aura," Fal inquired directly upon entering. However, Leon had no time to respond, as he was currently hunched over the hole designated for tossing waste into the sea, retching violently. "Leon, what's wrong?" Noticing Leon's incessant vomiting, Fal felt something was amiss and approached to investigate. After a prolonged bout of nausea, Leon finally managed to explain to Fal, if it were someone of John's caliber, that aura might only induce a slight dizziness that would soon pass. Moreover, it wouldn't affect you at all. But for me, Lacking significant power and possessing inferior physical resilience, it is quite challenging to withstand such an aura. Is it Conqueror's Haki? Fall asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What else could it be? Leon, now recovered, lay on the ground with a smile. Has there been new progress? Fall eagerly inquired. Yes. I was initially assisting on the ship yesterday, but due to certain circumstances, I gained a new insight, which has altered today's aura. After the after-effects subsided, Leon felt considerably better and managed to steady himself, yearning to rise. Oh, a new idea? Noticing Leon's desire to stand, Fal promptly assisted him. Yes. Go take a look at whether that specimen has perished, Leon indicated towards the figure lying on the table. This specimen was indeed one of those who had survived previously. Let us proceed together. Fal nodded in agreement and slowly supported the frail Leon as they advanced. However, due to Leon's diminutive stature, Fal had to bend slightly to assist him. Is it still alive? Finally, with Fal's support, Leon successfully reached the side of the specimen. Observing the being that still exhibited normal respiration, Leon was overwhelmed with excitement. It has already succumbed. Yet, in Fal's eyes, this specimen could be deemed as having experienced brain death, reduced to a vegetative state, which was why he remarked thus. No, this is merely a result of its inability to withstand the release of Conqueror's Haki, leading to the death of a significant portion of its brain cells, resulting in its current condition. Leon, however, disregarded Fal's words, maintaining his fervent expression as he spoke. Chapter 162, The Savage. So do you comprehend what this signifies? Leon suddenly turned to Fal, his excitement palpable. Could it be? Fal, under the influence of Leon's words, seemed to grasp something. Yes, I want it now. I desire a specimen of greater power. Leon gazed at Fal, his eyes glistening with longing. Very well, Fal replied without any hesitation. This individual. I have amalgamated his blood with that of Lugio's samples. Leon then opened a gate, pointing towards an unconscious figure sprawled on the ground. Does he possess any uniqueness? Fal inquired, puzzled. Observe. Upon hearing this, Leon closed the gate and led Fal to a thermal box. Upon opening it, they discovered numerous vials of blood samples. Leon retrieved one vial, distinctly labeled and filled with blood. This blood is unique. Only it can seamlessly merge with Lugio's blood samples. Leon remarked with satisfaction as he gazed at the vial in his hand. Only it can bring Lugio's blood within a range acceptable to ordinary individuals, unleashing the utmost power of the Conqueror's Haki contained within. Leon declared proudly. Then why is it so unique? Fal questioned, bewildered. This necessitates recounting the events that transpired yesterday while I was assisting aboard the ship. Observing the inquisitive expression on Feyer's face, Leon felt compelled to elucidate. At that moment, I pondered the components of the ship that seamlessly merged to ensure its proper operation. Thus, I questioned why human blood could not similarly amalgamate. As Leon reflected, this contemplation led him to a profound conclusion. Human blood types are indeed incompatible. He expressed his revelation with the exuberance of a significant discovery. However, Feyer discerned an alternative implication in Leon's words. Could it be that the compatible blood samples Leon mentioned are exclusively from Blue Star? Feyer mused. On Blue Star, there exist certain blood types that cannot intermingle, such as type A blood, which can only accept type A and type O. Other blood types are entirely incompatible. Having grasped this notion, Feyer fixed his gaze on the still excited Leon, contemplating how to convey this information. Leon, since there are both compatible and incompatible blood types, why not document this? After considerable thought, Feyer resolved to remind Leon. A record? What a splendid idea. Leon responded enthusiastically. Yet, a dilemma arose. How can I discern the compatibility of blood types? Suddenly, he felt a wave of frustration. Feyer, upon hearing Leon's words, fell into contemplation. He realized he had underestimated the complexity of the task. Without the advanced technology of Blue Star, how could an ordinary person unravel such mysteries? Therefore, it was essential to safeguard him. Eventually, unable to resolve his thoughts, Leon merely pointed towards the gate. He is the only one I know whose blood can match with Lugio's, he stated, looking into Feyer's eyes. I understand, Leon, Feyer acknowledged with a nod. I shall visit Lugio now. Fortuitously, there lies an island ahead, Feyer said, pinching the bridge of his nose. Go quickly, Leon urged with impatience. But don't get too carried away. Oh, by the way, Arthur will soon have dinner ready. Don't forget to eat, Feyer reminded, patting Leon's shoulder. Understood. Leon nodded in acknowledgement. After noting Leon's response, Fair decided not to linger, as Leon's discovery illuminated a path toward broader horizons. Lugio, change course to the island you mentioned earlier, Fair commanded upon reaching Lugio shortly thereafter. What? You could have mentioned this sooner, Lugio retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. I just finished my maneuvering duties, she said, lightly punching Fair in frustration. Hurry along, be obedient, he urged. Observing the adorable Lugio, who appeared as if she had just awakened, Fal couldn't resist gently patting her head. Umph, don't think you can touch my head just because you're tall. Lugio swiftly swatted Fal's hand away and immediately proceeded to prepare for work. Shortly after, the vessel altered its course once again, and after a period of navigation. Having resolved their basic needs, the ghost ship docked at the shore of an island. Fal, this island is quite sizable, John remarked as he approached, gazing at the expanse before him. Indeed, it is substantial. I hope it contains what I seek, Fal replied with a hint of anticipation. Subsequently, Fal disembarked with several crew members, setting foot on the island. Fal, what exactly are we to do on this island? Arthur inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. The crew members accompanying Fal were Arthur, John, and the ever-inquisitive Leon. Ask Leon, Fal responded tersely, reluctant to elaborate. Leon? Arthur scratched his head in bewilderment. As the group engaged in conversation, they soon arrived at a location that Fal had indicated. If my observation hockey has not misled me, this should be the place, Fal stated, surveying the dilapidated native huts before him. Suddenly, as Fal spoke, a spear whistled through the air. Are there savages? Arthur's rough hand swiftly deflected the spear. No, they are not savages, Fal discerned as he observed the raggedly dressed natives. Fortunately, Fal's luck was not entirely unfavorable. They had arrived on an island inhabited by living beings, which was fortuitous for Leon's experiments. Leave immediately, or face death, one of the natives shouted. Behind him, several heads peeked out, their curious and innocent gazes fixed upon Fal and his companions. They were once ordinary individuals living in a kingdom, but had been forced to this island due to the tyranny of their king. Naturally, the intrusion by Fal and his group was unwelcome. However, their strength is rather lacking, Leon remarked, scrutinizing the individuals before him with a hint of regret. I am somewhat disappointed, Leon, Fal admitted, sharing in his disappointment. Fal, are there no other locations with stronger individuals? Leon persisted, still clinging to hope. From my observation hockey, it appears this is the only place with the presence of living beings, Fal replied, shaking his head. Very well, then let us depart. They are of no use to us, Leon conceded, lowering his head. Agreed, Fal said, turning to leave. The group followed him away from the site, leaving behind the curious natives. Daddy, who are these people? A small voice inquired. A little girl, noticing that Fal and the others had departed, innocently ran to the first wild man. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed in the direction from which Fal's group had vanished, inquiring of her father. They are all bad people, my dear, the wild man replied, cradling his daughter with concern. Indeed, as he articulated, Fal and his companions were a band of nefarious individuals, a group who deemed his strength inadequate. By the way, there is something else. Fal suddenly halted in his tracks, stating, What is it? John inquired, adjusting his ear. During this journey to the island, John remained unusually silent, much to Fal's surprise. I must nurture my blade, Fal declared, a frenzied glint appearing in his eyes. Nurture your blade? John inquired nonchalantly. You all should take a moment to rest, Fal suggested, seemingly disinterested in further explanation, ignoring the puzzled expressions around him. He retrieved the formidable black blade from the coffin behind him. I wonder if the souls on this island can satisfy your thirst, Fal mused, caressing the blade's dark surface. With a single leap, he ascended to the highest tree, where he embedded the black blade into its trunk. One hand gripped the blade's hilt, while the other formed a claw-like gesture. Soul absorption. With his observation hockey operating at full throttle, Fal commenced an intense siphoning of the island's vitality. Fortunately, the island harbored no exceptionally powerful beings, allowing him to perform the soul absorption from such a distance. Within Fal's body, a transformation station was at work. As he drew souls into his being, his other hand deftly infused the transformed essence into the black blade. What is Fal up to? Why does the atmosphere feel so unsettling? John and the others, shielded from the soul absorption, sensed the distortion in their surroundings. I don't know. Best not to concern ourselves with him. It should pass shortly, Arthur replied nonchalantly, sitting comfortably. For him, now a member of the Ghost Blade pirate crew, Captain Fal's actions earned his unwavering support, regardless of their nature. But I'm so tired. I want to go back to sleep, John yawned. A statement that underscored his uncharacteristically subdued demeanor during the journey. Before long, under the relentless vigor of Fal's soul absorption, a significant portion of the island's vitality was channeled into the black blade. Is the strength of these souls too feeble? Fal frowned at the long blade in his grasp. Dissatisfaction evident in his tone. It appeared that he was not pleased with the outcome. The souls remaining within him were dwindling, most having been transferred into the black blade. This has left Fal in a rather poor state. He drew out the black blade and leapt down to the ground. All right, we can leave now, he said. His complexion not particularly favorable. Although his physical strength and spirit had diminished considerably, it was certainly an improvement compared to the last time he had been utterly exhausted. Is it resolved? Leon asked, pressing his sore legs and rising. Yes, let us hurry to our next destination, Fal nodded in response. Observing this, the rest of the group also stood up, prepared to follow Fal away from the island. Why are all the animals on this island dead? Despite feeling drowsy and unwell, John noticed the peculiar phenomenon around them as they walked. Before their arrival, they had seen movements in the surroundings, but now, an eerie silence enveloped them, and all they could see were lifeless bodies. Have they all perished? Arthur reacted, disbelief evident in his voice. However, it wasn't long before they all came to the same realization, turning their gazes toward Fal. Indeed, it was my doing, Fal openly admitted, unashamed of his actions. Sometimes, evading the truth may lead to consequences far graver than acknowledging it. Faced with Fal's candid admission, the group fell into silence. However, understanding his character, they chose not to pry further nor to ask additional questions. As for the innocent creatures on the island, or the wild inhabitants, perhaps Fal had granted them a release. A painless liberation might be far better than the mere survival they had endured. By the time they reached the ghost ship, it was already past noon. After a flurry of activity, Arthur needed to prepare lunch with Leon and John. Lu Jiao, along with John and others, rehoisted the sails of the ghost ship, which gradually set sail toward the sea. Leon returned to the laboratory to continue his research on Lu Jiao's blood samples. Meanwhile, the mischievous Ace was in Lu Jiao's room, shouting from the rocking chair, alongside the idly lounging Fal. It seemed imperative to eliminate the lingering aura within the black blade as soon as possible. In this moment, the aimless Fal perused the blade techniques in his hands, revisiting them time and again. It was only after witnessing the formidable prowess of the Marine Admiral that Fal truly recognized he was no match for such power. Initially, he had believed he possessed the strength to contend with an admiral, but only after observing the battle between the One-Eyed Dragon and Sengoku did he realize that perhaps his current abilities merely placed him a tier above the ruthless One-Eyed Dragon, who had been decisively defeated by Sengoku. It could be said that he had ascended to a position just below that of a true admiral, yet still fell short of their caliber. Alas, the higher one climbs, the more arduous the path becomes, Fal sighed. However, now that he found himself in a bottleneck phase, the prospect of further enhancing his strength seemed anything but simple. He could only strive to steadily cultivate his abilities to ensure he would not fall behind. Shortly thereafter, Fal ceased his perusal of the book in hand. Chapter 164, Armament Hockey. I should delve deeper into this, he remarked as he rose. Due to his lackluster aptitude for awakening armament hockey, Fal had yet to achieve mastery in this discipline. Despite numerous humble inquiries to Joan, his attempts at learning had ultimately left him perplexed and unfulfilled. Could it be that I possess no talent whatsoever for the three types of hockey? He pondered, beginning to doubt himself. Aside from the unexpected awakening of his observation hockey, due to his devil fruit, other forms of hockey remained utterly dormant. This left Fal in deep self-doubt. Without the soul fruit, would he even be able to awaken the observation hockey? Perhaps it would be wiser to engage in introspection and seek a method that suits him for awakening the armament hockey. Ultimately, Fal could not resolve his thoughts and firmly rejected his previous notions, redefining himself anew. Perhaps at this moment, he could leverage the breakthrough of armament hockey to attain the strength of a Marine Admiral. His sharp gaze glinted like a sword, reflecting his discontent with his current abilities, which fell short of a Marine Admiral's. After all his relentless efforts, to find himself inferior even to Sengoku during this era was a significant blow to Fal. Although his strength surpassed that of his crew, he derived no sense of superiority from it. Sometimes, relinquishing the urge to compare oneself is the true path to self-advancement. Before long, Fal paused all his activities and stepped onto the expansive deck. The ship indeed appeared smaller than described by Li Qiao. Casting a glance around the empty surroundings and the cabin behind him, Fal halted his observations with a dissatisfied expression. There wasn't even a dedicated training room. He lowered his head in contemplation. He then recalled the vessels he had seen on the island during the auction. Compared to those ships, the Phantom ship felt like a younger sibling standing before an elder. However, if he were to expand the Phantom ship, he wondered whether the soul energy within Xiao Yu would still allow it to float. After pondering for a moment, he articulated his thoughts, weighing the pros and cons. As for whether the craftsman could indeed enlarge the Phantom ship, Thao was less concerned about that. If they couldn't expand it, no problem. He could simply put a knife to their throats. Looking at himself, adorned in a black captain's coat and hat, with a black coffin at his back, Thao set the coffin aside and remained still for a considerable time. Feeling utterly deflated, as if a balloon had lost its air, he managed a bitter smile. I should first learn the remaining techniques of the Marine's 3 styles. This will provide a sense of direction for my practice of armament hockey. With clarity in his mind, Thao resolved to focus on eliminating the remaining presences of the Black Blade, Yatu, as his primary task. Mealtime. Following Arthur's call, Thao made his way to the kitchen and enjoyed a hearty lunch. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he did not return to his room. Lucio, check the map and see if there are any islands nearby, Thao said, lifting a cup to sip the fresh water within. I recall there is indeed one island. Lucio pondered thoughtfully, but I recall a formidable force residing there, governing that island. As she spoke, Fea chuckled lightly. A formidable force, you say? Then let us journey to that island. I have certain matters to attend to. Fea issued his command resolutely. After all, the experiments conducted by Leon, along with the issues surrounding his own Black Blade Knight, necessitate the presence of vibrant and powerful individuals. Understood, Captain, Lucio replied, her face alight with a smile as she regarded the serious Fea. Why the delay? Should you not hasten to your tasks? Fea admonished, his expression stern. Very well. I shall attend to it at once, my dearest captain, Lucio retorted playfully, sticking her tongue out at him before hastily departing. Fea mused to himself. Why does she exhibit such a mischievous demeanor? This thought led him to reminisce about his university days on Blue Star, wondering how his close friends were faring. Reflecting on this, he felt the weight of 2 worlds pressing upon him. Bowing his head, he considered that perhaps his old university companions had settled down, each pursuing their own lives. It was also possible that in that world, he was officially declared deceased, having had his friends attend his funeral. Why does this sudden wave of melancholy wash over me? He muttered, rubbing his eyes, feeling a profound discomfort within. He was no longer the person he once was. Now, he could treat life and death as mere trifles. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Fea decided to leave the place. Fea, you have arrived. John and John greeted him in the captain's quarters, their eyes turning toward him. However, upon recognizing Fea, John quickly averted his gaze, while John closed his eyes once more, drifting into a light slumber. All is calm, I presume? Fea inquired as he settled into a chair. Indeed, aside from the occasional encounter with minor pirates, there have been no other issues, John affirmed with a nod. Very well, Fea acknowledged, understanding. He remained silent for an extended period, uncertain of what to say. Gradually, he realized that communication between himself, John, and John had diminished significantly. I shall take my leave now. You two keep a watchful eye on the ship. Do not forget to enhance your strength when you have the opportunity, Fea stated as he prepared to depart. After uttering these words, he rose and exited the room. John, who had been spinning in his chair, turned to face Fea as his figure receded into the distance. Overwhelmed by nostalgia, John couldn't help but reflect on the past. I will improve, he resolved to himself. After the figure of Fal vanished from sight, John bit his finger and remarked, I'm utterly exhausted. Can you be quiet for a moment? Upon hearing this, John suddenly opened his bleary eyes and replied, just go back to sleep, my voice isn't loud. John helplessly shrugged in response. Chapter 165. Underground. As night fell, the ghost ship, which had been sailing continuously, finally reached the island that Lucio had mentioned. At first glance, it was evident that this was a medium-sized island fraught with danger, occasionally inhabited by ferocious beasts. However, for those aboard the ghost ship, the threat level was virtually non-existent. This island doesn't seem very impressive, John quipped as he stretched upon stepping onto the ground of the island. Hurry up, Fal. Let us go, urged Leon from the other side. The urgency in Leon's tone stemmed from his eagerness to capture an extraordinary specimen. Well then, let us proceed, Fal indicated. John, Perhaps you should stay on the ship and keep John company? After a moment's thought, Fal suggested to John. No way. I refuse to remain on that decrepit vessel. It's far too dull. We've come all this way. I want to explore. John pleaded with Fal, displaying a rather mischievous expression. Fine. Just don't wander off and create chaos. Fal finally conceded with a nod. Thus, the group set foot on the island, making their way towards the deeper human structures. Accompanying them, alongside Fal and John, was Arthur, who acted as Leon's bodyguard. Isn't it odd that there are people who would construct buildings so deep within the island? Without even a port? John remarked irritably as they walked. Come on, it's just a short distance. It won't tire you out, Fal replied, shaking his head. Humph. John scoffed in response, burying himself in his thoughts as he continued along the path. After walking for a while longer, they finally reached the center of the island. Although to Fal and his companions it appeared to be an undeveloped wilderness occupied by savages, the structures scattered throughout suggested they were not mere indigenous villages. According to Lucio, this place should not resemble this at all. Fal, surveying his surroundings, sensed something amiss and remarked on it. At that moment, he noticed other ragged natives observing him with peculiar gazes. Underground, is it? Finally, as Fal activated his observation hockey, he began to discern the flaws hidden within. I found it. Suddenly, Fal raised his head, a fierce glint emanating from his eyes. Hey, who are you? At this moment, several indigenous people, with a watchful demeanor, shouted at Fal and his companions. Observing this, Fal exchanged a knowing glance with John and said, All right. Instantly, at Fal's signal, John unsheathed his twin daggers with a wicked grin. Stay alert. The sudden display of weaponry startled the indigenous people, who let out strange cries. Lion's triple slash. Ignoring everything else, John leaped into the air, tearing through the surrounding indigenous individuals with brutal efficiency. Is this all there is? In the wake of John's rampage, they were utterly incapable of resistance and were swiftly slain, leaving only John, whose face bore a look of bewilderment. No, surely there are more. Many are lurking beneath the ground, Fal remarked with a cryptic smile. Compared to what lies below, this place can only be considered a reconnaissance point. Come, follow me. Fal gestured for them to proceed. Is that so? John, now devoid of his earlier confusion, murmured, I hope I am not let down again. Meanwhile, Lean expressed his displeasure. Following Fal's lead, the group navigated through twists and turns until they finally arrived at a location teeming with signs of life. Is there an entrance here? Fal mused, observing the vessels continuously entering the area. No wonder there is no port. Otherwise, as Lucio mentioned, this place should not be so desolate. Fal scratched his head in contemplation. At that moment, everything became clear to him. Fal, how do we get inside? We must take a boat, right? John, with a look of sudden realization, interjected. At that instant, the enormous opening was bustling with vessels coming and going. Let us find Lucio and get the boat inside. Fal concluded, understanding that this was the best course of action. All right, let's go then. Alas, more walking, John lamented, his expression one of despair. Ahem, I truly apologize. Lean said, feeling rather sheepish. It was due to his physical condition that they had been delayed. It's fine, Lean, just a minor issue, John quickly reassured him, waving his hand dismissively. How about this? Let Arthur carry you, Lean. Fal couldn't help but chuckle at the awkwardness between the two. Okay, then, Arthur, would you carry me? Lean said, eager not to hold them back any longer. Hop on, Arthur replied, observing the late hour and deciding not to hesitate any longer. The next moment, Arthur presented his broad back, exuding a sense of security. Thank you, Arthur. Lean gracefully mounted Arthur's broad back, wrapping his arms around his neck. At that moment, seeing Lean atop Arthur, John could not contain his laughter. He chuckled heartily while nudging Fal with his elbow. What is so funny? Fal inquired, bewildered by John's amusement. Don't you think they resemble the giant zombie from Plants vs. Zombies? John finally voiced his thoughts. Giant zombie? Fal asked, momentarily perplexed. Oh, you know, the one with the little zombie on its neck. John couldn't help but remind him, seeing Fal still puzzled. Finally, Fal's expression shifted to one of understanding as he grasped the reference. This further perplexed Leon, who was perched upon Arthur's back. Is something the matter? Leon could not help but inquire at last. Nothing. Let us continue our journey, Fal responded, observing Leon's expression, which increasingly resembled that of a mischievous imp. Very well. Not comprehending the reason behind John's laughter, Leon bowed his head and refrained from further questioning. Chapter 166. The Underground Kingdom. Thus, amidst John's occasional impish chuckles, Fal and the others arrived aboard the ghost ship. "I say, you've had your fill. It's time to cease," Fal finally expressed. Unable to contain himself after stepping onto the ghost ship and parting from Arthur and Leon. Initially, Fal found some amusement in John's cross-world jest, but soon he grew indifferent to it. "Ha ha ha. Fal, do you not find this amusing?" John exclaimed, laughter echoing around him. "You may laugh as you wish." Noticing John's disregard for his words, Fal could only shake his head and depart from the scene. "Fal, are we sailing in that direction?" "On board." A somewhat uncertain Ruagio inquired of Fal. "Indeed. Hoist the sails," Fal replied with a nod. "Very well." Following this instruction, the ghost ship once again set sail across the ocean, navigating the periphery of the island. "Fal, what is wrong with John? He has been laughing continuously." John approached, bewilderment evident in his demeanor. "What? He is still laughing?" Fal asked, his curiosity piqued. "Yes. What is going on?" "Ever since we returned, he has been clutching his stomach in laughter." John expressed his confusion. "His sense of humor is quite trivial," Fal remarked. "What do you mean by that?" John asked, intrigued. "It is like this." After Leon reclined on Arthur's back, John found it amusing. Fal elucidated the situation to John. "Oh, how interesting." After a brief moment of contemplation, John stroked his chin, envisioning the scenario. "Indeed, it is rather humorous, though John has perhaps taken it too far." After some reflection, John concluded, "It cannot be helped. Some individuals are simply like that. Perhaps their hormones are excessively stimulated." Fal pondered aloud. These observations were relayed by Leon, who specialized in the study of biological domains. Certain hormones can even influence a person's cognition, causing them to lose their sense of direction and impair their judgment. "Hormones?" John mused, absorbed in thought. "Indeed," Fal affirmed. "What if one could control a person's hormones?" John countered. Upon hearing John's query, Fal's mind conjured an image of a certain devil fruit. "I recall a devil fruit from the original work of One Piece that pertains to this matter," Fal contemplated. "A hormone fruit, perhaps?" John remarked. "It seems that fruit possesses the ability to influence others' gender." Fal recalled the hormone fruit user from the original One Piece and shuddered at the thought. "God forbid I ever encounter him." This sent a chill down John's spine. If that fruit were to exist on Blue Star, I fear it would taint the bonds between many brothers. Fal pondered meaningfully. Indeed, John responded with a significant glance. As their conversation progressed, the ghost ship finally located the entrance. Feeling the eerie chill emanating from the entrance, the ghost ship adjusted its course and sailed into the opening. "So many pirate ships!" the crew aboard the ghost ship exclaimed as they observed other vessels passing by. "It appears this place is far more complex than we imagined. There must be illicit dealings hidden within," Fal suddenly realized. "Let us proceed," he urged. "Li Qiao, accelerate." Upon hearing Fal's command, Lugio shouted, "Understood." Li Qiao immediately sprang into action. The surrounding pirate crews swiftly distanced themselves from the ghost ship, unaware that they had narrowly escaped a dire fate. What a subterranean kingdom. Once the ghost ship truly ventured into the entrance, Fal discovered that this realm was starkly different from the world above. Wooden structures radiating light surrounded them, interspersed with opulent stone edifices. Aside from the sparse population, it could easily be described as a miniature luxurious kingdom. "Fal, there's a gate ahead." Lugio interrupted at an inopportune moment. "A gate? It must be designated for managing the entry and exit of ships," Fal quickly deduced. After hearing Lugio's words, the crew of the ghost ship reluctantly withdrew their gazes. Their concerns had arrived. Fal then approached the bow, observing the vessels entering and exiting. Eventually, as they reached the ghost ship, several individuals emerged from above the gate, signaling for them to dock. Observing this, Fal gestured for Lu Jiu to bring the ship to a halt. Otherwise, she might have disregarded the group and continued sailing. As Fal had previously informed her that his word held the most weight aboard the ghost ship. Code phrase, the individuals at the gate inquired as the ghost ship docked. "The code phrase is Soul Shatter," Fal replied, somewhat confused as he activated his devil fruit powers. On this occasion, he was not merely responding to a signal. He had a purpose. Alert. In an instant, as several individuals were knocked down, those in the rear emerged wielding weapons. Clearly, this was not their first encounter. Who dares? At that moment, a commanding figure emerged from the gate, bellowing with authority. How dare one act so brazenly in the underworld? The voice reverberated with a thunderous echo. The underworld? Farl had initially intended to gather intelligence, but upon hearing such a cliché name, he comprehended everything. "Very well, you shall all meet your demise." Farl's gaze shifted, and he spoke with a fierce tone. What? The imposing figure's countenance instantly paled. Farl, do not slay him. Suddenly, Lean's voice rang out from the side. Ah, indeed. Lean's shout brought Farl back to reality. Following this, he unleashed a wave of soul-shattering energy, subsequently using soul control to bring several powerful individuals aboard the vessel. Take them away. With a wave of his hand, those individuals fell onto the ship. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lean displayed a lascivious grin, eagerly dragging them away from the scene. Is this all? Although the individual's strength was considerable, Farl remarked with slight dissatisfaction as he witnessed the guards being incapacitated. However, each of these guards possessed formidable strength, yet, in comparison to Farl, they appeared rather inferior. Chapter 167. The Machina family continue onward. Farl, utilizing his observation hockey, sensed no further presence. Subsequently, upon receiving Farl's command, the ghost ship passed through the gate, slowly entering the subterranean kingdom. At that moment, many were still oblivious to the impending death. Occasionally, pirate ships departed, brushing past Farl's vessel. They were fortunate, yet simultaneously unfortunate. Meanwhile, after Farl had slain the large contingent guarding the gate, he drew the attention of the high-ranking officials within the underground kingdom. What has happened to the signal from the tortoise? Why has it not returned? A voice emanated from within a lavish edifice deep in the underworld. Could he possibly be asleep? The owner of the voice shouted, his expression filled with simmering rage. How could that be? No matter how carefree, the tortoise could not possibly be slumbering. A middle-aged man beside him spoke incredulously. Is it possible that another group of fearless individuals has come to attack us? Suddenly, a young man interjected. Immediately send someone to investigate. Upon hearing the young man's words, they fell into deep contemplation. I care not who it is. If they dare to offend the Machina family, I shall ensure their suffering is beyond imagination. The individual wore a grim and fierce expression. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the ghost ship, alarms blared. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. How did they breach our defenses? How would I know? Perhaps you should inquire with the guards. At that moment, the crew aboard the ghost ship had launched their offensive. In such an expansive area, Fal was relentlessly employing his soul shock to incapacitate foes. What's wrong with you? He exclaimed, noticing his comrades collapsing around him as if struck by the legendary conqueror's haki, which elicited cries of alarm from the others. Yet, it wasn't long before he too succumbed and fell to the ground beside his fallen allies. All dealt with, Fal sighed deeply, surveying the scene littered with fallen bodies. Ha ha. They are all mine. They are all mine. Lien shouted excitedly upon witnessing this spectacle. Pick a few, Fal suggested, wiping the perspiration from his brow. Absolutely. Lien responded with fervor, and he eagerly scampered off to collect the bodies. I'm done. This is more than enough. Shortly thereafter, Lien announced, dragging a pile of unconscious figures behind him. Are you ready? Fal inquired, stifling a laugh at Leon's comical demeanor. Yes, ready, Leon affirmed with a vigorous nod. Without further ado, he strained to pull the heap of unconscious subjects toward the ship's cabin. However, to the onlookers, the scene appeared rather different. Those aware of Leon's experimental endeavors understood, but the unacquainted could only speculate wildly. Fal, what is Leon up to? Questioned Lugio, stepping forward. Oh, he intends to conduct an experiment. Pay him no mind, Fal explained succinctly, sensing her confusion. Upon hearing Fal's clarification, Lugio's expression shifted to one of sudden understanding. Yet, whether she truly grasped Fal's explanation remained uncertain. What audacity! Who dares invade the subterranean realm of the Machina family? At that moment, several imposing giants descended upon the ghost ship, their expressions fierce. The Machina family? Fal pondered the implications of the giants' words. Meatball, there's no need for conversation. Simply eliminate them, asserted a diminutive figure who squeezed through the ranks of giants. While he was indeed small compared to the giants, he appeared tall in comparison to Li In and Li Qiao. Giants, are they? John murmured, taking in the giants' towering forms. Then let them meet their demise. Upon hearing the slender figure's command, the giants flexed their muscles, brandishing their massive axes, prepared to strike at Fal. But in the next instant, Meatball, the slender figure gazed at the enormous man lying silently on the ground, a wave of terror washing over him. What is the Machina family? Fal slowly approached the slender man after dealing with the giant. Can I refrain from answering? The slender man asked, covering his mouth. You may, but you understand the consequences, Fal replied with a smile. Then I shall speak. The Machina family is, in fact, a formidable force and under threat. The slender man soon divulged. As for whether he would face punishment from the Makhana family in the end, if they perish here, then he shall not. Clearly, in the eyes of the Slender Man, their survival was impossible. Enough of this tiresome narrative. I no longer wish to listen, Fal interjected, his annoyance evident. You were the one who prompted me to speak, the Slender Man retorted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. A powerful force, you say? Fal dismissed the Slender Man and turned to leave. Humph. As long as I am not the strongest, then they are weak. With a piercing gaze, Fal commanded, Rogio, navigate the ghost ship to the center of the underworld. I have matters to attend to. Understood, Rogio replied promptly, following his orders without hesitation. Have the beast men and the demonic beings also gone silent? The high-ranking officials of the underworld spoke with grim expressions. If they are also dead, who will stand against the invaders? In an instant, they were drenched in cold sweat at the thought. Although this was merely a branch, the security forces assigned here were not lacking in strength. In fact, there were several giants, comparable to vice admirals, stationed to maintain order. Yet now, they were informed that they had all gone missing. Quickly, board the ship and leave this place. It is not safe to linger. The officials shouted urgently to those around them. Hey, what has happened to you all? Why has everyone collapsed? But the next moment, the official realized something was amiss. One by one, those around him fell to the ground. He intended to say more, but soon, he too succumbed and joined them. Have they all been rendered unconscious? Fal, situated in the very heart of the underworld, wiped the sweat from his brow. These individuals died for you, he stated, turning towards He Daoyi. In his view, the lives of those people were of little consequence. Chapter 168. An unending flow sigh. Weakness is indeed the original sin. Fal turned his head away once more. He now stood atop the highest structure in the underworld, contemplating the realm beneath him, which, from this vantage point, did not seem so vast after all. Then, Fayer glanced around and remarked, It seems that only those who dwell at great heights can comprehend the insignificance of those who reside below. Lowering his head, Fayer contemplated. No more dwelling on this. I must focus on enhancing my strength. In the next moment, Fayer regained his composure and declared, soul absorption, assuming the same posture as before. One hand engaged in the act of absorption while the other transformed the energy. A continuous stream of soul energy flowed into the formidable blade, the black knife of night. However, unlike before, where most of the transformations involved animals, the majority now consisted of human souls. Thus, Fayer persisted in his transformations for several arduous hours until he had completely transmuted the soul energy. 15%, is it? That seems rather commendable, he mused. Upon completion, Fayer noticed the ample space occupied by the souls within the black knife, which invigorated him. What once felt like an overwhelming fatigue, bordering on exhaustion, now transformed into a revitalizing surge of energy. This time, a mere 10% of the essence has been transformed. If I were to repeat this process 9 more times, would I not then be able to completely dominate the Black Blade Knight? The future certainly appears promising. In an instant, a smile graced Fal's face. Li Chaoen, hasten to scour for treasures. There are surely many valuable items here. After tidying up Black Blade Knight, Fal leapt down from the highest point, calling out loudly. I am here, came the voice of Chiao in from afar. Yet, even without Fal's reminder, he would have ventured to loot. Excellent. The sound brought a wave of satisfaction to Fal. Subsequently, he returned to his ship with a slightly weary gait. I must carefully select the next location for soul transformation. Only those of formidable strength can provide me with a superior conversion rate. As he boarded the ghost ship, these thoughts lingered in Fal's mind. Fal, look over there by the gate. Ships are still coming through. Upon seeing Fal return, John promptly approached him. Constantly flowing? At these words, Fal's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he had turned this place into a graveyard, that did not imply the pirates were aware of it. No trouble at all. Leave it to me. It seems another wave of soul energy is approaching. He patted the coffin on his back and declared, then swiftly made his way to the gate. Old 3, everyone here is dead. We must flee. This is beyond our capacity to resist. The crew aboard the pirate ships entering the underworld shouted in panic. Who is that? Suddenly, a figure flashed before the pirates' eyes. It was an imposing individual clad in a black captain's coat, bearing a coffin upon his back. I am the gatekeeper here. Should you wish to enter, you must pay a steep fee. Fal bellowed as he reached the gate. What? However, Fal's voice left them all perplexed. That would be the essence of souls. Fal shouted once more. In the next moment, without employing the power of Soulquake, Fowl directly engaged in a struggle to extract the souls from within them using soul absorption. What is this? It hurts so much. Even without the prerequisite of soulquake, Fowl was effortlessly able to extract the souls from within them, despite those souls not belonging to him. Cries of despair and agony erupted from the pirates. How bothersome. I should have used soulquake first, Fowl grumbled, disturbed by the cacophony. Yet he could only hasten his soul absorption to silence the uproar. Very well. After extracting all the souls, Fowl, having molded them into a single mass, uttered a sound of contemplation. In the next moment, disregarding the souls still struggling within, Fowl, resembling a demon, consumed them whole. It is only through traversing the depths of Fowl as being that these souls could be entirely transformed into his own. Evidently, this place serves as an inexhaustible treasure trove of souls. Once the transformation was complete, Fowl seated himself cross-legged, proclaiming, "Now, let me await the next victim." With that, he closed his eyes. Thus, the cycle of life and death continued unabated. It is only through this relentless pursuit that I may acquire more souls. Suddenly, Fowl opened his eyes, seemingly enlightened. A sinister grin crept across his face as he fell silent once more, resembling a vigilant sentinel stationed at the gate, unyielding in his watch. Before the gate, numerous pirate ships made their way to this underworld, a realm where all transactions were deemed lawful. Abundant with weaponry and an array of diverse goods, it was no wonder that various small-time pirates, as well as those of considerable strength, flocked here to trade or procure resources. However, today, they would undoubtedly pay the price for their actions. Thus, Fowl, steadfastly guarding the gate, remained in position for 3 days. The entrance became completely obstructed by numerous vessels, and the dark waters were littered with bodies, now grotesquely swollen. Here, it cannot simply be described as a foul odor. Even referring to it as hell would not be an exaggeration. Are there no more ships arriving? Faust pondered as he gazed at the masterpiece before him. He then rose with renewed vigor, despite having sat in meditation for the past 3 days. Yet, this did not imply that he had not rested or nourished himself, for he remained unchanged. 30% complete. There remains 60%. Faust murmured as he adjusted the casket on his back. Shave. Moonwalk. In an instant, Faust soared into the sky, and within moments, he returned to the ghost ship anchored nearby. Faust, you have returned. Upon seeing Faust alight on the ghost ship, John exclaimed joyfully, "You cannot imagine the bounty we have gathered over the past 3 days. The hold is nearly overflowing with berries." John's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh, is that so?" Faust inquired, displaying little interest. "By the way, the Navy's 6 forms have also gathered here. This is truly unexpected." John continued. Chapter 169, The Navy's 6 Forms. "What are you saying? The remaining 3 forms?" At first, it seemed inconsequential to speak of it, yet once mentioned, it transformed Fowl into a figure reminiscent of John. With an intense focus on the remaining 3 forms, Fowl felt an overwhelming desire to seize them from the naval headquarters. "Indeed," John replied enthusiastically, nodding in affirmation. "Excellent. Well done, John," Fowl exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement. "Hurry, take me to see it," he added impatiently. "Then come here." John's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he beckoned Fowl closer. When John finally produced a book titled The 6 Forms of the Navy, Fowl's belief in the reality of it all was solidified. "Quick, give it to me." Fowl eagerly snatched the book, scrutinizing its contents with great intensity. To his astonishment, it was genuine. After a lengthy period of observation, Fowl eventually paused, murmuring to himself. According to his examination, this book indeed contained a record of the 6 forms of the Navy. Not only did it encompass the latter 3 forms, but it also included the initial 3. This can be regarded as a comprehensive and definitive record of the 6 forms of the Navy. "John, you've done splendidly," Fowl exclaimed, turning his head to praise John after a moment of observation. "Hee, it's a trifling matter," John replied, his broad smile revealing his white teeth. Feeling bashful at Fowl's commendation, it had been quite some time since he had received such praise from Fowl, as he was generally accustomed to criticism. "Fowl, Li Qiao and I have also gathered some other books and weapons from there," John mentioned, observing Fowl engrossed in the Navy's 6 forms. "Oh, excellent. I shall allocate them later," Fowl nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed," John responded. "I shall take my leave now. I never anticipated such a significant discovery here." After a moment, as he gazed at the book on the Navy's 6 forms in his hand, Fowl expressed his intention to depart. Upon John's affirmation, Fowl set aside his other matters and exited the room. "By the way, I can inform John about leaving this place now." Fowl suddenly paused, a thought crossing his mind. After ensuring all matters were addressed, Fal departed without looking back. Perhaps the application of armament hockey holds promise, he mused, his eyes gleaming with a distinctive light as he contemplated the book in his hand. I wonder how Li Qiao's research is progressing, Fal pondered further. Best not to dwell on that for now. I shall return to my room and examine this book. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to temporarily set aside other tasks. Subsequently, clutching the Navy's 6 forms, Fal returned to his quarters to scrutinize the book intently. Fal, are you planning to leave? After some time, immersed in his study, he remained oblivious to John's arrival. Oh, right. I should attend to that matter, Fal said, lifting his gaze upon being interrupted. Very well, John observed, noting Fal's unwavering focus, as he seemed not to even glance in his direction. Enjoy your reading. I shall attend to my duties now, John said earnestly after a pause. However, his response was met with silence, prompting John to take his leave. Once John had departed, Fal became even more engrossed in the Navy's 6 forms, not moving a muscle, with only his hands incessantly turning the pages. Soon, under John's command, the ghost ship commenced its voyage. John, there are too many ships ahead. We are blocked. At that moment, Lu Jiao approached with an expression of exasperation. Blocked? John inquired, his face reflecting astonishment upon hearing Lu Jiao's words. It must be the work of Fal. However, John quickly came to a realization. Directly in front of the phantom ship lay a heap of wrecked vessels, haphazardly collided. The surface of the sea was marred by the presence of bloated corpses, exuding a foul stench. Let the phantom ship pass. It seems we have no other options. John ultimately decided after much contemplation. Very well, I will give the orders at once, Lu Jiao affirmed with a nod. Little ghost, can you hear me? John called into the air, watching Lu Jiao depart. Indeed, it was true that previously only Fal could commune with the spirit of the phantom ship. Yet, not long ago, after John had specifically addressed this matter with Fal, the latter had amended the situation, allowing both John and John to command the phantom ship. Did you hear that, little ghost? John called out again, but the phantom ship remained unresponsive. This left John in a state of bewilderment, pondering whether something had gone awry. Yet, in the next moment, the vessel began to ascend. John felt the ship gradually rise into the air, a thrill coursing through him as he exclaimed, Li Qiao, accelerate. Observing the ghost ship already lifting off, he called out loudly to the other side. Understood, came Li Qiao's immediate response. Just moments ago, he had been engrossed, counting the mountain-like piles of Bailey before him with an expression of fascination. However, upon receiving John's command, Li Qiao swiftly harnessed the powers of his devil fruit. We only need to navigate through this obstructed passage. As John noted the ghost ship's speed steadily increasing, he thought to himself. Gradually, as the ghost ship soared, it encountered few blocked vessels, allowing it to glide through effortlessly. Descend. At that moment, upon seeing the passage cleared, John issued a direct command to the ghost ship. With a splash, unlike Fal's orders, the ghost ship plummeted directly onto the ocean's surface, creating enormous waves. Fortunately, thanks to Li Qiao's devil fruit abilities, the ghost ship quickly stabilized. Damn it, could it be that my instructions were flawed? The recent blunder left John swaying precariously, forcing him to struggle to regain his balance. It seemed that such commands should not be issued directly in the future. After a brief moment of contemplation, John spoke up. The ghost ship, despite the sudden instability caused by this misstep, quickly regained its composure, resuming its former steadiness as it navigated the vast ocean, exhibiting no signs of disturbance. Chapter 170. The Iron Block. The swaying has ceased. On the other side, as the vessel began to rock unexpectedly, Fal sensed everything around him. Yet, amidst the immense motion of the ghost ship, he found it challenging to focus on the 6 styles of the Navy. It took him some time to gradually regain his composure. It appears all is well now, he murmured, having perceived the ship's return to stability. He then resumed his examination of the book in his hands. While it recorded the entirety of the 6 styles, the issue lay in its lack of comprehensive explanations regarding those techniques. Fal continued to leaf through the pages of his book, speaking to himself. In comparison to the 6 styles commentary, this book presents a refined yet fragmented narrative, while the former offers a simplistic yet comprehensive approach. Both possess their unique flavors. However, Fal expresses a yearning for the latter half of the 6 styles commentary. One could say he feels a tinge of disappointment, albeit only a slight one. With his eyes firmly shut, Fal sighed, acknowledging that ultimately he must rely on himself. Lost in thought, he exhaled deeply. After thoroughly digesting the Navy 6 styles, he closed the book, having reviewed it numerous times until its contents were etched in his mind. He pressed his temples, contemplating the remaining techniques: iron body, finger gun, and tempest kick, beyond the ones he had practiced: shave, paper drawing, and moonwalk. Which should he prioritize for practice? Pausing his reading, he pondered. Should it be iron body, or finger gun, or perhaps tempest kick? With closed eyes, Fal mused that tempest kick might be the most manageable, as the first three techniques heavily relied on leg strength, thereby enhancing his leg control significantly. Consequently, he could better hone his leg training. Yet, he resolved to practice iron body first, recognizing that while his attack power and speed were adequate, he lacked in defense. Ultimately, after much contemplation, he decided to focus on iron body first, believing that mastering it would expedite his awakening of Busashoku Haki. He felt ready to begin this venture. A while later, with preparations complete, Fal lifted his head in determination. However, practicing this technique necessitated a partner, as the text on the Navy S6 styles indicated. Thus, he left his quarters and stepped onto the deck of the ghost ship, having navigated out of the subterranean realm. Gazing at the vast ocean, he reflected on his surroundings. "Fal, what brings you out here?" John, who was at the helm, approached and inquired upon spotting him. "Have you finished reading that book on the Navy's 6 styles?" When Fal did not respond, John pressed further. "Here, take it. I'm done with it." At this, Fal swiftly produced the book from his pocket and handed it to John. "That's not what I meant," John replied with a wry smile. "I understand, but I truly have no further use for it now," Fal responded, shaking his head with a grin. "Very well, I shall accept it then. I will practice it another day," John said, no longer hesitant as he took the book from Fal's hands. "By the way, what prompted your emergence?" John inquired after receiving the book. "Of course, it's to practice the Navy S6 styles," Fal replied. Fal responded, "Very well, I shall not intrude further." Upon hearing this and observing the cramped quarters of the ship, John inquired, "Where is Arthur?" Nodding in acknowledgement, Fal tacitly accepted John's departure. However, just as John turned to leave, Fal recalled something significant and called out to him, "Arthur? He should be over there, inspecting the ship." John gestured in a particular direction. "All right, I shall take my leave then. You tend to your business." After a brief indication, Fal nodded in agreement. Following this exchange, the two parted ways to attend to their respective tasks. "Arthur, come here for a moment." As Fal approached the area John had indicated, he hastily waved upon spotting Arthur. Fal, is there something amiss?" Arthur queried, a look of perplexity crossing his face. "Indeed, there is a matter at hand," Fal replied. He then proceeded to elucidate everything regarding the Naval 6 techniques until Arthur finally grasped the concept. "I understand now. It requires me to strike your body for you to slowly master the iron block technique, correct?" Arthur articulated, now fully aware of the situation. "Precisely," Fal affirmed with a nod. "Very well, let us proceed." Noticing Fal's gesture, Arthur glanced back at his workstation. Fortunately, his duties were not overly critical, so he readily acquiesced to Fal's request. "This spot will suffice." Perceiving Arthur's hesitation, Fal chuckled wryly. In truth, the roles aboard the ghost ship were not particularly vital. Aside from the initial bustle of setting sail, most crew members were engaged in their own tasks or resting. The recent events had merely heightened the atmosphere of vigilance. "Shall I commence now?" Arthur inquired with a questioning expression. "Indeed, give it your utmost effort," Fal encouraged, taking a deep breath. At that moment, he was fully prepared. To master the iron block technique, one must endure considerable hardship. Yet, Fal felt no fear, for his resolve was unwavering. "I shall begin," Arthur bellowed, standing directly before Fal. He was aware that Fal's defensive abilities were not particularly robust. Indeed, Arthur's own defenses surpassed his. Nevertheless, he chose to heed Fal's command. The imbalance of high offense and low defense must be rectified. After signaling Arthur to commence, Fal couldn't help but smile, lost in thought. Thud! Instantly, Fal's smile faded with the impact of the blow. "That was merely a standard punch, Fal," Arthur stated, observing Fal's pained expression. "I am aware. Continue," Fal replied resolutely. After the pain subsided somewhat, Fal began to prepare once again. "Ah, yes, remember to strike the acupoints I mentioned earlier," Fal insisted. "Understood," Arthur nodded in agreement. Thus, the two embarked on a rather one-sided exchange of blows, each willingly participating in the ordeal. "Is that enough, Fal?" Chapter 171, a month later. Seeing Fal's body bruised and swollen, Arthur felt a pang of sympathy and paused. Remarkably, throughout the beating, Fal had not uttered a single cry of anguish. Indeed, he was an extraordinary individual. In the end, Arthur could only respect him for such resilience. "Let us call it a day," Fal said, drenched in cold sweat as he assessed his injuries. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, motionless. "Fal, are you all right?" Arthur's heart raced at the sight. Meanwhile, the crew members who had been spectating rushed over. "Arthur, what on earth did you do to Fal?" Li Qiao, the first to arrive, reprimanded him. Arthur, upon hearing Li Qiao's rebuke, refrained from defending himself. After all, as the third in command on the ship, Li Qiao's words carried weight. "I'm fine, I just need to rest." Fal interjected, hearing Li Qiao's complaints directed at Arthur. "Sigh, I heard from John that you were practicing the Navy's sixth technique. But is it truly necessary to train like this?" Li Qiao continued. "Of course, without experiencing the agony of effort, how can one achieve the desired results?" Fal replied weakly. Upon hearing this, Li Qiao contemplated countering Fal's argument, but, observing Fal's near-death appearance, swallowed his words. "Arthur, please take him below deck and let him rest properly," Li Qiao said, his heart aching at Fal's condition. "Understood," Arthur acknowledged, swiftly lifting Fal onto his shoulder while carrying his gear. "Rest well," he said as he settled Fal comfortably. Thus, after Fal's brief acknowledgement, he rested until the following day. "Let us continue. I must master this ultimate technique." The following day, Fal's unwavering conviction remained entirely unaltered by the pain of the previous day as he resolutely sought out Arthur. Arthur, initially inclined to express his thoughts, found himself silenced by the realization that Fal's actions were driven by a desire to attain greater strength and protect them more effectively. With this understanding, Arthur cast aside all his words. Days turned into weeks, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, until they found themselves nearing the ghost ship on the Grand Line. Life unfolded in a simple and leisurely routine, passing by in a tranquil repetition. In pursuit of honing his skills, Fal endured relentless training at Arthur's hands for nearly a month, with over 20 days slipping away in this manner. At long last, while aboard the ghost ship sailing the Grand Line, Fal achieved mastery over the technique one fateful day. "It appears I truly am not cut out for this endeavor." On that day, having preliminarily mastered the technique of iron block, Fal lay on the bed, his body swathed in bandages, resembling a mummy. "Puffed Fal, you do look rather amusing," teased Lu Jiao, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth as she kept him company. "I should let you try it someday." Observing Lu Jiao's cheerful demeanor, a mischievous thought crossed Fal's mind. You want me to practice iron block?" At the mention of this, images of being ruthlessly beaten by Arthur flashed in Lu Jiao's mind, prompting her to wave her hands dismissively. "Defensive divine skill. Only those who use it truly understand its essence," Fal jested, his heart brimming with joy at finally mastering the technique. "I see it more as a technique for getting beaten, since you can't move while using iron block," Lu Jiao retorted, pouting. "You're not wrong. It does carry that connotation," Fal replied, a smile breaking across his face. In the original narrative of One Piece, this technique indeed served as a means to absorb punishment, with many characters falling victim to it. However, in Fal's eyes, iron block was not devoid of merit. On the contrary, he perceived it as an exceptionally formidable skill. He firmly believed that if he wielded it adeptly, its full potential would undoubtedly be unleashed. I won't discuss this with you any longer." Noticing Fal's expression, Lu Jiao swiftly employed her feminine charm and darted out of the room. "That woman," Fal mused, watching her retreating figure. Subsequently, he fixated his gaze upon the ceiling, remaining utterly still, almost lifeless. "For now, let us set iron block aside." After a prolonged silence, Fal's voice suddenly broke the stillness. "It's been quite a while. Aside from that burst of soul energy, I have only occupied 40 of the space within the Black Blade Knight." His mood darkened as he pondered the implications. "If this continues, how long will it take for me to fully master the Black Blade Knight? It seems I ought to assess my strength once more," Fal declared, a glimmer igniting in his eyes. The ghost ship had traversed well into the first half of the Grand Line, navigating through various islands, some of which were home to formidable forces. Black Blade Knight. It's time for a name change." Fal's sharp gaze fell upon the coffin. Suddenly, he trembled, and the bandages enveloping him disintegrated into fragments with the force of the tremor. Only through combatants can one secure greater resources. After rising to his feet, Fal quietly resumed carrying the coffin on his back and then exited the room. As for the injuries he bore, they were not particularly severe, at least. He had nearly recovered. "Fal, how are your injuries?" As he stepped outside, Fal encountered Li Qiao, who inquired about his condition. "It's nothing. I am fully healed," Fal replied nonchalantly. "Oh, that's great." Li Qiao nodded in acknowledgement. Is John still practicing his finger gun technique?" After a brief silence, Fal posed another question. "Yes. Hasn't he always done so? He practices his moves whenever he feels fine," Li Qiao replied, nibbling on his fingers. "Then that's good," Fal responded with a nod. Chapter 172. Customized cellular environment. You must now understand why John has been steadily catching up to your strength, right? Fal suddenly remarked to Li Qiao. Li Qiao was caught off guard by the question and struggled to find the right words. However, it was evident to all that John's rapid improvement was partly due to his innate talent. "I can't fathom it, but I've noticed that the three of you possess remarkable talents, each stronger than the last," Li Qiao mused after a moment. "It must be due to differing experiences," Fal replied, uncertain of how to elaborate. With a contemplative expression, Fal then departed from Li Qiao's side. He was on his way to find Leon. After such a lengthy interval, Leon should have developed some new insights. Is it talent? Fal pondered as he walked, his head bowed. Indeed, compared to the inhabitants of this world, the talents of the three of them appeared exceptionally formidable. Even if John's current abilities were somewhat lacking, it remained undeniable that he possessed great potential. For instance, when it came to mastering various skill books, John could grasp them more swiftly than Xiaoan. Yet, Fal lamented that John had chosen the wrong path. Indeed, during that time when John decided to practice other forms of close combat, as time passed, he had not truly shifted his focus entirely to melee combat. This has led to John possessing a rather ambiguous level of skill. He is capable of wielding a multitude of weapons, yet his mastery remains superficial, lacking the profundity of expertise in any singular discipline. Consequently, he has been surpassed by John to a significant extent. Alas, it is truly a pity. One can only wonder how John might have fared had he chosen the path of a swordsman like John. A thought unconsciously crossed Fal's mind. He mused that John might indeed surpass John, though in terms of fortune, he likely would not measure up. Then, another thought struck Fal, bringing a smile to his face. Soon, while pondering these reflections, Fal arrived at Leon's laboratory. He knocked twice on the door, merely as a symbolic gesture, before pushing it open. Fal. As soon as Fal entered the laboratory, he was met with a serious Leon, who did not even turn to acknowledge him. "Yes, it's me," Fal replied. "Come over and take a look, Fal. I believe I have made another discovery," Leon stated without turning his head. "Really? Another new finding?" Fal approached with a look of surprise on his face. "Fal, look here. Based on the DNA you previously mentioned, I have made some judgments and records," Leon said, retrieving a notebook from the side as Fal reached his side. "Quite good," Fal remarked as he took the notebook, flipping through its pages. After he had finished perusing, Fal gazed quietly at Leon, awaiting his subsequent words, for he knew there was more to come. "Fal, look," Leon brought forth another notebook. "These are the experimental conclusions following the injection of the blood samples of Ruggiero into those formidable individuals," he indicated the text. The results of the first fusion experiment showed a rapid loss of vitality, and the Conqueror's Haki did not manifest. Fal read from the text Leon pointed to. The second experiment involved mutual fusion, resulting in no fatalities, yet upon awakening, the Conqueror's Haki was briefly exhibited before death ensued. The third experiment had no fusion. The fourth experiment resulted in fusion, yet the subjects underwent mutation. As Fal scrutinized the detailed records, a frown creased his brow. What could have caused the fatalities in the second experiment? Fal pointed to everything recorded above and spoke. After the second experiment merged and the subject did not perish. Upon awakening, they briefly exhibited the Conqueror's Haki before meeting their demise. Indeed, in this latest experiment, the fusion of the laboratory's samples with Luggio's blood did not result in death. Rather, the subject revived and could even wield the Conqueror's Haki. However, the true regret lay in the fact that the subject merely utilized the Conqueror's Haki before succumbing to death. It can only be said that the cells could not endure. As indicated by my investigation, Leon reflected. Cells? Does it imply the same thing? Is the subject not powerful enough? Fal inquired, furrowing his brow. No, just the opposite. The subject possessed sufficient strength, but Luggio's blood sample could not keep pace. Upon hearing this, Leon knitted his brows in contemplation. What does that mean? Fal asked, somewhat perplexed. Then why could the subject's cells not withstand it? Fal expressed his confusion. It is difficult to explain. If you insist on an explanation, I can only say that the cells are incompatible, Lean replied, shaking his head in disappointment. Incompatible cells? Fal suddenly began to comprehend. It seems that truly mastering the Conqueror's Haki is no simple feat. Is it indeed a cellular issue? Is it a matter of differing cells, or what? Fal pondered, sitting on a nearby chair in distress. Sigh. Under my observation, I did not notice any differences, so it must be that the cellular requirements differ, Lean echoed, his expression mirroring Fal's frustration. Cellular requirements? What does that mean? Fal asked, suddenly bewildered. Essentially, it means that after their cells fused, Lugio's cells could not adapt to the subject's body, Lean summarized. However, I just made a new discovery. Lean's expression of distress faded as he stood up. Please, tell me more. Fal stood in response. Fal, I need a piece of your flesh, a whole piece. After a moment's hesitation, Lean decided to voice his request. All right. At this, Fal nodded. He then opened the coffin and swiftly extracted the black blade, Knight, slicing off a small piece of flesh with remarkable speed. This is a small piece from my thigh. It should suffice, Fal said, beads of cold sweat forming as he handed the flesh to Lean. I'm observing Fal's demeanor. Lean could only nod gravely. Next, he would tailor a special study for Fal. You should rest well. I will notify you when the time comes, Lean said, fixing Fal with a serious gaze. All right. Upon comprehending the implications of Li Un's intentions, Feyre responded accordingly. In Chapter 173, titled The Sword Trial, it became apparent that Li Un sought to merge Feyre's blood sample with that of Lugio, meticulously observing the conditions under which the cells would ultimately disintegrate. This intricate task demanded utmost precision. As Feyre receded from view, Li Un retrieved an exceptionally powerful telescope, murmuring to himself, pondering the eventual outcome. Meanwhile, Feyre, having departed the laboratory, remained unconcerned about the minor injury on his leg, reflecting that it paled in comparison to the bruises inflicted by Arthur in recent days. He anticipated a swift recovery within a couple of days, lightly touching the small scar on his leg. Feyre, is that you? Suddenly, John approached, his expression one of astonishment, eagerly recounting an account to Feyre. Oh, how intriguing, Feyre remarked, his interest piqued after listening to John's narrative. It appeared that during Feyre's visit to Leon's laboratory, Lugio had discovered 3 naval warships in pursuit of a vessel not far away. Seize that ship. Those aboard have dared to insult my esteemed celestial dragon, shouted a figure adorned with a space helmet, exuding an air of arrogance and nobility, directing several naval officers. Please, do not be upset. We shall capture them. One of the officers responded, lowering his head in deference to the celestial dragon. Speak only after kneeling, the celestial dragon commanded, slightly turning his gaze toward the officer. The naval officer's face contorted with dismay. What? What should I do? He implored his fellow officers, who exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. The unassailable status of the celestial dragons in this world engendered a myriad of attitudes towards them, particularly among the naval officers, who harbored resentment yet dared not voice it. Even admirals exhibited similar trepidation, prompting those of slightly higher rank to strategically avoid these so-called celestial dragons to evade unnecessary complications. I shall not repeat myself. As the celestial dragon observed that the marine had yet to kneel, a palpable discontent began to brew within him. With a mere flicker of his eyes, the CP organization, a formidable group that heeded only the commands of the celestial dragons, advanced forward, their eyes wide with scrutiny fixed upon the marine. The marine was at a loss for words, regretting his earlier decision to engage in conversation with the celestial dragon. However, after a prolonged moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose to kneel. This act of submission thoroughly satisfied the haughty celestial dragon, while the marine, his face tinged with humiliation, retreated into the crowd. Quickly, pursue that wretched ship, the celestial dragon exclaimed, his heart swelling with delight at the realization of his undeniable allure. Report, a pirate crew is approaching us. A marine, sporting a look of bewilderment, shouted in alarm. At this proclamation, the entire naval vessel descended into chaos, for none had anticipated that a pirate crew would dare to approach them. Meanwhile, under the directive of Fal, the Ghost Blade pirate crew swiftly altered their course towards the naval ships. Indeed, now endowed with sufficient strength, Fal had no intention of concealing his prowess any longer. I wish to test my blade, he declared succinctly, revealing the audacity that simmered within him. Is this the insolent pirate crew that dares to obstruct my path? Open fire. The celestial dragon's earlier joy plummeted instantaneously, and he began to bark orders at the marines. The naval vessels promptly commenced their preparations for battle, with cannons being readied. Yet, before the cannons could be fired, the Marines gazed in disbelief at a dark figure in the sky. Flash. The dark figure was none other than Fowl, who had lingered aboard the ghost ship for far too long. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he gracefully traversed the air, his feet gliding as if upon the moonlight. Grasping the ebony blade, Knight, he aimed it directly at the naval ship and brought it crashing down. A pitch-black blade of light, as if it could devour all, swiftly cleaved through the air. As the blade approached amidst the cacophony of shouting Marines, it drew ever nearer until it struck the ship. Notably, the once arrogant celestial dragon was now paralyzed with fear, a puddle of yellow liquid trickling down his trousers onto the deck of the vessel. The blade's radiance vividly showcased the unparalleled prowess of Fowl, who at that moment stood as a formidable quasi-admiral. The crew members aboard the ghost ship, witnessing Fowl's display of power, erupted into hearty laughter, their faces adorned with pride. They harbored no fondness for the hypocritical navy, for otherwise they would not have chosen the path of piracy. Soon enough, the fragmented vessel succumbed to the sea, cleaved in two. Only the celestial dragons, escorted away by the CP organization to two intact naval warships, managed to survive this calamity. However, this naval excursion was merely prompted by the demands of the celestial dragons to pursue a pirate ship, and thus did not boast the presence of an admiral. At most, a rear admiral accompanied them. What transpired? Upon hearing the tremendous commotion, a rear admiral stepped out of his quarters, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. He was none other than Rear Admiral Red Star, a notable star within the naval headquarters, renowned for his exceptional martial prowess. Report. He commanded. Rear Admiral. A group of pirates has invaded Colonel Swin's warship, leading to its capture. Shortly thereafter, a naval officer approached Rear Admiral Red Star, saluting and truthfully recounting the events. Fortunately, due to his previous annoyance with the celestial dragons, he had exchanged positions with Colonel Swin. Otherwise, he would have been the one to plunge into the depths of the sea. After absorbing the naval report, a smirk of schadenfreude emerged on Red Star's face. Though his thoughts raced, and his actions were swift as he promptly ordered his subordinates to commence their duties. Meanwhile, the celestial dragon, rescued by the CP organization, was in a state of sheer terror, vociferously declaring intentions to eliminate Fowl. Chapter 174. The 2-year plan, the celestial dragon? Upon witnessing the figure adorned with a space helmet, Fowl's heart sank with foreboding. To his dismay, this trial of his sword inadvertently unveiled the presence of a celestial dragon. Fowl's mind was plagued with anxiety. Offending a celestial dragon could lead to a severe consequence, being pursued by several admirals. However, with only himself on board capable of contending with an admiral, he was understandably reluctant to provoke these highborn figures. Withdraw. Ultimately, after mulling over his options, Fowl retreated beyond the range of the naval warships, returning to his ghost ship. Leave this place. After issuing this simple command, the ghost ship swiftly vanished from the sight of the Navy, despite the bewildered expressions of those present. It has disappeared. What of the pirate ship? The ordinary sea surface ultimately remained only with the still-prepared celestial dragons, their faces marked by confusion. One must remember that he harbored intentions of vengeance. Meanwhile, after the ghost ship had invisibly escaped, it floated amidst the boundless ocean. The occasional glimpses of sea kings added splendor to this magnificent world. On board the ghost ship, Fowl was diligently opening the coffin, meticulously wiping his long blade with a cloth. Perhaps it is only within the endless cycle of slaughter that one can truly rediscover oneself. Indeed, during the previous trial of his blade, Fowl had felt everything anew. The immovable 40% of energy had stirred slightly once more. It is only through this relentless carnage that Fowl could swiftly master his blade and enhance his prowess. Pass it on. Upon sighting any island, halt the ship and let the massacre commence. A voice of void echoed through the air, and the ghost ship quickly began to navigate. Time passed swiftly. However, Fowl and his crew aboard the ghost ship were unaware of how many islands they had set foot upon. Countless islands had been shattered by Fowl wielding his long blade. In the ensuing chaos, Fowl appeared as if he were born solely for the purpose of slaughter. Regardless of the life he encountered, he annihilated them all. Yet within this massacre lay infinite gains, as the energy of his blade, Blackblade Knight, reached a level of 41. The bond between Fowl and Blackblade Knight grew ever stronger. Nonetheless, this progress was ultimately too slow. Despite this, Fowl, dissatisfied with the pace, gripped Blackblade Knight. muttering incessantly, 2 years. I shall fill this blade within these 2 years. Black Blade Knight? Perhaps a name change is in order from now on. It shall be called Demon Sword, Fowl thought with a gleam of madness in his eyes. While the others perceived Fowl as endlessly killing, they were oblivious to his occasional yearning for the moon in the night sky. His longing for home intensified. On that day, the so-called 2-year plan was born, and Fowl, as if destined for slaughter, wielded the demon's sword, oblivious to the countless lives he extinguished. The ghost ship truly behaved like a phantom, vanishing and reappearing at any corner of the Grand Line. Countless islands, inhabited by various joyful lives, fell victim to Fowl wielding the demon sword. Although the Navy had issued a bounty exceeding 1 billion berries upon learning of the demon sword pirates, it proved futile. During these 2 years, Fowl seemed to have gone mad with killing, frantically consuming the souls of others. Swiftly, with the aim of filling the demon's sword, the endless slaughter of these 2 years reached its climax. The ocean had forged a ghostly legend, and Fowl's demon sword pirates had indeed made a name for themselves. On this day, amidst an island brimming with boundless vitality and joy, atop the spire of a quaint town, Fowl stood silently, clutching a ghostly sword, attuned to the myriad sounds that enveloped him. "Fowl?" inquired John, beside him, as he gnawed on undercooked flesh. Despite his devilish appearance at that moment, he remained utterly unconcerned. Savoring his meal, Fowl, in contrast, seemed to be in a meditative state, brandishing the ghostly sword with a serene smile in response to nature itself. "It is time to return. My task is complete," he stated, feeling the energy within the ghostly sword surging to its limits. At that moment, he sensed his strength had undoubtedly risen, likely surpassing the threshold of a quasi-general, reaching the prowess expected of a true general. Today marked the culmination of Leon's experiment. And an exhilarated Fowl turned to John, exclaiming about the Conqueror's Haki. "Yes, I understand. The Conqueror's Haki," John replied dismissively, preoccupied with his food. In an instant, the two vanished from the spire of the town, while the ceaseless laughter and merriment within the town continued to thrive. Within the ghost ship, in Leon's laboratory, he exclaimed with joy, "At last, it is nearly complete. Now, it can be perfectly integrated." At that moment, Fowl stepped forward to push open the laboratory door where Lin was, entering with purpose. "Well done, Lin," he remarked, instantly grasping the excitement reflected in Lin's expression. "Come, let us revel in the beauty of this fusion," Lin exclaimed, his voice brimming with enthusiasm, as he handed the trembling fusion syringe to Fowl. "The Conqueror's Haki. Only with this can I truly ascend," Fowl said, his own excitement evident as he accepted the syringe. Over the past 2 years, he had finally mastered the armament Haki, and now only the Conqueror's Haki remained. In addition to the 3 types of Haki, Fowl had successfully completed the latter 3 techniques of the Navy's 6 styles. The ultimate mastery of the Navy's 6 styles, life return, was yet to be attained. With that said, Fowl prepared to inject the contents of the syringe. However, unbeknownst to him, 10 Navy warships were stealthily approaching the ghost ship from several dozen miles away, their presence undetected due to the fervor of the moment. "Commodore Blackarm, we are nearing the ghost ship. With but a word from you, we can reduce it to mere fragments," remarked a bespectacled man clad in formal attire. "Ha! This nefarious pirate crew has slaughtered countless lives upon the seas," Commodore Zifa, known as Blackarm, declared with palpable indignation. "Were it not for the fact that this Ghost Blade pirate crew has attained strength rivaling that of the Imperial pirate crews, the Navy would not have deemed it necessary to dispatch me against them."